The clan allowed disciples to exchange contribution points for rewards. While everyone used all their points to obtain high-tier weapons and cultivation techniques, I exchanged mine for a pile of unwanted junk, rusty, chipped iron swords, tetanus blades, and even health preservation techniques that only the elderly would bother practicing, techniques that merely extended lifespan. Everyone secretly mocked me as a fool, but what they didn't know was that this was the key to my strength. Just moments ago, I was assigned to clean the family head study for the first time. As I carefully dusted off the Spring River and Playful Kite painting, a message suddenly appeared before my eyes. Spring River and Playful Kite painting, ancient charm, 5 points. Absorb? Overjoyed, I thought after 10 years in this world, my cheat ability had finally arrived. Without hesitation, I chose yes. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Just as I was baffled, I noticed the painting in my hands suddenly felt lighter, and the area where my fingers gripped seemed to sink slightly. Cracks spread across the scroll, and fine dust began to fall. After a tense moment of hesitation, the precious masterpiece crumbled into a pile of dust on the floor. Cold sweat drenched me instantly. The family head was a fanatical collector of antiques and paintings, especially fond of this Spring River and Playful Kite painting. What should I do now? Panicking, I racked my brain but couldn't think of any solution. I had no choice but to clean up the scene and sneak out of the study, hoping no one would notice, at least for now. The whole way back, I was consumed by anxiety, simultaneously wondering where my cheat ability had gone. What exactly was Ancient Charm supposed to do? After dinner, hundreds of clansmen gathered in the outer courtyard square, the air thick with tension. News had just arrived: the Spring River and Playful Kite painting from the family head study had vanished without a trace. From dawn until dusk today, who entered the family head study? The speaker was Elder Lin, the steward of the outer courtyard, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. The square was eerily silent, as if a storm was brewing. Everyone was shocked. Who would dare steal the patriarch's treasure? My back was drenched in sweat. I hadn't expected the clan's reaction to be so swift. This early morning, I went to the study to pick the flowers and water them. At noon, I went to the study to replenish paper and grind ink. A man and a woman stepped forward: the man named Lin Fan, the woman named Lin Shu, both orphans raised in the outer courtyard since childhood. This evening, I went to the study to sweep away dust and clean. I mustered my courage and stepped forward as well, my heart pounding with anxiety. After all, today's tasks had been assigned by the steward the night before, and any attempt to deny it would be uncovered. However, when Elder Lin asked if anyone had noticed the painting upon entering, all three of us waved our hands in denial, claiming we had been focused on our work and hadn't paid attention to anything else. This caused Elder Lin's shadowed, aged face to darken further, and the atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Search all three of them thoroughly, from head to toe, and their living quarters leave no corner unchecked. About half an hour later, the three of us had been searched inside and out, and 3 piles of items seized from our homes were stacked in the courtyard. Lin Shu and I had the fewest belongings, mostly just daily necessities. But Lin Fan's case was different. Inside his room, they found a box of silver notes, along with a large stash of pills, weapons, secret manuals, and more. Everyone in the courtyard looked on in astonishment. Most of them had never seen so much money in their lives. I was also shocked. Wasn't this guy supposed to be an orphan like me? How had he hidden so much? Elder Lin was equally incredulous. His lifetime savings amounted to only a few hundred taels, likely not even a fraction of Lin Fan's wealth. By now, some in the courtyard had begun to suspect something, their minds racing with assumptions. A steward behind Elder Lin was the first to voice a theory. Could the money found in his home have come from selling Spring River kite play on the black market or to a pawnshop? Faced with questions about the origins of these items, Lin Fan was momentarily speechless, stammering and unable to respond. Elder Lin recalled that Lin Fan had been the first to enter the study that morning, giving him the most time to handle the painting. The crowd's suspicion quickly turned toward Lin Fan, while I stood to the side, somewhat bewildered. Was someone else taking the blame for me? But the atmosphere in the courtyard was already intensifying. Lin Fan knew that if he didn't explain himself clearly, he might soon be shouldering the blame unjustly.
He slowly stroked his chin, sighed deeply, and muttered to himself, "I guess I can't hide it anymore. Then, let's not pretend anymore." Everyone's breath caught in their throats. In an instant, it seemed as though Lin Fan had straightened his back, revealing sharp angles. The space between his eyebrows gleamed like the edge of a sword, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. His hands were clasped behind his back, and within a few inches of him, the air seemed to stir without a breeze, while the sleeves of his robe fluttered in the wind. Then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, a mix of 3 parts bitter smile, 6 parts resignation, and perhaps a hint of charm. He spoke slowly in a clear, resonant voice. "At the age of 14, I accidentally wandered into a deep mountain, fell off a cliff, and happened to cling to a green pine tree in the mountain gorge. After narrowly escaping death, I entered a cave between the cliffs, where I discovered the legacy and teachings left behind by a legendary master. Chapter Yi, forced to take the blame." Everyone in the courtyard listened in astonishment. The story of falling off a cliff and finding treasure was something they had heard before, but it was a folk tale, something almost unheard of in real life. However, looking at Lin Fan's current aura and charm, he seemed slightly different from before. I bowed before the remains of my senior master, inherited his teachings, and swore to strive diligently in cultivation to carry forward the innate battle lineage. Lin Fan continued his speech eloquently. However, most people remained skeptical. After all, the story was too fantastical, and it was just this young man's word. Could he be trying to deceive them? Lin Ji, the elder, didn't believe a single word of it. He had lived for half a century, and had never heard of anyone obtaining a miraculous encounter. Such fantastical stories were pure nonsense. After much deliberation, he couldn't help but feel that this matter was somehow connected to Lin Fan. Recalling the deadline set by the family elders for solving the case, he decided to act quickly. Glancing furtively at the box of silver coins, he turned and gave orders to his servants. Seize these stolen goods first and lock Lin Fan up. We'll investigate further before making any decisions. Lin Fan immediately protested, Lin Ji, I respect you as an elder, but you can't slander me. If you take these items away, even if they're returned to me after the investigation, they'll probably be missing some parts. You insolent brat. Lin Ji stepped forward. The family head ordered me to investigate the thief. Everyone must cooperate. You refuse to cooperate, which means you have something to hide. If you have something to hide, you are the most suspicious, and if you are the most suspicious, the thief is likely you. Come with me to the punishment hall. At first glance, these words seemed righteous and well-founded. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ji's hands, covered in calluses, reached out to grab Lin Fan, and the villagers hurriedly dodged to the sides. But tonight was destined to be full of twists and turns. Standing in the center, Lin Fan didn't dodge or flinch. He met Lin Ji's double palms head-on. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air as the two men stepped back, each taking a few paces apart. The tingsekban beneath Lin Fan's feet cracked inch by inch, yet he remained unfazed, not even a scratch on his body. Impossible. Lin Ji's old face betrayed his disbelief. Forging the viscera into the organs, cultivating qi within the 5 viscera. You've reached the peak of viscera cultivation, and are on the verge of attaining the realm of transformed qi. The clan members in the courtyard were even more astonished upon hearing this. Among the crowd, Lin Shang couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. In this world, as far as he knew, martial artists were divided into innate and acquired. Innate masters were already rare, and it was said that the entire Lin clan had only one such master, the elder. With this, the Lin clan was the most prominent clan in Qinghe County. Below that, postnatal martial artists were divided into 3 stages: breath control, organ cultivation, and qi transformation, which were commonly referred to as third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate masters. As the saying goes, literature enriches the poor, martial arts enrich the rich. Martial arts training is extremely demanding on nutrition and finances, and not every wealthy family can afford it. Practicing without proper nourishment only depletes the body, leading to early death. Even in wealthy families, starting martial arts training at 8 years old, with proper nourishment and medicinal pills provided, and progressing gradually to the breathing stage, the first stage of the postnatal realm, it still takes at least 10 years. Unless one is a noble or a privileged child of a wealthy family, like Lin Fan, who reached the second-tier mastery of the organ cultivation realm at the age of 16, such individuals are extremely rare. At least in Qinghe County, it was unheard of. Many clan members in the arena began to believe that Lin Fan might have truly obtained the inheritance of an unparalleled master. Could the legendary protagonist who disguises himself as a weakling to defeat the strong be right beside me? Lin Shang wondered to himself. Does everyone with the character Fan in their name have the protagonist's luck? It wasn't just Lin Shang. Everyone present stared at the young man, who had just gone head-to-head with Lin Ji, with a mix of awe and reverence. Lin Ji was merely a second-rate martial artist. The younger generation present, such as Lin Shan and Lin Shu, hadn't even reached the qi transformation realm yet. They weren't even true martial artists, strictly speaking, just lowly novices. Yet someone like Lin Fan, a second-rate martial artist, could already make a name for himself in the martial arts world. Enough. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a stern expression emerged from the inner courtyard. This was Lin Jinyue, the current head of the Lin family, and a renowned first-rate martial artist in Qinghe County. Even the county magistrate would treat him as an equal and show him proper respect. He glanced at the silver notes on the ground, then looked at Lin Fan. The personal opportunities of family disciples belong to them alone. The family will not appropriate them. However, regarding the theft of the Spring River Playful Mandarin Ducks painting, you do bear some suspicion. He then pointed at Lin Ji and several other managers. Tomorrow, go to all the pawn shops, auction houses, and even the black market in the city to investigate whether there are any traces of the Spring River Playful Mandarin Ducks painting. Then he turned and left, leaving behind a parting remark, Lin Fan, follow me. The rest of you may go. Lin Ji, though his old face couldn't bear it, and he felt resentful, could only obey. Late at night, the crowd dispersed sparsely, whispering and discussing tonight's events, mostly about Lin Fan's practice of cultivating his internal energy. Lin Shan returned to his small hut alone, clutching his pile of old junk. He was relieved that Lin Fan had disrupted the plans tonight, forcing him to take the blame, and diverting the attention of the family elders and clan members. Otherwise, if they had continued to investigate further, who knows what might have happened. Sitting on the bed, he recalled that his peer Lin Fan had already entered the internal cultivation phase, and become a second-rate expert, while he hadn't even entered the first threshold of the postnatal realm, the breathing realm. Could Lin Fan be the one who traveled through time? Lin Shan was startled by his own thought. Though he felt bitter inside, he couldn't neglect his daily cultivation routine. Lin Shan pulled out the qi gathering pill he had just received from the clan today. As the name suggests, it was a common pill designed to help unranked martial artists gather qi. Outer courtyard disciples of the Lin family could receive 1 bottle per month, each containing 10 pills, with effects that were average at best. Just as he was about to swallow the pill and begin his cultivation, the transparent interface that had appeared in the study earlier that day reappeared before Lin Shan's eyes. Qi gathering pill. Quality, unranked. Description, slightly increases qi cultivation speed, slightly reduces meridian damage, has mild blood activating and stasis resolving effects, and provides some nourishment for qi and blood. Reinforcement requirements, Yi points. Chapter Sam, Meridian Opening Pill. Qi Gathering Pill. Quality, Substandard. Description, slightly increases qi gathering cultivation speed, slightly reduces meridian damage, has mild blood activating and stasis resolving effects, and provides some nourishment to qi and blood. Reinforcement requirement, Yi points. Lin Shan stared intently at the prompt before him, his mind completely consumed by excitement. The trouble he had caused earlier that day had been completely forgotten. His golden finger had indeed not abandoned him. He then began to ponder the yongtou of this interface. The qi gathering pill need not be explained. He had been receiving it from the clan since he was 10, and its effects were exactly as described. This pill itself was made from the essence of a ferocious beast and various herbs, aiding martial artists in cultivating inner energy, nourishing their essence, and enhancing qi gathering speed, among other auxiliary functions. Due to differences in innate talent, the strength of one's meridians varies from person to person. When moving qi and blood, the meridians are constantly flushed, and some people can only train for an hour before they must stop. Forcing oneself to continue would damage the meridians, leading to internal injuries over time. Therefore, each person's daily cultivation time is limited. With the assistance of the pill, efficiency and duration can naturally be improved. After all, the pill requires numerous materials, and only large families can afford to supply them. Take the vast Lin family as an example. Outer courtyard branch disciples can receive sup pills per month, while inner courtyard direct lineage disciples receive some sup pills. This is equivalent to taking pills daily for cultivation, meaning that under the same qualifications, their cultivation speed is 3 times that of outer courtyard disciples. Moreover, over time, the gap widens further, and the collateral branches can never catch up with the main branches. It is said that some high-ranking elders' own children treat these basic elixirs like candy. Therefore, by the age of Suplok, 1/3 of inner courtyard disciples can enter the qi transformation realm and become postnatal martial artists, while only a handful of outer courtyard disciples can cultivate true qi. After reaching adulthood, they have no choice but to leave their families and work menial jobs in the family's external businesses. Of course, Lin Fan, the outcast, is an exception. After tonight's events, Lin Shan no longer considers him human. Reinforcement required, Yi points? Can this thing be reinforced? While examining the pills in his hand and staring at the transparent panel before him, Lin Shan rubbed his chin in deep thought. It seemed that his golden finger, which had arrived 10 years late, was an enhancement cheat code that could enhance and upgrade items from this world. However, there was no manual explaining how to enhance them, or what they would become after enhancement, leaving him to figure it out on his own. According to the panel's prompts, it didn't seem to be a matter of enhancing items out of thin air, but rather required enhancement points. Qi gathering pill required Yi points, which should refer to the ancient aura he had absorbed from the ancient painting earlier. He then found a corresponding number in the top right corner of the panel. Could the cheat have already been activated, and I just happened to obtain the enhancement points today, triggering its activation? Lin Shan speculated briefly that enhancement points must be obtained from external sources, with the key being the ancient charm he had seen during the day. But what exactly is ancient charm? Since it appeared in the painting Spring River playing with mandarin ducks, is it related to antiques? With too little information, he couldn't figure it out and had to set it aside for now. He shifted his focus back to the Qi gathering pill in his hand, wondering what it would become after enhancement. Why not give it a try? Lin Shan decided to give it a try to see what unique abilities his golden finger possessed. Without much hesitation, he concentrated his mind on the enhancement panel and firmly confirmed his decision. Enhance. A brilliant light flashed on the palm of his hand. The pill, which had been thumb-sized and faintly reddish, suddenly transformed. It transformed into a smooth, round pill with a faint fragrance, pale red in color, as large as a lychee. The top had a faint halo that was barely noticeable without close inspection. The transparent interface before his eyes also changed, revealing a new description. Meridian opening pill. Quality, postnatal. Description, has a certain chance to assist in opening the Shanzhong acupoint, cultivating the Dan Tian, and gathering essence and qi. Possesses moderate blood nourishing effects, mild blood activating, and stasis resolving effects, and subtle bone marrow cleansing effects. Reinforcement requirements, say points. Wow. Lin Shan stared intently at the enhancement panel before him, his eyes wide with excitement. He was fixated on the two phrases in the description, has a certain chance to help open the Shanzhong acupoint, and cultivate the Dan Tian. For ordinary people, cultivating true qi to become a true martial artist, and gain the ability to venture into the martial arts world requires opening the Shanzhong acupoint, and the Dan Tian. So a single qi gathering pill, once enhanced, becomes a precious elixir that transforms an ordinary person into a martial artist. Lin Shan's hands trembled slightly as he held the lychee-sized pale red pill, his throat dry and his voice trembling. He had been cultivating for nearly 10 years since his reincarnation, practicing qi cultivation daily without fail, yet he hadn't even touched the threshold of the martial artist realm. But with this pill, he now had the chance to attempt to break through to the qi transformation realm ahead of schedule. Moreover, his Suplopth birthday, the coming-of-age ceremony, was approaching. Once he left the protection of his clan to venture into the outside world, he would need strength to ensure his survival. As Lin Shan rejoiced, he noticed that this enhanced pulse opening pill could apparently be further enhanced through the enhancement panel. The original qi gathering pill was of poor quality, but after enhancement, it became a post-heaven danya. What would it become if enhanced again? A xin tin danya. Lin Shan began to daydream about what would happen if he were to consume a xin tin danya in one go. However, further enhancing the pulse opening pill required say points, and the ancient charm, remaining on the enhancement panel was only some points, insufficient to support his fantasies. Forget it, let's focus on breaking through the current realm first. After quietly meditating for a moment, Lin Shan gathered his mind and slowly entered a state of cultivation. As his breathing gradually stabilized, his qi and blood circulated through his body 3 times, and he felt his condition was at its peak. He swallowed the pulse opening pill in one gulp, chewed it thoroughly, and swallowed it down. He slowly felt a stream of heat spreading throughout his body along with his qi and blood, growing stronger and stronger. The immense potency of the pill was incredibly gentle, spreading step by step from his abdomen, rising upward. Unconsciously, it felt as though a flame was burning within him, and wisps of white mist began to emerge from his ears and nose. His entire face faintly glowed red, as if he were standing in the midst of a blazing furnace. Lin Fan repeated the exercise over and over again, until he felt the qi and blood had reached their peak, and his meridians could barely withstand the pressure. He suddenly channeled all his vital energy toward the Shanzhong acupoint, surging forward like a mighty river. With unstoppable momentum, it broke through the barrier and opened the dantian. The vital energy throughout his body converged like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, slowly forming a vortex. True Qi. Opening the middle dantian and cultivating true Qi signified becoming a post-natal martial artist. True Qi can temper the flesh, bones, and tendons externally, and regulate the breath and heal injuries internally. Moving through the martial arts world with the speed of the wind, one has truly opened the door to cultivation. At present, Lin Fan has entered the Qi transformation realm, cultivated true Qi, and can be considered a third-rate expert in the martial arts world. Further cultivation increases internal power. When refined to its peak, it generates hidden energy. Then, by refining the internal organs and tempering the physical body, one reaches the organ refinement realm. Upon mastering hidden force, one can cultivate transformative force, enabling them to imbue their palms and swords with true Qi, every movement in harmony with the heavens and earth, reaching the transformative force realm. After achieving perfection in the postnatal realm, one opens the run and du meridians and cultivates the upper and lower dantians, reaching the prenatal realm. True Qi can be projected outward, plucking flowers and leaves, and killing enemies with a flick of the finger. That is another realm entirely. Lin Fan didn't dwell on these thoughts for long. He first gathered his Qi in the dantian, stabilizing the new realm, and slowly adjusted his breathing to continue his cultivation. 2 hours later, he felt a sense of fullness in his meridians, slowly ceased his practice, opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he exhaled a breath of stale air. Although I still have a long way to go to catch up with Lin Fan, I now have a connection. His opportunities seem no better than mine, and I'm sure I'll have a chance to catch up someday. The ordinary life he had led in the decade before his reincarnation had gradually led him into despair, but after tonight, he had regained his confidence. Strengthening ancient rhythms. How do I find them? Outside the window, it was already the 5th watch of the night, with a few stars in the sky, and the shadows of trees dancing in the moonlight. With his thoughts swirling, Lin Fan lay on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chapters say, can weapons be enhanced? At dawn, on the square behind the family mountain, hundreds of outer courtyard disciples practiced swordplay under the guidance of their instructors. From a distance, they appeared disciplined and unified, reminiscent of the sword techniques of the Shu Mountain sword sect. However, upon closer inspection, each movement was slack, limbs stiff, clearly everyone was slacking off. Lin Fan, who arrived late, rolled his eyes. This was practically the same as the broadcast calisthenics exercises from his previous life in middle school. The instructors were just retired seniors collecting a pension, doing the bare minimum. The sword techniques they taught were basic at best. You couldn't expect them to be effective in combat. Moreover, the disciples had grown up in the Lin family, and had never experienced any real combat, so they naturally lacked motivation. Lin Fan squeezed into his spot in the sword practice group, just about to start slacking off. But he heard his fellow disciples whispering nearby. Hey, have you heard? Our outer courtyard's Lin Fan was reportedly admitted to the inner courtyard last night. That's impossible. The inner courtyard is reserved for the direct descendants of the clan. How could an outsider get in? See, if I told you it was the second elder who insisted on taking Lin Fan as his adopted son, and even plans to marry his daughter to him? B was shocked. What? The second elder's daughter, Lin Sanni, is my idol. How could they be so careless? See, it's said that Lin Fan's lineage is extraordinary. He's the true disciple of the legendary master Bao Dao from the Xintian Zhongxi lineage, and he's already cultivated his internal organs despite being underage. In terms of strength, he's already surpassed the inner courtyard. It's said that last night, the elders from all the branches went crazy fighting over Lin Fan. Wow, that's terrifying. The new generation is pushing aside the old. That's right. Lin Fan has the potential to become an emperor. See, this boy must not be allowed to stay. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the person, all with expressions that said, "Something's off with you." Well. I've been staying up late reading novels lately. Don't take me seriously. Lin Fan also looked over in surprise. The young man had dark circles under his eyes as dark as a national treasure, and his entire body exuded weakness, looking like a weakling. At that moment, he was desperately pleading with those around him not to spread the news. Some opportunistic individuals, however, were secretly scheming, their eyes darting around as they pondered their next move. After the brief interlude, Lin Fan drew his sword, intending to do some calisthenics to stretch his muscles. Suddenly, the transparent panel in front of him appeared again. Iron sword. Quality, common iron. Description, an ordinary sword. Required for enhancement, Yi points. Lin Fan paused for a moment, suddenly recalling that after enhancing the elixir last night, he had been fixated on breaking through to the post-heaven realm. He had even spent the entire night pondering how to obtain the ancient aura, leaving no room for other thoughts. Now he realized that if the elixir could be enhanced, other items might also be possible. After all, the Golden Finger ability had only been activated yesterday, and he needed to explore it further on his own. However, this sword was issued uniformly to disciples by the clan, so it was naturally not something to expect much from. The description, ordinary and unremarkable, was also rather dismissive, and Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Ordinary iron, what level can it reach after enhancement? Yesterday's chi gathering pill was just a low-grade item, but after enhancing it by Yi points, it became a pulse-opening pill suitable for a post-natal martial artist. This sword is clearly also subpar, and only needs Yi points of enhancement. Comparing it to the pulse-opening pill, Lin Fan recalled the powerful effect of the pulse-opening pill last night, which had directly propelled him, someone who hadn't even perfected chi gathering, to break through the realm and enter the post-heaven chi transformation realm. Could this sword become a legendary weapon in the martial arts world? Cutting through gold and jade, slicing through iron like mud? As he pondered, Lin Fan looked at the iron sword in his hand as if it were a legendary divine weapon. In the future, he would become an unparalleled swordsman in the martial arts world, drinking wine and dancing with his sword, striking at the heart of the enemy. With a flick of his sword, all the figures before him would fall, none able to stand against him. But, isn't that too flashy? Lin Fan hesitated, carefully analyzing the consequences. I'm just a novice who has just entered the chi transformation realm. Possessing a divine weapon might attract others' envy. Last night's incident with Lin Fan and Lin Ji is a perfect example. But the difference was that Lin Fan had already cultivated his internal energy to the point where it had entered his organs, and was about to enter the chi transformation realm. Not only had he inherited the martial arts of a Sinteen stronger, but he had also demonstrated unique potential within the Lin family. Therefore, the higher-ups are willing to recruit and nurture him. While he is currently outstanding in the outer courtyard, there are numerous direct descendants of the inner courtyard who have already entered the Huatian Qi exchange realm. Moreover, as far as he knew, none of the family elders were said to possess divine weapons or treasures. Having been in this world for 10 years, Lin Fan had long since seen through its true nature a world of the strong preying on the weak, with no real rules or regulations. Only the strong survive. Last night, when Lin Ji openly tried to embezzle Lin Fan's opportunity, no one from the clan dared to reprimand him. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to such behavior. After a while, when the sun had risen high in the sky, the instructor shouted to dismiss everyone. Lin Fan suddenly thought, if pills and weapons can be enhanced, what about martial arts manuals? If he could think of it, he could do it. Lin Fan sheathed his sword, and was the first to rush home. Seeing this, the instructor couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This batch of outer courtyard disciples is no good. Each generation is worse than the last. When will they ever be able to make a name for themselves in front of the main lineage? He couldn't help but recall his own youth, when he was also an outer disciple. Even after he had traveled the martial arts world, and achieved the cultivation of the refined viscera realm, he still couldn't be accepted by the main lineage. The bloodlines of the noble clans are rigid and unyielding, one cannot join them through mere effort. Yet, for some reason, he couldn't help but think of Lin Fan from last night. What a lucky youngster. Lin Fan hurried back home, and grabbed the old book that had been flipped through countless times from the bedside table. Sure enough, the interface appeared as expected. Clear wind sword technique. Quality, subpar. Description, basic sword techniques with little practical use, intended solely for display. As minor health-enhancing effects. Required for enhancement, Yi points. Ugh. I knew this crappy sword technique was useless. What a waste of my precious mornings. I could have slept in instead. Lin Fan angrily threw the sword manual on the ground and picked up the second one. Songhaju. Quality, post-heavenly technique. Description, the Lin family's exclusive internal cultivation technique, naturally imbued with true qi, but with slightly reduced offensive power. It has healing effects and, upon mastery, provides a mild longevity bonus. It can be cultivated to the peak of the post-heaven realm. Requirements for enhancement, say points. Chapter Mysterious Buddha Statue. Martial arts manuals can indeed be enhanced. Lin Fan held the Songha decision in his hands. This martial arts manual could be cultivated to the peak of the Huajin stage, which was sufficient to cause a frenzy in the martial arts world. The Lin family naturally wouldn't withhold anything from the outer disciples, but the clan's innate martial arts techniques had always been kept within the family head's lineage. The outer disciples' techniques lacked lethality, but they could extend one's lifespan, and had a chance of cultivating top-tier experts. Once an outer sect disciple becomes a top-tier expert, the Lin family would recruit them as an outer sect elder, while also ensuring they pose no significant threat to the main lineage, preventing any upheaval within the family. This Songhaju is already a technique capable of cultivating the peak of the post-natal realm. If it could be enhanced. Innate. It must be an innate cultivation technique. Lin Fan clenched his fists in excitement. The upper limit of a cultivation technique naturally raises its lower limit. Innate cultivation techniques are superior to post-natal techniques in every aspect: the quality of true qi, its power, cultivation speed, and depth. If Lin Fan could switch to an innate cultivation technique, it would greatly accelerate his cultivation progress and lay a solid foundation for the future. However, the Lin family's innate cultivation techniques were out of the question. He wasn't the clan leader's biological son. There was no way he could inherit such a technique. To advance from postnatal to innate, 4 points are required. Lin Fan began to calculate how to obtain the ancient melody. Previously, he had absorbed points from a painting titled Spring River Playing with Mandarin Ducks, leaving him with some points remaining. The innate cultivation technique was within reach. Half a quarter of an hour later, at the family's external affairs hall. Reporting to the elder, "This is the task I was assigned today." Lin Fan respectfully handed the identity token to the bald middle-aged man before him, sighing inwardly at how tedious and exhausting the tasks in the external affairs hall were. Looking at the attendant, who was not yet seizup and already bald, he couldn't help but feel pity. The steward glanced at the task card labeled "Pawnshop Errands" sighed, and quickly registered him before waving him off. "Go ahead." Lin Fan exited the Lin mansion. The streets outside were bustling with people, vendors, cries filled the air, and those heading to the morning market hurried along. He arrived at an old-fashioned shop in the eastern part of the city. The signboard above the door was adorned with 5 large characters in gold paint. Lin's pawnshop. One of the Lin family's businesses, it was the most renowned and reputable pawnshop in the vast Qinghe County city. On ordinary days, city dwellers who needed to purchase property or engage in business transactions would bring their family's treasured gold, silver, jade, or antique items to the pawnshop to secure a loan. The shop naturally had experienced and professional appraisers to determine the authenticity of the items, so most of what was accepted as collateral were genuine pieces. Lin Fan could think of no better place to find antiques than here. After all, after accidentally obtaining the ancient charm enhancement point last time, he had thoroughly searched everything around him but couldn't find anything else with that quality. Lin Fan pondered deeply. Why did only the Spring River Playing with Mandarin Ducks have the ancient charm attribute, while other items did not? The difference must lie in antiques or folk fame. Though his thoughts were still vague, it was at least a direction. So he volunteered to work as a laborer at the pawnshop, hoping to verify his hypothesis. After all, pawn shops had plenty of antiques, and he didn't need to take anything with him. As long as he could get hands on experience and absorb the ancient charm, that would be enough. Lin Fan's mind was racing with calculations. Upon entering the shop, the reception area featured antique-style tea tables and chairs, along with decorative items like artificial mountains and flowing water. Beside them were iron doors and counters, where an elderly man with silver hair sat on a wicker chair, fanning himself and taking a rest. Shopkeeper, I am Lin Fan from the outer branch of the Lin family. I have come to await your instructions. The shopkeeper, naturally a member of the Lin family, was entrusted with managing the business. Glancing over at the newcomer, he noticed it was a different errand boy today, and didn't bother to stand up, instead saying to himself, you're here early. Since there aren't any customers right now, go to the back room, and dust off these treasures on the shelves. The shopkeeper tossed him a set of keys and walked away. Lin Fan was more than happy to oblige, unlocking the iron door and entering the back room. The back room was even larger than the living room, with 8 rows of shelves, each 5 zhang wide. They were filled with various gold and silver jewelry, antique agate, landscape paintings, and more, all items pledged as collateral. Goodness gracious, so many treasures. No wonder you're the boss of the county pawnshop. Lin Fan nervously wrung out the cloth, and began to carefully sort through everything, taking great care with each movement. If he damaged even one item, he wouldn't be able to afford to replace it. Outer door disciples only received 1 tael of silver as monthly allowance, which amounted to just 2 or 3 taels after 10 years, even after saving every penny for his upbringing and martial arts training. A quarter of an hour passed. Lin Fan had wiped down the first row of shelves, examining every single item, but no clues appeared. Among all these treasures and antiques, not a single one met the criteria. Lin Fan realized that he had been too simplistic in his initial thoughts. But it made sense. If ancient antiques with such profound historical significance could be found so easily, he wouldn't have spent 10 years before his golden finger finally activated. There were still 7 more rows of shelves to go. Keep searching. Soon, the second shelf was finished, and nothing happened. The third row. The fourth. Finally, he had thoroughly searched all 8 rows of shelves, but there was not a single clue. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine, like a cold wind blowing in the dead of winter, piercing to the bone. If there were background music at that moment, it would undoubtedly be one cut of Plum Blossoms for him. How is that possible? Spring River playing with Mandarin ducks is only a 500-year-old masterpiece. Looking at the labels, there are even older antiques here. Why isn't there a single one? Lin Fan was utterly baffled. Why did Spring River playing with Mandarin ducks alone possess such ancient charm? They were all antiques. What made it so different? Unnoticed, it was already noon outside, with the sun blazing down, baking the streets. Inside the shop, it remained cool and breezy. The shopkeeper, seeing how engrossed he was, had added ice cubes to the incense burner himself. Lin Fan stepped out of the shop, feeling frustrated. He looked at the bustling street outside, with people coming and going, busy with their daily lives, all striving to make a living. If I can't find the ancient charm and enhance the panel, will I end up like them, living a mediocre life? Lin Fan sighed inwardly. From last night to this morning, the euphoria of discovering the golden finger had vanished, and after such a roller coaster of emotions, he had no choice but to clear his mind to regulate his mood. After a long while, he returned to the shop, which was as quiet as ever, like a pawnshop. Lin Fan looked around and suddenly noticed the dark back of the last shelf, where something seemed to be hidden. These items aren't on the shelves and seem to have been neglected for a long time. Upon closer inspection, he found they were old antiques covered in dust and cobwebs. Lin Fan picked up the ledger nearby and flipped through it to understand. These were all expired collateral items, left unclaimed for so long that they had been moved to the corner to make space. According to the usual rules, if the original owner of the collateralized items couldn't repay the loan on time, the interest would double. If they still couldn't repay during the interest rate hike period, well, sorry, that family heirloom wouldn't belong to them anymore, it would become the Lin family's property. The items before him were nearing the end of their term, had gone unclaimed for years, and were thus piled in the corner. Lin Fan couldn't pass this up. He would seize any chance to obtain something with ancient charm. With the mindset of better to kill the wrong one than let the right one go, he reached out one by one. Moments later, when he finally reached the last one, a lotus Buddha statue nearly a foot in size, the long-awaited panel appeared before his eyes. Mysterious Buddha statue. Ancient charm, get point. Should I absorb it? Chapter Lo, Innate martial arts techniques. Lin Shan's calm heart began to race again. A ray of hope appeared, and he searched for him among the crowd. He glanced back nervously at the shopkeeper, only to find him still lying on the wicker chair, feigning sleep. He had been there all morning, not moving an inch. Coming to his senses, Lin Shan examined the Buddha statue once more. Its base was a 9-tiered lotus platform, atop which sat an ancient Buddha of unknown origin. The Buddha's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow. From the craftsmanship, it did not seem to be the work of a master sculptor. It was rough and careless, with uneven surfaces, and the entire statue was a deep, glossy black, appearing to be carved from wood. What is the origin of this Black Lotus Buddha statue? It feels like a mass-produced item, but it does seem quite old. Flipping through the ledger, there was an appraiser's evaluation. The material and craftsmanship are similar to those of ordinary Black Lotus Buddha statues, but the age can be traced back years, and it is worth yi sup gold. 20 gold pieces are equivalent to yi bat taels of silver, but upon examining the appraiser's handwriting, similar to other Black Lotus Buddha statues. Has he seen other Buddha statues of the same type? Lin Shan quietly noted it down, intending to investigate further. Clues about this style of Buddha statue might lead him to other ancient artifacts he had acquired. The only concern now was that when he had absorbed the spring river playing with mandarin ducks painting, the ancient painting seemed to have been suddenly stripped of its support and turned into dust. What kind of commotion would this Black Lotus Buddha statue cause? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Shan thought that if he could obtain this ancient charm, he could immediately begin cultivating the innate martial arts techniques. Ultimately, temptation overcame his hesitation. Go for it. After searching through every antique in the pawnshop, this is the only one. If I miss this, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Who cares about the consequences? Just go for it. Lin Shan growled furiously in his heart, his hands moving swiftly as he followed the prompts on the enhancement panel. Absorb. The Black Lotus Buddha statue on the ground flickered with a faint light, then seemed unchanged. However, in the transparent enhancement panel in the upper right corner of Lin Shan's vision, the number changed from Sam to say, few. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Shan closed the panel and returned to his senses, carefully observing the statue. He finally noticed that it was now covered in cracks, fine and intricate, intertwined and complex. Lin Shan gently moved his hand away from the statue and exhaled slowly. He had no doubt that if he applied even the slightest force, the statue would crumble like sand, turning into a pile of fine particles. After doing something so reckless, Lin Shan glanced furtively at the shopkeeper to make sure he hadn't been noticed, then tiptoed out of the back room and stepped out of the shop. The street was already deserted, with only a few scattered birds. No one wanted to be out in the midday sun. Lin Shan brought over a small stool, sat down at the shop entrance, and couldn't wait to fly back to his residence. Soon, faint snoring sounds seemed to drift out from inside the shop. After dusk, the sky turned a deep red. Behind him, he heard the sound of a door being locked. Lin Shan, who had been dozing at the door, felt someone tap him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw the old shopkeeper, looking refreshed and alert. "Young man, it's closing time. Go back and report for duty." The shopkeeper smiled with his small eyes half closed, locked the pawnshop door firmly, and hummed a tune as he walked home. Lin Shan rubbed his sleepy eyes, watching the shopkeeper's light footsteps, and couldn't help but sigh. If this job were in my previous life, I'd just go to work, sleep, and slack off all day, lying around collecting money. That would be so wonderful. He quickly ran back to the Lin mansion, causing a commotion along the way. After eating a quick meal, Lin Shan returned to his residence and took out the Songha decision. Songha decision. Quality, postnatal cultivation technique. Description: the Lin family's exclusive internal martial art, naturally endowed with true qi, but with slightly reduced offensive power. It also has healing effects. Upon mastery, it provides minor longevity benefits, and can be cultivated to the peak of the post-heaven realm. Requirements for enhancement, say points. Lin Shan hesitated not a moment. Enhance. The book he had flipped through for a decade, now yellowed from use, suddenly began to turn pages on its own with a rustling sound. Technique manuals flashed by rapidly, illustrations of human meridians changed in an instant, and the entire book rustled automatically without any wind. In the void, it seemed as though a supreme rule was altering the contents of the book. Words disappeared and reappeared, and countless streams of colored light converged on the pages to form a rainbow. Snap! The book closed again, transforming into a brand new manual in the hazy white light. Zhengchun Gong. Quality, innate martial art. Description, can be cultivated to the peak of the Xintian realm, significantly increasing cultivation speed, and possessing certain longevity-enhancing effects. Upon mastery, one's true qi becomes long and thick, capable of healing internal injuries in the meridians. Derived technique, Duanji Palm. When struck against an opponent, it can disrupt their vital energy. When applied to plants, it can extract vital energy to aid in healing. Requirements, 5 points. No wonder it's a Xintian technique. Not only is its power impressive, but it also comes with a bonus-derived martial art. Lin Fan was overjoyed. The Xintian Gongfa innate martial art Zhengchun Gong had a much faster cultivation speed than postnatal martial arts. As for extending lifespan, it wasn't particularly appealing to a sub-year-old like him at the moment. Although the description didn't mention the Zhengchun true qi's offensive power, judging from its endless internal energy and ability to heal meridians, it should be able to withstand attacks and sustain prolonged battles, at least ensuring survival. The derived martial art, Duanji Palm, was even more astonishing. Shattering an enemy's life force was understandable, but absorbing energy from plants to heal wounds? Were innate martial arts truly this miraculous? Given Lin Fan's current understanding, he can't fathom the principles behind it yet, but he'll practice it anyway. As for whether the innate cultivation technique can be further enhanced, he has no trace of ancient essence left, so he can only dream of such things. After a night of rest, Lin Fan, who had recultivated the Zhengchun technique, felt refreshed and invigorated. The qi in his dantian was now a vibrant green, replacing the previous white qi. True qi can change colors? Could there be 5 elements like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? But why have I never heard of this before? Lin Fan looked puzzled. Based solely on the Zhengchun technique, and the description provided by the enhancement panel, he couldn't help but speculate. However, other clan members also practiced techniques like the blazing fire technique and rolling stone decision, yet he had never heard them mention red, yellow, blue, or green true qi. Lin Fan could only attribute it to the mystical nature of the innate cultivation technique. After all, the enhanced interface wouldn't lie to him. Over the next few days, after finishing his work at the pawnshop, Lin Fan, to avoid suspicion, naturally couldn't go back there. He asked the manager for a different menial task to do. While doing his menial tasks, Lin Fan studied and familiarized himself with the newly acquired innate cultivation technique. These days were quite fulfilling. But good things don't last. 5 days later, at dawn on the back mountain. Have you heard? A powerful stranger arrived in Qinghai County yesterday, stormed into our Lin family pawnshop, and caused quite a commotion. Lin Fan, who was slacking off and practicing calisthenics nearby, immediately perked up his ears to listen. That's right. Apparently, he is a master who has cultivated the Hua Jin technique. 3 of our outer hall attendants were beaten back. Our Lin family is a big target. We never know when we might provoke a top-tier martial artist. But why target a pawnshop? Apparently, the pawnshop damaged an item that the master had pawned 12 years ago. The pawnshop owner is probably in for a world of trouble. You're telling me? Lin Fan heard this and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He roughly guessed the reason behind the incident. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the martial artist's collateral was that Black Lotus Buddha statue. He had originally planned to go back to the pawnshop in a few days to keep an eye out for the appraiser and ask about the whereabouts of other Black Lotus Buddha statues. Good thing he didn't go. He could easily imagine the rage of that master when he entered the pawnshop to redeem his antique and saw the Buddha statue suddenly turn into fine sand. Although the Lin family was a prominent clan in Qinghai County, their ancestral patriarch had long since withdrawn from the world. A top-tier martial artist was a force to be reckoned with in the martial arts world, coming and going as they pleased. It was best not to provoke them unless there was a blood feud if possible. Conflicts should be resolved peacefully. In this matter, the Lin family was in the wrong. It's a pity about the shopkeeper, who took the blame for Lin Fan. Lin Fan silently mourned for the shopkeeper, but he was powerless to do anything. Coincidentally, the first time Lin Fan appeared, he also drew attention away from Lin Shan. The uproar over the theft of the family head's beloved painting had gradually subsided in recent days. It seems we must be more cautious in our actions from now on. One can evade danger once or twice, but not every time. Lin Shan could vaguely foresee the future. His path to seeking ancient charm would undoubtedly be filled with obstacles. Chapter 2: Departure. Before long, it was mid-July, and the coming-of-age ceremony for the younger generation of the Lin family began. A vast crowd filled every corner of the square, with nearly 1,000 people from the main and collateral branches of the Lin family, both inner and outer courtyards. Amidst the commotion, over 100 young men and women stood in neat formation at the center of the square, all of them members of the Lin family's inner and outer courtyards who had turned 16. Among them, the first row had only one person, Lin Fan. After being accepted into the main branch, Lin Fan had caused quite a stir in the inner courtyard due to his unmatched strength, and those who dared to challenge him had all been defeated. Now, he stood alone at the forefront, capturing the attention of everyone present. The second row had over a dozen young people, who had already entered the post-heaven chi transformation realm, with Lin Shan among them. His cultivation as a post-heaven martial artist was no secret, so there was no need to hide it. Having too low a cultivation level made one vulnerable to bullying, so showing off some potential wasn't a bad thing. The remaining disciples in the back rows were those who had not yet become post-heaven martial artists. At that moment, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. The clan elders on the high platform spoke with a rhythmic tone, their words passionate and stirring. With passion and enthusiasm, they first paid tribute to the predecessors, and then looked toward the future. The elders, with their profound internal cultivation, spoke with a voice that resonated deeply, filling the air with their words. The high-ranking officials on the surrounding platforms nodded frequently, their faces adorned with smiles. The invited guests praised one after another, saying that the elderly masters of the Lin family still possessed the might of tigers, and that new talents were emerging one after another. The scene was one of mutual enjoyment and harmony. The young adults participating in the coming-of-age ceremony appeared enthusiastic on the surface, but each harbored their own thoughts. The direct disciples had nothing to worry about after the ceremony. They would continue with their usual routines, just as before. The branches of the family were worried about their future, as leaving the Lin mansion meant no more regular allowances or medicinal pills. Those like Lin Shan, who had reached the post-heaven realm, were still okay, as the chi-gathering pills were still effective, though not essential. Those disciples who haven't become martial artists, if they don't have enough money to support their cultivation, will miss the optimal age. Even if they eventually enter the post-heaven realm, they'll only reach the breathing transformation realm. However, the Lin family is a prominent clan in Qinghe County. In this world, the advantage lies in the guaranteed placement for employment. At least after leaving, they can work in various businesses under the Lin family and won't starve to death, which is already better than most ordinary people. Those with connections at home can secure a good position, while those like Lin Shan, who have no relatives, can only leave their fate to chance. The grand ceremony finally concluded at dusk. Watching the elders on stage wipe the corners of their mouths with a satisfied expression, Lin Shan couldn't help but marvel at their profound cultivation and long-standing energy. Next, the outer courtyard disciples began to gather at the External Affairs Hall, lining up to await their assignments to work outside the estate. The External Affairs Hall was packed with 80 or 90 people. Lin Shan noticed that the person in charge of this matter was none other than Lin Ji, the official who had investigated the incident involving the Spring River playing with Mandarin ducks painting. Behind him, a group of attendants were busy at work, some reciting from scripts, others recording names and details, and still others massaging Lin Ji's back and legs. Lin Shu, accountant at the Lin Ji Inn in the southern part of the city. Lin Shu, weaver at the Lin family textile workshop in the northern part of the city. Lin Fei, butcher at the Lin family meat shop in the east. Lin the steward assigned each of the young men who approached him, determining the course of their lives after leaving the estate. When it came to the chubby young man in front of Lin Shan noticed him secretly slipping a bag to Lin Ji, who flashed a smile. Lin Yan, patrol guard at the brothel in the west of the city. The chubby boy thanked him and turned to leave joyfully, while those around him exclaimed in astonishment. Brothel patrol? Won't that mean being surrounded by beautiful women every day? And get to listen to music for free every day. Maybe even get something for free. If you grow fond of a girl over time, you might even elope. At 16, it's the age of youthful fantasies, and a group of young men drool with envy. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Having been reincarnated twice, he'd seen it all. As the saying goes, with no women in your heart, drawing your sword comes naturally. Women only slow down my cultivation. Taking a step forward, Lin Fan secretly slipped a small packet of silver into his sleeve. Lin the manager slipped it into his sleeve and gave it a feel, furrowing his brows. Lin Fan's heart sank, thinking something was wrong. Did I give too little? There's a full 20 taels of silver in there, almost all my savings from the past 10 years. Sitting in his rocking chair, Lin the steward frowned, silently calculating in his mind. This kid has no background, his parents and relatives are all dead, and these 20 taels are probably all he has. But it's still far too little. However, this young man has already reached the post-heaven breathing realm in his cultivation. Who knows? He might have the potential to cultivate his internal organs in the future. If he gains more experience in the outside world, he might even return and secure a position as an elder. There's no need to offend him. Lin Ji had been working in the outer courtyard for many years, and had a sharp eye for talent. He knew who to manipulate and who to avoid offending. Back then, he had thought Lin Fan had no background and tried to embezzle some silver notes. Later, he found out that Lin Fan had been taken in as a foster son by an elder. The next day, he knelt before Lin Fan and slapped himself in the face to apologize. After all that, Lin Fan was speechless. At this point, Lin the steward didn't think much of it. He glanced at the list of remaining positions and picked one. Lin Fan, bodyguard at the Lin family escort agency in the southern part of the city. Ignoring the astonished glances around him, Lin Fan relaxed and bowed respectfully. Thank you, elder. He then took the token and strode out of the external affairs hall. Behind him, Lin Ji's voice echoed slowly but clearly. Lin Miao, apprentice at the northern city pharmacy. Lin Yu, the guard at the fish pond outside the city. The job of a courier in a courier agency was a matter of personal preference. Encountering bandits or outlaws during a cargo escort was a common occurrence, and seeing some blood was understandable, and even losing a few lives could be excused. If one is timid and only wants to get by, this job is naturally unappealing. However, for some young people with skills who need to earn money and gain experience, it's actually a good opportunity. Moreover, Lin the steward was very generous this time, directly granting him the position of bodyguard. Typically, people start as lowly laborers in an escort agency, then work their way up to become couriers. Only after successfully escorting goods several times, and gaining recognition within the industry can one be promoted to escort master. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with this arrangement. The 20 taels of silver weren't wasted, and it was better than being assigned to another industry, and spending his entire life stuck in the city. Only by traveling far and wide, broadening his horizons, and gaining experience could he grow and potentially find ancient treasures in other places. Lin Fan had considered leaving the Lin family to venture into the martial arts world, but the problem was he didn't have much money. He couldn't very well beg his way through the journey. Moreover, as a time traveler, he had never engaged in life or death battles in this world, and he felt uneasy about venturing out alone. He didn't want to be killed by some bandit leader as soon as he left the city. That would be the end of him. A escort agency seemed like a good place to start, where he could learn the ropes under the guidance of the veterans. Without hesitation, he packed his bedding and belongings and left the Lin mansion, heading straight for the Lin family escort agency in the southern part of the city. After the handover, he moved in that very night. As a bodyguard, he was assigned a small courtyard, which was a significant improvement over his situation at the Lin mansion. Chapter Ba, the first escort mission ends in a raid. Over the next few days, the head manager of the escort agency only briefly met with Lin Fan, offering him a few words of encouragement before leaving. He was then assigned to work under a senior escort leader named Wang as an escort. The Lin family escort agency naturally employed not only members of the Lin family, but also elite professionals from the industry. The escort agency had 3 major escort leaders. Under Wang, there were over 10 escort masters, more than 30 escort assistants, and over 50 miscellaneous laborers, totaling over 100 people. He himself was the only top-tier expert among the 3 head bodyguards, renowned throughout Qinghe County, and the strongest in the escort agency. The manager himself is a direct descendant of the Lin family, and does not participate in escort missions. He is solely responsible for management, and consults with Wang the head bodyguard on major matters. Newcomers typically start by apprenticing under Wang, the senior escort leader, to reduce the risk of early elimination and accelerate their growth, as escorting goods is a dangerous and high-risk profession. Half a month later, at the entrance of the escort agency. At this moment, Lin Shan was wearing a brand new escort agent uniform, holding a newly issued standard issue ring-handled knife from the agency, and chatting with an elderly man in his 60s beside him. This man was also a courier under Wang Biaotu, the oldest among them, and everyone called him Pu Shifu. Pu Master had been practicing the dirty realm for many years, with 4 decades of experience in the escort business, and was one of the veteran masters of the agency. Lin Shan naturally sought his guidance with humility, following him closely, and over the past 10 days or so, they had grown quite familiar with each other. Master Pu, it's been half a month since we've had any work. When are we going to leave the city and venture out? Pu Shifu puffed on his dry tobacco, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that sprayed out of his nostrils like 2 long, sticky dragons, covering Lin Shan's face. Lin Shan coughed several times, choked by the second-hand smoke. In his previous life, this smoke was his arch-enemy, but in the presence of his senior, he could only smile and endure it. Don't rush, young man. You're just impatient. Pu Shifu puffed on his pipe for a while, then said, in a few days, there's a shipment for the government. It needs to be delivered to the neighboring Zhongke County. Everyone under Wang Baotou will be going, and you'll be needed too. Lin Shan hurried over and, with a keen eye, refilled Pu Shifu's pipe with tobacco. That means over 100 men will be deployed? Such a large operation will Master Wang himself be going? Of course. This government shipment is of great importance. Wang the bodyguard must personally escort it to ensure nothing goes wrong. Lin Shan smiled broadly, when we're on the road, we'll need Master Pu to look out for us. Pu Shifu puffed on his cigarette and teased, you little rascal. Just follow me closely and stay alert. Got it. Several days later, at the southern gate of Qinghe County City, a long procession began to exit the city. A group of mules and horses stretched out for over 100 paces, with over 100 people armed with weapons escorting more than 10 cargo carts. The carts were covered with oilcloth, and no one knew what goods were inside. Lin Shan was currently riding in the same cart as Pu Shifu, one on each side, leaning against the cargo behind them, and chatting idly. The laborers followed on foot beside them, while the scouts on horseback rode ahead and behind, keeping watch and scouting the path ahead. They continued on like this for several days, passing through several counties under the jurisdiction of the county seat for supplies, without any incidents. The atmosphere within the convoy gradually relaxed, and even the laborers began to chat and laugh. I heard that after this government escort mission is completed, the escort agency will make a fortune. Whatever they make goes straight into the officials' pockets. What's in it for us lowly laborers? Before he left, Wang the escort leader promised that if the goods arrive safely in Zhongke County, we can stay there for 3 days and enjoy ourselves. All expenses for food, drink, and entertainment will be covered by the escort agency. Oh, that is something to look forward to. I heard that south of Zhongke is the territory of the southern barbarians, where slave traders often capture barbarian women to sell them to brothels. Who knows? It was noon, with the sun shining brightly. The caravan had just left Qinghe County when it came to a halt. Ahead lay a narrow mountain path. On both sides, low mountains were lush and green, with distant peaks rising in the distance. The only path leading into Zhongke was this one, so the escort team naturally sent out scouts to check the safety of the route first. What's the situation? Any news from the scouts? The curtain of the central carriage was lifted, revealing a square face. The only person in the carriage was Wang, the escort leader. The attendant on horseback hurriedly reported, Sir, the scouts have not returned yet. How long has it been? About 15 minutes. Wang Biao furrowed his brows, glanced around, and saw that everyone in the convoy was suffering terribly under the scorching sun, but out of respect for the rules, they forced themselves to endure it. He couldn't help but turn to the guide and ask, "How far is it to the county seat of Zongka?" "About 110 li. There's a county town about 30 li ahead where we can rest." Unfolding the map, Wang Biao glanced at it briefly and realized the guide must be referring to Yongchang County ahead. 30 miles wasn't too far, and if they hurried, they might still make it to the county town in time for an afternoon tea. Leaving his men out in the sun like this was unacceptable. Most importantly, this shipment was of critical importance and must be delivered on time. Any delay would make it difficult to account for the delay afterward. After a moment's consideration, Wang Baotou waved his hand decisively. "No need to wait for the advance party. Everyone, pick up the pace. There's a county town 30 miles ahead where we can rest." The team cheered, and the horses began to move again. As they passed through a mountain valley ahead, Lin Fan, leaning against the escort cart, shifted his position slightly, just about to change his posture to continue dozing off, when suddenly he heard a whistle sound from the mountains around him. As he opened his eyes, he saw countless birds swarming toward the sky from the dense forests around them. What was that sound? "I don't know. Does this valley have a name? I think it's called Luofeng Slope. That name doesn't sound very auspicious." Before Lin Fan could react, he heard a thud sound near his ear. He quickly turned around and saw an arrow firmly embedded in the carriage frame behind him. The arrowhead had already penetrated the wood, and only the arrow shaft was visible, trembling violently. Lin Fan jumped down in fright, feeling his ears in relief. The arrow must have flown just inches from his ear. If it had been off by an inch, it would have hit his head. Suddenly, the wind grew louder around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Puff, plop plop. Arrows flew out from the dense forests on both sides, sending the surrounding crowd into a panic. Horses neighed in fright, and people fell to the ground, struck by arrows. Ambush. Lin Fan had no time to think. The intense urge to survive drove him to quickly find cover and hide. Seeing someone take cover under the wheels of a cargo cart in the chaos, Lin Fan quickly followed suit, crawling under the cart behind him. But he soon realized there was already someone hiding there, none other than Master Pu? "What are you shouting about, you brat?" Pu Shifu calmly reached his hand out from under the truck, taking the water bag from the truck and securing it around his waist. Lin Fan, who had hidden himself well, couldn't help but feel speechless. "What about taking care of me?" He was hiding here without even making a sound. However, Lin Fan also knew that it was just polite talk. When disaster strikes, who has time to worry about others? After a hail of arrows, groups of black-clad figures emerged from the surrounding forests, their heads wrapped in black cloth and faces concealed. Roughly 20 or 30 of them charged forward without a word, brandishing their swords at the escort team. Which hero dares to oppose the Lin family escort agency? If you spare us today, we will reward you handsomely in the future. A loud shout rang out. Lin Fan peeked out from under the cart and saw a figure flash forward in the front ranks. Wang, the escort leader, leaped up with his gun raised, speaking smoothly, but striking with brutal ferocity. With a thrust and a flick of his long spear, 2 black-clad men fell to the ground, clearly dead. From the opposite side of the dense forest, a man emerged, seemingly the leader. He took over Wang's charge, wielding a long sword with deadly precision. The two fought fiercely, exchanging blows while Wang also directed his men. The leader of these assassins is also a top-notch martial artist. Lin Fan hid under the cart, his palms sweating profusely. Around him, members of the escort agency and bandits were engaged in close combat, but it seemed that the two sides were vastly outmatched, with the battle tilted heavily in one direction. The battle between Wang Biao and the black-clad leader was even more intense, with dust and debris flying everywhere, swords and spears clashing wildly. Both sides seemed to be avoiding each other. A master of the first rank had mastered the art of redirecting force, infusing their weapons with true qi. Even a simple wooden stick could split rocks and shatter stone. Such a battle between top-tier martial artists was extremely rare in the martial arts world. "Master Pu, what should we do?" Pu Shifu, with his hands calloused from years of work, pressed them against the ground, peering through the wheel rims with a shifty gaze as he observed the situation on the field. His tone, however, remained calm. "It seems that Wang Diao is at a disadvantage. Let's not rush out just yet. If Master Wang is at a disadvantage, shouldn't we go out to help? Otherwise, if he's defeated, we won't be able to escape either." Lin Shan hurriedly spoke, but his feet remained rooted to the spot, staring intently at Pu Shifu. He always felt that following the old veteran was safer after all. Someone who had been escorting convoys for 40 years, and was still alive must have plenty of experience. Ugh! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sound of a body hitting the ground came from outside the carriage. The black-clad assassin wiped the blood from his knife on the corpse, then turned his head, and his gaze locked with Lin Shan's beneath the carriage. Chapter Gao, The Fall of the Hero. Their eyes locked for 3 seconds. Lin Shan slowly drew his ring-handled sword. The black-clad figure outside, holding his sword, slowly approached the escort wagon. Just as he was about to get close, he suddenly noticed someone hiding beneath the vehicle. The black-clad figure halted, looked around left and right, and seemed to notice that no allies were paying attention to this side. "Excuse me." Before finishing his sentence, he turned and ran off, chasing after another person and swinging his sword at him. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. This was the real world of the underworld. Everyone had only one life, so even bandits treasured theirs above all else. He turned to look at Pu Shifu hiding under the escort wagon. The old man seemed completely unaware of the danger that had just passed, still gazing at the battle unfolding where Wang Baotou was. "I feel like there aren't many of our escort masters on the field." As Lin Shan watched, he also noticed something was off. Most of the people on the field were ordinary laborers and errand boys, while Wang the escort leader had over a dozen escort masters under him. Even the lowest-ranked escort masters were at least at the Qi transformation realm of martial arts cultivation, and those with more experience, like Pu Shifu, had even reached the organ cultivation realm. The black-clad warriors on the field were all martial artists, but even so, with over a dozen martial artists on their side, they should be able to hold their own against so many strong men. "You're still too inexperienced. The bandits are resting and waiting, having built up their strength for a long time. After the arrow storm, they'll charge forward with all their momentum. The people outside can be used to wear down their sharpness. Once the timing is right, the bodyguards will strike, and will be the ones resting and waiting, turning the tables on them." Pu Shifu lectured with an air of superiority. Lin Shan wanted to argue, "Aren't you just playing with people's lives?" But he couldn't bring himself to say it. These lowly laborers who followed the escort agency to make a living, who spent their days tending horses and doing menial tasks, were now being sent to their deaths. All he could do was mourn for them in silence. He couldn't change their fate. This world was a jungle where the strong devoured the weak, and the weak had no right to survive. A bodyguard's life was considered more valuable than that of a commoner. For the sake of victory, one would rather die than let a friend die. After all, ordinary people could be replaced anytime, and there were plenty of them. Every bodyguard had climbed their way up from being an ordinary person, facing death along the way. As the laborers on the field were being killed and injured in droves, the time was right. A loud arrow whistled through the air from the distance, seemingly a signal among the escort masters. Pu Shifu kicked Lin Shan out of the cart. "Kill. Lin Shan? You can fight, but do you really need to kick me?" Lin Shan guessed that the old man was afraid he was cowardly and just watching the show, so he forced him into the fray. He didn't have time to think much about it. Just then, a tall, scarred man in black robes walked toward him. This man had likely killed many people, as the blade of his knife was already dull from repeated use. Drops of blood trickled down the tip of the blade onto the ground. His face mask had been discarded, revealing a scarred face that looked slightly menacing when he smiled. Gulp. Lin Shan's throat tightened. This was his first time in a life-or-death fight. He couldn't help but feel nervous. His mind was a jumble of thoughts, and despite having practiced the clear wind sword technique countless times, he couldn't recall any of it. The scarred man across from him had no idea what Lin Shan was thinking. He hadn't seen such a young novice in a long time, and he was excited. He raised his knife and charged forward, swinging it down with all his strength. Lin Shan had no time to think, instinctively raising his ring-handled sword to parry. Clang! Their bodies crossed paths. Lin Shan felt a numbing sensation in his palms, and his wrists ached as if struck by a heavy hammer. It felt as though he was facing not a man, but a mighty, muscular bear. At the same time, a powerful force surged along the blade from the point of impact, entering his body through his palm, attempting to disrupt his meridians and corrode his bones. Could it be hidden energy? Lin Shan's heart sank. Hidden Force was a unique ability only attained in the second realm of postnatal cultivation, after refining the internal organs. Yet the scarred black-clad man before him was clearly still at the same level as Lin Fan, merely in the breath-changing realm. It could only mean that the opponent had already come extremely close to refining the internal organs, with one foot almost crossing the threshold, and had already mastered the basics of Hidden Force. Fortunately, Lin Fan practiced innate martial arts. Though his Zhongchun true qi was gentle, it immediately surrounded the invading foreign energy, without hesitation, easily eliminating it in a few moves. The opponent let out a slight gasp of surprise, astonished that Lin Fan could break through the hidden energy, but he didn't hesitate, instead closing in again. Clang! In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows. Lin Fan fought left and right, but his opponent was not only powerful, but also deadly with every move. Clearly, he was a seasoned veteran who had spent years cultivating his qi, and had been through countless battles. Both his techniques and skills far surpassed Lin Fan's, forcing him into dangerous situations time and again. Although Lin Fan had also reached the qi transformation realm, he was merely a novice warrior, with no combat experience whatsoever. If it weren't for the thick and enduring true qi from his innate cultivation technique, anyone else facing this ruthless opponent would have collapsed long ago. The scar-faced black-clad man looked at Lin Fan in surprise once again. He hadn't expected this weak-looking young man to be able to hold his own in combat, especially since the true qi within his body seemed to have endless reserves, truly extraordinary. However, how long can you hold out? Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew he lacked practical combat experience, but his innate true qi surpassed his opponent in both quality and recovery speed. As long as he could stall for time, he might eventually wear his opponent down and force him to surrender. The scarred man seemed to have guessed his plan, and began to intensify his attacks, even risking his life in the process. What kind of ruthless criminal is this? He's willing to risk his life from the start. Lin Fan quickly dodged aside. He didn't want to exchange injuries with his opponent. Such a reckless fighter was ruthless toward others and even more so toward himself. If he engaged in a contest of brutality with him, even if he somehow survived, how could he possibly stand his ground against the countless enemies surrounding him? The two figures flickered, moving and dodging, their weapons clashing and flashing white streaks. Occasionally, sparks flew when they brushed against each other, and the whistling sound of the blades was mixed with the fierce wind and rain. For a moment, both of them were slightly out of breath, their stamina severely depleted. At that moment, the scar-faced black-clad man took advantage of Lin Fan's evasion, slashing out with a knife from an odd angle, a masterful move that was impossible to defend against. Lin Fan saw the blade about to pierce him, but noticed the jagged edge on the blade and swung his own blade with all his strength. Clang! The scar-faced man saw that his unexpected strike had failed, feeling a hint of regret, but he remained confident in himself. From their previous exchange, he had completely realized that Lin Fan was a novice, unable to even master basic sword techniques, and had been completely outmaneuvered by his rhythm from start to finish. However, this young man's martial arts techniques were truly enigmatic, like a cockroach that refused to die, stubbornly resisting. This began to grate on him, and he felt an inexplicable sense of impatience growing within him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had gradually adapted to the close combat, relying on the endurance of his innate martial arts to hold on. Through the previous strike, he had also discovered the opponent's fatal weakness, a chipped blade. So, during the occasional close encounters, he deliberately aimed his strikes at the exposed gaps in the opponent's blunted blade, feigning weakness to lull the scarred face into a false sense of security, keeping him constantly under pressure until his ultimate goal was achieved. Clang! The two clashed again and separated. Clang! Half the blade fell to the ground. Both instantly leap out of the combat circle and rush to check whose blade has broken. The scar-faced man stared blankly at the broken blade in his hand. In his haste, he had forgotten that his blade had already become dull from previous use. Now, facing Lin Fan, another skilled warrior, he had made the fatal mistake of engaging him in a fierce battle. The weapon was rendered useless. Lin Fan was taken aback. He never expected that his spontaneous idea in the heat of battle would actually work, and he was overjoyed. Strike while the iron is hot. The ring-handled knife in his hand suddenly felt light as a feather, and the clear wind sword technique seemed to flood back into his mind. The scar-faced man, being an experienced fighter, tossed his broken sword aside, rolled on the ground, and began searching for any remaining weapons on the ground. Lin Fan, of course, wouldn't let up. He chased after the scar-faced black-clad man, hacking wildly, turning the tide of the battle in an instant. The fighting was fierce and relentless. His chaotic wind-slicing sword technique suddenly came alive, flowing like clouds and water, leaving the opponent helpless to defend himself. The scarred man was covered in dust and dirt, nearly coughing up blood from the ordeal. Several times, he nearly reached the weapons near the dead bodies, but Lin Fan swiped them away with his blade. The two of them chased each other for a while, and Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the scar-faced man's incredible mental toughness. No wonder he was a bandit even in a life-or-death situation, he didn't let a single blade touch him. As the two fought fiercely, a loud cry suddenly echoed from the distance. "You've lost." Lin Fan glanced over and saw that 50 paces away, Wang Baotou had been struck by the black-clad leader across the battlefield, flying through the air before landing on the ground with his hair disheveled. He struggled to his feet, using his long spear to brace himself. His chest was covered in blood, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His opponent, the black-clad leader, though his robes were torn, was otherwise unharmed and stood tall and straight. Anyone with eyes could see that Wang Baotou had no chance of winning. The tide had turned against him. The escort masters and the black-clad warriors were evenly matched, and both sides were fighting to the death, waiting for a higher-tier combatant to emerge victorious. The escort masters had been waiting for Wang, the top-tier expert, to defeat the enemy and settle the matter once and for all. However, the outcome was that Wang Biao was now in dire straits, and his defeat was inevitable. Once the leader of the black-clad men was free to act, none of those present would survive. In an instant, everyone on the field paused, weighing the pros and cons. Knowing it was impossible, no one was willing to wait for death. With years of experience traveling far and wide, the experienced escort masters naturally had their own plans. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen figures repelled the enemies and scattered like birds and beasts. Seeing this, the disheveled Wang escort leader burst into a bitter laugh. "Well, brothers, let us each go our separate ways. If anyone survives to return, convey a message to the master on my behalf. I am deeply grateful for his kindness, and I will repay it with my life." His loud voice echoed through the valley. Wang the escort leader finished speaking, then forced himself to stand and charged toward the enemy with his spear raised. Meanwhile, deep within the distant battle circle, the scar-faced black-clad man who had been struggling for survival under Lin Fan's blade finally managed to pick up a steel knife. He sprang to his feet with a sudden leap, looking left and right. Where is everyone?" Lin Fan had already abandoned his opponent when the others scattered, and cleverly followed the crowd into the mountains and forests. Hearing Wang Biao's final cry, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. A first-rate martial artist and a hero of the martial arts world had fallen silently in a foreign land. Even though the Lin family was a prominent clan in Qinghe County, there were only a handful of top-tier martial artists among them, and the loss of one was a severe blow. The world is like a tide, people like water, how few return to the martial arts world. As he sighed inwardly, a figure seemed to dart past him, moving faster than he could. In the midst of his escape, the figure caught his eye, and the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Master Pu Shifu, who was frantically fleeing through the trees ahead, glanced back briefly, and couldn't help but curse under his breath, "It's that little brat again. He's so cunning, he's fixated on me, an old man." He snapped, "You little brat, keep up." In the valley, the ground was littered with corpses. Wang the bodyguard knelt on the ground, his chest impaled by his own long spear, hanging in mid-air. Blood dripped steadily, and he had been dead for some time. The black-clad leader sat cross-legged beside him, regulating his breath and channeling his energy. "Master Guardian, the battlefield has been cleared." A black-clad man approached to report, glancing at the dead Wang Biao at his side. He was shocked that such a renowned martial artist had met his end so mysteriously at the hands of the Guardian. Even in his final moments, he had no idea who he had offended. If he had known the truth, he might have. "You have 2 hours. Once the time is up, you must return and transport this batch of escort wagons to Yongchang County before sunset. No exceptions." The leader of the black-clad men, known as the bodyguard, didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, continuing to focus on restoring his internal energy. The black-clad men in the valley praised the guardian's wisdom, upon hearing this, then ransacked the dead bodies on the ground for valuables, before rushing off in small groups to pursue the target deep into the mountains. After all, murder and arson bring easy money. Who wouldn't want that? 2 hours were more than enough for them. Chapter Sup, the palm strike that severed the machine. Amidst the vast mountains and rolling green waves, 2 figures panted heavily, as they leaned against a tree, none other than Lin Fan and Pu Shifu. What left Lin Fan speechless was that for the first half of the hour, the 2 had been fleeing together, but for the latter half, he had been supporting Pu Shifu as they fled. Yes, that's right. He had thought that Master Pu, with his years of experience and familiarity with escaping through the woods, and as a master of the dirty arts, would be able to lead the way. But it turned out that while Master Pu was indeed skilled in internal cultivation, his age had caught up with him, and his stamina couldn't keep up. After half an hour of running, he could no longer continue, and had to rely on the young man to lend a hand. The bandits shouldn't be able to catch us now, we've run so far. Lin Fan estimated that they had run about 30 or 40 miles in an hour, but fortunately, as martial artists, they could rest and continue running. Pu Shifu panted heavily, took the water bag from his waist, and drank several big gulps, wiping his lips. We should be safe now. I didn't expect you to be able to run so fast. Climb the tree and keep watch. Lin Fan rolled his eyes, climbed the tree in a few bounds, and looked out into the vast forest, with layered peaks and lush greenery as far as the eye could see. He couldn't tell where anyone was, but for safety's sake, he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. About half a quarter of an hour later, amid the rustling of autumn leaves in the forest, a faint scream echoed from about 100 steps to the right. Ah! You're so cruel. Lin Fan, being a martial artist, had decent eyesight. He turned his head to look to the right, and saw 2 black-clad figures searching the body of a corpse in the forest not far away. They've caught up. Pu Shi, who had been hiding under the tree, also climbed up, his face solemn as he looked in that direction. What should we do? Which way should we run? Lin Fan asked in a low voice. We can't escape. They've already discovered our trail. Pu Shifu shook his head, noticing that the 2 men across the way had finished collecting the body, and were slowly following the trail toward them. Lin Fan and his companion had been running frantically the whole way, with no time to cover their tracks. The black-clad men they encountered were clearly part of an organized group, experienced enough to track them down effortlessly. Then let's fight. 2 against 2, we still have a chance. Lin Fan licked his lips. The previous battle seemed to have ignited the fiery blood within him. If it weren't for Wang Biao's defeat, and the scattering of the other bodyguards, he would have certainly cut off the scar-faced man's head. Of course, that was just his own opinion. In Lin Fan's understanding, although the scar-faced man had lost his weapon due to a lucky blow, in a life-or-death struggle, no one talks about fairness. You strike while the iron is hot. Losing the first move meant being on the defensive, and prolonged defense would inevitably lead to defeat. Though the outcome of the previous one-on-one battle was uncertain, Lin Fan believed his chances of victory were still high. Pu Shifu, of course, had no idea what he was thinking and didn't respond. Instead, he kept a close eye on the black-clad figure approaching their hiding spot. When they were about 20 paces away, he suddenly spoke. That tall one is likely at the Qi transformation realm. The short, stocky one in front of him is a master of internal cultivation. Lin Fan didn't know how Pu Shifu had figured that out, but he trusted the old man's judgment and quickly suggested. Let's wait until they reach the tree, then the 2 of us will ambush them together and take out the short, fat one first. The tall, skinny Qi transformation realm practitioner won't be much of a challenge for us afterward. No. Master Pu immediately rejected his suggestion. We must ambush and eliminate the weaker one first, then work together to deal with the stronger one. Lin Fan couldn't help but doubt Pu Shifu's combat ability. After all, he was a 60-year-old man who could barely catch his breath from running. Could he really take on someone who had cultivated their internal organs? If they lost, both of them would be finished. What's that look on your face, you brat? Master Pu looked displeased. I've traveled far and wide for 40 years. In my youth, I was a renowned fighter in Qinghe County. Countless lives have fallen by my blade. Ah, right. If I didn't see wrong, the one who ran ahead in the valley earlier was you, wasn't it? Of course, Lin Fan dared only think this to himself, as he would need this old man's help later. You'll understand once you've been through enough. Always choose the sure thing. A surprise attack on the weak has a high success rate. After that, the two of us can fight one-on-one, and if we can't win, we can retreat. If we kill the strong ones first and fail, we'll end up 2 against 2, and then the situation will be out of our control. Of course, there was one thing Pu Shifu didn't mention. If we're outnumbered 2-1 and can't win, you might be able to escape, but where would an old man like me run to? But Lin Fan, being new to the underworld, found it convincing at first. That's right. It's better to sever one finger than injure 10. Master Pu is truly wise. At that moment, the two black-clad figures were already 10 steps away. The two on the tree held their breath and stared intently. Finally, when the black-clad men tracked them down to the tree, Pu Shifu threw a handful of lime from the tree and shouted loudly. The two men below looked up at the sound, and were immediately blinded by the lime covering their faces. The lime instantly blinded their eyes. Master Pu drew his sword with a swift motion, leaping down from the tree with the grace of a flowing river, and swung his blade toward the short, stocky man. Lin Fan silently praised the move, finding it smooth and seamless, clearly the result of years of practice. He couldn't help but think, this old fox is truly cunning. But wait. Weren't we supposed to kill the weaker one first? Did you cut the wrong person? But by then, the arrow was already on the string, and there was no turning back. There was no time to hesitate, so Lin Fan followed the original plan, leaping down and swinging his sword at the tall, skinny man. The tall, thin man in black was now tears streaming down his face, frantically rubbing his eyes. But he also heard the wind and quickly dodged left and right. However, as Pu Shifu had guessed, being at the same level of cultivation, losing one eye naturally made him no match for Lin Fan. After a few exchanges, he couldn't escape and was struck down by Lin Fan's sword, crying out in pain. Lin Fan stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow, and the tall, thin man's head was severed. An old man in the family is like a treasure. Experience truly comes with age. Lin Fan silently praised Pu Shifu's wisdom. Turning around with his sword raised, he looked aside. The short, fat man in black was indeed a master of internal cultivation. His eyes were bloodshot, and his vision had already returned. He was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Pu Shifu. However, a wound on his chest was bleeding profusely, clearly the result of a successful sneak attack. Pu Shifu was panting heavily as he swung his double blades, while the short, stocky man was striking with his fists, his attacks powerful and fierce. Despite the severe wound on his chest, he was still managing to keep the old bodyguard on the defensive. You little brat, what are you staring at? Hurry up and help me. Lin Fan hurriedly swung his sword and joined the fray. But he didn't realize how much pressure Pu Shifu was under until he actually fought him. The short, stocky man's breath was as heavy as a bull's, and his entire body was filled with surging strength. His palms opened and closed with great force, displaying a clear and organized technique. Unlike Lin Fan's wild swings and slashes, the short, stocky man clearly had mastered palm techniques, undoubtedly possessing a ranked palm technique secret art. Moreover, he had practiced it to perfection, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep the two of them at bay despite his severe injuries. It's important to note that martial arts are abundant in the martial arts world, with techniques like iron sand palm, eagle claw fist, and iron shirt. However, these are all external martial arts, which are considered inferior. True internal martial arts, however, combine internal energy with true qi. They have unique meridian pathways and methods of qi circulation, all of which are closely guarded secrets of major clans and sects. Unless one is a direct descendant of a renowned martial arts clan, someone like Master Pu, who survives by begging and fighting in the martial arts world, would never have access to such advanced martial arts techniques. Lin Fan, backed by the Lin family with innate powerhouses, naturally has access to advanced martial arts. However, he is not a direct disciple, so having the Qingfeng sword technique to practice is already quite fortunate. After exchanging hundreds of blows, Pu Shifu finally found a moment to catch his breath. While continuing to thrust his sword toward his opponent's vital points, he urged Lin Fan. What secret technique do you have? Use it now. With this half-baked sword technique, can you even scratch a hair on his body? Lin Fan cursed inwardly. What secret technique do I have? In my previous life, I only practiced basketball for 2.5 years. In the 10 years since he had been reincarnated into the Lin family, the only exercise he had ever done was broadcast calisthenics. How does the clear wind sword technique work again? Damn it, I always forget when I get nervous. The unfortunate Lin Fan realized that although he had become a martial artist, he had never had the opportunity to learn any proper skills. Wait, no. I think I have a secret technique from my previous life. The palm strike that seizes the machine. Chapters Subject, Counterattack and the Token. Lin Fan suddenly remembered that his enhanced innate technique, the Changchun had a derived secret technique, the Duanji palm. The secret technique required the true qi of the Changchun, which wasn't difficult in itself. He had already mastered it long ago, but had never tested it in practice. This was the perfect opportunity. At that moment, the three were engaged in a fierce battle. Leaves were swirling through the forest. Though the short, fat man had been ambushed by Pu Shifu and suffered severe injuries to his chest, he relied on his abundant true qi and exquisite internal palm techniques to force the two others into retreat. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, sneaking around to the short, stocky man's back while giving Pu Shifu a subtle signal. Pu Shifu, being an old fox, though unaware of the young man's secret technique, could at least guess that he needed his help to provide cover. He immediately hid his left hand behind him, shouted, "Watch out!" and swung his right-hand sword with all his might. His left hand flashed upward. The short, stocky man thought the old fox was about to use a trick, so he quickly dodged and closed his eyes. Lin Fan seized the opportunity and swung his sword. The short, stocky man was no pushover. He closed his eyes, listened for the sound, and countered the attack, striking the side of the sword with his palm. However, Lin Fan took advantage of the moment when the short, fat man was striking the blade, closed in, and his left palm emitted a green glow, directly striking the right armpit of the short, fat man. Boom. Ah! You're tricking me! The short, fat man roared in anger, opening his eyes to find that Pu Shifu's left hand was empty. There was no lime. At the same time, a sharp pain spread from his armpit. After exchanging a few more blows with the two, he instantly sensed something was wrong. After 5 breaths, his right arm began to go numb. After 10 breaths, his entire arm began to wither, shrinking by a full inch. After 15 breaths, he lost all sensation. His skin stretched over his bones, nearly as thin as a bamboo pole. What kind of vicious palm technique is this? The short, stocky man felt a chill run down his spine. Though his original double palms had been able to exchange blows evenly, with one hand rendered useless, he immediately found himself struggling to defend himself. Pu Shi, with his sharp eyes, slowly figured out the technique. Seeing that his opponent's right arm could no longer hold up, he immediately attacked it with all his strength. Under the relentless attack of the old man and the short, fat man couldn't dodge in time, and his right arm was severed at the shoulder. Ugh! With a pained cry, the short, fat man realized the battle was lost. Staying here would cost him his life, so he hurriedly retreated back toward the valley where he had come from. Lin Fan and the other feared he might return to summon reinforcements, so they raised their swords and gave chase. Half a minute later, the short, fat man finally collapsed on the ground, stabbed multiple times, dead as a doornail. Lin Fan collapsed against a tree, took the water bag thrown by Pu Shifu, and drank greedily. After killing a master of internal cultivation alongside Pu Shifu, he had exhausted all his strength and now only wanted to lie down and rest. At the same time, he was amazed by the power of the broken machine palm, a secret technique derived from the Xintian Gongfa, truly formidable. Pu Shifu, standing nearby, was greedily picking through the corpse, and Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the old man's boundless energy. Haha, not bad. There's 100 taels of silver on these two. We've made a fortune. Pu Shifu didn't keep it all for himself. He wrapped up the items he had searched for and tossed them in front of Lin Fan, telling him to count them as well. When it came to money, Lin Fan was wide awake. He quickly sat up and began searching. There were indeed about 100 taels of silver, along with some medicinal herbs for injuries, rations, and 2 hexagonal brown tokens. What a pity. We didn't find the short, fat man's internal martial arts techniques. Lin Fan hadn't recovered from the previous battle yet. Thinking about how the short, fat man had injured his eyes, suffered severe chest wounds, yet still managed to overpower the two of them, he couldn't help but covet his palm techniques. What are you thinking about? Have you ever seen anyone go out to kill someone and bring their own martial arts techniques? Pusher, with his extensive experience in the martial arts world, was unfazed by such things. What are these tokens for? Lin Fan picked up one of the hexagonal tokens. It was worn from long use, and he could vaguely make out the number being air Wu on it, but couldn't determine its material. Suddenly, the Confronting enhancement panel, that had been inactive for a while, popped up. Identity token. Ancient charm, get point. Absorb? Lin Fan jumped up excitedly. Pusherfu looked at him in surprise. What's wrong? Upon seeing the token in his hand, he nodded in realization, sighed in relief, and shook his head. Thankfully, we killed someone from this organization. There shouldn't be any further complications. If it had been another faction, the two of us would have had to flee for our lives. Do you know the origin of this token? Lin Fan, realizing he had overreacted, quickly adjusted his tone and flattered him. Please tell your junior about it and broaden my horizons. This is the Nightingale Order. Pusherfu didn't let him ask for nothing, and began to explain slowly and steadily. 20 years ago, when I was traveling the martial arts world, I met an assassin. After some shared experiences, we became close friends. He once showed me his token. Aside from the number being different, the rest was nearly identical. This assassin organization is called Nightingale. I don't know much about its structure, but I do know that if an assassin is killed by their target after completing a mission, the organization will not avenge them. At the same time, Pusherfu said with an odd expression, this organization has another principle: they recognize the order, not the person. Recognize the token, not the person? What does that mean? Lin Fan had never heard Pusherfu mention such a rumor before. It means that as long as you hold this token, you automatically become a member of Nightingale. If the original owner dies, you automatically take their place. After finishing, Pusherfu advised him. I suggest you discard it. Order tokens can sense each other at close range. The Nightingale is filled with assassins, none of whom are good people. Members occasionally turn on each other. You're new to the underworld, it's best not to get involved in this mess. Lin Fan was amazed by what he heard, but in front of Pusherfu, he didn't dare reveal the existence of his enhanced abilities. He resisted the urge to absorb the ancient aura from the token, and instead picked up another one. To his disappointment, there was no prompt indicating that there was any ancient aura to absorb this time. Compared to the previous token, this one was much newer, with few scratches, and the numbers were clearly visible. Xian Air E. This token might be newly made by Nightingale for expansion, while the previous one was passed down from years ago, Lin Fan speculated silently. Regardless, the Nightingale token was a crucial clue to obtaining the ancient aura. It seemed that the older the object, the higher the chance of obtaining the ancient aura. Pusherfu's words of caution were automatically filtered out by him. The mere possibility of it being connected to the ancient charm was enough for him to refuse to give up the investigation. The two rested for a long time in the forest, but saw no more pursuers. This escort mission was a heavy loss. The only top-tier expert in the escort team, Wang the escort leader, has perished. It's time for this old man to retire from the martial arts world, and return home to enjoy the blessings of my children and grandchildren. Pusherfu stroked his beard, looking deeply moved. You're probably just thinking about the silver you split, and feeling like your retirement fund is enough. Lin Fan didn't call him out on it. After all, they had each split 50 taels of silver from the Nightingale assassin. After all, Lin Fan had delivered the decisive blow at the last moment, and Pusherfu, knowing the rules of the martial arts world, wisely refrained from asking about his palm technique. What are your plans now? Will you come back to Qinghe County with me? Lin Fan furrowed his brows slightly, beginning to analyze how the authorities in Qinghe County would react after the official cargo had been robbed. The authorities would certainly hold them accountable, but the extent of the punishment was uncertain, as no one knew what the cargo contained. Perhaps the old employer, the Lin family, could intervene to protect them, or perhaps they would be made scapegoats to take the blame. All of this was uncertain. Even if the authorities don't pursue the matter, the death of Wang, the top enforcer of the escort agency, and the loss of over 100 skilled men, either killed or injured, would force the Lin family to conscript new recruits and reorganize the Lin family escort agency. In that case, Lin Shan would inevitably have to return to manual labor. After narrowly escaping death, he suddenly gained some clarity and became extremely eager to travel the world. What future could he possibly have by staying in Qinghe County? His natural talents were nothing special, and the only thing he could rely on was the enhanced stats panel. However, he needed a large amount of ancient charm points to make full use of it, so venturing out to seek ancient charm was now his top priority. Moreover, he had no close relatives to hold him back. In the Lin family, he was just an obscure figure. Even if he disappeared, no one would notice him, especially since he had already come of age and left the Lin mansion. No, I plan to travel to Zhongde County for a while. Watching Lin Shan tuck the 2 tokens into his robe, Pu Shifu, who had already guessed his intentions, didn't bother to pretend otherwise. The martial arts world is so vast, who doesn't yearn for adventure in their youth? Moreover, with his mysterious and powerful palm techniques, this young man was cautious and meticulous in nature. Pu Shifu had no concerns for him at all. Then we'll meet again someday. Perhaps before I die, I'll hear of your fame shaking the martial arts world. Pu Shifu laughed heartily, puffing on his pipe, then turned and disappeared into the vast forest with a leisurely stride. That's the kind of carefree spirit a martial artist should have. But at his age, does he still count as a martial artist? Lin Shan watched Master Pu disappear into the distance, then picked up his bag and set off in the opposite direction. It was time to venture out into the world and make his mark. This journey ahead was vast and open, like the sea where fish could leap, and the sky where birds could soar. Chapter Subyi, life is unpredictable, like a big intestine wrapping a small intestine. As evening approached, fiery clouds painted the sky red. After traveling south for about 30 or 40 miles, Lin Shan spotted a small city nestled among the mountains in the distance. Descending the mountain along a winding path, he could see the 2 large characters, Yongcheng, above the city gates from afar. He found a family cutting firewood outside the city, and was told that Yongcheng County was about 100 miles further south, where the seat of Zhongde County was located. Exhausted from the day's journey, Lin Shan did not want to spend the night outdoors. He discarded the clothes from the escort agency and changed into spare garments from his pack. After showing the city guards his travel permit, he entered the small county town without incident. In the town, he found an inn, ordered a feast, and after eating, found an inn and rented a room, where he took a comfortable bath. After all, he now had money in his pocket, so Lin Shan felt more daring. That night, lying on the inn bed, Lin Shan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After all, it was his first time escorting a shipment, and he had just experienced the terrifying ordeal of life and death. Who wouldn't he be unable to sleep? He got up and went to the inn's backyard. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, the stars twinkled in the night, and the crickets chirped softly in the summer night. The outlines of the surrounding mountains could be clearly seen beyond the city walls. Lin Shan practiced the Chongqun technique for a while in the courtyard, then pulled out the hexagonal token he had obtained earlier that day. Engraved on it was Xian Er Shi. This token had been taken from the short, fat man. The other token, marked Bing Er Shi Wu, had already been absorbed by him during their journey, its ancient energy dissipating into dust. Lin Shan sat quietly in the courtyard, deep in thought. After hearing Pu Shifu's description of the Nightingale assassin organization earlier that day, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Would he be targeted by those assassins during his journey to Zhonghe County? Throwing it into the depths of the mountains and forests was risky, as he might never find it again. It would be better to hide it in a reliable place for now, and retrieve it later when his martial arts skills were stronger. After all, if he could use this opportunity to come into contact with more tokens, perhaps he might find more ancient melodies. His own strength was still too weak. As he pondered, he suddenly realized that the night had grown eerily quiet. The previous sounds of insects had vanished, and an eerie atmosphere began to spread. Lin Shan felt the token in his hand growing slightly warm. Following his instincts, he turned his head and saw a figure standing on the wall, positioned directly beneath the full moon. Holding a sword in his arms, the evening breeze rustled his robes, making them flutter in the wind. Black robe, long sword. Despite the cool night air, Lin Shan's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat. His eyes were fixed on the figure, unable to move an inch. For he had seen this figure earlier that day in a valley dozens of miles away. This person had ruthlessly killed the top-tier martial artist Wang Diaodo, leaving a deep impression on him. No doubt about it, it was the leader of the black-clad bandits. Lin Shan's mind was a blank, and he had no time to think. At that moment, the figure in the moonlight extended a hand toward him, and a deep voice echoed, "Hand it over." Lin Shan snapped out of his daze, turned his head, and immediately realized what the other was referring to. He hurriedly threw the token in his hand into the air. The black-clad leader extended his hand, and drew the token toward him with a single gesture. The hexagonal token defied its parabolic trajectory, and flew directly into his hand. After staring for a moment, the deep voice spoke again. Li Fatso was one of the few skilled fighters under my command, yet he died at the hands of a greenhorn, who has just entered the Qi transformation realm. Interesting. Speaking to himself, the black-clad leader let out a mocking laugh, sending a chill down Lin Shan's spine. Li Fatso? Could it be the short, fat man practicing the Dongyang realm in the forest earlier today? That made sense. With his internal martial arts and palm techniques, he must have been trained by the black-clad leader. Otherwise, how could he be so difficult to deal with? Lin Shan broke out in a cold sweat and dared not argue. He had originally planned to study the situation first and find a place to hide, but he never expected the enemy to arrive so quickly. Now that he had survived and the token was in his possession, the outcome was clear. The black-clad leader had lost his most trusted subordinate, whom he had cultivated for years. This time, he had come here to seek revenge. Before he could finish his thoughts, the figure on the wall let out a sinister laugh and suddenly flung his hand. The token was tossed back to Lin Shan. Lin Shan looked down at the token in his arms, feeling completely baffled. Does this mean he doesn't plan to avenge his men? I've heard that members of the assassin organization have unpredictable personalities, so perhaps this makes sense? That worthless fool, Li Fat, is dead and gone. Nightingale follows orders, not people. I have no interest in pursuing the matter further. The black-clad leader finished speaking, glanced at him twice, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light, as if he had seen through the powerful innate true qi within his body. After a moment of thought, he nodded slowly. He has some potential, but not much. Lin Shan? As the words left his mouth, combined with the moonlight projection, the black-clad leader's aura of superiority radiated out, making everyone feel like trash. Lin Shan, who possessed the soul of a time traveler, felt the unknown factors in his genes stir restlessly. Just as he was about to step forward to make small talk, the black-clad leader leaped down, grabbed his shoulder with one hand, and without waiting for him to say a word, lifted him up and leaped over the wall, using the martial arts technique of lifting and leaping, darting across the rooftops of the city. Feeling the night scenery rushing past him, Lin Shan felt like a chick being carried by an eagle, his qi completely immobilized. Clearly his dantian had been sealed. The journey was chaotic, with the wind whipping him constantly. Finally, as Lin Shan felt dizzy, he seemed to have reached his destination, and was thrown into a new courtyard by the black-clad leader. At that moment, his true qi began to circulate again. He shook his head and struggled to his feet, only to find dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him from all sides. Lin Shan now saw clearly that there were over 20 black-clad figures sitting in lotus positions in the courtyard, all of whom he had encountered earlier in the valley. Life was indeed full of surprises. He had seen them during the day, and now saw them again at night, and soon they would all become allies. This is the new recruit. I happened to find him while passing by. He will replace Li Fatso from now on. He will join you on tomorrow's mission. Stay in line until the mission is completed. If anyone dares to disobey. The voices outside the wall grew fainter. The black-clad leader had clearly left, but before departing, he showed some courtesy, tossing a black robe wrapped around a headscarf and face mask onto Lin Shan's head. This is it. Joining the Nightingales? Just like that? They give you a work uniform when you join? Lin Shan hesitated as he put on the assassin's outfit, still unable to believe what had happened to him tonight. Just this morning, he had planned to venture into the world, but now he had been kidnapped by the Nightingale leader, forced into this situation without even a chance to refuse. Coming to his senses, he saw dozens of eyes still staring intently at him, giving him the feeling of being ogled, sending a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the other assassins were merely curious and stopped watching after a moment, closing their eyes to rest and recharge. Only one person continued to stare at him, as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. This guy looks familiar. Although everyone was wearing black face coverings, Lin Fan noticed under the moonlight that the man had a scar extending downward between his eyebrows. Damn it. The scar-faced one. Lin Fan's heart trembled. This guy again. Life is truly unpredictable, like a twist of fate. The scarred man across from him continued to glare menacingly, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Lin Fan had no doubt that if it weren't for the leader's words earlier, the scarred man would have charged at him and fought to the death. After all, during the daytime escort mission, the scar-faced man had nearly been killed by him. No one would just let that go so easily. Even if the scar-faced man had personally said he had let it go, Lin Fan would still suspect that the guy might stab him in the back later. This wasn't about being petty. After all, they were all outlaws in the underworld. Any hint of a threat had to be crushed before it could grow. After all, life was precious, and no one dared to gamble with human nature. So this feud is set. We'll strike first if we get the chance. Lin Fan was scheming in his mind about how to find an opportunity to eliminate the scar-faced man, while he withdrew his gaze and relaxed, regulating his breathing. On the other side, the scarred man seethed with hatred. You little bastard. You were just ambushed and killed during the day, and now you've joined the organization. I never expected you to be such a tough nut to crack. I really underestimated you. Scarface also muttered to himself, regretting his earlier impulsiveness, which had inadvertently revealed his presence. Given the young man's cunning, he must have guessed who he was, but there would be plenty of opportunities later. As he thought, the corners of his mouth beneath the black cloth curled into a savage grin. Chapter Subsam, the legendary assassin organization. At dawn, the black-clad leader arrived in the courtyard. With a simple wave of his hand, he spoke sparingly. Let's go. All the assassins quickly assembled and followed him out in single file. The streets were deserted at that hour. The curfew was still in effect, and the citizens dared not venture out, hearing only the rhythmic footsteps of the black-clad figures. Upon reaching the southern gate of Yongchang City, the group approached, removed the crossbar, and opened the gate, only to find a drawbridge outside. Before the others could lower the drawbridge, the black-clad leader leaped up like a dragonfly, drew his sword, and struck the iron chains of the drawbridge 3 times in quick succession. Clang! The chains snapped with a loud clang. The black-clad leader repeated the same maneuver on the other side, severing the other chain, and the drawbridge crashed down with a loud thud. The assassins looked at each other, dared not disturb the leader's show of strength. You're skilled, you're powerful, just enjoy your moment. The black-clad leader looked at the long sword in his hand, its blade chipped with grain-sized notches. His expression flickered slightly, and he casually tossed it into the moat. Lin Fan, who was among the crowd, noticed this and his eyes flickered, deep in thought. The soldiers stationed on the city walls watched as the group of black-clad figures walked away triumphantly, each of them feeling helpless and frustrated. The big shots can just leave whenever they want. No one's stopping you. Why cause trouble? Are all the masters this reckless? The group traveled south for about 10 miles, dragging out a dozen or so escort wagons from the bushes. They were none other than the batch that Lin's escort agency had been transporting for the government yesterday. It seemed that the assassins had dragged them here overnight yesterday, and today, they were probably being transported to their employers. Lin Fan followed closely behind the convoy, as it gradually moved southward, heading in the direction of Zonka County. After traveling another 30 or 40 miles, they arrived at a desolate, remote area with an abandoned inn nearby. The black-clad leader ordered everyone to rest there. No one dared to ask questions. Everyone found a spot to sit down. Lin Fan and the scar-faced man also separated, consciously keeping their distance from each other. By midday, everyone pulled out their rations and water bags from their bundles and ate in silence. They waited for several hours. As night fell, dust began to rise on the official road in the direction they had come from. Giddy up! Giddy up! Whoa! A group of heavily armored cavalry charged forward, dismounting in front of the inn. There were roughly 20 or 30 cavalrymen, followed by 40 or 50 servants and attendants. The assassins on Nightingale's side grew tense, some even placing their hands on their weapons. The black-clad leader paid no heed to the tense atmosphere, striding forward and asking, "Who is Yang the county magistrate?" A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, dressed like a scholar, wearing a black hat, exuding an air of authority, with a smile on his face, and surrounded by soldiers who stood guard. "I am Yang Huili. Are you the Nightingale's young guardian?" The black-clad leader nodded, made no further remarks, and pointed to the escort cart behind him. Yang Huili nodded slightly and gave orders to his men. "Inspect the cargo." "Yes." One by one, armored soldiers approached the escort cart, searching it thoroughly as if confirming something. Lin Fan, who had cultivated innate martial arts, had keener senses than others. Standing alongside the assassins, he watched the middle-aged official and the Jiang River guardian conversing. Suddenly, he recalled something. If he remembered correctly, the second in command of the Qinghe County officials, the county magistrate of Qinghe County, was named Yang Huili, a loyal confidant of the county governor. Ugh! Lin Fan sucked in a cold breath. The cargo from the Lin family escort agency had been personally selected by the county magistrate, yet now the magistrate's confidant had come to the Nightingale assassin organization to retrieve it. Could it be? Was the county magistrate embezzling public funds? Hiring an assassin organization to pose as bandits and convert this shipment from public to private property? Lin Fan grew increasingly convinced of this possibility. He slowly pieced together his theory, instantly envisioning the entire scenario in his mind. Good heavens! Has the world become so corrupt? The local county magistrate is acting with impunity, and such blatant embezzlement is almost done in broad daylight. Looking at the heavily armed cavalry across the field, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel sorrow for the deceased Wang Biao and the over 100 courier agency workers. They had lost their lives for no apparent reason, indirectly killed by their employer. I wonder what role the Lin family played in all this. With so many cavalry, and the county magistrate dispatched, traveling all the way to Zonka County, as a prominent clan and local powerhouse in Qinghe County, the Lin family must have known about this. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Sacrificial pawns. They had long since become the Lin family's discarded pawns. The Lin family must have struck some deal with the authorities. This shipment must be of great importance, so much so that they were willing to sacrifice the life of a top-tier expert. And if any of the escort guards survive and return to Qinghe County, then what awaits them? Lin Fan thought of Pu Shifu, of the old man's carefree demeanor, as he departed, carrying 50 taels of silver, and smiling with anticipation, dreaming of retiring from the martial arts world to live out his days in peace. I hope I'm wrong. Lin Fan closed his eyes and murmured. About 15 minutes later, the handover was complete. The stable hands and laborers pushed the escort cart and followed the cavalry, disappearing into the rolling dust on the road. At that moment, the sun had just set. Jiang the bodyguard waved his hand once more. "Let us go." The assassins followed him, continuing southward. It was the third watch of the night. After rushing 50 miles, all the assassins were panting heavily and exhausted, but none dared to complain about Jiang Hufa's fast pace. Up ahead, a towering fortress loomed on the horizon, its walls standing 10 meters high. The gates were illuminated by bonfires, and rows of arrowheads were neatly arranged on the walls. A signboard hung above the gate, bearing the two characters Zhang. Zonka County City. This was a major stronghold of the Song dynasty in the southwest, and further south lay the territory of the southern barbarian kingdom. It was said that in recent years, the southern barbarians had been studying the Song dynasty's system, even establishing their own kingdom, and proclaiming themselves rulers, calling themselves the Kingdom of Dali. In recent years, they even conquered Guangnan County, further south of Zonka County. To prevent the situation from deteriorating, the imperial court allocated funds to renovate Zonka County as a frontline stronghold to resist the southern barbarians' northward advance. In recent years, however, the region has become much more peaceful, and Zonka has even emerged as an economic hub, facilitating trade between the two sides. All the black-clad men stood silently below the city walls, not uttering a single word. After about 10 breaths, baskets began to descend from the city walls. The assassins below were unfazed, and they were transported up in batches. Lin Fan also arrived at the city walls, where he saw a garrison commander conversing with Jiang the Guardian, his face bearing a faint smile. After chatting for a while, Jiang Huifa descended the city walls first. The assassins then slipped into the city under the cover of night. Lin Shan followed the main group, winding through the streets and alleys, afraid of getting left behind. Zonga City was vast, and they nearly got lost before finally arriving at an ancient-looking building. The sign above the door read Jing'an Hall, and the group entered smoothly, as if they knew the way. Upon entering the main hall, they realized that the interior was a completely different world from the outside. Carved Nanma wood, the scent of sandalwood wafting through the air, lamps glowing brightly, and the sound of voices filling the room. Black-clad assassins were everywhere, moving swiftly and avoiding contact with others. There must have been over 100 people. Occasionally, someone would jump through a window or crawl out of a sewer, each moving with urgency and wearing a face covering to avoid being recognized. Lin Shan looked around. The upper floors were surrounded by layers of railings. In the center of the hall, several clerks were busy recording information or answering inquiries. Behind them, a large curtain displayed a list of various tasks. Assassinate the renowned swordsman Zhang Taimang of Guangnan County. Reward, Yi sub contribution points. Intercept the county magistrate of Ziyuan County on his way to take office. His life is not a concern. Reward, sub contribution points. Recover General Qiao's daughter, unharmed, sub contribution points. Assassinate the son of the imperial censor of Dali Kingdom, sub contribution points. Investigate the hiding place of the 7 bandits of Mengshan, contribution points. Lin Shan was amazed. The list of tasks was extensive, covering every aspect of the martial arts world and military affairs. He instantly felt that the Nightingale organization was no ordinary group. Is this the legendary assassin organization? Chapter Subsay, The Inside Story. This organization dares to assassinate a county official of the imperial court. And no one is stopping them? Looking at the massive task list in front of him, Lin Shan didn't have time to marvel at it. Seeing the more than 20 black-clad men who had come with him all heading upstairs, he hurriedly followed the small group. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he took a quick look around and noticed that the layout was similar to the 1st floor, except that there were 2 lines forming in front of the counters. Lin Shan joined the queue. He observed that everyone was handing over their identity tokens to the registration staff, seemingly settling their tasks. When it was his turn, Lin Shan handed over the token from his robe. The person registering him was a young woman in her 20s, with a black mole on her nose, though she was still quite attractive. Xin Airshire E, collective task of robbing official silver completed. Personal contribution, sub points. Collective contribution, points. Total contribution, Yi sub points. Token balance, sub points. The woman with the mole finished recording the information and tossed the token back to him before Lin Shan could process the details. Next, robbery of official silver? So those dozen or so cartloads of escort fees were all official silver. My goodness, that must be tens of thousands of taels. Lin Shan couldn't help but be amazed. In the face of such enormous profits, the government had colluded with powerful clans to set up a trap, sacrificing Wang the escort leader for their own gain. But upon further reflection, he realized that as an assassin, participating in such a massive case only earned him Yi sub points. Wasn't that too little? And why was the dead fat man's inheritance only worth Samsa points? He was at least a skilled assassin who had caught the attention of Jiang the Guardian. After all these years as an assassin, this is all I get? Lin Shan was completely unaware that he was a latecomer to the profession. In the case of the robbery of official silver, he had only fled and had made no contribution at all. Being able to have his task settled was already generous. After wandering around the 2nd floor, he noticed that most assassins had handed in their tasks and gone downstairs, while only a few had gone up to the 3rd floor. He hesitated for a moment before following them. A large sign stood at the entrance to the 3rd floor. Exchange Hall. Lin Shan caught on immediately. Entering the hall, the layout was similar to the first 2 floors. Behind the counters, a backdrop displayed densely packed exchange charts. The precious yellow book, Innate Martial Arts Technique, get scene points. The Mayfly's Thread of Heaven, Innate Martial Arts Technique, get scene points. Menghuangjin Post Heaven Martial Arts, bat points. The Giant Spirit Palm, Postnatal Martial Arts, bat points. The Mammoth Secret Technique, Postnatal Cultivation Technique, bat points. Lin Fan was dazzled by the array of options, realizing that even innate cultivation techniques could be exchanged. He couldn't help but be impressed by Nightingale's magnanimity. In other clans or sects, innate cultivation techniques were closely guarded secrets, only passed down to core disciples and never shared lightly. But in Nightingale, whether you're a newcomer or a veteran, contribution points are the ultimate currency. But when Lin Fan calmed down and did the math, he realized that stealing tens of thousands of official silver coins and mobilizing over 20 assassins for such a massive task only earned sub points. To accumulate enough points to exchange for a Sintin technique, he'd have to complete such tasks. Lin Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Assassins dance on the edge of a knife every time they go out. One mistake, and they're dead, with no chance of redemption, just like his late senior, the short, fat man. Who could guarantee they'd survive such missions with top-tier experts involved? Scrolling down to the post-human martial arts, giant palm section, Lin Fan recalled fighting alongside Master Pu against the short, fat assassin. He roughly understood that the guy must have spent all his savings to buy an outer door martial art technique, which was why he was so poor. 300 points. Lin Fan was filled with regret, cursing the short, fat man for squandering what should have been his own fortune. I have sub points now. What can I buy with that? Lin Fan frowned and finally spotted some items below 50 points in the corner, some bruise ointments, wound medicine, and a few weapons. A steel knife actually costs sub points. Lin Fan suddenly recalled the time he fought against the scar-faced man, who had refused to discard his steel knife even after the blade was dulled. So after one mission, the scar-faced guy only had enough to buy a new knife? The exploitative face of capitalism. Poor scar-faced salaryman. Lin Fan rubbed his chin, then suddenly realized something. Damn it, I forgot about Scarface. He hurriedly turned to the staircase and scanned the first and second floors. The halls were still brightly lit, but every black-clad figure had their faces covered with headscarves, making it impossible to distinguish one from another. After all, assassins have identities in real life. Once they take off their black attire, they're just ordinary citizens. What? You're talking about assassins? What does that have to do with me? Lin Fan looked dejected. This was bad. Because of his carelessness, the scarred face had gone from being exposed to hidden, and the two of them had switched roles. He had originally planned to use his secret technique, which the scar-faced man was unaware of, to defeat him in a fierce battle and eliminate this trouble once and for all. But now, he could only take things one step at a time. Alright, let's give him a pass for now. Lin Fan looked around. This Jing'an residence wasn't just 3 stories tall, there were more floors above. He decided to give it a try and head up to the 4th floor. Before he could step onto the stairs leading to the 4th floor, an elderly voice echoed in his ears. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead. The 4th floor is where Jiang the Guardian rests. Without me leading the way, you'll die for sure. Lin Fan's raised right foot froze suddenly. He turned to look and saw an old man with white beard, sitting calmly by the exchange counter, smiling at him. Lin Fan hurried over to bow in gratitude. Thank you for your advice. May I ask your honorable surname? You're new here, aren't you? You don't even know the basic rules. The old man stroked his beard and sipped his tea slowly. My surname is Jiang. I oversee the 3rd floor. Most people call me Mr. Jiang. Lin Fan hurriedly bowed, thinking to himself that this old man seemed easy to talk to. He had immediately noticed that he was new here, so he might as well ask him for some information. My ancestors hailed from Guangnan County. I'm new here. Could you please enlighten me on the rules of the Nightingale? Assassins feared exposing their true identities above all else. While others might not dare to mention it, Jiang the Guardian certainly knew about his background as a member of the Qinghe County Escort Bureau, and the 20-plus fellow assassins involved in the official silver robbery likely knew as well. But if he kept his face covered for a few days, when they met again, no one would recognize each other, unless someone identified him by the number on the short, stocky man's badge. The only person who knew everyone's numbers was probably Jiang the Guardian, and he wouldn't bother with a lowly assassin like him. Lin Fan still adhered to caution. After all, one careless mistake could lead to trouble. One must be cautious when traveling the martial arts world. Jiang the manager didn't care whether he was telling the truth or not. He took a sip of tea, set it down, and merely smiled at him without saying a word. Lin Fan immediately understood, and pulled out 10 taels of silver from his robe to present them. This young man is worth teaching. Jiang Guanshe casually accepted the money, and was no longer stingy with his advice. As he spoke slowly, Lin Fan gradually gained a general understanding of the Nightingale Assassin organization. Most martial arts factions rise and fall within a century, but the Nightingale, this ancient assassin organization, had endured for 800 years. The reason was simple: the organization operated like a breeding ground for poisonous insects, where the strong rose and the weak fell. As a result, every generation of its leaders was composed of individuals with exceptional mental acuity and martial arts skills. Additionally, their tradition of obeying orders, not people, ensured there was never a shortage of capable successors, and they were renowned throughout the martial arts world. Almost every martial artist roaming the martial arts world knows about recognize the order, not the person, principle, and holds the Nightingale in the highest regard. The Jing'an residence, in Zhonghe County, is merely a branch of the Nightingale organization, in the southwest of the Song dynasty. There are at least a dozen similar branches scattered across the country. The headquarters is said to be located in the imperial capital of the Song dynasty, Dongjingbianyang. The leader of the branch in Zhonghe County is naturally a Xintian master, but he has been traveling for years and his whereabouts are unknown. Therefore, the affairs of the branch are primarily managed by Jiang, a half-step Xintian master. The Nightingale organization's restrictions on its assassin members are not overly stringent. Besides the basic rules of not revealing their base and keeping task employers confidential, ordinary members must complete at least 3 tasks per year. Of course, Jiang the manager also hinted that if one were willing to pay a substantial sum to purchase his services, the mission details could be negotiated. In the end, Jiang the manager, out of kindness and considering the 10 taels of silver, kindly advised him to use the contribution points to purchase some hidden weapons for self-defense. With that, Lin Fan spent all MSA points from his token to purchase a pair of sleeve darts, and left the Jing'an residence, under Jiang's smiling gaze. Outside, the sky was just beginning to grow light. Standing on the steps in front of the gate, the morning breeze blew against him, clearing his head a bit. He looked at his identity token, and the sleeve darts in his hand. Well, now I'm back to being a penniless beggar. Chapter 7: The Magic Bell. Taking advantage of the early morning light, Lin Fan found an empty alley and changed out of his assassin's gear. As he stepped out of the alley, a young man from a prominent family, dressed in white and looking handsome and refined, was walking down the street. I'm just a bit broke. Lin Fan currently had over 30 taels of silver left, but he suddenly realized that eating and drinking weren't the issue, it was the expenses for bribes and favors that were really draining his funds. If he encountered any more issues, such as dealing with Jiang the manager, he wouldn't be able to come up with even a few dozen taels. However, the money for bribes must be spent. Only by doing so could he quickly understand and integrate into the organization. Especially since he had just entered the underworld, he absolutely couldn't skimp on spending money to buy information. Peasant's mindset would never get him anywhere. Now that Nightingale had infiltrated the organization, the matter with Gu Yun was still unresolved. He couldn't just capture Nightingale's assassins and force them to hand over their tokens for identification. Only Jiang the Guardian had that authority. Speaking of Jiang the Guardian, Lin Fan had assumed he could kill Wang the bodyguard, making him a peak-level expert. But from what Jiang the manager said, he is actually a half-step into the next realm. This is a major connection. If I could align myself with him and manipulate the token matter. I recall that Jiang the Guardian was in need of a suitable divine sword. Lin Fan walked along the streets of Zhonghe City, pondering his future plans. Some hard-working street vendors had already set up their stalls. Steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, tofu, and other steaming hot dishes made Lin Fan's stomach growl with hunger. He broke a few silver coins and exchanged them for a few strings of cash at a nearby shop, spending several dozen coins to have a hearty meal. After wandering around for about half an hour, the streets began to fill with people. Zhang, after all, was a place of trade with foreign tribes and was much more prosperous than Qinghe County. One could often see southern barbarian merchants with bushy beards and round hats on the streets. Finally, at the corner ahead, he spotted an inn. Such a place, teeming with people of all kinds, was sure to have information about brokers. The first priority was to find a place to stay. To rent a courtyard, he needed to find an intermediary, who was called a Yurun in this area. Lin Fan easily found a rental agent through the INS staff and, through their introduction, viewed a courtyard in the northern part of the city. The overall environment was relatively quiet, with not many people around. The courtyard's owner was a wealthy merchant in the city, with extensive real estate holdings and a good reputation. Lin Fan paid 10 taels of silver for 2 months' rent and finally had a place to settle down. Having just arrived in Zonka, Lin Fan practiced his martial arts at night and explored the local customs and scenery during the day. He spent 2 days eating, drinking, and relaxing. After getting a general sense of the surroundings, he sat on a stone bench in his own courtyard and began to ponder what to do next. The most urgent matter was to find Gu Yun. Whether it was to enhance his cultivation with pills or strengthen his weapons to make money, either option would allow him to maintain a positive cycle moving forward. As for the matter of collecting the tokens, he currently lacked the ability to do so. He could only seek other methods for now. Wait, I haven't visited the antique shop or the antique street in Zonga City yet. Maybe I can find something valuable there. Lin Fan, carrying all his assets, entered the antique shop in the western part of the city, with the mindset of a treasure hunter, full of anticipation. Oh, please come in, young master. Xiaolon, bring some tea. As Lin Fan entered the antique shop, an elderly man who introduced himself as Mr. Huang greeted him warmly. After all, he was a 16-year-old martial artist, walking with a confident demeanor and eyes that sparkled with vitality. Dressed in a white robe, with a fair complexion, and holding a folding fan in his hand, he looked every inch the part of a noble young master. Though he couldn't recall which young master in Zonka City looked like this, Huang Zhaogui still greeted him warmly. After all, for the sake of the performance targets set by his employer, everyone had to make money. No one could afford to be picky. Do you have any antique treasures with a long history in your shop? Bring them all out for me to take a look. Amateur Huang agreed readily, showing the guest whatever he wanted to see, without expecting him to buy anything. After all, the prized items were just sitting there, and no one ever bought them anyway. They were mainly there to showcase the shop's prestige as an antique dealer. The shopkeeper whispered a few words to the maid beside him, then accompanied Lin Fan as he walked around the shop, introducing the ordinary antiques in the main hall one by one. Lin Fan didn't really want someone following him, but he had no choice but to go along with the host. He smiled politely at the shopkeeper while secretly touching the antiques on the shelves whenever the shopkeeper wasn't looking. After roughly feeling his way around the display cases in the main hall, he found no clues. Lin Fan and Huang, the shopkeeper, sat down at a nearby tea table and began chatting casually. Another half-hour passed, and several shop assistants emerged from the back room, carrying 3 objects on their heads or in their hands, which they placed on the tea table before leaving. The shopkeeper began to enthusiastically introduce each of the treasures before him. This is a jade coral, originating from the coast of the East Sea. As you can see, it is translucent and has a warm, lustrous color. Lin Fan pretended to examine it, nodding repeatedly while secretly feeling it. Nothing. Next. Cough. This pair of imperial jade bowls has been passed down for 500 years. It is said to have been used by the imperial concubine for her meals. Seeing that he wasn't interested in the coral, the shopkeeper enthusiastically began describing the jade bowls beside it. Lin Fan accidentally brushed against it but didn't detect any signs of antiquity. He turned his attention to the last item, a large golden bell. This golden bell is no ordinary item. It was recently unearthed from the ancient tomb of Yelong last month and brought here. It is said that back then, our Zonka county belonged to the ancient Yelong kingdom, where the king was a devout Buddhist. The kingdom was filled with countless temples, and this golden bell might have. Lin Fan touched the golden bell, but he couldn't hear the shopkeeper's rambling words, because the Kung Fa Min Ban enhancement panel finally appeared before his eyes. Soul-soothing bell. Quality, common. Description, originally a Buddhist ritual object imbued with vows, its spiritual power was erased by external forces, reducing it to an ordinary object. Ancient charm, 5 points. Should I absorb it? Lin Fan first encountered an antique that not only possessed ancient charm, but also came with a description of its quality and origin. Previously, when encountering antiques, there was only a prompt indicating whether they could be absorbed. However, when encountering items that could be enhanced, an introduction panel would appear. Now that both appeared simultaneously, Lin Fan couldn't help but speculate, could some items inherently possess the ability to be enhanced while also naturally carrying ancient charm due to some reason? However, this golden bell clearly couldn't be enhanced. The description stated it had once been a Buddhist ritual artifact imbued with monastic vows, but its powers had been erased by external forces, reducing it to an ordinary object. A ritual artifact? What on earth is that? Is it used for rituals? Lin Fan instantly came up with some incredible ideas. Could this world be much deeper than it appears on the surface? Young master? Young master? Amateur Huang spoke until he was hoarse, but seeing Lin Fan staring blankly at the golden bell, he couldn't help but ask again. Oh, please continue. The shopkeeper. I've already finished speaking. What else do you want me to say? It seems like you didn't hear a single word I said. Lin Fan was now in a bind. 8 ancient charms. This was the first time he had encountered so many since activating his cheat code, more than all the previous ones combined. It was enough to enhance 2 post-natal artifacts to the prenatal level. Moreover, he could even further enhance his own Xintian technique, the Changchun technique. Lin Fan struggled to suppress his excitement. But this item was the store's prized possession, it must be extremely valuable, and he couldn't afford it no matter what. As for absorbing the ancient charm and leaving? To run such a large antique shop in Zonka City and possess so many valuable treasures, the power behind the shop owner goes without saying. Moreover, Lin Fan could sense multiple energy fields locking onto him from the back hall and various locations on the 2nd floor of the antique shop. Once he absorbed the ancient aura, if the golden bell underwent any unforeseen changes, what awaited him? May I ask the shopkeeper, how much is this golden bell? Lin Fan took a deep breath and asked the price one last time. The shopkeeper smiled broadly as he quoted the price, holding up 3 fingers. 3,000 taels. That might not be impossible in a lifetime. Gold. Lin Fan, goodbye. Chapter Sublok, the ancient tomb of Yelong. The antique street was in the southern part of the city, but Zonka City was quite large, and walking there would take at least half an hour, so Lin Fan hailed a horse-drawn carriage. Although he was a martial artist, he didn't want to run recklessly through the city. Disrupting traffic in Zonka City wasn't a big deal, but ruining his elegant image would be problematic. As for the golden bell, Lin Fan vowed silently to himself that he would obtain it at all costs. There were only 2 options, rely on strength or rely on wealth. As for strength, at his current chi transformation realm, it was impossible. Wealth. 3,000 taels of gold, which amounted to nearly 30,000 taels of silver, not even selling himself would fetch that price. To quickly enhance strength, following the traditional cultivation path is impossible. One naturally needs ancient-style, Kung Fa Danyo enhanced pills. To obtain a large amount of wealth, one also needs ancient-style, Kung Fa Bing He enhanced weapons to sell. But how to obtain ancient essence? That requires both strength and wealth. So, in the end, this is a dead end. We'll have to find another way. Arriving at the antique street, Lin Fan looked at the long row of stalls on both sides of the street, and began to carefully examine them. He searched from one end of the street to the other, and by the time he reached the other end, the sky was already growing dark. Lin Fan finally spotted several Black Lotus Buddha statues at one stall. Sir, you really know your stuff. These items are all recently unearthed from the ancient tombs of the Yelong Kingdom. Yelong was an ancient kingdom from 1,000 years ago, and its tombs are filled with treasures. You'll definitely get your money's worth. The stall owner was a short, scrawny young man with a sleazy appearance. His small mustache twitched as he spoke, giving him a persuasive air. Lin Fan didn't waste any time, grabbing a few of the Black Lotus Buddha statues and examining them closely. Compared to the Buddha statues he had seen at the pawnshop in Qinghe County, they were almost identical in design. However, these statues didn't feel like ancient artifacts, and lacked the aura of antiquity. Where did you get these Buddha statues? Are they also from the ancient Yelong tombs? That's right. All the items on my stall are newly unearthed from the Nightingale ancient tomb. Lin Shan looked at the mess on the stall, including a night pot with the words, Song Dynasty Ru Kiln, imprinted on the bottom. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What a liar. It seems I have to use my final trick. Lin Shan pulled out 5 taels of loose silver from his pocket, but after thinking about his meager living conditions, he put 3 taels back and handed the remaining 2 to the vendor. Brother, I'll be honest with you. Where exactly did these Black Lotus Buddha statues come from? At the same time, he gathered his inner energy in his right hand and slammed it hard onto the green stone slab. Crack! The floor cracked, and a palm print about an inch deep was clearly visible. The shabby stall owner jumped in fright and hurriedly replied. They come from Taoyuan village, 300 li west of the city. However, Peach Blossom village is at the foot of the Yelong Mountains, and the ancient Yelong tombs are within the mountains, so I wasn't exactly lying to you earlier. Lin Shan recalled the golden bell he had seen at the auction house in the western part of the city, which also seemed to originate from the Night Lang ancient tomb. Furrowing his brows, he inquired further, has the Night Lang ancient tomb been bustling lately? The vendor took the silver coins but, intimidated by Lin Shan's strength, hurriedly explained further. That's right. Last month, a group of tomb raiders discovered the ancient tomb of the Yelong Kingdom, in the Yelong Mountains, and looted many valuable items from it. It's said there was a Black Lotus Buddha statue over 10 feet tall. It was bought by a nobleman from the capital, Bayan Liang, for a fortune. There was also a golden bell, which they sold to Mr. Zhao at the antique shop in the western part of the city. A Black Lotus Buddha statue over 10 feet tall. The golden bell. Lin Shan immediately imagined the golden bell, with its 8 ancient-style bells. The giant Black Lotus Buddha statue unearthed must be no less impressive, and might even be taller. The vendor grew more excited as he spoke. After that, many people flocked to the site. Everyone wanted to try their luck at the ancient tomb of Yelong. If they could uncover any more treasures, they'd strike it rich. Lin Shan quietly noted down the key information while listening. But aside from the first group of tomb raiders who went in, no one who entered afterward has ever come out. The shabby vendor revealed a look of fear. It's said that people outside the tomb can hear terrifying screams coming from inside. I followed the crowd there too, but I didn't dare go in. I just stayed at the foot of the mountain in the village of Peach Blossom, and managed to get some Black Lotus Buddha statues from the villagers. Noticing Lin Shan's expression change, he hurriedly explained, Sir, every word I've said is true. I didn't mean to deceive you at first. Lately, Black Lotus Buddha statues have been selling like hotcakes, because of that incident involving a nobleman in the capital. Once they appear on the market, they're snapped up immediately, so I thought I'd make a quick profit. I just set up my stall today, and happened to meet you. Lin Shan didn't blame the peddler, but he was silently analyzing and organizing the information he had been given. The genuine antique brought back from the ancient tomb of Yelong included the massive Black Lotus Buddha statue purchased by the nobleman from Dongjing Bianyang, the golden bell from the antique shop in the western part of the city, and possibly other items. The artifacts unearthed alongside the golden bell likely possess ancient charm. Although no one who entered afterward had come out, the first group of tomb raiders had emerged unscathed. Therefore, if any other tomb artifacts had been taken out, the first group of tomb raiders must know where they are. Either they kept them for themselves or sold them to others. The antique shop has powerful connections, and isn't someone we can afford to provoke, but as a small-time tomb raider, I still have the guts. At least I have a side job as a nightingale assassin. Do you know where the first group of tomb raiders came from? Looking at the shady vendor's puzzled expression, Lin Shan smiled and explained, I have no other intentions, I'm just curious about the situation inside the tomb, and want to talk to them. The vendor urged him earnestly, Young master, you're still young. There's no need to risk your life. The Yelong ancient tomb is now a forbidden zone. Everyone avoids it like the plague. Lin Shan had no choice but to stuff the remaining 3 taels of silver into the vendor's hands. Money really does talk. The vendor immediately brightened up. I only know that this group of tomb raiders are clients of Mr. Wu from the west of the city. Mr. Wu runs the funeral business in the west of the city, so he has more contact with things related to ancient tombs. Cough cough. Lin Shan immediately caught the implication. Mr. Wu wasn't just in the funeral business, he also frequently dabbled in tomb raiding. Speaking of which, burying someone one day, and raiding their tomb the next, how daring of Mr. Wu. After questioning the stall owner for a while, he learned that Wu Yuanwei didn't have any skilled fighters under him, and the few second-rate martial artists he had were all sent out of the city. As the sky grew dark and everyone around them began to pack up, Lin Fan finally let him go. Surprisingly, the young man wasn't satisfied and kept asking if there was anything else he wanted to know. Do you really think I'm a fool with money to burn? Lin Fan was frustrated and called for a carriage to return home. As night fell, he donned the assassin's 3 essentials: black clothing, a black face veil, and a black headscarf. Lin Fan stepped out of his courtyard and quietly slipped into the western part of the city. Before returning, he had already inquired about Mr. Wu's residence. After all, there were only a few funeral homes in the western part of the city, so it was easy to locate Mr. Wu's mansion. He easily scaled the wall. Inside the courtyard was a small pond, with a few loquat trees swaying in the breeze before the courtyard. It was clear that Mr. Wu had a refined taste. He crossed the main hall into the backyard and reached the door of the west wing. He could faintly hear voices coming from inside. The master has already gone to bed. You may leave now. It seemed to be the voice of a middle-aged woman, followed by 3 or 4 maids exiting the room. Lin Fan quickly hid nearby. After the servants had left, he quietly crept back to the door and waited. Soon, 2 faint snores could be heard from inside. It must be Mr. Wu and his wife. Chapter Subtut, the mission. Late at night, at the residence of Mr. Wu in the western part of the city, Lin Fan poked a hole in the paper covering the window of the side room and peered inside, seeing a middle-aged, overweight man sound asleep. Beside him was likely his wife. After waiting for a while and hearing no movement, he quietly pushed open the door and slipped inside, knocking the fat man unconscious on the bed and carrying him out to the courtyard. There was a well in the courtyard, with a bucket and a ladle by it. He poured a bucket of cold water over the man, who jolted awake but couldn't scream before a long knife was pressed against his throat. Keep your voice down. Answer my questions. A cold voice came from beside him. Wu Yuanwei, who had just been doused with cold water, snapped out of his daze and regained most of his senses. He dared not look up. He wasn't sure if the assassin was wearing a face mask, as he knew a little about the rules of the underworld. If he didn't see the assassin's face, he might survive, but if he did, he was as good as dead. So he nodded slightly in compliance. Do you know about the ancient tomb of Yelong? I know. You were the first to discover it, correct? It was my men who found it. What did you bring out from inside? Buddha statues and a golden bell. That's all? Nothing else? The knife pressed tightly against his neck again, and Wu Yuanwei felt something warm trickling down. Really nothing else? It's really gone. I can have my men tell you the details. Wu Yuanwei was so anxious he was about to cry. Lin Fan threatened him further, but still couldn't get any information out of him. His expression grew cold. Bring everyone who's been inside the ancient tomb here. I'll be watching you from behind. Don't try any tricks. For the sake of the ancient relics, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't overlook any details. After a while, the courtyard was empty except for Wu Yuanwei, who was naked, Lin Fan, who was holding a knife to his neck, and 5 bare-chested men standing side by side. These 5 men had been sound asleep when Wu Yuanwei burst in, shook them awake, and told them not to make a sound. They were then led one by one into the courtyard, only to find a black-clad assassin standing there coldly, holding a large knife and waiting for them. The men looked at each other in shock. Lin Fan didn't waste any words. Besides the golden bell and Buddha statue from the ancient tomb, what else did you bring out? Nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else. No matter how much the 5 people were questioned, they all insisted that they had only brought out the golden bell and the Buddha statue. Could such a large ancient tomb really only contain these 2 items? Lin Fan's gaze darted between Wu Yuanwei and the 5 people, suspecting that they had colluded beforehand. It was now the 5th watch of the night, with dark clouds obscuring the moon, and the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. Among the 5, there was a short, thin man with a scarred face. He hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Sir, we did indeed find many things in the tomb chamber, but when we were leaving the tomb, we encountered a ghostly creature. As he spoke, the scarred man swallowed hard, his face pale with fear as he recalled. At the time, we were carrying the Buddha statue and the golden bell. Suddenly, a coffin behind us opened on its own, and a ghostly creature with a green face and sharp fangs jumped out. We fled for our lives and abandoned all the other burial items in the tomb's secret passage, leaving only the Black Buddha statue and the golden bell, which seemed the most valuable. You said you saw that ghostly creature come out of the coffin? Lin Fan was utterly shocked. Could there really be zombies in this world? That's right. Really. I saw it too. The people in front of him all looked utterly convinced, and the fear they displayed didn't seem fake. Later, we came back and spread the news, hoping someone would go in to scout the area for us. But the rest of the sentence went unsaid, but Lin Fan could guess the rest. The golden bell and Buddha statue these people brought back were no ordinary items. Having tasted the sweet rewards, they naturally wouldn't want to leave the other treasures behind in the tomb. So they incited the greedy people in the city to raid the tomb again, using them as cannon fodder. If they died, it would be the end of it. If they returned alive, they would turn on each other. Lin Fan asked about other details, such as the identity of the wealthy official from the capital who bought the giant Black Lotus Buddha statue. Wu Yuanwei said he didn't know. The influential figure had simply paid for it and left no further information. Lin Fan interrogated them thoroughly once more, but when he realized he couldn't get any more information, he knocked them all unconscious and threw them into the courtyard, then climbed over the wall and left. It was unclear what Wu Yuanwei's family would think when they saw 6 naked men lying in the courtyard the next morning. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at the Jing'an Hall, in the northern part of the city, the branch of the Zongga City Nightingale organization. Upon entering the first floor, the hall was still bustling with people, and black-clad assassins were constantly coming and going through various entrances and exits. Lin Fan walked straight to a counter on the side. I need all the information about the ancient tomb of Yelong. The intelligence officer behind the counter remained expressionless. Only members below the level of guardian can access such information after receiving a specific assignment. Lin Fan. He turned around and walked to the center of the hall, looking up at the giant task screen hanging down from the 4th floor. After searching for a while, he finally found 5 or 6 tasks related to the Nightingale ancient tomb in the southeast corner. Investigate the identities of the missing personnel from the Nightingale ancient tomb, contribute sub-points. Investigate the strength of the ghostly creatures in the Nightingale ancient tomb, contribute sub-points. Retrieve the map lost in the Nightingale ancient tomb, contribute sub-points. It seemed that a month had passed, yet there were still quite a few people interested in the Nightingale ancient tomb. The tasks assigned by these employers are diverse and varied. Some want to know who has entered the tomb, others want to understand the strength of the ghostly creatures, and some even want to obtain the map of the tomb's passageways. Lin Fan stared at the task panel, his mind in turmoil, unsure whether to accept these tasks. After all, Wu Yuanwei's men had vividly described the terrifying and eerie zombies in the coffin, and so many people who had entered the ancient tomb had vanished without a trace. As a newly minted martial artist, did he really have the ability to enter and complete these tasks? The rules of the Nightingale organization were clear. Once an assassin accepted a mission, no one else could take it until the deadline. But once accepted, it must be carried out. Even if it fails, it must be attempted. For example, if Lin Fan had accepted the mission to investigate the ancient tomb of Yelong, he must at least enter the tomb once. Either complete the mission or return with evidence of having attempted it. Otherwise, it would be considered a breach of the rules, an intentional obstruction of the mission's progress, and he would be hunted down by the Nightingale organization. At that moment, the main hall was bustling with people coming and going. The assassins passing by went about their business, ignoring Lin Fan, who had been standing there motionless for a while. The staff nearby also took it in stride. After all, every assassin lives by the sword. They've seen plenty of newbies hesitating and struggling over such matters. After a long internal struggle, Lin Fan finally gritted his teeth and accepted the task. The golden bell he had seen earlier that day must be purchased as soon as possible, otherwise, someone else would snatch it up within a month, and the Ba-Point ancient charm would be lost forever. 3,000 taels of gold was not something that could be saved up over time, and even if he tried to rob the rich to feed the poor, there simply wasn't enough time. There was only one option, to strike it rich overnight. After all, even the 5 ordinary men under Wu Yuanwei had managed to escape. As a martial artist, he wasn't without a chance either. Moreover, if he could find the burial items they left behind in the secret passage of the ancient tomb, before the ghostly creatures awoke, and obtain the ancient charm in advance, his chances of survival would be even greater. Lin Fan arrived at the mission office, handed over his identity token, and said, "I'm taking mission number 75. The Nightingale staff member was highly professional, quickly processed the request, and handed him the identity token along with a plaque engraved with "Tsusupn." Assassin Ichwan Airshire accepting task Tsusupn, investigate the identities of the missing personnel from the Yelong ancient tomb. Deadline, 10 days. Lin Fan turned to the intelligence office, handed the Tsusupn plaque to the intelligence officer, who nodded in acknowledgement and handed him a stack of documents. Lin Fan found a window, jumped out, and vanished in an instant. What he didn't notice was that after he left, a black-clad figure emerged from the side, with a faint scar between his eyebrows. Xian Ershi, you finally showed up. Chapter Suppa, the messenger of the Black Lotus. He returned to the courtyard where he lived. Lin Fan eagerly flipped through the records of the ancient Night Lang tomb. The information provided by the Nightingale was indeed detailed. It detailed how, 1,000 years ago, the ancient kingdom of Yelong was suddenly destroyed by an unknown force in a single night, with blood flowing for miles and no grass left standing. Except for the Yelong people who had fled to foreign lands, all the locals were completely annihilated. Later, the Nightingale people returned to their homeland and built the ancient tomb, and the ancient kingdom of Nightingale gradually faded into the annals of history. A month ago, 3 waves of unknown forces entered the ancient tomb. The first wave consisted of ordinary people, the second wave included martial artists with cultivated internal energy, and the third wave was led by a top-tier expert. However, all 3 groups were completely wiped out, with not a single survivor escaping. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Even top-tier martial artists had perished inside. He had previously heard from Wu Yuanwai's younger brother that the zombies in the tomb were similar to those in movies from his previous life, mutated from a man-made virus, highly contagious and invincible to ordinary people. Even martial artists couldn't defeat them? But now the records clearly stated that even top-tier martial artists hadn't survived, and this truly terrified Lin Fan. Nightingale's information did mention something else. After all, it was an ancient assassin organization. Nightingale's intelligence agents also suspected that a zombie transformation had occurred in the tomb, and had specially prepared some records about zombie transformations for the assassins. 700 years ago, an earthquake struck Longnan, and green-haired corpses appeared in the mountains. Local villagers killed them with iron shovels. 500 years ago, a flood struck Weinan, followed by the appearance of yellow river water corpses. Fishermen's nets were torn apart by them, and they were later bound with iron nets and beaten to death with clubs. 280 years ago, a severe drought struck Jingxi for 3 years, causing the land to crack, and reveal desiccated corpses that bit and killed dozens of villagers. Local heroes were unable to subdue them, and eventually a master of the heavens was summoned to slay them. 120 years ago, an ancient tomb in Zonga cracked open, releasing dozens of copper-skinned, iron-clad corpses. The southern barbarian king mobilized tens of thousands of troops to suppress them, but over half of the army was killed or wounded. Lin Fan finished reading and furrowed his brows, feeling deeply alarmed. Even ordinary zombie villagers could be easily killed, while the more powerful ones with copper skin, iron-boned bodies were impervious to blades and arrows, and even a large army was forced to retreat with over half their troops killed or wounded. As he learned more, he discovered that the zombies from the ancient tomb in Zonka a century ago had escaped, and now zombies had also appeared in the ancient tomb of Yelong. They were all corpses from the tomb. Could this be the same thing? Lin Fan grew increasingly convinced there was a connection. Otherwise, why would top-tier experts enter and disappear without a trace? Stay calm. Lin Fan forced himself to calm down while silently warning himself. I'm just going to the secret passage of the ancient tomb to pick up some burial items left behind by tomb raiders. If I find anything along the way, I'll take it and leave. I won't venture into the inner chambers or provoke the ancient corpses in the tomb. That way, I'll have an explanation for the Nightingale mission, and I might even gain some insight into the ancient mysteries. And once I have the ancient melody, my strength and wealth will rise, and there will be hope for the Golden Bell. Once the golden bell is in my hands, Guyun's power will skyrocket, and I'll rise to the top. Lin Shan's eyes shone with a different light as he secretly calculated in his mind, finding the mission increasingly feasible. As long as he was cautious, there was still a chance of success. Wealth is gained through risk, let's do it. There's no time to waste, let's depart immediately. 3 days later, Lin Shan arrived at Taoyuan village, 300 li away from Zongka city. Before him lay the vast mountains of Yelong Mountain. Taoyuan village was nestled at the foot of the Yelong Mountains, surrounded by mountains and water, resembling a utopian paradise. The sky was still bright when Lin Shan entered the village. The cobblestone streets were lined with village houses, and there were blacksmith shops and herbal medicine stores. It was just the time when farmers were returning from the fields, and smoke was rising from every household. Lin Shan went from house to house asking if he could stay the night, but to his surprise, he was turned away at every door. The reason was that an ancient tomb had recently been discovered on the neighboring Nightingale Mountain, attracting a large number of tomb raiders and treasure hunters who had passed through the village. The villagers, being superstitious, believed that the villagers were to blame for disturbing the ancient tomb and angering the mountain deities, which was why the tomb raiders were being punished. Therefore, no one was willing to take him in. With no other options, Lin Shan had no choice but to resort to his family's secret technique, cash power. The next household immediately welcomed Lin Shan in with a smile. This trick always worked, no matter where he went. It's not that I betrayed everyone, he just gave me too much. As night fell, Lin Shan stood in the rural courtyard counting the stars after dinner. He noticed a small hut next to the courtyard where a Black Lotus Buddha statue was being worshipped. He immediately recalled the antique street, where the vendor had mentioned that there were many Black Lotus Buddha statues in Taoyuan village. Stepping inside, the room was small, with only a cushion, an altar, the Buddha statue, candles, and incense that seemed to have run out long ago. He touched the Buddha statue, which was about a foot tall. It lacked the ancient charm he had expected, but that didn't surprise him. After all, the Buddha statues the stall owner had collected didn't have any ancient charm either. They were all fakes. Turning around, he happened to see the homeowner passing by and quickly grabbed him, asking, "Old man, what is this you're worshipping at home?" He pointed to the Black Lotus Buddha statue. "Oh, you mean the Black Lotus sect? That's the guardian deity of the Black Lotus sect. Most people in the village believe in him. I'm just a casual believer, I just keep it here for fun." Lin Shan. Are the elderly in the village now so open-minded and free-thinking? Perhaps this old man is the only outsider in the village? Did I just happen to stumble upon him? But since it involved ancient traditions, Lin Shan mustered up the courage to keep asking the old man, "Does every household in the village have this Buddha statue? How long have they been worshipping it?" Old Lu casually replied, "Almost every household has one. It should have started hundreds of years ago." Lin Shan's heart stirred. Could that mean some families have had Black Lotus Buddha statues passed down for over 100 years? But every 20 years, a Black Lotus messenger descends from Nightingale Mountain, takes away the Buddha statues everyone has been worshipping, and gives each household a new one. Everyone has grown accustomed to it. Lin Shan was so angry he trembled all over. Someone had beaten him to it? Damn those Black Lotus messengers. I'll never forgive you. Old Lu looked at the trembling young man in front of him, shook his head, and went back inside. The Black Lotus sect, the Black Lotus messenger. Lin Shan gazed at the distant Yelong Mountain with a somber expression, having gained another clue that seemed to hint at ancient origins. It seemed he had no choice but to go. At midnight, the moon was bright and the stars few. Lin Shan was fully armed, with a ring-handled sword on his back, a newly purchased dagger at his waist, sleeves concealing hidden arrows, and a bundle containing fire starters, sulfur, a grappling hook, and a gourd filled with black dog's blood. In his hands, he held a cage containing a rooster he had just purchased from the village. The tomb passage was fraught with danger, so a live scout was necessary. The rooster was bound tightly, its beak wrapped in cloth, trembling in the cage. Lin Shan had almost depleted all his savings for this one decisive mission. I hope everything goes smoothly. As dusk fell, Lin Shan entered the Nightingale Mountains. The mountain path was rugged, but the map provided by the Nightingale naturally included the location of the ancient tomb of Yelong, situated on the slope of the mountain behind him. Carefully avoiding wild animal droppings along the way, Lin Fan followed the map and managed to cross the mountain pass without incident. By now, it was the 5th watch of the night. The mountains were filled with the chaotic cries of demons, and the howls of wolves echoed through the air. Lin Fan, armed with his weapons, remained unfazed. Standing on the mountain, he took aim and made his way down to the mountainside, stopping at the entrance of a cave. Is this the tunnel dug by Wu Yuan's 5 henchmen? Lin Fan looked at the cave, which was tall enough for 2 people. If it weren't marked on the map, he would have suspected it was the lair of some fierce beast. No wonder they could transport the giant Buddha statue and golden bell out of here. Such talent, it's a pity they can't be put to use for me. Sighing to himself, Lin Fan took a deep breath, lit the firelighter, and blew hard. Slowly entering the cave. Chapter Supgao, a startling turn of events in the tomb. In the pitch-black night, one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Though the tunnel was uneven and pitted, walking through it didn't require much effort. Lin Shanshan took uneven steps, roughly walking over 100 paces, when suddenly he felt the surroundings grow eerily cold. A chilling wind whistled through the air, and the ground beneath his feet became much smoother. He knew he had left the tunnel and entered the tomb passage. He slowed his pace. The tomb passage was vastly different from the tomb tunnel, with danger lurking at every turn. After all, the tunnel had been dug by tomb raiders, while the tomb passage had been constructed by the tomb builders themselves. There might be all sorts of traps. These things were impossible to guard against. The 3 groups that had gone in ahead of him hadn't come out yet. Who knew if they'd been killed by zombies, or trapped by traps? Lin Fan wasn't like Wu Yuan's 5 henchmen. As the saying goes, each has his own field of expertise. Those guys had been tomb raiding every day, so they naturally had experience dealing with traps. Thinking of this, Lin Fan regretted his decision. He should have brought those 5 men along to explore the tomb together. But I still have chicken brother. Lin Fan patted the cage on his waist. Chicken brother, oh. After roughly estimating that they had walked about 200 steps, Lin Fan used the faint light from his fire starter to see a pile of bodies lying haphazardly ahead. He immediately stopped in alert. To get a better look, he carefully moved forward step by step, and finally saw that almost all the bodies had arrows stuck in them, and most of them were already rotting and smelling foul. Lin Fan observed carefully for a moment, but couldn't discern what clothes the deceased had worn, or which faction they belonged to, as the walls and floor of the tomb passage were covered in bloodstains. Lin Fan removed the cage, opened the iron gate, and carried out the rooster, which was shivering uncontrollably from the cold wind in the tomb passage. He slowly tied a rope around the rooster's legs, untied it, and saw that it was struggling to breathe, so he removed the cloth from its mouth. The rooster, now fully aware of its situation, did not make a sound or try to escape. It seemed reluctant to gain its freedom, instead clinging to Lin Fan and refusing to leave. Whoosh! The cold, biting wind blew in gusts. Looking ahead at the dark, eerie tomb passage, it seemed like an endless abyss, ready to devour anyone who dared to approach. Go on, there's the sorghum you love so much ahead. Lin Fan spoke gently. The rooster remained unmoved. Go on, there are young hens waiting for you up ahead. Jigu instead clung to him even tighter. Bang! Lin Fan kicked him with all his strength. Only a pile of feathers remained where he had stood. The rooster cautiously explored the path ahead. The rope grew longer and longer, and Lin Fan could feel the rooster still moving inward. Could it be that the arrows on these people aren't traps? Did I guess wrong? Just as he couldn't help but doubt, the rooster in front suddenly let out a loud cock-a-doodle-doo. At the same time, a chilling whoosh sound echoed endlessly. Lin Fan quickly ducked his head, using the firelight to glimpse arrows flying like locusts ahead, like a storm, dense and relentless, with a black figure darting in and out. After 3 breaths, the tomb passage fell silent once more. Lin Fan's back was drenched in cold sweat. If that had been him, he would have been shot to pieces. After a moment of relief, he sighed inwardly. The trap had been triggered, but what about the path ahead? There was nothing. Before he could finish his thoughts, the rope in his hand suddenly twitched, and a dark figure leaped toward him from ahead. Oh! Lin Fan. He's still alive? Lin Fan pushed the firelighter forward again. It was indeed the same rooster from before. Unlike usual, its feathers were almost completely gone, making it look even more pitiful. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement, and drove the rooster forward again to scout the way. Whoosh! Oh! Sure enough, just where it had been moments ago, a hail of arrows once again rained down, accompanied by the incessant squawking of chickens. Just like the first time, after the rooster's lively performance, it was still alive and well. No wonder it's the rooster. Lin Fan silently gave it a thumbs up. After trying a few more times, the trap no longer triggered, likely because the arrows had run out. And so, a chicken led a person, slowly making their way through the gloomy tomb passage. Whoosh! The deeper they ventured into the tomb, the colder the chilling wind blowing from within became. Lin Fan trembled as he held the rope, his skin prickling with goosebumps that wouldn't subside. As they continued on, they discovered 2 more bodies left behind by previous travelers. Some appeared to be ordinary people who had frozen to death, while others showed signs of having been clawed and bitten to death by warriors. Lin Fan examined them with a solemn expression, noticing that some bodies had even had their intestines ripped out. The scene was extremely brutal. It was likely that these people had fallen victim to the ancient corpses. Looking at their bodies, with their heads facing outward and their feet inward, Lin Fan couldn't help but speculate that these people must have ventured deeper into the ruins and been chased out by the ancient corpses, only to die on their way back. The items left behind on their bodies were all covered in mold and hair, a greenish-yellow color that made one's skin crawl, fearing they might carry the corpse's poison. At this point, Lin Fan had already reached a conclusion in his heart: he must not continue forward. The threat of the ancient corpses was now within arm's reach. However, after traveling so far, he had yet to find the ancient artifact with the ancient charm he had been searching for. If he returned now, this journey would be in vain. This left him with a lingering sense of reluctance. Another voice began to counter, arguing that now that he had entered the tomb passage, retrieving some of the deceased's belongings would prove he had explored the ancient tomb. Upon returning to Nightingale, he could report back that the mission had been completed. He was still young, with endless possibilities ahead. There's no need to risk your life. For a moment, in the cold and damp tomb passage, Lin Fan stood alone, torn between heaven and earth. He wandered aimlessly for a while longer, then suddenly felt a strange sensation of dizziness. Lin Fan nearly stumbled forward, only then realizing that the cold wind here had penetrated to the bone. He couldn't imagine how those tomb raiders had managed to enter and exit this place. Gritting his teeth, he endured the intermittent, needle-like pain throughout his body. Lin Fan pulled out 2 more fire starters from his chest and blew them into flames. Though they couldn't ward off the cold, the dim light provided some comfort. Unnoticed, the rope in his hands had also fallen off somewhere. As for the rooster, Lin Fan could only hope it would fend for itself. The tomb passage grew wider as he went further in, with black moss covering the walls, feeling soft and damp to the touch. There were no more corpses or bloodstains on the ground, only a few scattered footprints. In the silent, eerie tunnel, endless darkness seemed to be the dominant theme. There was no clue as to where it led or how far it went. The future was entirely unknown, like gambling with one's life, much like the faint flickering light being blown by the cave winds. The light flickered uncertainly, casting an eerie glow. Perhaps danger lurked just around the corner, or perhaps this passage had no end at all. After wandering aimlessly for an unknown amount of time, at a corner, Lin Fan, relying on the faint light of a fire starter, spotted a figure sitting against the wall. The figure's face was blurred, and to be precise, it had been dead for over a month. It held a broken sword in its hand, with the upper half of the sword lodged in its chest, and a large, greenish-black claw mark on its side. Lin Fan silently inspected the body, and was certain that this was likely the top-tier expert from the 3 groups. After being discovered by the ancient corpse, this person immediately drew his sword to defend himself, but his weapon was shattered, and he was brutally killed by the claws. The others fled along the same path, but were also unable to escape. And the other end of this corner was very likely where the ancient corpse had hidden its coffin. The 5 men under Wu Yuanwei had left behind an antique, which could only be inside, as the path behind had already been thoroughly searched by Lin Fan. So, should we go in, or not? Having come this far, Lin Fan grew even more resolute, driven by a determination to go all in. Human nature is such that when you have an escape route, you will hesitate. But when you see even a glimmer of hope, you find the resolve to fight back in adversity. The bold may die, but the timid will starve. Lin Fan tightened his clothes, slowly drew his ring-handled knife, and took out the gourd of black dog's blood from his bag, placing it in the most convenient spot on his waist. The purpose of this journey is to retrieve the antique left behind by those 5 tomb raiders after they saw the ancient corpse. No detours, no further action. Once we obtain the antique, we will take what we can and retreat immediately, returning by the same path. Lin Fan silently reminded himself, while also considering the possibility of unexpected incidents and preparing a contingency plan in advance. Better safe than sorry. If the worst-case scenario occurs, and we happen to be discovered by the ancient corpse, as long as we can quickly find an antique with ancient charm, use the reinforced panel to transform the knife into a divine weapon, and gain the upper hand with Black Dog's blood, there might still be a chance. If the ancient charm is strong enough, the ring-handled knife could even level up twice. Lin Fan continuously devised every tactical step and detail in his mind, carefully verifying the likelihood of his assumptions. After running through the plan in his head and deeming it feasible, he moved step by step along the wall, slowly approaching the corner. Just as he was about to move, boom! A sudden thunderous sound echoed out of nowhere, and a powerful gust of wind swept toward him from the corner ahead. Bang! Before Lin Fan could react, his chest was struck as if by a heavy object, sending him flying to the ground. Before he could process what was happening, the entire wall in front of the tomb passageway shattered with a deafening crash. An underground plaza the size of a basketball court appeared before his eyes. The square was filled with stone pillars, each one glowing with cold, ghostly flames that cast a eerie, otherworldly light over the entire area. However, the ghostly flames swayed and dodged under wave after wave of air pressure, flickering on the verge of extinction, before stubbornly reigniting. The central area of the square was shrouded in dust, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. However, deafening thunderclaps echoed constantly, accompanied by occasional growls. Cough. Lin Fan lay on the ground, coughing up blood, his entire body shivering with cold and pain. The dust around him carried the musty scent of the ancient tomb, nearly suffocating him. Just a moment ago, he had been planning how to confront the ancient corpse, but now he was caught in the aftermath of an unknown battle, knocked to the ground and unable to get up. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the center of the square. After a series of thunderous claps, a charred, half-severed torso was flung from the center of the square and landed beside Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned to look. The corpse was entirely black, emitting wisps of green smoke. Its terrifying features, sharp, pointed fangs, palm-sized hands, and long, sharp claws. Every detail revealed its identity. An ancient corpse. Before Lin Fan could recover from the shock, a deafening roar echoed through the air, causing the ceiling of the underground square to crumble and drop chunks of plaster. Remnants of the Black Lotus sect. Surrender and face your punishment today. Chapter Yisup, Immortals Clash. Remnants of the Black Lotus sect, submit to your punishment today. A loud, resonant shout echoed from the center of the square, followed by a series of thunderous claps. Around the square, tiny lightning snakes began to spread, flickering and crackling incessantly. The entire underground square was shrouded in flickering ghostly flames, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring, dust swirling everywhere, as if the end of the world had arrived. Occasional gusts of cold wind swept through the area, causing Lin Fan's body to ache intensely. Leijianzi. Piercing scream echoed from the distance, its shrill tone piercing the ears, filled with an unforgivable hatred. Is someone engaging in a magical duel? Lin Fan, crouched in the corner, was filled with dread. Since arriving in this world, he had only heard tales of immortals and supernatural beings from storytellers, but had never witnessed such things firsthand. He had always harbored doubts about their authenticity. Today's experience had completely overturned his previous beliefs. There are actually cultivators in this world? Then what have I been doing all these years, getting up early and staying up late, training so hard? The huge disparity left him emotionally unstable. Before he could think further, the malevolent voices in the square rang out again, though this time they were no longer piercing. Instead, they sounded like the whispers of demons, causing the air around him to grow thick and sticky. It swirled into a dark wind that lingered, before rushing fengquang toward the center of the square. At that moment, the dust in the center of the square gradually dispersed, revealing a small, black figure sitting cross-legged, motionless. Below his knees was a high platform resembling an altar, surrounded by several ghostly stone pillars. Directly above the figure's head was a massive void, from which bolts of lightning continuously fell, targeting the figure on the altar. Countless tiny lightning snakes split apart and surged out, spreading toward the edges of the square. The eerie, low moans seemed to originate from the figure. Lin Fan, using the lightning's glow to illuminate the scene, seemed to see the black shadow sitting cross-legged, holding a stick in his hands, faintly tapping on something. Ah! 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 Countless cold winds converged toward the center of the square, and the demonic murmurs slowly transformed into sacred chants, growing louder and more agitated. Lin Fan clutched his head, feeling as though countless ants were gnawing at his brain, leaving him dazed and disoriented, as if the sky had gone dark. Finally, it felt like an eternity had passed, or perhaps just an instant. All the thunder, chanting, and clanging sounds vanished without a trace. The world was utterly silent. Lin Fan lay on the ground, completely exhausted. After enduring the agony of death, all he wanted was to sleep. The fierce battle raging in the central square seemed to have come to an end during his ordeal. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and the ground was littered with sect and dust. 1,000 years ago, the Black Lotus sect slaughtered the mortal realm to cultivate undead warriors, becoming the sworn enemy of the cultivation world. They were eventually eradicated by a coalition of sects. However, some survivors managed to escape and have since multiplied and thrived, proving themselves to be incredibly resilient. A deep, muffled sigh echoed from the large hole above the square, its source invisible. Lin Fan on the ground struggled to lift his head toward the square. Though the view was slightly clearer now, half of the ghostly flames on the stone pillars had extinguished, but some still burned stubbornly. Cough, cough. For the past few hundred years, my sect has hidden and evaded, avoiding the world and staying in seclusion. I have not committed any heinous crimes. I merely used the corpses of the dead to refine zombies. Yet you still seek to exterminate me completely. The emaciated old man in black robes on the altar hunched over, coughing and spitting blood, glaring up at the large hole above. He alternated between maniacal laughter and curses. After half a moment, he seemed to have cursed enough. From the large opening above, a young Taoist monk with a Taoist topknot and wearing a blue Taoist robe slowly descended. His face was square, and he held a futsun in his hand, appearing as pure and untouched as a cloud. It seemed that he was the Leizhenzi the black-robed old man had been shouting about earlier. Lin Fan lay on the ground, dared not move a muscle. During the fierce battle earlier, he had been unable to control his body. Now that the situation had calmed down, he feared that the two might discover him, a mere ant. Lin Fan peered at Leizhenzi with a mix of awe and excitement. This figure perfectly matched his childhood fantasies of immortals, a true disciple of the Taoist tradition. Unlike him, who had sneaked in through a tunnel, the other had simply created a large hole in the mountain peak and descended from the sky. Straight to the heart of the matter. His mastery of thunder techniques was truly awe-inspiring, leaving Lin Fan spellbound. For hundreds of years, the Black Lotus sect has spread heretical images across several nearby states and counties, collecting the faith and fortune of mortals, with the aim of recreating their divine statue. All the immortal sects of the Song dynasty are aware of this, and I am here on a mission. The young Taoist spoke without emotion, as if recounting a trivial matter. How frustrating. If it weren't for a few grave robbers taking advantage of my seclusion to leak the information, you would never have found me in this remote mountainous region. It was fate. The black-robed old man raged, crying out in despair on the altar. Lin Fan heard these words and felt overwhelmed by the information. Evil images? Destiny? Faith? Incense offerings? What connection did these have with ancient traditions? He carefully recalled all the ancient artifacts he had seen before. Only the spring river playing with mandarin ducks painting, the Black Lotus Buddha statue, and the nightingale token contained traces of ancient charm. And these ancient artifacts seemed to have some subtle connection to human destiny and religious faith. Deep down, he felt he had caught hold of something. In the dimly lit underground square, ghostly flames flickered. The two figures on the altar seemed to have concluded their heated exchange. Enough. Regardless of right or wrong, I will take you back to the sect, and the sect leader will make the final decision. After subduing the black-robed elder, Leizhenzi ignored his curses and insults. After muttering incantations, he summoned a thundercloud, grabbed the helpless black-robed man, and flew straight toward the large hole above. From start to finish, he didn't glance once in Lin Fan's direction, perhaps having already noticed his presence. But to an immortal cultivator, a mere mortal was not worth a second glance. Lin Fan watched as the two flew into the cave above, his heart racing with panic. He didn't dare to dwell on his thoughts, forcing himself to ignore the stiffness and pain in his body as he rolled and crawled forward, shouting as he ran. "Master, please wait. I do not seek any opportunity, one only wish to serve you." Mortal. Mortal? When he reached the center of the altar, Lin Fan stared blankly at the large opening above him, a beam of cold moonlight falling on his face. A profound sense of loss filled his heart. Witnessing the immense power of the cultivators, anyone would feel a mix of helplessness and longing. He was no exception. Missing this chance at immortality, who knew when the next opportunity would come? Perhaps it would never come again in his lifetime. At that moment, something seemed to fall from the hole above, and a gentle voice drifted down with the moonlight. "You have been tainted by Yin energy. If you do not purify yourself within 3 days, you may develop a chronic illness. Take this warm sun jade pendant as a gift." The voice echoed through the cave, lingering in the air as its owner seemed to have already departed. Lin Fan hurriedly caught it with both hands and looked closely. Translucent yellow jade pendant lay quietly in his palm. A warm current instantly flowed from his hands into his body, circulating throughout his entire body, leaving him feeling warm and relaxed, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. At the same time, a light screen flickered before his eyes, revealing a transparent confronting ban. Earth-yang warm jade. Quality, first-grade spiritual material. Description, a warm jade abundant in volcanoes, one of the primary materials for crafting low-tier magical artifacts. Reinforcement requirements, 5 points. What is this? Lin Fan marveled at the marvelous properties of this warm jade, which not only instantly dispelled the cold for him but was also a material for refining artifacts. Can materials be enhanced? He turned the jade pendant over and over in his hands, then hurriedly bowed toward the cave entrance. "Thank you, master." Regardless of whether the person had left or not, this gesture was sincere. Although he hadn't managed to attach himself to Laixinzi, the cultivator, this time, the other had gifted him a warm jade, resolving a potential issue for him. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel grateful, thinking to himself, no wonder he's a true master of the righteous path. Feeling his body rejuvenated, Lin Fan did not forget his original purpose. He set out to seek the ancient charm. Chapter Yi Subyut, a bountiful harvest. What's this? Just as Lin Fan was about to start searching for antiques, he noticed a black object left on the altar. He picked it up without taking a closer look, and the enhancement panel automatically appeared. Soulwood fish damaged. Quality, high-grade magical artifact. Description, crafted from soulwood refined over 2 centuries, this auxiliary magical artifact combines the functions of gathering Yin energy, gathering souls, and aiding in magical battles. Enhancement, some sub-Yi points cannot be enhanced while damaged. Lin Fan kept turning the broken wooden fish over in his hands. Though charred black, it remained smooth, with only half of its body intact. The broken edges still emitted sparks of lightning, crackling like a short circuit. The damaged state, mentioned in the enhancement panel description, was probably an understatement. Lin Fan estimated that the wooden fish in his hand was the same ritual artifact that the old man from the Black Lotus sect had struck earlier, completely destroyed by Laixinzi's brute force. He still vividly remembered the effect at the time. The Yin energy around the square swirled like a vortex, and when struck, it made his head feel dizzy and disoriented, even though he was outside the battlefield. Putting himself in that situation, if he had been on the battlefield, and that demonic sound had targeted him, his head would have exploded. Even such a high-grade ritual artifact was shattered by Laixinzi, with a single strike of his thunder technique. How powerful must Laixinzi be? Lin Fan was secretly startled. This black-robed old man must be the Black Lotus sect messenger mentioned by the villagers of the Peach Blossom village at the foot of the mountain. Possessing a corpse king and a high-tier magical artifact, he was clearly no ordinary foe. Yet he was still captured alive by Laixinzi. Laixinzi must be a formidable expert even among cultivators. Even if this treasure is ruined, it's still an extraordinary piece of junk. Lin Fan happily stuffed it into his own bag. What's the big deal if it can't be enhanced? I'll find a way to repair it later. If I can't fix it, I can always sell it for money. He then thought about it further. High-tier magical artifacts require some subki points to enhance. Lin Fan immediately began calculating in his mind. Ordinary enhancement to the post-heavenly realm requires yi points, and from the post-heavenly realm to the pre-heavenly realm requires sei points. He remembered that the Changchun technique requires an additional ba points for further enhancement. Calculating it this way, the Changchun technique was equivalent to a high-tier magical artifact 2 grades lower. Low-tier magical artifact. If he enhanced the ring-handled knife twice to reach the same level as the Changchun gong, it would become a low-grade magical artifact. Lin Fan's heart began to race. This was a magical artifact used by cultivators. But he wasn't sure. He wasn't an immortal cultivator, and whether he could use a magical artifact was an unknown. After all, he had tried using his true chi on the wooden fish earlier, and it hadn't reacted at all. He didn't know if it was because the wooden fish was broken, or if the true chi of the Changchun gong and the spiritual power of cultivators were different types of energy. However, based on previous calculations, the innate level of the Changchun technique was equivalent to a low-tier magical artifact. Did that mean the Changchun technique was equivalent to a low-tier cultivation technique for cultivating immortality? Yet the Changchun technique lacked the supernatural qualities of cultivation techniques. And he had never heard of any Sinteen masters in the martial arts world, let alone rumors of cultivators. Lin Fan furrowed his brows in deep thought for a long time. Perhaps the innate realm serves as a buffer zone, existing between the postnatal martial artists and cultivators, an independent yet transitional realm? If we further refine the Changchun technique, could the resulting cultivation method enable one to cultivate immortality? Lin Fan's mind was now filled with various speculations. Since witnessing cultivators battling, Lin Fan suddenly felt that martial arts training was no longer appealing. Why bother with martial arts if one can cultivate immortality? His previous horizons were too narrow now that he had seen something higher. He naturally wanted to find a way to give it a shot. First, find Gu Yun. In the ruins of the square, Lin Fan used the remnants of ghostly flames to search inch by inch. After about 15 minutes, he found an incense burner under a fallen rock. The enhancement panel popped up as expected. Incense burner. Ancient charm, get point. Absorb? Lin Fan excitedly selected yes. After absorbing all the ancient charm, the incense burner turned into a pile of sand. This was the first time he had absorbed ancient charm since the Nightingale amulet, and now he had 2 points, enough to enhance a divine weapon. After composing himself, Lin Fan continued his search. Not long after, he found another one. Meditation cushion. Ancient aura, get point. Should I absorb it? Absorb. Not long after. Spittoon. Ancient rhyme, get point. Has it been absorbed? Ugh, that's gross. Suck. Absorb. For the ancient charm, I endured it. Night pot. Ancient charm, get point. Has it been absorbed? Lin Fan finally understood why Wu Yuanwai's 5 henchmen entered the ancient tomb unscathed, with the corpse king not even bothering them, but were chased upon exiting. You stole the spittoon and urinal they used when they were alive. Who could possibly tolerate that? That's way too much. Even the corpse king couldn't resist lifting the coffin lid to cause trouble for them. Later, no one knew how those 5 young men managed to escape. With no one else to take his anger out on, the corpse king naturally directed his fury at the 3 subsequent groups of people. Then, because the 5 people outside spread the news everywhere, it attracted Lazenzi, who was tracking the Black Lotus sect, and the Black Lotus sect messenger, the Zombie King's master, ended up in big trouble. Lin Fan had already vividly imagined the entire scene in his mind, silently mourning for the Black Lotus sect messenger. He had been hiding safely in the deep mountains and forests, only to be betrayed by 5 tomb raiders for no apparent reason. After thoroughly searching the entire square, Lin Fan obtained a total of over 30 antique items. After discarding the useless ones, he ended up with some points of ancient charm. Adding the point he had previously obtained from the Nightingale token, he now had a total of 10 points of ancient charm. Besides the antiques that had been fully absorbed and turned into sand, there were still over a dozen left, all of which were worth money. We're rich. Rich. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. After laughing foolishly for a while, Lin Fan found several more tombs around the square, but it was clear that everything inside had already been looted. The Black Lotus Buddha statue that had been keeping Lin Fan on edge was nowhere to be found. The villagers of Taoyuan village said that the Black Lotus envoys collect a batch of Buddha statues every years. Where could they have gone? Lin Fan couldn't help but feel disappointed. Had those items been taken by Lazenzi? Or had the Black Lotus messengers handed them over to higher-ups? After all, judging by the title, messenger, there might be even higher-ranking figures above them. However, the giant Black Lotus Buddha statue that the nobleman from the capital had purchased earlier was almost certainly ancient, and of significant quantity. Once I have the strength, I must retrieve them, Lin Fan vowed silently. No doubt about it, that thing had already become an indispensable possession in his heart. But why would everyday items like spittoons and night pots have ancient charm? How could such items be connected to human cultural heritage, faith, and incense offerings? Had I made a mistake in my previous deductions? Lin Fan pondered for a long time, and could only attribute the reason to the fact that these items had been in contact with the Black Lotus Buddha statue for hundreds of years, absorbing a bit of incense smoke. So they only have a touch of ancient charm. Actually, proving this is easy. Once we get out, we can find an ancient temple and verify it. Lin Fan now felt that he was gradually uncovering the patterns of ancient charm. Chapter Yi Sup Yi, Ambush. After searching the entire ancient tomb, the sunlight streaming through the large hole at the top of the central square indicated that it was already daylight outside. Lin Fan had originally planned to use a grappling hook to climb up through the large hole opened by Lazenzi, but considering he still had to carry such a large bundle of antiques, if he were to fall during the climb, his own safety wouldn't matter, but the antiques breaking would be heartbreaking. It would be safer to stick to the conventional route and exit through the Doudong. On the way back, he cautiously tested the arrow trap again. Sure enough, the designer of this ancient tomb was no amateur. Every time you pass through, you have to set off several rounds of arrow showers. Once you've gone through, the arrow showers reset after a certain amount of time. They fully exploited the illusion that tomb raiders would think the arrows were all used up. How many arrows are stored in the tomb passage behind us? Lin Fan cursed the tomb designer, who had been dead for hundreds of years, while once again marveling at how cunning those 5 tomb raiders were. To survive the pursuit of the zombie king, and the ancient tomb's traps while carrying a Buddha statue, and a golden bell, and escape unscathed, that's truly impressive. Such talent being wasted as a subordinate to Mr. Wu is truly a shame. Once I sell the antiques and make a fortune, I'll recruit these 5 brothers to help me, conduct archaeological excavations. Lin Fan, who had always been thick-skinned, believed that such talent deserved better leadership to uncover more artifacts and contribute to the study of ancient history and local customs. As the light grew brighter ahead, Lin Fan, burdened with large bundles, finally emerged from the ancient tomb through the uneven, pitted Doudong. Suddenly back in the sunlight, Lin Fan shielded his eyes with his hands, then spotted a familiar figure near the looting tunnel, standing beside some bushes. Oh, that singing and dancing figure. Chicken brother. You're still alive. Ah, no. I'm so glad you're okay. Oh. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? After surviving the ordeal of life and death together last night, Lin Fan had developed deep feelings for Chicken brother. He couldn't help but put down his bag and rush forward to embrace Chicken brother. But Chicken brother was acting unusually, constantly calling out toward the nearby bushes. Lin Fan glanced at the bushes and noticed something seemed off. He stopped in his tracks, fixed his gaze on the spot, and after a moment, broke into a smile. Whoever is playing such a joke on me, please step forward and show yourself. As he spoke, his body tensed up, and his right hand secretly gripped the hilt of his knife. Swoosh! A black-clad figure rose from the bushes. Realizing he had been spotted, he saw no point in hiding further and emerged boldly. Xian Ershi, I didn't expect someone so young to be so cautious. You even left a chicken to guard the entrance. Removing his mask, a hideous face scarred by a diagonal knife wound appeared before Lin Fan. Scarface! Lin Fan couldn't help but shout out loud. He never expected that after narrowly escaping death in the ancient tomb, Scarface was waiting for him at the cave entrance. If it weren't for the chicken's warning, he would have been carrying the antique, humming a tune, completely unaware as he passed through the bushes, with no time to react. Lin Fan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had nearly brushed past death itself. Turning to look around, Chicken Brother was already gone without a trace. Lin Fan silently thanked his lucky stars for sparing his life, and once again expressed his gratitude to Chicken Brother for saving his life. He drew his ring-handled knife and slowly pointed it at the scarred man. At that moment, the scar-faced man also drew his steel knife. This knife had been obtained after the robbery, and he had traded Yi sub-contribution points for it from Nightingale. After all, he didn't trust knives bought on the market, and preferred to purchase items within the organization. However, he was also extremely solemn at heart. After all, he and Lin Fan were both at the Qi exchange realm. The original plan had been perfect. Lin Fan was supposed to die in the tomb, putting an end to everything. But he never expected that he would emerge just one night later. The scarred man even began to suspect that the young man had spent the night in the tunnel and never entered the tomb at all. However, when he saw Lin Fan emerge carrying a large, bulging package, he had to admit that this young man was extremely bold and cunning, even leaving a pet at the entrance as a warning. He truly was his greatest enemy. For a moment, the atmosphere outside the cave entrance grew tense, with neither side speaking, both holding knives and facing off against each other. After a quarter of an hour, one figure moved first, swinging a steel knife and charging forward. Lin Fan watched the scar-faced man charging toward him, but his heart wasn't as tense as before. After enduring so many trials and tribulations over the past few days, and even witnessing immortals battling last night, he felt he was no longer on the same level as the scar-faced man. Since the scar-faced man had failed to ambush him, and now they were one-on-one at the same cultivation level, what was there to fear? Kill. The two clashed blade to blade, slashing, hacking, stabbing, parrying, thrusting, and chopping. Every move was filled with raw violence and brutality. Without the previous tension, Lin Fan relied on his years of sword training instincts, seamlessly integrating the muscle memory of the clear wind sword technique into every move. He had chosen the ring-handled sword specifically because it was designed for close combat on horseback. Aside from being single-edged and longer, it was virtually identical to a sword, allowing him to execute sword techniques with ease. The scar-faced man was equally battle-hardened, having spent years as an assassin. He had also experienced failed assassination attempts that turned into frontal combat. The scar on his face was from a failed assassination attempt where the enemy carved it into his face, but he later forced himself to slice the man into a human steak in a direct confrontation. After the last silver raid in the valley, he spent Yi Ba contribution points at the Nightingale branch to exchange for the inner door martial arts he had always dreamed of. The three styles of the dominating blade. Now that he has mastered the sword techniques, he is no longer the novice he once was. If Lin Fan were to judge his strength based on their previous encounter in the valley, he would suffer a crushing defeat. At this moment, Lin Fan had exchanged dozens of blows with the scar-faced man and noticed something was off. Though the scar-faced man appeared to be attacking, he was clearly holding back. It seemed as though he was building up power, the pressure growing heavier with each strike. The next blow would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Seeing the look of growing doubt on Lin Fan's face, the scarred man's lips curled into a savage grin. If you're still the same person from a few days ago, with no progress at all, then just surrender and die. Bideo-san sure, Tianbeng. With his power built up to its peak, the scarred man's momentum surged. He moved like a dragon in flight, his meridians pulsing, his true chi boiling, channeling all his essence, energy, and spirit into this single strike, which came crashing down with overwhelming force. Slash! Lin Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly. If you have a finishing move, just use it. Why shout so loudly? The sound was deafening, making his eardrums buzz and ache. But he had to admit, the synchronized words and actions were indeed effective in exerting immense psychological pressure on the opponent. Lin Fan knew he couldn't block this strike, but the problem was that the scar-faced warrior had been planning this for a long time. He couldn't dodge it, and he couldn't block it. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the mountains, sending Lin Fan flying back several steps. His right wrist felt stiff and numb, and his internal organs twisted in agony. A surge of blood rose to his throat, but he forced it back down. The Changchun true qi within his body circulated slightly, suppressing the pain in his meridians. His limbs felt cool. Lin Fan knew this was the healing effect of the Xintian true qi taking effect. He raised the ring-handled sword and noticed a chip in the blade. Across from him, the scar-faced man, far from being deterred by his previous strike, charged forward with renewed vigor, his true qi surging wildly through his meridians. Following an unusual meridian pathway, he raised his sword and closed in. Second move, earth crack. That feeling again, there was no way to dodge it. Lin Fan spat out blood in frustration. He had no choice but to summon his true qi and clash with the scar-faced man once more. Clang! This time, Lin Fan was directly knocked flying, crashing down 3 meters away along a parabolic arc. Cough! Gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating pain, Lin Fan struggled to his feet, but the blood finally gushed from his mouth. He could feel his meridians faintly damaged, with the Changchun true qi surging wildly to heal his injuries. Seeing the scar-faced man dragging his sword toward him, he didn't give himself a moment to catch his breath. He didn't even have the typical villain's habit of talking too much in novels. Instead, he channeled all his momentum into a single point. Third move. Go to hell. Strengthen it. Lin Fan could no longer hold back. He opened the enhancement panel of his ring-handled sword, which had 2 large cracks, and was on the verge of breaking, and without hesitation, he selected Enhance. A blinding white light erupted between the two, and the ring-handled sword in their hands began to glow. A blue electrical aura spread upward from the hilt, passing through the handle, guard, blade root, blade back, blade edge, and finally the tip. Wherever the blue light passed, the wooden grain of the handle became increasingly sandblasted, the thicker parts of the blade back condensed and shrunk, the wider parts of the blade body developed grooves, the cracked parts of the blade were restored to their original state, and the sharp tip of the blade emitted a cold, flickering glow. A brand new treasure blade emerges into the world. Kongjua sword. Quality, divine weapon. Description, 3 feet long, forged from refined steel through 10,000 hammer strikes, crafted by the master blacksmith Oyitsi. It cuts through gold and jade, and slices iron like mud. Reinforcement requirements, save points. Lin Fan completely ignored the transparent enhancement panel, disregarding its description, and swung his blade forward to meet the attack. At that moment, the scar-faced man was already half a step away, his blade inches from Lin Fan's face. Third form, cover the sea. Clang! A crisp, clear sound echoed through the mountains, like the divine dew of the heavens descending to the mortal realm. The sound lingered for a long time, causing the trees to sway and the grass to rustle. Even the wild geese passing by in the sky couldn't resist joining in with a long cry. The scarred man stared blankly at the broken blade in his hand. This scene felt eerily familiar. Chapter Yi Subsam, the deserted mountain temple. The scar-faced man stared blankly at the broken knife in his hand. I feel like I've seen this scene before. Lin Fan and the scarred man both thought the same thing at the same time. The scene grew awkward. But the next moment was completely different from before. The scarred man decisively threw the broken knife aside and turned to run. After all, he had no teammates nearby, and there were no weapons on the ground for him to pick up. Even if he found a new one, it would be useless. However, the scar-faced man didn't know that Lin Fan's weapon had just transformed into a divine weapon. After all, during the enhancement process, he could only see a flash of white light, and he wasn't sure what changes had occurred inside. He simply assumed that Lin Fan had also unleashed some hidden trump card, such as a powerful internal cultivation technique, or a secret martial arts skill. Moreover, they had been clashing blade to blade earlier, exchanging blows back and forth, so he hadn't considered the possibility of a weapon transformation. But the problem was that his newly purchased broadsword hadn't even had a chance to prove itself yet. How could it fail so quickly? Damn Nightingale logistics. It must be a quality issue. I'm going to file a complaint. As the scar-faced man fled, he glanced back at Lin Fan, who was hot on his heels, and cursed the Nightingale logistics staff responsible for procurement in his mind. The canteen is run by a relative, I can accept that, but you're telling me the weapons are also handled by a relative? The scarred man was bitter inside. He had saved up contribution points for years to upgrade his sword technique, and had specifically bought a new sword to avoid another failure like last time. He had prepared so thoroughly, yet something still went wrong. Why Why is fate playing such a cruel joke on me? Behind him, Lin Fan was still hot on his heels, wielding his kung fu knife with murderous intent. Holding a divine weapon is so satisfying. The Changchun true chi flowed endlessly, healing his internal injuries. Lin Fan's condition improved steadily, and the advantages of his innate martial arts became evident. When it came to endurance, he left the acquired martial arts far behind. How laughable that the scar-faced man thought he could escape. How naive. Suddenly, he aimed his palm at the scarred man, curled his little finger slightly, and a faint mechanical click sounded. Whoosh. The scar-faced man, who was fleeing ahead, suddenly heard the sound of wind and glanced back, terrified out of his wits. Damn it. A sleeve dart. This deadly hidden weapon, which could only be exchanged for sub-contribution points in the Nightingale, how could the scar-faced assassin not know about it? But who would be so foolish as to spend their hard-earned contribution points on such a thing? Most people would save them for upgrading their martial arts techniques or learning new skills. The scar-faced assassin dodged left and right, but the plum blossom sleeve darts were fired in a 6-shot burst, with 1 in the center and 5 surrounding it, forming the shape of a plum blossom, hence the name. Despite using his snake-like evasion techniques, the scar-faced assassin, he couldn't dodge them all, and one hit his right calf. Plop! After falling to the ground, the scar-faced man knew his injured calf made escape impossible. Reluctantly, he stopped running, turned around, and faced his opponent with a look of bitter anger. Good, Ichwan Urshi, I didn't underestimate you. I never expected you to have such a hidden card. Today, we'll fight to the death. As martial artists, who doesn't know a few moves? The scarred man swung his fist and fought desperately, making his final stand. Lin Fan didn't hold back either, delivering a powerful palm strike. Bang! Their fists and palms collided, producing a series of low, thunderous sounds. After a moment, the scar-faced man felt a tingling sensation in his right arm. 3 breaths later, his right arm shrinks by a full inch. After 5 breaths, the scarred man's right arm drooped down, losing all sensation. The scarred man stared blankly at his numb right arm and sighed deeply. Ichwan Urshi, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You actually have such a hidden card. Lin Fan interrupted him abruptly. Enough, enough. Are you a broken record? You keep repeating the same thing over and over. The scarred man stared blankly at him for a moment. Ichwan Urshi, I never expected someone so young. Enough, enough. The scarred man erupted in anger. Don't you let me speak. A cool breeze swept away the smell of blood. Lin Fan covered the hole in front of him with soil and stuck a few small branches into it as a sign of respect. The scar-faced man was a true warrior. Even as he lay dying, he did not utter a single word of surrender. He only kept sighing about his bad luck and cursing the Nightingale logistics team. However, upon careful reflection, the scar-faced man's so-called Badeo Sanshur technique was indeed fierce. Without the enhanced armor that allowed him to make a last-minute comeback, he might have actually been defeated. At the same time, he silently reflected on himself, vowing never to underestimate anyone, no matter who they were. Even a small figure like Scarred Face possessed such martial arts skills and cunning. Not only did he scout out my mission in advance, hide at the entrance of the Dodong to ambush me, but he also prepared new weapons and secret techniques. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. It was clear that the world was vast, and extraordinary individuals were as numerous as fish in a river. If one wasn't careful, they could easily meet an untimely end. Lin Fan, having eliminated his major enemy, finally felt a weight lifted from his heart, and his entire body relaxed. He obtained roughly several dozen taels of silver from the scar-faced man, but unfortunately, he did not find the sword technique. Chicken brother, chicken brother? Upon returning to the cave on the mountainside, Lin Fan searched everywhere for Chicken Brother, but couldn't find him anywhere, nor did he know where he had gone. This was the first time I'd encountered such a spirited domestic bird. To just let it return to the mountains like that, what a pity. As the sky grew closer to noon, having been in a state of high mental and physical exertion since last night, Lin Fan was both exhausted and starving. In the end, he had no choice but to carry the antique down the mountain alone. After eating a meal in Taoyuan village, Lin Fan followed the villagers' directions and walked 50 miles to an abandoned temple. By the time he arrived, it was already night. The desolate mountain was especially cold and quiet at night, with moonlight casting eerie shadows on the oddly shaped rocks and trees, further enhancing the lonely and eerie atmosphere. However, Lin Fan, armed with divine weapons, felt his courage grow. Even if a master of internal cultivation were to arrive now, he was confident he could fight them. The purpose of his journey was twofold: first, to find lodging for the night, and second, to verify a suspicion he had been harboring. He pushed open the temple door, and used a firelighter to light the altar, and the candles around it, making the temple feel much warmer. After setting down his heavy baggage, Lin Fan sat on the cushion in front of the Buddha statue to rest for a moment. At the same time, he observed his surroundings and noticed that there were still traces of recent cleaning. It seemed that even though the Black Lotus sect had been encroaching on their faith in recent years, some common people still believed in Buddhism, and every now and then, people would come to burn incense and worship the Buddha. Lin Fan looked at the Buddha statue before him, approximately 3 zhang tall, with kind and compassionate eyes, saving all sentient beings. His eyes held profound wisdom, having witnessed the vicissitudes of the world. "Forgive me." Lin Fan stepped forward, bowed, and touched the incense burner, wooden fish, and porcelain vessels holding offerings on the altar. However, the confronting ban showed no reaction. This was strange. Why did the items from the Black Lotus sect carry an ancient aura, yet the authentic Buddha statue did not? Could it be? Lin Fan bowed again, silently berating himself for his transgression, and gently touched the golden statue of the Buddha before him. This time, the confronting ban finally reacted. Buddha's golden body. Quality: common item. Description: the golden body of the Buddha from the celestial realm, used to communicate across worlds and absorb incense offerings and prayers from afar. Ancient charm: ye fading. Wow, you've caught a big one. Could the Buddha be absorbing ancient charm too? Then I'm competing with the Buddha for his food. Lin Fan was startled. But upon turning around and thinking carefully, no, the Buddha must be absorbing incense offerings and wishes, while his own enhancement panel absorbs not only incense offerings and wishes, but also things like fortune and human culture, all of which are ultimately converted into ancient charm. What exactly is ancient charm? It can ignore physical laws and directly enhance the grade of an item out of thin air. The rank of ancient charm must far surpass the incense offerings and prayers absorbed by the Buddha. Lin Fan felt he had accidentally uncovered a tremendous secret. Now he was torn between whether to absorb the 2 points of ancient charm in front of him or not. After much deliberation, Lin Fan finally decided. Absorb. First, the Buddha was in the celestial realm, while he was in the mortal world. The distance between them was unknown, and there was no guarantee the Buddha would notice him. Even if he could, would he really go out of his way to intervene for just 2 points of ancient charm? The cost wouldn't even be worth it, it'd be a total loss. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and selected yes in the yes-no prompt. But the next moment, he suddenly sensed that, from the endless void beyond, a pair of eyes were fixed on him. Chapter Yi Say, gazing across the boundaries. The space around him expanded infinitely, like dominoes toppling one after another. In the blink of an eye, the heavens and earth turned into a monotonous gray, leaving him alone at the center. Time seemed to freeze in place. Though there was nothing in the endless void ahead, Lin Fan could clearly sense a pair of calm, still eyes appraising him. Like magnets, they drew his gaze irresistibly, leaving him unable to think or speak. The terrifying will did not stir up any waves, but the immense pressure filled the void. His body trembled uncontrollably, his flesh and blood feeling as though they could not bear the weight. A single gaze from billions of miles away conveyed a cold indifference that pierced through the ages, determining life and death. The surrounding space continuously shattered, and silver serpents flickered in the chaotic void beyond the mirror-like surface, and nebulae flickered in and out of existence. From the spatial fissures, a thread of mist seeped out, cold and desolate, like a nightmare. Lin Fan stared across the void at the terrifying will before him. It felt like centuries had passed, or perhaps just an instant. Cold wind swept into the desolate mountain temple, sending a shiver down Lin Fan's spine as he snapped back to reality. Coming to his senses, he felt as though something had happened, yet nothing seemed to have changed. The Buddha statue still sat majestically on its pedestal, the candles still flickered in the wind, and the temple windows creaked in the mountain breeze. That terrifying presence had vanished without a trace. Lin Fan looked at the upper right corner of the panel, where 2 additional points of ancient charm had appeared, his back soaked in sweat. The Buddha of the celestial realm might have noticed him just now, or perhaps it was merely a casual glance across the realms. But the terror of falling into endless void left him unable to recover for a long time. This was a warning. The Buddha manifests in countless forms, with countless disciples spread across all realms, so he would not waste his energy on a mere ant. In the span of millions of years, a mortal with a lifespan of mere decades is but a speck in the ocean, and he would not dwell on such a trivial matter. However, this does not mean that the stolen willpower would go unnoticed. This time, the wish power equivalent to a mere 2 points of ancient charm was likely insignificant in his eyes, so this was merely a warning glance. Lin Fan dared not take the risk. If he dared to compete with the Buddha for food again, he would face even harsher retaliation. I was too careless. Lin Fan, still trembling with fear, couldn't help but silently scold himself for his arrogance. Since tasting success in the ancient tomb, he had become overly confident. Earlier, he nearly fell into the hands of the scar-faced man, and this time, he acted recklessly without considering the consequences, provoking a terrifying being like the Buddha of the immortal realm. This world is deep and treacherous. There are always stronger beings beyond those we know. Above the 9 heavens lies the immortal realm, and within the immortal realm dwells the Buddha, a being of unimaginable power. To him, crushing me is no different from crushing an ant. From now on, I must be cautious and never repeat my mistakes. Lin Fan bowed once more before the Buddha's golden image, expressing his deep reverence for the Buddha, hoping that the Venerable One would be magnanimous and not hold a grudge, even though the Buddha likely didn't care at all. As for Gu Yun, if something enters my mouth, do you think I'll spit it out? Impossible. After resting for a while in the ancient temple, Lin Fan tossed and turned, feeling uneasy. Staying under the Buddha's watchful eye was simply unbearable, so he eventually packed his belongings and left the mountain in the dead of night. 2 days later, Lin Fan returned to Zonga City. Exhausted from the journey, he returned to the small courtyard he had rented and collapsed onto the bed, too tired to do anything else. First, he had been caught in the aftermath of a fierce battle between immortals in the ancient tomb of Yelong, then fought a fierce battle with a scar-faced bandit at the entrance of a mountain cave, and later, in an ancient temple on a desolate mountain, he was intimidated from afar by the Buddha from the immortal realm. Lin Fan sighed, feeling utterly defeated. By the next morning, he had finally recovered. The first thing Lin thought about was how to deal with the ancient artifacts in his hands and turn them into real power as quickly as possible. After experiencing the battle between cultivators, Lin Fan had been thinking more and more over the past few days. If cultivation was possible in this world, why bother practicing martial arts? As mere mortal martial artists, even if they became Sintin experts, they would still turn to dust once their 100-year lifespan ended. Mortality. Immortality was the sole reason for cultivating immortality, and it alone was enough to ignite the fiery passion within Lin Fan's heart. In the past, he had no foundation in the Lin mansion, and no talent for cultivation, spending his days timidly getting by. But now, with an infinitely upgradable cheat code that even allows him to compete with the Buddha for food, his ambitions have soared. Now, he has a bold hypothesis: perhaps cultivation techniques can be enhanced. After all, his enhancement interface can ignore rules and forcefully increase levels, and so far, it seems to have no limits. Moreover, based on his deductions in the tomb, innate cultivation techniques correspond to the lower-grade magical artifacts used by cultivators, so they should be very close to the realm of cultivators. Therefore, further enhancement could very well result in the emergence of cultivation techniques. The ancient artifact in Lin Fan's hand had transformed into supplo points upon emerging from the ancient tomb. He had used yi points during his life and death battle with the scar-faced man, but later absorbed yi points back from the Buddha's golden body, leaving him with supplo points. Lin Fan picked up the Changchun Gong from the bedside and opened the enhancement panel. Changchun Gong. Quality: innate cultivation technique. Description: can be cultivated to the peak of innate perfection, significantly increasing cultivation speed, and possessing certain longevity benefits. Upon mastery, one's true qi becomes long and thick, capable of healing internal injuries in the meridians. Derived ultimate technique, Duanji Palm. When struck on an opponent's body, it destroys their vital energy. When applied to plants, it can extract vital energy to aid in healing. Enhancement requirements, 5 points. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Lin Fan's heart raced with anticipation. Whether his guess was correct or not would depend on the outcome of the next enhancement. Enhance. Blasts of brilliant blue light illuminated the entire room. The book in his hands began to flip through its pages on its own, making a rustling sound, and the lecture notes on its pages vanished one by one, transforming into a blank book in the blink of an eye. After reaching the last page, the book began to fade away, then started flipping backward from the end, with silver, tadpole-like characters reappearing on the chapter pages. The text was obscure and profound, easy to read but difficult to understand. Snap! This time, the new book truly closed, and the light vanished in an instant. The transparent reinforced panel before his eyes shimmered with light, and the text changed accordingly. The Qingmu Elixir of Immortality. Quality, Qi Cultivation Stage Technique. Description, a wood attributed cultivation classic, capable of being cultivated up to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Its spiritual energy is relatively mild, with mild herb nurturing effects and strong healing properties. Reinforcement requirements, subplot points. Qi cultivation stage technique. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Just as he had expected. If one can cultivate immortality, why bother with martial arts? Who doesn't yearn to ride swords through the heavens, or even achieve eternal life? Coming to his senses, he quickly sat down in the lotus position, and picked up the Qingmu Changxing Ju, reading it with great interest. The technique was not long, only a few thousand words in total, but every word needed careful consideration, and he had to stop repeatedly to ponder its meaning. By the time he had finally read through the entire text, night had fallen. Lin Fan carefully recalled the entire content, committing it to memory. To become an immortal cultivator, the first step was to seek the sensation of qi. Unlike martial arts training, where practitioners manipulate their qi and blood to condense true qi, cultivating the Tao involves first sensing the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth, then gathering and refining it in the dantian to transform it into one's own spiritual power. After feeling that there were no issues, Lin Fan began to sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, marking the first step on the path to immortality. Towering building rises from the ground, one step at a time. I will eventually embark on the path to immortality. An hour passed. Lin Fan remained unfazed. Even this little bit of solitude was unbearable. What was the point of cultivating immortality? 2 hours passed. This was nothing. Cultivating immortality required even more mental fortitude. Lin Fan sat firmly in his seat, undisturbed. 3 hours had passed. It seems this qi sensation is rather mysterious and hard to grasp. Lin Fan stood up, stretched, and resumed his diligent sensing. A night passed. Those who endure hardships will rise above others. Half a day passed. Perseverance leads to victory. A day has passed. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot. This was merely the first trial on the path to immortality. I refused to believe it. 3 days had passed. Looking haggard, with cracked lips, Lin Fan, who hadn't eaten for 3 days, collapsed weakly on the ground. It seemed like he really couldn't get through the first trial. Could it be that I lack the innate talent for cultivating immortality? Chapter Yi Sup, the root of cultivation. Lying on the ground, Lin Fan stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling dejected, discouraged, and powerless. The emotions were too numerous to list. Talent. How ridiculous. I once believed I was a time traveler with a golden ticket, destined to be different from others and eventually soar to the heavens. Yet here I am, stuck at the gates of the Tao path, because I lack the innate talent for cultivating immortality. Without the ability to cultivate, even if I strive my hardest in this lifetime, what good would it do? I'd still be no match for innate experts. A mere 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Even if I had a power-up panel, gathered more ancient artifacts, and enhanced cultivation techniques and artifacts, without the spiritual energy of a cultivator, they'd be useless. What's the point of keeping them? Thinking of the Buddhas of the immortal realm, spreading their teachings to countless worlds, even 10,000 years are but a fleeting moment for such beings. Yet I remain but an ant, merely a fleeting interlude in their boundless existence. Lin Fan forced himself to ignore his weakness, and picked up the Qingmu Changxing Ju once again, flipping through its pages over and over. Possessing such a divine opportunity as the enhanced panel, he simply couldn't bear to sink into obscurity. Time continued to slip away. He read the cultivation technique over and over again, his eyes growing dizzy, but an unknown willpower kept him going. It seemed, in a fleeting moment, that he caught a glimpse of a passage in the opening chapter that read something like, "By activating one's spiritual roots, one can channel the corresponding techniques to absorb the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth that corresponds to them." Suddenly, it was as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. I understand. The Qingmu Changxingju is a wood-attributed cultivation technique, with the corresponding spell being an auxiliary technique for the wood spiritual root, absorbing the wood-attributed spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. I cannot sense the wood spiritual energy, which only means I lack a wood spiritual root, or that my wood spiritual root is of extremely poor quality. But it doesn't mean I don't have spiritual roots of other attributes. To become an immortal cultivator, one must possess the ability to sense and absorb spiritual energy, and absorbing spiritual energy requires a corresponding spiritual root. This is what is known as cultivation potential. The heavens and earth are filled with spiritual energy of various attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and more. Being unable to sense wood spiritual energy doesn't mean you can't sense others. Upon realizing this, everything became clear. I still have a chance. I still have points of ancient essence left, which can be used to enhance a cultivation manual for the Qi cultivation stage. No, there's also the golden bell. If I obtain another points from the golden bell, it would be like having two chances. What I lack now are two different types of innate cultivation techniques. When it came to innate cultivation techniques, the only source Lin Fan could think of was the nightingale, but it required Yetsin contribution points to exchange for one. 2 copies would require Yetsin points. If he relied solely on grinding tasks, he would never be able to accomplish it in his lifetime. But with his mind now open to new possibilities, his thoughts raced faster. He recalled the morning in Yongchang County, when he followed the main group out of the city, and Jiang the Guardian seemed to be missing a divine weapon. Vaguely, Lin Fan began to sketch out a plan in his mind. If he could succeed, not only would he secure the innate cultivation technique, but the golden bell would also be safely in his hands. With renewed hope, Lin Fan stumbled his way to a restaurant on the street for a hearty meal, then rested at home for the night. The next morning, while the streets were still quiet, he sneaked into Jing'anju, the Nightingale faction's headquarters. Emperor Zhang, you truly are a dedicated and responsible man. The Nightingale faction is fortunate to have an elder like you to lead us, which is why we have grown so strong. At that moment, in the third-floor exchange hall of Jing'anju, a handsome young man in black was flattering the elderly man in front of him. It was none other than Lin Fan, who had just completed the Nightlang Ancient Tomb mission. Sitting across from him on the grand armchair was none other than Jiang Guan, the very man who had deceived him earlier. Who are you? Jiang Guanshi's old eyes looked at the young man in front of him with confusion, stroking his beard as he tried to recall who this young man could be. After all, there were so many Nightingale assassins, all dressed in black three-piece suits. Unless someone was particularly out of shape, or had distinctive features, they all looked more or less the same on the surface. You're really a busy man who forgets things easily. About half a month ago, I almost stumbled into the 4th floor, and disturbed Jiang the Guardian's meditation. It was you who stopped me in time. Lin Fan said with a smile. Oh, it's you. The new recruit who just joined the organization, and doesn't he know the rules yet? Jiang the manager finally remembered. That day, he had been lucky to trick this kid into giving him sub-contribution points in exchange for a pair of sleeve darts. Otherwise, his monthly performance would have been in jeopardy. After all, since the sect leader had gone on a distant journey, Jiang the Guardian had taken over the branch and implemented sweeping reforms to consolidate his power. To stimulate internal consumption, and prevent successive generations of token holders from accumulating massive contribution points through inherited assets, which could then be exchanged for high-tier martial arts techniques. This made the martial arts techniques within Nightingale worthless, so an internal directive was issued to stimulate consumption. The managers of the 3 exchange counters now have monthly performance targets. From Zhang's perspective, he couldn't comprehend Zhang's long-term vision, but that didn't stop him from carrying out the orders with enthusiasm. As a result, he went all out to persuade internal assassins to spend their points in advance, even selling a steel knife for sub-contribution points. However, there comes a time when even the most abundant resources are depleted. After being deceived by the managers on the third floor, the assassins within Nightingale became wary of them, keeping a close eye on their every move. This made it increasingly difficult for Jiang Guanshi and his group to meet their performance targets, so they turned their attention to the newcomers. The newly arrived Lin Fan naturally became the target, spending sub-contribution points to buy a pair of sleeve arrows. But to give credit where it's due, that sleeve arrow did prove invaluable when facing the scarred man. If the arrow hadn't hit the scarred man's calf, he would have tried to escape, and Lin Fan might have had to put in a lot more effort. At this moment, Jiang the manager saw another opportunity and eagerly approached Lin Fan, calculating how much he could gain from him. Young friend, you've only just joined the organization. Is there anything you're confused about? Any difficulties you're facing? Feel free to share them with me. Mentoring the younger generation is our duty. Jiang Guanxi wore a friendly expression, speaking gently and persuasively. This junior does indeed have a request, but I'm afraid it might be too much to ask of the senior. Lin Fan feigned hesitation, sighing deeply. Jiang immediately adopted a stern expression. What are you saying, young man? Within the organization, if new members need help, it's our duty as seniors to assist. Why be so polite? If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Lin Fan looked up to him with admiration. Senior, you are truly noble. You are indeed a respected elder of the Nightingale organization. I am ashamed of myself. He then bowed his fist. I have some questions and would like to go to the fourth floor to seek guidance from Jiang Huifa. Please introduce me. The most awkward moment is when the air suddenly goes silent. Jiang the manager's face lost all its smiles instantly. He stared intently at Lin Fan for a moment, confirming that this young disciple wasn't joking with him, before speaking slowly and deeply. Do you know what you're asking? Please introduce me. Lin Fan bowed again. Disturbing Jiang Huifa's seclusion, even though I am the manager here, I can't take the blame. Before he could finish, a small, delicate teapot was shoved into his hand. The object was dark yellow in color, resembling neither copper nor wood. It exuded an ancient charm, clearly a relic of a bygone era and of noble origin. No doubt about it, Lin Fan had once again used the ancestral ability he had brought from the Yi Subjet St century, a technique that never failed. What is this? Jiang, the manager, had a keen eye. Having run the Nightingale Exchange for years, he had seen countless treasures. He could tell at a glance that this antique was no ordinary item. If valued, it would be worth at least hundreds of gold pieces. This is my ancestral teapot. It is said that hundreds of years ago, one of my ancestors served in the imperial court and secretly brought it back. The truth, of course, was that it was one of the ancient artifacts unearthed from the Yelong ancient tomb. Lin Shantian, without a shred of shame, had claimed it as his family heirloom. As the saying goes, antiques are best given to connoisseurs. Keeping this item in my possession is like hiding a pearl in a pig's snout. It would be better to give it to you, sir. I haven't even thanked you for your kindness in helping me back then. Lin Fan subtly hinted at the matter where Jiang the manager had tricked him into exchanging sub-contributions for a sleeve arrow. This left Jiang Guanxi with no face to save. He cleared his throat and said, At the time, I saw that you were new here and needed a weapon for self-defense, so I sincerely recommended the sleeve darts. However, what is your purpose in seeking out Jiang the Guardian? Normally, Jiang Guanxi would never agree to such a thankless task, but there was no way out. He had already given too much. Lin Fan shook his head. I have some questions I wish to ask, but I cannot disclose them at this time. However, whether Jiang the Guardian chooses to meet me or not, this item is a gift for you, as a token of my respect. Given the circumstances, Jiang couldn't refuse, so he explained everything to Lin Fan. Once you meet Jiang Huifa, under no circumstances should you overstep your bounds. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for standing by and doing nothing. Lin Fan nodded vigorously, pounding his chest to assure him that he would never cause trouble for Jiang Guanxi. Then follow me. Putting away the teapot, Manager Jiang stood up and headed toward the fourth floor, with Lin Fan following closely behind. Chapter Yi Sup Lo, presenting the sword. Lin Fan followed Manager Jiang to the fourth floor, which was a large hall with a simple and ancient layout. The spacious hall contained only a few tables and desks. At the far end of the hall sat a man in black robes, cross-legged and meditating. From a distance, a white mist swirled around him, rising and falling as his robes and sash fluttered in the breeze. It was Jiang the Guardian, whom Lin Fan had seen that day. Projecting true qi outward to form white mist. This is a supernatural ability possessed only by those at the Xintian stage. Though Jiang the Guardian is said to be at the half-step Xintian stage, he appears to be quite close to true Xintian. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Jiang Guan, who seemed to have witnessed this scene before, said nothing more. He simply led Lin Fan to wait below the steps of the hall, daring not to disturb Jiang Huifa during his practice. After about a quarter of an hour, the white mist surrounding Jiang Hufa gathered into a stream, which he inhaled through his nostrils and vanished. He slowly ceased his practice, opened his eyes, and a flash of white light flickered in his eyes, faintly extending 3 inches from his body. Empty room gives rise to a glow. Congratulations, Guardian, on mastering your divine art. Jiang, the manager, who had been observing the situation closely, immediately flattered him, timing his words perfectly, leaving no room for criticism. What is it? Jiang Huifa replied coldly, his expression unchanged, betraying no emotion. Manager Jiang hurriedly bowed and reported, Sir, there is a young disciple behind me who admires your prestige, and wishes to catch a glimpse of your noble countenance and seek your guidance. I saw that he is young but shows great potential, so I took the liberty of bringing him here. Jiang the Guardian listened coldly as he finished his report. As a senior official, he was well aware of Jiang the manager's tactics. He must have received some significant benefit to dare disturb his cultivation by risking his displeasure. He merely snorted in response, and Jiang Guan immediately sensed the mood, closing his mouth and saying nothing more. The grand hall fell into a deathly silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, Lin Fan heard a voice coming from the far end of the hall. What do you want from me? Lin Fan knew that the moment of his trial had arrived. He quickly calmed his mind, composed himself, and bowed with clasped fists. This junior has a matter that requires a private discussion with the Guardian, and humbly requests your permission. After waiting for a moment, there was no response from the hall. Noticing the tension in the air, Jiang, the steward, thought about the teapot he had just received and mustered his courage to step forward. Guardian Jiang is busy with countless matters. What is it you want? Speak clearly and do not waste the Guardian's time. At the same time, he discreetly signaled to Lin Fan to speak quickly. Lin Fan remained unfazed. This matter is of great importance. It will only benefit the Guardian, with no drawbacks. He swallowed hard and glanced furtively at the figure at the far end of the hall. I believe that if we miss this opportunity, the Guardian will regret it for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Jiang the manager's expression changed drastically. He shouted angrily at Lin Fan, How dare you? He then hurried toward Jiang the Guardian to apologize, pulling Lin Fan aside and signaling him to leave quickly. It must be said that although this old man was greedy, he was efficient when it came to getting things done. Taking someone's money to solve their problems, this guy is someone you can deal with. However, at that moment, laughter erupted from the other end of the hall, leaving everyone baffled. What nerve! Jiang the Guardian stood up, glaring at Lin Fan below the dais, his lips curling slightly. If I recall correctly, you're the one who killed Li the Fat and took his place, aren't you? What? You killed Li Fatso? Jiang the manager's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fan beside him. He had been at Nightingale for so many years and knew Li Fat well. He had peak cultivation in the dirty realm, and had even exchanged internal martial arts techniques with him. The giant palm manual was personally handed to Li Fat by him. So this kid had been pretending to be weak all along? While Jiang Guanshi's expression fluctuated wildly, Lin Fan immediately took the opportunity to climb the ladder. I haven't even thanked the Guardian for his kindness that night. I am deeply grateful. Jiang felt like an outsider. Not only did the two know each other, but Lin Fan had also been mentored by the Guardian. But before Jiang Guanshi could dwell on his thoughts, Jiang the Guardian on the dais waved his sleeve at him. You may leave now. Yes. Jiang Guanji dared not object and withdrew, descending the stairs. Now that no one is here, can we talk? Lin Fan nodded. Please take a look, Guardian. Without further explanation, he reached behind him and drew a sword. However, upon drawing it, it was clear that only one side had a blade. It was actually a knife. The blade shone silver, emanating a chill, and was engraved with some unknown hieroglyphic characters. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. Lin Shan walked to a table, drew the dagger from his waist, and thrust it into the table. Only an inch of the blade remained exposed. Then, holding the weapon that resembled a sword, but was not one, he swung it horizontally without using a single thread of true chi, delivering a simple strike. The dagger on the table shattered into pieces. Clang! Jiang the Guardian didn't even glance at the broken dagger lying on the ground. Instead, he stared intently at the weapon in Lin Shan's hand and couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. What a fine blade! On that day at the city gate, I witnessed the Guardian's unparalleled martial arts, yet you lacked a divine weapon by your side. I recalled the family heirloom sword passed down through generations. Due to my own weakness, I dared not display it before others, and thus it has remained hidden all this time. I now present it to you, Guardian. As he spoke, Lin Shan seemed to be moved, his tiger-like eyes brimming with tears. I have been wandering since childhood, but fortunately, the Guardian took me in and brought me into the organization, allowing me to enjoy such a wonderful environment. As the saying goes, one should repay a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude. And how much more so when a precious sword is given to a hero. This is a perfect match. Jiang the Guardian couldn't help but look at the young man in the palace with a speechless expression. He looked a bit smitten, but since the other was presenting a sword, he couldn't very well refuse. After all, one doesn't hit a smiling face. He nodded slowly, going along with Lin Shan's performance. Bring it forward. Lin Shan respectfully presented the sword. Jiang Huifa held the blade, unable to put it down. What is the name of this sword? Kongzhu. What a fine name. Jiang Huifa suddenly bellowed. He nearly startled Lin Shan, who muttered to himself, these people from the Nightingale organization are all so loud and dramatic. When I fought with the scar-faced man earlier, they were also jumping around, scaring the living daylights out of me. Watching Jiang the Guardian flip through the book on the dais for a full 15 minutes, Lin Shan noticed he was still staring at it with a mesmerized expression, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Reluctantly, he cleared his throat. When he snapped back to reality and saw Lin Shan still standing below, Jiang Huifa gave an awkward smile. Not bad, not bad. It's truly a divine weapon, perfectly crafted. Then, in a grand manner, he said to Lin Shan, what do you want me to do? Just ask. Don't beat around the bush. Knowing that Jiang Huifa disliked beating around the bush, Lin Shan didn't hesitate and directly stated his intentions. This subordinate humbly requests the Guardian's permission to obtain 2 of your innate cultivation techniques. After speaking, he looked anxious, for while divine weapons were indeed powerful, they were still man-made artifacts. In contrast, innate cultivation techniques were the closely guarded secrets of major sects, and whether Jiang Huifa was willing to use his position for personal gain was another matter entirely. However, Lin Shan dared to do this because he knew that Jiang Huifa indeed had the authority over the innate cultivation techniques, and secondly, since the techniques belonged to the organization, granting them to him would be like getting a free gift, a divine weapon for nothing. But if he were to be stubborn. Before Lin Shan could dwell on his thoughts, Jiang the Guardian surprised him by being unusually accommodating, tossing a black object his way. Lin Shan quickly caught it. In his hand appeared a black, exclusive token. The front was engraved with the character Jiang, and the back bore the words Guardian. This is my token. Go find old man Jiang and tell him to give you 2 copies of the innate techniques. Say I sent you. He didn't even glance at him, giving him a "don't bother me again" expression, while continuing to caress the Kongzhu knife with deep affection, as if admiring a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Lin Shan was overjoyed, never expecting it to be so simple. He couldn't count how many times he had praised Jiang the Guardian in his heart, and hurriedly thanked him before heading downstairs. The innate martial arts techniques, here I come. Chapter Yi Subtut, Borrowing the Tiger's Might. As soon as Lin Shan returned to the 3rd floor exchange hall, Jiang the manager came to greet him. The old man wore an expression of relief, almost blurting out, as long as you're alive, that's all that matters, before patting his shoulder and muttering a complaint under his breath. If I had known you were so reckless, I wouldn't have dared to agree to take you up there, even at my age. You're still too young. Lin Shan didn't bother with small talk. He simply pulled out his protective law token, and waved it in front of the old man. Jiang Guan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A protective law token? How did you get your hands on that? Are you the long-lost son of Jiang Huifa? Lin Fan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Stop making a scene. If you're tired of living, don't drag me down with you. I still want to live a few more years. This is something the Guardian temporarily lent me, to retrieve 2 copies of the Xiantian scriptures from you. It took Jiang the steward a moment to accept this fact. He looked at Lin Fan with a complicated expression. This kid always managed to surprise him, or more accurately, scare him. But thinking about how he had killed Li Fatso at such a young age, he muttered under his breath, "The young are truly formidable," before turning to go to the storeroom to fetch the martial arts manuals. After waiting a moment, Lin Fan took the innate cultivation technique copy from Jiang Guanshi's hands, didn't he have time to look at it closely, and stuffed it into his robe before turning to go downstairs. Jiang Guanshi called out from behind, "Memorize it well and burn it afterward. Don't let a second person see it." Got it. This kid. The old man shook his head with a smile. Though his thoughts were inscrutable, the young man's impulsive nature still needed polishing. Wait, something's wrong. I gave him the martial arts manual, shouldn't he have returned the protective talisman? How could he have taken that too? Jiang the steward hurried to the staircase and looked down, but Lin Fan was already gone. At the antique shop in the western part of the city, many people were coming and going, most of them there to see the golden bell unearthed from the ancient tomb of Yelong. A young man in white robes, carrying a bundle, walked in. He was Lin Fan, who had just returned home from the Nightingale, and had come here after retrieving the antique. Upon entering the store, Huang, the shopkeeper who had served Lin Fan last time, looked over. Upon recognizing Lin Fan, his interest immediately waned. Last time, the young man had only looked around without buying anything, and the shopkeeper was no longer fooled by his appearance. Lin Fan didn't care about that. He walked straight to the counter and said, "Shopkeeper, I have a big business deal for you." "Oh, what kind of big business?" The shopkeeper continued fiddling with his abacus, not even bothering to look up. Seeing that the shopkeeper wasn't paying attention to him, Lin Fan had no choice but to take out a vase from his bag and place it right under the shopkeeper's nose. "Here, take a look. Get it out of my way. Don't block my view. Or else." What's this? The shopkeeper's gaze was immediately drawn to the vase before him. Its unique shape, smooth curves, elegant patterns, and the lost technique of its firing. This is an antique from the ancient kingdom of Yelong from 1,000 years ago. The shopkeeper couldn't help but reach out to take it into his arms and examine it closely. Suddenly, a despicable hand snatched it away right from under his nose. Who was that?" The shopkeeper shouted frantically, drawing the attention of other customers and servants in the store. "Have you had enough of looking, shopkeeper? If you're done, why not find a quiet place to chat?" A mocking voice came from the side. Realizing what had happened, the shopkeeper's face flashed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly greeted Lin Fan with a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of respect. "Please come inside, young master." Upon entering the private room, Huang the shopkeeper clutched the vase, his face flushed with intoxication, as if he had drunk ice flower wine brewed during the hottest days of summer. His old face was flushed red, his eyes narrowed, and he even emitted strange sounds. Lin Fan couldn't bear to watch any longer. He coughed a few times but couldn't wake him, so he had to use some force to shake the shopkeeper awake. Then he emptied the bag, spilling out over 10 antique items. "So many?" Huang was startled. After examining each item, he tremblingly pointed at the pile on the table. "Young master, what are you planning to do?" "To do business." Lin Fan remained calm and composed, speaking in a leisurely tone. "This is too big a matter for me to decide. I'll go fetch the owner of the shop behind us. You two can discuss the details in person." Huang knew he couldn't handle this, so he hurriedly called someone to bring Lin Fan some tea, and rushed out in a hurry. After waiting for about half an hour, a cheerful voice came from outside the door. "I wondered who had come to our shop to do business. I didn't expect it to be such a handsome young gentleman. Haha, my surname is Zhao. Everyone calls me Mr. Zhao. May I ask how the young gentleman prefers to be addressed?" "This humble one is Lin Fan." "I dare not. We've heard of you, no need for formalities. Please sit down." The two exchanged pleasantries, as if they were old friends reunited after years apart, talking freely and easily, but not once mentioning the antique items on the table. Eventually, Lin Fan, being younger, couldn't contain himself and spoke first. I have come to your shop today to handle these treasures recently unearthed from the ancient tomb of Yelong. Amateur Zhao nodded. He had already learned about this from Mr. Huang earlier. As for the value of these antiques, there was no doubt they were worth a fortune. In the southern kingdom, who didn't know the name of Mr. Zhao? He was the chief advisor to the governor of Zhangke County, and the current head of the Zhao family, one of the most prominent clans in Zhangke. He was also a renowned martial arts master of the highest caliber. Earlier, he had mainly been testing Lin Fan's intentions, asking how he had obtained the antiques. Lin Fan, of course, had been vague and evasive. Having failed to learn anything, Amateur Zhao turned his attention to Lin Fan's background. This time, Lin Fan sat up straight. He had been waiting for this moment. He pulled out the token he had just received from his robe and handed it to Mr. Zhao, saying at the same time, "Actually, I'm just running errands for Jiang the Guardian. Please take a look, sir." As for who Jiang the Guardian was, he saw no need to clarify. Since the night he interrogated Mr. Wu, he had secretly investigated the antique shop's backer, Mr. Zhao. He knew that given Mr. Zhao's status, he could easily guess who the Jiang Huifa he was referring to was. Sure enough, Mr. Zhao looked at him hesitantly and asked, "But, is that the Jiang Huifa associated with Nightingale?" "That's exactly who I am." Mr. Zhao nodded and returned the token to Lin Fan. He thought to himself, as expected. He had never believed that this young man, who had only recently entered the late stage of the heavenly realm, could have brought so many antiques out of the Nightlang ancient tomb. After all, when he had obtained the golden bell from Mr. Wu, Mr. Zhao had also sent a team of his own men into the Nightlang ancient tomb, and the outcome had been predictable. And later, among the tasks Nightingale had posted for investigating the Nightlang ancient tomb, one of the clients was none other than Mr. Zhao himself. If these antiques were brought out by Jiang the Guardian, it would make sense. After all, at the half-step Xintian level, he is among the top combatants in Zhangde County, and even the Zhao family doesn't have any Xintian experts. After exchanging a few words, Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer and asked Mr. Zhao to appraise the antique items. As the patron of the antique trade, Mr. Zhao naturally knew his stuff and quickly quoted an astronomical price. 3,000 taels of gold. What do you think, young friend? Lin Fan was initially overjoyed upon hearing the offer, but upon further reflection, he began to feel uncertain. After all, he wasn't an expert and had no way of knowing whether Mr. Zhao's price was reasonable or not, especially since these antiques were all obtained through life-threatening adventures in ancient tombs. Seeing his hesitation, Mr. Zhao immediately understood and smiled. "Here's what we'll do. Since we hit it off so well, I'll price these antiques at 3,000 taels of gold. Additionally, I'll privately gift you an extra 100 taels of gold as a token of my appreciation for your efforts. How does that sound?" Mr. Zhao was still in the dark, believing that this batch of goods belonged to Jiang the bodyguard. Although Lin Fan was just a runner, he had the right to decide whether to sell or not. He decided to bribe Lin Fan with a large sum of money, effectively making Lin Fan profit handsomely, and everyone was satisfied. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan immediately realized that Mr. Zhao's offer was well below market value. However, since the other party had gone to such lengths, he could only grit his teeth and accept the deal. Otherwise, if he appeared too protective of his interests, it might arouse suspicion, which wouldn't be good. "All right, it's settled." Mr. Zhao, as the head of the Zhao family, truly had immense wealth. Soon, a maid entered carrying a tray, lifted the red cloth, and revealed a stack of silver notes neatly arranged on top. Lin Fan nodded, took 10 silver notes worth 100 taels each, which, when converted at a rate of 10 to 1, equaled 100 taels of gold. As for the rest, he smiled and pushed them back. "Oh, young friend, what is this?" Mr. Zhao looked pensive. "The Guardian is very interested in the golden bell unearthed from the ancient tomb of Yelong. Would Mr. Zhao be willing to part with it?" Lin Fan smiled. Mr. Zhao was suspicious that the golden bell might hold some secret, but after studying it thoroughly, when he first obtained it, he couldn't find anything unusual. At that moment, he nodded. 3,000 taels of gold for the golden bell was no problem. He had put it up for sale in the first place, so it didn't matter who bought it. Plus, it was a small favor to sell it to Jiang Huifa, so it was no trouble at all. Upon receiving Mr. Zhao's affirmative response, Lin Fan finally sighed in relief. Using Jiang Huifa's influence had kept him on edge the entire time. After all, if he were acting alone without the backing of a powerful faction or influential figures, he would likely have been devoured whole, leaving not even a bone behind. Emperor Zhao is being so accommodating now, not out of respect for him, but out of respect for Jiang Huifa. At the entrance of the antique shop, Lin Fan and Mr. Zhao bid each other farewell. The golden bell was too large and too conspicuous, carrying it back on his own would draw too much attention. He had no choice but to entrust Mr. Zhao with finding a horse-drawn carriage to take it back to his courtyard. For now, with Jiang Huifa's reputation as a guarantee, Emperor Zhao wouldn't dare go back on his word. He hurried to the Nightingale branch's Jing'an residence, ran up to the third floor, handed the protective amulet to manager Jiang, and asked him to return it to its rightful owner. After handling these matters, a heavy burden was lifted from his heart, and he leisurely made his way home. 2 innate cultivation manuals and sublock points of ancient essence could be used to further refine 2 qi cultivation stage manuals. Whether he can cultivate to immortality depends on this attempt. Chapter Yi Sabba, the transformation of spiritual awareness. Lin Fan returned to his residence and saw a horse-drawn carriage just pulling up to the gate. He hurriedly instructed several assistants from the antique shop to carry the golden bell into the house. After giving each of them a small tip, everyone left in high spirits. After locking the courtyard gate and returning inside, he checked the doors and windows. Lin Fan approached the golden bell with a look of excitement, examining it intently as if he were a starving man seeing a breathtaking beauty. Then, he placed a lecherous hand on it. Soul-binding bell. Quality, common. Description: originally a Buddhist ritual artifact imbued with vows, its spiritual power was erased by external forces, reducing it to an ordinary object. Ancient charm, 5 points. Should it be absorbed? Absorb. Each time he absorbed the ancient charm, Lin Fan was utterly captivated. That brief moment felt like soaring to the heavens. Looking at the ancient charm returning to sublock points, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. There was still a chance. Whether he could cultivate immortality or possess a spiritual root would be decided today. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and looked at the golden bell beside him, flicking it with his finger. Ding! A faint bell toll echoed, leaving Lin Fan speechless. It didn't shatter? According to past precedent, shouldn't it have turned into a pile of fine sand? He hurried forward, feeling around it from all sides. After some experimentation, Lin Fan finally confirmed that aside from losing its ancient charm, the golden bell was unchanged. Could it be because it was once a magical artifact? The materials used to make it weren't ordinary, so it didn't turn into sand. Lin Fan stroked his chin in deep thought for a moment, but eventually decided not to dwell on the matter. The urgent matter at hand was whether he could cultivate immortality. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he pulled out the 2 innate cultivation manuals he had obtained from the Nightingale. The 2 manuals were titled The Book of Treasure Yellow and The Thread of Life. Lin Fan chose the Book of Treasure Yellow first, as it seemed to be an earth attribute cultivation technique, while the latter was something he couldn't guess the attribute of. The 5 basic elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were the foundation, and having a spiritual root was most likely to be one of these 5. Lin Fan naturally wanted to try strengthening each one individually first. If he happened to choose the right one on the first try, he wouldn't have to waste another 5 points of ancient charm on further strengthening. Opening the enhancement panel for the precious yellow book. The golden yellow book. Quality, Xintian Gongfa. Description: can be cultivated to the peak of the Xintian realm, with a profound technique that grants exceptional defensive qi and moderate offensive power. Upon mastery, body weight increases, making movement slightly cumbersome. Reinforcement requirements, 5 points. Ignoring the contents entirely, Lin Fan decisively chose enhancement. The interface before him shimmered with light. Thick earth technique. Quality, qi cultivation stage technique. Description: an earth attribute cultivation technique that can be cultivated up to the 9th layer of qi cultivation. It possesses gentle yet powerful spiritual energy and exceptional defensive capabilities. Requirements for enhancement, sublock points. Thick earth technique. Although the description was rather ordinary, Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He just wanted to start cultivating and enter the realm of immortality first. After thoroughly reading and studying the cultivation technique, and fully understanding the method of sensing spiritual energy, Lin Fan sat upright and began his attempt. 3 hours later, Lin Fan's face was dark. No matter how hard he tried, the earth-attributed spiritual energy around him seemed non-existent, with not the slightest hint of a response. Based on his interpretation of the entire cultivation technique, he understood that everyone's spiritual root talent was indeed different. However, even if one's talent was poor, it only affected the speed of absorption and transformation. During cultivation, there was no such thing as a difference in the speed of sensing. If he couldn't sense it, it meant he had no earth spiritual root. With a heavy and anxious heart, Lin Fan took out the last cultivation technique. Mayfly's Thread of Heaven. Quality, Xin Tian Gong Fa. Description, can be cultivated to the peak of the innate realm, with true qi that is light, agile, and ethereal, significantly enhancing body movement flexibility. Requirements, 5 points. Lin Fan looked at the remaining 5 points of ancient essence in the top right corner, and clenched his teeth tightly. Enhance. Xuanfeng Ju. Quality, Qi cultivation stage technique. Description, a wind attribute cultivation technique that can be cultivated up to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. It enhances spiritual energy, making it light and agile, and significantly increases movement speed. Requirements for enhancement, sublok points. Lin Fan ran his fingers over the Xuanfeng Ju. He had originally prepared for the unexpected, but upon actually enhancing it, he realized that every gamble he had taken was a gamble with his heart. If he could gamble on his basic 5 elements spiritual roots, he dared not even think about the wind, thunder, and ice spiritual roots rare even among cultivators. Where there's a will, there's a way. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Fan buried himself in his studies. 2 hours later, noon had passed outside. Lin Fan quickly filled his stomach. He began attempting to practice the sensory perception chapter of the Xuanfeng decision. To his surprise, unlike the previous 2 attempts, this time, as soon as he began, he instantly sensed that the surrounding heavens and earth felt slightly different from before. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. It was indescribable, mysterious, and profound. Lin Fan didn't have time to marvel at the discovery. He immediately focused on trying to find that feeling, like a fish swimming aimlessly in the vast ocean. After swimming for an unknown amount of time, immersed in the sea, he suddenly leaped out into a new realm. The surroundings suddenly flickered with streaks of light, transforming into a backdrop of intertwining light and darkness. Around him, countless green light points slowly drifted. Comparing it to the teachings of the Xuanfeng decision in his mind, Lin Fan knew exactly what this was. Transformation of spiritual awareness. Spiritual awareness, also known as divine awareness, allows one to see their entire body during the Qi cultivation stage and attach to objects. At higher levels, it can be projected outward for reconnaissance, transmit sounds through the air, and even control swords to kill enemies. Possessing divine consciousness signifies a spiritual transformation, automatically opening the run and do meridians, and marking the beginning of absorbing the free-floating spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. I've succeeded. I actually possess the wind spirit root. Lin Fan opened his eyes in disbelief. The green light points he had sensed earlier were likely the wind-attributed spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, signifying that he had obtained his ticket to the cultivation realm. He jumped off the bed in excitement, his throat dry and unable to contain his emotions. After all, he could finally cultivate to become an immortal. From now on, he wouldn't be on the same level as those martial artists. He could leave 99.999% of the world behind and step onto the path of immortality, a leap to the heavens. The divide between immortals and mortals. But when he looked down, his entire body was covered in black sludge, a mixture of dirt and impurities. This must have happened during the transformation of his spiritual consciousness, when he had autonomously opened the run and do meridians, effectively undergoing a rebirth, purifying his organs and cleansing his marrow. Opening the run and do meridians, isn't that the process by which mortal martial artists transform into innate powerhouses? Lin Fan suddenly felt he had grasped something, connecting the 2 concepts. He got out of bed and opened the window. The sunlight was brilliant outside, and he suddenly realized that he could see the cicadas on the large banyan tree in the courtyard, even making out the patterns on their wings and the rhythmic movements of their abdomens as they chirped. When he listened carefully, he could hear the rustling sound of centipedes crawling underground, the whispers of neighbors outside the courtyard, and the low buzzing of various insects in the air. The entire world seemed to come alive. Hearing and seeing clearly. Lin Fan blurted out instantly. Here, sharp hearing and keen vision is not merely a descriptive term, but a divine ability exclusive to the innate masters of this world. The I Ching purifies the marrow. Sharp hearing and keen vision. Empty room gives birth to white light. True chi emanating outward. This is what true innate masters are, the proof of their dominance over the martial arts world in the mortal realm. The concepts of an empty room giving rise to white light and true chi emanating outward are something I will only understand after cultivating my spiritual energy, but I am certain they will not be inferior. Now I can basically confirm that entering the chi cultivation stage is equivalent to crossing the threshold of the innate realm. Though they may be on the same level in the early stages, there must be a clear divide in the cultivation tiers. Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly and swung them forcefully. Practitioners of the innate realm remain at the initial stage of using true chi and refining essence into chi, while cultivators have already begun the path of unifying chi and spirit, embarking on another broad avenue of immortality. Every cultivation technique begins with this introduction in its preface. The path of cultivation involves refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit back to emptiness, and unifying emptiness with the Tao. This is the path to immortality that all predecessors and sages throughout history have personally witnessed. As long as one progresses step by step, one will eventually attain immortality. Chapter Yi Sup Gao, Wind Blade Technique. In the courtyard, he used a wooden bucket to draw well water and took a vigorous shower. Afterward, Lin Fan returned to the house feeling refreshed, sat cross-legged once more, and began to sense the surroundings. With his divine consciousness, he almost instantly returned to the state he had been in during his previous meditation. One after another, green light points darted around him like mischievous spirits. Whenever he tried to catch them with his intangible hands, they would vanish in an instant. Their lively movements, and the faint gleam of light they emitted made them seem like the spirits of heaven and earth, the very essence of the universe. Is this spiritual energy? Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile of excitement, eager to claim them all for himself. However, no matter how he tried to capture them, these spiritual energies seemed to possess a unique sentience, yearning for freedom and unwilling to be confined. They always managed to escape by a hair's breadth, as light and agile as the wind, leaving Lin Fan nearly mad with frustration. Could it be that my method is wrong? He was so close to cultivating immortality, yet he couldn't absorb the spiritual energy, and his heart grew restless. Lin Fan forced himself to calm his surging thoughts, and suddenly remembered the Luofeng decision. He hurriedly tried to activate the technique. This time, the green light points around him no longer played tricks, and finally began to slowly be absorbed into his body. His body now felt like a massive gravitational star, channeling the technique like a bellows, whoosh, whoosh, forcefully capturing and absorbing the surrounding wind's spiritual energy, swallowing these tiny particles one by one. Once the numbers were sufficient, he repeated the cycle several times, slowly refining the energy into spiritual power and storing it in his dantian. This step marked his official entry into the chi cultivation stage. He had become a genuine cultivator. This tangible increase in strength made one acutely aware of their own progress. Lin Fan compared this to his own decade of martial arts training, where he had diligently cultivated his chi and blood every day, endlessly tempering his body's meridians, without knowing how much longer he needed to endure before making the next breakthrough. In contrast, cultivating immortality involved plundering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gaining a bit of cultivation with each plunder. This method of cultivation was utterly addictive, impossible to resist. I finally understand why the books say, a day in the mountains is 1,000 years in the outside world. If I could go without food or water, without hitting any bottlenecks, I would continue cultivating forever, until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble, achieving immortality before emerging from seclusion. Lin Fan sighed as he continued his cultivation, unaware that it had already reached the second watch of the night. His entire being remained energetic and radiant. After consolidating his cultivation at the first level of Qi cultivation, he temporarily ceased his practice. Lin Fan opened the Luofeng decision in his hands. He recalled that it contained 3 common wind attribute spells for practice. The other 2 books, the Qingmu Elixir of Immortality and the Thick Earth Technique, also included the most basic wood attribute and earth attribute spells. However, at the time, he was too busy seeking the sensation of Qi and trying to enter the Qi cultivation stage, so he had no time to pay attention to them. Now that Lin Fan had become a cultivator, he was eager to begin practicing spells. Flipping to the last few pages, he finally found the 3 spells mentioned in the text: Wind Blade Technique for the early Qi cultivation stage, Wind Control Technique for the middle stage, and Wind Bind Technique for the late stage. The conditions for cultivating these spells were simple: whether one had enough spiritual energy. Only by advancing in cultivation can one store more spiritual energy in the dantian, enabling the release of more complex spells. Lin Fan was currently at the first layer of Qi cultivation, firmly in the early stage. His spiritual energy in his dantian was only a thin layer, and he doubted he could even cast a few wind blade techniques. Nevertheless, Lin Fan remained enthusiastic and began studying diligently. After nearly half an hour, he felt he had memorized and mastered the techniques. He opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. He slowly channeled his spiritual energy according to the methods described in the text, then raised his right index and ring fingers and held them before his chest. After about 3 breaths, a crescent-shaped blade the size of a palm was suspended beautifully above his fingers. Lin Fan looked at the green wind blade in front of him with excitement, examined it for a moment, then pointed his right hand toward the large banyan tree in the courtyard. Go! The green crescent above his finger shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, instantly transforming into a streak of light and darting out. Boom! Clatter! A dull thud echoed, followed by the banyan tree swaying violently, sending leaves raining down into the courtyard. With Lin Fan's keen eyesight, he could clearly see that the palm-sized wind blade had pierced through the banyan tree, shattered the wall behind it, and only dissipated after traveling 3 meters. It seems my current attack radius is 10 meters, Lin Fan mused, rubbing his chin. The sharpness of the wind blade was comparable to that of a divine weapon like the Kunzuo sword, and its speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't even follow it with their eyes. However, it was still the most basic spell, merely a technique for manipulating wind spirit energy. Strictly speaking, it was equivalent to a cultivator's basic attack, and didn't even qualify as a skill. That's why it was listed as a bonus at the end of the cultivation techniques. Lin Fan had a general understanding of the wind blade technique's power and range. Feeling the spiritual energy in his dantian, he estimated he could only cast it 3 times. He didn't feel particularly disappointed. After all, he had only been cultivating for half a day, and had just entered the first layer of Qi cultivation. The path ahead was still long. Sitting on the ground, he opened the Luofeng decision, and glanced at the descriptions of the other 2 spells. One was a wind control technique, which could be cast with the spiritual energy of the mid-Qi cultivation stage. It allowed one to ride the wind and traverse mountains and valleys, greatly increasing speed, a spell useful for traveling or escaping. What? You ask if it can fly into the sky? Sorry, it's just a bonus spell, don't expect too much from it. The other was Wind Bind, which could only be cultivated in the late Qi cultivation stage. This spell was highly practical, akin to a control ability, allowing one to bind opponents from a distance. However, it consumed mana at an exponentially increasing rate, making it unsustainable for practitioners in the early to mid stages of Qi cultivation. Lin Fan watched with great interest, using it as a preview of what was to come. Anyway, cultivation is so addictive, I might as well start practicing now. As for spells, I'll just make do with the wind blade technique for now. After feeling the night breeze in the courtyard, Lin Fan felt it was time to return to his room to continue his cultivation. But suddenly, he heard whispers coming from outside his courtyard wall. As a Qi cultivation stage cultivator, he possessed the innate spiritual perception of keen hearing and sharp vision, and no movement within a 10-meter radius could escape his notice. The whispered conversation outside was heard clearly in his ears. Brother Zhao, who exactly is this kid? Why did the clan leader insist on sending you, a top-tier expert, to investigate? Don't ask questions you shouldn't. You're just an outer disciple of the Zhao family. There are some secrets you're not supposed to know. You're being too formal. Though I don't bear the Zhao surname, I've risked my life for the clan for so many years. I consider myself one of the Zhao family. Alright, I'll give you a rough outline, but don't mention this to anyone. I'll keep it to myself. Today, that young man borrowed the token of Jiang Hufa, the leader of the Nightingale, and bought the golden bell from the family head. The family head found out through several clan members, who are also assassins, in the Nightingale, that the young man wasn't Jiang Hufa's messenger at all. He just borrowed Jiang Hufa's token during the day to exchange for something, and then used it to intimidate others. Wow, that kid is so bold. He dares to toy with the clan leader? This kid isn't just bold, he's got over 1,000 taels of silver in banknotes on him. When the time comes, the banknotes are mine, and you'll get your share. Of course. You're a top-notch expert, I'm just a bit player. The two outside the wall whispered to each other, but they never imagined that there was an immortal cultivator in the courtyard, and Lin Fan had heard every word. Emir Zhao's reaction was so quick. Lin Fan felt incredibly fortunate that he had entered the Qi cultivation stage, and become an immortal cultivator in time. Otherwise, even a moment later, if a master had found him, he would have been doomed tonight. Puff. A fine layer of wall dust fell with a soft sound, and 4 hands appeared outside the courtyard, resting on the wall. It seemed the two were preparing to climb over. At that moment, Lin Fan inside the courtyard raised both hands to his chest, forming 2 fingers, and 2 crescent moons slowly yingzhuyed. 2 black shadows flashed across the wall, both leaping into the courtyard. They brushed the dust off their bodies and looked up, but before they could react, 2 crescent-shaped beams of light shot toward them from the pupils of their eyes. An ambush? They instinctively ducked their heads, and 2 sounds echoed from behind them, the sound of the courtyard wall being pierced by 2 unknown projectiles. Phew! Both men sighed in relief, secretly thanking their luck that their opponents had missed with their projectiles. But the next moment, they discovered that each of their thighs had been severed, causing them to collapse to the ground simultaneously. It turned out that the projectiles from earlier were too sharp. After severing their thighs, they had pierced through the wall. Ah! 2 piercing screams echoed through the night sky, causing the neighbors in the surrounding area to rush out of their beds and cover their ears in unison. Chapter Samsup, the Empty City Strategy. In the courtyard, 2 voices continued to wail in agony. After all, having a leg severed was something no one could endure. Lin Fan looked at the 2 men indifferently. Emir Zhao really thinks highly of me, sending a top-notch expert to capture me. The top-tier expert on the ground endured the pain, lifting his head to look at the young man sitting on the steps. His expression was gentle, and his white robe was as pure as snow. Bathed in moonlight, he seemed to be floating on a cloud, as if he might take flight at any moment. Becoming an immortal cultivator truly made a difference. One's aura and charm were instantly elevated to a whole new level. Impressive. Cough. I never thought the clan leader would have made such a mistake. He forced a bitter smile. You've been lying in ambush here for a long time, haven't you? What kind of trap or hidden weapon is this? It's so sharp. Under the moonlight, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, his face bearing a faint, non-committal expression. You guess. Guess what? Zhaogu, this kid even knew we were coming to ambush him tonight. His intellect is nearly demonic. This one must not be spared. Another Zhao family guest lying on the ground shouted at the top-tier expert, I'll send a signal arrow to call reinforcements. We must eliminate him tonight. Saying this, he reached into his robe and pulled out a signal arrow, ready to release it. Lin Fan was instantly startled. After disabling the 2 men, he hadn't moved forward to finish them off. Instead, he remained seated in place, not because he was a talkative villain, or trying to show off. Rather, he feared that standing up would reveal his true nature. He had only recently reached the Qi cultivation stage, and the meager spiritual energy within his body was barely enough to unleash 3 wind blades. After doing so, his dantian was completely drained. Without spiritual energy, he was no different from an ordinary person, completely powerless in combat. As for the foundation of a Qi transformation stage martial artist? Sorry, but once you became a cultivator, the true Qi in your dantian was expelled. Spiritual energy is the way to go. Without true Qi to rely on, what kind of martial artist are you? Lin Fan broke out in a cold sweat. If the Zhao family really had reinforcements on the way, he would be sitting there waiting to die. As the Zhao family's guest martial artist was about to fire the signal arrow to call for reinforcements, Lin Fan couldn't stop him in time. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared from the side, slapping the guest martial artist's head so hard it looked like a smashed watermelon. Lin Fan was once again speechless. The one who had acted was none other than the top-tier expert from the Zhao family standing beside him. Fool. This kid has been sitting there motionless since we entered. He must have already set up a deadly trap. Only you, with your thick skull, would still be so oblivious. After speaking, the top-tier expert raised his head confidently and gave Lin Fan a sinister smile. I admit you're young but ruthless a talent. But our Zhao family has countless experts. Unless you stay hidden in your trap, you'll eventually come down to join me. This top-tier expert had already imagined everything in his mind, convinced he had seen through Lin Fan's plot. At the same time, he snatched the signal arrow from the guest's embrace and snapped it in half with a crisp click. He didn't give Lin Fan the slightest chance to ambush him. Then, seemingly aware that he was missing a leg and couldn't escape, and that he would eventually bleed to death, he decided to end his own life, severing his heart meridian. Lin Fan sat on the steps, staring blankly. Did I really foresee their arrival? Did I set a trap? Did I plan to continue luring them into a trap? He felt his mind couldn't keep up. What kind of thinking did this top-tier expert from the Zhao family have? But then he recalled the words of the Zhao family's guest scholar earlier, they had accomplices nearby. His heart sank. Without his spiritual energy, staying here was like waiting to be slaughtered. But he had no idea where their accomplices were hiding. If he escaped now, wouldn't he be walking straight into a trap? If he stayed, he could meditate to restore his spiritual energy while using the corpses in the courtyard as a deterrent. Even if the Zhao family members arrived, they wouldn't be able to gauge his true strength in a short time, and might not dare to act rashly. Thinking this, Lin Fan felt slightly reassured. Fortunately, the Zhao family's top expert had killed the guest scholar in time, buying him precious time. About half an hour later, Lin Fan heard footsteps outside the courtyard again. This time there were 4 people. Where is second brother? Has something happened? Impossible. Second brother is a top-tier expert. There are few in the entire Zunka city who can match him. But I heard 2 screams from a distance. Could it be? It must have been that kid. You know how ruthless second brother is. They're probably dividing the loot right now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any news for so long. Let us go inside and check. Clink, clink, clink. 8 hands pressed against the wall. Lin Fan's eyelids twitched, and he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Damn it. If only I had more time to cultivate. How could a cultivator like me be in such a predicament? Soon, 4 pairs of eyes appeared by the wall, peering into the courtyard cautiously. Say. Lin Fan's back gradually became soaked with sweat, but he remained motionless, pretending not to notice. Upon seeing the 2 corpses in the courtyard, the 4 pairs of eyes were startled, exchanging glances to signal what to do. Lin Fan could roughly sense their presence through his spiritual perception. He noticed they were crouched against the wall, exchanging glances and seeming to discuss a plan in secret. He suppressed the urge to flee and focused on absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Almost there, almost there. I'll be able to restore a third of it soon. The 4 people on the wall watched as Lin Fan sat calmly in the courtyard under the moonlight, even taking the time to practice his cultivation. Dressed in a spotless white robe, not a single drop of blood on him, he gave off an ethereal, otherworldly aura, as if he were about to ascend to immortality. The 4 couldn't help but ponder what methods the young man had used to effortlessly kill a top-tier expert from the Zhao family. At the same time, they felt a sense of unease, none daring to go down first. Within the courtyard, Lin Fan felt the spiritual energy gradually returning, and a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. Sigh. Just then, the 4 on the wall saw this and thought the white-clad youth was mocking them, deliberately goading them to enter so he could ambush and capture them all at once. They dared not move a muscle. Time ticked away slowly. Finally, after searching for a long time, the 4 on the wall couldn't find the location of the trap mechanism. They decided to return and report to their master before making further plans. After all, life was precious, and no one dared to take such a risk. The 8 hands on the wall vanished. Listening to the receding footsteps, Lin Fan slowly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, those few people didn't have any long-range weapons. Otherwise, he might have become the most humiliatingly defeated cultivator in history. By the fourth watch of the night, after cultivating his energy for a long time, Lin Fan had finally restored a third of his spiritual power. With the wind blade technique as a backup, he felt significantly more at ease, but unsure of the situation further out, he could only continue sitting in meditation to recover. By the fifth watch of the night, he had recovered approximately 70% of his spiritual energy. By the time the sun rose, he had finally returned to his original state. With 3 wind blade techniques at his disposal, Lin Fan finally felt a little safer. By then, the sky had already brightened, and diligent vendors had begun setting up stalls along the streets. Lin Fan stood in the courtyard, reflecting on last night's events. The Zhao family had lost a top-tier expert. They would certainly not let this go easily. Although he possessed the wind blade technique, his spiritual energy was limited, allowing him to use it only 3 times in total. Going to the Zhao family to demand an explanation directly was definitely not an option for now. After all, 2 hands couldn't fight 4, and after his 3 moves, he'd be at their mercy. However, staying here meant risking constant harassment from the Zhao family, making it impossible to train in peace. Lin Fan decided to move to another location to continue his cultivation. After all, progress in cultivation is visible to the naked eye. Once his spiritual energy is sufficient, he can freely unleash the wind blade technique, and then he will be able to come and go as he pleases. Then he would storm back into the Zhao family, and show them what a true cultivator was capable of. He quickly packed his belongings, which weren't much. He had a total of 1,000 taels of silver, 3 cultivation manuals for the Qi cultivation stage, the jade pendant given by Lei Zhenzi, and some clothes. As for the golden bell, though it had lost its ancient charm, it was still an antique worth 3,000 taels of gold. Carrying it out would attract too much attention, effectively exposing himself to the Zhao family's spies. Lin Fan shuddered at the thought of such a scenario. Leave it here for now. Consider it the Zhao family keeping it safe for me. One day, they'll have to return it with interest. Lin Fan quietly slipped out of his courtyard, using his spiritual perception to evade the tail and trackers. He bought a straw hat and a veil to conceal his appearance, changed into coarse hemp clothing, and rented a small courtyard through a broker. As for Nightingale, Lin Fan didn't go back either. After all, the Zhao family had their own assassins in Nightingale. Going back would be like walking into a trap. After settling in, Lin Fan made up his mind. He would cultivate for half a year. Nothing could stop him. As for the Zhao family, a cold smile curled the corners of Lin Fan's lips. Daring to offend an immortal cultivator? Just wait and see what happens in the future. Chapter Samsupyat, Qi Cultivation Level 3. Before he knew it, it was the first month of the Lunar New Year, the busiest time of the year. Outside, firecrackers crackled and drums thundered, but within a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the chaos outside, fully immersed in his cultivation. 3 months earlier, he had successfully entered the second layer of Qi cultivation, making rapid progress. The spiritual energy within his body was now sufficient to release over 20 wind blade techniques. Lin Fan thought it was still not entirely reliable, so he continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth day and night. After all, such a ruthless cultivation method was addictive for anyone. Over the past 6 months, Lin Fan had barely left the house except for eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, leaving Mr. Zhao of the Zhao family deeply concerned. Ever since that night when his second younger brother, a top-tier expert of the Zhao family, was killed within Lin Fan's courtyard, and the person sent to handle the matter returned with the report, before Zhao Xiansheng could gather a large group of experts to set up a trap, the people monitoring and tracking Lin Fan reported that they had lost his trail. After that day, there was no trace of Lin Fan. The Nightingale's own assassins were watching day and night, while in the city, people were sent out to investigate secretly. But Lin Fan seemed to have vanished into thin air, as if he had already left Zongke. As the head of the Zhao family, and the chief advisor to the governor of Zongke County, Mr. Zhao naturally wouldn't simply dismiss the matter. After all, his antique shop was currently displaying the ancient golden bell that Lin Fan had purchased with 3,000 taels of gold. From Lin Shan's youthful boldness and meticulous planning, daring to use the banner of Jiang Huifa to mock him, anticipating his men's arrival, and setting a deadly trap that even killed a top-tier expert. After analyzing all these actions, Emperor Zhao dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Although he didn't fully understand why Lin Shan, having foreseen the ambush, didn't move the golden bell beforehand, he was more determined to eliminate this young threat while he was still young to prevent future complications. Half a year had passed, and there was still no progress. Emperor Zhao could do nothing but give up. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Shan wasn't just in the city, he was right under his nose, cultivating steadily. Another year had passed, and it had been over a year and a half since Lin Shan left the Lin family in Qinghe County. Lin Shan was now nearly 18 years old. Lost in his cultivation, enjoying it so much he couldn't bear to leave, Lin Shan ended his seclusion at this time. It wasn't because he ran out of money after all, he held over 1,000 taels of gold, enough for an ordinary person to spend their entire life. The real reason was that he had hit a bottleneck. Ever since he reached the peak of the third layer of qi cultivation 2 months ago, he had felt that no matter how hard he cultivated, the spiritual energy in his dantian simply wouldn't increase. After some experimentation, he finally discovered a spiritual orifice, known in cultivation techniques as the mystical gateway barrier. Only by breaking through the Xian Guan and advancing to the fourth layer of qi cultivation, could he expand the capacity of his dantian and continue to improve his cultivation. This is a common bottleneck that everyone encounters during the transition from the early to the middle stages of qi cultivation. Over the next month, he spent day and night attempting to break through this Xian Guan. However, every time he gathered spiritual energy to charge through the barrier, it dispersed upon impact. The scattered spiritual energy instead roamed chaotically within his body, causing significant injuries. After several attempts, he finally realized that relying solely on brute force was impossible. Unless he had spiritual pills to assist in breaking through the barrier, continued failure would eventually lead to chaotic meridians and spiritual energy going haywire. Of course, there were other options. Later, he discovered that while the gate was thick and hard, it could be ground down. Having tasted the sweetness of cultivation, how could Lin Shan endure the torment of stagnant progress? So he continued to grind day and night, and after half a month, he sadly realized that at this rate, it would take him at least 8 to 10 years to break through. Just breaking through the bottleneck from the initial stage of qi cultivation to the intermediate stage requires a full 10 years of grinding. What about the bottlenecks from the intermediate to the advanced stages? And beyond that? Lin Shan desperately wanted to know how other cultivators practiced. After all, he was going it alone, completely in the dark. At this rate, he had no idea when he would ever reach the peak of the 9th layer of qi cultivation. If there were a place with dense spiritual energy, I could cultivate slowly and refine my techniques. With spiritual energy twice as dense, I could break through in 5 years. If it were 10 times denser, I might not even need a year. If it were 20 or 30 times denser. Lin Shan calculated this and realized that going deep into the mountains to find a spiritual spring or spiritual vein would be better than staying here and struggling. Actually, the most time-efficient and effortless method would be to have a powerful pill to assist in breaking through the gate. But where could I find such a pill for the qi cultivation stage? Lin Shan felt that with his enhanced stats, he might be able to take a shortcut and use a pill to break through the barrier. However, he wasn't sure if the pills used by martial artists to break through barriers would work for him after being enhanced. However, at the peak of the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, the spiritual energy within his body was far stronger than when he first entered the qi cultivation stage. Lin Shan estimated that he could cast the wind blade technique over 100 times without any issues. Even if surrounded by a large army, he could carve out a bloody path to escape. It's time to venture out and seek opportunities. But before that, there are 2 things I need to do. Lin Shan took his time packing, then pushed open the courtyard gate. A biting cold wind howled in from outside. Unbeknownst to him, another year had passed, and it was once again the 1st month of the lunar calendar. Crescent moon hung high in the sky, and every household was decorated with lanterns and ornaments. However, the streets were deserted at night, cold and desolate. Lin Shan, dressed in white, with a warm sun jade pendant hanging at his waist, walked slowly through the streets of this southern frontier city. Passers-by who noticed him couldn't help but glance at him twice. Who was this young gentleman? He was so handsome. Meanwhile, at the Zhao mansion, the scene was bustling with activity. People came and went, the crowd was dense and unending. Tonight was not only the third day of the Lunar New Year, but also the Cutling birthday of Zhao Lao Taijun, the matriarch of the Zhao family, and the mother of Zhao Xiansheng, the head of the Zhao household. Red lanterns hung high inside and outside the mansion gates, colorful paper cutouts adorned the trees, and even the 2 stone lions standing at the entrance were adorned with flower wreaths. Are they really putting flower wreaths out for a birthday celebration? Is the Zhao family serious about this? A young gentleman in white robes walked out of the Zhao mansion, hands behind his back, slowly surveying his surroundings. He was puzzled by the flower wreaths on the stone lions. It was no wonder Lin Fan was puzzled. After all, this version of the Song dynasty was different from the one he knew in his previous life, and the customs of each state and county were even more diverse and unique, with different meanings that were naturally hard to understand. After watching for a while, Lin Fan followed the crowd of guests into the Zhao mansion. The servant at the entrance recognized Lin Fan as a stranger, and was about to ask him to show his invitation, but Lin Fan slipped inside before he could react. The servant couldn't stop him in time, and had no choice but to give up. At that moment, in the front courtyard of the Zhao mansion, the large square was already filled with tables and chairs arranged in 2 rows, with a large open space in the middle. A large theatrical stage had already begun to sing and play music. Lin Fan casually found a seat at the lower end of a table, which was already laden with fruits, meats, and wine. Having spent the past year and a half in secluded cultivation, he devoured the food without hesitation. After all, Emir Zhao still owed him 3,000 taels of gold. What's wrong with eating a little of his food? The guests around him were all prominent figures from the military, political, and business circles of the southern frontier, invited by Mr. Zhao. Many had never seen Lin Fan before and wondered who this white-clad young gentleman was that the Zhao family had invited, and why they had never seen him before. Half an hour later, all the guests had arrived, and the theater troupe began to pack up. Emir Zhao, the family head, and his biological mother, the old matriarch, emerged from the backyard and took their seats together. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to accept my invitation to this banquet. I speak on behalf of my mother to express our gratitude to all of you. Today, we will raise this cup together to wish everyone smooth career advancement, military success, and rolling well. Let us drink to that. The crowd echoed in agreement, raising their cups and drinking together, chatting and laughing, creating a joyful and harmonious scene. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Emir Zhao clapped his hands, and a long line of Western region dancers emerged from behind him. Each was stunningly beautiful, with graceful figures, light veils draped around their bodies, and eyes full of allure. They danced gracefully to the music in the center of the hall. Lin Fan was so captivated that he couldn't take his eyes off them, secretly marveling at how well connected the Zhao family must be to have such extensive connections in the southern frontier and be able to afford so many Western region dancers. Back in the Lin family, he had always been a lowly servant, never experiencing such luxury. Today was a stroke of luck. He was treated to a feast for the eyes and the palate. He looked around at the officials and nobles, who seemed unfazed, continuing to clink glasses and engage in social banter. Clearly, each family had their own hidden beauties, and this was all part of the routine. After a while, the dance and music came to an end. The dancers descended from the stage, each taking their place beside the guests, and began to pour tea, pour wine, massage shoulders, and knead legs. A woman also approached Lin Fan. She had painted eyebrows and eyes that seemed to dance, her navel exposed. Her large, watery eyes glanced at Lin Fan before shyly lowering her head. She knelt beside him and gently massaged his legs. Her slender, snow-white wrists were clearly visible in the dim light. Breathing in the faint, delicate fragrance around him, Lin Fan, who had not been with a woman in 12 years since he had come to this world, could not help but feel his heart stir. Chapter Samsupyi, astonishing the crowd. With no woman in your heart, drawing the sword comes naturally. The first page of the sword manual, forget the one you love. Lin Fan resisted the urge to glance at the beauty beside him, quickly reciting the calming mind mantra. It wasn't he that he lacked such desires. He simply felt that he didn't have enough time for cultivation right now. Normally, it would take 10 years to break through the bottleneck from the early to mid stage of Qi cultivation, and he hadn't even reached the 9th layer of Qi cultivation yet. How much longer would he have to wait? Plus, he needed to start searching for the ancient melody. Having a beauty by his side would be too troublesome, and even if he didn't keep her nearby, she might become a problem in the future. Lin Fan certainly didn't want to end up with emotional vulnerabilities due to past indiscretions. After all, mortals only lived 100 years at most, but cultivators would see their lifespan increase alongside their cultivation level. Of course, during the Qi cultivation stage, the lifespan limit is still 100 years, no different from ordinary people, so there's no time to waste on romantic entanglements. If a female cultivator were to take an interest in me, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Lin Fan drifted off into thought once more, his mind filled with fantasies of future romantic encounters. Little did he know that he was currently penniless, unable to cast even a basic spell, like the wind blade technique, and ranked at the bottom of the cultivation world. However, with his enhanced stats panel, he still harbored a modicum of confidence in his future. At that moment, the atmosphere on the scene had reached its peak. Emperor Zhao stepped forward personally, as it was the birthday of the old matriarch, and as her son, he naturally had to represent his mother in toasting the guests one by one. Everyone was clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, while the dancers continuously poured wine and brewed tea, busy beyond measure. Finally, after nearly completing a full round of toasts, Emperor Zhao made his way to the back row and approached Lin Fan. With a smile on his face, he raised his cup and looked at the table before him. The young man in white at the table remained motionless, sitting upright and playing with his wine cup, his lips curled into a faint, mocking smile, showing no intention of standing up. Emperor Zhao suppressed his frustration. At first glance, it seemed as though he had seen this man before, but he couldn't recall where. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what kind of people did the butler hire? It wasn't entirely Mr. Zhao's fault. After all, they had only met briefly at the antique shop that day, and at the time, Lin Fan was just a low-level martial artist at the initial stage of the post-heaven realm. Even though he had the banner of Jianghu, he was still just a lowly errand boy, so Mr. Zhao naturally didn't think much of him. But now, after a year and a half, Lin Fan had transformed into a cultivator at the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation, not only with a completely different aura, but also with cultivation that others couldn't fathom. No wonder Mr. Zhao couldn't recognize him at first glance. Emperor Zhao, you truly are a busy man who forgets easily. It's been so long since we last met, and you've already forgotten who I am. Lin Fan's words were not unfounded. After all, he had been cultivating for a year and a half, and in his perception, time had flown by. The night of the ambush felt like it had happened just yesterday. Who might this gentleman be? Emperor Zhao suspected he might have offended this man before, but in front of everyone, he couldn't afford to lose face, so he kept his composure, though he felt a lingering unease. The ancient golden bell worth 3,000 taels of gold that I entrusted to you has been missing for over a year and a half. Lin Fan leaned forward slightly. When do you intend to return it to me? It was you. Emperor Zhao heard this and immediately recognized the man before him. He had once searched everywhere for this young man a year ago, but had made no progress, and had to give up. Now, not only had this man dared to come before him so brazenly, but the aura emanating from him was so enigmatic that Mr. Zhao could not fathom it. However, he had become the head of a powerful family in Zonka City, so his vision and intellect were undoubtedly extraordinary. Lin Fan's caution and cunning had left a deep impression on him back then, and now he had dared to appear before him so brazenly. He must have some backing. Upon realizing this, Emperor Zhao immediately stepped back and retreated swiftly. Even though he was a top-tier martial artist, he knew better than to stand under a crumbling wall. He simultaneously ordered his men, "Capture this man." The guests in the courtyard, seeing the sudden commotion, stepped aside with a look of anticipation. The household guards, who had been loyal to the Zhao family for generations, wasted no time in drawing their swords and charging toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled faintly, not even lifting a finger. Over the past year, he had perfected his wind blade technique, and with a flick of his wrist, 2 3-foot-wide crescent-shaped blades of green energy materialized before him in an instant. Whoosh! 2 streaks of green light sliced through the air, and before a single scream could be heard, over 10 servants and guards on both sides collapsed instantly. Clang! The crisp sounds of weapons hitting the ground echoed, and 2 piles of severed limbs lay on the floor, blood quickly staining the floor red, creating a scene of extreme bloodshed. Among the guests present were several women, whose screams of terror filled the air. The guests around them dared not watch any longer, scattering in all directions in panic. The white-robed youth in the center remained unscathed, still playing with his wine cup in his hand, even taking the time to urge the dancer beside him to pour him more wine. Gulp. No one knew who had swallowed so loudly, but no one dared to mock him, for among the invited guests were those with keen eyes and extensive knowledge. At that moment, one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "External chi projection! A Sinteen master!" Hearing this exclamation, everyone looked at the young man in the center with awe. He had been motionless moments ago, yet he had effortlessly killed enemies 5 steps away, while conversing casually. There was not a single drop of blood on his body, and his white robe shone brilliantly under the moonlight, exuding an air of elegance and detachment. A Sinteen master. This was a legend from the martial arts world in the common people's imagination, individuals who could pluck flowers and leaves with their swords, whose sword chi swept across the sky, and who were capable of anything. Even under the siege of a large army, they remained unscathed, and even nobles and aristocrats would treat them with the utmost respect. No wonder they were so ignorant after all. Cultivators rarely revealed themselves to the world, and their numbers were as scarce as grains of sand in the vast ocean to ordinary people. They spend their days hidden away in deep mountains or secluded caves, focusing on refining their chi and honing their skills. Unless they're bored out of their minds, why would they bother to wander into the mortal world? Moreover, the form of the wind blade technique perfectly aligns with the legends of innate masters in the martial arts world, where they project their chi outward. Having witnessed its supernatural power with their own eyes, everyone naturally believed their initial judgments without question. At the same time, they couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. When did the Zhao family dare to provoke a Sinteen master who is as elusive as a dragon, and even have them come to their doorstep to kill them? This time, the Zhao family is in for a world of trouble. Many in the crowd couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Emperor Zhao was utterly stunned. It had only been a year and a half since they last saw him, and this young man had already reached the innate realm. Someone who had advanced from the post-heaven chi transformation realm to the Sinteen realm in such a short time was something he had never even heard of in all his years. Impossible. He must have been in the Sinteen realm before, or at least on the brink of it. But why would he need to invoke the authority of Jiang the Guardian? Why did he flee that night? And why did he leave the golden bell behind? Emperor Zhao was in a state of confusion, his thoughts racing, unable to make sense of it all. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the elderly Lady Zhao, who was of advanced age, fainted upon witnessing the scene. The Zhao family members in the backyard, hearing the commotion in the front yard, rushed over as well. What's going on? An elderly clan elder with white hair and beard, who hadn't witnessed the earlier events, had heard the commotion in the backyard and hurried over with a group of people. They found a pile of bodies and bloodstains on the ground, with all the guests hiding around the perimeter. In the center of the room, there was only a young man in white, sitting by the table, embracing a dancer and drinking wine. The family head, Emperor Zhao, stood across from him, hesitating, while his aunt, the elderly matriarch Zhao, had fainted from fear. How dare you? You insolent youth, daring to act so brazenly in the Zhao family. The Zhao family elder was furious beyond control. Without pausing to consider why Mr. Zhao was standing there watching the chaos unfold, he charged toward Lin Fan, intending to strike him down with a single blow to end this upstart who dared to cause such a commotion in the Zhao household. Second uncle, don't. Emperor Zhao saw the clan elder emerge from the backyard, unaware of the situation, and immediately tried to stop him, but it was too late. A 3-foot-long curved blade flashed through the air, and the Zhao family elder collapsed with a thud. His face still bore an expression of uncontrollable anger, but his head and body had already been severed and separated. Sigh. The sound of people drawing in their breath filled the air. This was Mr. Zhao's second uncle, a renowned elder of the Zhao family's punishment hall, a first-rate martial artist. He had died so suddenly and unjustly within his own family compound, unaware that his head would be severed from his body in the next instant. Even the guests who hadn't guessed earlier could now react. This white-clad youth, who could kill a top-tier martial artist as easily as slaughtering pigs and dogs, must undoubtedly be a centene stronger. For a moment, everyone in the crowd fell silent, as if frozen by fear. Chapter Sam, hoping for the young master's mercy. It was a cold winter night, the third day of the Lunar New Year, and the old matriarch had a bloody incident on her birthday, fainting on the spot. Everyone in the Zhao mansion dared not breathe a sigh, fearing that the innate martial arts experts who had come to kill might dispose of them at will. The guests who had come to the banquet secretly lamented their misfortune, wondering why they had gotten involved in this mess, as even the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. After all, throughout history, those who sought revenge in the martial arts world often slaughtered entire families. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond suffer, as well. Such incidents were all too common. On the square, not even a pin could be heard dropping. The cold wind blew in gusts, and no one knew whether their bodies were shivering from the cold or from fear. Clang! The sound of a wine jug hitting the ground echoed through the square, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. They turned to see that it was the dancer beside the white-clad gentleman who, out of fear, had accidentally dropped the wine jug while pouring. Slowly, Lin Fan reached out to help the dancer up, holding her delicate, white wrist, and asked with a gentle, concerned expression, "Did I accidentally disturb you just now?" The dancer's eyes welled up with tears, and she shook her head vigorously, struggling to suppress the choked sobs of fear. Kneeling on the ground, she looked even more pitiful. Lin Fan couldn't help but doubt himself. He touched his face. Was he really that terrifying? He seemed to have been eating and drinking ever since he entered the door, and it was only when someone attacked him that he defended himself. Shaking his head, he looked around at everyone in the room, who were all cowering like quails. Lin Fan sighed and stood up. But to his surprise, as soon as he stood up, everyone backed away as if they had seen a ghost. Finally, Lin Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He swept his sleeve toward the entrance. Within 10 breaths, all non-essential personnel must leave this area. At the same time, he gave a cold smile, revealing a row of white teeth. "Don't say I didn't warn you." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone scattered like wild horses breaking free from their reins, rushing toward the gate in a frenzy to escape. In an instant, the vast square was filled with the chaotic sounds of footsteps, overturned tables and chairs, and the screams of dancers, as if there were some kind of flood or beast rampaging within the courtyard. Emir Zhao, who remained standing in place, was suddenly pushed off balance by the surging crowd. He didn't even have time to look back to see who had pushed him. Instead, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and kept his eyes fixed on Lin Fan, fearing that he might strike suddenly and end his life in the next moment. 20 breaths later, Lin Fan looked at the last old man, who was stumbling out of the Zhao mansion's gates. He had finally managed to show off, only to be humiliated. However, he didn't dwell on it. These people were all irrelevant, and he saw no need to kill them. He turned his gaze to the remaining members of the Zhao family in the courtyard, each holding swords and knives, their faces filled with fear as they stared at him. "Emir Zhao, now we can finally talk about our affairs." Emir Zhao looked around bitterly. He didn't hate the guests who had fled. After all, they had some connections and even family ties with some of them. But now that the Zhao family had been targeted by a centene master seeking revenge, it was already generous of them not to take advantage of the situation. They certainly wouldn't stay behind to die. The remaining guests were all direct blood relatives of the Zhao family, their lives and fortunes already intertwined with his own. It was no surprise they chose to stay. He knew that at this point, fighting was futile and escape was impossible. For the sake of the Zhao family, he had no choice but to admit his mistake and submit. To be honest, it was my greed that led me to order the attack on the young master back then. Everything is my fault. I will take full responsibility for all the consequences. Please spare the innocent women, children, and elderly of the Zhao family. Let the blame fall on me alone. I am willing to die to atone for my sins. After speaking, he knelt down with a thud, bowed deeply, and waited for his punishment. Behind him, all the clan members, though some were unaware of what the clan leader had done in the past, knew that the time for judgment had come, and they hurriedly knelt down one after another. Lin Fan looked at the hundreds of people kneeling in the courtyard, none of them daring to resist him, like lambs awaiting slaughter. For a moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. A year and a half ago, he had also lived in such a large clan, with low martial arts skills, no close relatives, and had always been meek and respectful toward everyone. Time had flown by, and now he possessed the power to decide the fate of this entire clan. For a moment, he felt a sense of disinterest. The hundreds of people before him were staring at Lin Fan, waiting for this young innate martial artist to decide their fate tonight. Little did they know that this powerful figure was slowly forming a new idea. All this time, I have been alone, relying solely on my own efforts and chance encounters to seek out ancient secrets. But if there were a faction dedicated to doing this for me, wouldn't I save a great deal of time? Lin Fan looked at the crowd before him, and certain thoughts began to form in his mind. Killing them would be effortless, but after that, I'd still have to go through the hassle of searching for ancient artifacts alone. If I spare them, the Zhao family is at least a prominent clan in Zhengke County. Their intelligence and connections could be of use to me. This is the perfect opportunity. With that thought, Lin Fan cleared his throat. Emperor Zhao, whether to kill you and your family is a matter for later. First, let us talk about the antique golden bell you stole from me, valued at 3,000 taels of silver. What do you intend to do about that? After speaking, Lin Fan gave Mr. Zhao a meaningful glance. Emperor Zhao, kneeling on the ground, met his gaze and could clearly hear the hidden meaning in his words. Who would choose death when there was a chance to live? As the county magistrate's advisor, Zhao Xianxing's mind raced. He immediately began to speculate on the hidden meaning behind Lin Fan's words, while speaking respectfully with his mouth. That golden bell is rightfully the young master's treasure, it should be returned to him. Additionally, compensation should be made. The Zhao family is willing to compensate the young master with 3,000 taels, 5,000, no, 8,000 taels of gold. The entire Zhao family, with its vast holdings, had no more than 10,000 taels of gold in liquid assets, equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver. Emperor Zhao, thinking of the lives of his entire clan, was willing to risk everything. The elderly clan elders in charge of the Zhao family also sensed that there might still be room for negotiation, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Right. Right. Compensation must be paid. We must pay. Upon hearing the word money, Lin Fan's blood began to boil with excitement. After all, he had been poor all his life, but not bad. But the golden bell has been in your Zhao family for over a year. How will you calculate the interest? Emperor Zhao heard this and saw an opportunity. He hurriedly nodded and said solemnly, that's right. The golden bell is of great value. I've admired and played with it for so long, it should be compensated along with the interest. Since the young master seems to appreciate antiques, I'm willing to hand over the antique shop in the west of the city, along with all the people and belongings inside, to the young master. The clan elders, that is only fair. Lin Fan nodded approvingly, thinking to himself that Mr. Zhao was a shrewd man. But he feigned hesitation and said, but I'm still young and have no experience managing an antique shop. No problem. The Zhao family can manage it for you, and we won't charge any management fees. We're doing this entirely voluntarily. The clan elders, completely voluntary. Lin Fan frowned, that won't do. If you manage my business for me without me paying you management fees, people will talk behind our backs. Emperor Zhao shook his head immediately. Young master, you're mistaken. To be able to serve someone as powerful as you is something others dare not even dream of. The Zhao family being able to assist you is a blessing we've earned over 8 lifetimes. The elders of the clan, that's right. It's a blessing. But I haven't done anything for the Zhao family. How can I deserve such dedicated help from them? No. Lin Fan spoke with hidden meaning. Emperor Zhao immediately caught on and seized the opportunity. Young master, you are truly humbling the Zhao family. We have not yet had the opportunity to properly show our respect to you. How dare we ask such a powerful individual to labor for us? If you would deign to accept our offer, the Zhao family would be honored to appoint you as our honored guest, serving you day and night. We humbly beg for your mercy. The elders bowed their heads in unison. We humbly request your mercy. Chapter Samsupse, the demon-slaying sword technique. Thus, under the collective endorsement of Mr. Zhao and the clan elders, Lin Fan smoothly became the Zhao family's supreme guest scholar, with the Zhao family vowing to fulfill all his requests to the best of their ability. Meanwhile, the head of the Zhao family insisted that a certain amount of guest ministers' allowance be granted to Lin Shan annually, but Lin Shan firmly refused to accept it. The clan elders could not help but express their gratitude with tears in their eyes. The other clan members could only look at each other in disbelief, relying entirely on the clan elders and the clan head to make decisions. In truth, some of them were equally thrilled. Not only had their clan narrowly escaped disaster, but they had also managed to align themselves with a naturally powerful individual. As for the top-tier experts and household guards, who had been casually killed by Lin Shan earlier, the family head and clan elders pretended not to mention it, and the lower-ranking members dared not voice any objections. The next morning, at the meeting in the main hall of the Zhao family, a young man in white robes sat in the central seat at the front, with numerous clan elders and officials seated in 2 rows on either side of the hall. They listened quietly as the man standing before the white-clad youth, the family head, Emperor Zhao, issued various new tasks and orders. Third brother, you will be responsible for the 2 major families in the northern part of the city. Fifth uncle, you will oversee the antique markets in the southern part of the city. Seventh sister, you will oversee all pawn shops in the western part of the city. My talented nephew, you will be in charge of all the merchant guilds and escort agencies in the east of the city. Yenkaching, you are in charge of the surrounding counties. Everyone, remember. The young master wants antique items with a certain age, as well as a rich cultural and historical background, widely recognized and revered for their significance, and some items that have been revered by specific religious sects. Oh, and one more thing. Do not move the Buddha statues from any temples. And Emperor Zhao issued his orders one after another, and baskets of gold and silver were carried into the main hall, along with boxes of jewels and jade artifacts. In this antique acquisition, do not hesitate to spend money. As long as it meets the conditions the young master has specified, buy it all. Do you all understand? Everyone bowed in unison. We will obey the master's orders. At the same time, they glanced up at the main seat. Seeing the young man in white nodding with a smile, they carried away the treasures, exited the hall, and went about their respective duties. Young master, I have already ordered someone to secretly sell off part of the clan's assets to obtain more cash and silver. It will be delivered shortly, and we will be able to acquire even more antiques. Emperor Zhao felt bitter inside, as these properties had been carefully built up by the Zhao family over a century. But now, under someone else's control, he had no choice but to sell them off cheaply to complete the task. Not bad. Lin Shan set down his teacup, smacked his lips, and heard that the tea was very expensive, but he found it bitter and couldn't discern its value. From now on, your Zhao family should focus on the antique business. The antiques I'm seeking are rare, and there aren't many that meet my requirements. The ones that are useless, you can keep for yourselves and repurpose them. Lin Shan didn't forget to offer some well-meaning advice, and Mr. Zhao naturally agreed enthusiastically. Of course, seeing how eager the Zhao family was, Lin Shan knew not to ask for favors without offering something in return. He agreed to help resolve any issues the Zhao family couldn't handle on their own. Emperor Zhao was naturally overjoyed, but he knew that helping Lin Shan find antiques was the priority. He would ask for favors later, and he wasn't worried that Lin Shan wouldn't help. After chatting for a while, Lin Shan stayed at the Zhao residence, while Mr. Zhao hurried off to arrange the finances. Half a month later, box after box of antiques were carried into the main hall by the Zhao family. Over here. Over here. Be careful. Put it there, put it there. Emperor Zhao examined each item carefully against the ledger, directing everyone in the hall to arrange them properly. Once all the antique items purchased had been properly arranged, he nodded to Lin Shan and led everyone out of the main hall, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Now, only Lin Shan remained in the hall. He was as excited as a child, rubbing his hands together excitedly, unsure where to begin. So many antiques, it cost a whopping 20,000 taels of silver. That's a huge sum. If it were just me, I'd probably be overwhelmed. It was worth noting that the annual tax revenue of the entire Song dynasty was only 4 million taels of silver. Zongga County, located in the remote southern frontier, was far from the prosperous Jiangdong region, and its annual tax revenue was only 10,000 taels of silver. This room full of antiques was worth 2 years' worth of taxes for Zongga County, and had depleted the Zhao family's accumulated wealth over a century. Lin Fan looked at the floor covered in antique paintings, calligraphy, jade carvings, and truly understood the benefits of having a powerful faction under one's command. No need to spend one's own money, no need to exert one's own effort. Antiques from all over the country would gather from every direction, flowing in endlessly. I hope they don't disappoint me. Lin Fan began his favorite touch and sing routine. The main hall doors remained closed from noon until the sun was about to set. Just as Mr. Zhao could no longer sit still, the doors creaked open. Lin Fan slowly emerged from inside, just in time to catch the last rays of the setting sun. Squinting his eyes, he savored this rare moment of tenderness. At that moment, he felt as though he were bathing in a hot spring, his entire body floating in a state of bliss. Mr. Zhao stood outside the door, "But gum da you," and after a moment, Lin Fan nodded slightly, "Take all the antiques inside with you. They're of no use to me anymore." This time, the Zhao family had almost ransacked the entire Zhengke county, taking all the antiques that met Lin Fan's so-called criteria. However, due to various reasons, only 6 pieces truly possessed ancient charm, with 4 of them having Yi point of ancient charm, and only 2 having Yi points. What surprised Lin Fan the most was that one of the 2 items with Yi points of ancient charm was actually a copy of the demon-slaying sword manual. It turned out that years ago, the southern frontier martial arts world had heard of a powerful innate sword technique called the demon-slaying sword manual, which had been lost and was not controlled by any major faction. At the time, all the wandering martial artists went fengkuang, chasing after this sword manual. Along the way, masters from all directions emerged, and battles raged continuously. Various ruthless tactics were employed, and to obtain the manual, they spared no effort. After all, postnatal internal martial arts techniques were already closely guarded secrets of the major sects, let alone prenatal martial arts. Many top-tier martial artists who were not affiliated with any major sects had no path to advancement, and refused to serve as henchmen for the powerful clans. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, who would dare to miss it? It was said that the battle engulfed half of the martial arts world in the southern frontier, with countless masters killed, and over 20 or 30 top-tier masters perishing. The last person stuck at the half-step innate level finally managed to obtain it, but upon doing so, he discovered that the first sentence of the demon-slaying sword manual read, "To practice this art, one must first castrate oneself." After all, becoming effeminate is something few masters would choose unless there were special circumstances. After all, once one's cultivation reaches a certain level, what one seeks is no longer power, beauty, or wealth. If it were a Xintian technique, perhaps they might have accepted it. To practice such a broken sword technique, and turn oneself into something neither human nor ghost, the half-step Xiantian master naturally refused, and spread the news far and wide. From then on, the entire southern frontier, including ordinary people, knew of this bizarre innate martial art. However, after centuries of twists and turns, no one knew where it had ended up. It was accidentally brought back by the Zhao family's antique hunting expedition. Evil repelling sword manual. Quality, Xiantian martial arts. Description, to practice this art, one must first castrate oneself. Requirements, 5 points. Lin Fan looked at the manual in his hands with a pained expression. He hadn't handed it over to Mr. Zhao for recycling, because he believed that with further enhancement, it might turn out to be a sword technique for the qi cultivation stage. It still had some value. After all, the only spell he currently mastered was Wind Blade technique. While it could be classified as a qi cultivation stage spell, it was essentially just a technique for manipulating spiritual energy. As cultivators, they naturally wouldn't fight like ordinary mortals with fists and feet. Casting spells and using magical artifacts in battle was the standard procedure. Wind Blade technique, being such a basic spell, is similar to other elemental spells like Fireball or Water Arrow. It's no different from a basic attack, and no one bothers to enhance its stats. This description is nonsense. Can't you explain it a bit more? Lin Fan hesitated. He had just obtained 5 points of ancient aura from all the antiques in the hall, which could naturally be used to enhance this innate martial arts manual, the demon-slaying sword manual. But he wasn't sure if he would still need to castrate himself after enhancing it. If I have to castrate myself just to practice a chi cultivation stage spell, isn't that too much of a sacrifice? Spending ba points of ancient charm on an uncertain future, Lin Fan ultimately chickened out. Forget it, I'll put it away for now and think about it later. Putting the sword manual aside, Lin Fan noticed that the matters at the Zhao family's place were mostly settled. The antique circles of the entire Zhongke county likely had little left to exploit. If he were to return, he would have to wait at least a century. By then, whether new ancient essence would emerge from antiques was still uncertain. It seems that cultural and spiritual fortune in feudal times, when few people were literate and knowledge didn't spread widely, is something that needs to be focused on in the future. Religious sects and the power of incense and prayers are the real key. The Nightingale ancient tomb, with its Black Lotus sect-like cult, is probably the main direction. However, there might still be something worth scavenging from the Nightingale side. Chapter Samsuk Battle against the Xintian. Pill to break through the Xintian realm? At that moment, within the Zhao mansion, Lin Fan was questioning the head of the Zhao family and the clan elders about the Xintian Danye. Now that he had the ancient melody in his possession, Lin Fan felt more confident. He was ready to test his hypothesis and see if he could break through to the mid-stage of chi cultivation as soon as possible. However, all the clan elders of the Zhao family had never heard of it. The clan leader, Mr. Zhao, even stated that if such a thing existed, they would have taken it long ago, otherwise, the Zhao family wouldn't be without a Xintian expert to protect them. As for the post-heaven breakthrough Dan medicine, the Zhao family did have some, but it was only comparable to the Tongmai Dan that Lin Fan had taken initially, which could increase the chances of ordinary people entering the post-heaven chi transformation realm. As for the pills beyond that, they were rare and hard to come by. Even if they had them, they would have been consumed immediately. Who would be so foolish as to save them for future generations? With no leads, Lin Fan decided to focus on another matter. With his current strength, it no longer seemed as unattainable as before. Nightingale, Jingunju, 3rd floor. Where have you been these past 2 years? You haven't done any of your tasks. If it weren't for me holding you back, your identity token would have been revoked long ago. Jiang the manager scolded him angrily. Lin Fan scratched the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. He couldn't very well say he'd gotten addicted to cultivating immortality and lost track of time. He could only apologize repeatedly. After all, the old man was still decent enough to remember to help him after all this time. After catching up for a while, Lin Fan immediately asked to go up and see Jiang the guardian. This time, Jiang the manager didn't say anything else and simply led him upstairs. After all, since Lin Fan had come out last time, Jiang the guardian had clearly held him in high regard, giving him 2 innate cultivation techniques. He wasn't quite sure what the current relationship between the two was. Upon arriving on the 4th floor, Jiang Huifa was still sitting on the steps of the main hall, inhaling and exhaling clouds of smoke. Lin Fan watched with great interest. Oh, the true chi of a Xintian master is indeed different from the spiritual energy of cultivators. It has an extra touch of dominance and explosiveness, and there seems to be a faint trace of blood energy. Lin Fan observed and drew his conclusions in his mind. Comparing it to the spiritual energy he had cultivated, it was infinitely gentler, harmonious with the natural world, and pure as water, unlike the true chi, which was filled with various impurities. After about half a moment, Jiang the guardian quickly finished his practice, and didn't keep Lin Fan waiting. However, his next words were startling. Should I call you Lin Fan, or Lord Lin, the Xintian stronger? Jiang Huifa wore a smirk on his face, while Jiang Guan, the manager, was utterly shocked, staring at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. You're a Xintian stronger? Hey! Why are you shouting so loudly? I've noticed that people from the Nightingale clan always make such a fuss. It's quite scary, you know? Now that he was stronger, Lin Fan naturally felt more confident, and blurted out the grievances he had been holding in for so long. No, I was just curious. Old Jiang's voice grew fainter. Though he still couldn't believe it, since Jiang the guardian had spoken so decisively, there was no room for argument. Lin Fan didn't care whether the old man believed him or not, it wasn't his concern. He wasn't surprised that Jiang the guardian had heard about this either. After all, the Nightingales had their own intelligence network. That night, the Zhao family had suffered such a major incident. Aside from someone like Jiang the manager, who was just coasting by, anyone of higher status in Zonka City would have known about it. He merely smiled faintly and bowed to Jiang the Guardian. I haven't had the chance to thank Jiang Hufa for his kindness that day. Actually, I came here today with a favor to ask. Though he said he had a favor to ask, Lin Shan's attitude at that moment carried a subtle hint of equality. Oh, it seems you've gained some extraordinary opportunity in the past 2 years. After breaking through to the Xintian realm, you've become quite bold. Jiang Huifa didn't ask Lin Shan why he had suddenly leaped from a Haotian martial artist to the Xintian realm. Instead, he beckoned him with a gesture. Fight me for a few rounds. Let me see how good you are. If I recognize your strength, anything is negotiable. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He was also eager to know exactly where he stood now. Though he could easily dispatch post-heaven martial artists, even top-tier ones. However, he had never fought a Xintian master before. Judging by Jiang Hufa's aura, he no longer seemed to be a half-step Xintian. He might have already taken that crucial step forward. Then I shall humbly comply. Please. Please. Lin Shan didn't hesitate, immediately summoning 2 3-foot-wide wind blades, which whistled through the air. Along the way, only a fleeting glimpse of green light could be seen, accompanied by a sharp, oppressive pressure bearing down on him. Jiang the Guardian was startled by the speed, and quickly drew his sword to block left and right. Clang! The 2 wind blades were forcibly dispersed by Jiang's sword, but he was also knocked back 2 steps by the immense impact. You're a tough one. Just as he finished praising him, 2 more wind blades rushed toward him. Jiang Hufa blocked them with 2 more swings, displaying his dominance and ferocity, but his body was once again forced back 2 steps. It seems this wind blade technique isn't just sharp, it also has a repelling effect. Lin Shan, watching from a distance, stroked his chin in thought while moving swiftly. He casually summoned 3 more wind blades, which shot toward Jiang Huifa in quick succession, targeting his upper, middle, and lower body. Jiang the Guardian had no time to dodge, and could only continue swinging his sword to block. After finally channeling his true qi into the blade to disperse the wind blades once more, he felt a sweet taste in his throat, and stumbled back several steps, nearly colliding with the palace wall. Before he could swallow the blood from his throat, 5 wind blades flew toward him in a petal-like formation, locking down all directions around him. Jiang the Guardian nearly cursed out loud. What happened to the friendly sparring? Why attack with such lethal force at the slightest provocation? Did I offend him somehow? Without time to think, Jiang Huifa concentrated of his focus, first dispelling the wind blades on the left, then using his body techniques to forcefully twist his body and dispel the ones below, before rolling on the ground to dodge the remaining 3. 3 loud crashes echoed from behind. Jiang Huifa felt a chill wind blow into the 4th-floor hall, leaving him shivering. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang the Guardian knew instinctively that the wall behind him must have been shattered, otherwise the wind wouldn't be blowing in from outside. Jiang Hufa touched his wrist, which was throbbing with pain, and forced himself to endure the agonizing sensation of his internal organs being torn apart by the reverse spinning technique. Looking up at the opposite side, he saw Lin Shan summoning 5 more wind blades, ready to hurl them at him. Stop! Stop! I won't fight anymore. Stop! Stop! Lin Shan was completely baffled. He hadn't even exerted much force yet. Hadn't things been going smoothly just now? Seeing Jiang Hufa repeatedly disperse his wind blades one after another, he finally felt like he had met his match. He hadn't even given it his all yet. Why had he suddenly called for a stop? Jiang Hufa looked pale with fear, staring at Lin Shan as if he'd seen a ghost. What realm are you in, you brat? How can you release such fast sword chi? And it's so big and thick. I don't know what realm I'm in either. Sword chi. It's roughly the same, isn't it? Isn't this just the basic technique of a Xintian expert? Lin Shan was a bit confused. Basic moves? You must have some misunderstanding about basic moves. Jiang the Guardian nearly spat blood in anger. If he hadn't called a halt in time, those 5 wind blades would have struck him, and he would have met his maker. Jiang Wufu, the manager standing nearby, watched the 2 of them fight earlier, and was completely speechless. Especially when he saw Lin Shan standing still while the other end of the hall was sliced open, with cold wind blowing in from outside, he was completely dumbfounded. Is this what a Xintian stronger looks like? standing 10 steps away, unleashing sword chi without even breaking a sweat. In comparison, Jiang the Guardian looked more like a Hao Teen warrior, forced to endure the attacks passively. Jiang Guanshe began to doubt whether Jiang Hu Fa had been swapped out. Why is there such a huge difference between you and others, even though you're both Xintian? Lin Shan looked at Jiang Huifa as he approached. Are you sure you used your full strength just now? He couldn't help but feel that Jiang Huifa had easily dispersed the wind blades earlier, leaving some power in reserve, as if he had stopped short of his full strength. Jiang the Guardian looked at Lin Shan with a complex expression. Of course I used my full strength. I didn't expect your sword chi to have such a long range and such great power. If it weren't for the Kunjio knife you gave me, my weapon would have broken on the first strike and then. He shook his head. But isn't releasing true chi outward a basic technique for innate experts? Why didn't you clash your sword chi with mine? Lin Shan pressed on like a curious child. Jiang Hufa remained silent, picking up the Kuanxiao sword in his hand and gathering his chi throughout his body, his aura surging like a rainbow. He swung it forcefully toward the distant part of the hall. Is he finally showing his true abilities? He didn't use his full strength earlier. Could it be that his power is too great and he's afraid of hurting me? Lin Shan imagined 3 scenarios in his mind, his eyes filled with anticipation. But as Jiang Huifa swung his blade, a flash of light erupted from the blade, and a 3-inch long icy glow shot out, like the flickering tongue of a snake, darting toward the distance and dissipating about 5 steps away. Is that it? Lin Shan blurted out in disbelief. Such a small blade of energy could barely match his own chi cultivation, at the first level, and the range was way too short, only half of his own. Jiang the Guardian's face twitched in embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After all, compared to Lin Shan, he was indeed short and weak. Chapter Samsuplok, the Immortal Master of the Capital. The two sat down for a lengthy discussion. After Jiang Hufa explained and demonstrated personally, Lin Shan finally gained a basic understanding of the strength of the early stage of the Xintian realm. What kind of magical elixir did you consume to have grown to such a height in just 1.5 years? Such strength I have only ever seen in the Supreme Elder. Jiang Huifa sighed in admiration, finally curious about Lin Shan's background. After all, he had previously assumed that even if Lin Shan was at the Xintian stage, he would be no different from himself, who had only just entered the initial stage. He had rarely suffered defeats throughout his life, and had never lost a battle against peers of the same level. That's why he had wanted to test Lin Shan's true strength, only to end up getting soundly beaten instead. What? The Supreme Elder? The same level as me? Lin Shan was instantly intrigued. Could it be? The Supreme Elder of Nightingale was on the same level as him? Also, that's right. The Supreme Elder is an elderly master of Nightingale, now 90 years old. It is said that he entered the innate realm at 20, defeated all the martial arts masters of Central Plains at 40, and by 50, he had already surpassed his contemporaries, becoming one of the few innate realm masters in the world. Jiang the Guardian spoke of Nightingale's Supreme Elder with admiration. When I was young, I went to the headquarters in the capital for further training, and had the honor of witnessing the Supreme Elder sparring with the Imperial Guards. The scene was breathtaking. Swords and blades clashed, palm shadows danced everywhere, and within 10 steps, sand and stones flew like a storm, as if immortals were battling. Recalling the grand scene, Jiang Huifa couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He had secretly resolved at that moment to become a Xintian master himself. A Xintian master at the peak of perfection? Within 10 steps? How does that compare to me? Lin Shan stood by like a curious child. Compared to you, well, that. Jiang Huifa hesitated. He had always assumed that the Supreme Elder, being a Xintian Grand Master, was naturally the strongest. However, after witnessing Lin Shan's 3-foot-long sword chi from 10 steps away, so large and thick it seemed, almost comparable to the Supreme Elder's Xintian True Chi palm seal, Jiang the Guardian was torn apart inside, his mind in turmoil. Lin Shan could see right through him. The Supreme Elder was clearly powerful, but his power was limited. He seemed to be at most on the same level as Lin Shan himself, and couldn't possibly surpass him. Otherwise, Jiang Huifa wouldn't have been speechless for so long. It seems that the initial stage of Xintian is equivalent to the first layer of Qi cultivation, and the peak of the great perfection stage of Sintin is at most equivalent to the peak of the third layer of Qi cultivation. So martial artists from the mortal world can only reach the initial stage of Qi cultivation at most. If I can break through to the fourth layer of Qi cultivation and enter the mid-stage, then innate martial artists wouldn't stand a chance against me. By then, even if I were to force my way into the imperial palace, no one would be able to stop me, and I might even get a glimpse of the concubines bathing. Lin Fan had always had this habit of daydreaming before he was reincarnated, and it had only gotten worse in this new world. The two fell silent for a moment. Jiang the Guardian suddenly snapped out of it. You haven't told me how you made such rapid progress. Your cultivation is definitely not just at the initial stage of the innate realm. Have you already reached the peak of the innate realm? It was no wonder Jiang Huifa couldn't stop thinking about it. After all, this scene had left a deep impression on him. Although he knew that prying into others' cultivation was highly taboo, he couldn't help but ask, as his curiosity was driving him mad. Lin Fan looked innocent. If I told you I'm not even at the Sintin stage, would you believe me? To his surprise, as soon as he casually uttered those words, Jiang Huifa suddenly leaped to his feet, as if he had suddenly realized something. His face turned crimson, and his expression was so excited it didn't seem feigned. I believe you. This time, it was Lin Fan who was stunned. He suddenly realized that the people of Nightingale weren't just prone to dramatic reactions, their thought processes were also utterly baffling. Jiang the Guardian didn't explain anything, but instead pointed toward the door at Jiang the manager, who had been eavesdropping nearby, and said, "Get out." Jiang Guan was completely confused. He had been listening intently, so why was he being told to leave suddenly? But he also knew that what was about to happen must involve secrets he wasn't supposed to know. Jiang the Guardian didn't want him to find out, so even though he was dying to stay, he had no choice but to reluctantly step back. Jiang the Guardian looked serious as he asked Lin Fan, "Brother, spill the beans. Are you a cultivator?" Lin Fan thought for a moment. There was no harm in revealing this, and besides, Jiang the Guardian didn't have the power to harm him even if he wanted to. He nodded. So it's true. Jiang Hufa sighed in relief, thinking to himself, I knew it. I've never lost a battle against someone of the same level. This time doesn't count. The opponent was cheating, it's not my fault. No wonder he's become so powerful after a year and a half. He must have gone off to cultivate immortality somewhere. If he's an immortal cultivator, then everything makes sense. How did you know that there are truly cultivators in this world? Lin Fan's curiosity was piqued. He had accidentally witnessed the battle between Lei Zhenzi and the Black Lotus sect's guardian in the ancient tomb of Yelong, which had suddenly broadened his horizons. He never expected that Jiang, who had been secluded in Zonka City all this time, would also know about it. But then, Jiang Huifa dropped a bombshell. Because the Nightingale headquarters enshrines a immortal master. Lin Fan was startled. Is that true? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? I even saw it with my own eyes. How have you seen everything? Lin Fan thought irritably to himself. This Jiang Guardian always speaks in short, disjointed sentences. Can't you just say everything at once? However, I don't know what kind of abilities this divine master possesses, but the Supreme Elder seems to hold him in high regard and agrees to any request he makes. And, as if he had thought of something, Jiang the Guardian looked peculiar and didn't continue. And what? Lin Fan was overjoyed upon hearing news of cultivators. However, his impression of Nightingale was growing increasingly negative. Besides being loud and full of flaws, he spoke in half sentences, making Lin Fan's face grow darker by the second. You'll find out soon enough. Jiang Huifa didn't dwell on the immortal master, but instead discussed plans with Lin Fan. Since you're an immortal cultivator, would you like to come to Nightingale's headquarters to meet him? I've just achieved the Sintin stage, and plan to travel to the capital to report for duty. We could go together. Oh, so that's what he meant. Lin Fan wondered why Jiang the Guardian had asked him if he was a cultivator, and whether he was going to the capital it was all so he could travel with him. The Nightingale headquarters in the capital isn't just home to the immortal master, it's also incredibly prosperous. With your status, what could you possibly want? Power, beauty. You'd have it all. Cough, cough. I just happened to have an enemy at the headquarters. It was because of that I was exiled to this desolate place in the southern frontier. Jiang Hufa was a straight shooter, unable to hold anything inside. He spoke his mind without hesitation, and before he knew it, he had blurted out his true feelings, leaving him feeling extremely embarrassed. Lin Shang was speechless. With your temperament, it's no wonder you can't outmaneuver others in internal struggles. However, to be cautious, Lin Shan asked, what is your rival's cultivation level? Don't worry, I'm not any weaker than him now. You're both at the initial stage of the Xintian realm. Jiang Huifa patted his chest confidently, but then added with a twist, but he's really good at flattering people. He even took that immortal master from headquarters as his adoptive father. Lin Shan, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately spit it out. Chapter Samsaptsut, preparing to depart. What you're saying is, you want me to take you to the capital, and go up against your headquarters immortal master. Lin Shan's expression turned hostile. Wow. So that's what you've been up to all along. Jiang the Guardian smiled awkwardly, don't worry. As far as I know, the immortal master enshrined at headquarters is quite elderly, and his status seems to be only on par with the Supreme Elder at best. His cultivation should not surpass that of the Supreme Elder. You will definitely not lose to him. This guy started going out of his way to guarantee it, insisting that with Lin Shan's current strength, going to Nightingale would be completely safe. Once he had established himself at Nightingale headquarters, and become a Xintian elder with real power, he would certainly mobilize the organization's resources to properly honor Lin Shan, ensuring his satisfaction. Lin Shan wasn't fooled by his empty promises. Even if he went to the headquarters, and became a Xintian elder, he'd probably be at the bottom of the ranks. He had no expectations, but he had come to Jingunju specifically, because he needed Jiang the Guardian to help him with a task. Collecting Nightingale tokens. Back then, he had obtained a token imbued with ancient aura from Lin Fan and the tall, skinny assassin. As an ancient assassin organization's token dating back hundreds of years, he was highly interested in it. After all, the ancient aura was a crucial aid in his quest for strength. He wanted to enhance it, and every bit of ancient aura counted. I agree, but let's make one thing clear, I'm only going to back you up. Don't expect me to actually fight the cultivators. Lin Shan currently held points of ancient charm, giving him some confidence. Moreover, since Jiang the Guardian had dared to return to the capital, it meant the pressure wasn't as great as imagined. Besides, he had been stuck at the third layer of qi cultivation for a long time, and needed to travel to seek opportunities. However, for now, he still needed Jiang Huifa's cooperation, so he made sure to establish 3 ground rules in advance to avoid any misunderstandings later. He'd probably have to strengthen himself at the last minute. Of course. Don't worry. That rival is just the disciple of the immortal master, not his biological son. You're also an immortal, so he won't dare to disrespect you. Besides, we're not going there to fight. Jiang the Guardian was overjoyed to hear Lin Shan so easily persuaded, and hurriedly kept reassuring him. As a prerequisite for helping you, there's one thing I need your cooperation with right now. Lin Shan, sensing he was gaining the upper hand, began to negotiate terms with Jiang the Guardian. After all, strength was the ultimate currency. With his superior power, he had the confidence to demand more. Jiang Huifa nodded repeatedly, claiming he would fulfill all of Lin Shan's demands. Whatever he wanted, just ask. In the southern frontier Nightingale branch, he was the local tyrant. When Lin Shan mentioned the matter of collecting the tokens, Jiang Huifa immediately patted his chest and guaranteed it wouldn't be a problem. It's just a matter of temporarily collecting the tokens from his assassins, right? That's easy. Just make new ones for everyone, collect the old ones, and give each person a contribution point. Perhaps doing this in the capital would require a lot of effort, and might encounter numerous obstacles. But in the southern frontier branch, Jiang the Guardian could fulfill all of Lin Shan's demands in advance. The two agreed immediately, and Jiang the Guardian told him to wait for news in a few days. Lin Shan also took his leave, and returned to the Zhao family to rest. The Zhao family was currently busy transitioning into the antique jade business, as they had already acquired nearly half of the antiques in Zhengke County, most of which were useless to Lin Shan. The remaining antiques naturally needed to be put to good use. As for Lin Shan, he had nothing to do in the coming days, so he could only continue refining his Xianguan acupoints. Thinking about his imminent departure for the capital, he asked the Zhao family if there were any sworn enemies or rivals they needed to deal with. Emperor Zhao perked up at the mention of this. Previously, when he served as the county magistrate's advisor, there were other advisors under the magistrate, but because the Zhao family behind him was powerful, and he enjoyed the magistrate's trust, the other advisors had banded together to marginalize him. This left Mr. Zhao struggling in the bureaucracy, making it difficult for him to advance. Recently, the county magistrate had begun to distance himself from Mr. Zhao, so he wanted Lin Fan to eliminate these rivals. Why do you insist on being someone's advisor? You're the head of a prominent family, after all. Lin Fan was utterly baffled. Emperor Zhao sighed wryly. Zongka County is different from other places. It's a border region in times of war, and a commercial hub in peacetime, plus there are several garrison troops stationed here. In times of war, the imperial court sends a general to take charge, while in peacetime, it falls under the county magistrate's jurisdiction. The county magistrate here is like a local lord, controlling military affairs, governance, finances, and trade. If I don't align myself with him, how can the Zhao family thrive here? Lin Fan nodded, unconcerned. All right, list those people's names, and I'll take care of them for you. These are the people you want to eliminate? Lin Fan looked at Mr. Zhao in disbelief. Could this man really be targeting everyone he'd ever had a grudge against, simply because they were part of the prefect's entourage? Wang Yuming, the head of the Wang family. Zhang Renbao, head of the Zhang family. Li Jia's family head, Li Xingtai. Iron family patriarch Iron Jiaqing. Yangtze County magistrate Lu Huajin. Commander of the border army Fang Zhennan. Looking at the long list, Lin Shan's head spun. So many prominent figures from Zongga County all have a grudge against the Zhao family? Emperor Zhao, however, vented his grievances, explaining that among these individuals, some families had competed with the Zhao family for business, some clan leaders had harbored bandits who specifically targeted Zhao family merchant caravans, some local officials had issued policies targeting the Zhao family, and some young officers in the military had caused trouble. Enough. Are you sure there's no consequence for me? There really won't be. You still have the identity of a Nightingale assassin, right? When the time comes, the Nightingale will be the one to kill them, and the source will be the task issued by the employer. The employer is someone no one knows, so what does that have to do with you, Emperor Guan? Are you sure the Nightingale won't get targeted for acting so recklessly? An assassin organization provoking public outrage is asking for trouble. Lin Fan still didn't believe it. If that were the case, the world would have already descended into chaos. Alright, then just warn them. Emperor Zhao hadn't really intended to convince Lin Fan to kill so many people, he was just trying his luck. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't want to commit so many murders, he had to settle for the next best option. Lin Fan looked at Mr. Zhao with a strange expression. This guy clearly needed more discipline. Look at what he just did. Was that even human behavior? This kid must be trying to trick me into provoking everyone's anger, then gather everyone to attack and kill me, right? But regardless, the Zhao family had helped him collect points of ancient charm. Who knows? Lin Fan might need to come back to the southern frontier in the future to milk them for more favors. This spare pawn had already been played, keeping him around might still be worthwhile. So over the next few days, he personally visited everyone on the list, just to send a warning. Upon hearing that the Zhao family had aligned themselves with a Sintin master, and that he was even willing to personally intervene, these individuals were naturally filled with fear and anxiety. They all retracted their underhanded maneuvers and dared not target the Zhao family anymore. This little incident was finally resolved. Just as expected, Jiang the Guardian from the Nightingale faction also sent word, summoning him to come over. In the grand hall on the 4th floor, Jiang the Guardian pointed to 2 large boxes on the ground. Here you go, brother. The tokens you requested, a total of 184 pieces. Lin Fan rubbed his hands excitedly, but just as he reached out to touch them, he noticed there were still outsiders present. He hesitated, wanting to ask Jiang Huifa to leave, but it seemed inappropriate to drive the host out of his own home. However, Jiang Huifa didn't leave. What if he absorbed the ancient aura, and the identity tokens turned to dust and were seen? Fortunately, Jiang Huifa had some sense. Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't moved for a long time, and was staring intently at him, he couldn't help but laugh awkwardly and left. Now Lin Shan could finally relax. After all, the secret regarding the golden finger must never be revealed. No one else could witness it. The only person who had ever seen the secret of the golden finger was the scar-faced man. He had no choice but to strengthen his weapon in front of him that day. However, the scar-faced man had already been killed by him, so no one else knew about it. Lin Shan sensed that there was indeed no one else around, so he began his search. Half an hour later, Lin Shan put down the last token. This time, the harvest was disappointing, only a measly some points. It seemed that many of the tokens issued long ago had been lost, and most were later reissued. Although the Nightingale was an ancient assassin organization, its policy of recognizing only tokens and not people had become a legendary tale in the martial arts world. However, most people only knew about it, were curious, or aspired to join. Few ever managed to find and join the organization. Jiang the Guardian walked in, and Lin Shan nodded at him. If everything is ready, we'll set off for the capital in 2 days. Alright. Chapter Samsapbat, Stormy Times at the Dock. 2 days later, Lin Shan and Jiang Hufa galloped away on horseback, leaving the city of Zhengke. Before departing, they specifically sought out Wu Yuanwei, the owner of the funeral parlor in the western part of the city, and introduced his 5 younger brothers to Mr. Zhao. Upon learning that the 5 possessed extraordinary talent in the field of archaeology, Mr. Zhao immediately honored them as guest scholars and held them in high esteem. Before departing, the elders of the Zhao family all wanted to see Lin Shan off, but he refused without hesitation. He didn't want to linger, he just wanted to hurry to the capital to meet fellow cultivators and see if there were any more ancient artifacts or opportunities there. At the time, he was carrying 8,000 taels of gold given by the Zhao family, all converted into silver notes issued by the official institutions of the Song dynasty, making them easier to carry on the journey. After all, the journey from the southern frontier would first require walking to Luzhou Prefecture, then taking a river route down the Jiaoling River, crossing Jingxiang to reach Jiangling, and finally traveling northward to the Song dynasty capital, Dongjingbianliang. The journey would be a long and winding one, spanning tens of thousands of miles. The ancient cities and towns along the way were naturally not to be missed. If he came across any antique items with a touch of ancient charm, he would do whatever it took to acquire them. After all, now that he had both wealth and power, there was no need to continue being timid. As long as he didn't act too greedily, no faction would dare to provoke a cultivator. After leaving Zhenghe County, at the invitation of Lin Shan, Jiang the Guardian first accompanied him to his hometown of Qinghe County. However, upon arriving in Qinghe County, Lin Shan secretly inquired at the Lin family escort agency, and learned that Master Pu had not returned since the escort robbery 2 years ago. Lin Shan, of course, knew that the escort robbery had been a staged event orchestrated by the county magistrate himself, and he had confirmed with Jiang the Guardian that the person who had made contact that day was indeed Yang Huaili, the county magistrate's deputy. He then secretly infiltrated the home of the county magistrate of Qinghe County and interrogated him. After being confronted, Yang Huaili had no choice but to admit that after the robbery, some survivors had returned, and they had indeed captured them and thrown them into prison. However, there was no one named Pu Shifu among them. He took Lin Shan and the others to the prison, where they saw the escort masters under Wang Biao's command. There was indeed no one named Pu Shifu among them. When they asked these escort masters, none of them had ever seen Pu Shifu being captured. Lin Shan rescued these people. Yang, the county magistrate, dared not disobey a martial arts master of such caliber, so he instead tried to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if the county governor found out, he wouldn't fare well either. Unable to find Pu Shifu, Lin Shan could only assume he had gone into hiding to evade capture and temporarily abandon the search. He then quietly returned to the Lin mansion, without alerting anyone. He silently looked at the small house where he had lived for 10 years, then resolutely left. Just before leaving, he seemed to hear that there were still members of the Lin family discussing Lin Fan. A year earlier, Lin Fan had been specially taken in as a disciple by an immortal who happened to pass by, and had been taken away to cultivate immortality. The news had spread throughout the entire Qinghe County. Lin Shan and Jiang the Guardian rushed non-stop, riding for about 3 days to reach Luzhou. The two briefly explored the city, but Lin Shan regrettably failed to find the antique he had his heart set on. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Back in Qinghe County, he had only found a famous painting in the study of the Lin family patriarch. The rest of the items he had obtained in Zongke County, whether the golden bell, or the pile of Buddhist statues, were all from the Black Lotus sect's ancient tomb in Yelong. From what Lei Zhenzi and the others had discussed, the Black Lotus sect had once been a cultivation sect. The remaining tokens belonged to the ancient organization known as the Nightingale, and the last batch was only recovered by the Zhao family after mobilizing their century-old connections and resources to search through the collections of major families and private collectors. This truly highlighted how difficult it was to obtain such ancient artifacts. Lin Shan didn't expect to stumble upon such treasures by chance, so after failing to find anything, he decided to board a boat with Jiang the Guardian and drift down the Jiaoling River. While on the boat, Lin Shan couldn't help but recall a famous line from his previous life as he gazed at the layered peaks on either side. The monkeys' cries echo endlessly along the banks, while the light boat has already passed through countless mountains. After taking in the scenery, he returned to the cabin to continue his training. Half a month later, the two arrived safely in Jiangling. Jiangling was a bustling commercial hub of the 9 counties of Jingxiang, incredibly prosperous, with various centuries-old families and renowned martial arts clans from the underworld all settled there. Even bandits from all directions would raid the river, and the authorities could not eradicate them. Such a bustling metropolis was also a key stopover on the journey north to the imperial capital. The two disembarked at the opposite shore, and the boatman who had brought them from Luzhou rowed away. This was a public dock where ships from all over the country gathered. The boatman could only take them this far. The remaining 30-mile journey to the outer dock of Jiangling City was fully controlled by the local gang known as the Three-Headed Bay. Want to go to Jiangling? No problem. You can only take the Three-Headed Cove boats. Such domineering behavior naturally aroused widespread dissatisfaction at first. However, the Three-Headed Gang not only had a large number of members, but also had strong connections with the Jiangling authorities. Over time, local boatmen around Jiangling gradually joined the gang. Those who refused to join lost their livelihood, and those who couldn't fight back had no choice but to join. Other outsider boats had no choice but to unload passengers at the docks designated by the Three-Headed Gang, leaving the rest of the waterway business to them. After understanding the rules, Lin Shan and his companion had no intention of disrupting the status quo. After all, they were just passing through, and it didn't matter who made the money as long as they could sail. Thus, the two joined the queue at the public dock. After all, Jiangling was a strategic location connecting the west to Bashu and the east to the Yangtze River Delta, serving as the hub of the 9 counties of Jingxiang, naturally attracting a steady flow of people. Amidst the bustling crowd, Lin Shan and Jiang the Guardian began chatting casually. Jiang the Guardian subtly hinted along the way that he also yearned for cultivation, and hoped Lin Shan could give him some guidance. Lin Shan naturally pretended to be knowledgeable, saying that Jiang the Guardian lacked the innate talent for cultivation, and that he himself was powerless to help. As for the 3 cultivation manuals he held in his hands, he had no intention of handing them over to Jiang Huifa to try one by one. After all, these were rare and hard to come by treasures. He had worked so hard to cultivate them, how could he just hand them over to others? After all, he had made an exchange with Jiang Huifa, and neither owed the other anything. As the two chatted, large and small boats kept coming from the direction of Jiangling, rushing downstream toward Dongting Lake. Behind them, a large group of people rushed forward, cutting in line to board the boats, shouting and scrambling to reach Dongting Lake. Some were dressed in black, others in yellow robes with short sleeves, and still others had their eyebrows painted red, making them look like they were heading to a market. The surrounding crowd began to buzz with speculation. What's going on today? Why are so many people heading to Dongting Lake? I don't know. The ones who just cut in line seem to be from the Hong family, a prominent clan from Lingling County. I also saw people from the Wuling Divine Fist sect. Look, another group is coming, the Ichwan Imperial Sword Gate. This made Lin Shan and Jiang Huifa restless. It wasn't that they had any thoughts about the people from Jiangling across the river, and the various counties heading to Dongting Lake, but rather that the group behind them kept cutting in line. The two had arrived here early in the morning, and now it was almost noon. The front of the line hadn't gotten any shorter, and the boats coming and going were all being blocked by the later arrivals from various sects, who were cutting in line and sending their people to Dongting Lake in groups. The ordinary civilians waiting in line dared not cause trouble, and some wandering martial artists, seeing the large groups of people, could only give up and endure the scorching sun at the dock. But Lin Shanjiang, the temple guardian, couldn't wait any longer. As another group of red-clad men approached to cut in line, Jiang Huifa stepped forward to block them, speaking sparingly. "Go back." The red-clad men were taken aback, exchanging glances, feeling that this man was acting strangely and arrogantly. The young man leading the group frowned at Jiang Huifa and said, "Brother, we are from the Yudao sect. We have urgent business to attend to at Dongting Lake. Please let us pass." Jiang the guardian simply nodded toward the back of the crowd and repeated the two words. "Form a line." This sent the entire group of red-robed members of the Yudao sect into a frenzy. Who in the nearby Jingxiang prefecture didn't know the Yudao sect? And someone dared to refuse them. Who are these reckless newcomers? Do you think you can afford to be held responsible for delaying this important matter? Don't push your luck, get out of here. However, the young man leading the group seemed to have some authority. With just a wave of his hand, the crowd fell silent. "Friend, desperate times call for desperate measures. We don't have time to linger here. As an apology, this ingot of silver is compensation." He tossed a silver ingot onto the ground, 50 taels in total. It was clear he was in a hurry, and didn't he want to get into a prolonged argument. Jiang the guardian didn't even bother to reach out, letting the silver roll on the ground as he simply blocked the way in front of them. This was too much for the red-clothed men to bear. It was like being slapped in the face. In front of so many people at the dock, if they didn't resolve this today, the Imperial Sword Sect would become a laughingstock in the martial arts world. The young man leading the group still held back his men from attacking, instead carefully observing Jiang Huifa. However, he couldn't gauge the other's cultivation level, and sensed that he had some sort of backing. He took a deep breath, bowed his fist, and said, "I am Ren Wuquang of the Imperial Sword Gate. My father is Ren Yuyu, the Gate Master. I dare to ask you for some face. If you think it's not enough, we can negotiate further." This young man was named Ren Wuquang, but he wasn't arrogant at all. Lin Shan even thought his father had named him poorly, as it didn't suit his personality. Is this some kind of role reversal? Lin Shan muttered to himself. Jiang the guardian remained unfazed. He had waited all morning and wasn't about to let anyone cut in line. He refused to let the Yudao sect pass. As for Ren Jiyu, he'd never heard of him. Even if he offended him, so what? He wasn't staying here anyway. If he dared to come to the Nightingale headquarters in the capital, he'd see what happened. The young master of the Yudao sect was left with no choice. After all, even his father, a Sinti master, wasn't given any face. If he didn't make a move now, he'd never be able to gain the respect of the others in the future. The crowd behind him turned around, saw that the young master was no longer speaking, and naturally understood. They charged forward with a roar. Chapter Samsupgao, the Sintinju fruit. 10 breaths later, all the red-clad men lay on the ground with swollen faces, leaving those around them speechless. Only the young sect master remained standing awkwardly in his original spot. Fortunately, he hadn't intervened, otherwise, his fate would likely have been no better. Jiang the guardian had only given them a light beating as a lesson. After all, it was broad daylight, and the dock was bustling with people. He didn't want to ruin his mood by causing a bloodbath here. Right? It wasn't because he was kind-hearted, he just didn't want to ruin his mood. The onlookers waiting in line were thoroughly entertained. After all, seeing a martial arts hero step in to uphold justice was the hottest topic of the day. However, they didn't know that if they found out their hero was actually the leader of a group of assassins, they might not think so highly of him anymore. But for now, they were all excited inside, though they dared not show it on their faces, fearing retribution later. Lin Shan stepped forward at this moment, his curiosity getting the better of him, and asked the young master of the Yudao sect, "Why are you in such a hurry to go to Dongting?" The young master, "Let me be wild," shrunk back, noticing that he was with the group of black-clad experts blocking the path, and naturally dared not offend him. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, let alone when it's not a secret. I heard that a Xintian Zhuguo has appeared in the 800 Li Dongting Lake region. I was sent by my father to lead this team. This is the third group from our sect, and my father and the elders are already on their way ahead. Manhwa hinted subtly that his father and the main force were waiting ahead, leaving room for future encounters. However, Lin Fan and Jiang the Guardian clearly didn't catch his drift. Lin Fan was still okay, but upon hearing innate Ju fruit, he immediately sensed that this item wasn't ordinary, which was why so many sects were rushing to claim it. Jiang the Guardian, however, stepped forward eagerly, grabbing Manhwa by the collar. What did you say, Xintian Zhu Guo? Manhwa's heart skipped a beat. He dared not say, Senior, you're hurting me, but instead replied, sweating profusely. That's right. 10 days ago, the third leader of the Jiangling Great Clan personally released the news that the Xintian Zhu Guo was about to ripen in Dongting Lake. Wait. Lin Fan couldn't help but interrupt, what is the Xintian Zhu Guo? At this, not only Manhwa looked at him in shock, but Jiang Hufa also stared at him in disbelief. Lin Fan didn't know where he went wrong. Was this thing famous? Or was Jiang Huifa giving him face, suppressing his excitement, and saying with a complicated expression, there's a rumor in the martial arts world that there's a fruit that, when eaten, can turn an ordinary person into a Xintian master. I think I heard about it when I was a kid from a storyteller. Lin Fan thought for a moment, indeed recalling the impression, then immediately reacted, don't tell me this rumor is true. You're talking about this Xintian Zhu Guo? That's exactly it. It's this miraculous innate spiritual object. Jiang Huifa's expression grew excited, but seeing Lin Fan's disbelieving look, he immediately explained. Don't doubt it. The world is vast and full of wonders. When I first entered the martial arts world, I didn't believe it either, but haven't I told you about the story of the Supreme Elder of the Nightingale headquarters? Lin Fan naturally remembered and nodded in response, a genius who entered the Xintian realm at the age of 20. Exactly. Jiang Huifa's eyes began to gleam with fervor. But do you know why he was able to enter the Xintian realm at such a young age? It was because he accidentally stumbled upon a deep mountain and consumed a Xintian Jigua. What? Lin Fan was genuinely shocked. There was actually such a divine object. However, upon further thought, cultivators gain the supernatural abilities of innate experts the moment they enter the Qi cultivation stage. In a world where cultivators exist and the upper limit of combat power remains unknown, it didn't seem entirely implausible. But Jiang the Guardian is already in the Xiantian realm. Why is he so excited? At that moment, Jiang the Guardian had let go of all restraint, standing there with his heart racing, muttering to himself, if I had consumed the Xintian Zhu Guo, I wouldn't just instantly reach the mid-stage of Xintian, but even the peak of Xintian. And by then, I'll return to the capital and avenge my previous humiliation. As he spoke, Jiang Hufa burst into loud laughter. The aura of a Xintian stronger was thick and lingering. When Jiang Hufa laughed, his laughter echoed throughout the entire riverside dock. The surrounding villagers hurriedly covered their ears, while Manhwa and his disciples from the Yudao sect trembled in fear. Goodness gracious! We actually dared to think of attacking a Xintian master. Regardless of how terrified the members of the sword control sect were, Jiang Huifa continued laughing, seemingly envisioning the glorious moment of defeating his arch-enemy, his lips curling into a sinister grin. The Xintian fruit is mine by right. Today, whoever dares to take it will die. As he spoke, a voice from beside him echoed his words, speaking at the same time. Exactly. Such a spiritual artifact should rightfully belong to me. Ugh. Jiang the Guardian struggled to turn his head toward the source of the voice, only to meet the piercing gaze of Lin Fan. The two stared at each other for a long time. Jiang Huifa was the first to back down, forcing a smile and saying, since it's something you've set your sights on, Lin, I want to take what's yours. However, the underlying resentment in his words was palpable, even to the members of the Yudao sect standing nearby. Manhwa felt a chill run down his spine. This black-clad middle-aged man was a Xintian stronger, yet he seemed so afraid of this white-clad young man. At that moment, Lin Fan smiled and turned his head, grasping his hand warmly. You're the young master of the Yudao sect, right? Would you mind taking us two along on your way to Dongting? Looking at the man before him, whose words were gentle and warm yet carried an unyielding dominance, Manhwa swallowed hard and forced a laugh. Better to obey than to disobey. Thus, amidst the resentful glances of the crowd, the two didn't bother arguing about cutting in line. In times of urgency, one must adapt. They followed the red-clad member of the Yudao Gate to the front of the pier. They found a large boat that could easily accommodate dozens of people. At the boatman's signal, the sailors strained their muscles. After all, in the past few days, wave after wave of Jianghu warriors had been heading to Dongting Lake, and they had made a fortune. On the ship, Ren Wuokong gave Lin Fan and the others a detailed account of the origins of the Xintian Zhuguo. It turned out that the first to discover the Xintian Zhuguo were the pirates of Dongting Lake, known as the 12 Linked Fortresses. 10 years ago, they discovered a spiritual root on a small island in the vast Dongting Lake, with an unripe zhu fruit already growing on it. According to analysis, it would take about 10 years to fully mature. The leader of the 12 Linked Fortresses was overjoyed, sealed off the island, and secretly developed it. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. Last month, just as the zhu fruit was nearing maturity, a junior leader within the fortress, dissatisfied with the leader's marginalization of him, revealed the information to the three-headed fortress in Jiangling. The three-headed fortress had been in constant conflict with the 12 linked forts in recent years over expanding their maritime territories. Upon learning of this, realizing they couldn't defeat the 12 linked fortresses alone, they decided to go public, calling on all major clans and prominent families from the 9 counties of Jingxiang to gather at Dongting Lake. I don't want the jujubes, I'll provide the ships, as many as you need. The entire Jingxiang region was thrown into turmoil, even the government was shaken. Over the past month, waves of people have continuously arrived at Dongting Lake, with constant battles of varying scales. Although the 12 linked fortresses have a larger force, they are relying on the advantages of the Dongting Lake waterways to fight desperately, but they are still retreating steadily. According to scouts on the front lines, their leader intends to retreat to that unnamed island, and hold out until the Zhentian Zhuguo ripens. Lin Fan listened thoughtfully, while Jiang Huifa furrowed his brows. This time, dozens of major sects and prominent clans had arrived, half of which had innate experts. If we're not careful, we might really get into trouble. Meanwhile, Ren Wuokong and the others were inwardly tormented, fearing for their lives as they followed these two demons, praying desperately to encounter the main force of the Yudao sect soon. Thus, the large ship continued downstream along the river, turning into a tributary of Dongting Lake at the Huarong Pass. Chapter 6: The Depths of Dongting Lake. The large ship glided downstream, and within half a day, it had already ventured hundreds of miles into Dongting Lake. Along the way, the lake's surface was littered with the wreckage of various ships, and the islands they passed were strewn with corpses and broken weapons, with flickering flames rising into the sky. It was clear that after a month of fierce battles, countless lives had been lost, all for the sake of securing the Xintian Zhuguo for those in power. The 12 linked fortresses, as a pirate group that had withstood several government sieges and emerged unscathed, were no ordinary foes. Their strength and resilience were not to be underestimated. Despite being attacked by so many forces, they had managed to hold on until now. Finally, at dusk, the ships arrived at an unnamed small island in the center of Dongting Lake. The island was lush and overgrown with towering vegetation, spanning roughly 10 miles in diameter. At that moment, the island was surrounded by a dense cluster of large and small ships, but aside from the sailors, there were no signs of martial artists from the martial arts world. They had all gone ashore to participate in the final showdown. Thankfully, we didn't arrive too late. Jiang Huifa spotted 2 groups of people engaged in fierce combat on a shallow sandbar in the distance, while thick smoke billowed from a certain area within the island. Lin Fan directed the sailors to dock alongside other ships nearby. The group didn't even need to disembark, they simply moved from ship to ship until they reached the shore. Ren Wuokong of the Yudao Gate glanced around and saw that Lin Fan and his men had no intention of letting them go. Reluctantly, he led the Yudao Gate disciples to follow behind and board the island as well. As they entered the dense forest on the island, they discovered that corpses, bloodstains, and weapons were scattered everywhere, both in the grass and on the trees. The corpses wore various garments, clearly indicating that members of various martial arts factions had been ambushed here, suffering heavy losses. Lin Fan and the others couldn't help but become cautious, as no one knew if cold arrows might suddenly emerge from the dense forest at any moment. After all, their spiritual perception could only cover a range of 10 steps, and beyond that, they were helpless. After walking only a few hundred steps, the sounds of battle could be heard ahead. Zhang, the leader, gave a hand signal, and Lin Shan and the others from the Yudao gate understood, moving forward slowly and quietly. After getting slightly closer, they hid Tanzhong away and watched the fierce battle in the dense forest ahead. Those under attack were all wearing yellow robes with short sleeves, fending off arrows fired from afar and from the trees, while also resisting the endless stream of attackers. These ambushers were all burly men wearing grey vests, wielding ghost-headed swords, their expressions fierce, and their eyes gleaming with malice, each strike ruthless and deadly. The men in yellow robes are from the Wuling Great Sect's Divine Fist Gang, and those in grey vests are the water bandits from the 12 linked fortresses. Ren Wuquang quietly explained the identities of the two groups to Lin Shan and the others. At that moment, the battle ahead was fierce. Under the command of their protectors and elders, the members of the Divine Fist clan were constantly organizing resistance, attempting to break out of the encirclement. However, the pirates seemed to be fighting for their lives, desperately blocking their path, as if their mission was to keep them firmly pinned in place. In the center of a distant battle, two figures moved like dragons and swans, constantly dashing and fighting among the tree trunks and branches. Each palm strike and fist punch contained a white mist, and leaves fell all around them. A battle between innate martial arts masters was raging. That man is Wu Xiong, the Grand Elder of the Divine Fist clan, and his opponent is the 6th commander of the 12 linked fortresses. Both are renowned innate masters with years of experience, said Ren Wuquang, clearly well-traveled and knowledgeable, which explained why he could lead a team alone at such a young age. Lin Shan and Jiang Huifa watched for a while, noticing that both sides had over 100 men. The dense forest battle would likely drag on for some time. According to the information released by the Three-Headed Valley, the Xintianjua fruit was due to ripen tonight, so the 12-linked fortress was desperately delaying the battle. The Grand Elder of the Divine Fist clan couldn't defeat the 6th commander in such a short time. We can't wait any longer. Looking up at the sky, the red evening glow filtered through the tree branches, casting patches of red across the forest. Lin Shan glanced at Jiang Huifa, and the two nodded before charging forward. By the time they finish fighting, the yellow flowers will have wilted. By then, the senior elder of the Divine Fist clan might already be exchanging blows with the 6 commanders, and our own clan leader could be deep within the island. If we just stand here waiting, that would truly be foolish. At this point, everyone was fighting for the opportunity, and life and death were no longer a concern. Lin Shan wouldn't hesitate to show mercy. When it came time to fight a bloody path through enemies, he would kill gods who blocked his way and Buddhas who stood in his path. The two groups engaged in a chaotic battle suddenly fell into disarray, as green energy blades began to rain down from an unknown direction outside the island. They struck without distinction, killing both friend and foe in an instant. Another black-clad figure appeared out of nowhere, striking with lightning speed, taking a life with each blow. The members of the Sword Control sect also joined the fray, though they did not want to. However, under Lin Shan's icy glare, they had no choice but to obey. By the time half of the two groups had been cleared, the senior elder of the Divine Fist gang and the 6th commander of the water pirates finally stopped fighting, clearly having reached a temporary agreement. They couldn't let the newcomers slaughter all their men, otherwise they wouldn't fare well either. Members of the Sword Gate sect. The Divine Fist gang has no grudge against you from the past, nor any enmity in the present. Why have you attacked us so ruthlessly? Ren Wuquang listened to the Shinchuan gang's elder's accusation, about to explain bitterly, when Lin Shan suddenly raised his hand. 3 gleaming wind blades shot out, aiming directly at the elder. Why waste words with him? Lead your men to clear the path ahead. These 2 innate practitioners are ours to handle. Lin Shan gave Ren Wuquang a brief order, before leaping onto the nearby tree canopy, and charging forward on his own. The members of the Sword Control sect dared not disobey, fearing that the enemy might turn on them at any moment, and send a string of light blades to their heads. They gritted their teeth and charged forward, plunging the battlefield into a chaotic 3-way battle. Whoosh! At that moment, Lin Shan was darting and dodging among the towering trees, unleashing precise and elegant wind blades that continuously compressed the evasion space of the Divine Fist sect's Grand Elder and the 6 commanders of the linked fortress. The 2 opponents were in dire straits, unable to see their attacker, and the blue light blades were absurdly powerful. Their first attack was blocked by their personal weapons, but each strike shattered them, sending them fleeing in terror. However, the light blades then directly severed one tree after another, sharp beyond belief, capable of cutting through anything. The two fled forward, while Lin Shan's light blades relentlessly chopped down trees behind them. Finally, under the relentless onslaught of over 10 wind blades, all the trees around the two were severed, clearing a patch of open ground in the dense forest. Only wooden stakes remained standing in the center, and the golden red glow from the sky finally spread out in patches. The light shone brightly on their faces, and the two innate experts were already drenched in sweat, most of it from fear. "You two aren't slow." A figure slowly emerged from the forest, his white robe seeming to be stained with blood in the twilight. He then pointed his fingers at the two in the center. A 3-foot-wide wind blade instantly yanked into existence. Without the trees to shield them, they were like fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of their attacker. The Grand Elder of the Divine Fist sect, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but despairingly shout, "You're a..." Before he could finish, he was struck down by the wind blades, his blood staining the sky. The sixth commander of the linked fortress, seeing the dire situation, fled headlong into the depths of the forest within the island. But before he could take 5 steps, a flash of blade light suddenly appeared in the forest ahead. The blade's angle perfectly reflected the red sunlight, blinding him in an instant. His head was severed from his body, and he could no longer think. No wonder he's the leader of the assassins. Seeing Jiang the Guardian's successful ambush, Lin Shan nodded in praise. "What's happening up ahead?" Jiang Huifa wiped the blood off the corpse, his eyes fixed on his beloved sword, and casually replied, "The Yudao sect is still fighting the two groups below." Lin Shan found a wooden stump, sat cross-legged, and began to channel his energy to quickly restore his spiritual power, while saying to Jiang Huifa, "Go help them. End this as soon as possible." Jiang Huifa didn't respond, turning around and disappearing into the darkness. Lin Shan had just used nearly 20 wind blade techniques in the previous battle to end it quickly. Though this was only about 1/6 of his total spiritual energy, it was merely an appetizer. There might be another major battle ahead, so the more spiritual energy he had, the better. If not for the forest obstructing his view, he could have dispatched the two with minimal effort. After all, they were no match for Jiang Huifa, who possessed a divine blade. How could they possibly withstand wind blades as sharp as divine weapons? Chapter 6 Master Nancian. About a minute and a half later, Jiang the Guardian returned, covered in blood, and reported that the path ahead had been cleared. Lin Shan stood up, his spiritual energy nearly fully restored, and followed Jiang the Guardian directly into the dense forest ahead. The red-robed members of the Yudao sect waiting ahead had suffered heavy casualties, with over half of them killed. Fortunately, Jiang the Guardian had joined the battle later, otherwise the young sect master, Renhua Kuang, might not have had the chance to go wild in the future. The group continued forward for several more miles, encountering numerous battles of varying sizes along the way, with a battlefield every few hundred steps. It was clear that either the various sects had been scattered, or those who remained were holding each other back to delay the main forces. The sect leaders and elite fighters had broken away from the battle, and were heading straight for the center of the island. Judging by the situation, the latter scenario was more likely. Along the way, they even encountered 2 battle groups, with Nightingale Organization assassins engaged in fierce combat with water pirates. The Nightingale Organization was widespread across the Song dynasty, with branches in every state and county. Encountering them here was not unusual, as professional assassins were no strangers to ambushes and counterattacks. Jiang the Guardian, upon seeing this, immediately recruited them, displaying his Guardian's token and innate martial arts prowess. The Nightingale troops naturally submitted without resistance. After some inquiries, it turned out that these assassins were from the Nightingale faction in Jiangling County, with their leader also being a Xintian expert. They had already led their men to sneak ahead, and were planning to seize the Xintianjua fruit to participate in the final battle. Upon hearing that all the top experts had gathered at the center of the island, Lin Shan and his companion dared not delay, rushing deep into the island at full speed. As for the red-robed members of the Sword Control sect, they were ruthlessly abandoned. After all, with over 100 professional black-clad assassins, Jiang the Guardian didn't bother with these stragglers. His own men were more reliable. Only Renwa remained, leading a group of his subordinates, trembling like a flock of chicks, left behind in their original spot. After a frantic dash, the dense forest suddenly opened up. The group parted the bushes and looked out. Before them lay a cold pond spanning 100 meters in diameter. In the center of the pond was a small island of about 10 square meters, where a plant could be faintly seen swaying gracefully. Everyone could guess that the Xintian Zhuguo must be on the island in the pond. However, strangely enough, not a single person attempted to cross the cold pond to the island to retrieve the fruit. Looking around the pond, nearly 1,000 people were engaged in fierce combat. Clothes of all colors, red, white, black, blue, and purple, dazzled the eyes of Lin Fan and the others. Nearly half of the major martial arts factions from Jingxiang had gathered here, with more groups of people emerging from the forests behind them to join the battle. The sounds of battle cries, screams, and clashing weapons echoed throughout the sky, making Lin Shan's head ring. But the largest battle was taking place directly ahead. In the vast open space, a middle-aged man stood at the center with a young girl by his side, appearing to be brother and sister. Surrounding them were over 20 Xintian experts, directing their subordinates to relentlessly attack the two. At the same time, they themselves waited for the right moment to strike, retreating immediately if their attack failed, as if they feared that even the slightest delay would bring about their doom. From their attire and cultivation levels, it was clear that these individuals were either the patriarchs or elders of major sects, or the clan leaders and renowned elders of prominent families. Among them, a few emitted sword chi or palm prints several feet long as their true chi surged. Xiantian de Wan Yuan. This was the pinnacle of martial arts in the mortal world, each equivalent to the level of the supreme elders of the Nightingale headquarters. Such powerful individuals were mostly legends in the martial arts world, as elusive as a dragon seen only in legends. Yet now, several of them appeared simultaneously. And the brother and sister they were commanding to surround and attack the two siblings were even more astonishing. The older brother was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, wielding a golden spear. His attacks were wide and powerful, fierce and domineering. Anyone who came into contact with him was either injured or killed. No one could withstand a single blow from him, and the ground around him was littered with corpses. The younger sister, dressed in a light blue gown, is petite and delicate, with a delicate and beautiful face. What catches everyone's attention is that she occasionally raises her hand and releases a fireball. Anyone hit by the fireball is instantly burned through and melted, with a power that is utterly beyond belief. A cultivator. Lin Shan and Jiang the Guardian both grew solemn at the same time. Jiang the Guardian had only seen the blue-clad girl release fireballs, but Lin Shan, having undergone a transformation in his spiritual perception, could now sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth at will. If his perception was correct, the middle-aged man in yellow robes was wielding a golden spear forged from condensed gold elements. Moreover, the spiritual energy surrounding him was faintly stronger than his own. Mid-stage chi cultivation, a metal-attributed cultivator. Lin Shan made his judgment instantly. As for the man's sister, the blue-clad girl was a fire attribute cultivator, with strength roughly on par with his own at the early stage of chi cultivation. No wonder over 20 Xintian experts joined forces, sparing no expense to surround and attack the brother and sister. Clearly, they feared that after fighting among themselves, no one would be able to withstand the combined might of two cultivators, so they agreed to eliminate the brother and sister first. Master Nanxian. As a guest scholar of the Chuwang Mansion, we dare not cause you further trouble. As long as you withdraw from the competition and leave the island, we will not interfere. A middle-aged man wearing a black hat and a constable's uniform spoke loudly. The nightingale-clad lieutenant immediately introduced Lin Shan and the others. This is Zhang Yi, the chief constable of the 9 prefectures of Jingxiang, at the peak of the Xintian realm. At the same time, the man in yellow robes in the center of the field swung his spear while sneering, "Zhang the constable. When I'm in a good mood, I'll call you Zhang the constable. When I'm not, what are you? This Zhu fruit is mine. Anyone who dares to take it from me will die." However, his words were destined to have no effect. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. The Xintian Zhuguo appears once every 100 years, and its emergence always brings bloodshed. The martial artists present had all been roaming the martial arts world for years, striving for every moment, unwilling to accept fate. Especially those who had reached the Sintin realm knew, to varying degrees, that after achieving the peak of the Sintin realm, further progress was extremely difficult. Therefore, they all set their sights on the celestial treasures, hoping to advance further, even if it meant facing a divine master. After all, among them were several experts at the peak of the Sintin realm, whose strength was no less than that of a third-layer chi cultivation practitioner. Having seen much of the world, they naturally knew that immortals were also divided into tiers, and even immortals at the early stages of chi cultivation could be matched in combat. When they joined forces, they naturally had the ability to restrain their opponents. Master Nan. Last year, I had the honor of meeting your brother and sister at the Chu Wang's mansion. Zhuguo is our only hope to transcend the innate realm. He is of no use to you cultivators. Why persist in this futile pursuit? Another elderly man with snow-white hair and beard stepped forward to plead, his palm winds as deep as an abyss, sending waves of true chi palm prints toward the blue-clad maiden. The maiden hurriedly summoned fireballs to block the attacks, but after prolonged battle, her spiritual energy was depleted, and her face grew pale. The Nightingale's junior officer dutifully pointed out that this was the patriarch of the Hong family, a prominent clan from Lingling County, who had achieved fame 40 years ago, before disappearing from the world. He was also a Xintian Dai Yun Mun cultivator. Lin Shanjiang, the guardian, nodded in agreement, leading the assassins to hide in the forest, observing from afar. Clearly, each of them understood the art of survival. As the battle raged on, the innate martial artists were also constantly trying to persuade the two, as they too valued their lives, and would prefer to have them leave. The southern immortal, dressed in yellow robes, clearly grew impatient with the commotion, and shouted loudly. You mortals know nothing. Zhuguo is a Xintian spiritual object, one of the primary ingredients for refining chi cultivation stage elixirs. Giving it to you would be a waste of such a precious resource. However, the innate experts in the arena were not swayed by his words. Instead, their eyes grew even more fengkuang. If something is useful for cultivators, wouldn't it be even more useful for them? Chapter Say Sup Yi, forced to join the battle. The battle around the cold pond grew increasingly intense. The innate experts, seasoned and cunning, targeted the weakest practitioners, the blue-robed girls, in the early stages of chi cultivation one after another. This forced Nan Xianxue to fight on multiple fronts, roaring in anger. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer, and pulled out a palm-sized yellow talisman from his waist pouch. As he activated it with his spiritual energy, a transparent yellow light shield instantly formed beneath his feet, enveloping him like an eggshell. As the swords and blades surrounding him struck out, they all clanked and bounced back. The group of innate experts were instantly stunned. You refused the offer of mercy, and now you'll face the consequences. You mortals have been tolerated for far too long. After using the talisman, Nan Xianxue clearly looked pained. Seeing the yellow transparent protective barrier rise around him, he finally let loose, no longer defending but attacking relentlessly. His golden spear danced like a whirlwind, forcing the group of innate martial artists to retreat step by step. Behind him, the blue-clad girl saw this and took out a red stone, holding it in her hand while absorbing spiritual energy and releasing fireballs. The brother and sister once again gained the upper hand. Lin Shan, hiding in the woods, watched the scene with envy. Could this be the legendary spell scrolls and spirit stones? They're genuine cultivators, unlike himself, who only knew how to use a wind blade technique. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Nan Xianxue swung his golden spear continuously, unleashing powerful attacks without restraint. All the innate experts were no match for him. Anyone he struck was instantly killed. After consecutively slaying several innate experts, he simultaneously locked onto one of the leaders, the patriarch of the Hong family. The Hong family patriarch dodged and blocked, just managing to deflect a fireball. But before he could react, Nan Xianxue suddenly threw his golden spear. Golden light flashed, and before the Hong family patriarch could react, he was impaled by the spear, pinning him 5 meters away. The other innate experts were startled and rushed to look at the Hong family patriarch in the distance. They saw him convulsing violently, his hands tightly gripping the golden spear as he tried to pull it out, but it was all in vain. The distant southern immortal master didn't give anyone a chance to save him. He simply raised his right hand and held it out in the air. Shatter! The golden spear on the Hong family patriarch's body trembled slightly, instantly transforming into a ball of golden chi, which then shattered into over a dozen golden blades, shooting out in all directions in an instant. The venerable Hong family patriarch, a fully realized Xintian cultivator, was ruthlessly dismembered by the golden blades, his death horrifyingly gruesome. Sigh. A series of gasps echoed through the air, as numerous onlookers watched the scene unfold. Witnessing the Southern Immortal Master summoning talismans, overwhelmingly defeating several Xintian experts, and then hurling the golden spear to kill the Hong family patriarch. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and fear began to take root in their hearts. At this point, the remaining dozen or so Xintian martial artists dared not continue their assault, instead staring at Nan Xianxue in the center of the battlefield with a mix of shock and suspicion. Nan Xianxue coldly laughed several times, then the yellow light shield around his body trembled slightly before slowly disappearing. He then took the yellow talismans off his body, looked pained, and carefully put them back into his waist pouch. The surrounding innate martial artists, seeing that he had lost his weapon, and removed his talismans, couldn't help but feel a surge of desire within them. Nan Xianxue remained unfazed. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a golden spear identical to the one he had used earlier materialized once more. Meanwhile, the blue-clad maiden clutched the spirit stones in her hands, absorbing their energy, her complexion gradually regaining its healthy glow. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that letting the brother and sister recover would be a missed opportunity, but the gruesome scene of the Hong family patriarch and the other innate experts being killed earlier was still fresh in their minds. No one dared to act first, fearing they would be struck down by the Southern Immortal Master's thunderous might. Thus, around the icy pond at the center of the island, the sounds of battle and clashing weapons echoed non-stop, but the area where the elite fighters were gathered remained eerily quiet. But in the next instant, a dark figure suddenly burst out of the dense forest, striking with a sword that seemed to come from the heavens. The sharp, 10,000-fold forged steel reflected the setting sun's rays, casting a blinding light that momentarily illuminated the cold pond. Following a Diujun angle, it pierced toward the waist of the Southern Immortal. It was none other than Jiang the Guardian. Lin Fan knew immediately that something was wrong when he saw this brute move. This fool thought that Nan Xianxue was a fellow cultivator like him, but how could he know that the latter was already at the mid-stage of qi cultivation? Going up against him was nothing but suicide. Things unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. Nan Xianxue was startled at first. Seeing that the attacker was merely a cultivator, at the initial stage of the Xintian realm, he immediately swung his golden spear to block the attack. Jiang Huifa was instantly knocked out of the circle, and the gleaming spear tip then lunged toward his face. The surrounding group of Xintian experts all hesitated, not because they were considering whether to save Jiang Huifa, but because they didn't know whether to take the opportunity to advance and continue attacking Nan Xianxue. Lin Fan saw this and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed he wouldn't be able to sit back and watch the battle unfold after all. As Jiang the Guardian, wielding his divine weapon, could not withstand two moves from Nan Xianxue, and was about to be pierced by the golden spear, a 3-foot-wide wind blade suddenly shot out from the forest. Nan Xianxue was about to finish off Jiang Huifa with a single strike, while simultaneously focusing his attention on the group of Xintian cultivators. He didn't expect an attack from the side. He quickly reacted and tried to block the wind blade with his spear. But he immediately saw another wind blade following closely behind, targeting the blue-clad maiden. A diversionary tactic. Nan Xianxue had no time to think, using his golden spear to disperse the second wind blade while shifting his body to the side as much as possible. However, the first wind blade still grazed his waist. Ugh! A agonizing scream echoed as Nan Xianxue clutched his waist, blood instantly staining his yellow robe red. Brother! The blue-clad girl, disregarding the need to restore her spiritual energy, hurriedly pulled another green talisman from her brother's bag and pressed it against Nan Xianxue's wound. The talisman flashed green, temporarily sealing the wound and stopping the bleeding. However, his face was as pale as gold paper, and anyone could see he had suffered severe injuries. Which cowardly rat is hiding there? Come out! Nan Xianxue endured the pain, determined to obtain the Xintian Zhuguo at all costs. Today, no matter who dared to challenge him, it would be a fight to the death. At that moment, a young man's voice echoed from the jungle, but his figure remained hidden. I'm here to assist you. If we don't act now, when will we? Before the words had even finished, a barrage of wind blades shot out from the forest, dozens of them in all directions, all aimed directly at Nanciencher. The other innate experts reacted instantly, realizing that a third immortal master was hiding in the forest, secretly targeting the brother and sister. Seeing that the southern immortal was enduring his injuries and struggling to fend off the wind blades alongside the blue-clad maiden, even beginning to falter. Strike while the iron is hot. The thought flashed through everyone's minds simultaneously. Exchanging glances, they immediately acted in unison, launching another assault. At that moment, Lin Fan was constantly shifting his position along the edge of the forest, occasionally sending a wind blade darting toward the brother and sister ahead. The clash of great paths knows no right or wrong. Since this Ju fruit is useful even to cultivators, he absolutely cannot let it slip away. Cultivation is inherently defying heaven. How can one ascend further without striving? Having chosen to come to Dongting, whether it be all the innate cultivators present, Nanciencher, or himself, only one person could take the Ju fruit. Earlier, to save Jiang the Guardian, he had seized the moment when Nanciencher was off guard and dealt him a severe blow. He then shouted to incite a group of innate experts, while he himself went all out, unleashing over 20 wind blade techniques in rapid succession. He chose not to reveal himself because he wasn't confident he could block Nanciencher's earlier throwing spear technique. He knew that if he didn't seize this opportunity to exert all his strength and suppress Nanciencher, the surrounding innate experts wouldn't dare to continue attacking. He had to first injure him, then strike with all his might, making them see an opening to take advantage of the situation. As expected, the surrounding group of innate experts, seeing Nanciencher and his siblings, were momentarily overwhelmed and unable to focus, naturally refusing to miss this opportunity. As Nanciencher raised his spear to disperse a wind blade, a Sintin expert swung his sword toward him. A white mist of sword energy erupted from his body, aiming straight for his vital points. It was the chief capturer of the 9 counties of Jingxiang, a master at the peak of the innate realm. Nancient hurriedly swung his spear to block, but a slender, flexible sword struck from the side, its blade piercing at a deadly angle. The sword chi flew toward the wound on his waist. It was the leader of the Jiangling Nightingale branch, also a mid-level innate expert. The blue-clad woman hurriedly cast a fireball spell to disperse the sword chi, but another fist shadow suddenly struck from the side. Before they could defend themselves, another wind blade shot out from the dense forest. Now the brother and sister were caught between 2 fires, their bodies instantly covered in wounds. After a fierce battle, Nanciencher finally found an opportunity to free his hands, drew a yellow talisman from his waist, and slapped it onto his body with a loud snap. A yellow protective shield rose from the ground. Clang! The sound of the shield rebounding echoed continuously. However, everyone present remained unfazed, immediately turning around. All their weapons were aimed at him, with swords and blades flashing, fists and palms striking, and even wind blades slashing toward his younger sister, the blue-clad maiden. "You cowards!" A furious cry of anger echoed across the island. Chapter 6 United We Stand. As the southern immortal master summoned the yellow talisman, and raised a light barrier, everyone turned their attention to his sister. The blue-clad maiden had never studied martial arts, and was only at the initial stage of chi cultivation, capable of casting a basic fireball spell. After being drained of most of her spiritual energy, she was left severely weakened. Now, facing the attacks of over a dozen Sintin experts, she was utterly terrified. She unleashed her spiritual energy without hesitation, casting fireball spells one after another to block the incoming attacks. However, the wind blades shooting out from the dense forest suddenly multiplied, colliding with hers one after another. Even with Nanciencher assisting her, she couldn't block all the attacks, and was struck by a punch and a palm strike. The blue-clad girl spat blood from her mouth, and was knocked to the edge of the icy pond, nearly falling into the water. Nanciencher, seeing his sister fall, rushed over and attached defensive talismans to her body. However, the 2 individuals who had struck from the shadows among the group of innate experts were clearly seasoned veterans with keen eyes. One punch struck her heart meridian, and one palm shattered her dantian. The blue-clad girl, her breath faint, shook her head slightly toward her brother, Nanciencher, trying to tear off the talismans and give them to him so he could flee. But Nanciencher was overcome with grief, thinking of how he had raised his younger sister alone since they were adults, wandering from place to place in search of opportunities, being chased by enemies, and eventually ending up as guests at the Chu Wang's mansion. Ah! Nan Xianxue let out a furious scream, glaring at the dozen or so cold eyes around him. He placed the blue-clad girl on the ground, shielding her with a yellow light barrier. He raised his spear and charged forward once more. The blue-clad girl on the ground could not speak, her face pale, her dantian destroyed, her heart meridians severed, clearly on the brink of death. She struggled to reach out, as if trying to grasp Nan Xianxue, but ultimately lacked the strength to do so. Meanwhile, the dozen or so Xintian experts in the center continued to fight fiercely, paying no attention to these details. After all, they had been roaming the martial arts world for so many years. Who among them didn't have a love story? Some were even more tragic than Nan Xianxue. Struggling for opportunity was inherently a bloody path carved out of the crowd. Death along the way was a necessary sacrifice. Nan Xianxue's eyes were bloodshot, his attacks ruthless, and he had even begun to fight with his life on the line. Despite his severe injuries, his golden spear still moved with great force. Even with Lin Fan occasionally supporting him from the dense forest with wind blades, several innate experts were temporarily unable to withstand the attack, and were struck down by the enraged Nan Xianxue. Those who remained, having fought to this point, had no retreat left. Instead, they were driven by sheer determination, engaging in a desperate battle with Nan Xianxue, trading injuries for injuries. Finally, Lin Fan seized the opportunity, and in the chaos, a wind blade flew out, severing Nan Xianxue's left arm. The surrounding innate experts, seeing this, charged like starving wolves, relentlessly attacking the wound. Nan Xianxue let out a pained cry, tore off the green talisman stuck to his waist wound, and applied it to his severed arm. This desperate measure of patching one wound with another proved effective, and the spurting blood suddenly stopped. Is that even possible? Lin Fan couldn't help but be speechless. He had never seen talismans that could be reused before. As a mid-stage metal attributed Qi cultivator, the southern immortal seemed to only master the techniques of the golden spear art and exploding golden blades. Aside from throwing golden spears to kill with precision, he appeared to have no other long-range abilities. But he had talismans to prolong his life. Lin Fan still hadn't emerged from the dense forest. Nan Xianxue was fighting desperately like a cornered beast. If he let his guard down, there was a high chance he'd be struck by a spear. At this moment, Nan Xianxue was in a pitiful state, missing an arm, with a deep gash on his waist, and numerous minor injuries all over his body. After fighting for a while, he seemed to have finally come to a decision. He jumped out of the encirclement, and returned to the edge of the icy pond. The blue-clad maiden had already perished, her life extinguished, no sound emanating from her. Nan Xianxue choked back tears, making no unnecessary movements or words. He simply tore off the yellow talisman, and reapplied it to himself, causing a yellow transparent shield to rise once more. Damn it! Not only Lin Fan, but the remaining 8 or 9 innate experts on the field couldn't help but curse aloud. How many times could this talisman be used? How could it be so resilient? Nan Xianxue didn't bother to respond. He coldly swept his gaze toward the dense forest and darted into the trees on the other side. He was trying to escape. Nan Xianxue wasn't he some delicate flower? Earlier, he had been so consumed by grief over his sister that he had fought with all his might. But now, having lost an arm and exhausted his spiritual energy from the prolonged battle, he had regained his senses. Better safe than sorry. Everyone in the martial arts world understood this saying. There was no reason he wouldn't. At that moment, there were cultivators lurking in the dense forest, ready to ambush him. If he continued fighting, his spiritual energy would be depleted, and he would be doomed. Therefore, he immediately turned around to retrieve his defensive talismans, and break out of the encirclement. That was the right choice. Meanwhile, the remaining 8 or 9 innate experts stood in place, watching Nan Xianxue leave, none of them moving. First, his residual power was still formidable. Second, their original goal was the Xintian Zhuguo, and driving South Immortal Master away would already be a major victory. But then a sinister voice rang out, "You have all killed Nan Xianxue's younger sister. If Nan Xianxue escapes back to the Chu Wangfu, you will all be held accountable in the future." Lin Fan turned to look in the direction of the voice. Damn it, it's Jiang the Guardian, that old schemer. He really understands me. The 8 or 9 scene experts heard this and immediately snapped out of their daze. They gritted their teeth, exchanged glances, and charged forward to pursue. Just as Nan Xianxia was about to step into the forest, a hail of black arrows flew toward him. At that moment, the forest was swarming with over 100 black-clad figures, emerging from the trees, behind the trees, and from the grass. Each of them held a hand crossbow, aiming at him and firing wildly. This was all part of Jiang Huifa's preemptive plan. He had already commanded the Nightingale assassins to set up an ambush. The arrows struck the yellow light barrier surrounding Nan Xianxia, but only created ripples. Lin Fan wasn't idle either. He knew that Nan Xianxia's defensive talisman couldn't be broken through, but if they kept attacking, it would eventually wear out and dissipate. He shouted loudly, echoing throughout the area, "His talismans won't hold out much longer. Everyone, attack together." A barrage of wind blades shot out densely, as if they were being fired without regard for cost. Lin Fan carefully calculated the number, ensuring that he retained at least 1/5 of his spiritual energy to prepare for the unknown situation ahead. At that moment, everyone saw the mysterious immortal master in the dense forest act again, and their morale soared. Those 8 or 9 scene experts represented different major factions, and of course, their own teams were nearby. They immediately issued orders to block the southern immortal master. In an instant, figures flashed out from all directions, and countless cold arrows rained down like a storm. Under the orders of their leaders, troops from all sides charged forward, one after another. The innate experts continuously swung their sword and knife energies, chasing after them. The southern immortal master charged left and right, but every time he tried to enter the forest, he was repelled by wind blades fired from the shadows. As his protective barrier rippled endlessly, he managed to withstand the attacks for 10 breaths before being completely shattered by an endless stream of assaults. Many ants can kill an elephant. Charms weren't a panacea, especially with Lin Fan, the cultivator, assisting from the sidelines. As the protective light shield around Nan Xianxia dissipated, everyone grew excited. For ordinary mortals to participate in killing an immortal master, such a feat, if spread, would shake the martial arts world and be something they could boast about for a lifetime. In the martial arts world, some value gain above all else, while others value reputation even more. Moreover, at this moment, Nan Xianxia was already on the brink of defeat, teetering on the edge of collapse, and certain to die today. If not now, then when? Kill. Countless figures charged forward one after another. Even 7 or 8 new faces, natural-born masters, who had been hiding like Fukde Ma all this time, could no longer resist and leaped forward to join the fray. Nan Xianxia let out a heart-wrenching laugh, swinging his golden spear left and right, with corpses piling up around him like mountains and blood flowing like streams. But after such a prolonged battle, he eventually succumbed to exhaustion and died. The old villain Jiang the Guardian delivered the final blow. Chapter 6 Deterring the Heroes. In the end, the southern immortal master couldn't escape into the forest, and was slowly worn down, and killed by the crowd outside the woods. Everyone was immersed in the exhilaration of a mortal's revenge against an immortal master, their hearts racing with excitement. They imagined returning home, and boasting about this experience to others. However, although the southern immortal master was dead, there was still another mysterious immortal master alive on the battlefield. Creak! Creak! A white-clad young man slowly emerged from the forest, carefully avoiding the corpses on the ground, his footsteps crunching on the dry leaves with a crisp creak-creak sound. There were still over a dozen innate experts on the field, along with thousands of their subordinates. All eyes were fixed on the white-clad youth. Having just endured a fierce battle, everyone was covered in blood, and their breath was chaotic. Yet this man stood there in his pristine white robes, not a speck of blood or wrinkle on him, his breath steady, and his steps composed, completely out of place among the others. And at that moment, everyone else stood motionless, while he walked out boldly. The mysterious immortal master who was hiding during the battle. Everyone had guessed his identity, and their hearts began to race with tension. What does he intend to do? Does he plan to claim the Xintian Zhuguo for himself? Should we take action against him? A series of questions swirled in their minds, but no one dared to speak. At that moment, Jiang the Guardian, and a black-clad innate expert arrived behind Lin Fan. Behind them followed over 100 black-clad assassins, gradually converging into a surging tide. Another innate expert was the leader of the Jiangling Nightingale branch, who had secretly coordinated with Jiang Huifa, and now stood behind Lin Shan, clearly intending to align himself with the stronger side. After all, 2 immortal masters had been killed, and the only one left was this one, who was also connected to the Nightingale faction. It made sense to align with him first. Lin Shan slowly emerged from the forest and walked toward the body of the southern immortal master. 2 innate experts guarded him on either side, with over 100 black-clad men following behind, creating an imposing presence. However, deep down, he was feeling uneasy. After all, the southern immortal master, who was at the mid-stage of chi cultivation, had been beaten to death by a group of enemies. With only 1/5 of his spiritual energy remaining, he was at a critical point. If the dozen or so innate experts on the other side were to order their subordinates to surround and attack him, he wasn't sure if he could survive. However, he had not revealed himself earlier, and his body was spotless, so no one knew his current condition. As long as he remained calm and composed, fortune could be found in danger. That's right. He had set his sights on the storage pouch of the southern immortal master. Meanwhile, Jiang the Guardian, who was following Lin Shan closely, also felt a sudden surge of anxiety. After all, he had been an assassin all his life, hiding his true self since childhood. Suddenly standing before a crowd, with thousands of eyes fixed on him, his instincts as a leader of assassins naturally resisted. But seeing Lin Shan ahead with a smile on his face, confident and composed, as if everything was under control, his heart immediately calmed down. After all, if the big shots aren't afraid, why should I be? As for Jiang Hufa, the Jiangling captain, and the Nightingale subordinates beside him were even less afraid. After all, they had witnessed the entire battle earlier, from start to finish. The leading immortal master never showed his face, and the southern immortal master was toyed with like a puppet, dying in humiliation at the hands of the crowd. Now that the immortal master dared to show himself openly, it meant he had already made up his mind, and the outcome was certain. Seeing the 100-strong force surging forward with overwhelming momentum, and the leading immortal master remaining calm and composed, the others dared not harbor any ulterior motives. The boldness they had felt after killing the southern immortal master was doused with a bucket of cold water. They could only watch as Lin Shan walked up to the body of the southern immortal master, and snatched the storage pouch from his waist. The Confronting Min Ban enhancement panel appeared as expected. Storage bag. Quality, low-grade magical artifact. Description, storage space measures 3 feet in diameter. Cannot store living beings. Reinforcement requirements, 5 points. Lin Shan suppressed his excitement, channeled his spiritual energy to open it, and swept his divine sense inside. Sure enough, it was a cube-shaped space nearly 8 cubic meters in size. Inside were 8 spirit stones, a scroll of jade, several manuals of cultivation techniques, and some miscellaneous items. Lin Shan did not explore further. Now was not the time. He used spiritual energy to wash away the bloodstains on his storage pouch, hung it back on his waist, and looked once more at the corpse of Master Xian. However, to his disappointment, the green talismans that Xianxue had used to heal his injuries, along with the yellow talismans that had summoned the yellow light barrier, had all vanished without a trace. It must have been due to a limit on the number of uses, or the amount of spiritual energy required. They must have self-destructed after use. Lin Shan searched everywhere, but couldn't find them, so he could only speculate silently. Then he stood up, ignoring everyone around him, and walked straight toward the icy pond. The crowd of innate experts on the scene all tensed up. What was this white-robed immortal master planning to do? Was he going to devour the Zhu fruit alone? If he was going to do so, perhaps we could take advantage of the fact that our morale hadn't yet dissipated and attack together. Lin Shan walked toward the icy pond step by step, neither fast nor slow. He could feel the atmosphere behind him growing increasingly tense. The dozen or so innate experts had already begun to gather their strength, and their subordinates from various factions were all gripping their swords and knives tightly. With each step he took, the more he approached the icy pond, the stronger the murderous aura gathering behind him grew. When the energy reached its peak, there was no doubt that another earth-shaking battle was about to erupt. Everyone following Lin Shan, including the Nightingales, was drenched in cold sweat, their goosebumps standing on end. Their weapons tightened in their hands, ready to strike at any moment. But at that critical moment, as if it were the very instant before the tipping point, Lin Fan came to a halt. The killing intent around him suddenly came to a halt. Everyone watched his every move, their killing intent lingering in the air. Clearly, the dozen or so innate experts had already prepared themselves mentally. Lin Fan did not continue forward, but instead stopped at the body of Nan Xianxer's younger sister, the blue-clad maiden. The girl furrowed her brows, as if she had unfinished business before dying. Her arm stretched faintly toward Nan Xianxer's direction, as if trying to grasp something. Lin Fan did not linger. He slowly bent down, gently prying open the girl's fingers, and picked up a red stone. A fire-attributed spirit stone. Lin Fan could sense the dense fire-attributed spiritual energy within, as if it had been depleted to half its original strength. Without hesitation, he clenched it in his hand and began absorbing it. The spiritual energies of the 5 elements of heaven and earth could transform into one another, and wind, thunder, and ice, as derivative forms, were no exception. However, when cultivators absorb spirit stones of different attributes, there is a loss during the conversion process. For example, the blue-clad girl, being a fire attribute cultivator, could directly refine the spiritual energy within the fire spirit stone. However, Lin Fan, being a wind attribute cultivator, must first convert the energy before refining it, resulting in only 6% of the original spiritual energy being retained. But something is better than nothing. Lin Fan had checked his storage bag, and found only fire-attributed and metal-attributed spirit stones, not a single wind-attributed one. He had no choice. The urgent priority is to restore his own spiritual energy first. While others dare not act, the more he restores, the stronger his confidence will be. Meanwhile, the group of innate experts in the arena were on the verge of attacking. Lin Fan suddenly stopped moving, and began picking up spirit stones to restore his energy. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, exchanging glances, hesitating whether to act or not, and wondering who would go first. But after a moment of hesitation, no one dared to be the first to act. After all, the immortal master before them was shrouded in mystery. He had only used a single wind blade technique repeatedly so far. Who knew what other tricks he had up his sleeve? More importantly, unlike the Southern Immortal Master, Lin Fan's basic wind blade technique was a ranged attack, while the Southern Immortal Master's golden spear technique was equivalent to close combat. In close combat, they might still have a chance to maneuver, but against a long-range cultivator, they were like sitting ducks. Who dared to step forward first would inevitably become the sacrificial lamb drawing all the firepower. Thus, none of the innate experts dared to give the order, and their subordinates from the various factions naturally followed suit. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan stood by the icy pond, motionless, restoring his spiritual energy. Chapter 6: Overwhelming the enemy. After 2/4 of an hour, his spiritual energy had recovered from 1/5 to 3/5. Lin Fan felt it was still unstable and continued. Half an hour later, the spiritual stone in his hand lost its spiritual energy and turned into fragments. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his dantian was brimming with spiritual energy, and he felt a surge of confidence. After all, at the peak of his spiritual energy, he could release over 100 wind blade techniques. Facing the 1,000 or so people before him, he truly believed he could carve out a bloody path. Moreover, he wasn't like Nan Xianxer, who relied on close combat and could only defend passively. Of course, he also believed that metal-attributed cultivators must possess long-range spells. However, judging from Nan Xianxer's mastery of the golden spear technique, and his ability to throw explosive projectiles, his sister likely only knew the fireball technique. They were probably impoverished wandering cultivators with incomplete combat techniques, which is why they had been surrounded and killed by a group of mortal warriors. Most importantly, the cultivator Lin Fan was assisting and ambushing from the side. Otherwise, even if the enemy's numbers doubled, whether they could defeat Nan Xianxer would still be uncertain. However, now that I have fully recovered my strength, these people no longer stand a chance. If there was any chance, it might have been when I dared to step out earlier. At that moment, they had just finished killing Nan Xianxer, and were full of momentum, and if they had united their efforts against me, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But human hearts are selfish and greedy, complex and ever-changing. All the innate experts belong to different sects. How could they possibly be united? If one hesitates, everyone will hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Lin Fan smiled lightly. Now that he was at the peak of his power, it was time to break the deadlock. Looking around at the various meaningful glances, he spoke clearly, "You have all waited here for a long time, neither advancing nor retreating. Are you waiting for me to hand over the zhu fruit on a silver platter?" His words were carried by spiritual energy, echoing far and wide. Within a mile of the cold pond, Lin Shan's voice reverberated in all directions. Everyone around remained silent, but deep down, they all felt that the tide had turned against them. The innate experts across from them exchanged glances, each silently lamenting that they were not of the same mind, not of the same path. But to retreat now, none of them were willing to accept defeat. They had narrowly escaped death, and paid a tremendous price to finally kill Nan Xianshi. To give up now would mean all their efforts were in vain, effectively working for Lin Shan. But staying here and facing the white-robed immortal master, who was clearly back at his peak with full vitality, they dared not act. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly broke the silence from behind. "Our immortal master is willing to spare your lives as a favor to you. Don't be ungrateful. As for the Xintian Zhuguo, it is a divine artifact of the immortals. It's not something you should even touch. Get out of here." Lin Shan turned around and saw that it was Jiangling Yuing, the leader of the Jiangling Nightingale faction. Upon seeing Lin Shan turn to look at him, he immediately wore a fawning smile. Lin Shan gave him an approving glance. Jiang Hu, standing beside him, couldn't stand it anymore. He cursed Jiangling Nightingale in his heart for having no shame. As a Xintian expert, he dared to flatter the immortal master in front of over 100 subordinates. However, his body betrayed his thoughts, and he stepped forward to echo the leader, "That's right. Think about those innate experts who died. Don't let greed lead you to throw away your lives for nothing." The group of Xintian experts across from them began to lose their resolve. Within moments, one of them led his men away from the cold pond, and retreated into the distance. It was none other than Renzio, the master of the Yudao sect. He looked at his son, Renwa, who was constantly tugging at his sleeves, signaling him to leave quickly. The red-robed members of the Yudao sect behind him were all in a daze, silently sighing that they needed to train their troops more rigorously upon returning. Especially Renwa. "I named you that, how dare you be so cowardly?" Wait, could it be because of the role reversal? As the head of the Yudao sect was about to leave, he couldn't help but grow suspicious. As the saying goes, where there's one, there's two. Seeing that the Yudao sect was the first to retreat, 2 other sects immediately followed suit. With the numbers dwindling, everyone felt even less confident about competing for the zhu fruit, and began to leave one after another. Most of the people had left the scene, leaving only a few Xintian Daiyunmun experts, like the 9 counties of Jingxiang's capture heads, still remaining. However, as they saw the number of people behind them dwindling, and the Xintian experts around them also departing, those who had once hoped to fight were forced to give up, reluctantly leaving with their men. "Master, I will lead my men to follow and monitor them, ensuring they do not set up an ambush ahead. Once they have truly departed the island by boat, I will send a signal to notify you." Jiangling Nightingale, the leader of the Jiangling faction, offered to go ahead and scout the enemy. Lin Shan nodded repeatedly in approval. This Jiangling captain was thoughtful and meticulous, a rare talent indeed. Glancing sideways at Jiang Huifa, Lin Shan thought to himself, perhaps it was time to find a new subordinate. Jiang Huifa suddenly caught Lin Shan's glance and felt a pang of unease. He sensed that he might be replaced and hurriedly volunteered to go along as well. Lin Shan waved his hand, and the 2 of them, along with the black-clad assassins, followed the representatives of the major sects. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, sticking your neck out gets you shot. Playing it safe until the end is the way to go. It was a pity that Nan Xianshi, with his mid-stage qi cultivation, and his sister as an ally, had been the first to be eliminated. From dusk when they entered the island until now, nearly the second watch of the night, the surroundings were already shrouded in twilight. About half an hour later, signal arrows rose into the night sky, their flames shooting back down like meteors. Lin Shan recognized this as the Nightingale's unique signal, indicating that everything was proceeding smoothly. He channeled his wind-attributed spiritual energy throughout his body, concentrating it at his toes, and darted toward the icy pond. After all, as a wind-attributed cultivator, lightness techniques were child's play for him. Techniques like skimming the water's surface were effortless for him. Lin Fan held his breath, leaping across the water's surface in rhythmic bounds. But before he could touch the water a few times, a school of fish suddenly surged up from the depths of the icy pond. Each small fish, with spines on its back, glowed with white light under the moonlight. Their mouths opened, revealing rows of sharp white teeth, and streams of water arrows, formed from gathered spiritual energy, suddenly shot toward Lin Fan. Damn it! Lin Fan, who was skimming across the lake's surface, jerked his head back in shock, nearly plunging into the water. He hurriedly activated his wind spirit energy, shifting his feet to dodge to the other side. But the school of fish below wouldn't give up, blocking his path with another barrage of water arrows. Damn it, is this never going to end? Lin Fan gritted his teeth and unleashed a series of wind blades, clashing with the fish below in a fierce battle. After about 10 breaths, Lin Fan, soaked to the bone, climbed onto the small island in the center of the icy pond. Behind him, the water's surface gradually rose with large patches of dead fish. Lin Fan, still trembling with fear, gasped for breath. After he had finished shooting the fish, he couldn't hold his breath anymore and plunged into the water. After all, he couldn't fly yet. He hadn't expected there to be so many fish in the pond. His wind blade technique could only reach a maximum depth of 3 meters underwater before losing its power. In the end, he managed to swim over, using his wind blade technique while paddling frantically. No wonder none of the other sects came up to pick the Zhu fruits during the previous 1,000-person battle. They must have all been fed to the fish. Lin Fan figured this out, but he was still curious about how the 12 linked fortresses had managed to enter and discover the Zhu fruits earlier. However, there's always a way around every problem, so Lin Fan didn't bother to think too much about it. He looked directly at the plant before him. It was entirely translucent green, fresh and vibrant, with a 4-petaled flower blooming at its peak. At the center of the flower was a red and blue fruit, surrounded by a faint gathering of water-like energy that condensed but did not disperse. It looked exactly like the legendary Xintian Zhuguo Tianxian Zhuo fruit that had been widely talked about in the martial arts world. Chapter 6 Upload, the final winner. Lin Fan reached out his hand, intending to pluck it off. But to his surprise, the enhanced interface popped up. Water Spirit Fruit. Quality, First Tier Spiritual Object. Description, one of the 5 elements spirit fruits, containing pure water spirit energy. After consumption and refinement, it can slightly enhance cultivation. Once picked, it must be immediately placed in a jade container, otherwise, the spirit energy will gradually dissipate. Reinforcement requirements, 5 points. First tier spiritual object, water spirit fruit, one of the 5 elements spiritual fruits. Lin Fan stared at the enhancement panel, murmuring to himself thoughtfully. It seems that the so-called heavenly red fruit is just a common name for mortals. These spiritual fruits grow in different environments and transform into corresponding attribute-based spiritual fruits. Those grown in cold ponds are water spirit fruits, and those near volcanoes are likely fire spirit fruits. This reminded him of the warm sun jade pendant Lei Zhenzi had given him earlier, which was also a first-tier spiritual object. This meant that not only alchemy materials, but also alchemical herbs could be enhanced. Since activating the enhancement panel, he had encountered various items that could be enhanced, including pills, cultivation techniques, martial arts, weapons, equipment, and herbs. It seemed the enhancement panel covered all major domains of cultivation. But if I can enhance pills, why bother enhancing herbs? Aren't pills more valuable? If I need to refine certain pills, and can't find herbs of the required age, I can simply enhance the herbs to achieve the required potency. Or even more extreme, take herbs that don't meet the required age and forcefully refine a simplified version of the pill, then enhance it into a genuine pill. Lin Fan's thoughts drifted far away, contemplating the various applications of the enhancement panel. Coming back to his senses, he rummaged through the storage pouch of the Southern Immortal, and indeed found several jade boxes. It seemed that cultivators knew how to store spiritual fruits. If he had picked them himself, they would probably lose all their spiritual energy and be left as empty shells by the time he brought them back. Shaking his head, he picked the water spirit fruit and placed it carefully in the jade box. Looking around, he found nothing else of value. Lin Fan sighed as he looked back at the path he had come from. Killing fish was bad enough, but now he'd have to wade through the mud again. After leaving the unnamed island, Lin Shan and Jiang Huifa, along with the Nightingale assassins, reunited and found several empty boats near the island, returning to Dongting Lake. Jiangling Nightingale's captain invited Lin Shan to visit the Jiangling branch, and Lin Shan gladly accepted, as he had been planning to do so anyway. It wasn't until now that Lin Shan had the chance to ask and learned that the Jiangling captain's surname was Yang, and he had come to Dongting Lake at the invitation of the Three-Headed Fortress. The Three-Headed Fortress had offered a hefty bounty for the 12 leaders of the 12 linked fortresses who had reached the Sintin realm. Yang had taken the money and was doing as instructed. It was said that the 12 linked fortresses had been completely eradicated, and the leader, who had been at the peak of the Innate realm, had been killed by the Southern Immortal Master before Lin Shan arrived. After everyone had finished slaughtering the 12 linked fortress pirates, they began to turn on each other. Thus, Lin Shan understood why there were no members of the 12 linked fortress, the hosts of the event, on the final battlefield. As for the situation with the Sintinhua fruit, Lin Shan only mentioned that there was only one left, and Jiang the Guardian naturally kept quiet, not daring to say more. Along the way, Yang the captain did not spare his praise, showering Lin Shan with flattery and compliments, his words flowing effortlessly yet not overly sycophantic, making Lin Shan feel thoroughly flattered. This was the first time in his life that Lin Shan had been praised so lavishly, especially by a Sintin master. He nodded repeatedly, feeling elated. He increasingly felt that Yang Duzhu was a remarkable man. Not only was he cunning and reliable, but he could also fight and flatter. Such a rare talent would be a shame to keep in Jiangling. Lin Shan couldn't help but sneak a glance at Jiang the Guardian beside him, silently comparing the two. Jiang the Guardian was feeling quite depressed at the moment. Watching Yang the captain and Lin Shan grow closer and closer, he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. The more he looked at Yang the captain, the more he felt like he was being played. Lin Shan, however, dismissed the idea, saying, "What? Where's the green tea? This is clearly a kind-hearted and understanding captain." Yang, the shipmaster, took the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot, subtly expressing his longing for cultivation, and hoping that Lin Shan would take him under his wing. Lin Shan, having just been showered with flattery, couldn't bring himself to refuse. He could only keep making excuses, telling him that to cultivate immortality, one needed a spiritual root, and that once they arrived at the Jiangling branch, he would find an opportunity to perform a spell test on him. Yang the captain was overjoyed upon hearing this, quickly fetching a chair for Lin Shan on the boat and massaging his legs and shoulders. But what he didn't know was that Lin Shan had no idea how to test for spiritual roots. He had just stumbled upon it by chance. The fleet crossed Dongting Lake and returned to the Yangtze River, anchoring south of Jiangling. Yang the branch leader took advantage of the early morning light and led his men into Jiangling City. Upon arriving at the Nightingale branch in Jiangling City, Lin Shan was truly amazed to discover that someone had established a branch underground. The Nightingale organization had dug a massive underground complex, spanning half a li in diameter and over 2 zhang in height. Upon entering, one could see a huge circular plaza in the center, with a constant flow of people moving back and forth. As they descended further, they discovered rows of houses densely packed around the perimeter, with various businesses thriving: gambling dens, brothels, tea houses, black markets, and even many commoners and high-ranking officials coming and going. Is all of this the Nightingale organization's territory? Lin Shan looked at Yang the captain in disbelief. Yang Duzhu smiled faintly. Of course not. We merely provide the space. These merchants were selected through a bidding process, and we collect rent from them. Lin Shan looked at the massive crowd and silently estimated how profitable this must be. No wonder it's Jiangling. Even beneath its surface prosperity, the underworld is thriving. Yang Duzhu pushed through the crowd, leading Lin Shan and Jiang Hufa deeper into the area, where there was a cave. After walking about 100 meters, they arrived at a small space where only the black-clad assassins of the Nightingale were moving about. It seemed this was the Nightingale's true branch headquarters. Yang Duzhu arranged accommodations for them and left Lin Shan to rest. The latter settled in comfortably, intending to sort through the Knight's Hall. As for safety, he had no concerns. Although the news of him obtaining the Xintian Zhuguo had already spread among the high-ranking officials of Jiangling City, the scale of yesterday's gathering over a dozen Xintian experts and thousands of martial artists was not something that could be easily organized. Innate experts were elite figures wherever they went, they wouldn't risk their lives lightly. Lin Fan opened Nan Xianxer's storage pouch. There were 8 spirit stones, half of them being golden spirit stones, and the other half fire spirit stones. There were also 2 books. He took them out and flipped through them casually. They were cultivation techniques for metal attributed and fire attributed cultivation. Lin Fan had little interest in them. He already possessed 5 cultivation techniques: gold, wood, fire, earth, and wind, but aside from the wind technique, the others were of little use to him. Finally, he took out the jade slip inside. He opened it, and it simply read, "Introduction to the Cultivation Realm." Lin Fan pressed the jade slip against his forehead and probed it with his divine sense. The text inside was detailed and fully imprinted in his mind. The text contained many basic questions about the cultivation world. From the author's narrative style, it was clear that this was meant to be an introductory guide for younger generations. And these basics were precisely what Lin Fan desperately needed. After all, he was completely unfamiliar with the cultivation world at this point. Chapter 6: The Biography of Guangnan. According to the text on the jade slip, the original owner referred to himself as Guangnan Sanren. He created this jade slip during the 9th year of the Yuanhe era of the Song dynasty. Lin Fan compared this to the present day, and realized it was roughly 300 years ago. Guangnan the Hermit was a cultivator at the 6th layer of qi cultivation. According to his writings, he had accidentally obtained the cultivation techniques for immortality when he was in his 20s, which filled him with joy. After cultivating in the depths of the mountains for a full year and a half, he reached the peak of the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. Lin Fan read this and felt that Guangnan the Hermit's cultivation potential was similar to his own, as he had also spent 1.5 years cultivating. However, since he was in the city, where the spiritual energy was naturally inferior to that of the deep mountains, the overall difference was not significant. He continued reading and found that after realizing how time-consuming it was to refine his acupoints, the Guangnan Hermit left the mountains to travel far and wide, desperately seeking spiritual springs and sacred caves. After all, cultivation in the mortal world required 10 years. Going to a place with 10 or 20 times the spiritual energy would be a breeze in just a few months, right? However, he later discovered that these places with spiritual veins, regardless of the density of spiritual energy, were already claimed by others. Some were occupied by immortal cultivation families, while others were inhabited by demonic beasts. With his cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, he dared not provoke anyone. After 3 years of wandering, he returned home dejectedly. He spent another 10 years diligently cultivating and finally broke through to the initial stage of qi cultivation. By then, he was already in his early 40s. After reaching the 4th layer of qi cultivation, he found he had no more bottlenecks and could cultivate without worry again. He continued to cultivate diligently while tending to his vegetable garden back home. Life was peaceful and delightful. It took him a full 10 years to finally reach the peak of the 6th layer of qi cultivation. At this point, the second bottleneck arrived. Lin Fan couldn't help but be amazed when he saw Guangnan Sanren, who had similar talent to him, take 10 years to advance from the 4th to the peak of the 6th stage of qi cultivation. After calming down, he calculated his own age and felt it wasn't entirely unacceptable, so he continued reading. Guangnan the Hermit roughly estimated that breaking through the bottleneck of the middle stage of qi cultivation would take him 30 years of solitary, arduous practice. At that point, he was already in his 50s. If he waited until he was 80 to break through to the late stage of qi cultivation, he would be nearing the end of his life, with no hope of immortality. He knew that he had started cultivation late in life, and lacked a cultivation environment with spiritual veins. He realized he couldn't continue his solitary cultivation alone, so he descended the mountain to seek opportunities elsewhere. Finally, one day, he encountered a prince. This prince was a member of the imperial family, and had once met other cultivators from the cultivation world. Upon seeing him casually perform a spell, the prince recognized his talent immediately and invited him to become a guest scholar at the prince's mansion. The compensation for this position was 5 spirit stones per year. Guangnan Sanren, who had been wandering for years without any connections, accepted the offer since he now had a place to go. Thus, while serving as a guest scholar in the prince's mansion, he gradually used his own prince's connections to meet other immortal masters who were guest scholars in other princes' mansions. They were all wandering cultivators without money or connections, otherwise they wouldn't be working for mortals. After all, the spirit stone veins in the cultivation world were all controlled by the major cultivation sects. The only ones left were the vast territories of the mortal princes, who might be able to collect some scattered spirit stones each year. Speaking of the cultivation world 300 years ago, there were numerous large and small sects, but most were hidden deep in the mountains. However, Guangnan the Hermit had marked 3 top-tier sects within the Song dynasty realm: Zixiao sect, Qianyun Pavilion, and Yushu Valley. It is said that these 3 major sects have dominated the territory of the Song dynasty for thousands of years. During this time, there have been changes in dynasties, but mortal dynasties have never been able to influence the major cultivation sects. The Purple Xiao sect is a Taoist sect, and its sect's sacred text, the Purple Chi Heart Sutra, is said to summon the Purple Xiao divine thunder, which is comparable to a heavenly tribulation when mastered. The Qianyun Pavilion is a sect specializing in weapon forging. Half of the magical artifacts in the Song dynasty's cultivation world are produced by this sect, and it boasts several master weapon forgers. The Beast Taming Valley specializes in controlling spirit insects and beasts. It is said that this sect is home to countless spirit insects and beasts, and its disciples are among the most formidable in the cultivation world. Below these 3 major sects are various cultivating families and smaller sects. Each of these families and sects controls spiritual vein resources, with even the weakest having cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. It is said that some powerful families and sects even have golden core stage ancestors stationed there. Upon reading this, Lin Shan's breathing suddenly grew gupcho, as the content below was exactly what he had been seeking. After cultivating to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, cultivators must begin preparing for the 100-day foundation establishment. Each failed attempt damages their potential. Once the foundation establishment is successful, one enters the 2nd major stage of cultivation, the foundation establishment stage. It is also known as the condensing light stage, condensing Qi stage, and other names, all representing the initial refinement of the fusion of Qi and spirit. At this stage, one's spiritual awareness can be projected outward. One can transmit sound secretly, fly on swords, detect the surroundings within 100 meters, and even abstain from eating human food, completely severing the connection to the mortal world, doubling one's lifespan to 200 years. Lin Shan couldn't help but be captivated by the thought. Projecting one's spiritual awareness over 100 meters. This is countless times more powerful than the Qi cultivation stage. This is what true cultivators are made of. The Qi cultivation stage is merely the initial phase. With insufficient cultivation, one might even be defeated by ordinary mortals. The foundation establishment stage is the true beginning of cultivation, the start of sword flying. The book briefly mentioned the subsequent cultivation realms. It was said that the Golden Core realm had a lifespan of 400 years, and the nascent Soul realm could reach 800 years. With longevity extending elixirs, living as a 1,000-year-old immortal was even possible. Each major realm doubles one's lifespan. The Yuaning stage can even live for 1,000 years. Lin Shan didn't set his sights too high this time. These realms were still far beyond his reach. He would have plenty of opportunities to glimpse the scenery from such heights in the future. For now, he would take one step at a time, without rushing. Next, Guangnan the Hermit continued recounting his experiences. During his time as a guest scholar at the Prince's Mansion, he met many wandering cultivators and learned of a small cultivation town called Ichwan. Guangnan the Hermit spoke highly of the place. It was said that all the residents were cultivators, and the city was built by powerful wandering cultivators as a marketplace for cultivators. It not only had various treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixirs from the cultivation world, but also had many cultivators who lived there year-round to cultivate, as there was also a spiritual vein there. However, Guangnan the Hermit did not mark the exact coordinates of Yinchuan, and Lin Shan had no idea where to look for the Yinchuan mentioned in the book after 300 years had passed. Nevertheless, he secretly noted it down, intending to search for it slowly in the future. Then Guangnan the Hermit mentioned that once, another wandering cultivator from a different royal mansion invited him to accompany him to the cultivation town Yinchuan. Guangnan the hermit had always wanted to go, so he agreed without hesitation, and the two immediately set off for Yinchuan. Upon arriving in Yinchuan, Guangnan Sanren realized that compared to this immortal realm, the mundane secular dynasties outside were nothing more than barren mountains and wild villages, with spiritual energy concentrations that couldn't even be compared. If he had come here earlier to cultivate and hone his skills, he wouldn't have had to wait until he was this old to reach the mid-stage of qi cultivation, wasting so many precious years. After exploring the markets of Yinchuan, Guangnan the wandering cultivator realized that the information gap was the true divide between wandering cultivators. He decided to stay in the cultivation market to gain access to first-hand information about the cultivation world, acquire more knowledge, broaden his horizons, and even enhance his cultivation. Therefore, disregarding the earnest pleas of his fellow wandering cultivator friends, he resolutely resigned from his position as a guest scholar at the prince's mansion, bringing with him the offerings he had accumulated over the past decade, a total of 60 or 70 spirit stones, and settled down in the Yinchuan marketplace. However, when he finally decided to integrate into the community, he realized that he had idealized everything too much. Chapter 6: The Prodigal Son Nanxianshi. The Silver River District was a gathering place for cultivators, but it functioned more like a loose alliance of independent cultivators. There were also organizations formed by high-ranking cultivators to maintain order and establish rules. In simple terms, they don't keep idle people around. After all, there are billions of people in the world, and the number of wandering cultivators is no small figure. However, the district only has one spiritual vein, and with too many cultivators, the spiritual energy wouldn't be enough to go around, so there had to be a limit on the number of people. To live and cultivate in the market, rent is indispensable. Some areas with dense spiritual energy can even cost dozens of spirit stones per month. Guangnan the wandering cultivator was a penniless vagabond, with only 60 or 70 spirit stones to his name. He could only afford to rent the most outer, cramped dwelling, which still cost 2 spirit stones a month. However, Guangnan the wandering cultivator didn't just rent a place to cultivate. He learned about the situation inside and found that cultivators there all had their own livelihoods, earning spirit stones to sustain themselves. So he began looking for work, starting at a weapon forging workshop to assist a master blacksmith. However, the tools required for cultivators, magical artifacts, were made from low-grade spiritual materials at the very least. Ordinary iron, after being forged 100 times, becomes steel. After 10,000 forges, it becomes refined steel. Only after 10,000 forges can it be used as cultivation equipment, known as first-grade spiritual material, refined iron. Although Guangnan Sanren was at the mid-stage of qi cultivation, he was already 70 years old, and his physical strength could no longer keep up with the demands of prolonged ironworking. As a result, his output was far inferior to that of his fellow weapon forging apprentices, and he was eventually dismissed from the workshop. Refusing to accept defeat, he tried his hand at a Danyut workshop, working as a fire tender for the alchemy furnace. However, lacking knowledge of herbal medicine, he frequently made mistakes, ruining several batches of herbs for the alchemist, and was eventually driven away. He then tried various jobs, including auction house salesman, beast tamer at the spirit beast pen, procurement officer at the array hall, puppet craftsman at the puppet house, and quality inspector at the talisman tower, but was dismissed from each one. Finally, he realized that without a special skill, he had no chance of making a living in the cultivation sect. Just then, the spirit fields on the outskirts of the city were recruiting laborers for spirit plant cultivation. Guangnan Sanren saw his chance. Farming? That's right up my alley. He eagerly went there, only to discover that the pests in the spirit fields were far more troublesome than those in the mortal world. Moreover, he needed to master spells like summoning rain, fertilizing, and temperature control. It was nothing like ordinary farming in the mortal realm. Guangnan Sanren bit the bullet and spent 20 spirit stones to buy a copy of the comprehensive guide to cultivating spiritual fields and plants in the town. The book not only contained various farming techniques, but also basic spells like summoning rain and fertilizing. Through diligent study and practice, Guangnan Sanren, who already had a natural talent for farming, mastered the spell to summon clouds and rain. Under his care, the spirit field gradually came to life, and the spirit grains grew visibly fuller each day. However, his good fortune was short-lived. Just as things were starting to improve, a group of cultivators from outside the marketplace engaged in a magical duel. Among them was a disciple from the Beast Control Valley, one of the 3 major sects of the cultivation world. The Beast Control Valley specialized in summoning various poisonous insects and worms. During the battle, some of these insects were accidentally left behind and gradually spread to the spirit fields outside the marketplace, causing a devastating insect plague. Finally, as the situation escalated, a high-ranking cultivator from the marketplace intervened and eradicated the insect plague. However, all the spiritual fields were left barren. The farm owner, a seasoned businessman, learned that the culprits were disciples of the beast-taming valley and dared not seek justice, so he gritted his teeth and endured the loss. Perhaps he deemed the spirit fields a risky venture, easily ruined by others, so he abandoned the operation. Now, Guangnan the wandering cultivator was left heartbroken. He had just mastered a new skill, only to have his employer go bankrupt. He was completely at a loss. After 2 years of struggling in the Yinchuan marketplace, he had spent every last spirit stone, and unable to pay the rent, this elderly man in his 70s had no choice but to leave the cultivation marketplace he had grown so attached to. Upon returning to the mortal world, Guangnan the hermit, now destitute, sought out his old friend and bitterly regretted not heeding his advice, pouring out his sorrows. His friend comforted him, and urged him to become a court attendant in a mortal noble's mansion, where he could live a leisurely and contented life. Guangnan Sanren then found the prince he had once served as a court attendant. The prince, being a broad-minded man, did not hold a grudge and allowed him to continue his role. Guangnan the hermit completely abandoned his cultivation, and devoted himself to pleasure, living until he was over 90 before passing away. Before his death, he returned to his hometown, left behind his legacy, and crafted a jade tablet for his descendants. He hoped they would learn from his experiences and avoid the same mistakes. Lin Fan opened his eyes with a complex expression, thinking about Guangnan Sanren's life, which strangely reminded him of the experiences of most people in his previous life. Born into a disadvantaged background, he went to the big city to struggle, but without any skills, he couldn't survive and was eventually forced to leave the city, returning to the remote corner of his hometown to spend the rest of his life in peace. Sigh, is this the reality of ordinary cultivators? No wonder senior brother and sister Nen Xian chose to serve as guests in the Chuwang mansion. They must have read Guangnan the hermit's biography. Lin Fan compared himself to Guangnan the hermit, who had just entered the Yinchuan market. Despite his enhanced stats, he seemed to fall short in every other aspect. The other had reached the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, while he was only at the 3rd layer. The other at least had 60 or 70 spirit stones in savings, while he currently had only 8. The other had at least learned how to cultivate a spirit field, while he didn't possess any skills at all. Could it be that joining a major faction as a guest scholar is the correct choice for a wandering cultivator? The immortal masters serving as guests at the Nightingale headquarters in the capital city couldn't possibly be poor wandering cultivators like him, could they? Lin Fan felt he had guessed it right. But then he suddenly remembered that Guangnan the hermit had returned from Yinchuan and served as a retainer in the prince's mansion for over 20 years. Calculating it out, he must have had at least 100 spirit stones left before he died. Plus, he had the skill book Comprehensive Guide to Spirit Field and Spirit Plant Cultivation. Lin Fan hurriedly rummaged through his storage pouch, finding only 8 spirit stones lying there quietly, nothing else. In a daze, he imagined Nen Xianshi mocking him silently. Damn it! You good-for-nothing wastrel. Lin Fan couldn't help but jump up and cry out in grief. Over 100 spirit stones. And the skill book. Gone just like that? He could guess what had happened. Nen Xianshi had obtained the inheritance 300 years later, cultivated to the mid-stage of the Qi cultivation realm, and somehow found Yinchuan. He spent the money to buy cultivation techniques and pills for his sister. Later, he realized farming had no future, so he sold the skill book and splurged on defensive talismans and healing talismans. Damn it! Lin Fan couldn't help but feel sorry for Guangnan Sanren. After saving up for so many years, his life savings were completely ruined by that spendthrift Nen Xianshi. If it were me, I'd either use the money to buy more pills to improve my cultivation, or buy a skill book to learn something useful and start making money. But Nen Xianshi just chose to give up, spent all his money, and became a month-to-month spender. Then he'll return to the mortal realm as a guest scholar, thinking that as long as he's good at slacking off, the capitalists of the cultivation world won't dare to exploit him. Damn it. A piece of trash can't be salvaged. Lin Fan seethed inside, but he didn't even bother to recall that he had thought the same thing in his previous life: try out the big city first, then return to his hometown in a small county to marry and have children. In short, it all boiled down to one word: just get by. After a moment, Lin Fan had to accept the reality. Nan Xianzhe's choice wasn't entirely unreasonable. For a lone cultivator without a life-changing opportunity, climbing the ranks was indeed tough. However, Lin Fan possessed a Kung Fa Min Ban enhanced stats panel, and he refused to settle for an ordinary life. At just 18 years old, he still had endless possibilities. Upon learning about the higher realms, especially the Yuanling realm with its nearly 1,000-year lifespan, he felt an endless longing. Moreover, on that night in the desolate mountain temple, when he obtained the ancient artifact, the divine enhancement panel had personally introduced him to a great being, the Buddha of the immortal realm. He even exchanged glances with him across realms. This world is vast, and I have a bright future ahead of me. Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with ambition and determination. Then he thought of the item he held in his hand, which might bring an unexpected surprise, before he headed to the capital. The Xintian Zhu Guo. Chapter 6 Gao, the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Lin Fan took the Xintian Zhu Guo out of the jade box. Water spirit fruit. Quality: first grade spiritual object. Description: one of the 5 elements spirit fruits, matured over a century, containing pure water spirit energy. After consumption and refinement, it can enhance cultivation. Once picked, it must be immediately placed in a jade container, otherwise, the celestial spirit energy will gradually dissipate. Reinforcement requirements: 5 points. After carefully examining this celestial spirit fruit, Lin Fan began to feel perplexed. Can eating this directly help me break through the initial bottleneck? He began comparing the thickness of the barriers in his Xian Guan, and calculating the amount of spiritual energy needed to break through, then sensed the spiritual energy within the water spirit fruit. It seemed, the spiritual energy reserves were indeed substantial, but if he factored in the loss from converting water spiritual energy into wind-attributed spiritual power upon entering the body, it might be a bit risky. Lin Fan recalled what Nan Xianzhe had mentioned during yesterday's battle, that Zhu Guo was one of the primary ingredients for Qi cultivation stage Danya. If it wasn't used for alchemy, but simply consumed, whether it could help break through the Qi cultivation stage bottleneck was still uncertain. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan decided not to dwell on it. When in doubt, strengthen. If eating it doesn't help me break through, I'll just have wasted this water spirit fruit, and besides, I already have 5 points of ancient rhythm. Let's do it. Enhance. The red and blue fruit in his hand suddenly flickered with a white, misty glow. It was as if it had endured countless years of change in the mist. The enhancement panel directly imprinted the rules of transformation onto the fruit, carving the scars of time into its surface. In the blink of an eye, a fruit with a deep purple hue reappeared in his hand, its water spirit energy surging violently. The spiritual energy was so dense it even sprayed Lin Fan's face. This thing changed color after being enhanced? Lin Fan muttered in disbelief, and the transparent reinforced panel changed accordingly. Purple spirit fruit. Quality: second-tier spiritual object. Description: a variant of the 5 elements spirit fruit, it has a chance to mutate from a 200-year-old water spirit fruit. It contains pure water spirit energy, and after consumption and refinement, it can enhance cultivation. It is commonly used as the main ingredient in pills for the late stages of Qi cultivation. Reinforcement requirements: 6 points. Water spirit fruit matures in 100 years. If it reaches 200 years, there's a chance it will mutate. This is the mutated purple spirit fruit? Lin Fan felt the spiritual energy again. It was indeed incredibly dense. Not only could it easily break through the gateway of the early Qi cultivation stage, but there was still plenty left over. The main ingredient for late Qi cultivation stage pills. If I could trade this at the cultivation market, how many spirit stones would it be worth? Though he was a bit reluctant, he knew that his current strength and cultivation were the most important priorities. Spirit stones could be obtained later. He crossed his legs and entered a meditation state, quietly circulating his spiritual energy through several cycles. Feeling that his condition was good, Lin Fan didn't hesitate and bit into the purple spirit fruit. Delicious. Wow. That's the stuff. Oh. Refreshing. This thing is indeed a heavenly spirit fruit, and it's 200 years old. It's so delicious that my mouth waters, and it's incredibly sweet. The juice is rich and tender, and the flesh is plump and delicious. Lin Fan was still savoring it when he suddenly realized that all that was left in his hand was the seed. Just a few bites and it's gone? The fruit pit in his hand contained a significant amount of spiritual energy. Lin Fan considered cracking it open and eating it, but to his surprise, the enhancement panel changed again. Purple spirit fruit seed. Quality, second-tier spiritual object. Description: a seed of the purple spirit fruit, which blooms after 100 years to produce water spirit fruits, and after 200 years transforms into a purple spirit fruit. Enhancement requirements, sublock points. What the heck is this? The seed is also a spiritual object? Buy one, get one free. Then we can't eat it. This thing might be worth money in the future. Lin Fan had already noticed it earlier. Even if he placed it in the cultivation realm, he'd still be penniless. He needed to find a way to accumulate some wealth. As for the spiritual energy inside the seed, whether he absorbs it or not doesn't really make much of a difference. Just as he placed the seed into the jade box for safekeeping, Lin Fan suddenly felt a discomfort within his body. This isn't good, the water spiritual energy is rampaging. Without hesitation, he hurriedly began converting the water spiritual energy he had just consumed, guiding it as he went. Gradually, streams of pure wind spiritual energy were condensed by him, but since his dantian was already full, it could only accumulate in his meridians, growing more and more. Lin Fan felt he could no longer bear the burden, so he decided to go all out, simultaneously attacking the Xianguan and refining the water spirit energy. This assault was unprecedented in intensity. The first strike sent a massive surge of spiritual energy crashing into the barrier, leaving visible cracks. Before the first wave of scattered energy could regroup, the second wave surged forward. The second strike, the barrier of the Xianguan declared, "I can still hold on, but you think you can pass? Impossible." The third strike brought a deafening roar, with faint sounds of shattering echoing through the torrential flood. After 3 strikes, the barrier was completely shattered. The spiritual energy accumulated in the meridians surged forth like a mighty river, rolling and crashing, as vast as the ocean. Finally, it all poured into the dantian. Lin Fan instantly felt as though he had broken free from an invisible shackle, his body lightening slightly, yet he also felt a bit ungrounded, as if there was a void that needed to be filled. Meanwhile, the dantian had expanded to a much larger capacity, and countless wind spiritual energies flowed into it. The water spiritual energies in Lin Fan's abdomen hadn't been fully refined yet. What Lin Fan didn't know was that the purple spirit fruit, as the main ingredient for late-stage qi cultivation danya, could be refined into dozens of pills in a single batch by alchemists in the cultivation world by adding different auxiliary ingredients. If the alchemist were more ruthless and intentionally divided it into smaller portions, producing 100 pills in a single furnace was not impossible. This truly highlighted the immense profits of the alchemy industry. He immediately devoured a purple spirit fruit in one go. Although only 6% of it was converted into wind spirit energy, for his cultivation level, which had just entered the mid-stage of qi cultivation, it was a massive boost. Lin Fan hadn't even had time to celebrate his successful breakthrough, when he was instantly overwhelmed by the joy of his rapidly increasing cultivation. The spiritual energy in his dantian continued to rise steadily, reaching the initial stage of the 4th layer, the middle stage of the 4th layer, the peak of the 4th layer, and then the initial stage of the 5th layer. After spending an entire hour refining all the water spiritual energy, his long-tensed spiritual awareness finally got a chance to rest. He checked his dantian again, compared it to the descriptions in the cultivation technique, and sensed the changes in his strength. 6th layer of qi cultivation. Although he had only just entered the initial stage of the 6th layer of qi cultivation, leaping directly from the 4th layer to the 6th layer meant he had skipped 2 minor realms in one go. By comparison, the spiritual energy required for the late stage of qi cultivation is likely equivalent to 2 layers at this stage. Lin Fan suppressed his joy and began to calculate in his mind. He needed to find a cultivation market like Ichwan as soon as possible, where he could leverage the spiritual veins to quickly reach the peak of the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Time. Time is the greatest enemy of cultivators. One step behind, and you fall behind in every step. If it takes 100 years to break through the qi cultivation stage and enter the foundation establishment stage, how will one break through the foundation establishment stage in the remaining 100 years? And if one happens to hit the mark and breaks through the foundation establishment stage in 200 years, entering the golden core stage, with only half of one's 400-year lifespan remaining, how can one guarantee that one will break through the golden core stage and enter the nascent soul stage within the remaining 200 years? The path to immortality is arduous. Every small step is a race against time. Therefore, in the cultivation world, any elderly cultivator who has reached a certain age hides away somewhere, desperately cultivating. Who would dare to show off their abilities in public and waste their time? Those cultivators serving as guest ministers in mortal dynasties are mostly those who have given up on their future and are just getting by. However, Lin Fan is only 18 years old and has reached the 6th layer of qi cultivation, so his chances of establishing a foundation are still quite good. Next, I'll head to the capital city to investigate the location of the legendary cultivation market. Lin Fan made up his mind and began to steadily consolidate his cultivation. Chapter 9: Wind Control Technique. After consolidating his cultivation, Lin Fan took out the Luofeng decision. Having reached the 6th layer of qi cultivation, he was now considered to be in the mid-stage of qi cultivation, so he decided to give the wind control technique a try. Wind manipulation technique is a technique that isn't classified as a spell, merely a skill for manipulating wind energy. Since it can't be enhanced by the confronting, it clearly has no value in terms of improvement. However, it could be useful for traveling or escaping danger, so having it was better than nothing. After studying it roughly and mastering the techniques, Lin Fan felt he had enough and put away the manual. Estimating the spiritual energy within his body, it was roughly 10 times more than when he was at the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. He had finally achieved wind blade technique freedom. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He felt a bit safer heading to the capital now. Just then, it was probably getting close to dawn outside, and there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Opening the door, Yang the sect master and Jiang the guardian entered, bringing breakfast with them. Lin Fan didn't hesitate, gesturing for them to sit down. The three of them gathered around the table and began eating. During the meal, Yang Duju seemed to have something on his mind, glancing over here repeatedly. Lin Fan finally realized that this guy hadn't given up on his ambition to cultivate immortality, and was waiting for him to test his spiritual roots. The problem is, I don't know how. Of course, he only thought this to himself. After all, he was eating their food, so he pretended to show him how to do it. Yang Duju looked at him with eager anticipation. Lin Fan placed one hand on his forehead, and suddenly an idea struck him. He began to perform the wind control technique he had just learned. Suddenly, a gentle breeze began to blow through the room. Yang Duju and Jiang Hufa looked around in confusion. How could there be wind inside the house? But the wind grew stronger, even causing the vase on the table and the curtains to sway. Whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, a series of pale blue whirlwinds began to rise around Lin Fan, swirling around him in a circle. Yang Duju and Jiang Hufa were so amazed they could hardly believe their eyes. They couldn't help but envy Lin Fan, knowing he must be casting a spell. The two dared not disturb him and sat quietly by the side, waiting patiently. Lin Fan felt as light as a sparrow, as if he could glide through the air at any moment, skimming just above the ground. Though he couldn't fly into the sky, his feet were completely free. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. This wind riding technique was quite impressive. As a wind attribute cultivator with a rare spiritual root, this was indeed one of the benefits of his unique talent. Meanwhile, Yang the fleet leader, seeing Lin Fan rubbing his forehead while nodding and smiling, immediately rejoiced. Could it be that I truly have a spiritual root? Can I cultivate immortality too? Jiang the guardian also misunderstood, feeling bitter and envious, shouting that this wasn't fair. This guy is better at flattery than me, and now he has a cultivation talent too. Lin Fan sensed the misunderstanding, dispelled the wind control technique, and saw Yang Duzhu staring at him excitedly. He immediately realized that the other party had misunderstood something and quickly removed his hand from Yang Duzhu's forehead. Master Lin. I have a cultivation talent? Yang Duzhu stammered nervously. Seeing Yang Duzhu so excited, Lin Fan now felt like he had overplayed his hand. How was he supposed to pull this off now? He had intended to tell the truth, but then he recalled the flattery Yang Duzhu had heaped on him yesterday on the ship. Why not let him try? If he really has a spiritual root, I could use a disciple for cultivation. Besides, he won't be able to cultivate faster than me. Lin Fan quickly made up his mind, then smiled and patted Yang Duzhu on the shoulder. Excellent. You're actually a once-in-a-century genius. Young the captain was so excited he knelt down and bowed his head. Please grant me your teachings, master. I will follow you wherever you go. Lin Fan spoke slowly. I only know you have a spiritual root, but I don't know what attribute it is. I have 5 methods to sense spiritual energy: gold, wood, fire, earth, and wind. Try one first. Want the techniques? First, you need to confirm you can sense the spiritual energy. Lin Fan explained the sensing chapter of the 5 cultivation techniques, without hiding anything from Jiang the Guardian. If this young man could sense the spiritual energy successfully, that would be even better. The more followers he had, the better. The two of them began sensing the spiritual energy inside the house under Lin Fan's guidance. 2 hours later, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Yang Duzhu and Jiang Hufa looked completely bewildered. Sigh, it might be that the spiritual roots in your bodies are different from the Gumying method. You might have water spiritual roots, or ice spiritual roots, or thunder spiritual roots, or something like that. But I don't have those techniques either, so it all depends on your own karma. Lin Fan spoke diplomatically, not wanting to hurt their feelings too much. However, he had truly done his best this time. Without spiritual roots, there was nothing he could do. As for the other types of spiritual roots, the likelihood was probably low, but he couldn't completely dash their hopes, could he? Sometimes, people live for a glimmer of hope. Young the captain knew Lin Fan had done his best, and though he felt disappointed, he was deeply grateful. As for whether he would mobilize all the Nightingale assassins in Jiangling City to frantically search for other cultivation techniques of different attributes for him, that was not something Lin Fan needed to worry about. Over the next 2 days, Lin Fan explored Jiangling City. There was nothing of note in the open antique markets, but he did hear that there was a prominent family in Jiangling that possessed a calligraphy piece renowned throughout the 9 counties of Jingxiang. Lin Fan didn't hesitate to climb over the wall in the middle of the night and break into the aristocratic family's residence, directly making his way to the family head's bedchamber. Coincidentally, the family head was a Xin master. Moreover, he had been at Dongting Lake just 2 days prior, participating in the ambush and killing of Nan Xianshi. This man was sleeping in his own home when he was suddenly awakened. Opening his eyes, he saw the white-robed immortal from that day. He nearly screamed for mercy, thinking Lin Fan had come to settle the score. Lin Fan had no time for nonsense. He simply told him to bring out the calligraphy for him to inspect. The family head, who was at the Innate realm, immediately rushed into his family's treasure vault, bare-chested and pulling up his pants, eagerly fetching the calligraphy for him. Lin Fan felt it and indeed detected a touch of ancient charm. He smiled and pulled out a silver note to buy it, but the family head dared not accept it, insisting on giving it to Lin Fan. The latter reluctantly accepted it. The family head then enthusiastically invited Lin Fan to be his guest, but Lin Fan naturally declined. The family head, then how about becoming a patron? Lin Fan refused again. The family head, well, actually, I've always been fascinated by cultivating immortality. Lin Fan directly shoved the silver note into his chest. Farewell. 2 days later, 3 large boxes of tokens were placed before Lin Fan. They were all tokens from the Jiangling Nightingale branch that Young the captain had recovered for him. Such matters were trivial for those in their positions. A single word sufficed, and they handled it with ease. Lin Fan had already checked them all earlier. The ones on the ground were useless, but at least there were some points of ancient charm to add to his tally, which wasn't bad. When he had left Zonka County, he had subject points of ancient charm. He had used ba points to enhance the water spirit fruit, some points from the Jiangling Nightingale branch, and yi points on calligraphy, leaving him with ba points remaining. Not too much, not too little, he should save some for emergencies. After staying in Jiangling long enough, Lin Shan and Jiang the Guardian abandoned the water route and took the land route northward. About half a month later, a majestic city loomed on the horizon. The imperial capital of the Song dynasty, Dongjing Bianliang. Chapter 41, Ichwan. Lin Shan and Jiang Huifa arrived at the imperial capital, gazing at the massive city walls towering over 10 zhang in height, the moat 2 zhang wide, rows of arrow towers and crossbow platforms embedded along the city walls, and black bronze cannons standing tall among them. As they passed through the grand, towering city gates, the bustling atmosphere of the capital engulfed them. The wide streets were crowded with people and vehicles, their voices mingling in a constant din. Tea houses, painted boats, taverns, gambling dens, academies, and canals could be seen everywhere along the streets. Young nobles and ladies were surrounded by attendants, while high-ranking officials rode in palanquins carried by 8 men. Willow-lined bridges, green curtains fluttering in the breeze, markets brimming with jewels, and houses adorned with silk and brocade, a bustling scene of over 100,000 households. This is the heart of power in the Song dynasty, where the highest officials reside. The prosperity and cultural depth of Bianliang City far surpassed anything Lin Shan had ever seen in the southern frontier cities. There must be many talented individuals hidden within its walls. Jiang Hufa clearly wasn't a first-timer here. He navigated the streets with ease, leading Lin Shan through a maze of twists and turns before finally stopping in front of a grand mansion in the southern part of the city. The mansion of the Marquis of Baoang. This mansion stood tall and majestic, with towering pavilions and soaring floors. Green pines brushed against the eaves, and jade railings encircled the walls. It was clearly the residence of a wealthy and powerful nobleman of the current dynasty. Jiang Huifa didn't explain further, simply saying, "Follow me." He led Lin Shan through a side gate, and the mansion was vast and intimidating. They kept passing through courtyards and arched gates, getting so disoriented that they couldn't tell east from west. What was surprising, however, was that despite the opulence of the mansion, there were hardly any maids or servants. Instead, they encountered group after group of black-clad figures moving swiftly, as if each had urgent tasks to attend to and no time to spare. Finally, the two arrived at a courtyard. Jiang Huifa knocked on the door, and a hoarse voice came from inside, "Come in." The two entered the room, where the scent of sandalwood filled the air. An old man with white eyebrows hanging over his shoulders sat there, smiling at them. "I have received your letter. Jiang, the young man by your side must be Lin Xianshi, right?" Lin Shan looked at the old man before him, dressed in gray hemp robes, with a kind expression, resembling an ordinary farmer. Despite his advanced age of over 90, his eyes still shone brightly, and his demeanor was full of vitality. Especially those distinctive white eyebrows hanging over his shoulders, there was no doubt he was the Nightingale Supreme Elder. Jiang the Guardian bowed and stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Shan to approach the elderly man with his eyebrows lowered. "Greetings, Supreme Elder. I am Lin Shan." Lin Shan bowed briefly. The Supreme Elder rose to invite them to sit down, personally poured tea for Lin Shan, and began chatting about everyday matters. Lin Shan handled the conversation with ease. They talked about the customs and traditions of Zongke County and the southern frontier, the elegant music of the 9 counties of Jingxiang, the opulent splendor of the imperial capital Bianliang, and finally, they mentioned the immortal master at the Nightingale headquarters. The Supreme Elder nodded. "I will take Lin Xianshi to meet Huang Xianshi shortly. Haha, exchanges among peers will surely yield great insights." Lin Shan nodded in agreement, knowing there was no rush. He then inquired about the situation at the cultivation market. "Does the Supreme Elder know about Yinchuan?" The old man across from him paused, holding his teacup. Lin Shan immediately understood some matters concerning cultivators were still known to this true leader of the Nightingale. "That's correct. You're looking for the whereabouts of the cultivation market, aren't you? Young people all yearn for the true cultivation world, not the mundane world of ordinary mortals." The Supreme Elder smiled, his 2 long white eyebrows twitching. But he turned to comfort Lin Shan. "The cultivation market isn't as good as you imagine. Ordinary wandering cultivators who go in there probably won't last long. To settle there, you must have a special skill. There are some things you may not be aware of." The Supreme Elder immediately explained the background of the cultivation market to Lin Shan, which was similar to what was recorded in the biography of Guangnan the Hermit. It seemed that many wandering cultivators had hit a dead end and eventually returned to the mundane world. Lin Fan nodded repeatedly, claiming he was merely curious. The Supreme Elder didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. I am willing to hire Lin Xianxue as the Nightingale's attendant, with 3 spirit stones per year. Lin Fan heard this and thought, only 3. Guangnan the hermit had been offered 5 when he was at the prince's mansion. He was now at the 6th layer of qi cultivation. Was he really only worth that much? The Supreme Elder beside him also sighed helplessly. Ever since receiving Jiang Huifa's letter, he had already planned to recruit Lin Fan. After all, the current immortal master serving the Nightingale was already very old, and once he passed away, they would need a new immortal master to take his place. Nowadays, the standard for major factions is whether they can afford to hire an immortal master. If you can afford to worship an immortal master year-round, everyone will recognize your organization as having deep roots and be willing to collaborate with you. As for the immortal master's cultivation level, no one cares. What matters is the prestige. The senior elder had assumed that Lin Fan was only at the 3rd level of qi cultivation, so he didn't offer a high price. Secondly, the current yellow immortal requires 5 spirit stones in annual offerings, and adding 3 more for Lin Fan has already exceeded Nightingale's limits. Lin Fan, however, showed little interest. He had never intended to stay here in the first place. His primary reason for coming to the capital was to seek connections and investigate cultivation markets similar to Yinchuan, and secondarily to search for ancient charm. Moreover, Nightingale's offer was too low. The senior elder's earnest pleas fell on deaf ears, so he could only give up for now. Next, he took Lin Fan to pay respects to another immortal master, giving Jiang the bodyguard a few casual instructions and telling him to wait for further assignments. Lin Fan followed the Supreme Elder to a side hall within the Ho mansion. Upon opening the door, the scene inside was laid bare before Lin Fan's eyes, and he finally understood why Jiang the Guardian had refrained from commenting on this immortal master. The hall was brightly lit, with a group of dancers performing gracefully, each dressed in extremely revealing attire. Musicians played lewd and decadent melodies, filling the hall with sensual desires. At the main seat in front, a short, stocky old man with a goat beard was surrounded by 2 beautiful women, embracing them and fondling them with both hands, clearly enjoying himself immensely. The Supreme Elder remained expressionless, as if he had grown accustomed to such scenes. He waved his hand behind him, and the musicians and dancers on stage all rose and withdrew. Don't go. My beauties. The old man with the goat beard looked reluctant, clearly having his fun interrupted, which was quite unpleasant for him. However, upon seeing the Supreme Elder arrive, he could only reluctantly give up. Lin Fan was also a bit puzzled. He could sense that this yellow immortal before him seemed hesitant to defy the Supreme Elder. Moreover, his cultivation level seemed to be only at the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. This left Lin Fan baffled. At his age, even if he had spent 10 years slowly cultivating, he should have reached the mid-stage of qi cultivation by now. Why was he still lingering at the initial stage? At that moment, the Supreme Elder spoke, not to him, but to the old man with the goat beard. I've told you countless times. Your time is almost up, yet you still don't cultivate properly, and instead indulge in women all day. Do you really value your life so little, you old fossil? Huang Xianxue replied weakly, I don't have many years left to live. Might as well enjoy myself while I can. The Supreme Elder sighed bitterly. This old man had been like this for 20 years, indulging in sensual pleasures all his life. If it weren't for the Nightingale needing a good luck charm, this worthless old man. This is Lin Xianxue, who came from the Nightingale branch. He's here in the capital city, so it's a good opportunity for you two to exchange ideas. Oh, and by the way, tell him about your experiences in Ichwan. The Supreme Elder finished speaking and gestured politely toward Huang Xianxue. Upon hearing this, Huang Xianxue glanced at the white-clad youth behind him, casually sensed his energy, and jumped up instantly. Mid-stage qi cultivation. The Supreme Elder was also startled, looking at Lin Fan in disbelief. So young? Already at the mid-stage of qi cultivation? He can't be more than 20 years old. Lin Fan remained calm. He hadn't expected the immortal master from the Nightingale headquarters to be such a mediocre figure. He couldn't help but feel disappointed, and his enthusiasm began to wane. The Supreme Elder beside him snapped out of his daze, and secretly regretted offering such a low price earlier. No wonder they didn't think much of him. He began to calculate whether he should deduct some of Huang Xianshur's offerings. After all, this weakling was useless. Meanwhile, Lin Shan had already taken his seat, and was engaging in casual conversation with Huang Xianshur. Senior, you've been cultivating for so many years, why are you still at the initial stage of qi cultivation? Lin Shan went straight for the jugular. Haha, I dare not accept such praise. Your cultivation is far above mine. The accomplished are our teachers. Since you've been so kind as to accept me, just call me old brother, or yellow Daoist is fine too. The old man with the goat beard spoke in a rather reserved tone. Then I shall humbly comply. Elder Huang, do you know anything about the cultivation market? Lin Shan cut straight to the point, unwilling to engage in further formalities. Huang Xianshur hesitated and glanced at the Supreme Elder. He naturally knew the Supreme Elder's ulterior motives. He wanted Lin Shan to take his place, but he couldn't say it outright. The Supreme Elder nodded at him, and Huang Xianshur finally spoke. That's correct. When I was young, I lived in a cultivation market town for a while. That town was located in the Yenyun region to the north, and was called Ichwan. Chapter Yi, fellow cultivators in the capital. Yushuan. This was the second cultivation town Lin Shan had ever heard of. He immediately couldn't wait to ask more questions. Huang Xianshur sighed and slowly explained Ichwan's situation to him. It was similar to what Guangnan Sanren had described about Yinshuan, both in terms of scale and foot traffic. Lin Shan hurriedly asked about Ichwan's whereabouts. Huang Xianshur didn't hold back and told him the exact location, in the Yenyun Mountains, as well as the methods of entering and exiting the array surrounding the market. Seeing Lin Shan's eager expression, Huang Xianshur still advised him not to go alone. The northern Yenyun region was not very peaceful, and there were often cultivators who engaged in murder and robbery. Then how did you get there, old brother? Lin Shan was skeptical about how Huang Xianshur had managed to get there, as his cultivation level, at the initial stage of qi cultivation, seemed inferior to his own. Huang Xianshur hesitated for a moment, thinking that he didn't have many years left to live, and the Supreme Elder had also hinted that he wanted to leave Lin Shan behind to take his place as the guardian of Nightingale. He decided to share his past experiences to help Lin Shan avoid potential pitfalls. It turned out that Huang Xianshur had only obtained a wandering cultivator's inheritance at the age of 50, narrowly entering the qi cultivation stage. After 3 years of cultivation, he reached the peak of the third layer of qi cultivation, but hit a bottleneck. He estimated that breaking through this bottleneck would require 20 years of refinement. Lin Shan was shocked to hear of such slow progress. He and Guangnan the Hermit had both achieved the same level in just 1.5 years. Indeed, there was no such thing as the worst cultivation talent, only worse. Huang Xianshur didn't pay attention to Lin Shan's expression, and explained that he had no choice but to travel the world in search of opportunities. Eventually, he was noticed by the current Nightingale Supreme Elder. He finished speaking and glanced aside. The Supreme Elder remained expressionless, sipping his tea. What followed was predictable. The Supreme Elder hired Huang Xianshur as a retainer, paying him 5 spirit stones per year according to market rates. At this point, Lin Shan's expression darkened. This Huang Xianshur is worth 5 spirit stones, and I'm only worth 3. The Supreme Elder beside him felt slightly awkward, but being an old man with thick skin, he merely chuckled awkwardly. Huang Xianshur was unaware of the tension between the two. He had only served as a guest scholar for less than a year when he heard other wandering cultivators in the capital mention news about the northern cultivation market, Yushuan. Huang Xianshur had never heard of it before either, and was overjoyed upon hearing the news. He didn't even bother to settle in, immediately resigning his position as a senior elder and rushing straight to Ichwan. However, upon arriving at the Yenyun Mountains, he couldn't find the entrance. By chance, he encountered another wandering cultivator who invited him to join him in searching for Ichwan. Huang Xianshur eagerly followed along, only to be deceived terribly. That person took Huang Xianshur to the Ichwan cultivation market and persuaded him to take out a high-interest loan. That's right. The cultivation world also has high-interest loans. Originally, Huang Xianshur thought he had no spiritual stones in his pocket, being a penniless beggar, and wasn't worth anyone's trouble. Besides, if someone wanted to kill him, with his low cultivation level, they could have done so in the Yanyan Mountains. There was no need to help him enter Ichwan. So without any precautions, he believed the man's lies. But he never expected that the wandering cultivator was a human trafficker. To be precise, a human trafficker in the cultivation world. After taking out the high-interest loan, Huang Xiancher spent it all within a month. Unable to repay the compound interest, he was forced to sign a 20-year indentured servitude contract with the lending organization. For the next 20 years, he became a slave in the cultivation world's slave market, sold to other cultivators, and spent his days serving others like a servant. After 20 years, the cultivator who bought him was relatively trustworthy and released him. Of course, it might also be because he was over 70, and no longer considered a viable laborer. After regaining his freedom, Huang Xiancher's subsequent experiences were similar to those of Guangnan Sanren. He drifted from one job to another, facing constant setbacks, and eventually could no longer sustain himself. He had no choice but to leave the cultivation market and return to the mundane world. Upon returning, Huang Xiancher, with a thick skin, went back to the Nightingale and found the Supreme Elder. This old fellow had been gone for 20 years, and yet he had the nerve to return. The Supreme Elder naturally did not greet him warmly, but in the end, he still accepted him as a guest scholar. From then on, Huang Xiancher abandoned his aspirations for cultivation, choosing instead to spend his days in seclusion, enjoying himself. Thus, another 20 years passed until the present day. After hearing Huang Xiancher's story, Lin Fan was completely speechless. The cultivation world has slave traders, and now even loan sharks? Your heart must be truly vast. However, Huang Xiancher's story served as a wake-up call for Lin Fan. The cultivation world was far more treacherous than he had imagined, and low-tier cultivators were nothing more than lambs in the eyes of certain individuals. Nevertheless, Lin Fan had made up his mind and decided to go. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade Lin Fan, Huang Xiancher could only give the Supreme Elder a helpless glance. However, he did provide Lin Fan with some information. Every 10 years or so, the cultivators in my small circle in the capital city go to Ichwan market to trade for some items. You can go with them, it's safer in a group. Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked how long it would take. Within a month, Huang Xiancher said with a look of urgency, adding, I'll be going too, and I can bring you along. Within a month, Lin Fan could certainly wait. Having more people around would indeed be safer. However, Lin Fan had some reservations about the fellow cultivators Huang Xiancher mentioned. What cultivation levels do those fellow cultivators you mentioned have? Huang Xiancher smiled lightly, don't worry. Those wandering in the mortal world are mostly at the early to mid stage of qi cultivation. As for those at the later stages, they generally try to stay in the spiritual vein regions, striving to cultivate to the peak of qi cultivation, and compete for a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage. After pondering for a moment, the old man reached into his waist pouch, pulled out a stack of paper talismans, placed them near his mouth, and muttered a few incomprehensible words. The talismans then scattered in all directions, flying out of the hall, and disappearing into the distance. Lin Fan watched Huang Xiancher's actions with astonishment, completely baffled. Huang Xiancher stroked his goat beard and explained with a smile, I've already informed several fellow cultivators about your plans to accompany me to Ichwan. Since we usually have a meeting before departure, I'll arrange it for tomorrow. I'll take you to meet them. Lin Fan nodded and asked about the paper talismans from earlier. Huang Xiancher explained the sound transmission talismans, telling him they weren't valuable. 100 could be bought for a spirit stone in Ichwan, and they could fly to a designated location within a 10-mile radius. The downside was they could be intercepted by other cultivators. Lin Fan then asked how many cultivators there were in the entire capital city. This question stumped Huang Xiancher. He hesitated for a moment. On the surface, maybe 30 or 40, but in secret, there should be 70 or 80. That many? Lin Fan suddenly felt that the capital city wasn't as safe as he had thought. The Supreme Elder beside him explained to Lin Fan, the capital city is the headquarters of major factions across the realm. For example, the Nightingale is hidden within the Bo Wengho's mansion. Other government offices, and even princely mansions, are all guarded by powerful factions. There are numerous factions that can afford to sponsor cultivators. Lin Shan suddenly recalled that the largest faction in the Song dynasty was the imperial family. What about the imperial family? They must have even more immortal masters under their patronage. The Supreme Elder and Huang Xianshi, who were standing nearby, 罕然地露出一絲凝重之色. They don't need to support immortals, because the imperial family was established with the support of the cultivation world. 3 major sects send foundation establishment stage cultivators to rotate and guard the palace. No commoners dare to trespass into the imperial palace. Lin Shan, who was standing nearby, heard this and realized there were foundation establishment stage cultivators in the palace. His fantasy of spying on the concubines bathing was ruined. Chapter 13, Night Visit. As night fell, Lin Shan sat cross-legged in his room, cultivating. After chatting with the Supreme Elder and Huang Xianshi earlier that day, he had gained a general understanding of the wandering cultivators in the capital and the Ichwan market. Now he could only wait until tomorrow to meet the cultivators Huang Xianshi had mentioned. Huang Xianshi had informed him that before each departure, the inner circle would hold an exchange meeting. Each cultivator would bring items they no longer needed and exchange them with others, or purchase them with spirit stones. The purpose was to enhance their strength or wealth before heading to Ichwan. After all, on the journey to Ichwan, these wandering cultivators at the early stages of qi cultivation were easy targets for bandits. Lin Shan was worried because he lacked spirit stones and had no spare treasures. If he had to force the issue, the warm sun jade pendant given to him by Lei Zhenzi could be brought out, but it was merely a low-grade alchemy material, and he didn't know if anyone would want it. As for the purple spirit fruit core and the soulwood fish remnant, these items are undoubtedly valuable, so he would have to find a major buyer in the cultivation market. However, what he needed most urgently now were powerful spells, magical artifacts, or talismans. He had a feeling that his trip to Ichwan would not go smoothly. Around midnight, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Squeak. The door opened, and the one who entered was Nightingale, the Supreme Elder. Lin Shan finished his practice and opened his eyes. "I didn't know the Elder was visiting so late at night. What brings you here?" The Elder closed the door, sat down across from Lin Shan, and, after shaking his eyebrows, pushed a 3-foot-long silk-lined box toward Lin Shan with a smile. "Master Lin, I have come to ask you for a favor." Lin Shan didn't look inside the box. The Supreme Elder wouldn't come without a reason. It must be something important. As for why he didn't mention it earlier, it was likely to avoid mentioning Huang Xianshi. "It's not about inviting me to become a guardian, is it? I'm still young and want to go to Ichwan market to broaden my horizons. I'm afraid I can't comply at the moment. However, if I can't make it there in the future, I'll have to humbly request the Grand Elder to take me in." Lin Shan didn't speak too firmly, leaving himself an escape route. The Supreme Elder chuckled, unconcerned that Lin Shan was treating him as a backup option. After all, he was certain that Lin Shan would eventually return. Young people, after all, won't return until they've been beaten by society. "I've seen through everything." However, the Supreme Elder didn't press the matter further. He simply tapped the brocade box with his finger. "The matter of offerings can wait. Rest assured, the doors of Nightingale will always be open to you. I came here tonight for another reason. You may open it and take a look first." Lin Shan opened the box as instructed, and the next moment, his face was replaced by a kaleidoscope of colors. Inside the 3-foot-long brocade box, colorful spirit stones were neatly arranged, shimmering brilliantly and dazzlingly in the dim light of the oil lamp within the wooden hut. Roughly counting them, there were over 40 or 50 of them, combining different attributes. Wow! Lin Shan's breathing immediately grew heavy. He had never seen so many spirit stones in his life. Is Nightingale that wealthy? Thoughts flashed through his mind. After about 5 breaths, Lin Shan forced himself to look away, refraining from touching the spirit stones in the box. Instead, he asked the Supreme Elder, "Could you please explain what this is about first?" The Supreme Elder smiled, "It's not a big deal. I just need Lin Xianshi to help me purchase an item in Ichwan. As long as you can bring it back safely, the remaining spirit stones will be gifted to you." "What is it?" "The Xintian Zhuguo." Lin Shan was puzzled. Could the Supreme Elder know something? The Supreme Elder spoke with a hint of meaning. "I heard that a Xintian Zhuguo appeared in Jingxiang recently. I assume it must have been obtained by Lin Xianshi. If you are willing to part with it, I will gladly present these sub-spirit stones to you. Unfortunately, I've already used them. Lin Fan shook his head. If he had known that the Zhu fruit could be exchanged for sub-spirit stones, he might have hesitated. However, it seemed that the Supreme Elder knew of other leads regarding the Zhu fruit. No matter, the Supreme Elder nodded, looking as though he had anticipated this. After decades of relentless searching for information, I have learned that wild Zhu fruits in the mortal realm are hidden in deep mountains and vast swamps, making them difficult to find. However, some major cultivation sects or cultivation families have cultivated them in their spiritual fields over the years. Some of the larger shops in Ichwan are backed by cultivating factions to varying degrees. The 100 Treasures Pavilion, for instance, has a stockpile of Xintian Zhuguo. According to some cultivators, this common spiritual item is roughly equivalent to a low-grade magical artifact, and can be obtained for around some sub-spirit stones. Unfortunately, I am an ordinary mortal, and cannot enter the cultivation markets. Therefore, I can only entrust this task to Lin Fan. Lin Fan listened thoughtfully, gaining some understanding of the basic prices in the cultivation world. However, when it came to choosing a cultivator to handle the purchase, it shouldn't have been his turn. Why didn't the elder ask Huang Xianshi? After all, we've known each other for over 20 years. I'm new here. What qualifications do I have to deserve such trust? Lin Fan asked in confusion. When the topic turned to Huang Xianshi, the Supreme Elder looked helpless. Master Huang's cultivation is too low. He hasn't left the capital city since returning 20 years ago. With his time running out, he decided to take the risk to make preparations for his final arrangements. Whether he can return is still uncertain. The implication was that it wasn't safe. The Supreme Elder also shook his head. Master Huang likes to act smart. Otherwise, why would he borrow high-interest loans and get scammed? It's all because of his greed. Cultivator being treated like a slave and sold. How could I entrust him with such a task? Hearing this, Lin Fan understood that Huang Xianshi was indeed unreliable. If it were him, he wouldn't dare entrust him either. At the same time, he couldn't help but start to wonder if Huang Xianshi's small circle of cultivators was also unreliable. If they all went to Ichwan together, wouldn't something go wrong? The two discussed it at length that night, but in the end, Lin Fan accepted the sub-spirit stones. After all, it was a hassle-free deal, netting him the sub-spirit stones for free. Why not take it? As for what the Supreme Elder wanted the Xintian Zhuguo for, Lin Fan didn't bother to ask. It was none of his business how they handled it. Finally, Lin Fan asked the Supreme Elder to use the Nightingale channel to investigate whether any noble or aristocrat from the capital had brought back a giant Black Lotus Buddha statue from the Zonka county of the southern frontier in the past 2 years. The Supreme Elder readily agreed and promised to inform him as soon as any information became available. The next day, Lin Fan went to seek out Huang Xianshi early in the morning. The old man emerged with his clothes in disarray, clutching a maid, reluctantly dressing himself more presentably before leaving the Nightingale headquarters with Lin Fan. The streets outside the Bo Wengho mansion were bustling with people. The early morning market in the capital of the Song dynasty opened early, and countless citizens began their day of hard work. Along the way, Lin Fan asked curiously, at nearly 100 years old, does Master Huang still have his vigor? Master Huang stammered and changed the subject. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a tea house in the southern part of Bianliang City, 4 people had been waiting for some time. One of them, an old man in green robes, was chatting with those around him. That old man Huang from the Nightingale has finally agreed to come out. I wonder what kind of courage he must have mustered to dare return to Ichwan. Didn't he suffer such a psychological trauma back then? A middle-aged woman dressed like a Taoist nun, with a black robe, covered her mouth and laughed. According to what the old man Huang said in his sound transmission talisman, he's brought along a young man at the mid-stage of qi cultivation. That must be his reliance. A middle-aged man with an eagle nose set down his teacup. Over the past 20 years, the old man has accumulated over 100 spirit stones. With his low cultivation level, doesn't he fear being targeted as easy prey and intercepted along the way? The green-robed old man chuckled oddly, and the black-robed nun also looked pensive. Finally, there was a man wearing a straw hat who remained silent, simply listening to their conversation. Half an hour later, Huang Xianshi led Lin Fan into the tea house. Chapter Nsupse, The 6 Arts of Cultivation. Master Huang led Lin Shan to the top floor private room and pushed the door open. Upon entering, 4 pairs of eyes turned toward them, but all were focused on Lin Shan, marveling at how young he was to have already reached the mid-stage of qi cultivation. As for Huang Xianshi, the others had seen him numerous times over the years and paid him no mind. Lin Shan, under Huang Xianshi's introduction, also took a close look at the 4 people in front of him. He didn't bother to remember who they were, which king they served as court attendants, or which faction they belonged to. His main focus was sensing their cultivation levels. The green-robed old man with a strange smile, the black-robed nun, and the middle-aged man with an eagle-like nose were all at the mid-stage of qi cultivation. The last one, the silent man in the straw hat, was only at the initial stage of qi cultivation. Huang Xianshi, however, was curious about the origin of the man in the straw hat. It turned out that he had not been part of the small group before, and Huang Xianshi did not recognize him either. I am the daughter of the Qi Kingdom's Duke. By sheer luck, I was detected to have a spiritual root, and was taken under the wing of a cultivator who serves my family, allowing me to embark on the path of cultivation. This time, I am heading to Ichwan, and will need the guidance of the seniors present. A gentle female voice came from under the straw hat. Judging by the voice, she was likely of marriageable age. After chatting for a while, they learned that the woman had entered today's gathering through the black-robed Taoist nun, and the other 2 were also unfamiliar with her. The group grew more animated, though the woman in the straw hat remained largely silent. The other 3, however, took a keen interest in Lin Shan, and they began to interact as equals. After all, they were all at the mid-stage of qi cultivation, so their strength should be roughly equal. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Shan was nothing but a paper tiger. He had no spells, no magical artifacts, and no talismans. Aside from his ability to escape, the rest of his skills were rather lacking. As for the other 2 qi cultivation stage practitioners, they were completely ignored by the 3, as the gap in spiritual power between the initial and mid-stage was vast, and everyone present was well aware of their respective strengths. Lin Shan, however, felt a mix of surprise and flattery, as he could sense the dangerous aura emanating from the 3 of them. They were genuinely a threat to him. No wonder they had each spent decades serving as guardians in the mortal realm, accumulating plenty of spirit stones, and had even visited the Ichwan cultivation market, so they must have talismans and magical artifacts to rely on. They were genuine cultivators. Unlike himself, who had only been fumbling around for 2 years, relying on Kung Fa to reach the 6th layer of qi cultivation, he hadn't even set foot in the cultivation world. Once everyone had gotten to know each other, the black-robed nun took the initiative to suggest an exchange meeting within their circle, where they could trade their unused items. Everyone nodded in agreement, and began pulling out their treasures. The black-robed nun started by pulling out a stack of talismans, all low-tier water attribute spell talismans, water arrow talismans. The hawk-nosed man pulled out a black, rusty iron sword, a low-tier magical artifact. The green-robed old man produced a green-skinned gourd, which was filled with countless flying moths, clearly spiritual insects. The woman in the straw hat waved her hand and placed an object on the table, a blue bead, which also appeared to be a magical artifact. It was Lin Shan's turn. Seeing that everyone else had brought something, he decided to fit in, and pulled out his warm sun jade pendant. As for Huang Xianshi, everyone knew he had returned alone 20 years ago, and had never left the capital city since. Though he now possessed over 100 spirit stones, he had nothing else. Huang Xianshi stroked his goat beard, said nothing, and sat quietly. Everyone revealed their items, and following the order, the black-robed nun went first. Water arrow charms, 1 spirit stone per stack, 10 charms per stack. I made them myself. Is there any fellow cultivator in need? No one spoke. Water arrow technique was the most basic low-tier spell, equivalent to wind blade technique, or fireball technique in other schools. Everyone could cast a few hundred of them on their own, so no one was interested. Lin Shan was surprised that the black-robed nun could make talismans. This was a remarkable skill. He couldn't help but flatter her a bit. After all, compliments were free, and it was a good way to build rapport. The black-robed nun heard Lin Shan's praise and shook her head with a wry smile. I can only make some basic talismans. They have no market value. Only when I can create mid-tier spell talismans will I be able to establish myself in the cultivation market. As she put away the small trinkets she had made, she smiled and said, "My talisman-making skills are far inferior to the other two Taoist friends, alchemy and beast-taming techniques. I'm just showing off my inadequacies to you all." The hawk-nosed man and the green-robed old man beside her humbly declined, claiming their cultivation was still shallow, which was why they couldn't establish themselves in the market. Lin Fan stood in the middle, listening to their mutual praise, feeling a bit dumbfounded. "I've figured it out, everyone here is a master of their craft. Does that mean I'm the only useless one here? I don't have any skills at all?" He had briefly read about the 6 arts of cultivation in the biography of Guangnan the Hermit: alchemy, weapon forging, talisman making, array formation, beast taming, and puppet control. Mastering any one of these 6 arts would make one highly sought after anywhere, and they could all significantly enhance one's strength and even be sold for spirit stones. Most cultivators in the cultivation world choose one as their main focus to specialize in. While they cultivate daily, they still can't neglect other skills. Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself, among the wandering cultivators, do we really need to be so competitive? These people have all stayed in the mortal realm to serve as court officials, yet they still spend their days researching skills. So the only one who's just chilling is Huang Xianshi? The black-robed nun's talismans failed to sell, and now it was the turn of the hawk-nosed man's magical weapon, an iron sword. "This is a low-grade magical artifact I used before. I intended to improve the runes and restrictions, but encountered a minor issue. Cough, cough. However, it doesn't affect its functionality. Use up spirit stones." "No, never mind. Something spirit stones will do." The green-robed old man beside him sneered, "Improve? You're probably just trying to study the inscriptions and forging techniques. With your amateur forging skills, you probably ruined this low-grade magical artifact, and are now trying to sell it." Apparently hit where it hurt, the hawk-nosed man nearly jumped out of his skin, repeatedly exclaiming, "That's impossible." Those around him, judging by the old man's expression, believed his words and picked up the magical artifact swords to inspect them. After shaking their heads, they showed no interest. Lin Fan also picked one up to take a look. The enhancement panel popped up immediately. Refined iron sword, moderate damage. Quality, low-grade magical artifact. Description: forged from 10,000 refined iron ingots, it possesses low-grade sharpness and low-grade durability. Half of the internal inscriptions are damaged. Enhancement requirements: 5 points. Lin Fan stroked his chin as he examined the magical iron sword. 10,000 forged refined iron belong to the lower-tier spiritual objects forged through artificial means, naturally inferior to the refined iron born from natural mineral veins. This iron sword was destined to be a mass-produced item, in terms of material quality. However, this hawk-nosed man was a talent. Perfectly good magical artifact had been studied to the point of moderate damage. Lin Fan was curious to ask him exactly how he had studied it. The sharpness and resilience of the inscriptions inside the sword were both damaged. How many more times could this sword be used? He set the sword aside and let others take turns appraising it. Seeing no one bid, Lin Fan spoke slowly, 10 spirit stones. The hawk-nosed man frowned. "Lin Daoyu, the market price for low-grade magical artifacts ranges from Yi sub to sub spirit stones. I'm already being very generous by offering sub spirit stones." Lin Fan shook his head. "Half of the inscriptions inside this sword are already damaged. It probably won't last many more uses." The hawk-nosed man still frowned, unwilling to budge. At this moment, Huang Xianshi, who was standing nearby, thought for a moment. Since he would need Lin Fan's help on the way to Ichwan, he decided to do him a favor and spoke up in his defense. "Fellow Taoist, I've been in Ichwan for 20 years. In my opinion, this magical artifact is practically scrap. Sell it to the forging pavilion for recycling now, and you'll probably only get 4 or 5 spirit stones for it." Then Huang Xianshi gave Lin Fan a meaningful glance, and the latter immediately understood that his offer of 10 spirit stones was still too high. Before he could continue, the hawk-nosed man couldn't sit still anymore and hurriedly stood up. "All right, deal. 10 spirit stones." Lin Fan froze for a moment, glancing around. The black-robed nun and the green-robed old man were both staring at him with strange expressions, as if he were a sucker. Lin Fan sighed wryly, shook his head, and handed over 10 spirit stones, taking the magical artifact, the refined iron sword. He originally had 8 spirit stones on him, plus the 50 given by Nightingale Elder, of which he planned to keep 30 to buy the Xintian Zhuguo. With 28 left, spending 10 spirit stones on a low-grade magical artifact was acceptable. After all, although the sword was moderately damaged, the enhancement panel stated it could be strengthened, so he wouldn't be at a loss. I can just enhance it to a mid-tier magical artifact, right? This journey to Ichwan is an opportunity to enhance his strength as much as possible, so he couldn't afford to miss it. Next, it was the turn of the green-robed old man. He took out his green-skinned gourd, pulled the stopper from the mouth of the gourd. One after another, grey moths fluttered out. Chapter Dividing the Soul. The green-robed old man opened the green gourd, and a swarm of grey moths flew out. There were roughly 50 or 60 of them. These moths fluttered their wings slightly in the air, with faint flickers of fluorescent powder around their wings. The patterns on their wings also seemed to hold some mysterious significance, causing everyone present to watch intently. These mist-light moths have been cultivated into spiritual insects. They can release gray mist to conceal their forms and scatter fluorescent poisonous powder. When inhaled by cultivators, it dissolves their spiritual energy. The green-robed old man began explaining the spiritual insects' uses while performing a hand seal. The moths in the air began to flutter wildly, releasing streams of gray mist that enveloped the green-robed old man. Those present were astonished to discover that although they could see with their eyes, they could not sense the old man's spiritual energy. The black-robed nun couldn't help but praise, "Your spiritual insect is truly extraordinary. It can block spiritual energy, a life-saving ability, in critical moments." The hawk-nosed man beside him snorted coldly, "It must also be quite convenient for ambushes, I suppose." The green-robed old man dispersed the gray mist, smiled, and waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all, it's just a trivial trick. If we were to provoke a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, they could project their spiritual sense outward, and then we wouldn't be able to hide it." Lin Fan praised the green-robed old man for being too humble. Being able to deceive the spiritual perception of a chi cultivation stage cultivator is already quite remarkable. "What about your other ability to release poison?" The green-robed old man smiled and said not to rush, then snapped his fingers again. The gray moths fluttered once more, scattering large amounts of gray fluorescent powder onto the table. The green-robed old man gestured for everyone to try it for themselves. Lin Fan looked around first and saw that the black-robed nun and the hawk-nosed man didn't seem afraid. The two of them each took some powder from the table, placed it under their noses, and sniffed it, but their expressions didn't change. Lin Fan then followed suit, taking some powder and sniffing it under his nose as well. Immediately, he felt a slight discomfort in his mind, and a small amount of his spiritual energy seemed to vanish. The black-robed nun spoke up, "Friend, this spirit insect likely requires a sufficient quantity to be effective. With only the 50 or 60 here, even if poisoned, it would only be effective against those at the initial stage of chi cultivation. If there were hundreds, it might be useful against us." Lin Fan and the hawk-nosed man nodded slightly, glancing at Huang Xianshi and the woman in the straw hat beside them. The two of them also tested the fluorescent powder. The woman in the straw hat had her face covered by a veil, so her expression was unclear, but Huang Xianshi seemed somewhat tempted. That's right. Huang Xianshi was tempted. These moths could hide their aura and release poison. For Huang Xianshi, who was also desperately in need of new methods, they were naturally highly coveted. The green-robed old man chuckled darkly. These 50-plus mist-light moths were just cultivated by this old man. They are all unclaimed spirit insects. For just ye sub-spirit stones, any fellow cultivator who buys them can claim them as their own by dripping blood. Additionally, the green-robed old man changed the subject and gave Huang Xianshi a meaningful glance. Though these spirit insects have average toxicity, their life-saving and stealth effects are astonishing. Those present understood but said nothing, assuming the green-robed old man was trying to take advantage of Huang Xianshi, the low-level cultivator with no means to defend himself. "I'm giving you this opportunity, do you want it?" To be honest, a single gourd of these spiritual insects is priced at ye sub-spirit stones, which could buy a low-grade magical artifact in the cultivation market. However, in terms of value, it certainly couldn't compare to a magical artifact. But the green-robed old man was certain that Huang Xianxue needed a means of self-preservation. Following the rules, the green-robed old man collected the spiritual insects, passed the green-skinned gourd around for everyone to inspect, and then returned it. The other three clearly weren't interested. Spirit insects require a large quantity, and this small amount for Yi sub-spirit stones was too expensive. The poison effect was only useful against early Qi cultivation practitioners. The concealment effect could only mask one's aura, but it couldn't hide one's presence from someone with keen eyesight. Unless in heavy fog or a forest, it was useless in other situations. When it was Lin Shan's turn, he examined a moth in his hand, but found no reaction on the enhancement panel. It was expected that living creatures were not within the enhancement range. However, the green-skinned gourd in his other hand did react. Insect-controlling gourd. Quality, postnatal. Description, a ordinary gourd refined through alchemy, capable of housing a few spirit insects with a fragment of a soul hidden within. Reinforcement requirements, say points. Lin Shan was somewhat dazed. He had just been wondering how a gourd could possibly contain spiritual insects. It turned out it had been roughly refined through the posthumous refinement technique. But what was the deal with this split soul? Lin Shan glanced at the green-robed old man, who had been watching this side all along. Upon seeing him look over, the old man nodded and smiled at him. Could this old man be up to something? Lin Shan sensed himself again, finding nothing amiss, but the enhancement panel still displayed hidden split soul. Lin Shan naturally trusted the enhancement panel's judgment. Could the green-robed old man be trying to trick Huang Xianxue? It made sense. Huang Xianxue was so low in cultivation, yet he carried such a large sum of money. Lin Shan wasn't sure whether he should warn him. After all, Huang Xianxue was one of their own, and they would inevitably look out for each other on the road ahead, forming a small circle within the larger circle. However, if he brought it up publicly now, saying there was something wrong with the gourd, aside from potentially alienating the green-robed old man, the others wouldn't be able to verify whether there was a split soul inside the gourd. No one would believe him. Nevertheless, Lin Shan decided to test the waters. He played with the gourd in his hands and said, "This spirit insect is quite interesting. I'm quite intrigued." He then looked across at the other side. The green-robed old man's expression froze. He had intentionally only offered 50 or 60 of them, thinking that the few at the Qi cultivation mid-stage wouldn't be interested, and they would be perfect for Huang Xianxue. He never expected this Lin fellow to meddle. Had he noticed something? The green-robed old man couldn't help but grow suspicious, but after a moment, he dismissed his earlier thoughts. His method of hiding his soul fragment was quite intricate. Unless one was at the foundation establishment stage, or above, it was impossible to detect. This kid is such a troublemaker. The green-robed old man muttered to himself, but on the surface, he forced a laugh. These few spirit insects are of little use to us mid-stage cultivators. It's better to give them to Huang Daoist for self-defense. But everyone present, except for Huang Xianxue and the woman in the straw hat, was no fool. If the green-robed old man was after spirit stones, why not sell them to anyone? Why single out Huang Xianxue? At that moment, the black-robed nun and the hawk-nosed man sat in their respective seats, deep in thought. Lin Shan had already guessed the answer through his responses, and didn't say much. He suddenly burst into laughter, startling the green-robed old man. Then he passed the gourd down. Don't ask. Just say you learned it from the nightingale. After everyone had a look, Huang Xianxue felt a bit suspicious, but couldn't find anything wrong. In the end, he still bought it, and no one was surprised. Next, it was the turn of the woman in the straw hat, who took out a blue-green pearl. One could faintly see ripples of water inside. Water-repelling pearl, a low-tier magical artifact. It can submerge up to 3 zhong underwater, and also resist low-tier water-based spells. The young woman's voice was pleasant, and Lin Shan couldn't help but speculate that she must be quite attractive. The others, however, looked peculiar. Immune to low-tier water-based spells. The black-robed nun's water arrow talisman would be completely ineffective against it. Chapter Sublok, mid-tier magical artifact. Everyone looked at the water-repelling pearl, then at the black-robed nun, thinking to themselves, "Thank goodness I didn't buy her water arrow talisman." The black-robed nun, however, stood by without any reaction. To be honest, the water-repelling pearl had indeed been quite effective against her before. However, now she wasn't just limited to water arrow technique. The crisp voice of the woman in the conical hat rang out, "This water-repelling pearl is a magical artifact. It has extraordinary effects in critical moments. Priced at some subspirit stones." No one responded. They were all wandering cultivators. It would be better to spend ye subspirit stones on a wholesale magical sword instead. After all, that thing was more versatile. This water-repelling pearl had no immediate use. Was it worth buying just to gather dust? The woman in the straw hat saw this and said nothing, putting it away before sitting down. Now it was Lin Fan's turn. He didn't beat around the bush, placing the warm sun jade pendant on the table. "This is the Earth Yang warm jade. Feel free to name your price." What Lin Fan didn't expect was that someone was actually interested in it. The hawk-nosed man took it, inspected it carefully, then nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad. It's Earth Yang warm jade. I've nearly mastered my recent alchemy techniques. I can use this item with some materials to try crafting a fire attribute defensive artifact." He immediately offered a price, 2 spirit stones. "How about that?" Lin Fan spit out a mouthful of tea. The same first-tier spiritual item, the Xintian Zhuguo, can sell for some sub-spirit stones. My Earth Yang warm jade is only worth 2 spirit stones? The hawk-nosed man across from him was taken aback. Seeing Lin Fan's exaggerated reaction, he patiently explained. A low-grade magical artifact starts at ye sub-spirit stones. Excluding the alchemist's labor costs, furnace forging costs, and other auxiliary material costs, this type of Earth Yang warm jade is relatively common in volcanoes. This price is actually quite reasonable. Lin Fan cast a suspicious glance at Huang Xianshi, who sighed and nodded in agreement, indicating that the hawk-nosed man was correct. This left Lin Fan feeling dejected. 2 spirit stones? That's not worth it. I might as well keep them. Who knows, maybe I'll encounter Leijianzi in the future, and can use them to build a connection with him. After all, looking back now, Leijianzi's lightning technique was at least a high-tier spell. His cultivation level was likely already at the foundation establishment stage, or higher. Lin Fan shook his head, saying he'd think it over, while secretly marveling at the lucrative profits of the alchemy profession. The hawk-nosed man could only sigh regretfully, saying he could come find him if he ever wanted to sell them later. The trade fair came to an end. Everyone chatted for a while, agreed on a departure time 10 days later, and went their separate ways. On the way back, Lin Fan subtly mentioned to Huang Xianshi that the green gourd might be problematic. As for why he didn't say it outright, first, he couldn't explain how he had discovered it, and second, he couldn't prove that the gourd was problematic. What's even more ridiculous is that even though he knew there was a problem, he couldn't solve it. He couldn't very well ask Huang Xianshi to throw it away. What about the spiritual insects inside? Huang Xianshi touched the green-skinned gourd hanging from his chest, watching it sway gently, and simply told Lin Fan that he understood. Whether he took it to heart or not, others could only speculate. Back at the Nightingale headquarters, Lin Fan felt a sense of urgency. The few cultivators he had encountered today were somewhat different from what he had originally imagined. He had assumed they were all similar to Huang Xianshi, at most on the level of Nan Xianshi or Guangnan Sanren, wandering cultivators living aimlessly in the mortal world. However, after meeting them, he realized that although they had returned to the mortal world, they had never given up on improving themselves, hoping one day to establish themselves in the cultivation world. From the items they had brought to trade, it was clear that they must have even more powerful artifacts in their possession. The black-robed nun need not be mentioned, but the hawk-nosed man could dismantle a low-grade magical artifact for fun, indicating he possessed even more such items. As for the green-robed old man, the fog-light moths in his hands were definitely not just 50 or 60 at the very least, there were hundreds of them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so easily offered them up for exchange. Moreover, his subtle actions suggest that he may target Huang Xianshi on the way to Ichwan. Therefore, Lin Fan must quickly enhance his strength to ensure he has the ability to protect himself on the way to Ichwan. Back inside the house, Lin Fan took out the magical artifact he had obtained today in exchange for 10 spirit stones, the refined iron sword. Refined iron sword, moderately damaged. Quality, low-grade magical artifact. Description: forged from 10,000 refined iron. It possesses low-grade sharpness and low-grade durability. Half of the internal inscriptions are damaged. Reinforcement requirements, Pa points. Lin Fan had only Pa points of ancient essence remaining, barely enough for this single enhancement. But aside from this sword, he had no other options. After all, his cultivation time was far too short, and his foundational cultivation was severely lacking. As for the ancient essence, if he were to lose his life, would he keep it for the new year? Enhance. In an instant, a white light illuminated the entire room. The refined iron sword in his hand automatically floated into the air. Blue light columns burst forth from the sword body, and a cold, frosty aura spread throughout the surroundings. Lin Fan stared at the scene before him. At the base of each light column, countless tiny glowing points seemed to be spreading outward, enveloping the entire sword. The white refined iron appeared as though it had been dipped into a dye vat, or like a ink-washed painting being gradually stained. His entire body was gradually enveloped by the blue solution, as intricate engraved grooves twisted and turned, and droplets of crystalline liquid slowly trickled down. The sword began to emit a white mist, while the ceiling directly above it crackled as layer upon layer of frost spread outward. The reinforced panel transforms in an instant. Cold iron sword. Quality, mid-tier magical artifact. Description, forged from second-tier spiritual material cold iron. It contains 3 inscriptions: intermediate sharpness, intermediate durability, and intermediate freezing. Reinforcement requirements, supple points. A flash of blue light streaked across the room, instantly filling it with a blue glow before fading back into darkness. Clang! A crisp sword chirp echoed throughout the surroundings, causing all the Nightingale assassins of the Bo Wong Ho mansion to halt in their tracks, looking around in confusion. The Supreme Elder stepped out of the courtyard, searching for the source of the sound with a mix of surprise and suspicion. A 3-foot-long magical sword lay quietly at Lin Fan's knees. The sword's body was entirely blue, with 3 different inscriptions intertwined on its surface. Grooves formed beautiful patterns, resembling clear springs on an iceberg or underground rivers, winding and twisting, slender and deep. Lin Fan gripped the sword hilt, his heart racing. Spiritual energy slowly flowed into the cold iron sword in his hand. As the spiritual energy flowed in, 3 blue light points appeared at the tip of the hilt, winding their way along the grooves on the sword's surface. 3 blue light bands spread across the sword, and in an instant, they connected all the inscriptions, causing the entire sword to burst into a brilliant blue light. The room was filled with shimmering blue shadows, and cold air rose like steam, swirling upward. Lin Fan felt that the sword in his hand was now fully charged with spiritual energy. Unable to contain himself, he swung it forcefully toward the front. A 3-foot-long, bluish-hued icy sword chi flickered past the tip of the sword, so fast that Lin Fan could barely keep up. Bang! A series of shattering sounds echoed one after another. Lin Fan hurriedly looked up and was left speechless by the scene before him. The side of his house had been shattered by the sword chi, the front wall was now a large blank space, and beyond that, the courtyard wall, the house outside the courtyard wall, and the courtyard wall in front of that house. It swept cleanly all the way out to 20 meters away. Moreover, wherever the houses and walls had been destroyed, there were wisps of cold air drifting around, with a thin layer of ice and ice shards on the ground. This was clearly the inherent property of the spiritual material cold iron, combined with the freezing spell inscriptions on the sword, creating a double effect. This is the real deal, a true magical sword. Lin Fan stroked the mid-tier magical artifact in his hand with a look of fervor. The sword blade seemed to have just been sharpened, with residual spiritual energy still lingering, causing the blue light to flicker intermittently. The after effect was significant, and the sword exuded a mysterious aura. Typically, cultivators at the chi cultivation stage have a combat radius of 10 meters when casting spells. However, the sword chi emitted by the cold iron sword had its range doubled. Power. Lin Fan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. This was the first time, since leaving the Lin family 2 years ago, that he had felt true power in his hands. He had always been cautious and reserved, always feeling that no matter where he went, he was always missing something. Now he finally had the strength to protect himself. Comparing himself to the only Qi cultivation stage cultivator he had ever seen, the Southern Immortal Master who had fought in Dongting Lake, Lin Fan felt that if they were to face off again, both at the same cultivation level, he would no longer need to hide in the shadows. He would face him head-on, with a single sword strike. As for so-called innate experts, even if they brought hundreds or thousands of martial artists with them, it would still be a matter of a single sword strike. If one sword wasn't enough, he'd use two. No matter how many came, he'd kill them all. There was no need for any flashy tricks. This is what a true cultivator is all about. Chapter 17, Hidden Mysteries. Lin Fan was still savoring the power of the mid-tier magical artifact's strike, when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from all directions. One by one, the black-clad assassins from the Nightingale headquarters gathered on either side of the 20-meter-long ruined wall, staring wide-eyed at the scene. Someone couldn't resist reaching out to touch the icy frost on the wall's surface, only to be instantly frozen stiff and jump back in shock. Meanwhile, the Supreme Elder had also heard the commotion and rushed over. Upon seeing the scene, he was startled as well. He cautiously peered forward, glancing toward the source of the sound 20 meters away, his expression hesitant as he lingered there for a long time. Lin Fan quickly sheathed his cold iron sword, lest anyone notice his true strength. Half a moment later, even Huang Xianshi, who rarely left his quarters, arrived, looking at the passageway with lingering fear, exchanging glances with the Supreme Elder. They could, of course, guess that this was Lin Fan's doing, but the power was simply too overwhelming. The two dared not approach for a moment, fearing that Lin Fan was still cultivating or experimenting with some spell. Who knows if he might unleash another attack, and they'd walk right into a trap, dying a most unjust death. After waiting for a long time, the two confirmed that there was no movement in Lin Fan's room, so they cautiously made their way along the passageway. Upon approaching, they found Lin Fan looking calm, his breathing steady, showing no signs of overexertion. The Supreme Elder, without realizing it, switched to a respectful tone. "Master Lin, what was that just now?" "Just a moment of insight during cultivation," Lin Fan replied calmly, exuding an air of nonchalance. The previous strike hadn't consumed much spiritual energy, roughly 10 times that of the wind blade technique. Its power was amplified by the inscriptions and materials of the magical sword. The Supreme Elder forced a smile. "That's good. Congratulations on your great progress, Master Lin. I'll immediately order someone to repair the courtyard walls. How about we temporarily move you to a different residence?" Lin Fan glanced at the drafty house and nodded. This time, he was directly moved to a side hall. Previously, they didn't know Lin Fan's strength, but now that they did, his treatment couldn't be any worse than that of Huang Xianshi. At that moment, the three in the hall sat apart. Lin Fan took the main seat, the Supreme Elder sat below him with a slight bow, while Huang Xianshi trembled uncontrollably beside him. It wasn't out of fear, but excitement. That's right. Huang Xianshi was extremely excited at that moment, feeling that this trip to Ichwan was a sure thing with Lin Fan as his backing. He had also been worried about the green-robed old man causing trouble. Though he was foolish, he wasn't stupid. He was carrying a huge sum of money, and had little power. Others targeting him was only natural. Now, Lin Fan's strength had given him hope. However, he also felt a lingering doubt, could Lin Fan really help him all the way, given their shallow relationship? Huang Xianshi thought about the purpose of his trip to Ichwan, then calculated the cards he held in his hand, and quietly made a decision. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already started discussing the matter of collecting the Nightingale tokens with the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder agreed without hesitation. After witnessing Lin Fan's strength today, he had gained great confidence in him, and would naturally do his best to assist him. The tokens Lin Xianshi requested will be gathered immediately. The headquarters in the capital will have them ready within 10 days. However, collecting tokens from various regions across the Song dynasty may take several months, or even half a year. The Supreme Elder stroked his white eyebrows, giving Lin Fan a much-needed boost of confidence. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude repeatedly, vowing not to let him down. He assured him that the matter of Zhu Guo was in his capable hands. As for Huang Xianshi, there was no need to be cautious, as they would be traveling together soon. When they arrived at Ichwan market to purchase Zhu Guo, they would need his guidance and introductions. The two burst into laughter, and the host and guest parted in high spirits. After the Supreme Elder had left, Huang Xianshi approached Lin Fan. Lin Shan noticed the look of resolve on his face and walked over. Lin Daoyu, I have an unreasonable request this time, and only you can help me. Huang Xianshi bowed deeply. Lin Shan hurriedly stood up. This was a risky favor. He hoped Huang Xianshi wouldn't ask him to do something reckless. If you're referring to the safety of this journey, I can only promise to do my best to protect you and lend a hand when needed. Although Lin Shan's confidence had grown significantly after obtaining the mid-tier magical artifact today, he remained humble and left room for negotiation. That's a good answer. That's enough. Master Huang nodded heavily, sat beside Lin Shan, and placed a hand on his shoulder. In truth, I have only a few years left to live. This journey to Ichwan is to settle an unfinished matter from the past. Lin Shan listened quietly, also curious why Huang Xianshi, on the brink of death, would risk his life to return to Ichwan. Back when I was a servant in Ichwan, I spent my days tending to others, with endless chores piling up. The cultivator master and his relatives would beat and scold me. Huang Xianshi recounted his tragic experiences in detail, including how he was sold and the hardships he endured afterward. But one day, I went to a brothel and met Yuan Chun. Wait. Lin Shan interrupted him. Weren't you in the cultivation market? Where did you find a brothel? Huang Xianshi explained helplessly, some wandering cultivators lack special skills. To survive in the Ichwan cultivation market, they resort to selling their bodies. After all, they're striving for immortality. Some female cultivators do it voluntarily, while others, like me, were trafficked by slave traders. Lin Shan was even more enlightened. There are brothels in the cultivation world? Female cultivators doing that must be very expensive. Huang Xianshi was annoyed by his constant interruptions. It depends on the female cultivator's cultivation level, appearance, techniques, and skills. Some can be had for just 2 spirit stones, while others command over 100 spirit stones per night. Over 100 spirit stones per night? That's equivalent to Huang Xianshi serving as an attendant for years. Lin Shan couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Huang Xianshi continued, sometimes, when I pleased my master, he would reward me with a few spirit stones. Since I had nowhere to spend them, I went to the brothel, and met a female cultivator that was Yuan Chun. Over time, Huang Xianshi developed feelings for this female cultivator, who had been deceived by human traffickers and sold to the brothel. However, to redeem a cultivator's freedom, a significant amount of spirit stones was required. After returning to the brothel, Huang Xianshi endured 20 years of hardship, saving up over 100 spirit stones. With his lifespan dwindling, he decided to risk his life and set off on a dangerous journey, all to redeem Yuan Chun. Lin Shan was utterly stunned. It turned out that Huang Xianshi, who had been living a life of debauchery and indulgence, was actually a man deeply in love. If this were to be spoken aloud, who in the capital would dare to believe it? At least he, Lin Shan, absolutely didn't believe it. Master Huang continued, as long as I can enter Ichwan safely this time, this gourd of spiritual insects will be useless. I can sell it and recoup some of my losses. Yuan Chun has been working as a courtesan for so many years, she should have some savings to redeem herself. Looking at the old man before him, Lin Shan found the whole situation absurd. Most cultivators risk their lives and toil endlessly in their cultivation, all striving to break through to the foundation establishment realm in their lifetime and glimpse the mysteries of sword flight in the next realm. Yet Huang Xianshi still has time for romantic entanglements? But he couldn't help but ask, are you serious? It's true. Huang Xianshi affirmed firmly. If Lin Xianshi protects me as I enter Ichwan, I will pay ye sub-spirit stones as compensation. Deal. What Lin Shan needed most right now were ancient artifacts and spirit stones. Free spirit stones were too good to pass up. Though he felt there was something fishy about the matter, Huang Xianshi didn't seem like the type to be obsessed with love. There was likely more to the story. However, his cultivation was only at the initial stage of qi cultivation, so he doubted he could cause much trouble. He would simply be more cautious on the journey to Ichwan. The two reached a verbal agreement. Lin Shan would help as much as he could, and if he couldn't, he could leave on his own. The spirit stones would be handed over once Huang Xianshi arrived safely in Ichwan. Lin Shan had no objections. Chapter 4, Ambush along the way. After Huang Xianshi took his leave, Lin Shan took out the cold iron sword and focused on refining it. Refining involves 2 methods, blood sacrifice and soul sacrifice. Blood sacrifice enhances power and physical compatibility, while soul sacrifice improves soul control. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, so either choice is acceptable. Lin Fan naturally chose the soul sacrifice. The advantage was that it allowed for precise control of sword energy, making it less likely to be seized by other cultivators with powerful divine sense during combat. Currently, due to the limitations of the Qi cultivation stage, where spiritual awareness cannot leave the body, he could only wield the sword in combat. Only after reaching the foundation establishment stage, when spiritual awareness can be projected outward, can one remotely control flying swords to kill enemies, or even ride swords through the air and enter the Qingming realm. 3 days later, Lin Fan had nearly finished refining the cold iron sword. He left the headquarters and went out to explore the capital city, hoping to find any ancient artifacts worth picking up. He first strolled through the antique street, but most of the items were counterfeit, and he didn't find any ancient artifacts worth picking up. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask a few vendors if they had ever seen a Black Lotus Buddha statue. After all, in his memory, the chances of finding such an item through incense offerings and prayers were higher. Surprisingly, one vendor mentioned that he had seen one a long time ago. However, since the Song Dynasty court had issued an order a year ago to investigate the activities of the Black Lotus sect, all Black Lotus Buddha statues were to be destroyed, and anyone found worshipping them privately would be punished as criminals. Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. He had already exploited the Nightingale cult, and was planning to exploit the Black Lotus sect as well, but now, with the Song Dynasty cracking down across the entire territory, all Black Lotus Buddha statues had been destroyed. This was clearly the work of the powerful immortal sect behind Laixinzi. As for finding them in the civilian population, should he go after Black Lotus cult members? Lin Fan wasn't that reckless anymore. The Black Lotus messenger from the ancient tomb of Yilong had used a soulwood fish, a high-grade magical artifact capable of clashing with Laixinzi at the very least. He was at the foundation establishment stage. And that was just a messenger. Who knows if there are elders, holy sons, or even the sect master above him. Going there with his current Qi cultivation stage would be suicide. With no other options, Lin Fan could only go to the antique shop to take a look. However, upon arriving at the antique shop, he discovered that there were still no antiques with ancient charm. This left Lin Fan restless. He pulled the shopkeeper aside and urgently asked if there were any antiques with a rich humanistic aura and a long-standing history. The shopkeeper was honest and patiently explained to Lin Fan. The imperial capital of the Song dynasty was home to numerous powerful figures, with over a dozen princes alone. Antique paintings and calligraphy scrolls with centuries of history had long been purchased and treasured by these powerful figures for their personal collections. How could such items still be circulating in the civilian market? Moreover, in the Song dynasty, half of such treasures were required to be contributed to the imperial palace. Lin Fan now understood a bit better. He had been a bit too hasty in his assumptions. After all, in his previous life before he had traveled through time, there were antiques in museums, so he had assumed they would be easy to find outside of such places. But in this world, the strong devour the weak. Famous antiques are undoubtedly in the hands of the powerful, and it's rare for them to appear in the civilian world. This left Lin Fan in a dilemma. The imperial palace? He dared not go there, as it was guarded by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. The princess mansion? Most of them had cultivators as attendants. If he went in, they would definitely sense him. If a fight broke out, the capital city wasn't that big, and every cultivator had their own circle. If he provoked one, they'd call in a group of cultivators, and that would be trouble. My strength is still insufficient. If I were at the foundation establishment stage now, I could just go there and demand it forcefully. Who would dare refuse? Lin Fan thought bitterly to himself. On this trip to Ichwan, I must quickly improve my strength. The antique is here, it won't run away. I'll come back to claim it eventually. Lin Fan made up his mind secretly. The only thing that comforted him was that Nightingale still had plenty of potential for him to exploit. As long as he waited half a year, once he collected all the Nightingale tokens from across the Song dynasty, his ancient artifacts would surely yield a massive harvest. Lin Fan returned to the Nightingale headquarters at the Bo Wengho mansion, and stayed put. He focused on cultivation and meditation, patiently awaiting his journey to Ichwan. 10 days later, Lin Fan and Huang Xianshi arrived at the outskirts of the northern city, where they met up with the 4 black-robed nuns waiting there. The 6 of them boarded a carriage and blended into a caravan, setting off on their journey. The carriages and the caravan had all been arranged by the young woman in the early stages of qi cultivation, who wore a straw hat. This woman had introduced herself as the daughter of the Qi Kingdom's duke, so she must hold significant power in the secular world. Such matters were trivial to her. Before leaving, Lin Fan had collected all the Nightingale tokens from the Supreme Elder in the capital, earning a total of some points of ancient charm. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The Supreme Elder then gave him an Elder token, stating that if he ever needed assistance in other regions, he could mobilize Nightingale agents from across the land. Lin Fan put it away. Although he had no plans to stay in the secular world now, he might need it in the future. As for Jiang the Guardian, he glanced at him before leaving. The young man had recently become a Sinteen Elder, and was busy competing for power and influence with his former arch-rival. Without the support of Huang the Immortal, the two were evenly matched. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. He had helped him remove Huang Xianshi, so he owed him nothing, and thus did not bother him further. The journey to Ichwan was long, spanning thousands of miles. The Song dynasty's territory was vast, with the Luofeng mountain range running north to south, dividing the land into eastern and western regions. The imperial capital, Bianliang, is located on the western side of the Luoshan Mountains. The caravan followed the route, first exiting the East Gate Pass to the right, then heading north toward Daming Prefecture. After traveling for over 10 days, stopping and starting along the way, they finally arrived at the foot of the Yanyan Mountains in the northeastern region. The 6 abandoned their carriages and entered the deep mountain paths. They still had to traverse over 1,000 miles of mountains and forests, with some areas inhabited by demonic beasts, and there was even a possibility of encountering cultivators seeking to rob and kill for gain. The mountain paths were rugged and steep, with ancient trees towering overhead like sharp swords piercing the sky. Dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps, swaying left and right with the gentle breeze. The 6 of them chatted and laughed, appearing extremely friendly on the surface. Lin Fan also gained a general understanding of the background of the Yanyan region through the introductions of those around him. The Yanyan Mountains served as a natural barrier along the northern border of the Song dynasty, stretching for thousands of miles. To the north lay the Great Yan dynasty. Since Ichwan market is located at the border between the Song dynasty and the Great Yan dynasty, cultivators from the Great Yan dynasty's cultivation realm also frequent Ichwan. As a result, the area around Ichwan market is no stranger to disputes, with cultivators engaging in battles on occasion. Along the way, as everyone chatted and joked, they gradually divided into 4 factions. Lin Fan and Huang Xianshi stood together, the black-robed nun and the woman in the straw hat walked closely, while the green-robed old man and the hawk-nosed man each went their separate ways. After 2 days of trekking through mountains and rivers, the 6 of them were now following a mountain stream, with lush trees and shrubs on both sides. The gentle flow of the stream was accompanied by the clear chirping of birds, creating a rather charming scene. Continuous hiking on mountain paths was no challenge for cultivators, who remained energetic and vibrant. Lin Fan cupped his hands to wash his face in the stream, savoring the mountain air, when suddenly, through the water's reflection, he saw arrows streaking toward them from the sky. His pupils contracted in alarm. Instantly lifting his gaze, he saw dozens of blue water arrows darting out from the opposite forest and flying toward him. Water arrow technique. Trouble. It's a cultivator. Quick, dodge. Screams echoed from behind, and Lin Fan hurriedly dodged to the side, using wind blade technique to disperse those he couldn't avoid. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet grew soft, and a faint suction force began to pull him down, as if trying to sink his feet into the earth. Lin Fan quickly looked down and saw that the mud by the stream was slowly turning into sand. Sand flow technique. There are earth element cultivators ambushing us. Disperse. Lin Fan jumped onto the large green rock in the stream as instructed. At that moment, not only were water arrows continuously fired from the opposite forest, but ice spikes also shot out one after another. Ice spike technique. This was already the 3rd ambusher to appear. At the same time, from the forest behind them, sandstorm technique, earth spike technique, fireball technique, and vine technique all attacked simultaneously. Everyone was scrambling to defend themselves, and for a moment, no one could spare a thought for anyone else. Chapter Nsupgao, a shipwreck in a drainage ditch. Lin Fan and his 5 companions found themselves surrounded on all sides, scrambling to fend off the various spells being fired at them from the forests on both sides of the stream. How many of them are there? The black-robed nun summoned a round bowl above her head, and a water-blue light screen descended from above, enveloping her entire body. The woman in the conical hat, however, was quick-witted. Holding a water-repelling bead, she dodged toward areas where water arrows were densely concentrated, causing all the arrows to swerve past her sides. The green-robed old man and the hawk-nosed man each released a swarm of mist-light moths, while the latter held a wugo-shaped magical artifact, both defending themselves. Yellow Immortal was the most unexpected. The old man directly cast 3 earth prison spells, trapping himself inside. Every time an external spell broke through a layer of the earth prison, he would cast another layer around himself. Lin Fan couldn't help but mock from the side. Does this count as tying oneself up in a cocoon? He himself was using the wind control technique, with swirling winds circling around him. This not only increased his speed and agility, but also allowed him to divert the trajectories of incoming spells. This was a small trick he had recently mastered. For spells he couldn't dodge, he used wind blade technique to intercept them, cancelling them out one by one. But the others in the field knew that constantly being on the defensive wasn't a viable strategy, so they started shouting to each other. We don't know how many enemies are lurking. We need to break this stalemate. Charge forward. Break out. There must be more traps ahead, we can't go forward. Then let us charge into one side and disrupt their formation. Break through to the side with fewer enemies. Follow me this way. The 6 of them quickly devised a plan. The old man in green robes was shrouded in grey mist, with moths swarming around him. He led the charge toward the eastern forest. He shouted loudly, "Follow me." Everyone responded in unison, "All right." Then, the green-robed old man, enduring a barrage of earth spikes, fireballs, and vines, struggled to leave the stream and charged into the forest. He discovered that only one person was following him. It was the hawk-nosed man, who had been hiding behind him, secretly using the Wugo artifact. They stared at each other in disbelief, then turned their heads in unison. Lin Fan, accompanied by Huang Xianshi, and the black-robed nun, accompanied by the woman in the straw hat, were facing away from them, crossing the stream and heading toward the northwest and southwest forests respectively. Lin Fan wouldn't follow the green-robed old man. He feared the old villain might ambush him on the escape route. With the enemy's ambush unknown, escape was each for themselves. After all, he didn't know them at all. Since this group couldn't act in unison, it was better to split up and escape, which might also divert the attention of some of the ambushers. Huang Xianshi, with the earthen prison on his head, followed closely behind Lin Fan. He was more concerned about the green-robed old man, and decided to stick close to Lin Fan, the stronger one. As the 2 of them charged into the forest, they looked in the direction the ice spikes had come from and saw a woman in blue palace attire, with a delicate face and her hair tied up in a bun, sitting on a tree. This woman had jet black hair, skin as smooth as jade, and her eyes sparkled with grace and elegance. Every movement she made exuded a chill, giving her an icy, breathtaking aura. "Princess Gua?" Huang Xianshi couldn't help but exclaim, his trembling voice betraying his uneasy heart. Lin Fan couldn't help but look at the old man. "Do you know her?" Without a word, Huang Xianshi grabbed Lin Fan and ran off, diving into the forest while explaining. "She is the 7th daughter of the Prince of Huayan of the Song dynasty, Princess Gua, a mid-level qi cultivation practitioner, and a renowned expert among the wandering cultivators in the capital." A beautifully dressed woman in palace attire gracefully leaped down from the tree, her movements elegant and composed. Every smile and frown exuded a captivating charm, yet she remained refined and unpretentious. "Nightingales Huang Daoyu and Lin Daoyu, who killed the southern immortal master at Dongting Lake, this palace has been waiting for you." Princess Gua's Xingzi face remained expressionless, and her words, spoken with a faint smile, carried a hint of derision. Lin Fan and Huang Xianshi were utterly shocked. Someone had already investigated their identities in advance, clearly coming prepared with the intent to ambush and kill them. On the other side, where the black-robed nun and the woman in the conical hat were fleeing, distant shouts and the sounds of combat echoed, clearly indicating they had encountered formidable opponents and had already engaged in battle without hesitation. Here, Princess Guo would not let Lin Fan and the others escape. She released ice spikes while activating a blue jade pendant at her waist, emitting a faint white glow. Piercing screech echoed as a spirit snake formed from frozen ice burst forth from the jade pendant. The snake was entirely snow white, covered in scales, and its eyes gleamed with a cold, icy intent. It did not seem to be merely a condensation of spiritual energy, but rather a demonic beast with its own sentience. Go! Princess Guo pointed her finger, and the ice snake shook its head and tail, its tongue flickering as if eager to attack. It darted forward, aiming straight for Huang Xianshi. Huang Xianshi quickly pulled the stopper from the green-skinned gourd on his chest, and dozens of moths flew out, each spewing poisonous powder to intercept the ice snake. The latter opened its mouth and expelled rings of cold air, freezing all the poisonous powder into chunks of ice that fell to the ground. On the other side, Lin Fan saw that Huang Xianshi was being held back and naturally couldn't stand idly by. He fired one after another wind blade technique toward Princess Guo. Princess Guo remained calm, her delicate hands forming an odd hand seal, causing a massive ice mirror to materialize before her. Clang! Dozens of wind blades struck the ice mirror, but it flashed with a white light, and the wind blades were directly reflected back. Whoosh! What the hell is that spell? The dozens of wind blades bounced back, mixed with Princess Guo's ice spike technique. Lin Fan and Huang Xianshi were caught off guard, their protective spiritual light nearly shattered. Lin Fan quickly drew his cold iron sword. Princess Guo's defensive reflection spell was clearly not a basic spell, and the jade pendant she wore was also a magical artifact, capable of sealing a snake spirit and defending itself autonomously. The enemy was simply standing there, letting the two of them attack, yet they couldn't break through the defenses. In desperation, Lin Fan gripped the cold iron sword tightly, channeling his spiritual energy into it like a surging flood. Within a single breath, 3 inscriptions activated, and the sword blade erupted with a brilliant blue light. Lin Fan swung the sword fiercely toward Princess Guo. A 3-foot-long tangible sword chi sliced through the air. The ice blue sword edge carried an icy cold intent to kill, slicing through the air with a series of sharp cracks. The pressure from the sword chi swept away countless fallen leaves along its path. A mid-tier magical artifact. Princess Guo, sensing the sword's power, her expression changed drastically in an instant. She had no time to recall the ice snakes and hurriedly cast another ice mirror in front of her. 2 massive ice mirrors stood between them, reflecting the dappled sunlight above, momentarily illuminating the surrounding area. Bang! Bang! Clatter! The sword's momentum was unstoppable, crashing into the ice mirrors with overwhelming force, shattering them into countless ice shards in an instant before colliding directly with Princess Guo. Boom swoosh! The blue figure was instantly knocked flying onto the ancient tree behind her, causing the branches to shake and leaves to fall like a shower of rain. Looking down at the princess beneath the tree, she had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, but managed to block the attack. Her palace robes emitted a blue glow, shrouded in a hazy mist, resembling clouds or fog. Sacred robe. Huang Xianshi, who was watching the battle from the side, immediately recalled the incident at the Nightingale headquarters, where Lin Fan had caused such a commotion. He had been confident, but never expected that even this could be blocked by Princess Guo. Lin Fan sneered coldly. So what if you blocked it? 1 sword won't kill you. Then 2 swords. 3 swords. Even if you have a magical robe, what of it? Try my sword and see if it's sharp. He didn't bother interacting with the icy beauty. He knew that villains die from talking too much. He continued to focus on channeling the power of the cold iron sword. However, the Princess of Guo across from him reacted extremely quickly. As she was knocked flying into the tree, she immediately flipped her hand and pulled out a miniature bell, then snapped her fingers toward Lin Fan. Her hand speed was absurdly fast, completing the action in an instant. Clang! A sound unlike any bell rang out. Before Lin Fan could activate the cold iron sword again, he felt an excruciating headache. Ah! A suppressed cry erupted as the spiritual energy driving the sword came to a halt. Lin Fan felt dazed and disoriented, as if his thoughts had been abruptly cut off. It felt like a voice from the heavens had struck his soul, and the spiritual energy flowing through his body was forcibly interrupted. When he came to his senses, he was filled with shock and anger. Across from him, the Prince of Guo activated his jade pendant, pointed at Lin Shan, and the ice snake that had been battling Huang Xianxue immediately turned its head, its snake tongue hissing as it lunged viciously toward Lin Shan. Lin Shan felt dizzy for a moment, quickly shook his head to regain his senses, and without time to think, hurriedly activated the magical sword in his hand. However, another bell tolled from the opposite side, timing it perfectly. Clang! Ah! Lin Shan felt a sharp pain in his mind, and his movements were once again interrupted. The icy blue runes on the cold iron sword glowed halfway before fading again. Princess Guo clearly had extensive combat experience. Each timing was precise to an absurd degree. Despite having a mid-tier magical artifact, her opponent couldn't even land a single blow. Lin Shan was interrupted time and again while casting spells. In his dazed state, a thought flashed through his mind. Am I going to be controlled to death? Chapter looks up, symbol sword. Lin Shan was filled with regret. He could have used his mid-tier magical artifact from the start, forcing it to activate and taking the initiative. However, his desire to hide his true abilities had made him complacent, allowing Princess Guo to detect his intentions and turn the tables on him. As he recovered from the excruciating pain in his soul, Lin Shan saw the ice snake diving toward him and shouted loudly. Hold her back. Huang Xianxue, who had seen the ice snake abandon him, and the Princess of Guo County too busy to notice him, hesitated whether to take the opportunity to escape. But just as Lin Shan shouted, Huang Xianxue hesitated for a moment. He realized that the two of them were in the same boat, and without Lin Shan, he couldn't escape either. He decided to command the mist moths to attack Princess Guo while casting the earth prison technique, intending to rise from the ground and trap her. Princess Guo felt the earth elements surging beneath her feet, and quickly dodged aside. She fired a series of ice spikes at the moths while recasting the ice mirror spell to create a barrier in front of herself. Thanks to the brief moment Huang Xianxue had bought, Lin Shan took the opportunity to retreat several steps backward, finally escaping the princess's control range. He quickly calculated that he was roughly yi meters away from Princess Guo, clenched his teeth, and secretly activated the cold iron sword. The sword blade instantly shone with a brilliant blue light. The Princess of Guo across the field was startled and tried to activate the soul-shaking bell, but she realized that Lin Shan had already retreated to a distance of 10 meters, escaping the range of the bell. She hurriedly tried to get up and follow him. However, a blue sword chi had already sliced through the air. Boom! Clatter! The sound of shattered ice mirrors rang out once more. SSS. The ice snake was also shattered by a single strike. Princess Guo's delicate body was once again knocked flying, and she couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood. This time, the divine light emanating from her robes was noticeably dimmer, and she trembled inwardly. How could this young man's mid-tier magical artifact be so powerful? But she had no way of knowing that the cold iron sword in Lin Shan's hand was far from an ordinary item available on the market. Any item that had been enhanced was already the cream of the crop among its peers. Enhanced by the enhancement panel, a guarantee of quality. Lin Shan gave the Princess of Guo no chance to react, stepping forward a few paces to maintain a 20-meter attack range before swinging his sword again. Bang! Clatter! The ice mirror shattered once more, and Princess Guo was once again knocked back like a ball. The nearby Huang Xianxue, acting in a despicable manner, took the opportunity to drive the flying moth toward her to attack the already weakened opponent. Princess Guo hurriedly activated her jade pendant, summoning a new ice snake that darted out to block the flying moth. At the same time, she made futile gestures, continuing to cast an ice mirror shield in front of her. Just then, the blue sword chi arrived as promised. Lin Shan advanced cautiously, calculating the distance carefully. Having been caught off guard once, he would not give Princess Guo even the slightest opportunity to use the soul-shaking bell to ambush him. Today, relying on the advantage of my magical artifact, I will use its range to wear you down and defeat you. Lin Shan gritted his teeth in determination. What a beauty, princess! What mercy for the fair sex! Today, I'll kill you no matter what. The Princess of Guo was once again knocked flying, but her life force remained remarkably resilient. The divine light on her robes dimmed repeatedly as she turned and fled toward the southwest, seemingly seeking refuge from her allies. Lin Shan's face grew cold as he gave chase, hacking at her relentlessly. After chasing for about 100 meters, the princess of Guo was struck 3 more times, and her magical robe was nearly destroyed. The path was littered with shards of ice mirrors, but she had already entered another battlefield. A black-robed nun was being overwhelmed by a man in brocade robes. Upon seeing Lin Shan and Princess Guo approach, she was overjoyed. However, Huang Xianshi, who had followed them, saw the battle unfolding and was startled, blurting out, "Symbol swords." Lin Shan was puzzled and looked toward the center of the battle. A middle-aged man in brocade robes stood motionless, but a gray shadow swirled around him, darting back and forth like lightning. Vaguely, it seemed to be a small sword the size of a dagger. Sword riding to kill enemies. How is that possible? Lin Shan stared in disbelief. This was a supernatural ability only attainable by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage after projecting their spiritual awareness outward. The middle-aged man in brocade robes clearly only had the cultivation level of the mid-stage chi condensation realm. Across from him, the black-robed nun stood atop a defensive spell bowl, casting water rings while activating talismans to shoot out water bubbles. The water rings were layered one on top of another, like hula hoops, wrapping around her body and slowly rotating, forming another defensive spell. The water bubbles flew toward the opposite side, but were shattered one by the flying small swords. When the bubbles exploded, the force was immense. The deafening roar heard earlier from such a distance was likely caused by this. Lin Shan was secretly startled. The middle-aged man in brocade robes hadn't made any significant moves, yet he had suppressed the black-robed nun with just a single flying sword. The woman in the straw had already vanished, and no one knew if she was dead or had escaped. Before he could continue swinging his sword toward the princess of Guo, Huang Xianshi suddenly acted out of character, desperately pulling him backward. "Hurry up. That's a talisman sword. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to escape." Lin Shan was being dragged by Huang Xianshi, feeling a lingering sense of reluctance. Princess Guo clearly had no ability to resist. With just a few more strikes, she could be killed. Why was Huang Xianshi urging him to flee the moment he saw the Fu Kim? Even if he was that powerful, couldn't 3 of them take him on? Huang Xianshi was frantic, pulling Lin Shan with all his might and shouting, "Run! That's a Fu Kim. It's like a flying sword. It can shoot farther than you." Lin Shan jumped in surprise. Flying swords? He quickly withdrew his hands, unable to ask any more questions, and was dragged by Huang Xianshi toward the northwest, fleeing for his life. Behind them, the black-robed nun screamed desperately, "Lin Daoyu! Huang Daoyu!" The two paid no heed, as they were only casual acquaintances, and saw no reason to risk their lives for them. In the center of the field, the middle-aged man in brocade robes had initially looked composed and confident. But upon seeing Princess Guo spitting blood from the corner of her mouth, her magical robes torn and on the verge of disintegration, and her disheveled appearance as she fled toward them, he was also greatly startled. He knew Princess Guo well. She possessed several magical artifacts, and had extensive combat experience. How could she be chased to such a desperate state? Without pausing to attend to Lin Shan, he immediately increased his attacks, aiming to take down the black-robed nun as quickly as possible. As they raced forward, Lin Shan found Huang Xianshi too slow, and activated his wind control technique to carry him along, asking questions as they ran. "What is a talisman sword? Why can it control flying swords?" Lin Shan looked utterly bewildered. After all, based on his previous understanding, releasing sword chi and controlling flying swords were completely different concepts. One was like firing a gun, while the other was like launching a missile. The former had a fixed trajectory and range, while the latter could be freely maneuvered and controlled. This was also one of the hallmarks of a chi cultivation stage cultivator being completely powerless against a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Extending one's divine sense, and the initial fusion of chi and spirit, the chasm between mortals and immortals began to open. But that middle-aged man in brocade robes, merely at the mid-stage of chi cultivation, could actually use a flying sword. That's a symbol sword. It uses symbols as a link to control the sword and fight enemies. Huang Xianshi, who had been carried by Lin Shan using the wind control technique, didn't expend much energy while traveling, and took the opportunity to explain the details to Lin Fan. The basic principle is that the symbol sword is akin to the remote-controlled cars from his previous life. The sword is the car, and the symbol talismans are the remote control. Without projecting one's divine sense, chi cultivation stage cultivators can control flying swords through the symbol talismans, manipulating them at will from a distance. Throughout the history of the cultivation world, countless geniuses have emerged. It is unknown which ancestor first invented these talismans, and combined them with sword-shaped magical artifacts, giving birth to the talisman swords, a technique that defies the heavens even at the chi cultivation stage. If that's the case, aren't talisman swords invincible at the chi cultivation stage? Lin Fan exclaimed in disbelief after hearing this. That's not necessarily the case. Symbol swords have a limited number of uses, and become useless after a short time. Plus, they're absurdly expensive. Moreover, some symbol swords are made from low-grade magical artifacts, which can be shattered by a single strike from your mid-grade magical artifact. Huang Xianshi, who had spent 20 years in Ichwan, was clearly well-traveled and knowledgeable, and began to explain things to Lin Fan in detail. But what about the symbol sword used by the man in the brocade robe earlier? Lin Fan couldn't help but hesitate. Huang Xianshi didn't respond. Regardless of the grade of the talisman sword, the enemy could summon it to fly around at will. While Lin Fan might be able to withstand it, Huang Xianshi himself wouldn't stand a chance. Driven by self-preservation, Huang Xianshi believed that escaping was the priority. Lin Fan pondered beside him, but he didn't blame Huang Xianshi. The situation was urgent, and besides, the opponent was a flying sword that could be freely controlled. Simply avoiding a direct clash with his cold iron sword, and engaging in a hit-and-run battle was enough to ensure victory. How far can the talisman swords reach? Lin Fan asked again. Huang Xianshi looked solemn. The shortest range is 7 zhang. Lin Fan did the conversion. 7 zhang was over yi sub-meters, and realized he couldn't match that. It seemed that if he ever got the chance, he'd have to get one for himself to play with. However, the number of ambushers was clearly significant, and they weren't just the Princess of Gua and the middle-aged man in brocade robes. On the eastern side of the stream, there were more accomplices, though they were temporarily held in check by the green-robed old man and the hawk-nosed middle-aged man. It was best to stay away from that area for now. Chapter Loksupya, the enemies are closing in. Lin Fan and Huang Xianshi sprinted northwestward, covering roughly 2 days' journey. Once they felt slightly safer, they turned northeast, as Ichwan was in the eastern part of the Yanyan Mountains, and they had already strayed far off course. During their return journey, they passed through the territories of numerous high-ranking demon beasts. During the day, they could hear the loud cries of flying beasts in the sky, and at night, they could see the shadows of mountains moving across the ground. Huang Xianshi looked solemn, and claimed that they had likely reached the depths of the Yanyan Mountains, with the Forbidden Zone now within reach. The forbidden zones within the Yanyan Mountains had been established over the centuries through the bloody sacrifices of countless predecessors. They were not only filled with treacherous terrain and poisonous beasts, but also home to bizarre creatures and, according to legend, even ancient demons capable of transforming into human form. Even though they were currently on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, demon beasts comparable to those at the chi cultivation stage were already becoming more numerous. If they were unlucky enough to fall into a demon beast pack, they could only rely on their own luck. However, returning the same way would almost certainly lead them back to that group, which would inevitably result in another bloody battle. After all, those who ambushed them that day were not just Princess Gua and the man in brocade armor. There were several others on the other side of the stream. From the moment Princess Gua revealed the identities of the two, it was clear they had come prepared. Now, they are either pursuing them from behind, or waiting on the inevitable path leading from the Song dynasty to Ichwan. If they were more ruthless, they could have blocked them at the southern entrance of the market in Ichwan. Therefore, they had no choice but to take a detour and enter the market from the north of Ichwan to avoid Princess Gua and her group. Crossing the demon beast zone is dangerous and unpredictable, but with caution, there is still a chance of survival. Lin Fan and Huang Xianshi were not the type to hesitate. Once they made up their minds, they charged forward without looking back. A day later, as they passed by a volcano, Lin Fan clearly saw a crimson spirit tree swaying gracefully on the mountain. The two waited for half an hour before a massive serpent with black and red patterns slithered past, flickering its tongue. The two broke out in a cold sweat, but fortunately, they did not act impulsively. Knowing that the demon beast was guarding the area, they had no choice but to turn and leave. A day later, they stumbled into the territory of a monkey tribe and were chased by a group of monkeys. These demonic monkeys were all muscular and powerful, grabbing rocks and smashing them viciously at them. Fortunately, Lin Fan had mastered the wind control technique, or else Huang Xianxue would have been in for a world of pain. The next few days were filled with danger and trouble, but they were getting closer to Ichwan. Since the depths of the Yanyan Mountains were too dangerous to traverse during the day, Lin Fan followed Huang Xianxue's advice, and the two decided to rest during the day and travel at night. After several days of travel, the two rested briefly under a tree. Lin Fan, exhausted, asked, "Master Huang, these Yanyan Mountains are so dangerous. How did you manage to enter Ichwan back then?" Huang Xianxue shook his head. The Yanyan Mountains stretch for thousands of miles, with most of the area being pristine forests and several restricted zones. However, the path we took to reach Ichwan was cleared by a powerful cultivator from the cultivation realm long ago, so most of the obstacles have been removed, making it relatively safe. Lin Fan recalled the ambush a few days earlier. The danger depends on the person. That Princess Gua clearly investigated our itinerary and was able to pinpoint the mountain path we were taking on the same day. As he spoke, Lin Fan seemed to catch on to something. There might be a mole among the 6 of us, leaking information to Princess Gua and her people. Huang Xianxue showed no reaction, as if he had already guessed it. He sat under the tree with narrowed eyes, staring off into the distance. Lin Fan, seeing his expression, had no idea that Huang Xianxue was only concerned with whether they could survive and reach Ichwan in time, and cared little about anything else. The moon rose above the branches, and the two of them huddled around the fire, each lost in their own thoughts. Lin Fan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Calming himself, he recalled their previous encounters and slowly pieced together the clues. Suddenly, he remembered something he had overlooked all along. The green gourd. Lin Fan shouted out loud, startling Huang Xianxue, who had been lost in thought. If the green-robed old man hid a fragment of his soul in the green-skinned gourd, he won't give up so easily. Lin Fan couldn't sit still anymore. He finally remembered what he had overlooked. He immediately turned around, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at Huang Xianxue. At this point, he didn't care about saving face anymore. He reached out to Huang Xianxue. "Give me the gourd you're using to hold the spirit insect." The latter looked completely bewildered. "Soul fragment? What are you talking about?" At that moment, a loud clap echoed through the forest, and a strong wind suddenly began to blow from all directions. To have discovered the old man's hidden split soul, Lin Daoyu is indeed no ordinary person. A figure emerged from the forest, none other than the green-robed old man. He was clapping continuously, praising Lin Daoyu repeatedly. Lin Fan and Huang Xianxue immediately stood up. The former couldn't help but look around, checking if there were any others hiding nearby. The latter asked in disbelief, "How did you track us down?" The green-robed old man strolled out of the forest, smiling as he replied, "Find you? There are many methods. The green gourd contains my soul fragment, the spirit insect in your hand has my essence blood, and your aura has already been recorded by my spirit beast. You too sure can run." At this point, the green-robed old man seemed to have endured quite a bit of hardship during the chase, his eyes flashing with malice. "Today, you'll stay here and not go anywhere." Lin Fan remained suspicious, keeping a wary eye on the slightest movement around him, and cautiously asked, "Are you sure you're the only one who caught up with us?" The green-robed old man began to laugh maniacally again. "Lin Daoyu, a master who could severely injure Princess Gua, how could I be so arrogant?" Before Lin Fan and Huang Xianxue could react, another figure slowly emerged from behind them. It was the man with the hawk-like nose. Now Lin Fan and Huang Xianxue were truly caught between two enemies. It seemed that the green-robed old man had been stalling for time to prevent them from escaping in the opposite direction, and giving the hawk-nosed man the opportunity to flank them from behind. "Don't waste your breath on them. While Princess Gua and her men haven't reacted yet, quickly dispose of them." The hawk-nosed man drew out his Wugo magical artifact and slowly approached Lin Fan. Upon hearing the hawk-nosed man's words, Lin Fan and the other immediately understood his meaning. Princess Gua and her allies were nearby, and they were also forcing Lin Shan and the other to act. Otherwise, once Princess Gua discovered the situation, one side wouldn't be able to claim the spoils alone, and the other wouldn't be able to escape. Alright. If you want to claim Huang's family fortune for yourselves, let's see if the two of you have the ability. Huang Xianshi, standing beside him, realized the situation was dire. In this scenario, Lin Shan might be able to escape, but he himself had no chance of survival. The green-robed old man beside him calmly summoned a green-skinned gourd, from which hundreds of mist-light moths flew out. Before the battle began, he didn't forget to coax Lin Shan. Lin Daoyu, I know you're no pushover. You have a treasure that's top-notch even among mid-tier magical artifacts. We don't want to fight you to the death. Just leave now, and we won't stop you. The hawk-nosed man frowned, but remained silent. Lin Shan's companion, the yellow-robed immortal, was visibly tense, turning his head to await Lin Shan's response. The atmosphere grew tense, filled with a subtle tension as all three waited for Lin Shan's final response. The silence felt like an eternity. The white-clad youth at the center of the arena slowly drew a 3-foot-long blue magical sword from his waist pouch, gently tracing the intricate patterns along the blade. The corners of his lips curled upward, and he gave the elderly man beside him a faint smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Old Huang, when I was fighting Princess Gua, and my life was on the line, you didn't leave. Today, I will stay behind to accompany you and face these two. Chapter Loksupyi, attacking from both sides. Upon hearing that Lin Shan was willing to stay and fight alongside him rather than turn and leave, Huang Xianshi was immediately overcome with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes as he stammered, unable to speak. Lin Shan, of course, wasn't he one to act on impulse. If it weren't for Huang Xianshi saving his life at that moment, he might have met his end by the stream. The Princess of Gua's soul-piercing bell was a formidable magical artifact capable of penetrating the soul. However, facing these two opponents today, Lin Shan actually felt no fear in his heart. This time, he would not make the mistake of holding back. He immediately drew his cold iron sword and turned to point it directly at the hawk-nosed man. After all, his current abilities were limited, and he had no other functional magical artifacts. He could only strike first to establish an advantage. As soon as Lin Shan finished speaking, the hawk-nosed man immediately summoned Wu Go to attack. A grayish transparent shadow swept toward them, and Lin Shan and Huang Xianshi felt as though their souls were being sucked away. Lin Shan channeled his spiritual energy violently, causing the blue light of his cold iron sword to flash, and sword chi flew everywhere. Meanwhile, Huang Xianshi frantically cast earth prison spells on himself, directing his flying moths toward the green-robed old man. His task was to hold him off, endure the attack, and wait for Lin Shan to break through first before returning to rescue him. The hawk-nosed man nearby had the same plan. Hold back Lin Shan, wait for the green-robed old man to subdue Huang Xianshi, then attack Lin Shan with 2 against 1. The hawk-nosed man was well aware of Princess Gua's strength. With an ice spirit root, she was a mid-stage chi cultivation practitioner under 20 years old, the object of Prince Huayan's utmost hopes, equipped with an attack artifact, defensive robes, and the soul-shaking bell, and had also mastered intermediate-level spells. Even among the wandering cultivators in the capital, she was considered a formidable expert. Lin Shan had nearly killed Princess Gua, so his strength was beyond question. As the blue sword chi flew toward him, the hawk-nosed man quickly pulled out a talisman, and a golden light shield immediately enveloped his body. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the golden light shield dimmed slightly, but the person inside remained unscathed. Intermediate tier spell talisman. Lin Shan's heart sank. This golden talisman bore a slight resemblance to the talisman used by the Southern Immortal Master at Dongting Lake, but its power was vastly different. After all, his icy sword chi had shattered Princess Gua's mid-tier spell, the ice mirror technique, with a single strike, yet it couldn't break through a mid-tier talisman. There was only one possibility: the creator of this talisman must be at least at the late chi cultivation stage, or higher. Lin Shan quickly backed away. His greatest advantage now was his range. The attack radius granted by the cold iron magic sword was twice that of others. At around 20 meters, another sword beam shot toward him. The hawk-nosed man saw the golden light shield around his body dim once more, and his heart ached with pain. That was all money. He immediately gave chase, but as a wind-attributed cultivator, how could he possibly catch up to a fire-attributed cultivator like Lin Fan? Thus, the hawk-nosed man could neither catch up nor touch his magical artifacts or spells, nor could he dodge them. He could only be steadily pulled within 20 meters by Lin Fan, like a kite being flown in the wind. After enduring 7 or 8 sword chi strikes, the golden light shield exploded with a loud bang, dissipating into golden sparks that vanished into the surrounding air. The talisman in his embrace also ignited without wind, turning into flying ash. A defensive talisman worth ye sub-spirit stones, comparable to a low-grade magical artifact, was gone in an instant. The hawk-nosed man had no time to grieve before Lin Fan swung his sword again. Without hesitation, he summoned a circular shield artifact. Clang! A shallow indentation appeared on the surface of the round shield, while a layer of fine ice began to form on it. Lin Fan was slightly surprised by his opponent's defensive tactics, but his hands didn't stop moving. Sword strike after sword strike. The battle was utterly exhilarating. The hawk-nosed man could only defend passively, while Lin Fan continued to unleash his attacks relentlessly. After 3 breaths, the hawk-nosed man's round shield was pitted and dented. After 5 breaths, the round shield was covered in cracks. After 7 breaths, it shattered into dozens of ice chunks, scattering to the ground. The hawk-nosed man felt heartbroken once again. He felt he had lost too much. He wasn't even sure if he could recoup his losses after this fight. He grew increasingly envious of Lin Fan's mid-tier magical artifact, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Mid-tier magical artifacts are not like low-tier ones. Ordinary wandering cultivators rarely possess them. Low-tier artifacts typically cost between ye sub and sub spirit stones, which most people can afford. However, even the cheapest mid-tier artifacts cost at least ye ba spirit stones. If they have special effects or powerful abilities, they might even cost hundreds of spirit stones. Lin Fan's cold iron sword, engraved with 3 inscriptions, is a true masterpiece among them. At this moment, Lin Fan naturally took advantage of his opponent's weakness, attacking relentlessly. As the icy sword chi approached, the hawk-nosed man had no choice but to use his wugo sword to block it in front of his chest, only to be struck flying along with his weapon. Clang! Just as he got back up, another sword chi struck, forcing him to block it again with his weapon. Clang! A precious soul-capturing artifact was severed into 2 pieces. Lin Fan on the opposite side was also secretly heartbroken. If he had killed the hawk-nosed man in front of him, all of these would have been his war spoils. For now, he was venting his anger, directing all his fury toward the people across from him. Die! Lin Fan saw that the hawk-nosed man was cornered, his talismans and artifacts all lost, and finally unleashed the ultimate technique he had mastered from the Nightingale, the startle technique. But the next moment, to his great surprise, the hawk-nosed man pulled out a low-grade magical artifact sword from his storage pouch, intending to continue his physical resistance technique to the end. Lin Fan could only sigh inwardly, no wonder you're an apprentice weaponsmith. That low-grade magical sword from last time was already ruined by you, and you still have another one. How many low-grade magical swords did you buy? This relentless research spirit is truly unique. But today, you must die. Meanwhile, the hawk-nosed man across from him, who had been secretly depleting his resources, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He roared toward the green-robed old man, "You can't even handle this worthless old man? I can barely hold him off." Lin Fan heard this and turned his head abruptly. He saw that Huang Xianxue was now in dire straits. All the spirit insects he had bought were dead, and hundreds of flying moths were swarming above his head, continuously spreading poisonous powder. The earth prison spell in front of him had been completely corroded. The green-robed old man held a small tower in his hand, and one by one, flying ants flew toward Huang Xianxue, climbing onto his body and beginning to tear at him. Huang Xianxue screamed in agony. "You're asking for death." Lin Fan quickly turned around and swung his sword, first slaying most of the flying moths with a single strike, then severing the green-skinned gourd that had been breeding the moths with another blow. Though this beast-controlling gourd was also a magical artifact, it was inherently fragile and far less durable than a weapon, shattering with a single strike. The green-robed old man, who had suddenly reacted, flew into a rage. Seeing the gourd split into several pieces and the frozen insect eggs, he couldn't help but curse the hawk-nosed man, demanding, "What about the distraction you promised?" But when he looked behind Lin Fan, there was no one left to hold them back. It turned out that the hawk-nosed man had exhausted his resources and, sensing that things were going badly, had fled in disarray. He had no intention of returning. The green-robed old man felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't even bother to retrieve the spirit insects. He stuffed the small tower into his robe and fled in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Lin Fan struck down all the flying moths with 2 consecutive sword strikes. He saw the flying ants crawling all over Huang Xianzhe's body, opening their sharp mouthparts to gnaw and tear at him. In an instant, Huang Xianzhe was bitten until his skin was torn open, and he kept scratching himself frantically. Lin Fan was at a loss for what to do. He couldn't very well kill Huang Xianzhe just to drive away the ants, could he? Huang Xianzhe, however, was stubborn. He shouted at Lin Fan, "Go after them. Don't worry about me." Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He immediately chased after the man with the hooked nose in the direction he had fled, activating his wind control technique and flying low to the ground. 10 breaths later, Lin Fan spotted the figure ahead and swung his sword. The hawk-nosed man hurriedly blocked the attack, but his head was severed from his body. Lin Fan picked up the storage pouch and returned, then continued chasing the green-robed old man, passing by Huang Xianzhe. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the green figure reappeared in his vision. Lin Fan's hands glowed blue, and patterns began to slowly illuminate once more. "Lin Daoyu, please hear me out." The green-robed old man tried to say something else, but the sword's glow had already flown toward him. With no choice, he threw a loud arrow from his robe, which whistled through the pitch-black night sky, looming into a slow-fading firework. The next moment, he was struck down by the sword chi. Lin Fan stepped forward to pick up the green-robed old man's storage pouch, but suddenly looked up. For at that moment, another fireworks display appeared in the sky above another distant mountain, as if in response. Chapter Loksupsam, The Journey to Ichwan. In the deep night sky, 2 fireworks illuminated 2 mountain peaks, shining brightly against each other. Lin Fan watched the scene from afar under a tree, knowing that Princess Guo and the others were nearby. This was no place to linger. He immediately turned back the way he came. Upon returning to the original battlefield, the scene was now in complete disarray, with only Huang Xianzhe lying on the ground, his condition unknown. Lin Fan hurried to Huang Xianzhe's side. He saw that Huang Xianzhe's lower body was a bloody mess, with flying ants swarming around him, biting and laying eggs. Some were even entering and exiting his intestines, creating a horrifying sight. For a moment, Lin Fan was at a loss. Suddenly, he remembered something. He took out the storage pouch of the green-robed old man, opened it, and retrieved a small tower. He was about to activate it to capture the flying ants. However, his spiritual energy couldn't enter the tower at all. It turned out that this magical artifact had already been refined by the green-robed old man. To activate it, he first had to erase the old man's refinement marks. Lin Fan broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing that this method wouldn't work, he hurriedly used his hands to grab and pinch the flying ants one by one, crushing them to death. At that moment, the yellow-robed immortal on the ground spoke slowly, "Lin brother, don't bother." Lin Fan remained unfazed, continuing to catch the insects relentlessly. "Lin brother, I beg you for one favor." The yellow immortal struggled to remove his storage pouch from his waist and placed it at Lin Fan's feet. Blood continued to trickle from the corners of his mouth, and his complexion grew increasingly ashen. At 90 years of age, his vital energy was severely depleted, and he likely wouldn't survive the night. Lin Fan stopped his futile efforts. He knew the yellow immortal was about to make his final arrangements. In the storage pouch, there are letters, "Give them to her, spirit stones." Ichwan, redeem her. Huang Xianzhe spoke slowly, emphasizing the key points. The cloudiness in the corners of his eyes had already blurred his vision. The remaining words were faint and barely audible, like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Lin Fan hurriedly leaned in closer, catching only the final words. "Once the matter is settled, you may take it for yourself." A strong wind swept through the mountains, causing leaves to rustle and fall all around. Huang Xianzhe fell silent, his strength exhausted, his time having come prematurely. Lin Fan watched silently, gazing at the old man he had known for less than a month. 50 years as an ordinary mortal, 20 years as a servant in Ichwan, another 20 years of debauchery at the Nightingale headquarters, and now he had died in the remote depths of the Yanyin Mountains. Enough. I'll help you this once. Glancing at the storage pouch on the ground, Lin Fan closed Huang Xianxer's eyes. Quarter of an hour later, four cultivators of varying appearances appeared beside the green-robed old man's corpse, among them Princess Guo, and the middle-aged man in brocade robes. It must be the young man who fought me by the stream that day. Princess Guo examined the green-robed old man's wounds and noticed traces of ice crystals lingering around them, concluding that they were caused by Lin Fan's mid-tier magical artifact. The Nightingale guest of the Lin clan? An old woman's voice came from nearby. Who else could it be? The middle-aged man in brocade robes looked furious. The green-robed old monster has always been two-faced. He hid his identity and secretly revealed our plans to us earlier, then blocked two fellow cultivators from coming to aid me and my princess sister at the stream. Just 2 days ago, we formed an alliance to track down the Nightingale duo. Today, he secretly broke away from us and came here alone to claim the spoils. Truly, he spends his days hunting geese only to be pecked by them. The others also cursed angrily, condemning the green-robed old man to his deserved fate. However, after venting their anger, they all turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man in brocade robes, clearly acknowledging him as their leader. The middle-aged man in brocade robes stared at the green-robed old man's escape trail, remaining silent. A day later, a white-robed youth walked deep into the Yanyin Mountains, arriving at a place shrouded in thick fog. This must be the place. Lin Fan compared the map he had taken from Huang Xianxer's storage bag with the surroundings, observing for a long time, before confirming that this was indeed the outer maze of Ichwan market. Following the spell techniques taught to him by Huang Xianxer, he performed the incantation. Gradually, a one-person wide path opened up in the center of the fog, and Lin Fan walked straight through it. After walking about 100 steps, the white mist around him dissipated, and the scene before him suddenly opened up. A dense stream of spiritual energy swept toward him, and Lin Fan couldn't help but take several deep breaths. The concentration of spiritual energy was 5 times that of the outside world, and this was merely the outer perimeter. Looking around, he saw layered green mountains, flowing streams, and the sounds of birds and flowers, as if he had arrived at a sacred place for cultivation. Following the mountain path for several miles, he saw terraced fields stretching out on both sides of the mountain, with irrigation channels crisscrossing the landscape. Rows of golden crops swayed in the wind, and the rich scent of wheat mingled with the spiritual energy, wafting through the mountains. Is this a spiritual field? Lin Fan inhaled the enchanting fragrance, felt the spiritual energy, and was utterly captivated. He hurried down the mountain and saw the fields covered in golden wheat ears, each grain large and plump, with a lustrous sheen. A single glance was enough to make one's mouth water. In the distance, several cultivators could be seen in the fields, seemingly casting spells to sow seeds, fertilize the soil, water the crops, and control the temperature, as if they were weaving clouds and summoning rain. As he walked along, Lin Fan quietly admired the cultivators at work, not daring to disturb them. Crossing the field ridges, he climbed another mountain ahead. From the pavilion on the mountain peak, the sound of laughter and conversation echoed endlessly. Lin Fan climbed the steps, walking hundreds of steps until he reached the summit. He saw the mountain covered in a profusion of flowers, vibrant and colorful, with spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums blooming together in a single season. Among the patches of flower fields stood 5 pavilions. In 3 of the pavilions, 3 or 5 cultivators sat, holding cups, letting the wine flow freely, chatting and laughing, while their hands constantly performed small spells for everyone to admire and critique. Lin Fan approached in a few steps. Seeing that the people in the pavilions did not react to his arrival, he quietly sat down in a corner by the pavilion. He pretended to admire the sea of flowers while eavesdropping on the cultivators' conversations. The cultivators took turns speaking, some recounting amusing stories from their travels, others sharing their insights from cultivation, some demonstrating newly learned spells for others to appraise, and others telling tales of the supernatural. Lin Fan listened intently, completely engrossed, longing to join in and discuss with these fellow cultivators. However, he knew he was inexperienced and lacked knowledge, with little to contribute, and feared his words would only make him look foolish. Moreover, he didn't know anyone there, and forcing himself into the group would only annoy them. For now, simply eavesdropping from the corner was already a great learning experience for him. But suddenly, he heard a voice from within the pavilion. "Esteemed Daoist, I recently returned from a journey to Great Yen and brought back a jar of spiritual wine. Why not join us for a taste?" Lin Fan, standing by the pavilion, startled in realization that the voice was addressing him. He hurriedly rose to his feet and bowed in astonishment. "I am Lin, newly arrived in Ichwan. I have heard that you scholars are erudite and talented, and your words are like pearls. I was so engrossed in your conversation that I didn't mean to interrupt." A young nobleman dressed like Lin Fan, wearing a white robe, smiled gently, gestured with his hands, and pointed to the seat beside him. "My fellow Daoist, no need for formalities. A guest is always welcome. Please take a seat." The 4 or 5 people around him nodded in agreement, pulling Lin Fan to sit down. The white-robed young gentleman who had invited him flipped his hand, producing a jar of wine, and poured it for everyone. In an instant, the pavilion was filled with the aroma of wine, even drifting to the other pavilions. Cultivators from other pavilions also came to ask for wine. The white-robed young gentleman had a wide circle of friends and welcomed everyone. Everyone chatted and laughed, and when they were in high spirits, they let loose, singing and dancing freely. Lin Fan, being new to the scene, felt a bit awkward and simply nodded in approval, taking occasional sips of wine. With the enhanced panel identification, there was no real danger. This wine was indeed, as the white-clad gentleman had described, a spiritual brew brought back from the northern Yen dynasty. A single sip was refreshing and invigorating, and the spiritual energy it contained was equivalent to a day of meditation. Lin Fan dared not drink too much. This stuff was clearly expensive. The others had brought it out to liven up the atmosphere, but he couldn't overindulge. He knew his limits. Through discreet observation, Lin Fan noticed that all the young men and women present were at least in the late qi cultivation stage. Some had gleaming divine light in their eyes, likely nearing the ability to project their divine sense outward, and might even have already reached the peak of qi cultivation, just a step away from foundation establishment. After a heartfelt discussion, the sky grew dark, and everyone dispersed. Some left in groups, seemingly heading out of Ichwan, while others walked alone toward different paths. One young man, however, lay sprawled out in a pavilion, drunk beyond consciousness, sleeping soundly in the mountain breeze. Before departing, the white-clad gentleman pointed out to Lin Fan, "I see that you are new here. Why not take the path to the right ahead, which leads directly to the marketplace?" Lin Fan hurriedly thanked him and asked for his name. The white-clad gentleman did not hide his origins, revealing that he came from the Gongsun family, a renowned cultivating clan, and his name was Gongsun Yu. All those present today were young masters and ladies from various cultivating clans, traveling together and passing through Ichwan. After exchanging a few words, Gongsun Yu descended the mountain and departed. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What he had seen and experienced today had been highly enlightening, and he found himself reluctant to leave. This was the true cultivation realm he had always envisioned. Chapter Loksupse, Wind-attributed spirit fruit. Lin Fan rode through the night, following Gongsun Yu's instructions. At the next intersection, he turned right and walked for about 4 or 5 miles. A well-lit town came into view. A large stone stood beside it, engraved with 2 ancient characters in seal script, Yushuan. Is this the gathering place for cultivators? Lin Fan, with the heart of a homing swan returning to its nest, cautiously made his way to the city gates, his heart racing with excitement as if he were on a pilgrimage. 2 cultivators in the late qi cultivation stage, dressed in white and blue robes, blocked his path at the entrance and reached out, demanding, "Pass." Lin Fan was confused. What pass? The 2 looked at him, puzzled, then raised their eyebrows. Newcomer? Lin Fan hurriedly nodded in agreement. The 2 didn't waste any time, leading Lin Fan to the side for registration. They asked him his name, then extracted a thread of his qi and imprinted it onto a token resembling a magical artifact. After finishing, Lin Fan held the token, and the enhancement panel popped up. However, this item had little value for enhancement, it was merely an identity token. A cultivator resembling a market enforcer nearby gave him a brief explanation. To rent a cave residence, you need to take your identity token to the Internal Affairs Hall in the city center to make arrangements. The caves opened up on the mountains outside the city are rented out for 2 spirit stones per month. Cultivation caves within the city range from 10 spirit stones per month for cheaper ones to 30 spirit stones per month for more expensive ones. The southern part of the city is the market area, the northern part is the shop district, the eastern part is the residential area for cultivators, and the western part is the entertainment district. No fighting or violence is allowed within the town. Anyone caught will be expelled from Ichwan and banned from re-entering for all eternity. Every month, we will conduct a thorough search for cultivators who have not rented caves for an extended period and are hiding within Ichwan mountain to cultivate. Those caught will be expelled immediately and permanently barred from re-entering. After explaining each rule to Lin Fan and confirming he understood, the 2 enforcers let him in. As soon as he entered the city, he immediately felt that the concentration of spiritual energy inside the city was more than 3 times that of the outside. It was equivalent to 15 times that of the mundane world outside. No wonder the prices for residences were so high. Lin Fan silently calculated the valuables he had on him. He had collected around sub-spirit stones each from the hawk-nosed man and the green-robed old man, which he estimated to be the offerings they had made over 10 years in the mortal world. Among the items in the hawk-nosed man's storage pouch, there was only a low-grade magical sword and some books and notes on weapon forging. The green-robed old man had a small tower for raising flying ants, a pile of unknown jars and bottles, and some notes on insect cultivation. Lin Fan recalled how, in his haste for momentary satisfaction, he had destroyed all the talismans and magical artifacts belonging to the hawk-nosed man, leaving little of the loot intact. The green-robed old man's green-skinned gourd used for raising flying moths had also been destroyed by him. As for the flying ants in the small tower, he had been too busy evading the pursuing troops of Princess Gua to retrieve them. Now all that remained was an empty tower, though there were still some insect eggs inside. But he had no idea how to raise insects. This wasn't something you could master in a few years. He'd need to raise them himself for at least 3 or 5 years before he could get the hang of it. Now that he had arrived at the marketplace, he needed to figure out how to dispose of these useless items and sell them for some money. He counted the spirit stones. He currently had a total of 30 of them were for buying the Zhu fruit for the Supreme Elder, and 8 were for redeeming someone's freedom for Huang Xianshi. He only had 8 left for his own use. He couldn't touch Huang Xianshi's spirit stones yet, as he didn't know how much was still owed for redeeming the female cultivator from the brothel. If there's a surplus, he can return it, but if there's a shortage, there's no way to make up the difference. With this amount of spirit stones, he could barely afford to stay in the marketplace for less than a year, and that's without buying anything. Never mind, let's find a place to stay first. Since it was already dark, although the streets in the marketplace were lit by lanterns, most shops had closed, and there were few cultivators wandering around. Lin Fan found an inn in the city, rented a guest room for 3 nights with 1 spirit stone, and settled in for the night to rest from the fatigue of the past half-month journey. The next morning, Lin Fan opened the window of his guest room, and saw that cultivators had already begun their activities on the street. He noticed that most of the cultivators in the district were newly arrived from outside the city, as the housing prices in the city were too expensive, forcing them to crowd into the suburbs. Lin Fan left the inn and headed to the shop district within the market area. Following the instructions of Nightingale, the senior elder, he first located the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The 100 Treasures Pavilion was located in a bustling area of the shop district, with interlacing brackets, yellow-tiled roofs, and a timeless, elegant charm. It was a grand and imposing structure, with numerous cultivators coming and going. Upon entering the main hall, various martial arts manuals, elixirs, weapons, minerals, spiritual herbs, puppets, and array formations were neatly categorized and displayed in different sections. Lin Fan looked around, his eyes darting from one item to another, as if he were a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Noticing that Lin Fan was searching for something, a sharp-eyed manager approached him. "May I assist you, fellow cultivator? Are you looking for something?" After searching for a while, Lin Fan gave an awkward smile, scratched his head in embarrassment, and said, "I heard that your shop sells Xintian Zhuguo, so." The manager nodded. "You must be referring to the 5 elements spirit fruits. Please, have a seat over here." Lin Shan followed the manager and sat down beside him. After a moment, someone brought out a long, rectangular jade box and placed it on the table between them. Clink! The manager opened the box, revealing 5 spirit fruits of different colors lying quietly inside the 5 elements spirit fruits of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each representing a different attribute. Which type of spirit fruit do you require, and how many? Our store has everything you need. Each fruit is priced at 30 spirit stones, no haggling. Lin Shan realized that the Xintian Zhuguo, which had been fiercely contested by Xintian experts in the mortal world, seemed as common as cabbages in his own backyard among cultivators. However, the Supreme Elder hadn't specified which attribute he wanted, so Lin Shan decided to choose a wood spirit fruit. Wood spirit energy was the mildest, so it should be safe for the old man to consume. Lin Shan paid 30 spirit stones, tucked the wood spirit fruit into his bag, and sighed in relief. This trip had fulfilled one promise. The remaining 20 spirit stones from the Supreme Elder could now be spent with peace of mind. However, Lin Shan had a vague idea forming in his mind. He pulled the manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion aside and asked, I just saw the 5 elements spirit fruits. I wonder if there are any wind spirit fruits of the same variety in this world? The manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, who was well-traveled and knowledgeable, nodded naturally. Having just completed a transaction, he naturally felt a bit of goodwill toward Lin Shan. That's correct. As a low-grade spiritual object, the Zhu fruit blooms and bears fruit every 100 years, and its attributes derived from the 5 elements wind, thunder, ice, and so on are naturally present. However, they are quite rare, and we currently have no stock in our store. However, the manager changed the subject. We don't have wind-attributed Zhu fruits, but we do have other wind-attributed spiritual fruits. Would the Taoist friend like to take a look? Lin Shan naturally expressed his gratitude. The manager sensed an opportunity to make another sale, and immediately ordered someone to fetch them. Moments later, a jade jar the size of a teapot was brought out. The shopkeeper unscrewed the lid, revealing several green jujubes inside. Lin Shan could sense pure wind-attributed spiritual energy brewing within, and an irresistible desire welled up in his heart. If he could eat this every day, he would likely reach the peak of the 6th layer of qi cultivation, and touch the bottleneck of the mid-stage. The manager glanced at Lin Shan's expression and, seeing his desire, smiled slightly. These are wind jujubes, low-grade wind-attributed spiritual fruits. Each jar contains Yi-sup pieces, priced at Lok-sup spirit stones. Chapter Lok-sup The Poor Lin Shan. After hearing the manager's quote from the 100 Treasures Pavilion, a jar of wind attribute spirit jujubes 4 Lok-sup spirit stones? Lin Shan's smile froze instantly. He only had Yi-sup spirit stones at his disposal, and this would take half of that. He began to calculate in his mind. Back then, Guangnan Sanren had spiritual root potential similar to his own. In the secular world, it took him 10 years to advance from the 4th layer of qi cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer. Yet he had only reached the peak of the 6th layer after 4 years of cultivation outside the city. Renting a cave residence within the city, where the spiritual energy concentration was something times that of the outside world, would allow him to reach the same level in just 3 months. Renting a cave residence in the city for 3 months only cost Samsup spirit stones, yet this jar of wind-dried jujubes costs Lok-sup spirit stones? I can't afford it. Lin Shan thought that 3 months was just a short time, and he could still save money wherever possible. Spiritual fruits and wines are probably meant for cultivation masters to sample, not something ordinary cultivators can afford. Most cultivators would rather save their money to rent a cave residence, or buy pills. Isn't that better? What Lin Shan needed were spiritual fruits that could strengthen his cultivation panel enough to break through his bottleneck. These wind jujubes were too small individually, containing limited wind spiritual energy. Even if he spent Ba points of ancient charm to enhance them, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the bottleneck of the qi cultivation stage. Lin Shan asked the manager if there were any other wind-attributed spiritual fruits. The manager said there were no current stocks and suggested he come back later. After leaving the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Lin Shan browsed through other shops, each with its own unique style and charm. The variety and types were so numerous and diverse that Lin Shan was dazzled, wishing he could take them all for himself. However, the downside was that the prices were all too expensive. Lin Fan finally understood why even a spoiled princess like the Fruit Princess, who was backed by the Hawaiian prince's mansion in the mortal world, didn't have a single decent mid-tier magical artifact. A ordinary mid-tier magical artifact cost 200 spirit stones, let alone defensive artifacts, or stealth artifacts. These life-saving tools started at 300 spirit stones and up. Some niche items like banners, flags, maps, and fans were even more expensive. Lin Fan even discovered a weapon similar to his own cold iron sword in function, also featuring 3 engraved runes, yet its price was nearly 500 spirit stones. This was already close to the upper limit for mid-tier magical artifacts. High-grade magical artifacts are primarily used by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, with prices starting at 2,000 spirit stones and rising to 5,000 or even close to 10,000 spirit stones for better ones far beyond his current means. Moreover, high-tier magical artifacts consume a massive amount of spiritual energy. Even if he were to use one, his current spiritual energy reserves at the Qi cultivation stage wouldn't last for more than a few uses. It would be more cost-effective to use mid-tier magical artifacts in combat. Lin Fan then went to the treasure pill shop to look at pills for cultivating his cultivation base. Pills for the Qi cultivation stage cost around sub spirit stones per bottle, with effects far superior to that jar of wind-dried jujubes, though the taste and texture were far inferior. Pill to break through the initial Qi cultivation stage bottleneck costs Yetbak spirit stones per pill, while the pill for the mid-stage costs Mbak spirit stones per pill. As for the pill to break through the foundation establishment stage, sorry, we don't have any for sale. Perhaps you could check out the large auction next time? Lin Fan was calculating in his mind. The mid-stage Qi cultivation breakthrough pill was out of his reach, but the early-stage breakthrough pill, if he enhanced it with the panel, it should still be effective against the mid-stage bottleneck, right? He could afford Yetbak spirit stones now, but he only had some points of ancient charm, which was insufficient to enhance the pills. To gather enough ancient charm, he would have to return to the Nightingale headquarters in the capital in half a year for a major haul. But if he didn't break through to the late Qi cultivation stage by then, encountering Princess Guo and the group of men in brocade robes again on the way back would leave him outnumbered and outmatched. Forget it for now. Keep some sub-spirit stones to rent a cave residence and cultivate until I reach the peak of the Qi cultivation 6th layer. The remaining spirit stones can be used to buy items that enhance my strength, especially the Princess Guo's soul-shaking bell and the Jin Yi men's talisman swords. I must have countermeasures for them. Lin Fan visited other shops but found that either the items weren't what he urgently needed or were beyond his means. For example, there was a puppet house specializing in puppets, where even a basic puppet for the early stages of Qi cultivation cost Yetbak spirit stones each. Moreover, operating a puppet required installing spirit stones as energy sources, and one had to spend extra money to purchase the puppet control techniques from the shop, plus regular maintenance. Another example is the Array Pavilion, which offers a one-stop service for array design, construction, and repair. Even the lowest tier arrays, such as the Confusing Array and Spirit Gathering Array, start at 500 spirit stones. Furthermore, the Spirit Beast Pen houses a wide variety of spirit beasts. The cheapest early Qi cultivation stage and eating mice cost 50 spirit stones each, with more expensive ones reaching 200 or 300. Cultivating spirit beasts in the mid-Qi cultivation stage is even more costly and time-consuming, with selling prices starting at 500 spirit stones. After browsing around, Lin Fan realized he was truly just a penniless beggar, able to afford only spirit insects and talismans. Back then, the green-robed elders mistlight moths and flying ants could be bought for ye sub-spirit stones each, and if you knew how to raise them, they might even multiply and grow in number. But Lin Fan wasn't someone who hadn't fought these creatures before. Back then, the old man in green had so many insects, yet he had killed them all with just 2 swings of his sword. What use would it be to buy them and raise them with so much effort? However, there were indeed rarer and more powerful spirit insects, but they were all controlled by major cultivation sects like the Beast Taming Valley. There were hardly any particularly powerful spirit insects or spirit beasts available on the market. With no other options, Lin Fan turned his attention to talismans, carefully selecting one in a talisman shop. For Yi sub-spirit stones, he bought a mid-tier defensive talisman, the Water Curtain Talisman. He felt his attack power was sufficient, but his defense needed improvement. If he were to encounter a surprise attack and couldn't summon his mid-tier magical artifact, the Cold Iron Sword, in time, he'd be caught off guard and in trouble. After all, in cultivator duels, the first move is crucial. One step behind, and you're behind the entire battle. The incident with Princess Gua, where she nearly controlled him to death, was a classic example. After looking around some more, he spent another Yi sub-spirit stones on a mid-tier talisman, the Chi Concealing Talisman. This one was for hiding his aura. As for the higher tier invisibility talisman, which could both hide his aura and make him invisible, the price was beyond his reach. First, ensure his own safety. Since arriving in Ichwan, Lin Fan had noticed that there were quite a few late Qi cultivation stage cultivators on the streets, which gave him an uneasy sense of danger. Even if he reached the late Qi cultivation stage in the future, having only a mid-tier magical artifact wouldn't be enough for stability. His methods were too limited. He needed to add more trump cards. The talisman shop also had a wide variety of other talismans, such as Earth Escape talismans, Wood Escape talismans, Soul Capturing talismans, Thunder Summoning talismans, Body Binding talismans, Sky Eye talismans, Fiery Flame talismans, Rejuvenation talismans, Ice Sealing talismans, Beast Soul talismans, Flight talismans, and Tornado talismans. Lin Fan couldn't help but drool at the sight, but these were all high-grade talismans that could only be crafted by Foundation establishment cultivators, with the cheapest costing hundreds of spirit stones each. Each one was a game-changing trump card for Qi cultivation cultivators. They were completely out of his league. He even spotted symbol swords that could be used to summon flying swords by Qi condensation stage cultivators. Even low-grade symbol swords cost Yi Bak spirit stones, while mid-grade ones started at Bak spirit stones. What? You're asking about high-grade talisman swords? The shop assistant looked at Lin Fan in confusion. High-grade magical artifacts are primarily used by Foundation establishment stage cultivators. They can already control flying swords on their own. Why would they need talisman swords? As for whether disciples from major sects have high-grade Fu Gim crafted by their elders, the shopkeeper said he didn't know anyway. His shop didn't have any. After spending the entire day exploring, Lin Fan felt he had not only broadened his horizons, but also gained a basic understanding of the market conditions within Ichwan market. He didn't need low-tier magical artifacts at the moment, so he spent 40 spirit stones on 2 mid-tier talismans. He would have to figure out how to make the most of the remaining spirit stones within the next 6 months. In half a year, he would return to the capital, and the tokens from Nightingale's various locations should be collected. He could also return the Zhu fruit to the Supreme Elder. I can't just sit around and waste time. I need to find a way to make money. Without the 100 spirit stones given to me by the old man in green robes and the hawk-nosed man, I wouldn't even be able to afford the talismans today. Does that mean the only way to get rich in the cultivation world is to rob others? Lin Fan was deeply immersed in his worries, unable to extricate himself. Chapter Lok Sup Lok, the Deceptive Yellow Immortal. After spending the entire day wandering through the shop district, as the sky grew dark, Lin Fan hurried straight to the western part of the city. He needed to first handle Huang Xianzhe's commission, put that matter to rest, and then see how much of the inheritance he could inherit. Once these matters were settled, he could focus on developing himself. Upon arriving at his destination, the western part of the city was filled with places for leisure and entertainment, including teahouses, animal stalls, theaters, brothels, and a hidden black market. There was only one brothel in this area, with glazed tiles and green-trimmed eaves, large red lanterns hanging high, and a constant stream of people coming and going. Girls at the entrance were specifically soliciting customers, and several windows on the second floor were wide open, allowing one to glimpse the graceful figures inside. The signboard at the entrance bore 3 gold-painted characters. Yen Shun Lu. According to the casual conversations of the cultivators passing by, the stage names of the female cultivators inside all seemed to include the character Spring. Lin Fan stood hesitantly on the steps of the brothel, not out of self-consciousness, but because he had no idea how much it would cost to enter. Such a place was probably beyond the means of a poor wandering cultivator like him. Hearing the cultivators coming and going nearby, one saying Yingchun was good, another saying Yuchun was good, he suddenly had a bad feeling. The Yuan Chun, mentioned by Huang Xianshi, the character, Yuan, signifies the beginning of a new cycle, the renewal of all things. Seemed to indicate a high class, even just from the ranking. When Lin Shan entered with a mix of curiosity and anxiety, the madam greeted him enthusiastically. Young friend, you're quite young. Which lady would you like to practice dual cultivation with tonight? Lin Shan forced himself to ask, is Miss Yuan Chun available tonight? The madam replied, of course. Would the gentleman like to book Yuan Chun for the night? Lin Shan asked, how much does it cost to spend the night with Miss Yuan Chun? The madam replied, Yuan Chun is our top-ranked girl at Yanchun Pavilion. One night costs 100 spirit stones. Lin Shan. For a moment, the two stared at each other in silence, their eyes locked. Lin Shan's forehead began to sweat, his fists clenched tightly, and he cursed inwardly. Go to hell, you bastard Huang Xianshi. Are you ing with me? At that moment, Lin Shan wished he could pry open Huang Xianshi's coffin lid and confront him fiercely. Are you sure you could afford to sleep with the top-ranked courtesan 20 years ago? He even suspected the truth might be that Huang Xianshi had been secretly infatuated with the top courtesan, captivated by her beauty at first sight, and acted on his desires. The problem was, the top courtesan charged 100 spirit stones for a single night. The pawnshop spirit stones Huang Xianshi had left him weren't even enough to afford a night, let alone pay the ransom for someone else. Lin Shan stood there dumbfounded, his expression fluctuating between anger and confusion. The old madam watching the young man couldn't figure out if he could afford it. Sir, would you like to book Yuan Chun? Lin Shan was startled by the madam's call. Seeing the crowd coming and going, he felt awkward leaving right away. He could only say he'd look around some more, pinched his nose, and handed over 3 spirit stones to switch to the cheapest option. He found a table by the side of the hall, sat down, and listened to the music while sipping tea. In the center of the hall was a stage where a woman in a purple silk robe was playing the pipa. She was a late-stage chi cultivation female cultivator, her face covered by a veil, but even from her silhouette and eyebrows, one could tell she was no ordinary beauty. Below the stage, many cultivators sat, savoring fruits while quietly enjoying the performance, each accompanied by a courtesan from the brothel. Soon, the madam led a young girl, probably in her teens, who was in the early stages of chi cultivation, to Lin Shan's table. Friend, this young lady is Wanchuan. 3 spirit stones will only get you half an hour of tea with her. Any more time will cost extra. Lin Shan nodded silently. A song listening package for 3 spirit stones, with a time limit? That's too expensive. The girl named Wanchuan sat down beside him, poured him some tea, and then sat quietly by his side, saying nothing. Lin Shan turned his head to examine the young woman beside him. She had a beautiful face, skin as smooth as jade, and her delicate eyebrows curved like willow leaves, giving her an alluring appearance. She had an air of vulnerability, likely due to her young age, and her figure was average, though the custom-made brocade fabric of her attire subtly accentuated her curves. Wanchuan noticed Lin Shan staring at her and quickly lowered her head, her ears turning red. Lin Shan discreetly glanced at the other tables in the hall, noticing that most of the cultivators were either intently listening to the pipa, or flirting with the female cultivators accompanying them. Only a few seemed to be secretly getting intimate. After scanning the room, he felt a bit confused. So could he actually make a move? Cough, no, that's not right. I came here to find someone to redeem Huang Xianshi. But thinking about how Huang Xianshi had betrayed him, Lin Shan was filled with anger, and his fleeting, wild ideas were quickly replaced. Wan Chun, who was standing beside him, noticed that Lin Shan seemed unhappy, and thought she had been too reserved earlier, offending the customer. She hurriedly said, Sir, this is my first time working here today, and I'm not very familiar with the rules. Lin Shan, hearing this, had already spent the money, so he might as well chat. Your first day on the job? What did you do before? Wanchuan seemed to recall something, her eyes immediately welling up with tears as she began recounting her tragic past. She had been born into a wealthy family in the mortal realm, embarked on the path of cultivation, only to be lured into a high-interest loan scheme in Ichwan, and then sold into a brothel, and so on. As Lin Shan listened, his expression grew increasingly strange. This sounded exactly like Huang Xianshi's story. The two gradually became more familiar with each other. Lin Fan didn't drink much tea or listen to the music. Instead, he chatted with the girl about the brothel. However, when he heard that the top courtesan at the brothel was replaced every years, Lin Fan suddenly realized something and eagerly asked, "Are you saying that the current Yuan Chun is the newly appointed top courtesan?" The young woman, Luan Chun, was startled but replied timidly, "Yes, the top courtesan's fixed stage name is Yuan Chun, and she was just inherited this year." Lin Fan suddenly understood many things. The Yuan Chun mentioned by Huang Xianxue was likely the top performer from 2 generations ago. He hurriedly asked the young girl beside him, "Do you know where the previous head performers went?" Wan Chuan looked at him with admiration. Most of them were redeemed by powerful figures with high cultivation levels. If they've already been redeemed, does that mean I can keep the pawnshop spirit stones Huang Xianxue gave me without feeling guilty? Lin Shan's eyes gleamed with greed, and Luan Chuan, seeing this, shrunk back in fear. What about the top performer from 2 years ago? Do you know if she was redeemed? No, she's still in the brothel. Surprisingly, Luan Chuan not only knew, but answered quite bluntly. Where is she? Lin Fan felt a bad yugum again. Huang Xianxue, that old scoundrel, wouldn't make it that simple. She's the current madam. Madam? Glancing at the figure at the door soliciting customers, Lin Shan's voice trembled slightly, feeling the pawnshop spirit stones in his storage pouch grow hot to the touch. How many spirit stones does it take to redeem her from the madam? No spirit stones are needed. Wan Chun listened blankly to Lin Shan's strange words, and explained it to him again. She's already the boss here. How can she be redeemed? Chapter Loksubtut, the Great Demon Sect. Lin Fan was in the midst of a major upheaval, his mind in complete disarray. The lover of Huang Xianxue has become the madam of a brothel? What about the pawnshop spirit stones? Should I keep them or not? Perhaps because she wasn't entirely at ease with Luan Chun's first day on the job, the madam soon walked over from the front. Seeing the young girl's flustered expression, she smiled apologetically and said, "Sir, has Wan Chuan done something to upset you?" Lin Fan looked at the old madam, who still had her charm despite her age. Without her title, she was a captivatingly beautiful woman. Glancing at her eyebrows and eyes, she was captivating and alluring, and in her prime, she would have been the top courtesan in Ichwan. But the question was, could Huang Xianxue afford to sleep with the top courtesan back then? Lin Fan steeled himself and spoke up. I am here on behalf of a former friend of yours surnamed Huang." To his surprise, upon hearing those words, the old madam's lips parted slightly, and she froze in place, dropping the brocaded carp fan she held in her hand with a loud clatter. Seeing this, Lin Fan was also stunned. Could it be that the lecherous old man Huang Xianxue really? After a long silence, the old madam snapped back to her senses, and bent down to pick up the fan. Lin Fan, standing before her, inadvertently caught a glimpse of her ample bosom through the angle. "Do not look where you shouldn't. Do not look where you shouldn't." Lin Fan quickly turned his head away, muttering to himself while feeling a pang of envy. Could Huang Xianxue really be so fortunate? The old madam gave Lin Fan a complicated look. "Come to the second room on the 2nd floor after midnight." She then left. Wan Chun stared blankly at Lin Fan, replaying his earlier words about redeeming the madam's freedom. Lin Fan, however, felt a bit puzzled. At midnight, go find her. The tea on the table had been drunk dry, and various fruits had been stuffed into the storage bag. Lin Fan felt that the 3 spirit stones he had spent were a waste, and he did his best to try to get some of it back. When the time came, Wan Chun asked him if he wanted to renew the session, but Lin Fan firmly refused. However, after Wan Chuan's tearful pleas, unable to bear the disapproving glances from the surrounding tables of cultivators who were asking, "Are you even a man?" he reluctantly handed over 1 spirit stone as a tip. Wan Chuan thanked him profusely, promising that once she redeemed herself, she would return to repay him properly. Lin Fan said nothing, silently eating the fruits he had just taken from the table, suddenly feeling an overwhelming bitterness. It was nearing the 3rd watch of the night, and no more customers had entered. The guests inside had all followed the female cultivators into the warm private rooms. The stage in the main hall was also empty, with no one playing or singing. After sitting alone for a long time, Lin Fan stood up, walked straight to the 2nd floor, and pushed open the 2nd room. Inside, a beautiful young woman was sitting elegantly, none other than the old madam who had greeted him earlier. "You're right on time." Lin Fan forced a smile, feeling awkward and unsure of what to say. The beautiful woman teased him softly, "How about that young girl, Luofeng? Did you like her?" Lin Fan honestly replied, "Her background is too tragic. She was sold here at such a young age. She is a courtesan, not a prostitute, and she is free. She came here of her own accord." Lin Fan. He felt his pure heart had been struck by 1,000 blows. The beautiful woman didn't keep him waiting long. She ended the small talk and got down to business. "That old man told me to wait for him, and he's been gone for 20 years. What, did you suddenly remember me?" Lin Fan hesitated for a moment. "Old Huang's time is near, so he asked me to bring you the spirit stones and this letter." "Where is he?" "He is dead." The moment the words left his mouth, a massive spiritual pressure instantly filled the entire room. Boom. Lin Fan felt as though he were drowning, his throat tightening and unable to breathe. Countless tentacle-like spiritual senses were caressing his body. The suffocating terror was so intense it made it impossible to think, as if he were being suppressed by an absolute superior. His spiritual energy ceased flowing instantly, and his soul felt as though it had been frozen in time. His dazed pupils reflected only the figure across from him. The beautiful woman across from him had a frosty expression, her body shrouded in rolling killing intent, and black mist swirled around her, resembling a legendary demonic master. In the next instant, the spiritual pressure vanished, and Lin Fan collapsed weakly against the doorframe. After a moment of silence, at the woman's request, Lin Fan, trembling with fear, recounted the entire journey he had taken to reach Ichwan. After finishing, he handed the storage pouch belonging to Huang Xianshi to the beautiful woman. However, thinking of the pawnshop spirit stones inside, he knew that some of them were supposed to be returned to him after safely escorting Huang Xianshi to Ichwan. Since he had failed to do so, he had no face to ask for them back. He dared not ask for them. The beautiful woman took the bag and saw that there were only pawnshop spirit stones inside. For a moment, she seemed stunned. Then her eyes reddened, and she took out the letter to read it. Time passed slowly, and Lin Fan recalled the terrifying pressure he had just experienced, trembling uncontrollably. In his heart, he kept reassuring himself that once this mess was over, even if he could put this matter to rest, he would run as far away as he could and never return to this cursed place. A quarter of an hour later, the beautiful woman put away the letter. Looking at Lin Fan, she didn't ask any questions, but simply said in a calm tone, "I can fulfill one of your requests as compensation for this matter." Lin Fan looked up abruptly. "Any request?" The beautiful young woman remained calm. "Anything within my capabilities." Lin Fan hesitated. "Would you even give me the current top courtesan of the brothel?" The beautiful woman grew furious. "Is that all you're capable of?" Lin Fan stammered. "Then, if that's not possible, just give me some spirit stones." The beautiful woman said, "I have connections. I can send you to a major cultivation sect to train." Lin Fan grew excited. "The Purple Shao sect, the Qianyun Pavilion, or the Beast Taming Valley?" The beautiful woman gave a sinister smile, her eyes gleaming with cruelty. "None of those. It's a demonic sect." Lin Fan, "Goodbye." The beautiful woman said, "I haven't even mentioned which demonic sect yet. Lin Fan, I have fulfilled the task entrusted to me by Huang Laoj. I dare not ask for any reward from you, senior. I shall take my leave." Lin Fan didn't even look back, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Clearly terrified, he ran as far as he could before finally relaxing slightly, when he realized no one was chasing him. After leaving the brothel, he heard a faint voice drifting in the distance, as if only he could hear it. "When you come to your senses, come find me at the Yanchun brothel. I'll take you into the Black Lotus sect." Lin Fan walked slowly back to the inn, recalling the scene from earlier, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. The beautiful woman seemed to be offering to grant him one condition, but in reality, she hadn't given him any choice at all. The overwhelming pressure enveloping him was something he never wanted to experience again. He could clearly sense that the beautiful woman's strength far surpassed his own. Crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. He had never been close enough to confront such a powerful being, nor did he know her exact cultivation level. But judging by that murderous aura, she was undoubtedly a cold-blooded killer. Moreover, the crucial point was that he had failed to successfully escort Huang Xianshi. He had only managed to deliver a letter. The person had died along the way, and this could hardly be considered a great favor. The beautiful woman had asked him to join the Black Lotus sect, but it was likely not out of gratitude. Either she had ulterior motives, or it was just a casual move. As a mere mid-stage chi cultivation practitioner, joining a major demonic sect alone would likely end in internal strife, or worse, being casually eliminated by a righteous expert like Leijinzi. With my enhanced stats, even as a lone cultivator, I can steadily grow stronger by carefully collecting ancient artifacts. There's no need to join a major demonic sect. Those in the demonic path are unpredictable, often sacrificing lives in blood rituals, and infighting among disciples is commonplace. Given his current low cultivation level, it's best to keep his distance. As he felt the evening breeze, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a weight lifted from his heart. This time, helping Huang Xianxue run errands, he didn't get a single spirit stone, and he even lost 4 of his own. The problem was that he nearly lost his life in the process. Lin Fan grew more wary of Ichwan's brothel, and silently warned himself to stay away from there unless absolutely necessary. Who knows what that beautiful woman might do if she saw him, and decided to drag him into a major demonic sect. Who would he even complain to then? But then again, if he had joined the Black Lotus sect, wouldn't he have as many Black Lotus Buddha statues as he wanted? Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled a saying, "A mouse in a granary has no worries about food." If it's the Black Lotus sect, maybe it's not so bad. Once my strength improves, perhaps. A cold wind swirled through the street before disappearing into the sky. Chapter Loksappat, the trash bin of Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivators. The next day, Lin Fan arrived at the marketplace. Both commissions had been completed, and it was time for him to think about himself. The items in the shop district were too expensive, so he wanted to check out the stall area to see if there was anything he could snag or make do with. The stall area was mostly occupied by wandering cultivators who couldn't afford shops and lacked the skills to enter the inner circles. They came here to earn some spirit stones to support their families, and their customers were mostly other wandering cultivators. The disciples of cultivating families would never come here to buy things, they would go to reputable shops with guarantees. The wandering cultivators who set up stalls are also just trying to make a quick buck. None of them have much reputation. While the prices are lower than in the shops, many of the items are second-hand and lack quality guarantees. Common incidents include, someone buys a popular charm, and it explodes before they can even activate it. Or someone bought a magical artifact, only for it to fly away the next day. Or someone bought a pill and ended up vomiting and diarrhea, nearly causing them to lose control of their cultivation. Lin Fan, however, wasn't the least bit worried. He had an enhanced interface. What was there to fear? The interface could identify any item. Snagging bargains was a given, and trying to scam him? Forget about it. He strolled slowly through the stall area, with rows of vendors on both sides, each shouting and desperately trying to sell their goods, various cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, elixirs, spiritual flowers and fruits, spiritual wood and iron, puppets, talismans, spiritual beasts, and more. Some cultivators had even taken up the trade of pimps, clearly unable to compete with the Yanchun Lu in the entertainment district, and had secretly opened brothels with a twist. It was unclear whether there were any scams involved. Some stall owners even venture onto the street to solicit customers, their enthusiasm almost overwhelming. Lin Fan was pulled to a stall by a young girl. The stall owner was an elderly man in the late chi cultivation stage, smiling broadly as he motioned his granddaughter to stand behind him. Pointing to a pile of talismans on the stall, he said, "Friend, take a look and see what you like. All low-grade talismans are 1 spirit stone per stack, with 10 talismans per stack." Lin Fan looked at the girl in disbelief. The marketplace didn't allow fighting, but this girl was pulling on his clothes in the street, and he couldn't hit or scold her. Was there such a loophole? Didn't the marketplace enforce the rules? He sighed as he looked at the stacks of talismans on the stall: golden light talismans, golden spear talismans, earth spike talismans, earth prison talismans, healing talismans, vine talismans, all low-tier spells from the metal, wood, and earth elements. Lin Fan asked the old stall owner in surprise, "Did you make all these?" The vendor smiled and replied, "That's correct. I possess the innate talents for the 3 elements of gold, wood, and earth, and have studied the cultivation techniques and spells of all 3 schools." Lin Fan looked at him with respect. This old man had cultivated 3 different attributes, which must have taken countless years of arduous practice to reach the late Qi cultivation stage. Regarding the cultivation potential in this world, he had heard it mentioned 2 days earlier when he first arrived in Ichwan. At the pavilion on the mountain peak, he had overheard the young masters from prominent cultivation families like Gongsun Yu discussing it, which had given him a glimpse into the vast and magnificent world of cultivation. Most cultivators actually possess multiple spiritual roots to varying degrees, but cultivation potential is unrelated to the number of spiritual roots and has no inherent connection to their attributes. The classification of spiritual root potential has professional and clear standards. Generally, the top cultivation sects in the cultivation world recognize the following classifications: Class A, Class B, Class C, and Class D. These 4 tiers only indicate the speed of cultivation. The attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice merely represent different celestial attributes, with varying focuses, power levels, and degrees of difficulty. Unusual spiritual roots are indeed rarer and more valuable, but cultivation potential cannot be generalized. For example, someone with 3 spiritual roots gold, earth, and thunder might have 2 of them classified as D, but the third one is A. In such cases, the cultivation method would primarily focus on the A-ranked spiritual root. Lin Fan has only identified himself as having the wind spirit root. Whether he possesses other spirit roots, and their quality can only be determined by specialized testing tools from major cultivation sects. Independent cultivators typically rely on self-discovery. The advantage of focusing on a single attribute is specialization, which allows for faster cultivation and breakthroughs in cultivation levels. The advantage of cultivating multiple attributes is having more techniques, enabling one to handle different situations. For example, the renowned combination divine technique spell, Wind and Fire Wheels, requires both wind and fire elemental roots to be performed. Another example is the renowned divine technique, Extreme Cold Icefall, which is exclusive to those with ice and water dual spiritual roots. And the legendary divine technique spell, Earth Magnetism Thunder Escape, is exclusive to those with thunder and earth spiritual roots. The world is vast and full of wonders, and the power of the heavens and earth is boundless. There are countless divine techniques that combine 2 or 3 elements, and even the legendary primordial magnetic divine light, which unites the 5 elements, exists. However, even so, in the cultivation world, aside from a handful of genius cultivators, most people specialize in a single attribute. Studying and cultivating multiple techniques and spells is a tremendous burden for cultivators who already have limited time. It is better to focus on cultivating a single attribute early on, reaching the foundation establishment stage, or even the golden core stage, as longevity and immortality are the ultimate goals of cultivation. The vendor before him, who practiced multiple cultivation techniques, was likely doing so to create and sell talismans. Lin Fan looked around and shook his head in disappointment. Low-tier talismans are of no use to me. If you have any mid-tier talismans, I might consider them. The vendor sighed helplessly. If I could make intermediate-tier talismans, I would have been hired by the 100 Treasures Pavilion, or the Talisman Tower in the northern part of the city long ago. Intermediate-tier talismans have extremely high requirements. They need the fur of a demon beast from the Qi cultivation stage as talisman paper, a wolf's hair brush from the late Qi cultivation stage as the talisman brush, and the fresh blood of a demon beast from the late Qi cultivation stage as cinnabar. The vendor, perhaps growing senile and prone to rambling, began to pour out his grievances to Lin Fan, recounting how hard he had worked but could never become an intermediate-level talisman master. Lin Fan was so fed up he had to stop him. With no other choice, he picked and chose, thinking that what attributed healing talismans might be useful someday. Just as he was about to buy a stack of healing talismans, a middle-aged vendor beside him spoke up leisurely. 15 healing talismans for 1 stack, just 1 spirit stone. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and turned to leave. He moved to the next stall and began to examine the items. The middle-aged vendor had far more types of talismans than the old man next to him. The young girl who had pulled him over was standing nearby, pointing at the middle-aged vendor with a pout. "It was me who brought you here. Why do you always steal my business?" The middle-aged vendor remained unfazed. Shopping is all about comparing prices. My items are not only cheaper but also more varied and of better quality than your grandfather's. What do you two have to compete with me? The elderly vendor remained silent, while his granddaughter continued to fume, stomping her feet and muttering, "It's just because you come from a cultivating family and have an uncle at the foundation establishment stage." Lin Fan was truly amazed by what he saw. He never expected to find such valuable items at a street stall. Hungry ghost charms, summoning charms, sealing charms, invisibility charms, blood burning charms, wind controlling charms, soul summoning charms, ghost exorcising charms, spirit illuminating charms, mind focusing charms. There was a whole pile of them, and they were all low-grade talismans. There were so many varieties, and Lin Fan had even used his enhanced interface to appraise them. None of them were defective. Hee, fellow cultivator, these low-grade talismans were all made by my second uncle, a foundation establishment stage cultivator. These are all made by him using ordinary low-grade talisman paper during his practice sessions, and I collected them and brought them out to sell secretly. The prices are guaranteed to be fair. The middle-aged vendor puffed out his chest, his face betraying a sly grin. Lin Fan was immediately impressed. Practice pieces from a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Even low-grade talismans must be quite effective. The middle-aged vendor continued to boast while casually chatting with Lin Fan. These low-grade talismans are not worth his time. He just draws them casually and throws them away. I picked them up and decided to sell them secretly. If you miss this opportunity, you won't find them anywhere else. Lin Fan nodded repeatedly. These talismans were quite obscure. Though their grades were low, they were likely made with inferior talisman paper, hence their use for practice. If made with mid or high-grade talisman paper, they could be crafted into mid to high-grade talismans. He picked up a concentration symbol, and the enhancement panel popped up. Mind focusing symbol. Grade, low-grade talisman. Description, calms the spirit, focuses attention, and reduces external interference on the spirit. Reinforcement requirements, 5 points. This concentration symbol has 2 effects. The first is used when cultivators break through a bottleneck to enjoy the mind. The second effect is used during combat to protect the divine consciousness in the mind, slightly resisting soul grabbing, soul capturing, soul binding, and soul startling artifacts and spells. Its uses are endless. The middle-aged vendor beside him, noticing Lin Fan picking up the focusing symbol, hurriedly gave him a detailed explanation. Lin Fan silently speculated that this middle-aged man, having been exposed to his uncle's teachings, must have learned at least some of the basics of talisman crafting, so it made sense that he was so well informed. At the same time, he nodded repeatedly. If he had possessed the spirit-focusing symbol back then by the stream in the forest, the low-tier magical artifact, the soul-shocking bell, wielded by Princess Guo would likely have been unable to control him to death. Even if it couldn't completely nullify the soul attack, he would at least have regained some mobility. I'll take it. How many spirit stones? Lin Fan waved his hand generously, thinking that a low-grade talisman couldn't be that expensive. 5 spirit stones each, the middle-aged vendor said with a smile. Lin Fan stood there silently, staring at the middle-aged vendor, neither of them breaking eye contact. After a moment, Lin Fan gave in and started playing the emotional card, "Friend, let's be friends. I'm not just buying this one. If this deal goes through, I'll be your regular customer." The middle-aged vendor replied hesitantly, "I'm not the eldest son in my family, so the competition is fierce. These talismans were ones I secretly picked up from my uncle's trash bin while cleaning. You should know that there are plenty of people in the family keeping an eye on my uncle's trash bin." The two locked eyes for a moment, sensing that they were evenly matched. Chapter Loksupgao, the sect's ultimate technique. Lin Fan rubbed his forehead. You know as well as I do that housing prices in Ichwan city are sky high these days. Even the cheapest places cost 10 spirit stones a month, and in the city center, it's 30 spirit stones a month. Life is tough. The middle-aged vendor stammered, "You could choose to live in the suburbs 2 spirit stones a month." Lin Fan appealed to him emotionally. Robberies and murders are rampant on the outskirts of Ichwan market, and most victims are left with no place to bury their bodies. I have a powerful enemy waiting outside, and with my pockets empty, I might not even survive the journey back to my secular hometown. I'm counting on you to save my life. The middle-aged vendor's eyes welled up with tears. I risked my life to steal the talismans from my uncle's trash bin. If my clan finds out, I'll be expelled from the family at best, and have my cultivation stripped at worst. I'm just trying to make a living. After a heated argument, neither could convince the other. Lin Fan decided to give up haggling. I'll take the first one for 5 spirit stones, and the rest at half price. The middle-aged vendor agreed. He was already making no profit, and seeing that Lin Fan was so fond of the concentration charms, he naturally didn't want to let go. Since the customer wanted more, he naturally lowered the price slightly to attract repeat customers. Next, Lin Fan selected a blood-burning symbol and an invisibility symbol, adding them to the previous concentration symbol for a total of 10 spirit stones. The middle-aged vendor took the opportunity to throw in a stack of healing symbols as a bonus. After leaving the stall, Lin Fan returned to the street and fiddled with the talismans he had just acquired. Invisibility symbol. Grade, low-grade talisman. Description, hides one's form but cannot conceal one's aura, and can be detected by spiritual eyes or divine perception. Requirements for enhancement, 5 points. As soon as Lin Fan saw the invisibility talisman, he thought of the chi concealment talisman he had purchased earlier. Using both together, one for invisibility, and the other for concealing chi wound tea that combined to achieve the effect of a high-tier concealment talisman? Though it wouldn't fool the divine perception of a foundation establishment cultivator like the concealment talisman, it should be sufficient against chi cultivation cultivators. He then picked up another one. Blood-burning symbol. Quality, low-grade talisman. Description, burns one's own essence blood to enhance speed. Requirements, 5 points. As mentioned earlier by the middle-aged vendor, the blood-burning talisman is crafted from the mid-tier spell blood-burning technique, which is a simplified version of the blood escape technique, specifically designed for escape. If Lin Fan encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, using wind control technique combined with the blood-burning talisman should ensure a blazing escape speed, effectively securing his survival. As for other low-tier talismans like the Hungry Ghost Talisman and Summoning Talisman, they can only summon hungry ghosts or demon beasts at the initial stage of chi cultivation, and can only be used a few times, making them of little practical use. As he passed by a street stall, he noticed a stack of jade slips arranged on the ground. The vendor seemed to be selling spells. Most of the jade slips were brand new, likely recently replicated, suggesting the vendor had some connections or background. Lin Fan picked them up one by one, pressing them against his forehead to inspect them with his divine sense. These jade slips were all sealed with restrictions to prevent the contents from being revealed, only exposing a small portion for customers to sample. However, Lin Fan had enhanced stats, so he wasn't worried about being scammed. After browsing through them, he did find 3 wind attribute spells that caught his eye. Hurricane Technique. Quality, intermediate tier spell. Description, a wind-based attack spell that summons a hurricane to destroy a large area at a designated location. Requirements, supplo points. Wind Wall. Quality, intermediate tier spell. Description, a wind-based defensive spell that creates a wind wall to block physical and magical attacks from the front. Required enhancement points, supplo. Wind Flight. Quality, intermediate tier spell. Description, a wind-based flight spell that allows the caster to glide at low altitude for a short duration, with a maximum height of some meters. Reinforcement requirements, supplo points. The vendor in front of Lin Fan told him that these intermediate tier spells originally cost some spirit stones in the market, but he was selling them for some spirit stones here. He had secretly copied them from his uncle's shop, who was at the foundation establishment stage, so the quality was absolutely reliable, and the origin was beyond question. Lin Fan nodded. Wind-based spells were already rare, and their prices were slightly higher than those of basic 5 elements spells. He had checked the shop district yesterday, and confirmed that some spirit stones was indeed a bargain at the street stalls. What left him speechless was that all these street vendors had elders in their families. The symbol seller had an uncle, and the spell seller had an uncle. How were the true wandering cultivators supposed to survive? However, these weren't Lin Fan's concerns. He only had some spirit stones left, which he needed to save for renting a cave residence. Therefore, he could only afford to buy one spell. He was really tempted by the wind flight technique. It was clearly a scaled-down version of the high-tier flight spell, and also an advanced version of the wind control technique. However, compared to the other two attack and defense spells, Lin Fan ultimately chose the hurricane technique. He already has defensive spells like water curtain and concentration, escape spells like wind control and blood burst, and stealth spells like chi concealment and invisibility. The only thing lacking is a diverse attack besides his cold iron sword. He only knows the basic wind blade technique. Adhering to the principle that having multiple options is always better, Lin Fan spent Yi-sup spirit stones to acquire the hurricane technique. This left him with only Samsup spirit stones to rent a cave residence. He then browsed other stalls, but though many items were odd and unique, none caught his eye. Moreover, he had no extra coins to trade. However, as he passed by an old woman's stall, he noticed a pile of random items scattered about. When he casually picked up an item resembling a scarecrow, the enhancement panel finally prompted him again. 7 Arrow Book with Nails. Quality, Divine Art. Description, a censored version of the divine spell, 7 Arrows with Nails, from the Upper Realms, Cursing Divine Spell, and one of the signature techniques of the Wizard's Path sect, a major sect of immortality cultivation. Usage requirements, prepare a small straw doll, a bow and arrow, and 2 lamps. Place an item, blood, or hair containing the target's essence in front of the straw doll. Then perform a ritual bowing and shooting ceremony to curse the target, shooting the arrow into the straw doll. This spell can inflict severe injuries on the target from a distance. Can only be used 3 times per day. Note, the target's cultivation level must not exceed the caster's by more than 1 major realm, otherwise, it will backfire. Requirements, get back Yi-sup points. Ancient Charm, sup Yi points. Absorb? Lin Fan looked at the enhancement panel's description while staring at the straw doll in his hands, his heart racing with excitement. Holy crap! What is this? Did I hit the jackpot? Is this straw doll the 7 Arrow Book of the Nail-Headed Demon? Divine technique? How do you cultivate it? Why can't I see the cultivation method? Is it hidden inside the straw doll? There are so many ancient elements. No wonder it's the signature technique of a major cultivation sect. Could it have been revered by disciples from various sects, accumulating faith and fortune? Where is the witchcraft sect from? I've never heard of it in the Song dynasty. Secretly cultivating someone else's forbidden techniques, won't that cause problems? Lin Fan had a flood of questions, but he knew this wasn't the time to delve deeper. No matter how many spirit stones it cost, he had to buy it. As for renting a cave residence or anything else, that could wait. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Fan maintained a curious expression on his face. After examining it repeatedly, he asked the old woman at the stall, "Esteemed cultivator, what exactly is this?" The old woman at the stall remained expressionless and coldly replied, "I don't know either. It's just some black market goods. If you're interested, take it for 10 spirit stones." Upon hearing it was contraband, Lin Fan sensed the old woman's late chi cultivation stage cultivation base, and the faint aura of killing intent swirling around her. He immediately realized it must have been looted from one of the unlucky souls, who had met their end at her hands. It seemed the old woman hadn't figured out what it was either. Not everyone had a kung fa min ban to identify it. Perhaps she just found it intriguing, or maybe she was just trying to rip him off. However, such a person was ruthless and determined. Though haggling might be difficult, he had to obtain it no matter what today. The sect's divine technique, just the name sounded powerful. But just then, a cold, clear female voice sounded from the side. 10 spirit stones. I'll take this straw doll. Lin Fan turned abruptly. Princess Gua. Chapter Tsup, False Affection. Lin Fan never could have imagined that just moments after discovering the sect's divine technique, the 7 arrows of the nail, Princess Gua would appear to steal it away. Before he could react, Princess Gua stepped forward, raised her hand, and tossed 10 spirit stones into the old woman's hands. 10 spirit stones, take them. Then, her pair of phoenix-like eyes locked onto Lin Fan's. At that moment, Lin Fan was filled with shock and anger. This Princess Gua wasn't playing by the rules. Not only did she swoop in to snatch it away, but she also threw the spirit stones directly to the vendor, making the deal final and forcing the purchase. Didn't she even bother to haggle with him? Lin Fan had already prepared to drive up the price. The atmosphere between the two grew tense. Lin Fan held the straw doll motionless in his hand. Hand it over? Impossible. Others didn't know its value, but he did. just as he couldn't resist turning around to try to bid against the old woman, and buy it back, the princess of Gua suddenly burst into laughter. Lin Daoyu, I'll buy this for you. Lin Shan was caught off guard, staring in astonishment at the blue-robed woman before him. She seemed to have forgotten that they were mortal enemies, raising her eyebrows. Find a place to talk? In a private room of a tea house within the city, Lin Shan and Princess Guo were seated at a table. Both sipped their tea, occasionally exchanging glances, but neither spoke first. Lin Shan didn't say anything to express his gratitude. He didn't need anyone else to do this for him, he had already planned to buy it himself. Moreover, Princess Guo was his sworn enemy. Her invitation must have a purpose. Since fighting was prohibited within the city walls, he saw no reason to give up the initiative. After drinking tea for a while, Princess Guo finally spoke first. It must be said that the Ice Queen Beauty's words were a pleasure to hear. The slight movement of her red lips held a unique charm, and Lin Shan even suspected that she could compete with the top courtesan in a brothel. Lin Daoyu, a native of Qinghe County in the southern frontier of the Song dynasty, a branch of the Lin family, entered the post-Heaven Chi transformation realm at the age of Suplo, later joined the Zonga Nightingale branch, and 2 years later, when Zhu Guo of Dongting Lake emerged and slew the southern immortal master, he arrived in the capital already at the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. Princess Guo cast a meaningful glance at Lin Shan, recounting his background and past with remarkable familiarity. Lin Shan played with his teacup, showing no emotion, no surprise, suspicion, fear, or anger despite having his background thoroughly investigated. Since he had crossed over to this world, Lin Shan had lost both his parents and had no close female friends. He had no weaknesses. Even if his background was thoroughly investigated, what could they do? If there was any connection at all, it was with the Lin family of Qinghe County, who had raised him to some extent, but that was not enough to blackmail him. If they were to destroy the Lin family, it would only serve to fuel Lin Shan's hatred even more. Princess Guo is indeed the beloved daughter of the Prince of Huayan, well informed. But you don't think this is enough to control Lin Mao, do you? What? Do you intend to use the Lin family of Qinghe County to blackmail me? Lin Shan remained expressionless. Princess Guo saw Lin Shan's composed demeanor, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This young man may be young, but he is cunning and cautious, a troublesome opponent. I know that Lin Daoyu has no ties, so I have no such intentions. Besides, the Lin family isn't the only one with someone who has entered the path of immortality. How could this prince so easily make another enemy? Lin Shan recalled that when he left Zonga County, he had returned to the Lin family estate, and heard that Lin Fan had also been taken away by a high-ranking cultivator from the cultivation world. This indeed provided an additional layer of insurance, and he need not worry too much about the Lin family. However, the true meaning behind Princess Guo's words and her purpose in bringing him here remained unclear, so Lin Shan naturally kept his mouth shut. The palace-attired beauty beside him saw that Lin Shan remained unmoved, and could only stop teasing him. Lin Daoyu, speak the truth. This princess summoned you here today to discuss reconciliation. Lin Shan poured himself some tea without looking up. Reconciliation? 10 spirit stones and you want reconciliation? Your Highness really underestimates me. Princess Guo furrowed her brows. Then what do you want? We don't have any deep-seated grudges. Back then, I almost killed you, but you also nearly killed me later. How about we call it even? After finishing his tea, Lin Shan sat in the tea house, gazing at the distant mountains, as if recalling some past events. What about the deceased Huang Xianshi? How do we settle that debt? Princess Guo patiently explained, the death of Huang Daoyu has nothing to do with me. At the time, the green-robed old demon concealed his identity, and leaked your information to us. We were unaware of it. Additionally, the other 2 Daoyu fought with him by the stream. Later, he collaborated with us, but then secretly slipped away to take the spoils for himself. He deserved to die. From start to finish, none of us truly harmed Huang Daoyu, did we? Lin Shan heard this and seemed to, sort of agree with the logic. It was the green-robed old man who killed Huang Xianshi, and the green-robed old man was killed by himself. Princess Guo and the others truly didn't gain anything. However, it seemed like 2 people had been forgotten. What happened to the black-robed nun and the woman in the straw hat? Lin Shan asked curiously. Princess Guo answered bluntly, the former is dead. The latter is the daughter of the Qi Kingdom's duke. We spared her life out of respect for their family ties. Lin Fan remained silent, recalling the scene where the black-robed nun had desperately pleaded for help from him and Huang Xianshi. However, he didn't harbor any grudges. They weren't close to begin with, and he didn't feel the need to risk his life to save her. He was merely feeling a bit nostalgic. The icy beauty beside him, seeing him remain silent for so long, grew impatient and stamped her feet repeatedly. Lin Daoyu, we're not afraid of you. Enemies should be reconciled, not harbored. Don't think I'm begging you. Lin Fan stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and weighed the pros and cons. Having just arrived in Ichwan, his priority was to focus on improving his own strength. Revenge could wait, it was better to play along for now. Alright, but I need you and the people behind you to help me with something. Princess Guo asked warily, what kind of favor? Lin Fan smiled, it's not a big deal. Each of you has a royal household patron. I want you to get me some antique artifacts that are well known to the world. I have a personal interest in collecting them. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? Indeed, Lin Fan had set his sights on ancient artifacts. What he didn't expect was that Princess Guo seemed a bit hesitant. The kind of antique you're talking about, my father's Hawaiian prince's mansion does have 1 or 2 pieces, so giving them to you shouldn't be a problem. But as for the others, I'm not sure. Why? Aren't they all immortals serving the prince's mansion? Lin Fan asked in confusion. Princess Guo patiently explained, but they only have a cooperative relationship with the mansion, and cannot force the prince. The Song dynasty court is supported by the 3 major sects, and the imperial family itself has cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, they have warned cultivators not to harm the mortal princes of the imperial family. So the mortal princes in the secular world hire wandering cultivators to protect themselves from mortal innate experts, and no cultivator dares to harm them. Princess Guo shook her head, indicating that she couldn't make decisions for others, as those wandering cultivators were also working for the prince. Lin Fan sighed after hearing this, thinking that having the antiques of the Hawaiian prince's family was better than nothing. The two discussed further, and eventually reached an agreement to settle the matter. After all, if he really clashed with Princess Guo and her group, he would eventually have to return to the Song dynasty, and a bloody battle would be unavoidable. If these few were to act ruthlessly and ambush him on his way back to Ichwan, although he wasn't afraid of Princess Guo, her accomplice, the middle-aged man in the Imperial Guard's robes wielding a talisman sword, still gave Lin Fan pause. After putting aside their past animosity, the two gradually began to laugh and joke with each other. Without the aura of an enemy, Lin Fan's gaze toward Princess Guo grew more admiring. After all, who doesn't appreciate a beauty? Especially an ice elemental beauty like her. Her aura indeed stirred a subtle desire to conquer. But the next moment, the Ice Queen extended an invitation. Precious spiritual herbs had been discovered in the northern part of the Yanyan Mountains, and she invited Lin Fan to join her on an expedition. However, Lin Fan firmly refused. Are you kidding me? Lin Fan's mind was completely occupied with figuring out how to use the newly acquired sect defending technique, the 7 arrows on the head, and rushing to close himself off for cultivation to reach the peak of the chi cultivation stage. As for traveling with a beauty? That can all wait. The answer is simple, no time. Princess Guo tried to persuade him again, but upon noticing that Lin Fan seemed a bit off and growing suspicious, she reluctantly gave up. The two chatted casually for a while longer, before Lin Fan hurriedly took his leave. After watching Lin Fan walk away from the tea house, Princess Guo's face turned cold again. She spoke to the air, he's gone. Come out. The curtain behind the private room was pulled aside, and a middle-aged man in fine clothes emerged alongside 2 others. Chapter Tsusyat, the Divine Book bestows the law. It turned out that every word of the conversation between Princess Guo and Lin Fan had been overheard by the people behind the house. Did any of you give anything away? Princess Guo asked coldly. No way. Bai Luo Yunzhang specifically blocks all energy signatures. That kid wouldn't have noticed unless he's already at the foundation establishment stage, one of them declared confidently, clearly trusting his magical artifact. The man in brocade robes noticed Princess Guo's displeased expression. What's wrong, Princess? Is there something wrong with that boy? Princess Guo clenched her teeth in anger. That kid is too cautious. I tried every trick in the book, but he refused to leave Ichwan with us for the expedition. The middle-aged man in brocade robes sighed deeply. With your beauty, even a disciple of the Qiyun Pavilion, a major cultivation sect like Qizhong, is utterly captivated by you. How dare this kid not take the bait? The two others couldn't help but ask, what should we do? If this kid doesn't fall for our trap, how will we deal with him outside the Ichwan marketplace? Princess Gua shook her head and sighed, we can only wait. That young man is probably aiming to reach the peak of the Qi cultivation mid-stage. However, even though he obtained the storage bags of Huang Xianshi, the green-robed old demon, and their accomplice, breaking through the Qi cultivation mid-stage bottleneck in a short time is still impossible. The two men beside her looked anxious. If he sells that high-quality mid-tier magical artifact, it's worth a full 500 spirit stones. That might be enough to buy a Qi cultivation mid-stage breakthrough pill. The middle-aged man in brocade robes looked stern. That's right. If that mid-tier magical artifact falls into the hands of the princess, selling it for spirit stones to buy a Qi cultivation mid-stage breakthrough pill would allow him to immediately advance to the late stage of Qi cultivation. A late Qi cultivation stage practitioner under 20 years old, especially with a rare ice spirit vein, even if his talent doesn't meet the requirements of a major sect in the immortal path, ordinary sects still have a chance. By then, won't our fortunes rise along with his? We can't let that boy escape. Even if he doesn't come out, we'll block him on the way back to Bianyang. Princess Gua's eyes flashed with a cold light. I'll keep a close eye on him these days. Lin Fan returned to the inn. Although he had reached an understanding with Princess Gua, he wasn't naive enough to fully trust her. In any case, improving his own strength was the only way forward. Since she had spent money to buy him the straw doll, he would accept her kindness for now. In the guest room, he took out the straw doll he had just obtained, which was the divine ability 7 arrows on the head mentioned in the enhancement panel. Without hesitation, he absorbed the subyi points of ancient charm, causing the number in the top right corner of the enhancement panel to change from Sam to Supn. He then examined it carefully and indeed found it to be a simple straw doll, with nothing else special about it. The only unique feature was that no matter how much grass was torn off the straw doll, it would regrow and restore itself, meaning the straw doll could not be destroyed. Lin Fan began to think of various ways to deal with it. He first placed it on his forehead and probed with his divine sense, but it didn't work. He then infused it with spiritual energy to activate it, but there was no response. He even tried dripping blood on it, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. What is hidden inside this straw doll? Where is its true power? In desperation, he resorted to extreme measures, burning it with fire, soaking it in water, smoking it out, and grinding it with a cold iron sword. No matter what he tried, he couldn't open it. No wonder that old woman was willing to sell it. She must have tried every method and found this object suspicious, which is why she dared to sell it for sub-spirit stones. Thus, Lin Fan and the straw doll spent the entire day locked in a fierce battle within the room, making no progress whatsoever. It wasn't until evening that he suddenly remembered the instructions for using the Kung Fa Min Ban. Prepare a small straw doll, a bow and arrow, and 2 lamps. Place an item with the target's scent, blood, or hair in front of the straw doll. Then perform a curse ritual by shooting arrows at the straw doll in a ritualistic manner, embedding them in its body. This will inflict severe injuries on the target from a distance. Why not give it a try? Lin Fan decided to try anything, even if it was a long shot. He didn't bother following the elaborate rituals from the investiture of the gods in his previous life, where one would place a lamp on one's head and another on one's feet. He had no idea how to do that. He simply lit 2 oil lamps and placed them on either side of the straw doll. He took an item at random from the old man's storage bag and placed it directly in front of the straw doll. After all, the old man was already dead. Using him as an experiment was the best option. As for the bow and arrows, Lin Fan found some animal tendons and made a bow himself, then roughly carved a few wooden arrows. Then he drew the bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the straw doll. It was a simple ritual, but in the next moment, something in the void seemed to be activated, and a flash of white light appeared before the straw doll. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt his consciousness snap, and was pulled into a hallucinatory realm. An old, wandering spirit drifted through the mountains and fields, seemingly awaiting the Grim Reaper's escort. Judging by its features, it appeared to be the green-robed old man's soul. Lin Fan was utterly shocked. The green-robed old man had only been dead for 3 or 4 days. According to custom, he should have been able to linger in the mortal realm for no more than 7 days. Yet this fellow was taking his time. No underworld messenger had come to guide him yet. Are the underworld officials not on duty? Is there slacking off in the afterlife too? But in that instant, Lin Shan's consciousness in the illusionary realm saw the old man in green robes, soul being locked onto by something, and Lin Shan's physical body also sensed it. He was communicating with an indescribable existence in the afterlife. The arrow is on the string, it must be released. Lin Shan felt as though he was offering the old man in green robes, soul as a sacrifice to that great being. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. He couldn't stop this from happening. Crack! An arrow struck the straw dummy, and the green-robed old man's soul in the illusion showed a look of terror. A stream of black mist erupted from his body, instantly enveloping him. Moments later, the illusion faded, leaving only the beautiful mountain scenery behind. The old man in green robes had vanished, as if he had never existed. Lin Shan's consciousness returned to his own body. At that moment, he stared blankly at the straw doll before him, his body emanating an endless glow, communicating with a deep, ancient void. Lin Shan's gaze followed the straw doll toward the passageway, which seemed to stretch for countless billions of miles. In the pitch-black, endless void, a purple scroll lay quietly at the eternal end. The 7-arrow book of the nail-headed demon. Lin Shan couldn't help but utter the name in his heart. The purple scroll was shrouded in ethereal mist, with streams of colorful light swirling around it endlessly. It seemed to exist without any control, lying quietly in the void for countless ages. Now, using the straw doll as a link, it connected with Lin Shan's gaze. Purple torrent erupted from the book, rushing through the void channel at lightning speed, bursting out of the straw figure, and directly into Lin Shan's mind. A surge of ancient, profound information erupted in his mind, causing a tidal wave of chaos. The information gradually coalesced into a mysterious purple seed, hanging deep within his soul. As Lin Shan cautiously probed the seed taking root within his soul, the enhancement panel popped up. 7 arrows of the nail head. Quality, divine seed. Description, a censored version of the divine technique, 7 arrows of the head, from the upper realms, cursing divine technique spell, one of the founding divine techniques of the Wizard's Path sect, a major sect of immortality cultivation. Usage conditions, prepare a small straw doll, a bow and arrow, and 2 lamps. Take an item, blood, or hair containing the target's essence, and place it before the straw doll. Then perform the curse ritual by shooting arrows at the straw doll, in a ritualistic manner. The arrows must pierce the straw doll, allowing the curse to be cast at a distance. Can only be used 3 times per day. Note, the target's cultivation level must not exceed the caster's by more than 1 major realm, otherwise, it will backfire. Requirements for enhancement, 128 points. Divine Ability Seed. Lin Shan came into contact with this seed in his soul and instantly understood its purpose. It represented a profound and complete mastery of a certain divine ability, allowing one to wield it effortlessly without any preparatory gestures, achieving the realm of controlling it at will. It would condense into a divine ability seed deep within the soul. The divine artifact said to be the true treasure of the void channel, the 7 arrows of the nail-headed demon, directly bestowed upon me as a divine ability seed. A flash of enlightenment crossed Lin Shan's mind. Was this the sect's treasured inheritance of the witchcraft sect? Indeed, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Coming back to his senses, Lin Shan's consciousness returned to reality. Looking back at the guest room, all the light had vanished, the bow lay on the ground, the straw doll still sat on the table, and the 2 candles flickered eerily. Outside the window, the night was pitch black. Tonight was a moonless night with howling winds. Chapter Tsasupyi, forcing down a bitter pill. Lin Shan sat there in a daze for a long time. After all, what had just happened was too unbelievable. The soul of the green-robed old man had vanished, the path to the endless void had been opened, the purple divine book, and even the soul-shaking information storm. If it weren't for the divine ability seed still quietly hanging in his soul, reminding him that everything had indeed happened, he would have suspected he was dreaming. Now that he possessed the divine ability seed, Lin Shan fully understood the origin of this divine ability. Through the straw doll, before him the heirloom of the witchcraft sect, he could communicate with the divine artifact, 7 arrows of the nail-head book, and offer sacrifices to it. The straw doll itself was an ordinary straw doll, with no supernatural qualities. It had simply been chosen by the divine artifact as an intermediary conduit, which is why it could not be destroyed. The rules and forces at play were beyond his comprehension, and he had no way of investigating them further. As the initiator of the sacrifice, Lin Fan knew that if the target's cultivation level was not at least one major realm higher than his own, they would be severely injured by the power granted by the divine artifact, Nailhead 7 Arrows book. If the target's cultivation level is higher than Lin Fan's, for example, if he curses a foundation establishment cultivator while he is still in the chi condensation stage, the divine ability would backfire, and the sacrificer would become the target, losing years of his lifespan to compensate the divine artifact, Nailhead 7 Arrows. In other words, as long as one does not randomly curse someone with a higher cultivation level, within the same major realm, regardless of whether they are in the early, middle, or late stages, one does not need to consume their lifespan. However, this divine ability has two minor restrictions. First, it requires an item containing the target's aura, or their blood, hair, or other bodily fluids to lock onto them. Second, it has a cooldown period, allowing it to be used only 3 times a day. 3 times, so be it. From now on, whoever I don't like, I'll curse them to death. Lin Fan slapped his butt and jumped up, his body brimming with excitement, then began to ponder who to target first. However, after thinking for a while, Lin Fan suddenly realized that he had been eliminating all his enemies along the way and hadn't left any enemies behind. There was one enemy, but coincidentally, the Princess of Gua had reconciled with him today, and even agreed to give him an antique. Though he still harbored some resentment and didn't fully trust her, he didn't have any of her personal items or hair or blood. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then reluctantly gathered up the spellcasting tools scattered on the ground. I still need to find a way to enhance my combat prowess. If I encounter a battle in the future, who will give me the time to cast a curse? Moreover, to cast a curse from behind, one must have sufficient cultivation to sustain it. Having come to this realization, Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He sat in meditation, waiting quietly for dawn. 3 days had passed since he arrived in Ichwan. Lin Fan opened his eyes, got up, and bid farewell to the inn. He needed to cultivate to the peak of the 6th layer of chi cultivation, as soon as possible. The storage pouch contained exactly some subspirit stones. Arriving at the Inner Affairs Hall in the city center, a grand hall with an ancient and elegant atmosphere, many cultivators were coming and going, clearly indicating that the Ichwan market was bustling with activity. He went up to the 2nd floor, and found the market manager responsible for renting caves, an elderly man, with a white beard who was at the late chi cultivation stage. I am Yen, the cave residence rental officer of the Ichwan market. Lin Fan hurriedly greeted him, Emissary Yan, this is my token. I intend to rent a cave residence for 3 months. Yen nodded, took the token, and gestured for him to follow. He then led him to another hall, where a massive sand table stood at the center, clearly depicting the entire topography of Ichwan, including the misty array surrounding the city and all the territories within and outside the city walls. Some of the mountains flickered with white light points, while others had stable yellow light points, and the same was true within the city. These white light points represent caves that can be selected, while the yellow light points indicate that they are already occupied. You may choose freely pick whichever you like. However, the prices vary depending on the quality of the spiritual stones, so I need not elaborate further. Yanji explained briefly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, then his gaze began to wander among the various points of light. Just then, footsteps approached, and a voice he had heard the previous day rang out behind him. Lin Daoyu, you're also selecting a cave residence? What a coincidence! Lin Fan turned around and saw Princess Gua, dressed in palace attire, walking elegantly toward him. She smiled sweetly and stood beside him. It is quite a coincidence, Lin Fan nodded in response, then turned back to continue examining the cave dwellings. However, Princess Gua had been secretly observing Lin Fan's every move over the past 2 days. There was no such thing as coincidence. The moment she saw him enter the Inner Affairs Hall, she knew he intended to rent a cave residence to seclude himself for cultivation. She hurriedly followed him, wanting to know where he was practicing, and how long he would be there, so she could make arrangements and preparations. What she feared most was that Lin Fan had ample funds, and would simply rent a mansion in Ichwan for several years. Then when would they have to wait? To monitor Lin Shan discreetly, Princess Gua smiled and asked. Lin Daoyu, do you have a cave residence you're interested in? Why not become neighbors with this younger sister? We could exchange cultivation insights frequently. Princess Gua didn't even use her title, instead referring to herself as little sister, which showed how deeply she was scheming. However, Lin Shan, whose mind was completely consumed by the thought of, I must become stronger, paid no attention to these details. He merely gave a casual response without even glancing aside. Fine, your highness may do as you please. Princess Gua cursed under her breath, calling the young man insensitive and deserving of his single status, but she forced a smile and said, where does Lin Daoyu plan to stay? I'll pay the rent for you. After all, we've turned swords into plowshares. Lin Shan was touched by her offer. He was indeed in dire need of money. Since Princess Gua, this generous soul, was willing to cover his expenses, he felt a bit embarrassed. Then I'll humbly accept your kindness. Yan, the attendant, quietly perked up his ears, his mind swirling with gossip. Was this a rich woman chasing after a poor young man? Paying his rent? This young man was so lucky, but he didn't seem very grateful. Was he just taking advantage of her? These young people of today are something else. Princess Gua, on the other hand, thought to herself, you can't catch a wolf without baiting it with a lamb. I spent 10 spirit stones yesterday, what's a little cave residence money today? According to her estimation, this young man would reach the peak of the 6th layer of Qi cultivation within half a year. By then, he would have to emerge from seclusion to seek opportunities. And ordinary cultivators rent suburban cave dwellings for 2 spirit stones a month. After a few months, that wouldn't even exceed 10 spirit stones. By then, he'd have to pay her back with interest. She decided to stay quietly by Lin Shan's side and wait for him to make his choice. After a while, Senior Yen, this one will do. I'll rent it for 3 months. Lin Shan pointed to a relatively upscale and secluded courtyard in the eastern residential area of the city. He was quite satisfied with the environment there, as few cultivators passed by, making it quiet and suitable for his arduous cultivation. Yen the steward nodded and inserted Lin Shan's token into the sandboard. The white light turned yellow, indicating that the cave residence had been rented. Then he looked at Lin Shan and Princess Gua. The rent is some sub-spirit stones. Which of you two will pay? Lin Shan looked at Princess Gua with anticipation. Chapter 2, Selling Family Assets. Princess Gua's fair and delicate forehead was slightly sweaty. She never imagined that Lin Shan would dare to choose a cave residence within the city. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy in the mountains outside the city was 5 times that of the outside world, and it only cost 2 spirit stones per month. While the city had 15 times the spiritual energy of the outside world, it required 10 spirit stones per month, not exactly cost-effective. For wandering cultivators, making money was too difficult. It was better to spend more time and stay in Ichwan to develop slowly. Generally, caves in the city that cost sub-spirit stones a month are reserved for the young masters and misses of major cultivation sects and aristocratic families passing through the so-called second-generation cultivators. In the central district, caves that cost some sub-spirit stones a month are mostly occupied by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. For independent cultivators like Lin Shan and Princess Gua, the suburbs outside the city are their top choice. After all, they're young and poor, and time is their most valuable asset. Princess Gua now wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Most of the spirit stones she had brought with her had already been spent elsewhere, and she had no way to cover Lin Shan's rent. Deep down, she was furious at Lin Shan for being so greedy. He must have heard she was treating everyone and deliberately chose a place in the city center. She wanted to give him a good thrashing. But on the surface, she could only feign distress, looking pitifully at Lin Shan and saying, Lin brother, I don't have that many spirit stones on me. Why don't we choose somewhere outside the city instead? Yanji, the attendant beside him, immediately turned his head toward Lin Shan, his eyes clearly saying, your girlfriend doesn't have the money you pay up. I've already recorded everything for you. Lin Shan was completely speechless, staring at the embarrassed Princess Gua. If you don't have money, why act so high and mighty? You ruined my expectations. He didn't press her further, instead pulling out the 30 spirit stones he had on him and handing them to Yanji. He then put away the token and left the inner affairs hall to find his own cave residence. Yanji stood there dumbfounded, staring at the Guojun princess whose expression kept changing. He thought to himself, could this be a story where a wandering cultivator girl is pursuing a second-generation cultivator? Did I guess wrong earlier? These young people nowadays are indeed bold and daring. Take a chance, and even a wild chicken can become a phoenix. Yanji encouraged the princess with a pat on the shoulder. Miss, you have a good foundation. With your beauty and patience, you'll eventually win that young master's favor. Still looking for a place to rent? The princess of Guo snorted coldly and turned to leave. Second generation immortal? You little rascal, you must have gotten some decent spirit stones from those 3 dead men. For now, I'll keep them with you. In 3 months, they'll all be mine. Yan, the attendant, was completely ignored. Feeling embarrassed, he shook his head and went to attend to other guests. Lin Fan turned left and right in the eastern part of the city and found a courtyard. This cave residence was sealed with restrictions. Without breaking the restrictions by force, it was impossible to enter. However, no one dared to break the restrictions by force, as the Internal Affairs Bureau of the marketplace had powerful backers, and no one dared to test their luck. Lin Fan placed the token into the lupcho on the gate, and the restrictions automatically opened. He pushed the door open and walked inside. The courtyard had a small path, stone tables and chairs, and a small herb garden, clearly prepared for cultivators in need. Inside the house, there were a cultivation room, a kitchen, a bedroom, a parlor, and even a beast-rearing room. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. The 10 spirit stones were well spent, and the concentration of spiritual energy was also to his liking. Although he currently had no use for the various random decorations and arrangements. The immediate priority was to use the next 3 months to complete his own small goals. Lin Fan tidied up a bit and moved into the cave residence, beginning his joyful cultivation. Over the next 3 months, Lin Fan lived a fulfilling and joyful life. He had an endless supply of spiritual energy for cultivation, and every day, specialized delivery cultivators from the marketplace would bring him delicacies from all over the mountains and seas. After all, this was a high-end residential area for the second generation of immortals, so the services naturally catered to every aspect of their needs. Meanwhile, outside the city in the nearby mountains, Princess Guo and her 3 companions were restless and impatient. They gathered every 3 days for a major meeting and every 2 days for a minor one, their minds constantly fixated on Lin Fan. No, to be precise, it was the premium mid-tier magical artifact worth Mbak spiritual stones in Lin Fan's possession, along with the non-existent, large quantity of spiritual stones. That kid got the storage bags of those 3. Huang Xiancher has over 100 spirit stones, and the 2 green-robed old demons probably have around 100 each. That's a total of 200 spirit stones. Princess Guo was currently discussing Lin Fan's possessions with the other 3. The other 2 couldn't help but envy him. That kid has been hiding inside all this time, forcing us to rent a cave residence outside the city to accompany him. We're worried he'll squander it all recklessly. As they spoke, the emperor wasn't in a hurry, but the eunuchs were. The middle-aged man in brocade robes was concerned about another matter. That youngster's trip to Dongting Lake wasn't just about obtaining a single zhu fruit. His cultivation level jumped to the 6th layer of qi cultivation, and he also obtained a mid-tier magical artifact. This must be an extraordinary opportunity. Princess Guo clenched her teeth and sneered coldly. With your ancestral talisman sword in your possession, as soon as he steps out of Ichwan, he will surely submit and be executed. There's nothing to fear. The middle-aged man in brocade robes shook his head solemnly. We must not underestimate him. Though my talisman sword is also a mid-tier magical artifact, it only has 2 engraved inscriptions: Swift Charge and Break Magic, and lacks the durability and sharpness of other magical artifacts. It likely cannot withstand a direct clash with his magical sword. Moreover, this ancestral talisman sword is nearing the end of its usable charges. Princess Guo's face turned icy. Then we must defeat this brat. Someone nearby suddenly spoke up. My informant has news the brat has left the cave. Everyone stood up. 3 months had almost passed, and it seemed the prey couldn't resist coming out after all. Lin Fan had indeed left the cave. Over the past 3 months, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage bottleneck as he had hoped, and he had also mastered the mid-tier spell, Typhoon technique, to a large extent. However, he had no immediate plans to leave Ichwan. After all, he had made a promise with the Nightingale Supreme Elder to wait 6 months, and only half of that time had passed. He would wait another 3 months. By then, he would have collected the Nightingale tokens from all over the Song dynasty, and could return to give the Zhu fruit to the Grand Elder. This way, he would fulfill his promise and also reap the benefits of the ancient aura, saving himself an extra trip. Besides, Ichwan was such a great place. Compared to the mundane world outside, it was like heaven compared to the countryside. If I want to advance to the late Qi cultivation stage as soon as possible, staying in Ichwan offers the best opportunity. At the moment, the simplest and most direct solution Lin Fan could think of was to enhance wind-attributed spiritual fruits, or cultivate the Qi cultivation initial stage breakthrough pill. This would be the easiest way to break through. Now he regretted buying those spell talismans prematurely. Otherwise, he could have somehow scraped together the Yetbak spirit stones needed for the Qi cultivation breakthrough pill. However, at the time, he only had some points of ancient charm, which was insufficient to enhance such items, so he had to wait for the Nightingale harvest. That was why he had decided to improve his strength. Now that he had unexpectedly obtained the 7 arrows on the nail doll, he suddenly gained a large amount of ancient charm. He decided to first break through to the late Qi cultivation stage, before returning to Bianliang. At the moment, he didn't have a single spirit stone on him, but he did have some possessions he could sell. For example, the low-grade magical artifact, the iron sword, and the forging notes left by the hawk-nosed man, as well as the magical artifact, the insect breeding tower, and the beast-taming notes left by the green-robed old man. As for his own possessions, such as the remains of a high-grade magical artifact, the soulwood fish, and the seeds of the purple spirit fruit. Selling all of these should easily fetch over 100 spirit stones, which should be more than enough. Lin Fan was full of determination, and decided to head to the shop district first to see how they handled the recycling process. Chapter 2: Unexpected News. Lin Fan brought his belongings and first went to the forging pavilion to inquire about how to recycle magical artifacts. The shopkeeper took out a magnifying glass, which seemed to be another detection artifact, and crouched over the counter, peering closely with his old eyes to examine it carefully. After about 15 minutes, the shopkeeper put away his family heirloom. Looking at the 2 magical artifacts before him, he shook his head at Lin Fan. This low-grade magical iron sword has 2 chipped edges on the blade, likely caused by external force. It can be appraised at spirit stones. This insect-rearing tower is intact, but since it was used to raise flying ants, the interior has been gnawed and damaged by them, so it can only be valued at spirit stones. Lin Fan couldn't help but furrow his brows after hearing this. Shopkeeper, these 2 magical artifacts are still usable now, and have the same effects as normal low-grade magical artifacts. You're really underpricing them. The shopkeeper twirled his mustache. These 2 artifacts may look fine on the surface, but they're severely damaged. They'll be completely useless after just a few uses. By then, they'll be worth scrap metal. At least you're getting something back now. Be grateful. Lin Fan scoffed. He didn't believe a word of it. Others might have been swayed, but he was no ordinary person. The enhancement panel hadn't mentioned any issues with these artifacts. Who did this shopkeeper think he was, making up nonsense? Seeing him spouting nonsense, Lin Fan didn't bother arguing. He retrieved the artifacts and turned to leave. He crossed the street and arrived at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The 100 Treasures Pavilion also bought anything and everything. Lin Fan took out the 2 magical artifacts again. The appraiser here was more reliable, but the price was still low by spirit stones for one and sub-spirit stones for the other. Lin Fan thought about it. The difference was far beyond his expectations. After all, the market price for a refined iron magical sword was the sub-spirit stones, and the insect breeding tower was some sub-spirit stones. These 2 items were clearly in good condition now, so he might as well set up a stall and try to sell them as second-hand magical artifacts. He retrieved the 2 magical artifacts and took out the remains of the soulwood fish, staring intently at the appraiser. The appraiser behind the counter immediately fixed his gaze on the soulwood fish. He glanced sideways at Lin Fan, only to find the latter staring intently at him. He cleared his throat and pretended to appraise a needle-shaped magical artifact. It seemed like every appraiser had their own tool of the trade. He fiddled with the needle, poking it here and there, looking quite professional. It seems to be the remains of a wooden fish ritual artifact. I'll give you 2 spirit stones for it. The appraiser feigned an expression of, "You've made a killing." Lin Fan sneered coldly, "This is the remains of a high-grade soul wooden fish ritual artifact. It was personally handed down to me by my elders, after they defeated a messenger from the Black Lotus sect in battle." Lin Fan not only revealed the origin of the soul wooden fish, but also subtly warned the appraiser that he had powerful connections. The appraiser, feeling exposed, thought to himself, "Why didn't you mention its origin earlier? This is so embarrassing." He could only offer another price. "Well, it's the remains of a high-grade magical artifact, but it's severely damaged, with only half remaining. Take a look at the edges." How about ye sub-spirit stones? Lin Fan remained expressionless. The material for this high-grade magical artifact is 300-year-old soul wood. Even if it's just recycled 3rd-grade soul wood, the market price is no less than Yipok spirit stones. The appraiser looked embarrassed again. "You knew the material? Why didn't you say so earlier? This is so hurtful." He had no choice but to quote again, "The amount of soul wood isn't much, and it seems to have been struck by lightning, causing the spiritual patterns to disperse. Say sub-spirit stones." After some haggling, the final price was settled at say spirit stones. Lin Fan, exhausted, walked out of the treasure shop. These merchants are truly despicable. Arriving at the stall area, the crowd seemed fairly decent today. Lin Fan picked a spot, set up his stall, and placed his forging techniques and low-grade magical swords together, priced at some sub-spirit stones. He placed his beast taming techniques and insect breeding tower together, priced at say sub-spirit stones. After all, refining techniques and the beast taming techniques were 2 of the 6 foundational arts of cultivation, and shops sold them for ye sub-spirit stones each. The refined iron sword and insect breeding tower were priced at ye sub and some sub-spirit stones respectively. Bundling them together made it a decent deal for wandering cultivators looking for second-hand items. As the weather gradually approached noon, cultivators began setting up stalls on either side of Lin Fan. Coincidentally, the stall on the left belonged to the talisman seller, who had sold him the blood-burning talisman and invisibility talisman that day, while the stall on the right belonged to the spell seller, who had sold him the hurricane technique. The 2 seemed to be friends, having just finished mingling somewhere, and since there were no good spots left in the stall area, they had to settle for spots next to Lin Fan. These 2 fake 2nd-generation immortals, who had sneaked out without telling their elders to engage in illicit trade, were now flanking him on either side. What a coincidence! "I'm the one who..." Lin Fan introduced himself. The 2 of them both seemed to realize who he was, though it was unclear whether they truly remembered or had simply forgotten. They then began chatting with each other. While setting up their stalls, they had nothing better to do, so they started bragging about their skills and chatting about random topics. The talisman stall owner recounted his journey with his clan elders to the East Sea, where he encountered the princess of the mermaid tribe. The spell stall owner recounted how he had followed his clan elders to the western desert and encountered an ancient Buddha cave in the desert. Lin Fan recounted his journey with his sect's elders to the southern frontier, where they eradicated the emissaries of the Black Lotus sect, a major demonic cult. The 3 praised each other enthusiastically, growing more and more animated as they talked, eager to swear brotherhood by slaughtering chickens and cows and drinking their blood. However, when the conversation turned to the Ichwan auction, Lin Fan fell silent, listening quietly as the other 2 boasted. The spell stall owner said, "Speaking of the Ichwan auction, it holds a small auction every year and a large one every 5 years. This year happens to be the large auction, so there might be some good items up for grabs." Symbols vendor. The highlight of last year's small auction was the fiery heaven-scorching symbol, a small divine symbol crafted by my great-grandfather. Spell stall owner. Your Murong clan is indeed powerful, with a golden core cultivator as your patriarch. That's truly enviable. Talismans vendor. Not at all, your family isn't bad either. Spell stall owner. I heard there's a foundation establishment pill at this year's auction. Have you heard about it? Symbol vendor, that's already common knowledge among the major cultivation clans. Apparently, the last 10 foundation establishment pills were auctioned off for a staggering Nman spirit stones, almost as much as a fragment of a magical artifact. Spell stall owner, that's right. These days, rare spiritual flowers and herbs are becoming increasingly scarce in the cultivation world. The cultivation cycles for spiritual plants cultivated by major sects and clans can't keep up with the demand, leaving mid to low-tier cultivators in a dire situation. It's truly concerning. Talismans vendor, exactly. The two of them, mere chi cultivation stage cultivators, began discussing the major events of the cultivation world, pointing out the state of affairs, and speaking with great passion. Lin Fan stood nearby, listening intently, and overheard a lot of useful information. After all, he spent all his time cultivating, and didn't have any local connections. He was completely out of the loop, and had no way of obtaining such information. When he heard about the large-scale auction hosted by Ichwan in 3 days, with the minimum entry requirement being late chi cultivation stage cultivation, he quietly calculated that breaking through before then might still be possible. Especially when the two mentioned that the auction was also accepting consignment items, with the lowest requirement being mid-tier spiritual items. This immediately caught his attention. He actually had 2 mid-tier items in his possession, a cold iron sword and a purple spirit fruit seed. The cold iron sword was obviously off limits, but the purple spirit fruit seed might be worth a try. Chapter 7, Chief Appraiser. The three of them chatted until nightfall, and as the street vendors began to pack up, they reluctantly parted ways. The two stall owners assumed that Lin Fan came from a distinguished background, even if he wasn't a disciple of one of the 3 top sects in the Song Dynasty's cultivation world. His sect must still be quite powerful, so they were willing to befriend him. Before parting, they exchanged communication talismans, and left messages at designated locations. Lin Fan chose the public mailbox in Ichwan market as his message location. If someone sent him a message, the market would automatically deliver it to his cave residence as long as he was staying in Ichwan. The other 2 left their messages at the Murong clan and the Dantai clan, both renowned cultivating clans. As for today's main task of setting up a stall, it could only be considered barely completed. 2 wandering cultivators were quite interested in items from Lin Fan's stall, purchasing the alchemy set and the beast taming set for Yi Sup and Sam Sup spirit stones respectively. Lin Fan didn't haggle too much, as he didn't have much time to spare at the stall. As long as he could gather enough spirit stones to purchase the chi cultivation breakthrough pill for the early stage of chi cultivation, that would suffice. Lin Fan took advantage of the fact that it was just after nightfall, and the stalls hadn't closed yet. He went to the shop district and purchased the low-grade Danya, once again left penniless. If I don't get any spirit stones in the next few days, once my cave residence lease expires, I'll probably be evicted from Ichwan by the enforcers. Lin Fan returned to his cave residence and eagerly took out the chi cultivation initial stage breakthrough pill. Late chi cultivation stage tonight. Enhance. The pill in his hand shimmered with a burst of light. Spirit condensing pill. Quality, jade pill. Description, made primarily from jade grass, combined with 12 auxiliary herbs, it aids in breaking through the bottleneck of the mid-stage of chi cultivation. Requirements for enhancement, sublot points. Post-human Danya, pre-heaven Danya, chi cultivation stage jade Dan, foundation establishment stage treasure Dan, golden Dan stage law Dan. The enhancement panel truly corresponds to the cultivation levels of the cultivation realm. Lin Fan didn't dwell on it further, took the pill, and swallowed it in one go, beginning his breakthrough endeavor. The next day, the white-clad youth walked down the street feeling refreshed, enjoying the morning breeze and humming a tune. Now that he had reached the late chi cultivation stage, Ichwan's primary objectives for this journey were largely accomplished. Even if he were expelled from Ichwan, it wouldn't be a major issue. After returning to the capital city of Bianliang to harvest some ancient artifacts, he would head to the edges of some barbarian mountain ranges to hunt demon beasts and search for rare flowers and herbs. He could always earn some spirit stones that way, and eventually return. After all, this world is vast and boundless. Even within the Song dynasty, there are 2 wild mountain ranges, the central tribe's Songshan Mountains, and the northern Yanyin Mountains. Having reached the late chi cultivation stage, he could barely keep up. As for the Great Yan dynasty to the north beyond the Yanyan Mountains, Lin Fan currently had no plans to leave the country. However, as he walked along, he happened to pass by a square at the corner of the street and suddenly noticed a large building beside it, with 6 large characters emblazoned on it. Auction house. There was also a countdown timer, Yi days. Lin Fan immediately recalled the conversation he had overheard yesterday between the stall owners from 2 cultivation families. His current cultivation level was just barely sufficient, and he happened to have an item in his storage pouch. His eyes darted around, and he hurried over in a few quick steps. Upon entering the auction house's consignment office, it seemed that since it was early in the morning, and they had just opened, there was only an elderly appraiser lying on a rattan chair behind the counter, engrossed in reading an ancient text. Upon hearing footsteps, the appraiser didn't even look up. After all, the major clients had already placed their consignments early, and those who came now were just lowly wandering cultivators. Many of their treasures didn't even qualify for the auction. Lin Fan approached the counter and cautiously mentioned that he also had a treasure to consign for auction, then pulled out the purple spirit fruit seed. After all, he wasn't entirely confident about it. However, to his surprise, the appraiser glanced at the old man and murmured a soft ahem, though he didn't seem overly surprised. Instead, he slowly sat up straight, pulled out a tweezers-shaped detection device from somewhere, and began to examine the seed carefully. Lin Fan secretly calculated in his mind that with his enhanced interface, he could also become an appraiser. Moreover, his enhanced interface could even detect split souls, the Buddha of the immortal realm, and the 7 arrows of the immortal realm technique. Wouldn't that make him the top appraiser in the cultivation world? This idea had been in his mind before coming to Ichwan, but now that he brought it up again, he found it increasingly appealing as a way to make money. However, he needed to create some kind of detection device to disguise himself, otherwise he might give himself away. Setting aside Lin Fan's wild thoughts, the elderly appraiser at the auction house was quite professional, and gave an accurate conclusion after half a moment. 200-year-old water spirit fruit, a mutated fruit core. Lin Fan couldn't help but admire the expert's professionalism, and quickly praised him. "Senior, your eyes are as sharp as a torch. It is indeed the seed of a purple spirit fruit." The elderly appraiser put away his tweezers-like tool, and subtly inquired about the origin of the seed core. This was a standard procedure at the auction house. If the item was from a reputable source, they would help auction it off. If it was obtained through murder or robbery, it would depend on how powerful the seller's connections were. If the auction house could handle it, that would be fine. If not, then you'd have to go to the black market to trade it yourself. After all, merchants seek profit and avoid harm. Lin Fan lied without batting an eyelid. "My ancestors were once a family of cultivators. They cultivated water spirit fruits and plants for generations, and one mutated into a purple spirit fruit. This seed is a family heirloom passed down through the generations." The elderly appraiser nodded. "This seed core currently has good vitality, as if it had just bloomed and borne fruit. It doesn't seem to have been mature for more than half a year. It seems your family did a good job protecting it in the past, managing to seal its vitality." Lin Fan felt a pang of shame. From Dongting Lake to his current location in Ichwan, he had indeed consumed the purple spirit fruit within the past 6 months. The seed core was indeed the one left over from that time he had nearly been exposed. This old man was truly professional. He quickly responded in agreement, flattering the old man profusely, hoping to secure a higher starting price. The elderly appraiser pondered for a moment. "A water attribute mutated Ju fruit. It's not particularly rare, but the fact that it retained its mutated seeds after mutation gives it some value. For a sect or family, it's a spiritual plant with long-term development potential. So, the starting price is Tsutbak spirit stones." Lin Fan was overjoyed, immediately bowed deeply, and thanked him profusely. This elderly appraiser was highly respected and, judging by his cultivation level, was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Clearly, he wasn't interested in taking advantage of someone like Lin Fan, a junior. After completing the registration, he handed Lin Fan an auction house token. This token allowed him to participate in the auction house 2 days later, and served as proof of identity for consigning items. After completing the procedures, Lin Fan took the opportunity to inquire about the salary, benefits, subsidies for renting a cave residence, and unemployment insurance in the Easy River market from the elderly appraiser. The old man gradually guessed the young man's intentions. You want to become an appraiser? Lin Fan, yeah. Have you received any professional training? Lin Fan, that's right. My ancestors were from a cultivating family, and every generation has produced appraisers. Show me your detection artifact. Lin Fan, I forgot it, but I can guess blindly without a tool. A moment later, the elderly appraiser brought out several silk-lined boxes and placed them on the counter. These are all items that failed to sell at auctions in recent years. Take them and practice on them. Lin Fan took them out one by one, pretended to examine them, and took a closer look. About your old dishlon, a high-grade magical artifact called the Luofeng, a fragment of a fire attribute magical treasure, and this seems to be a feather shed by a demon beast at the Foundation establishment stage. Lin Fan deliberately misidentified one item half-heartedly, but accurately identified the origin and function of the others. But this was enough to astonish the old man in front of him, who slapped his thigh in surprise. You're something else. Without even using a detection artifact, your eyes are that sharp. You're a real talent. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Can I start tomorrow? But the appraiser position is already filled. There's no opening, so I can't arrange anything for you. Lin Fan hurriedly bowed. No problem, I can be an apprentice doing odd jobs. As long as you provide food and lodging, that's fine. No. What I mean is, I'm being transferred to Ichwan market in 5 days. The old man smiled broadly, and you will take my place and become the chief appraiser of the Ichwan auction house. Chapter 10 Tortoise Shell Fragments. The elderly appraiser surnamed Zhang was at the Foundation establishment stage of cultivation, and currently served as the chief appraiser of Ichwan auction house, overseeing 7 or 8 appraisers under his command. Master Zhang highly regarded Lin Fan's appraisal talent, and directly recommended him to the auction house's boss, the Golden Core Stage Elder of the Ichwan Internal Affairs Bureau, Left Jinren. Lin Fan, a mere Qi condensation stage novice, followed along dazedly, seeing a Golden Core Stage expert for the first time, feeling both awestruck and as if he were in a dream. At present, he was in the 5th floor inner chamber of the auction house. Seated at the head of the table was an old man without eyebrows, with black hair reaching his waist, heavy eyelids, and a face covered in brown spots, exuding a weathered and haggard expression. He was playing with 2 ordinary black iron balls in his hands. However, Lin Fan could sense that the 2 iron balls were emitting a subtle gravitational force, as if they could affect him down below, giving him an overwhelming urge to kneel. Divine abilities manifesting outwardly a magical artifact. The treasures wielded by a Golden Core Realm cultivator possessed terrifying supernatural powers capable of overturning rivers and seas, far surpassing the might of ordinary magical artifacts. However, the left true immortal himself appeared kind and approachable, perhaps out of respect for the appraisal master Zhang Lao, and offered Lin Fan a few words of encouragement. Not bad. At less than 20 years old, you've reached the late Qi cultivation stage. There's still a sliver of hope for Foundation establishment. Although the left Jinren had no eyebrows and his face appeared somewhat cold at first glance, his words were warm and gentle, like those of a kind-hearted elder. Lin Fan hurriedly bowed in respect. I dare not accept such praise, master. Generally, cultivators who have attained the Golden Core stage are respectfully referred to as Golden Core Immortals. Those who reach the Nascent Soul stage are titled Nascent Soul Immortals. These were all honorific titles, and since Lin Fan had never encountered them before, he naturally didn't use them. Now, in the presence of a Golden Core ancestor, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. Zhuo Jinren nodded slightly. I heard from Zhang Lao that you are a prodigy in the appraisal field, and have the potential to succeed him. I will test you to see if you are up to the task. As he spoke, the Buddha beads on his wrist flashed with golden light, and 3 items landed before Lin Fan. Clearly, left true immortal's storage artifact was no ordinary storage pouch, but the Buddha chain on his wrist. Of course, it could also be a storage artifact, but with Lin Fan's limited understanding, he couldn't possibly gauge the value of a Golden Core cultivator's possessions. Lin Fan respectfully accepted the 3 silk-lined boxes, noticing the encouraging expression on the face of the appraisal master Zhang Lao. He immediately realized this was his chance to impress the golden core ancestor, and he must not miss it. He bit his lip, swallowed hard, and reached out to open the first silk-lined box, gently touching it with his fingers. The reinforced panel popped out. South Sea Shark Pearl. Quality, 4th tier spiritual object. Description: tears of a South Sea Golden Dan stage shark transformed into a pearl, usable for medicine or weapon forging. Reinforcement requirements, looks up say points. Lin Shan's heart trembled with fear, silently cursing under his breath. The classification of spiritual objects in the cultivation world is quite vague, unlike cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and elixirs, which have a standardized system. Materials, whether acquired through cultivation or innate, are evaluated based on the cultivator's cultivation level, the age, environment, and mutations of the innate material, among other factors. There is no definitive standard. Take this South Sea Shark Pearl, for example. Whether it's the tear of a golden core stage shark person, or a chi cultivation stage shark person, the difference is like heaven and earth. Without the enhanced interface, he'd never have guessed what it was. However, although Lin Shan knew the answer, he hesitated whether to speak the truth. He felt the two intense gazes of the left true immortal fixed on him, but he had no method to appraise the artifact. Could they really tell just by looking that this was a golden core stage shark pearl? After all, he wasn't a golden core stage cultivator, nor had he ever been to the South Sea. He was just a young chi cultivation stage cultivator not even 20 years old. Where would he have gained such knowledge and experience? After flipping through it for a moment, Lin Shan knew time was running out and he had to make a decision. Reporting to the true immortal, this spiritual object possesses surging water, attributed spiritual energy. Judging by its material, it does not seem to be a Xin Tin Leng Mut innate spiritual object, but rather something produced by a Hao Tin Sung Ling post-natal spiritual being. It appears to be a tear? This junior cannot be entirely certain. After speaking, Lin Shan lowered his head, his back drenched in sweat, unsure how his words would be received. The appraisal master Zhang Lao, who was beside him, looked at the pearl and seemed deep in thought. The left-seated true master, seated at the head of the table, showed no emotion, merely uttering a brief before noncommittally gesturing toward the second box. Next item. Lin Shan hurriedly opened the second silk-lined box, revealing a black block with crooked grooves. The enhanced display panel changed its description once more. Tortoise shell fragment damaged. Quality, minor divine technique incomplete. Description: a minor divine technique spell created by the Xian turtle, a demon beast from the Yuanling stage of the South Sea, during its leisure time. It requires 3 months of soaking in Xian turtle essence blood to activate the inheritance. Reinforcement requirements, looks up say points. Lin Shan was sweating profusely, feeling deeply disheartened as he thought to himself, this left true immortal doesn't play by the rules, he's always coming up with these flashy, gimmicky things. Moreover, he estimated that if this wasn't a Kung Fa panel, few people would even recognize it. Perhaps. Maybe Masters Wood doesn't even know what this thing is? Might as well use it to test the waters? Take a chance? If it's identified, everyone's happy, if not, oh well. After carefully examining this ordinary-looking tortoise shell fragment, which appeared completely unremarkable from the outside, he grew even more convinced that this thing was indeed a demon beast's inheritance, and in a damaged state at that. It was so plain and unremarkable that he couldn't even begin to guess its origin. Masters Wu probably had no idea either. Lin Shan thought for a moment, and decided to remain vague for now, giving a general direction to test the waters. This object seems to resemble a type of divine ability inheritance mentioned in an ancient text passed down by my ancestors. Lin Shan scratched his chin uncertainly, glancing sideways at Zhu Jinren. Masters Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. He then stared at the tortoise shell fragment for a moment, as if recalling some past events. Seeing that there was hope, Lin Shan pretended to ponder for a while longer. This junior is not entirely sure what kind of supernatural ability it is, but I once read in an ancient text that, generally speaking, to activate a corresponding supernatural ability, one might need to use the corresponding essence blood for a trial, soaking it for 3 months to see initial results. He could only hint at this, as this Yuanling stage mystical turtle had created its own divine ability, and hadn't even named it. Who knew what it was called? However, Lin Shan's words seemed to awaken Zhu Jinren. The beardless old man nodded more and more as he listened, growing increasingly intrigued, as if he too sensed great potential. He quickly retrieved the turtle shell fragment and adopted a friendly tone toward Lin Fan. Young friend, your family background is profound and extensive. You've seen much of the world. May I ask where you come from? Lin Fan was now at a loss. Should he make something up? That wouldn't work. There were only a limited number of cultivating families, and fabricating one out of thin air would inevitably lead to problems. Mention someone he knew? He feared that Left Jinren, with his extensive connections, might expose him. Lin Fan dared not mention Lei Jinzi's banner this time. Zhuo Jinren wasn't someone who could be deceived by two fake immortals. However, in a moment of desperation, Lin Fan came up with an idea. My ancestors originated from a major cultivation sect, but later left the sect to establish a cultivation family. Over the centuries, our branch has fallen into obscurity, becoming an ordinary family in the southern frontier. Only I and another cousin managed to embark on the path of cultivation. Lin Fan knew he couldn't make things up. Every cultivation family had a sect lineage. Besides, the Lin family genealogy of Qinghe County was only 100 years old. Even if Left Jinren sent people to investigate, they wouldn't find anything substantial. Zhuo Jinren pressed further, asking which sect they belonged to. Lin Fan had no choice but to blurt out, the witchcraft sect. As for the witchcraft sect, it wasn't something he made up on the spot. It was described in the 7 arrows on the head, text from the Confronting Ban. As long as it was a real historical sect with some pedigree, he could find a way to make it plausible. However, upon hearing the name, Wudao sect, Zhuo Jinren began to ponder deeply. With his centuries of experience, he couldn't recall it immediately, but he felt he had vaguely heard the term before. Dong Master, sitting beside him, also furrowed his brows. He had lived over 100 years, and had never heard of this sect either. However, after realizing he couldn't recall it, Left Jinren decided not to dwell on such minor details. Pointing to the 3rd silk-lined box, he said, if you can accurately identify this item again, it shall be yours. Master Zhuo was clearly repaying Lin Fan for the favor he had done earlier by helping him with the tortoise shell fragment, intending to give him a chance to advance. An item casually discarded by a golden core cultivator was a precious treasure for a Qi cultivation stage cultivator. Lin Fan hurriedly opened the 3rd silk-lined box. Inside lay a bronze mirror the size of a palm, its surface dull and lifeless, appearing to be nothing more than an ordinary mundane object. The mirror reflected Lin Fan's young face, with irregular edges and corners, and the mirror surface was pitted and scorched, resembling the tiles used to roof a commoner's house when viewed from another angle. However, the appraiser Zhang Lao couldn't help but exclaim, Senior Zhuo, isn't this the one you used yourself back then? Ah. Master Zhuo smiled and waved his hand, stopping Zhang Lao from continuing. He watched quietly as Lin Fan picked up the bronze mirror. Cloud Copper Heart Protecting Mirror. Quality, high-grade magical artifact. Description, forged from 3rd grade spiritual material yin copper, it contains 5 inscriptions, resilience, balance, iron curtain, inner protection, and transfer. After being refined with the heart, it can be placed on the chest to automatically defend against enemies. Reinforcement requirements, Samsupyi points. Chapter Tsasuptut, Friends Within the Seas. Yin Copper Heart Protecting Mirror. Quality, high-grade magical artifact. Description, crafted from 3rd grade spiritual material yin copper, it possesses 5 high-grade inscriptions, resilience, balance, iron curtain, inner protection, and transfer. After being refined with the heart, it can be placed on the chest to autonomously defend against enemies. Reinforcement requirements, Samsupyi points. Lin Fan looked at the enhancement panel's description of the palm-sized bronze ancient mirror, and suddenly understood. No wonder it looked weathered and battered, it was actually a defensive magical artifact. From what Zhang Lao mentioned earlier, it seemed to be the famous artifact created by Zhuo Jinren in his early years. However, a high-tier defensive magical artifact with only 5 inscriptions is a bit too fragile. No wonder it still stands firm despite all the scratches and burn marks. Now that I have a mid-tier offensive magical artifact, I indeed need a defensive measure. This yin copper heart protecting mirror is exactly what I need. Lin Fan didn't hold back this time. Master Zhuo had said that if he answered correctly, he would be rewarded. If he gave a half-truth or a vague answer, he might lose the opportunity. At that point, even if Masters had originally intended to reward him, he wouldn't feel right about it after having made such a promise earlier. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a high-tier defensive magical artifact. After refinement, it can be placed on the chest to automatically defend against enemies, with 5 defensive inscriptions. Lin Fan recited the entire description of the enhanced panel. Aha, good boy. Zhuo Jinren clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Zhang Lao, standing beside him, nodded approvingly, while Lin Fan below looked expectantly at his master. This is the personal artifact, used during my foundation establishment period 200 years ago. While its magical defense is average, its physical defense is exceptional. I bestow it upon you. It shall protect you on your cultivation path. The path to immortality is long and arduous. Preserving your life is the most important thing. Once your body perishes, your path is lost. Zhuo Jinren sighed deeply, his expression tinged with reluctance, clearly attaching great emotional value to the item. However, Lin Fan had previously helped him unravel the mystery of a minor divine technique, so compared to a mere magical artifact, it was nothing to speak of. Zhang Lao, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, clearly sharing Left Jinren's view. After all, everyone cultivates for immortality and enlightenment. Staying alive is the most important thing. Death means everything is lost. Therefore, whether it be spells, divine abilities, or magical artifacts, defensive items are always the most valuable. Especially something like the Cloud Copper Heart Protecting Mirror, which offers ultimate physical defense. Lin Fan bowed deeply, a gift from an elder, I dare not refuse. Thank you, senior. The 3 of them were in high spirits, enjoying each other's company, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. During this time, Master Zhuo did not act like a cultivator at the Golden Core realm. He even briefly guided Lin Fan in his cultivation, explaining the key points and secrets of advancing from the Qi cultivation stage to the foundation establishment stage. Lin Fan was deeply grateful. They talked from daytime until nightfall, and Lin Fan felt he had gained a great deal. Zhang Lao then led Lin Fan out. After all, a Golden Core realm cultivator had already shown great favor by receiving a Qi cultivation realm cultivator. It wouldn't be appropriate to engage in an all-night discussion. After stepping out, Lin Fan subtly compared the aura pressure of the left-hand true cultivator with that of the beautiful woman from the brothel. He noticed that the aura pressure she emitted when she heard of Huang Xianshir's death seemed slightly stronger. However, since Left Jinren hadn't revealed his aura, Lin Fan couldn't accurately determine who was stronger between the two. But judging from their usual auras, that beautiful woman was at least a Golden Core cultivator. Lin Fan grew even more wary. As a mere Qi cultivation stage cultivator, he should avoid getting too involved with a Golden Core realm cultivator like the beautiful woman, and instead cling to the coattails of a wandering Golden Core realm cultivator like Zhuo Jinren. That was the way to go. The 2 arrived at the front parlor, where Zhang Lao smiled broadly and produced the contract for the auction house's chief appraiser, placing it before Lin Fan. Merchant Guild, Ichwan Auction House. Position, Chief Appraiser. Monthly salary, 100 spirit stones. When Lin Fan saw the 3rd monthly salary, he felt as though his eyes were filled with spirit stones. So many? Monthly salary of Dipbok spirit stones? Lin Fan looked up at Zhang Lao, the chief appraiser, who was smiling broadly at him. The 2 stared at each other for a moment, and Lin Fan finally managed to speak. A monthly payment of Dipbok spirit stones. What are my work tasks? Zhang Lao spoke in a leisurely tone, his true intentions unclear. Do whatever you want. If you don't want to do anything, you don't have to do anything. Lin Fan swallowed hard. Please enlighten me, Master Zhang. Zhang Lao sat down, glanced at the empty teacup beside him, and remained silent. Lin Fan wasn't one to miss a cue. He immediately poured tea with enthusiasm, and presented it with both hands. After finishing, he moved behind Zhang Lao, and even pulled out his family's traditional shoulder massage, leg pounding technique, and even the Thai-style 18 touches. Zhang Lao moaned in pleasure. In the quiet of the night, in the auction house's living room, an old man and a young man were engaged in an act unknown to others. After a while, Lin Fan asked, "How's my technique?" Zhang Lao, comfortable. Lin Fan, how about trying some essential oil massage, traditional SPA, or head acupressure? Old Zhang, oh, that sounds interesting. Lin Fan, I was just being polite. Why are you taking it so seriously? However, Lin Shan noticed that Zhang Lao was still sitting there with his eyes closed, looking as though he was ready to be picked. Forget it. Get back spirit stones a month? Let's do it. Lin Shan knew that left Jinren, a golden core stage ancestor, was as elusive as a dragon, rarely seen in public. He wasn't someone you could just show up and ask to be your mentor. If he wanted to climb the ranks, he had to stick close to Zhang Lao, the current chief appraiser. Once Zhang Lao left Ichwan, he would officially become the chief appraiser, and that would be true freedom and enjoyment. After a long night, Lin Shan was exhausted, his hands cramping, his eyes darkening, and his legs trembling so much he could barely stand. Sitting in his chair, Zhang Lao looked vibrant and radiant. You're a good kid, you have potential. Seeing how battered Lin Shan was, Zhang Lao knew it was time to wrap things up. He then began explaining their work to the prospective chief appraiser. In simple terms, ordinary appraisers could handle most items brought in for auction by clients. Only exceptionally rare or unusual items required the chief appraiser's expertise. Therefore, chief appraisers like Zhang Lao typically stay in their secluded dwellings to cultivate their skills. They only emerge occasionally when they feel their legs have grown stiff from inactivity. Only during the 3 days leading up to the annual auction would the chief appraisers truly stay on site. Lin Shan listened with growing excitement. No wonder this old man had cultivated smoothly to the foundation establishment stage. This worry-free job of sitting at home and collecting money was exactly what he was meant for. Zhang Lao glanced at Lin Shan with a dismissive look, not even bothering to smell the air to know what nonsense the young man was spouting. But he couldn't help but remind him, you're new here, so there will inevitably be appraisers below you who don't respect you. You need to make an effort to show your face more often. After all, when I became the chief appraiser, I was constantly being sabotaged by others. Lin Shan hurriedly sought advice. How did you handle such challenges from your peers back then? Zhang Lao smiled arrogantly, his words tinged with the cunning of an old fox. Cultivation is the ultimate path to success. I endured their insults in the beginning, continuing my secluded cultivation, until I reached the foundation establishment stage. When those brats saw me again, they didn't dare to utter a single word. Zhang Lao finished speaking and gave Lin Shan a knowing glance. Lin Shan nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Zhang Lao's principles aligned perfectly with his own. When you lack strength, even if you become the first to speak up, it's better to keep a low profile for now. Then, develop secretly in the shadows, and eventually trample those who once looked down on you under your feet. This was the objective law of how things developed, the only way to avoid an early demise on the path to immortality. The old man and the young man exchanged a glance and burst into cunning laughter. Early in the morning, the auction house had just opened its doors when several appraisers walked in to start their day. Suddenly, they heard Zhang Lao's eerie cries echoing from the living room. Everyone's skin prickled with goosebumps. It seemed as though they had recalled some unpleasant memories. Chapter Tsasapa, the Princess of Great Yen. Amateur Zhang introduced Lin Shan to his colleagues, and everyone's expressions were anything but pleasant. The appraisers at the auction house had originally thought that after Zhang Lao was transferred to Yinchuan, the position of chief appraiser in Ichwan would remain vacant, and they had been fiercely competing for it. Some had even bribed officials with large sums of spirit stones, only to have Lin Shan drop in out of nowhere. A young upstart had the nerve to step on the toes of the senior employees. How could the appraisers tolerate that? However, they were all seasoned veterans. They knew to first investigate Lin Shan's background and ask if he was the son of a cultivator. If he turned out to be the direct descendant of a prominent cultivator family, provoking the younger generation could attract the attention of their elders, which would be troublesome. After some casual conversation, Lin Shan had already established his persona in front of Zhang Lao, so he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. He only mentioned that his ancestors were once glorious, and that he was now a wandering cultivator. Now everyone had a better understanding, but none of them openly targeted Lin Shan. After all, Zhang Lao was still there. Once this year's auction was over and Zhang Lao was transferred, we'll see how you'll dare to be so arrogant. Lin Shan, of course, had no idea what the appraisers were thinking. He simply approached everyone with a friendly and cooperative attitude, spending the day before the auction under Zhang Lao's guidance, getting along harmoniously with everyone. Another day passed in the blink of an eye, and the auction arrived as scheduled. High-ranking cultivators occasionally soared through the sky on swords, while strange beasts pulled carriages on the streets, and people came and went in a constant stream. This large-scale auction, held once every 5 years, attracted the attention of many cultivators from the northern regions of the Song dynasty and the southern regions of the Yen dynasty. Among them were major cultivation sects and prominent cultivation families, as well as smaller sects and independent cultivators who had been invited due to their high cultivation levels or fame. Those who hadn't received an invitation had to pay a deposit and prove their worth and cultivation level to gain entry. It is said that this auction features over 100 mid-tier spiritual artifacts, and there are even over 10 treasures that could have been the highlight of previous years. Lin Fan followed Zhang Lao into a private box on the second floor of the auction hall. As the chief appraiser of the organizing committee, Zhang Lao naturally had access to an independent private box, but he had to go downstairs to host the auction. Therefore, when the conference began, the private box was left with only Lin Fan. Sitting alone in the box, he looked down at the bustling auction hall below, which likely held over 1,000 cultivators. Among them, aside from a few who had connections to gain entry, the majority were late Qi cultivation stage cultivators. Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel at how talented the cultivation world truly was. And this was merely a portion of the cultivators from the northern regions of the Great Song dynasty and the southern regions of the Great Yen dynasty. On the second, third, fourth, and fifth floors, the private boxes were mostly occupied by members of cultivation sects and aristocratic families, or foundation establishment stage cultivators, and there might even be some golden core stage cultivators. Lin Fan looked at the auction platform, where Zhang Lao was hosting the opening remarks, and couldn't help but think to himself. Would he have to take over for him and host the auction every year in the future? Thinking about facing so many people, some of whom were foundation establishment or golden core cultivators, he felt a bit nervous. Now, we will begin with the first item up for auction, a mid-tier magical artifact, the fire-repelling robe. Zhang Lao didn't waste any time, and immediately started the first item. The cultivators below were all very cooperative, and began bidding enthusiastically. Lin Fan sat quietly in the VIP box, sipping his tea, watching the cultivators below bid fiercely. After all, he didn't have a single spirit stone, so the treasures on stage were naturally out of his reach. But this world was never short of wealthy individuals. As the auction continued, one precious item after another was brought out. Someone even spent 15 spirit stones on a mid-stage Qi cultivation peony parrot, just for admiration. Another person spent 15 spirit stones on a jar of deep-sea blue whale fat, just to use it for cooking back home. Lin Fan almost blurted out that blue whales were internationally recognized as endangered species, don't mess with them. But he quickly realized that in this world, the number of demon beasts probably outnumbered humans. Whether humans or demon beasts were the rarer species was still up for debate. But there's something even more outrageous: the auction house actually sells slaves. What's more, they're selling Eastern Sea mermaids, Western Desert snake women, Southern frontier witches, and even the princess of the Northern Great Yen Kingdom. The third princess of the Great Yen royal family, who practiced demonic arts and slaughtered ordinary people, has been captured alive by an elder of a certain sect of the Great Yen Kingdom, and had a divine soul artifact implanted in her. This woman is at the late Qi cultivation stage, capable of guarding the house and warming the bed. Starting bid, 15 spirit stones. Zhang Lao, as the chief appraiser and auctioneer, enthusiastically promoted each item, and provided detailed information about its origins. For example, the Great Yen princess practicing demonic arts isn't a big deal. In the Yen Kingdom, unlike the Song Kingdom, many people practice demonic arts. However, killing too many ordinary people violates the ironclad rules of the cultivation world. After all, ordinary people are the foundation. If a cultivator kills indiscriminately without strict punishment, more cultivators will follow suit, and the fortune of the human race will be thrown into chaos. Therefore, the princess of Great Yen was captured with irrefutable evidence, and the Great Yen royal family had no choice but to admit defeat. However, the Song royal family was overjoyed. 15 spirit stones. The Song dynasty royal family also had a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage present. An old man's voice echoed from the third-tier box. Others quickly stepped back, knowing that the secular realms of the Song and Yen dynasties were currently at odds, and naturally didn't want to get involved. Congratulations to the cultivator on the 3rd floor for bidding Yi Qin spirit stones for the late Qi cultivation stage female cultivator, the Great Yen Princess. At that moment, in the 3rd floor box, an elderly man in yellow robes sat cross-legged on a wicker chair, with a man and a woman bowing beside him. They were none other than Princess Guo and the middle-aged man in brocade robes. These two were originally the princess and prince of the royal family, who had met an elder from the Song dynasty royal family in Ichwan, and had tagged along to the auction to broaden their horizons. After the auction ends, I will be visiting the Murong family, a renowned cultivating clan. You two will take this princess of the Great Yen Empire back to the palace, and present her to the emperor. Do you understand? The elderly man in yellow robes, who was a foundation establishment stage cultivator from the imperial family, issued his orders. Princess Guo and the others hurriedly accepted the order. As the auction progressed into its midpoint, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Finally, the foundation building pills that most late Qi cultivation stage cultivators had been eagerly awaiting appeared. Foundation building pill, a total of Yesub pills. Each set contains Yesub pills, with 5 sets up for auction together. The remaining sub pills will be auctioned individually. Starting bid, 16 spirit stones per pill. After Zhang Lao finished speaking, maids on the stage brought out 5 medicine bottles and 10 jade boxes. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited, including Lin Fan on the 2nd floor. After all, there was a world of difference between the Qi cultivation stage and the foundation establishment stage. One was still maneuvering on land, while the other had already mastered sword flight. The difference between immortals and mortals was as vast as a chasm. The first 5 medicine bottles each contained Yesub foundation establishment pills. No one needed to ask, they had already been pre-arranged among several prominent cultivation families. The remaining 10 jade boxes were the battlefield for the independent cultivators. Watching the intense scramble below, Lin Fan could only look on enviously. In the end, the 10 foundation establishment pills were sold for around 5 or 6,000 spirit stones each. It seems there are some wealthy individuals among the wandering cultivators after all. Lin Fan sighed inwardly, then began counting his monthly salary on his fingers. As the chief appraiser, he earned Yebak spirit stones a month. If he worked for 5 or 6 years, perhaps he could save enough for a single foundation establishment pill. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel deeply grateful to Zhang Lao for giving him such a great opportunity. This was a debt of gratitude he would have to repay in the future. As the auction continued, Lin Fan's attention gradually waned. After all, he hadn't heard of most of the items being auctioned. Plus, he couldn't touch them in person, and without the enhanced panel descriptions, he was still clueless. When it came to the purple spirit fruit seed he had consigned for auction, Lin Fan finally perked up. Chapter Gao, a scandal. It's definitely a scandal. Water-type mutated Ju fruit seeds. Upon maturity, their spiritual energy is 7 times that of ordinary Ju fruits, making them quite rare. This is a mid-tier spiritual item, taking 200 years to bloom and bear fruit. It is currently in perfect condition, having only emerged from its shell half a year ago. Fellow cultivators from reputable sects may wish to take note. The starting bid is Tsubak spiritual stones. Zhang Lao deliberately emphasized this item for sale, glancing at the 2nd floor private box with a slight smile. Lin Fan awkwardly scratched his head. It seemed Zhang Lao had already noticed that the seed wasn't a family heirloom, and hadn't called him out on his earlier scheme. The auction hall fell into an eerie silence, as cultivators at the Qi cultivation stage had no interest in such an item. Everyone present had only 100 years or so left to live who would wait 200 years for it to bloom and bear fruit. If it were a finished spiritual fruit, they might have been interested. However, while those below had no interest, some influential figures on the upper floors began to make their moves. Mutant spiritual fruits were still rare, and for prominent families and sects, they were strategic resources in the long run. Buying them back to the family could be reimbursed. After all, they weren't buying them for themselves, but their descendants could use them. Tsubak spirit stones. Batbak spirit stones. Gaobak. Yetsin spirit stones. The bidding stopped here. After all, over 1,000 spirit stones was a significant threshold, and everyone tacitly agreed not to bid higher. Lin Fan also sighed in relief. He wasn't greedy at all. 1,000 spirit stones was an astronomical sum he had never dared to dream of. He began to fantasize about how he would spend it once he left. The auction gradually reached its climax. When the final item was unveiled, the crowd below grew even more chaotic, and Lin Fan began to peek around. Now, we will introduce the highlight of today's auction. 500 years ago, there was a sect called the Joy Sect within the borders of the Song dynasty. For unknown reasons, it was wiped out overnight. The ruins of the sect have now resurfaced in Jiangdong, and all the items up for auction today were obtained from the ruins. As Zhang Lao's voice rang out again, he began to introduce each item one by one. When he mentioned one of them, Lin Fan's heart suddenly began to race. Golden Core Stage Dual Cultivation Technique Spring Rain, and Due Decision, Starting Bid Yetman Spirit Stones. Damaged Magical Artifact Qian Zhuang Fan, Starting Bid, Yiman Spirit Stones. Damaged Magical Artifact Lion-Headed Zen Staff, Starting Bid, Yiman Spirit Stones. Den Pill Extreme Ni Tai Meidan, Starting Bid, Yiman Spirit Stones. Treasure Pill Dragon and Tiger Revitalization Pill, Starting Bid, Nxin Spirit Stones. Joyful Buddha Statue, Starting Price, Yetsin Spirit Stones. Joyful Buddha Statue. Lin Fan froze the moment he heard this. As for what else was mentioned afterward, Lin Fan heard it with one ear, and out the other he couldn't afford it anyway. However, Buddha statues were clearly associated with faith and fortune, so they must have a touch of ancient charm. Lin Fan had come across Black Lotus Buddha statues before, but they only had a hint of ancient charm. As for the massive Black Lotus Buddha statue from the ancient tomb of Yalong in Zongka County, it was said to have been purchased by a noble from the capital. He had even commissioned Nightingale to investigate after arriving in the capital, but he would have to wait 3 months before returning to find out who had acquired it. As for the golden Buddha statues in ordinary temples, he dared not touch them. After all, the Buddha of the celestial realm is still alive and well, and had even warned him across realms not to meddle. He naturally knew better than to provoke him. Now, here was this joyful Buddha statue, and it seemed that the joyful sect had been wiped out. It was essentially ownerless, a prime target. Lin Fan's heart raced as he hesitated for a moment before finally ringing the doorbell. Soon, a receptionist from the auction house arrived at the private room. She was a female cultivator at the late Qi cultivation stage. Upon seeing Lin Fan, she recognized him immediately. After all, the chief appraiser Zhang Lao had recommended him so highly yesterday, and all the cultivators within the auction house knew he was the prospective chief appraiser. Master Lin. Is there something you need? The receptionist stammered out the title after a moment's hesitation. No, I just wanted to ask if the auction house could extend credit to its internal employees. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. The receptionist looked at him blankly for a moment, then thought for a moment. I don't think we have a credit system, but you can request an advance payment for 3 months' dues. Additionally, internal cultivators participating in auctions are exempt from commission and handling fees. Even better, the first auction item purchased for under 2,000 can receive an bafanzi basup discount. Lin Fan heard this and started counting on his fingers. His purple spirit fruit auction had brought in Yetsin spirit stones, and the advance payment for 3 months' offerings was another Sambak spirit stones, totaling Yetsin Sambak spirit stones. With the handling fees waived and an bafanzi basup discount, he could theoretically buy items worth Yetsin Lokbak Yisupn spirit stones. However, Lin Fan still felt a bit uneasy, thinking it wasn't entirely reliable. He turned to look at the female receptionist. How about lending me some? Lin Fan asked cautiously, but the receptionist female cultivator flatly refused. Everyone was living paycheck to paycheck. They couldn't even afford their cave residence fees, let alone lend him money. Having been turned down, Lin Fan could only patiently wait for the auction of the joyful Buddha statue. At that moment, the highlight auction items were being fiercely contested by the strongest cultivators. Golden Core Stage Cultivation Technique sold 4 Yiman Spirit Stones, and the 2 damaged magical treasures that followed broke the Saman Spirit Stone mark. After all, treasures are different from artifacts. They are treasures that only Golden Core cultivators can use. Even damaged treasures are extremely rare and precious. The last time the Ichwan auction house auctioned a treasure was as far back as years ago. Typically, such high-tier cultivators, items are traded through barter, rarely sold for spirit stones. This time, it likely coincided with the discovery of an ancient ruin. As for the vitality-restoring pill, it seems to grant the elderly a second spring, allowing them to raise the banner once more. When it finally came to the joyful Buddha statue, everyone's enthusiasm was noticeably low, as it was the least conspicuous item among the excavated artifacts. 1000 spirit stones. 1100. 1200. By the end, the entire auction hall echoed with the bidding calls of only two people. One was naturally Lin Fan, and the other was a red-faced monk sitting in the chi cultivation stage area below the stage. This man had a round face, large ears, a straight nose, and a square mouth. His face was covered in a thick beard, and a string of walnut-sized prayer beads hung around his neck. His expression made it clear he was not someone to be messed with. Lin Fan had no idea why this monk was so obsessed with a Buddha statue, as if he were determined to have it at any cost. Red-faced monk, 1400 spirit stones. Lin Fan, 1500 spirit stones. Red-faced monk, 1600 spirit stones. Lin Fan, 1625 spirit stones. Red-faced monk. Everyone in the hall looked up at a private box on the second floor with puzzled expressions. Although the auction rules did not explicitly state the minimum bid increment, everyone had tacitly agreed to increase the bid by at least 100 spirit stones each time. Who was this kid? Couldn't his elders have told him about the rules? At that moment, Lin Fan in the box room was biting his nails, feeling ashamed. He had been too excited and accidentally bid all his chips. The extra 1,000 spirit stones were truly embarrassing, and with over 1,000 cultivators staring at him, he felt his heart racing. Zhang Lao on stage was also secretly puzzled. What is this kid up to? Is yet 620 spirit stones his limit? Should I help him out? The red-faced monk in the scattered cultivator area below was completely stunned. Lin Fan's unpredictable move left him momentarily dazed, but he quickly snapped out of it. This kid must be out of spirit stones. That means I can easily take him down. Just as he was about to strike and claim the happy Buddha statue, Zhang Lao on stage had already reacted first. Gripping the small hammer in his hand, he spoke as quickly as a crossbow. 1620 spirit stones for one bid. 1620 spirit stones twice. 1620 spirit stones three times. Wait. I'll offer 1700. Sold. Congratulations to the second floor box for winning this item, the joyful Buddha statue. The red-faced monk nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His bid was forced back into his throat. He had never seen such a fast speaking speed in his life. Is this how you ask for a price and hammer the gavel? This is rigged. It's definitely rigged. Chapter Pawnshop, preparing to leave. A conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. The joyful Buddha statue that was almost within reach slipped away. The red-faced monk looked filled with grief and anger. He had intended to shout out loud to uphold justice, but upon seeing the dangerous glare from the host on stage, Zhang Lao, and the numerous Foundation establishment stage experts from the auction house maintaining order around him, all of whom were keeping a close watch on him, fearing he might disrupt the auction proceedings, the red-faced monk could only swallow his words again. The other cultivators in the hall also watched the scene with strange expressions, but no one dared to speak up. After all, it wasn't their business. Those with lower cultivation levels dared not cause trouble, while those with higher cultivation levels were still competing for the other prized items to be auctioned later. Offending the host would be unwise. As for the inside information, one was seated in a second-floor box, the other on a cold bench in the main hall. One had connections, the other didn't. Anyone with eyes could see that. A little insider information was only natural. The cultivation world was a place of survival of the fittest. Where was the absolute fairness? Lin Fan in the second-floor box was overjoyed, wanting to hug Zhang Lao's leg and thank him profusely. Indeed, in the cultivation world, having a powerful backer makes all the difference. That monk downstairs? What is that kid staring at me for? He doesn't seem very convinced. Lin Fan ignored the red-faced monk gritting his teeth at him below, and instead grabbed the dazed female receptionist beside him, rushing to the front desk to settle the bill. What he didn't know was that in the room on the third floor where the elderly man in the yellow robe of the Song dynasty royal family was staying, Princess Gua, and the middle-aged man in brocade robes were exchanging glances, both of them filled with shock. They had naturally recognized Lin Fan's voice earlier. What they never expected was that Lin Fan could actually produce such a huge sum of Lokbak spirit stones. He must have obtained an extraordinary inheritance in the Dongting Lake region, the two speculated in unison. As for the red-faced monk who had been bidding against Lin Fan earlier in the crowd below, he coldly stared at the second-floor private room for a moment before turning and leaving directly. Before leaving, a faint, sinister smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Very well. The Buddha statue of my sect's inheritance, no matter where you go, I'll sense it. Wait for me, Buddha. Because of that single move, Lin Fan had now caught the attention of two groups of people. At that moment, he was excitedly haggling with 3 auction house staff members at the front desk. Forget about the money for the purple spirit fruit seeds. I'll pay 3 months' offerings in advance. Internal staff get an 8% discount, which comes to exactly 1620 spirit stones. What's wrong? You don't look well. Let me recalculate for you? Several female cultivators exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, you've only been on the job for less than a day, and you're already asking for 3 months' worth of offerings in advance? Are you sure the higher-ups will approve that? To their surprise, the female cultivator, who had gone upstairs to inquire, came back down shortly after. Master Zhua approved it. Everyone stared at Lin Fan as if he were a rare animal. Zhang Lao was already protecting him, but even Left Junren was indulging him. Could it be that this young man has some hidden identity? 2 of the female cultivators had already begun to secretly scheme. Not even 20 years old, at the late stage of qi cultivation, good-looking, and with connections, he seemed like an ideal candidate for a Dao companion. They began to send him flirtatious glances. Lin Fan didn't bother watching the rest of the auction. The final treasures would either be snapped up by golden core cultivators or wealthy major sects. There was no chance for him to get involved. After the auction ended, Zhang Lao looked at Lin Fan, who was constantly fawning over him, accepted a traditional massage with a straight face, and then sent him back. 3 days later, at the entrance to the Ichwan Mystery, Zhang Lao waved his sleeve. Enough, enough. Don't see me off. I could have flown on my own, but you insisted on dragging me along on foot. Get out of here. Lin Fan bowed sincerely. May you have a safe journey, sir. When I make something of myself, I will definitely come to Yinchuan to visit you. Zhang Lao waved his hand, summoned a purple flying sword, and soared into the sky. He gradually became a small dot on the horizon, before disappearing entirely. Lin Fan watched him depart with a respectful gaze, then turned and returned after a long while. As for where to go? Of course, back to the high-end residential area in the city center. He was penniless at the moment, his original cave residence had expired, and he owed the auction house 3 months' wages. But the silver lining was that the cave residence Zhang Lao had rented in the central district for some spirit stones per month still had a few days left on the lease. Before leaving, he saw how desperate Lin Fan was and directly transferred it to him, even kindly renewing the lease for 3 months. Thus, Lin Fan once again realized how crucial it was to have a powerful patron in the cultivation world. Otherwise, he, Lin Fan, would have just auctioned off the Buddha statue for 1620 spirit stones at an astronomical price, and was about to pack his things and leave Ichwan. As for the joyful Buddha statue he had purchased earlier, it brought him an even greater surprise. Joyful Buddha statue. Quality, post-heaven. Description: the joyful divine lord cultivated in the mortal realm by absorbing incense offerings. The incense offering channel has been severed, and it has been cut off from the outside world for a long time. Reinforcement requirements, say points. Ancient charm, sub points. Should it be absorbed? Lin Fan, of course, absorbed it without hesitation, and the ancient charm returned to sub points. As for the person mentioned earlier, there was a joyful divine lord studying under the Buddha in the immortal realm, who also tried to absorb incense offerings. However, since the channel was severed, Lin Fan had no idea whether this so-called joyful divine lord was alive or dead. However, according to the titles of Zhenren for the Golden Core Realm, and Zhenjun for the Nascent Soul Realm, the joyful divine lord was likely. Lin Fan didn't speculate too much. If the faith channel was still active, he'd rather die than provoke them. He knew his limits. But now that the channel is severed, this has nothing to do with him. Besides, the joyful sect was wiped out long ago. He can't possibly come through the internet to kill me. Returning to his cave residence, Lin Fan began 3 months of cultivation. Based on his talent, it would take Samsup years to advance from the 7th to the 9th layer of chi cultivation in the outside world. However, the spiritual energy concentration in the central district cave residence is twice that of his original city cave residence, 6 times that of the suburbs, and 30 times that of the mundane world outside. Since it was originally designed for foundation establishment cultivators, staying here during the chi cultivation stage allowed cultivation to progress at an astonishing pace, with chi cultivation perfection achievable in roughly a year. This overwhelming gap was enough to widen the gap between him and his peers, and that was the allure of investing resources. Lin Fan hadn't been secluded in meditation during this period either, as he had taken over from Zhang Lao as the chief appraiser at the auction house, so he would often drop by to check things out. The other appraisers at the auction house had been waiting for him. As soon as Zhang Lao left, they immediately colluded to give him a taste of his new position. These appraisers had sorted through the treasures collected by the auction house, selecting the most obscure items, and pretended they couldn't appraise them, demanding that Lin Fan, the chief appraiser, review them. Their plan was to humiliate him in front of all the internal staff of the auction house, ruin his reputation, and force him out of the industry. But what they didn't expect was that Lin Fan was a prodigy. With his enhanced abilities, he could effortlessly explain any artifact in meticulous detail, regardless of its origin. All the appraisers were stunned. This young man's appraisal skills were simply otherworldly. Undeterred, they even went out of their way to add some extra ingredients, altering some items beyond recognition, and then had Lin Fan appraise them again. But without a doubt, he was once again outclassed by the enhanced interface. Meanwhile, a month later, Master Zhua seemed to have made a breakthrough in his research on the tortoise shell fragments. He even specially summoned Lin Fan again to give him some guidance on his cultivation. Now everyone at the auction house knew that Lin Fan was connected to Zhua Zhenren, and no one dared to provoke him anymore. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Fan successfully reached the 8th layer of chi cultivation. His cave residence was about to expire, and this time he was truly penniless. It's time to return to the imperial capital of the Song dynasty. Chapter Basupya, 3 days apart. That kid seems to have left Ichwan. At that moment, in the mountains outside the city, Princess Guo was cultivating in her cave residence, when a sound transmission talisman suddenly flew in from outside. Princess Guo immediately stood up, her red lips curling slightly. Excellent. This princess has finally waited for this moment. Meanwhile, on an ancient path in the Yanyan Mountains, a young man in white robes was leisurely making his way home. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, taking detours here and there. Occasionally, he encountered some demon beasts and engaged them in battle. After 2 days, Lin Fan's storage bag was filled with a large amount of poisonous fangs, snake tendons, bear paws, tiger bones, and other materials. After all, his storage bag had limited space and couldn't hold too much. He could only pick out the useful items he should be able to sell them for some money when he returned to Ichwan. However, he did encounter some powerful demon beasts along the way, such as a late chi cultivation stage wild bull with thick hide and flesh, extremely resilient to attacks. Lin Fan had to exert tremendous effort to finally slay it. The scattered remains on its corpse tendons, bones, and internal organs were all excellent materials for making talismans and refining pills. Especially that massive bull's penis, which slightly surprised Lin Fan. Its size was almost half his own. If he could refine it or trade it for spirit stones, perhaps he could. Before he could decide how to process it, it was suddenly snatched away by an iron-crested eagle flying down from the sky. Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. You're just a feathered bird, do you really need that? But the hatred of losing the treasure was too much to bear. He immediately activated his wind control technique, drew his cold iron sword, and chased after it, slashing wildly. However, he discovered that the iron-crested eagle had flown to a height of 100 meters, and he couldn't reach it. He could only give up reluctantly. To his surprise, the eagle remembered the grudge and kept flying above him, occasionally diving down to attack. Lin Fan was driven to the brink of despair, and eventually had to find a river, jumping in to shake off the iron-crested eagle. However, after swimming for a while, he encountered a group of crocodiles. Seeing a human daring to swim in their territory, they charged toward him with fierce intent. If it weren't for the Yuntong heart protecting mirror, he would have been torn to pieces. From then on, Lin Fan behaved himself, no longer provoking these demonic beasts, and continued on his way safely. One day, he arrived at a small stream. The water flowed gently and clearly, with lush trees and grass on both sides. He felt a vague sense of familiarity with the surroundings. But before he could recall where he had been before, a flash of gray appeared before his eyes. A dark red light screen spread out from his chest, automatically shielding his body. Clang! Lin Fan was forced back 3 steps, his heart pounding with shock. If it weren't for the Yuntong heart protecting mirror activating on its own, he would have been dead. Looking up again at the gray figure ahead, he saw a short sword the size of a dagger, flickering with cold light like a snake's tongue, spinning endlessly in the air. Flying sword. A Foundation establishment stage cultivator had ambushed him? But in an instant, Lin Fan realized that a Foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't need to ambush him. It's a talisman sword. Princess Gua. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings and roared, "I know it's you. Come out." As Ichwan's strength had grown, Lin Fan had gradually stopped taking these people seriously. Moreover, after Princess Gua had reconciled with him, she hadn't appeared much either. Plus, half a year had passed, these people should have given up by now. But he never expected them to be so patient, not only spending spirit stones to waste time with him for so long, but also daring to ambush him again on the same inevitable path 6 months later. What? Dare to ambush but not show your faces? Lin Fan's voice echoed along the stream, but his spiritual senses detected no movement. Clearly, Princess Gua and her group either possessed techniques to conceal their presence or specialized artifacts, hiding in the forests on either side. But at that moment, the woods on both sides were deathly quiet, with no one emerging, as if silently mocking Lin Fan. Good, very good. Lin Fan suppressed his anger. These people must think he's a fool, daring to attack him again. They really think they've got him cornered. Well, let them see what he's capable of now. Clatter. The spiritual energy within his body surged like a bellows. Lin Fan clenched his fist into a seal, and a fierce wind suddenly erupted behind him. Countless pebbles along the stream began to tremble slightly, and ripples spread out in concentric circles across the water. Hurricane wind technique. Lin Fan stepped onto the gale step formation, then thrust both hands forcefully toward the forests on either side of him. Countless flying sand and stones were swept up by the whirlwind behind him, bending the trees on both sides until they swayed violently. Countless dry branches and leaves were blown into the air, swirling wildly. The spiritual energy of the late Qi cultivation stage began to surge, and with a series of crack sounds, one after another, the large trees snapped in half. Finally, an orange energy shield rose slowly from the right-hand forest, forced to withstand the oncoming hurricane. After 10 breaths, within a 10-meter radius of the stream, all the trees were toppled, reduced to bare stumps by the hurricane, leaving only an elliptical orange light barrier on the open ground. Beneath the light barrier, Princess Gua, the middle-aged man in brocade robes, and their 2 companions were struggling to maintain the shield. This kid has reached the late stage of Qi cultivation? All 4 of them looked terrified. They had dared to ambush Lin Fan, because they believed he was still in the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. After all, the young man had spent most of his time secluded in the marketplace cultivating, and they had never had the opportunity to confront him. Moreover, this ambush had been meticulously planned. They outnumbered him, had rested and waited for him, and had the symbol sword of the middle-aged man in brocade robes for a surprise attack. Even if he was in the late Qi cultivation stage, he would at least be severely injured. But to their surprise, not only had he broken through to the late Qi cultivation stage, but he also had a high-grade defensive artifact protecting him, something completely beyond their expectations. High-tier artifacts are extremely expensive, and even ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators rarely possess more than a few. Where did this kid get so much good fortune? Lin Fan across the field slowly withdrew his hands. The hurricane technique truly lived up to its reputation. As a clearing spell, its first trial run already showed its potential, though it seemed to consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. Looking at the 4 people hiding inside the light barrier, Lin Fan didn't bother with formalities. Since they had come to ambush him, the previous truce was null and void, and both sides remained sworn enemies. He directly pulled out the cold iron magic sword from his storage pouch. This time, he wouldn't hold back. He immediately brought out his prized magical artifact, channeling his spiritual energy Fenghuang into it, and swung it fiercely toward the front. Having advanced to the late Qi cultivation stage, his strength was no longer comparable to before. The ice blue sword Qi of the cold iron sword was already 7 feet wide, looking imposing and overwhelming. The 4 people inside the light barrier turned pale upon seeing it. Whoosh! Feeling the overwhelming spiritual pressure from the sword Qi, everyone panicked. Today, forget about ambushing the enemy. Whether they could even escape from his grasp was another matter entirely. In an instant, some cast defensive spells, others pulled out defensive talismans, and some clashed with him using magical artifacts, but all were effortlessly sliced apart by Lin Fan with a single sword strike. None of you will escape today. Lin Fan's expression was cold and ruthless. He didn't use any flashy moves, just one sword strike after another. With late Qi cultivation stage cultivation, and a high-quality mid-tier magical artifact, he was essentially at the peak of Qi cultivation stage combat power. How could the 4 mid-stage Qi cultivation practitioners be his match? I haven't even come to settle accounts with you yet, and you dare to come here and cause trouble? Who gave you the courage? As the 4 opponents struggled to hold their ground, they saw Lin Fan steadily closing in. When he finally reached a critical point, Princess Guo's face flashed a brief look of delight. She flipped her hand to reveal the miniature bell. She had been hiding the soul-shaking bell, and swiftly executed her lightning-fast finger technique, striking the bell rapidly. Clang! Lin Fan remained unfazed, showing no reaction. Princess Guo grew slightly panicked, thinking she might not have struck hard enough, and gave it another fierce flick. Clang! Lin Fan raised the corner of his mouth, wearing a mocking expression. Princess Guo looked as though she had seen a ghost, but she refused to believe it. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her fingers, she struck the string 3 times in rapid succession. Clang! Lin Fan remained unfazed, his lips still curled into a cold smile. That's exactly what I was waiting for. The talisman he had summoned earlier now emitted a faint glow. Lin Fan's spiritual awareness was now dense and focused. The soul-shocking bell across from him suddenly fired a series of transparent spikes at his spiritual awareness, but he easily deflected them. However, these were merely low-grade soul-shaking artifacts. The mind-focusing talisman he had purchased in Ichwan was personally crafted by a foundation establishment stage cultivator, so short-term protection of his soul was no problem. Meanwhile, as the Princess of Guo's soul-shaking bell launched its surprise attack, the nearby talisman sword, along with various talismans and spells summoning ice snakes, fire pythons, and earth spears, launched a series of relentless attacks. Clearly, these few had coordinated their actions in advance, intending to eliminate Lin Fan in a single strike. With so many spells and artifacts attacking him, Lin Fan dared not confront them head-on, even with his Yuntong heart-protecting mirror. After all, the power of high-tier artifacts also depended on the cultivator's cultivation level. Moreover, the Cloud Copper Heart Mirror was primarily designed for physical defense, with only average magical defense capabilities. Not being controlled by the soul-shaking bell, Lin Fan activated the mid-tier water curtain talisman he had purchased with Yi Subspirit stones. A sky-blue water curtain instantly enveloped his body, and the spells that struck the curtain created faint ripples, but were all deflected. However, the gray symbol swords floating around nearby unexpectedly plunged into the water curtain. Fortunately, they were once again blocked by the Cloud Copper Heart protecting mirror. This talisman sword has spell-breaking inscriptions? Lin Fan was startled. However, he quickly realized that the talisman sword was now trapped between the water curtain and the Cloud Copper light barrier, presenting him with a golden opportunity. Lin Fan raised his cold iron spell sword and clashed directly with the gray sword. Do you think my sharpness and resilience inscriptions are just for show? Don't run away, come and try to touch them if you dare. Clang! 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 3 crisp sword strikes echoed, and the gray-colored small sword, having taken 3 hits from Lin Fan, hurriedly turned and pierced through the water curtain before charging out again. The middle-aged man in brocade robes watched the flying symbol sword return to his hand. The blade, as large as a dagger, had a gaping notch on one side, and he couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching cry that echoed through the surrounding valleys and forests. My ancestral talisman sword. Chapter Ba Sup Yi, Fragrant Life cut short. Lin Fan's cold iron magical sword was imbued with 3 inscriptions: sharpness, resilience, and freezing, making it a genuine offensive magical weapon. The middle-aged man in brocade robes' talisman sword was enhanced with inscriptions for speed and spell breaking, clearly designed for agility and ambushes. However, Lin Fan was protected by a high-grade magical artifact, making stealth attacks impossible, and clashing head-on with the cold iron sword was nothing short of suicide. Seeing the gaping wound on the sword blade, the middle-aged man in brocade robes felt his heart bleed. Meanwhile, Lin Fan continued to strike relentlessly, giving the 4 no chance to catch their breath. Want to ambush me? Fine. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a different person after just 3 days. As icy blue sword chi struck one after another, shattering their turtle shells, within just a few breaths, the 4 opponents had already exhausted 4 or 5 talismans, leaving piles of shattered ice and soil on the ground. My soul-shaking bell isn't working on him. What should we do? Juanzhong's panicked voice echoed, while those around him scrambled to block Lin Fan's sword beams with spells and magical artifacts, leaving no time to respond. Finally, after more than 20 consecutive strikes, the 4 had exhausted all their techniques, and all their defenses were completely shattered. Let's settle this here and now. Lin Fan stood there in his white robe, spotless and pristine, walking with the grace of a dragon, and the stride of a tiger, exuding an air of nobility. Back then, he had been ambushed by Princess Guo and her 4 companions by the stream, forcing him and Huang Xianshi to flee. Now, they were back at the same location, but the roles of attacker and defender had been reversed. As he watched the young man approach with his sword drawn, closing in step by step, his momentum unstoppable. The elderly woman among the 4 was so terrified she could barely stand, trembling uncontrollably like a sieve. All her magical artifacts and talismans had been shattered, and any countermeasures she attempted were as ineffective as paper against the sharp sword chi, leaving her no choice but to scream in despair. Save me. In the next instant, her head was severed from her body, and blood sprayed into the air. The 3 others nearby were instantly splattered with blood, each of them terrified out of their wits. Seeing Lin Fan raise his sword once more, the middle-aged man in brocade finally lost all his courage and shouted, "Run!" The 3 turned and fled, wishing they had legs that could grow longer. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. At this point, they dared not think about any ambushes. They only wanted to get as far away from this demon as possible, and return to the imperial capital, Bianliang, to hide. As long as they could return to Bianliang, the imperial family there would be their protector. With Lin Fan's late-stage chi cultivation, he wouldn't dare to slaughter people in the capital, otherwise, he would become an enemy of the state. But how could Lin Fan let them go? Those who dared to ambush him today were already sworn enemies, and sworn enemies must be eradicated completely. Think you can escape? Did I give you permission to run? Lin Fan sneered twice, activated his wind control technique, and charged forward with his sword drawn. At the same time, he extended his left hand forward, grasping the air, then clenched it tightly. Windbind. In the next instant, the other old man's feet were rooted to the ground, and 8 pillars of wind shot into the sky, surrounding him on all sides, trapping him inside and preventing him from moving. No. As he shouted in despair, a sword strike came next, and this person followed the previous one, also falling under the sword. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man in brocade robes, his left hand opening slightly once more. Several thick streams of wind surged forth from his dantian. Having reached the late stage of chi cultivation, the innate control technique of his original cultivation technique, the Sun Wind Decision, finally emerged into the light of day. As the wind pillars locked around him, a blue sword beam struck toward him. The middle-aged man in brocade robes, startled, had no choice but to summon his talisman sword to block the attack. Although the spell-breaking effect failed to disperse the sword beam, he managed to block it with a few additional spells. Lin Fan was not surprised and continued to pursue the middle-aged man in brocade robes, delivering a series of fierce strikes. With his current cultivation at the late chi condensation stage, he was stronger, had more spiritual energy, was faster, and possessed better magical artifacts than the man. If he could escape, he'd be a ghost. Clang! The crisp sounds of sword strikes rang out again. Lin Fan chose to engage in close combat, forcing the middle-aged man in brocade robes to activate his talisman sword to block the attacks. After enduring 5 or 6 consecutive strikes, the talisman sword trembled and snapped into 2 pieces, falling to the ground. The talisman in the middle-aged man's hand ignited without wind, turning into flying ash. This mid-tier talisman sword, which had been sold at the Ichwan market for a staggering Nba spirit stones, was even capable of crossing minor realms to dominate the chi cultivation stage, a rare treasure passed down through generations in his royal family for over 100 years had been destroyed so effortlessly. Lin Daoyu, don't act impulsively. Listen to me, this is a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man in brocade robes had finally exhausted all his tricks. As he lost the ability to resist and faced imminent life-threatening danger, he could no longer maintain his former composure and confidence, and began to beg for mercy. Lin Fan walked calmly, his expression as serene as a cloudless sky. He didn't give the middle-aged man in brocade a chance to speak, and had no habit of engaging in verbal sparring at critical moments. He raised his sword and prepared to strike. But just then, a sudden whistle sounded. Beep beep. Lin Fan caught a glimpse of a blue figure darting through the dense forest ahead. Suddenly, a massive force struck him from the side, sending him flying several meters away. Before he could react, a dark figure closed in on him, and moments later, a series of dull thuds echoed from in front of him. Bang! Crack! The water curtain shield surrounding Lin Fan shattered into sparkling particles, dissipating into the air. The water curtain talisman in his embrace also burned away. Before him stood a young girl dressed in purple robes, her face radiating elegance and nobility, exuding an aura of unapproachable dignity. However, her body was shrouded in swirling demonic energy, and her fair hands emitted streams of pitch-black energy. Princess of the Great Yin Kingdom. Lin Fan's expression flickered slightly, and he blurted out involuntarily. He had been present at the auction where Ichwan had sold her, and naturally remembered the Great Yin Princess, who had been auctioned off as a slave. It was said she had been purchased by a Foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Song imperial family, so how had she ended up here? Turning to look again, the middle-aged man in brocade robes, and the Princess of Gua had already darted into the dense forest, frantically fleeing for their lives. Lin Fan knew that if he didn't deal with the Great Yin Princess, who was holding him back, he wouldn't be able to focus on chasing after them. However, as a late chi cultivation stage cultivator, Lin Fan wasn't afraid of anyone. If he hadn't been ambushed earlier, the middle-aged man in brocade robes would already be dead. Are you the only one who came here? Lin Fan slowly stood up, his gaze darting around the area. He didn't know if there were any other members of the Song imperial family present, or how far away the Foundation establishment cultivators were. He was weighing his options whether to fight or retreat. The Princess of Dajan spoke first. There's no need to look around. The old Foundation establishment cultivator from the Song dynasty has gone to pay a visit to the Murong clan. There's only me here. I was left behind by those two to hold you back. Lin Fan heard the tone of her voice and was somewhat surprised. Weren't you implanted with a slave restriction and a control artifact? I heard that such control methods can silence and restrict movement. How can you still speak and reveal your master's whereabouts? The Princess of Dayan snorted coldly. Such advanced techniques are extremely precious. Why would they be used on someone at the chi cultivation stage? I'm only controlled in life and death, not turned into a puppet. What's so strange about retaining my own thoughts? Today, either you kill me or I kill you. Come on. She then charged at Lin Fan with bare hands, her face betraying her resolve to die. Lin Fan remained silent. If he were in her position, controlled by someone else and treated like a slave, he would probably rather die than live. However, at the moment, this Princess of Dajan seemed to have only cultivation, but no magical artifacts. The two began to engage in close combat. Lin Fan had some basic martial arts training from his mortal life, but he was still no match for the Great Yin Princess. It was clear that this princess had mastered various close combat techniques and possessed the instincts of a martial arts master. Although all her magical artifacts and talismans had been taken away, she temporarily held the upper hand thanks to her devastating demonic energy and elusive martial arts techniques. As time passed, the balance of power slowly shifted in Lin Fan's favor. After all, he possessed the Cloud Copper Heart Mirror, which allowed him to defend against physical attacks. Even if struck, he could nullify most of the damage, giving him countless opportunities to counterattack. However, the Princess of Great Yen dared not bare-handed against his cold iron sword, leaving no room for error. After half an hour of intense combat, Lin Fan managed to withstand 2 kicks using his high-grade magical artifact. While doing so, he cast the Windbind technique to control the Great Yen Princess, and sliced off one of her arms with a single sword strike. Then, seizing another opportunity, he traded injuries, thrusting his sword into her chest. Time slowly froze, and the flowing stream gradually turned blood red. The beauty before him gurgled blood from her mouth, revealing a smile of relief. She gazed quietly at Lin Fan, her eyes flickering with gratitude. Her gaze carried a lingering attachment to the world, unwilling to let go, as she slowly collapsed to the ground. Thud! Lin Fan withdrew his ice-blue magical sword, letting her delicate body fall to the ground. He studied the tragic beauty before him up close, unable to suppress a pang of sorrow. Enslaved by others, unable to control her own fate. How tragic for a princess of a nation to meet such an end. If he had given her a magical artifact or talisman, he would have had to put in much more effort to deal with her. At such a young age, she had already reached the late stage of chi cultivation, and was even a martial arts master. The Great Yen royal family must have invested a great deal of resources and effort into her, only for her to die so pitifully in the depths of the mountains. However, Lin Fan's heart was as firm as iron. He only felt a moment of sadness before pushing it aside. His next task was to track down Princess Gua, and the middle-aged man in the brocade robe. As a wind element cultivator, he was unmatched in speed. If he acted now, it might still be in time. He cast one last glance at the beauty of the Great Yen Princess, before rising to his feet with his sword drawn. But just as he did, the sound of clapping with an interlude echoed from behind him, shattering the tragic beauty of the moment. It seemed as though someone was playing a game of The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Snap! 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 You're truly heartless, killing such a delicate and adorable beauty so easily. Who is it? Come out. Lin Fan spun around abruptly, his cold gaze sweeping the area where the sound had come from. After today's battle, his confidence was sky-high, his aura surging with a murderous intent that was almost palpable. He wanted to see just what kind of luck he had today, that so many people were coming to challenge him one after another. He wasn't a tiger who didn't roar. Did they think he was a sickly cat? Come out if you dare. Do you remember me? A figure clad in a yellow robe and a red monk's robe emerged, one hand holding a xinzheng and the other counting prayer beads. It was the same person who had competed with him for the joyful Buddha statue at the auction. The red-faced monk. Chapter Basapsam, too naive. Lin Fan looked at the red-faced monk in surprise, completely baffled as to how he had found him. Wajunju and the others knew he had returned to Ichwan, and had set an ambush on the Bitging Zilo, which he could still understand. But this red-faced monk had no connection to him at all. How had he managed to track him down in the vast Yanyan mountains? Such a fine dual cultivation vessel, and you've wasted it so carelessly. What a pity. The red-faced monk across from him looked at the fallen Yen princess, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. He regretted that Lin Fan didn't know how to appreciate beauty and waste such a fine figure and cultivation. If only he had given the princess to him. The Yen princess is a late-stage chi cultivation demon cultivator. Do you think you can dual cultivate with her? You'll end up being drained dry. Lin Fan, sensing the other's hostile intent, naturally wouldn't speak kindly to him, instead letting out a cold laugh in mockery. But the monk across from him, upon hearing this, felt as though Lin Fan was insulting and questioning his professional abilities. He burst out angrily. You know nothing. When it comes to dual cultivation, our joyful sect is the expert. The energy extraction techniques of mere demon cultivators are nothing in our eyes. Upon hearing the name, Joyful Sect, Lin Fan promptly asked, Joyful Sect? What's the connection to the joyful sect that was wiped out hundreds of years ago? Are you here because of that joyful Buddha statue? That's correct. The red-faced monk replied with a devout expression. The joyful sect and the joyful sect were once one and the same, both founded by followers of the joyful Buddha. The joyful Buddha statue in your hands is the sacred artifact of our sect. Lin Fan pulled the joyful Buddha statue out of his storage bag with a blank expression, staring at the enhanced panel and examining it repeatedly to ensure there were no hints of supernatural abilities or spells. It was just an ordinary, joyful divine lord artifact used to extract faith. That's it? A sacred artifact? The red-faced monk across from him looked furious. Lin Fan's expression felt like a huge insult to him. You there? Hand over the sacred artifact. As long as you hold it in your hands, all the followers of my sect can sense your location, and you will be plagued by endless troubles and misfortune. An object was thrown across the stream and landed in his hand. It was the joyful Buddha statue. The red-faced monk stared blankly at Lin Fan across the stream. He hadn't even finished his threats, and this kid had already backed down? He just handed it over? He checked it himself and confirmed it was indeed the joyful Buddha statue. He sensed the other side again, and there were no traces of the statue on the young man's body. You just gave it to me? The red-faced monk was doubting his own life, unable to believe it, pointing at Lin Fan and stuttering. Lin Fan looked impatient. Get out of the way. Don't block me from chasing those bandits. Anyway, the ancient charm had already been absorbed by him, so it had no value anymore. Plus, once he heard it could be sensed by the joyful sect, there was no way he could keep it. Even if the monk said he didn't want it, he would find a remote corner to dispose of it. What mattered now was chasing those two, not arguing with this monk. A Buddha statue stripped of its ancient charm could serve as toll money, saving him from being stopped and harassed endlessly. The red-faced monk across from him hesitated. You paid Yetsin Lokbak spirit stones for it at such a high price, and now you just say you don't want it anymore? At this point, Lin Fan seemed to have been hit where it hurt. He suddenly jumped up and started cursing at the red-faced monk. It was Yetsin Lokbak Yisupn spirit stones. If you hadn't meddled, I could have gotten it for Yetsin Sei Bak spirit stones. You've cost me over Yi Bak spirit stones. Thinking about it, Lin Fan grew increasingly furious. His monthly salary at the auction house was only Yetbak spirit stones, and now he'd lost 2 months' worth in one go. How could he not be heartbroken? The red-faced monk across from him seemed to be no one to take insults lying down. He pointed his staff at Lin Fan. You have the nerve to say that. You colluded with the auction house host to rig the transaction. You're shameless. The two stood across a small stream, hurling insults at each other. As they continued to hurl insults, their anger grew increasingly intense. Lin Fan, confident in his late chi cultivation stage and fully equipped, felt he could take on anyone. The red-faced monk across from him was also unwilling to back down, and the two grew more enraged as they argued, eventually breaking into a fight. Lin Fan held a mid-tier magical artifact in his hand, and began clashing with the red-faced monk in a sword chi battle. To his surprise, the red-faced monk's staff was also a mid-tier magical artifact, capable of firing beams of Buddha's light and moon blades, with considerable power. His robe was no ordinary garment, either. Even several sword chi strikes barely left a mark. The two were evenly matched, both fighting with all their might. As the battle raged on, the red-faced monk seemed to have a fiery temperament, and decided to fight Lin Fan to the death. He grabbed a handful of spirit stones from his storage pouch, and began absorbing them while continuing to fight, clearly intending to fight to the death. Lin Fan, seeing this, followed suit, reaching into his own storage pouch. But it seemed empty. Lin Fan refused to believe it, swinging his sword again while reaching into his storage pouch once more. This time, he finally came to his senses. He almost forgot he was a penniless beggar. Not a single spirit stone could be found on his entire body. The red-faced monk across from him grew more ferocious with each passing moment. Lin Fan had already fought a battle with Princess Gua and her 4 companions, then another with Princess Dajan, and now he was engaged in a relentless fight with the red-faced monk. His physical and spiritual energy were beginning to dwindle. Good. Lin Fan laughed bitterly in anger. He had finally made significant progress in his cultivation, upgraded his equipment, and was full of confidence and ambition. But as soon as he left Ichwan, he was ambushed by this group one after another. After dispatching the first wave, there was a second wave. After eliminating the second wave, there was still a third wave. A bunch of dogs with no sense of martial ethics. Despite clearly matching the red-faced monk in strength, he was now at a disadvantage due to his depleted spiritual energy and empty pockets. As Lin Fan's sword chi grew weaker, and its range gradually shortened, the red-faced monk could see that his opponent's spiritual energy was about to run out. He immediately swung his staff and closed in. This move was exactly what Lin Fan had in mind. Even if his spiritual energy was insufficient, he could at least sustain the defensive artifact's passive protection. In close combat, who was afraid of whom? Relying on his high-tier magical artifact for protection, and the sharpness of his mid-tier artifact, Lin Fan engaged the red-faced monk in a life-or-death struggle. Clang! The staff struck the cloud-patterned copper breastplate, sparks flying in a string, but the uneven mirror remained unusually sturdy, showing no signs of damage. Moreover, it could move up and down to automatically defend its master, blocking even the most cunning attacks with precision. A high-tier defensive magical artifact. The red-faced monk was utterly shocked. He had followed Lin Fan all the way from Ichwan, relying on a faint sense of his presence, but the young man had been wandering aimlessly through the Yanyan Mountains, making the monk suffer greatly. After finally catching up after Lin Fan's intense battles, he hadn't witnessed the earlier fight. He had thought that with his Zen staff and monk's robe, two mid-tier magical artifacts, he was already unstoppable among Chi cultivation stage cultivators. But now, this young man had a high-tier magical artifact, and it was an extremely rare one with ultimate physical defense, a treasure even foundation establishment stage cultivators rarely saw. But what truly astonished him came next. Lin Fan, with his high-tier magical artifact blocking the attack, didn't he need to divide his attention? He swung his mid-tier magical artifact, the cold iron sword, directly past the Zen staff, striking the red monk's robe on his body. Bang! Sizzle! The red Kasaya, as a mid-tier defensive artifact, had excellent magical defense, but it was no match for physical attacks. The defensive shield was shattered by a few violent strikes, and the sword blade sliced through it, tearing open a gash. Ah! My robe! The red-faced monk was heartbroken, and hurriedly used his Zen staff to block the sword's edge. However, his staff was a heavy weapon, powerful and imposing, suited for head-on collisions and exchanging blows. How could it keep up with the agile and graceful magical swords of an air elemental cultivator? The sword fight reached a fever pitch. Lin Fan, though not a master of martial arts, had some experience as a warrior. Relying on his high-grade magical artifact for defense, he wielded his sword with ease and fluidity. As time went on, the red-faced monk felt his robe could no longer hold out. It was torn in many places, and if this continued, this precious artifact would be destroyed. Mirror shields are designed to resist physical attacks, while armor is meant to block spells. These are basic principles in the cultivation world, and both of them were well aware of this. After all, defensive artifacts are only theoretically capable of withstanding attacks, and require maintenance afterward. They cannot withstand endless attacks indefinitely. Eventually, they will be destroyed by an attack artifact of the same tier. In the cultivation world, battles are all about money. A single fight could result in the loss of countless spirit stones. If one couldn't kill the opponent and seize their possessions, it would be a losing deal. However, Lin Fan on the opposite side refused to back down. He had been ambushed repeatedly today, and he had been seething with anger for a long time. These brats must think he's a pushover, coming one after another to their deaths. The problem was that as soon as one was driven away, another appeared, like the 7 little fortunes saving their grandfather. The 2 from the Guo family were probably already long gone. He vented all his frustration on the monk, using his cold iron sword to slash at the lower body. The opponent was suffering terribly, dodging left and right, wildly swinging his staff in vain, making futile efforts to resist. SSSHHHH. The sound of fabric tearing echoed again. The red-faced monk's pants couldn't withstand the pressure, and the sword blade pierced through his robe, slicing it into strips. They fell limply from his waist, revealing a vibrant red, festive color. Shock! Both of them were startled and jumped out of the battle circle. Lin Fan looked closely and realized it wasn't a hidden weapon. He was surprised that the monk preferred red underwear. Did lay disciples in this world dress so wildly? The red-faced monk, however, felt as though his deepest secret had been exposed, ashamed beyond belief and unable to show his face. Such a unique preference was indeed unbecoming of a lay disciple. You little brat, you just wait for me. Green mountains remain, and flowing waters endure. We shall meet again someday. Don't fall into my hands next time. While uttering threats, the red-faced monk, holding his bright red loincloth, hurriedly fled the scene. You see, although he was confident in his own size, the disdainful glance that flashed across the young man's face just now was clearly noticed by the red-faced monk, who took it very seriously. Exposing oneself isn't scary, it's embarrassing to be small. To preserve his last shred of dignity, the red-faced monk shamefully chose to flee, his legs splayed wide apart, hopping left and right into the forest, disappearing in an instant. Lin Fan put away his sword and mirror, and didn't pursue. His spiritual energy in his dantian was low, and he had no spirit stones to replenish it. Even if he activated the wind control technique, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long and likely wouldn't catch up. However, after 3 consecutive battles today, defeating 3 groups of opponents with ease, his confidence had swelled to unprecedented heights. It seemed that among the wandering cultivators in the chi cultivation stage, he was indeed a formidable expert. He just wondered if he could defeat disciples from major sects if he ever encountered them. Shaking his head, Lin Fan decided to retreat. Currently deep within the Yanyan Mountains, it was best to find a place to recover his spiritual energy as soon as possible. He collected the storage bags from the 2 dead bodies, but found them empty. Before leaving, he didn't forget one thing, picking up the broken pieces of the talisman sword lying on the ground. The middle-aged man in the brocade robe must have thought they could escape? How naive. Have you ever heard of a technique that can kill someone from 1,000 miles away? Chapter Basupse, The Curse of the Divine Ability. Deep within the ancient forest, he found a cave and sat in meditation for a day, nearly restoring his spiritual energy. He continued southward, and after about 2 days, he emerged from the Yanyan Mountains and arrived at Daming Prefecture in the northern part of the Song dynasty. Upon arriving, Lin Fan presented his elder's token at the local Nightingale branch. The local branch leader immediately arranged a carriage and driver for him. For the next 10 days or so, Lin Fan relaxed comfortably in the carriage as they made their way back. He continued westward, entering through the eastern gate of the Dongmen Pass, a crucial strategic pass, and crossed the Songshan Mountains, which ran through the central part of the Song dynasty, arriving in the capital region. As he neared the capital city of Bianyang, Lin Fan instructed the driver to return, while he himself slipped into the city walls under cover of night. After all, this was the territory of Princess Gua and her followers. These nobles and aristocrats were the local powerhouses of the capital. Entering so brazenly would surely alert them. Gliding past row after row of houses, Lin Fan made his way to the mansion of the Marquis of Baoang. After entering, he turned left and right before finally stopping in front of a room. In the dead of night, 2 candles flickered in the room. A white-browed, shoulder-length-haired man in his 90s sat cross-legged on a mat. He was the supreme elder of the Nightingale clan. As the candlelight flickered slightly, the supreme elder's innate spiritual senses detected something amiss in the surroundings. He opened his eyes in confusion and found a young man in white robes already seated beside him, smiling at him. Master Lin? You're back. The supreme elder rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating due to old age, then immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly stood up and walked to Lin Fan, pouring him some tea. When did you return, Master Lin? Where is Master Huang? Lin Fan had been feeling fairly relaxed, but upon hearing the latter part of the question, his mood sank. I just returned. There was a slight delay on the way. As for Master Huang, his time had come, and he passed away peacefully. The Supreme Elder nodded slowly, not asking further about how Master Huang had died. At his age, one naturally longs for one's final moment, and has made peace with it. Passing away prematurely is not uncommon. He asked in a low voice, did he manage to accomplish what he set out to do? It was clear that the Supreme Elder and Huang Xianshi had been close friends, and he had some knowledge of Huang Xianshi's purpose for his journey, as well as his concerns for his old friend's wishes. Lin Fan heard this and couldn't help but look puzzled. Huang Xianshi had asked him to redeem the freedom of his former top performer from 20 years ago. The problem was that the woman in question had since transformed into the madam of a brothel, and was now a powerful figure in the demonic sect. What was the point of redeeming her now? However, in the end, Lin Fan delivered the letter and Huang Xianshir's spirit stones to the rightful owner, so it could be considered a completion of his task. Besides, he hadn't gained anything from it anyway. Lin Fan replied weakly, "I guess it's done." The senior elder saw Lin Fan's unwilling expression and could only nod along, "Do your best." He then began to fidget nervously, hesitating to speak to Lin Fan. Lin Fan knew exactly what the old man was thinking. He took out a jade box from his storage pouch and pushed it toward the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder carefully opened the box, saw the wood spirit Zhu fruit inside, and greedily inhaled the pure spiritual energy, bowing repeatedly to thank Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a transaction. No need for formalities. By the way, about the token." The Supreme Elder laughed heartily, grabbed Lin Fan's arm, and said, "Follow me." In a side hall, over 60 boxes were arranged on the ground, each containing neatly arranged Nightingale tokens. The Nightingale tokens from all 20-odd outposts across the Song dynasty's states and prefectures are here. I won't disturb you further. The Grand Elder was quite considerate before leaving, making sure to close the hall door, leaving Lin Fan alone to indulge in his treasure hunt. This time, the 60 or 70 large boxes contained nearly 10,000 Nightingale tokens. Lin Fan spent nearly an hour and a half searching through them, even going over everything again after finishing the first round, afraid of missing a single one. After confirming everything again, he had obtained a total of Loksupta points of ancient charm. This was the greatest haul in history. It also signaled that the Nightingale organization, which had monopolized the assassin industry in the martial arts world, been entrenched and passed down for 800 years, and spread across the entire Song dynasty, had been completely stripped of its resources by him. It is likely that in the mortal world, the Nightingale is the only such peculiar organization that has been passed down for so long and gained such a renowned reputation in the martial arts world. Obey the order, not the man. This tradition, which has been the subject of endless discussion among ordinary people, made the Nightingale token a legendary symbol in the martial arts world, attracting the faith of countless warriors and common folk, and spreading widely in folk tales and storytelling. Lin Fan sighed slightly. The Tsupta points of ancient charm he currently possessed should barely suffice for his future enhancements, including upgrading various martial arts techniques, spells, and equipment. However, as one advanced in cultivation, the consumption of ancient charm increased exponentially, so the more reserves one had, the better. After all, once the Nightingale order was dealt with, he would have no other stable sources of ancient charm, so he should focus his attention on the immortal cultivation sects. In fact, what he was secretly worried about was the Foundation Establishment Pill. This item was practically priceless, and could only occasionally appear at auctions. To strengthen one, it wouldn't be as simple as refining a Qi cultivation stage pill. It would involve assisting in the merging of Qi and spirit, and the Dao Hun effect, which would likely require a great deal of effort. After leaving the hall, he greeted the Supreme Elder who had been waiting outside. The two discussed the investigation commissioned by Lin Fan earlier, regarding the news of a giant Black Lotus Buddha statue brought back to the capital from the southern frontier by a nobleman. The Supreme Elder furrowed his brows, saying that over the past half-year, they had only managed to trace the person who brought the statue into the capital, who then directly delivered it to the imperial palace. However, the palace was heavily guarded, and his men were unable to investigate further. Lin Fan could only sigh inwardly and put it aside for now. The inner palace was guarded by cultivators at the Foundation Establishment stage from a major cultivation sect. Even the Song dynasty royal family, after years of plundering spiritual stones, had cultivated several of their own Foundation Establishment stage experts. He was still no match for them. Moreover, he had killed a royal family member at the Ichwan auction house, spending a fortune to purchase the Princess of Dajan, and this matter was known to Princess Gua and her companion, who might very well inform the royal family's cultivators. The only silver lining was that, according to the Danyang princess's final words, before her death, the royal family's foundation building cultivator who had purchased her was currently visiting a cultivating clan, and might be temporarily occupied. Lin Fan shook his head and put the matter aside for now. The Supreme Elder then timely proposed inviting Lin Shan to serve as a Nightingale guest scholar, offering generous yu, but Lin Shan politely declined. The mundane world was too barren staying here, he would never be able to advance further in his cultivation. The two chatted for a long time, but as dawn approached, Lin Shan finally departed. After all, the opponents he would face next, the Princess of Gua, the middle-aged man in brocade robes, and others were all cultivators from the Song dynasty royal family, possessing considerable power in the mortal world. He did not wish to involve the Nightingale in their affairs. After dawn, Lin Shan concealed his face and randomly chose an inn to stay at. Although the task entrusted by the Supreme Elder had been completed and Gu Yun had been dealt with, he could theoretically return to Ichwan. However, the ambush he encountered on the way here couldn't just be swept under the rug. Although 2 out of the 4 had died, the masterminds behind the attack, Princess Gua, and the middle-aged man in brocade robes, were still alive. Lin Shan had never been one to forgive easily. How could he possibly swallow his anger? Fortunately, during the fight with the red-faced monk earlier, he had retrieved the broken talisman sword from the middle-aged man in brocade attire. This would be the perfect opportunity to test his newly mastered curse technique, the 7 arrows of the nail head. The middle-aged man in the brocade robe, Today, you'll be the first to taste my wrath. Lin Shan set up all the props in the guest room, placing the straw doll in the center, lighting 2 lamps on either side, and placing the 2 broken pieces of the middle-aged man's sword in front of the straw doll. Finally, he pulled out his homemade bow and arrows. He closed the curtains, and the light in the room instantly dimmed, leaving only the flickering candlelight, which cast an eerie glow. A chilling, unfamiliar aura seeped into the room. The small straw doll seemed to grow suddenly tall, casting a large shadow in the dim candlelight that filled most of the room. Behind Lin Shan, a massive shadow had appeared out of nowhere. Lin Shan, who had arranged the curse ritual, showed no sign of noticing anything amiss. Seeing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently set, he nodded in satisfaction. Hey! With a sinister smile on his lips, Lin Shan drew his bow and arrow, slowly aiming at the straw doll. At that moment, the divine seed deep within his soul activated an indescribable aura. Lin Shan suddenly felt that the bow and arrow in his hands were not aimed at the straw doll in front of him, but at the small spatial passage connected to it. His consciousness instantly extended wirelessly, crossing an unknown distance. Through the straw dumpling, he arrived on the other side, which seemed to be a dark, enclosed space. A shadowy figure sat cross-legged there. The candlelight in front of the straw doll also began to mysteriously seep into that space. Lin Shan used the candlelight to see that the figure was dressed in brocade robes. With a square face, it was the middle-aged man in brocade robes who had ambushed him alongside Princess Gua on that day. At that moment, the middle-aged man in brocade suddenly felt a chill in the air. He opened his eyes in confusion and discovered that, without knowing when, 2 beams of light had appeared in his dark, enclosed chamber. Looking down at the floor, he saw 2 of his own shadows overlapping faintly, one on the left and one on the right. What's going on? This is impossible. The middle-aged man in brocade robes immediately sensed something was wrong. Where could the light be coming from in this pitch-black chamber? And how could there be his own shadows on the floor? But in the next instant, Lin Shan outside the space released the bowstring aimed at the straw dummy. Thud! An arrow struck the straw dummy dead center. Ugh! On the other side of the passage, the middle-aged man in brocade robes let out a piercing scream, his voice filled with terror, confusion, despair, and bewilderment. Lin Shan took advantage of the fact that the passage hadn't closed yet, and continued to observe the middle-aged man in brocade robes across from him. He noticed that the man was covering his chest with his hands, his face contorted in extreme pain, his legs had knelt on the ground at some point, and a strange purple-gray mist was rising from his body. Gray patterns began to appear on his face, and it seemed as though terrifying, indescribable creatures were writhing beneath his skin. His entire body was covered in bulging veins that alternated between swelling and shrinking, as if countless ants were crawling beneath his skin. The middle-aged man in brocade robes began to act like a madman, sometimes dancing wildly, sometimes weeping uncontrollably. Squeak! A series of piercing screams shattered the silence. His skin burst like a deflating balloon, and black beetles emerged, crawling all over his body, entering and exiting at will. Lin Shan, watching from outside the passage, felt a chill run down his spine. This was completely different from the first time he had experimented with the soul of the old man in green robes. Could it be that the soul of a dead person was too fragile and had simply disintegrated? Did a living person need to be tortured slowly? What is that? No. But the scene gradually blurred, and the passage on the straw man's side slowly closed. Just before it closed, it seemed as though a figure on the other side was twitching wildly and irregularly, as if something even more terrifying had suddenly descended. The heavy breathing, the chaotic footsteps, the sounds of flesh being torn apart, and the final screams made Lin Fan's scalp tingle. This supernatural ability seems a bit off. At that moment, all the props on the scene returned to their original state, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. However, Lin Fan knew that it had all been real. He pulled back the curtains, and the sunlight streamed into the guest room. The straw doll with arrows stuck in it lay on the ground, and the 2 lamps on either side were still burning, though the flames seemed to have dimmed considerably. Lin Fan fell into deep thought. The flames were still burning, which meant that the middle-aged man in brocade was still alive. If the flames had gone out, it would mean that the middle-aged man in brocade had been cursed to death. It might be because he had just reached the late stage of chi cultivation, and his cultivation level wasn't much higher than that of the middle-aged man in brocade. He didn't die the first time? Then let's try again. You like playing with me, don't you? Let's have some fun. Due to the limitations of the 7-arrow book of the nail-headed demon, it could only be used 3 times a day. After using all his attempts, Lin Fan patiently waited for the cooldown. In the days that followed, he stayed in the guest room, cursing the middle-aged man in brocade robes whenever he had the chance. Each time, the light would dim significantly, until it was almost extinguished. Meanwhile, in the grand and majestic Chi Wangfu mansion located in the southwest of the Song dynasty capital, a group of women from the prince's household were weeping and wailing, unable to stop their sobs. It turned out that the crown prince of Qi had suddenly fallen ill with a mysterious ailment, and his condition was growing worse by the day. Even the elderly Qi Wang had summoned imperial physicians from the palace, but they were all at a loss. Chapter Basuk, the mysterious eyeball. How is he? What is the prince's condition? Princess Guo also arrived at the Qi king's mansion, immediately grabbing the court physician and questioning him relentlessly. However, the physician could only shake his head, indicating that he was powerless to help. Seeing the weeping courtiers filling the courtyard, Princess Guo grew impatient. She pushed aside the crowd and entered the inner chambers. There, on the sickbed, lay the middle-aged man who had been dressed in brocade earlier. Now, however, he wore only a white vest. His bare shoulders and arms were covered in thick hair, his body was shriveled and emaciated, his skin was black and greasy, his sunken eye sockets were deep, his cheeks were covered in purple veins, and his mouth even revealed 2 fangs. The most bizarre thing was that a 3rd eye had grown on his forehead. It was spinning wildly, with a large black pupil in the center, darting around in all directions. Upon seeing Princess Guo approaching, this demonic eye seemed to be aroused by curiosity, shifting angles to stare at her incessantly. Even though Princess Guo was an immortal cultivator, she was startled by the sight. This is called being bedridden with a severe illness? This is called being afflicted by a dreadful disease? This is clearly the result of a cultivator implanting demonic marks and seeds. While silently cursing the people of Qi Wangfu for their lack of knowledge, Princess Guo made limited guesses based on her limited understanding. After all, in her eyes, the most bizarre and malicious beings were demon cultivators, who practiced various dark and sinister techniques, bloody and cruel. As for witchcraft or curses, she had never even heard of them, let alone seen them. Now Princess Guo was at a loss. This kind of thing couldn't be treated by ordinary doctors in the mortal world. To cure it, she'd have to go to Ichwan to find an immortal doctor, but she didn't know if it was even possible to take her brother there in time. However, Prince Huayan and Prince Qi were lifelong friends, and Princess Guo and Prince Qi's heir had been childhood friends, so their bond was deep. After some thought, Princess Guo decided to take the ailing Prince Qi's heir to Ichwan for treatment first. As for the diagnostic fees in spirit stones, that could wait. She might even have to sell everything she owned. Princess Guo stepped forward, grabbed Prince Qi's arm, and hoisted him onto her back. Just as she was about to head out to Ichwan, she suddenly felt something slimy and wet lick the back of her neck. Instantly, goosebumps erupted all over her body, and she quickly threw the crown prince of Qi back onto the bed. Turning around, she saw that the strange, large eye on her brother's forehead had split open, revealing a long, thick tongue rapidly retracting. What is that thing? Princess Gua stared in disbelief at the scene before her. The demonic eye was now fixated on her, as if the previous lick had left it utterly intoxicated. Even through its eyes, one could see its excitement, and faintly, a hint of lechery. Princess Gua was deeply repulsed by the raw desire in its eyes, and she also felt an intense fear toward the strange illness afflicting Prince Qi's heir. As for going to Ichwan to see a doctor behind his back, better not. Perhaps by the time they reached Ichwan, it wouldn't be just one person seeking treatment, but two. When the Princess of Gua emerged from the ward, she looked dazed and disoriented, completely unaware of what unclean thing her brother had provoked to end up in such a state. The cries around her made her heart race with anxiety, and she hurriedly fled the Qi Wang mansion. As night fell, Lin Fan crept into the Qi Wang Fu. Through Nightingale, he had already discovered the identity of the middle-aged man in the brocade robe. The 3 curses he had cast today had been exhausted, and Lin Fan sensed that the soul flame across from him was nearly extinguished, giving him the courage to investigate further. Originally, aside from the middle-aged man in brocade robes and Princess Gua, the Qi Wang mansion and the Huayan Wang mansion did indeed house 2 immortal masters. However, both had been killed by Lin Fan by the stream, so now that he had infiltrated the Qi Wang mansion, no one would be able to detect him. Searching left and right within the mansion, based on the sounds of crying and overheard conversations among the servants, Lin Fan located the sick room of the Qi Wang's heir. As he stepped into the room and looked at the sickbed, a gaunt figure lay on the bed, startling Lin Fan. This was the middle-aged man in brocade robes who had ambushed him before. His entire body was covered in greasy black oil, with clusters of eerie red hair hanging from his body. His arms were as thin as bamboo poles, his face was covered in purple veins, his sunken eye sockets were deep, and his fangs were exposed. These weren't the worst parts. He had already glimpsed them through the corridor. But what the hell was that large, wandering eye on his forehead? Did I do this? But I didn't see it before. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Didn't he know that curses could give rise to such bizarre creatures, let alone whether they were contagious? For a moment, he dared not approach. Meanwhile, the large eye on Qi Wang's forehead seemed to have spotted Lin Fan. It gazed at him with curiosity and liveliness, staring back at him with wide eyes. After a moment of staring, Lin Fan felt that this thing was definitely a living creature with its own thoughts, likely a monster spawned by the strange phenomenon. It was best not to get too close. However, one of his purposes for coming here was to collect loot. The crown prince of Qi Wangfu had died, but his storage pouch was something he couldn't afford to leave behind. However, the scene before him made him fear that approaching it might infect him, which would be a real hassle. But this wasn't something he couldn't handle. After all, he was a wind elemental cultivator. Lin Fan quietly activated his wind control technique, directing gusts of wind toward the sickbed where the crown prince of Qi lay. Meanwhile, the large eyeball watched his every move, curious about what he was doing. The wind swirls spun skillfully, unlocking the waistband. Dragging the crown prince's storage pouch, it slowly rolled toward Lin Fan, who grabbed it firmly. The large eyes nearby also gleamed with excitement, blinking frequently at Lin Fan. Lin Fan paid no attention to the creature. Once he had the storage pouch in hand, he immediately retreated without hesitation. This kind of strange phenomenon was beyond the capabilities of a lowly Qi cultivation practitioner like him. He even had a premonition that if left unchecked, this thing would cause a huge stir in the capital. However, the imperial palace was guarded by 3 major sects of foundation establishment stage cultivators on rotating duty. If the sky were to fall, there would be tall men to support it. He only hoped not to cause too much trouble. Lin Fan quickly searched the place but found no antique items with an ancient aura. He left the Qi Wangfu with a sense of unease as night fell. Soon after, Lin Fan's figure appeared again at the Huayan prince's mansion. Without the princess's personal belongings, he couldn't curse her, but that didn't stop him from coming here to eliminate the threat. This woman had ambushed and deceived him time and again, truly treating him like a piece of meat on a chopping block. Well, tonight would be the night to settle both old and new scores. Lin Fan pulled out the invisibility talisman and chi suppression talisman he had purchased from the Ichwan market, activated them simultaneously, and affixed them to his body. After all, Princess Guo was still in good condition now, not like the half-dead state of the middle-aged man in the brocade robe. The cultivator at the chi cultivation stage still had keen spiritual perception within a 10-meter radius, and Lin Fan didn't want to alert her prematurely. It would be best to ambush her if possible, to avoid prolonging the battle and drawing too much attention from the capital. The Hawaiian prince's mansion was also a vast compound with winding paths and artificial hills and streams, leaving Lin Fan disoriented. He decided to tie up a few servants and interrogate them, learning the location of Princess Guo's residence before knocking them unconscious. He made his way to the courtyard where Princess Guo was staying and saw that the lights were still on inside. It seemed like there were two figures, an old person and a young one, talking. Lin Fan did not act impulsively, but instead crept quietly to the door and listened in on the conversation inside. Princess Guo seemed to be reporting something to someone. The four of us delayed our return for 3 months because we wanted to stay in Ichwan to practice for longer. On the way back to the capital, we suddenly encountered an ambush by a young man at the late stage of chi cultivation. The princess of Dajan was also secretly killed by him. Both I and Wang Xiong were severely injured. We feel deeply ashamed. That man was ruthless and cunning. As he listened, Lin Fan felt something was off. Was the princess of Guo really necessary to twist the truth like this? They were already sworn enemies. What was the point of this charade? But why emphasize the princess of Dajan so much? Unless the person she was talking to was... Ugh. Lin Fan suddenly recalled the auction at Ichwan, where a Song dynasty royal family member, at the foundation establishment stage, had spent a staggering 2,000 spirit stones to purchase the great Yen princess. It was now the 4th watch of the night, and the cold air outside was biting. Though he was wearing an invisibility charm and a chi-concealing charm, sweat still beaded on his forehead. If it were a foundation establishment stage cultivator, their divine sense could monitor the area within 100 meters, leaving no detail unseen. He was confident that the 2 talismans on his body could conceal his cultivation level from chi condensation stage cultivators, but he had no idea how they would fare against a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Though he couldn't rule out the possibility that Princess Guo was putting on a show, he preferred to err on the side of caution. It seemed best to refrain from action tonight and wait for a better opportunity in the future. Lin Fan made up his mind, took a few steps backward, and prepared to slip away quietly. But just then, an old voice echoed from inside the house. The cultivator outside has been eavesdropping for so long. Don't you plan to stay and chat? Chapter 36, Life and Death Hanging by a Thread. The fellow cultivator outside has been eavesdropping for so long. Don't you plan to stay and sit for a while? Lin Fan's footsteps suddenly froze in place, unable to move an inch. His mind was racing frantically as he tried to come up with a plan. If everything went according to plan, tonight would be the most life or death situation he had ever faced in his entire life. One wrong move, and he would be doomed forever. Foundation establishment cultivators could project their spiritual sense hundreds of meters, and even fly on swords. He couldn't fight them, couldn't escape, and couldn't hide. If he were captured, he would be doomed forever. Given his current relationship with Princess Guo, death was inevitable. Squeak! At that moment, the door opened, and an old man and a young girl emerged. The old man had a solemn expression, his hands behind his back, dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, while the young girl in a blue palace robe followed respectfully. Show yourself. Your petty tricks may fool those at the chi cultivation stage, but they are no match for me. The royal family's foundation establishment stage elder spoke without emotion, his gaze fixed on a point ahead. Lin Fan had no choice but to retrieve his invisibility talisman and chi-concealing talisman, gradually revealing his form. He could feel his entire body being faintly locked onto, unable to escape the all-pervasive divine sense scans surrounding him. It's you. How dare you? The princess of Guo, standing nearby, saw the empty courtyard and suddenly saw Lin Fan appear, unable to suppress a cry of surprise. She immediately realized why Lin Fan had come here tonight. He clearly intended to eliminate the threat completely. Lin Fan bowed respectfully to the elderly man before him. This junior greets the senior. I truly did not know you were here. If I have disturbed you, it was unintentional. Please forgive me. Before he could finish, the royal elder at the foundation establishment stage turned to Princess Gua. You know him? Who is he? Princess Gua hurriedly replied, reporting to grandfather, this is the man I mentioned earlier who ambushed and attacked us on the road. He is also the one who killed the princess of Great Yen. Lin Shan didn't bother with formalities and immediately retorted, nonsense. It was clearly the four of you who ambushed me alone while escorting the princess of Dajan. I wasn't looking for trouble. The two began to speak to themselves, each insisting on their own version of events, fearing that the elderly man beside them might be misled by the other. For a time, the courtyard was filled with heated arguments. Enough. The elderly man from the imperial family, who was at the foundation establishment stage, bellowed, causing Lin Shan and Princess Gua to dare not say another word, fearing they might anger him. The courtyard fell silent instantly. The waiting was agonizing, as if each second dragged on like an eternity. After a moment of silence, the royal elder directly looked at Lin Shan. Did you kill the princess of Great Yen? Upon hearing this, Lin Shan felt a chill run down his spine. Clearly, the royal elder at the foundation establishment stage had no intention of investigating who had ambushed whom, or whether Lin Shan had acted in self-defense. He only cared about whether the princess of Great Yen had died at his hands. Beside him, Princess Gua's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, and a cold smile hung on her lips. Seeing Lin Shan's embarrassed expression, she recalled how he had nearly killed her twice by the stream, yet now she could only wait obediently in her courtyard to be captured by her elders. This thought brought her a sense of relief. Time ticked away slowly, and Lin Shan's sweat trickled down his temples and onto his chin. It seemed as though he could feel the air around him growing stiff, realizing that everything was beyond salvage. The elderly royal family member before him was clearly biased toward Princess Gua, and no matter how he tried to explain himself, it would be of no use. In the brief span of a single breath, he suddenly made up his mind. As long as I still have the ability to act, I will never surrender without a fight. I still have my enhanced stats panel, and I still have a bright future ahead of me. As long as I can escape, I will eventually return to reclaim what is mine. In an instant, Lin Shan pulled out the blood-burning fu from his storage pouch, and his essence blood began to burn fiercely within his body. At the same time, he activated the wind control technique, feeling the powerful thrust throughout his body. He turned and leaped over the wall, briefly breaking through the air, and sped toward the outside of the Hawaiian prince's mansion. The Princess of Gua, standing nearby, clearly hadn't expected Lin Shan to act so decisively. Daring to flee in front of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, she instinctively covered her slightly parted red lips with her hand, her face pale with shock. The elderly royal family cultivator, at the foundation establishment stage, also looked surprised at the figure darting into the distance. Snapping back to his senses, he shook his head and smiled, "Good kid, you've got some potential." However, his hands moved swiftly. He drew a golden small sword, which instantly unfurled in the wind to become a 10-foot-long giant sword. The elder leaped onto it, paying no heed to the Princess of Gua in the courtyard. His body trembled slightly, and sword and man merged as one, breaking through the air and disappearing into the distance. Princess Gua, seeing her great-grandfather flying on his sword in pursuit of Lin Shan, desperately wanted to follow and investigate. She also summoned her abilities and gave chase. In the night sky above the capital city, an extraordinary sight suddenly appeared. A greenish-blue streak intertwined with blood-red light led the way, followed by a golden streak. One pursued, one fled, one led, one followed. The lingering spiritual energy ripples in the air formed two brilliant light trails, a sight of unparalleled beauty. All the cultivators, along with the attendants from various royal mansions and factions, were startled by the commotion and rushed out to look. Lin Shan was currently enduring the loss of his vital essence, desperately fleeing for his life. However, his body continued to plummet downward. After all, he had only managed to briefly ascend into the sky by burning his essence blood and using the wind control technique, and he was unable to sustain flight for an extended period. The golden streak of light behind him quickly caught up, and upon closer inspection, it was an elderly royal court cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, standing on a golden flying sword, looking composed and confident. His eyes betrayed his overwhelming self-assurance. The person before him had no chance of escaping his grasp. As the two drew closer, the royal family's foundation establishment stage elder directly formed his fingers into a sword and pointed forward at Lin Fan. Suddenly, dozens of golden light swords materialized around him, numbering around 20 or 30, all breaking through the air and flying toward Lin Fan. Clang! The sound of clanging echoed through the air. Those watching the battle below in the capital city saw the greenish-red figure flying ahead in mid-air. In an instant, it was struck by over 20 golden swords, sending it tumbling like a dun xin dik feng zeng, swaying left and right before crashing to the ground. Plop! Cough cough! Lin Fan crawled to his feet on the street, his internal organs severely injured from the impact, and his blood-burning talisman shattered. The green whirlwinds surrounding his body were also shattered, leaving him with no escape. Had it not been for the high-grade defensive artifact protecting him, he would have been sliced into countless pieces by the casual strike of a royal-level foundation establishment elder. Lin Fan looked up at the old man suspended in the air before him. He had always known he wasn't a match for a foundation establishment expert, but he never expected that even a casual strike from the old man was enough to knock him out. The difference between Qi cultivation and foundation establishment was like that between heaven and earth. A wave of desolation, sorrow, and helplessness swept through his heart, mingling with a myriad of complex emotions. He had learned from the Princess of Great Yen that the royal family's foundation establishment stage elder was visiting the Murong clan. No one knew that he had returned tonight, choosing not to go back to the palace, but instead heading to the mansion of the Prince of Huayan to demand information about the Princess of Great Yen from the Princess of Gua. It can only be said that it was fate. Sometimes, crisis strikes in the blink of an eye, leaving no time to prepare. The world is vast, and there are always those more skilled than oneself. The path to immortality is fraught with dangers at every step. One wrong move, and one is doomed for eternity. No one knows when misfortune will strike. Those who have cultivated to such heights are undoubtedly those with extraordinary fortune. However, he had not yet given up on saving himself. On one hand, he raised the Yuntong heart protecting mirror high, while on the other, he frantically calculated how to use the ancient melody in his possession to turn the tide. As for the thought of how to build a foundation in the future if he lacked ancient essence, he had already discarded it entirely. Survival is the foundation of everything. If he doesn't strengthen himself to address the immediate crisis, how can he build his foundation after death? But how to strengthen himself, and what to strengthen to turn the tide, was another problem. The 7 arrows of the nailhead curse? No way. There was no chance to use it directly, and cursing someone with higher cultivation was suicide. Hurricane technique? Even if it's enhanced to a high-tier spell, it can't harm a foundation establishment cultivator. Which foundation establishment cultivator doesn't have a high-tier spell at their disposal? Unless it's directly enhanced into a minor divine technique spell, but he doesn't have time to cultivate that. Cloud Copper Heart Mirror? Even if enhanced into a defensive artifact, it can only hold out for a short time. After prolonged defense, it will inevitably be breached, leaving you at the mercy of your enemies. Qi Gathering Talisman? If enhanced into a high-tier talisman for concealment, it might fool a foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual sense, but I can't just disappear in front of them. I'd need to find an opportunity, unless I enhance it twice in a row into a minor divine technique talisman. Cold Iron Sword? If enhanced twice in a row to become a magical artifact flying sword, it might catch someone off guard, inflicting severe injuries, or even killing a foundation establishment cultivator. One thought after another swirled through Lin Fan's mind. He reviewed all his available methods one by one, beginning to compare which option offered the best chance of surviving the crisis. Chapter 47: Chance Encounter with an Old Acquaintance. That night, the entire capital of the Song dynasty was thrown into chaos. The 2 long streaks of light in the sky had initially only caught the attention of cultivators, but the subsequent dozens of crisp clangs echoed through the air, waking everyone in the capital city. Countless people jumped out of bed, opened their windows, and gazed into the night sky at the 2 slowly fading bands of light, unsure of what was happening. In this sleepless night, Lin Fan on the streets faced a life or death decision: how to turn the tide and emerge victorious, or escape with his life. The golden light in the sky hovered steadily in mid-air, gazing down at the green dot on the ground. The elderly royal family member, at the foundation establishment stage, sneered repeatedly, just as he was about to act again, when he suddenly noticed the defensive artifact Lin Fan had summoned before him. It seemed vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, fragments of memories from over 100 years ago flashed through his mind, causing him to exclaim in shock, "The cloud copper heart protecting mirror. What is your relationship with Left Junren?" Lin Fan heard the exclamation, and was also startled. Did this royal family's foundation establishment stage elder recognize this artifact? He immediately realized. Right. When Zhuozhenren had given him this artifact, the appraiser Zhang Lao had also recognized it at a glance. This seemed to be the artifact that Zhuozhenren had become famous for before he had attained the golden core stage. Among the older generation who frequently visited the Ichwan market, it seemed to be common knowledge. Thinking of this, Lin Fan suddenly realized that he could use this to his advantage, perhaps with surprising results. At that moment, in the distant houses around them, groups of wandering cultivators gathered in 3s and 5s, gazing toward this scene from afar. Clearly, they were curious about which reckless cultivator dared to provoke a royal family member at the foundation establishment stage, and they planned to wait until the battle ended to approach the royal family member to establish connections. After all, they all served as attendants in the various royal mansions or factions in the capital, and it wouldn't hurt to cultivate good relations with the royal family's elders. There were at least 30 or 40 cultivators in total. Lin Fan's mind raced, and he immediately responded, using his spiritual energy to amplify his voice so that it could be heard across half the capital in the silent night. I am Lin Fan, a disciple of the Golden Core Stage Elders Zhuozhenren of the Internal Affairs Bureau. I pay my respects to the royal family's foundation establishment stage elders. The loud voice echoed through the night sky, reverberating endlessly. Countless ordinary people in the capital heard this, and were filled with confusion. Who was Ichwan? What did he mean by Left Junren and Imperial Family Foundation stage? However, some leaders of major factions, nobles, and aristocrats, though unaware of the details, had heard of Ichwan in the cultivation markets and were deeply shaken, unable to contain their emotions. The cultivators watching from afar were even more stunned. Ichwan, an elder of the Imperial Household Bureau. A disciple of the Golden Core Stage Left Junren. The person being chased by the Imperial family's ancestor had such a status? The royal family's foundation establishment stage elder in the sky was also left speechless by the loud shout. Upon seeing the cloud copper heart mirror, he sensed that Lin Fan might have some connection to Left Junren. But even if there was a connection, why shout so loudly? What was the point of making the entire capital city hear? As for the meaning behind it, everyone present understood it clearly. Before Lin Fan revealed his identity, the Imperial family's foundation establishment stage elder could kill him without anyone knowing who he was, so he had no qualms. But now that everyone knew, killing him would require careful consideration of the consequences. Because no one could guarantee that some opportunistic wandering cultivator wouldn't head to Ichwan to report him to Zhuozhenren. If the Golden Core Stage true immortal were to fly into a rage, even as a foundation establishment stage royal family cultivator, he wouldn't escape punishment. After all, the Song dynasty royal family was merely a puppet regime. As long as the bloodline remained, no major sect would risk provoking a Golden Core Stage cultivator over a few royal family members. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a storm was brewing over the capital. The surrounding wandering cultivators and attendants trembled in fear, cursing themselves for getting involved in such a dangerous situation. Who knows what this guy down there did to anger the Imperial family's foundation establishment cultivator, causing him to be chased and killed. If the Imperial family's foundation establishment cultivator insists on killing him, then to seal the news, will we, who know the truth, also be silenced? Lin Fan stared intently at the sky. As soon as the other party made a move, he would immediately activate the plan he had rehearsed in his mind, either enhancing the talismans or the magical artifacts. Regardless of the outcome, he would fight to the end. He would never surrender without a fight. The Royal Foundation building elder in the sky, standing on a golden flying sword, found himself in a difficult situation, his expression fluctuating between anger and frustration. The young man had just killed the princess of the Great Yin Kingdom, whom they had purchased at an exorbitant price. To be honest, this matter could be swept under the rug. But the problem was that countless eyes in the capital were watching. If it were a golden core stage left immortal standing before him, he would have immediately surrendered, and everyone would have deemed it reasonable and without fault. But the person before him was merely a chi cultivation stage novice. Just moments ago, he was being chased, yet now he had boldly revealed his identity, and the elder dared not act rashly on his own turf. If the Song imperial family allowed this to happen, their dignity would be utterly shattered. He hadn't doubted the authenticity of the young man's words, but the cloud copper heart mirror was right there. Even if he wasn't a disciple of the left Jinren, he must have some connection to him. The scene was eerily quiet, no one dared to speak, trapped in an awkward standoff. Everyone was waiting for the choice of the elderly imperial family member from the Foundation establishment realm in the heavens. Kill or not kill? The surrounding wandering cultivators had already quietly prepared to flee. If the imperial family's Foundation establishment stage cultivator were to act, they, as eyewitnesses, would certainly be targeted for retribution. At that point, escaping would be their only option. Now, they could only hope that the trouble the young man below had caused wasn't too severe, leaving room for redemption. Lin Fan, however, sneered inwardly. The real mess I've created, that old man up there probably has no idea about yet. Once Prince Chi's heir, the middle-aged man in brocade robes, dies, that eerie man with the large eyes will emerge. Just as the tension reached its peak, a surge of energy erupted from the depths of the imperial palace in the capital. A streak of purple light, moving neither fast nor slow, flew toward the center of the crowd under everyone's expectant gaze. The light came to a halt, revealing two figures standing one in front of the other amidst a purple thundercloud. The one in front was a middle-aged man in a purple robe, with his hair tied back by a hairpin, and a jade sash around his waist, emanating the spiritual pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Behind him followed a young man in a white robe, but he was only at the late chi cultivation stage. All the wandering cultivators sighed in relief upon seeing the middle-aged man in purple robes. After all, the imperial family's Foundation establishment stage elder wouldn't dare to eliminate everyone present. The newcomer was none other than Lei Yunzi, a renowned figure with the Taoist name Lei Yunzi, a direct disciple of the Purple Shao sect, one of the three major cultivation sects of the Song dynasty, and the official representative of the major sects stationed in the imperial palace. Regardless of whether the imperial family dared to eliminate everyone, they might not even be able to defeat him in a fight. After all, the Great Song dynasty also had numerous cultivation sects, but only the three top-tier sects had become the leading powers, each possessing sect defending divine abilities, and nearly dozens of lineage traditions. Each lineage has cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage, and even the Golden Core stage, and it is said that there are even high-ranking cultivators at the nascent soul stage, who are as elusive as dragons, seen only in glimpses. The Song dynasty, a mere mortal realm propped up by the heavens, is akin to a guard dog kept by the three sects. Daring to provoke the disciples of the three sects would surely lead to a bitter end. At this moment, an elderly Foundation establishment stage cultivator from the imperial family, upon seeing the middle-aged man in purple robes, could not help but bow and greet him, Master Lei Yunzi. Lei Yunzi nodded casually, with a hint of superiority, and surveyed the surroundings at his leisure before asking offhandedly, "What has happened to warrant such a commotion, fellow cultivator?" The royal family's Foundation establishment stage elder saw that Lei Yunzi didn't even bother to return the greeting, and was so arrogant, but his sharp edges had long been smoothed out. He merely responded with a forced smile, "It's just a young upstart who killed the item I bought back from the auction in Ichwan." But before he could finish, the white-robed youth behind Lei Yunzi suddenly interrupted. He had been observing Lin Fan on the street below with a careful gaze, and asked with a hint of uncertainty, "Are you Lin Fan?" Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan turned his gaze toward the source, and saw the white-robed youth who had spoken. There was a faint sense of familiarity in his features, reminiscent of someone who had once taken the blame for him in the Lin family of Qinghe County. Lin Fan? Chapter Pasapa, Countryman Meeting Countryman. You're Lin Fan? Lin Fan? The two asked each other uncertainly, just as they had been thinking, both feeling a sense of the unpredictability of life. After all, the rare and wonderful feeling of encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land was indeed uncommon. The royal elder beside them, who had been cultivating his foundation, saw this scene and felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He sensed that tonight might not be his night after all. This young man wasn't only connected to the left immortal, but also had ties to the Purple Shao sect. Lei Yunzi turned his head and asked curiously to the person behind him, "Oh, do you know each other?" Lin Fan was visibly excited. "That's right. Senior brother, the man below is my fellow clan member from the mortal realm." He immediately jumped down from the purple thundercloud, took 3 steps in 2, and rushed to Lin Shan's side. With the excitement of having achieved fame and fortune after wandering abroad and finally meeting a fellow villager to show off to, he grabbed Lin Shan and dragged him away. Haha, it's rare for the Lin family of Qinghe County to produce 2 cultivators at once. Come on, we haven't seen each other in years. Let's catch up. Lin Shan was completely baffled. We are indeed from the same clan, but our relationship isn't that close, and besides, you once took the blame for me. However, this was indeed a good opportunity to break the ice, and helping each other out as fellow villagers wasn't a bad idea, so he didn't resist and jumped onto Lei Yunzi's back alongside Lin Fan. The purple thunderclouds beneath their feet were either magical artifacts, or a spell cast by Lei Yunzi to condense the clouds. They felt soft and spongy, and Lin Shan was terrified they might conduct electricity after all. He had been struck dead by lightning in his previous life. Lei Yunzi, however, spared Lin Shan a nod out of respect for Lin Fan. He casually instructed the royal tier cultivator beside him. "This man is an old friend of my junior disciple. Please spare him. This matter ends here." Before the Royal Court's Foundation Establishment Stage Elder could respond, he activated the purple thundercloud beneath his feet, lifting the 3 of them, and flying toward the Imperial Palace. The Royal Family's Foundation Establishment Stage Elder's expression grew slightly grim, his lips trembling as he hesitated to speak, but in the end, he dared not say anything more. Lei Yunzi's arrogant behavior was indeed brazen, but no one present found it inappropriate. After all, the true disciples of the 3 top-tier sects were figures of high standing. If they chose to protect someone, it was entirely up to their discretion. The royal family's foundation establishment stage elder could only grit his teeth and accept it. Moreover, he had previously been in a difficult position due to his association with Zhuozhenren. Now that the Zixiao sect had forcefully intervened, he could only swallow his pride and pretend to give them face. All the wandering cultivators present also sighed in relief. Their lives were spared today, but the feeling of being powerless was truly distressing. They vowed never to watch such a spectacle again. After all, bystanders were easy targets for collateral damage. They quickly scattered in all directions, fearing that the humiliated imperial family's foundation establishment stage elder would take his frustration out on them. They fled faster than rabbits. 3 breaths later, only 7 figures remained on the rooftops, all of them cultivators from the Song dynasty royal family and the royal clan. Each of them stared at their own foundation establishment stage ancestors, daring not to breathe heavily. Princess Guo was also among them. The royal family's foundation establishment stage elders coldly scanned everyone, especially Princess Guo, before realizing that someone was missing. "Where is that boy from the Qi Wangfu? Where did he go?" The others exchanged glances, looking at Princess Guo, as she was closest to the Qi Wangfu heir. However, Princess Guo knew she had caused a major disaster. Not only had she lost the Princess of Dazhan, but she had also humiliated the imperial family's foundation establishment stage elder in front of the entire capital. If she mentioned the Qi Wang's heir's current state, she would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, there was a young man from the imperial family who was at the late stage of Qi cultivation and had some sense of responsibility. Seeing her trembling in fear and unable to speak, he stepped forward for her. Reporting to grandfather, the eldest son of the Qi Wangfu has been seriously ill lately. He even came to the palace to seek treatment from the imperial physicians, but they couldn't cure him. It is said that his days are numbered. The royal foundation building elder's face darkened. He waved his sleeve dismissively and led several people toward the Qi Wangfu. It was Lin Shan's first time in the palace, and he was excitedly looking around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the 3,000 concubines or the empress bathing. Lin Fan, who seemed to know what he was thinking, said impatiently, "Stop looking. The important palaces are all protected by magical barriers. He gave Lin Shan a "I've already tried" expression, and Lin Shan could only stop looking around and follow Lei Yunzi to the inner hall of the palace where the imperial ancestors were enshrined. Shortly after, Lei Yunzi left alone. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he had little to discuss with the two younger cultivators, so he decided to give them some time to themselves. Lin Fan led Lin Shan into a side hall, where the two found seats and began catching up. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, there was naturally no end to their conversation. Lin Shan briefly recounted his life after leaving the Lin mansion as an adult, venturing to Zonka County, and then coming to the capital to head toward Ichwan. He omitted the more important details, such as the powerful demonic sect leader who ran a brothel, and the mysterious 7 arrows with divine power. Lin Fan, however, seemed to have opened a floodgate, chattering non-stop about his own experiences over the years, which sounded far more exciting than Lin Shan's. First, he encountered Lei Zhenzi, the direct disciple of the Zixiao sect, who was passing by the Lin mansion. Lei Zhenzi discovered that Lin Fan possessed both golden and thunder spiritual roots, and immediately brought him back to the Zixiao sect to become a direct disciple of the sect master. It was important to note that the Zixiao sect had dozens of peaks, each representing a different lineage, with generations of cultivators passing down their teachings. It was precisely because of this diversity and unity that the Zixiao sect had risen to its current prominence. As the main lineage of the Zixiao sect, the sect master has always been selected from the main lineage, as it is the main lineage that inherits the sect's treasured scripture, the Purple Chi Heart Sutra. While cultivating thunder techniques, the sect's divine ability is also contained within this scripture. Lin Fan's lightning spiritual root was extraordinary, and he was immediately selected into the main lineage. After staying at the Purple Shao sect for 1.5 years, he cultivated directly from the first layer of Qi cultivation to the 9th layer of Qi cultivation, all without taking any pills or using any techniques, just by breathing in and out the spiritual energy. This speed was so fast that it made Lin Shan envious. His elders then instructed him to descend the mountain to experience the secular world, seek his own opportunities, and return to the mountain when the time was right to break through to the foundation establishment stage. From then on, Lin Fan seemed to be on a roll. After descending the mountain, he first went to the western desert, where he discovered the ruins of an ancient sand city. It turned out to be an ancient cultivation market buried deep underground. He then passed through the Qinling Mountains and found a Buddhist cave filled with the relics and remains of high monks. He then traveled through the Longyu River, where he discovered an ancient water palace at the riverbed. Later, while crossing the Yanyan Mountains, he accidentally stumbled upon the ruins of a great sect that had been erased from history. Each extraordinary encounter and stroke of fate was vividly recounted by Lin Fan, leaving Lin Shan listening as if he were reading a mystical text. Is this kid really not just bragging? Could it be that having the character Fan, meaning ordinary or common, in his name actually grants him the ability to do as he pleases? Lin Shan instinctively found it hard to believe, but then he recalled Lin Fan's previous exploits in the mortal world, such as falling off a cliff and retrieving treasures, and he couldn't help but remain skeptical. After speaking for a long time, Lin Fan seemed to have grown tired, but seeing that his show of bravado had thoroughly intimidated Lin Shan, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Lin Shan then raised some questions. How did Lei Zhenzi know you had both golden and thunder spiritual roots when he passed by the Lin mansion? Lin Fan pulled out a circular magical artifact and explained that major cultivation sects used such devices to identify disciples with potential while in the mortal world. He naturally carried one with him, as it was standard equipment for all disciples. After explaining, he activated it and tested Lin Shan. The circular artifact was divided into 8 zones, representing the 5 basic elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the derived elements wind, thunder, ice. The 5 rings represent the innate spiritual roots Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and the 5 levels of acquired spiritual roots. After flickering for a moment, the 3rd rings in 2 areas lit up with blue and purple light, and Lin Fan nodded. Not bad, average talent. Wind Spirit Root, Grade C, Thunder Spirit Root. Also Grade C. Lin Shan stared at the disc in astonishment. I actually have a Thunder Spiritual Root? Chapter Basupgao, the Division of Divine Powers. Lin Shan never imagined that besides having a Wind Spirit Root, he also possessed a Thunder Spirit Root. Could it be because he was struck by lightning during his time travel? Since you've already been cultivating wind-attributed techniques, there's no need to switch to thunder-attributed techniques. However, since you have a thunder spirit root, using it in conjunction with your wind spirit root to perform supernatural abilities shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lin Fan offered his professional insight from the side. Lin Shan began to ponder, then asked humbly, is there any spell that can be cast using both attributes at the same time? There are no spells for that. It all depends on divine abilities. Lin Fan explained the difference between the two to Lin Shan. Spells are merely a superficial utilization of a cultivator's spiritual energy, with a shallow underlying principle, scattered power, and various flaws in conversion and consumption. Since you only possess wind spiritual energy and lack thunder spiritual energy, you naturally cannot perform them. However, divine abilities are different. They involve the manipulation of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, rather than merely using the spiritual energy within your body to cast spells. How much spiritual energy is there in a cultivator's dantian? And how much spiritual energy is there in the heavens and earth? How can human power possibly contend with the power of the heavens and earth? That's why common spells are just minor tricks. But once you reach the level of divine abilities, with the support of surging cosmic energy, their power can become unimaginable. The most common are minor divine abilities, which utilize limited local spiritual energy. They can be considered an upgraded version of spells. Even so, they can split mountains and shatter rocks, and control the clouds and rain. Wherever they go, the sea of spiritual energy gathers, and their power is vast and unstoppable. However, the true divine abilities are of an even higher tier. They are not simply upgraded versions of minor divine abilities. Each one can be considered the signature technique of a major sect or school. Turning rivers upside down and moving mountains are techniques that have been passed down from ancient times to the present, each with its own legendary tale. Above that lies the transcendent application of spiritual energy, delving into the essence of the soul, and this is known as the Great Divine Technique. Locking souls over 1,000 miles, shattering the void. This is a realm accessible only to those who have transcended the nascent soul stage and beyond. Such legendary figures, who appear once in 1,000 years, are called Great Divine Technique Masters. Lin Shan was immersed in the knowledge, marveling at how much the disciples from major sects knew. With elders to guide them, their knowledge and perspective far surpassed their peers. His own 7 arrows on the head technique belonged to the second tier, a level of sect-defining supernatural ability. However, according to the Confronting enhancement panel, it seemed to be merely a stripped-down version of divine arts, which explained why he had already attained the ability to lock souls over 1,000 miles away. Especially after cursing the middle-aged man in brocade robes, the various strange phenomena emanating from him reminded him of the first time he activated the straw doll, and saw that purple divine artifact lying quietly in the void across the dimensional barrier. The source of immortal arts, the true 7 arrows on the head. In the future, if I gain enough power and find that void, I can obtain that unclaimed immortal artifact. I would then be able to truly use immortal arts, even curse without limits. At that point, even immortals might not be able to attain enlightenment. Lin Shan felt both excited and anxious, fearing that he might not grow strong enough in time, and that someone else might beat him to it. No doubt about it. In his heart, this treasure already belonged to him. Though he was currently just a novice cultivator at the chi cultivation stage, young people had lofty ambitions who wouldn't want to claim something valuable for themselves. Lin Fan, standing beside him, was still looking at Lin Shan with lingering interest, wanting to ask him if there was anything else he didn't understand, hoping for more opportunities to show off. Lin Shan had roughly figured out Lin Fan's temperament. Since the other had helped him out tonight, he should at least show some gratitude. He immediately feigned curiosity and asked, "You're also a dual element spirit root with both gold and thunder? How about your talent?" Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he stood tall with pride, all first class. In the main branch of the Zixiao sect, there are only a handful of people who can match me. After chatting all night, Lin Shan finally satisfied Lin Fan's desire to show off, and could withdraw to another side hall to temporarily restore his spiritual energy and essence blood. Although the blood-burning symbol had been forcibly dispersed and interrupted by an imperial-level cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, he had still lost some essence blood and needed to recuperate. After a few days of recuperation, when Lin Shan had mostly recovered, Lin Fan came knocking again, informing him that he planned to continue his travels to Jiangdong. He had heard that a large area of sect ruins had been unearthed there, so he decided to take a chance and asked Lin Shan if he wanted to join him. Lin Shan was immediately tempted. Lin Fan, the chosen one of fortune, seemed to find treasures wherever he went, and had countless opportunities at his fingertips. Following him around and getting a share of the spoils wouldn't be so bad. Moreover, the joyful Buddha statue from the Ichwan auction had also been unearthed in Jiangdong. Following Lin Fan there might just net him some benefits he desperately needed. At that moment, although he had +2 points of ancient aura, he was already in the late stages of chi cultivation, and needed to start thinking about how to establish a foundation. If he couldn't obtain a foundation building pill by then, he might have to use a large amount of ancient aura to break through the barrier. After foundation building, he would also need to upgrade his equipment and cultivation techniques. However, at the chi cultivation stage, mid-tier magical artifacts were sufficient for now. Even if he encountered higher-tier opponents, such as an elderly foundation establishment cultivator from the imperial family, upgrading to high-tier magical artifacts would likely be of little use. Moreover, being penniless, securing some funds would be advantageous. Moreover, Lin Fan is a disciple of the Purple Shao sect, and disciples of major sects are respected wherever they go. Who would dare to refuse them? The Purple Shao sect dares to allow chi cultivation stage disciples to travel freely, so they must have the confidence to back it up. Now that the two brothers are both in the late chi cultivation stage, as long as they don't provoke foundation establishment stage cultivators, they should be fine. After discussing it, the two agreed immediately. They headed to the main hall to bid farewell to their senior disciple Lin Fan and Lei Yunzi. Lei Yunzi nodded, instructing Lin Fan to be cautious on the journey, and also told Lin Shan not to worry about the royal family's foundation establishment stage elder for now. After that night, no one knew where the old man had gone, but when he returned, he was severely injured, his chi unstable, and his cultivation base seemed on the verge of collapsing. When Lin Shan went to inquire, the old man remained tight-lipped about the details, only showing him an object. Lin Shan, hearing this, immediately thought of the large eye on the forehead of the middle-aged man in the brocade robe. He hurriedly asked Lei Yunzi what to do next. Lei Yunzi shook his head and told the two that they didn't need to worry about this matter. They should leave the capital as soon as possible. Soon, elders from the sect would come personally to investigate. Clearly, he didn't want to reveal too much. It was clear that this matter was of great importance, and if it were to spread, it could have significant repercussions. Seeing that Lei Yunzi didn't want to say more, the two naturally followed his instructions and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Lin Shan considered whether to find an opportunity to eliminate Princess Guo, but upon reflection, he remembered that the royal family's foundation establishment stage elder was still in the capital. If he were to act so recklessly in front of them, even the reputation of Master Zhuozhen might not save him. Forget it. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Let that little vixen live a few more days. As fellow cultivators, there was nothing much to settle between them. After confirming their departure, Lin Fan directly took out a miniature boat from his storage bag, tossed it into the air, and it unfolded into a 2-zhong long green flying boat. Seeing Lin Shan's astonished expression, Lin Fan smiled and explained. This is a high-grade flying artifact I obtained by chance. Even those at the foundation establishment stage rarely possess such an item. It only consumes half a spirit stone for a 1,000-mile journey. As they say, you have the ability to fly using your divine consciousness, while I have this luxurious flying yacht. How about it? Want to come aboard for a test ride? Chapter Gaosup, The Ruins of the Joyful Sect. Upon boarding Lin Fan's flying vessel, Lin Shan noticed a control stick in front of him, clearly used to maneuver the vessel. Beside it was a recessed compartment holding a massive wind-attributed spirit stone. Feeling the immense spiritual energy contained within the stone, Lin Shan couldn't help but take out the dozens of spirit stones he had obtained from the storage bag of the Qi Wang's heir, the middle-aged man in brocade robes, and compare them. He found that the combined spiritual energy of the dozens of stones didn't even match that of a single one of the large stone. This is a mid-grade spirit stone. Since wind-attributed spirit stones are relatively rare, the exchange rate for lower-grade spirit stones is roughly 1:120. Lin Fan explained briefly, noticing Lin Shan's curiosity. Lin Shan's eyes widened in shock. So the half-spirit stone consumed per 1,000 kilometers you mentioned earlier was referring to mid-grade spirit stones? You rich bastard. My monthly tribute doesn't even cover the fuel for your flying boat for a single day. Lin Fan sat down confidently, started the flying vessel, and smiled as he picked up the control stick. This wind-attributed high-tier flying artifact is as fast as a sword-flying cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. Following me on an adventure is absolutely safe, you can rest assured. Lin Shan couldn't stop praising it. A wind-attributed high-tier flying artifact at the chi condensation stage? This kid is truly the envy of everyone. The two rode the flying vessel, traveling at a leisurely pace, covering thousands of miles in a day. After about 3 days, they arrived at the borders of Jiangdong. According to reports, the Jiangdong region had recently experienced a shift in its earth veins, causing snow-white rivers to flow like rivers. This had uncovered the ruins of several sects that had been buried in the annals of history. The largest of these was the Joy sect ruins that had emerged along the O River. Since they were going, they might as well go to the largest one, and the two had no objections. After another day and night, the flying vessel arrived at the ruins of the Joy sect by the O River. After disembarking and retrieving their magical artifacts, the two switched to walking. The area was teeming with cultivators seeking treasures, and there was even a possibility of Foundation establishment stage cultivators lurking about. After all, they were still at the chi cultivation stage, flying through the sky, and drawing attention would risk attracting the notice of higher-ranked cultivators, which could spell trouble. Although the Joy sect ruins had been discovered nearly half a year ago, most of the valuable items on display had already been divided among the nearby cultivating clans and various sects. However, in certain corners or beneath piles of rocks, some people could still discover hidden treasures. Those who come here now are mostly lone cultivators. After the sects and families have had their fill, they don't want to stir up trouble and leave something for others. Now, nearly 30% of the lone cultivators from Jiangdong have gathered here. Every time Lin Shan and Lin Fan passed by a spot, they could see a group of chi cultivation stage cultivators picking through the ruins. This ancient site is quite large, spanning dozens of miles in all directions, with nearly a dozen mountain peaks. Each peak is a spiritual mountain, with dense spiritual energy and a fragrant aroma. Deep underground, spiritual veins converge, and some wandering cultivators have even settled here to begin their arduous cultivation. The various temples and halls on the mountains were built in accordance with feng shui principles, arranged with great precision. The walls were adorned with murals, some depicting the glorious gatherings of the Joy sect during its heyday, others showing crowds paying homage to the Joy Buddha, and still others depicting various poses and positions of male-female cultivation practices. Occasionally, one could spot spiritual birds soaring through the sky. Among the ruined temples, ancient trees towered overhead, and beneath them, young grass and shrubs swayed gently, showing signs of gradually transforming into spiritual flowers and herbs. Such a splendid spiritual mountain estate. The concentration of spiritual energy here must rival that of a cultivation market. The golden age for wandering cultivators is upon us. Lin Shan marveled as he toured the area. This was a great opportunity for free cultivation. In cultivation markets, one had to pay to practice, but here, the ruins were unattended. Lin Fan shook his head beside him. This is only temporary. The spiritual vein lands are a must-have for all sects and clans. Currently, various factions are holding each other back, so they're still in negotiations and disputes. It should be resolved within a few years. Lin Shan could only sigh inwardly. In the cultivation world, the strong devour the weak. Sects and clans rely on their original spiritual vein capital to grow stronger, then continue to compete for spiritual veins to expand their capital, gradually squeezing out the survival space for wandering cultivators. In Ichwan, he had already noticed the extreme disparity between the rich and the poor. Back then, Gong Sun Yu of the Gong Sun clan had produced a jar of spiritual wine worth over 100 spiritual stones, which he had distributed to everyone to drink like water. Meanwhile, the struggling wandering cultivators were hawking their wares at street stalls, selling 10 talismans for a single spirit stone to scrape together enough money to survive. Lin Shan couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan beside him. In the few days since he had arrived in Jiangdong, the fuel costs for his flying artifact alone were equivalent to several months' wages for him. Lin Fan sensed his gaze and remained calm, showing no emotion. It's not as exaggerated as you imagine. Even within aristocratic families and sects, resources are concentrated at the upper echelons. The higher one's cultivation, the more cultivation resources they control. Unless you're a top-tier immortal second-generation heir, ordinary disciples from sects or aristocratic families are only slightly better off than wandering cultivators. Even someone like me, who became a direct disciple, doesn't receive extravagant treatment. Look at my senior disciples Lei Zhenzi and Lei Yunzi, they're also struggling to complete tasks in the mortal realm. My current status is all thanks to my own travels and opportunities, it has little to do with the sect. Lin Shan, standing nearby, looked pensive. He had also asked Lin Fan about the admission standards of major sects along the way. After all, who wouldn't want to join a major cultivation sect? It's common sense that one can seek shelter under a big tree. But Lin Fan poured cold water on his hopes, though not intentionally, it was simply the truth. Without a spiritual root attribute ranked above Class B, it was highly unlikely to be admitted into the inner sect as a disciple. After all, resources were scarce even in the major sects of the cultivation world, and they clearly followed an elite-only path. Of course, with Lin Shan's third-grade talent, and dual wind and thunder spiritual roots, if he had been recruited into a sect from a young age and started as an outer disciple, there might still be a sliver of hope. But now that he had already cultivated to the late chi condensation stage on his own, attempting to join a sect with existing skills was virtually impossible. As the two continued their conversation, they passed through various spiritual mountains, occasionally witnessing cultivators engaging in fierce battles. Some were likely fighting over treasures, others over a suitable spiritual eye for cultivation, and some were probably out to kill and loot. However, upon noticing the two's late chi cultivation stage cultivation, none dared to approach them. After wandering for about 2 days, they came upon a narrow mountain bridge where the sound of battle echoed loudly, clearly indicating that several factions of cultivators were engaged in a large-scale fight. However, Lin Shan and his companion had grown accustomed to such scenes over the past 2 days, and had no intention of getting involved. But upon hearing some of the conversation, Lin Shan immediately lost his composure. Stop him. He has the ancient treasure map and the joyful Buddha statue. The ancient map is said to be related to a major secret of the Buddhist sect. The joyful Buddha statue can be exchanged for spirit stones at Xingtai Zen Master's place. Keep the ancient map. Leave the joyful Buddha statue. Chaotic shouts of battle echoed through the air, but Lin Shan could only hear the mention of the joyful Buddha statue. From what he could gather, it seemed that several months ago, a Zen master named Xingtai had made an announcement, offering 1,000 spirit stones for a joyful Buddha statue, which was why the people before him were fighting so fiercely. Is there someone specifically collecting this Buddha statue? Lin Shan couldn't help but think of the red-faced monk, and the joyful sect, who also seemed to have a particular fondness for the joyful Buddha statue. But what use does that thing have besides faith? Could they also have a method to absorb the faith within it? Or were they working for some organization or power behind the scenes? Lin Shan's mind was racing, but before he could think further, Lin Fan, who was standing beside him, perked up the moment he heard the words ancient hidden map. This sounded like a treasure map for some ancient site, and treasure hunting was exactly what Lin Fan loved to do. As for what the treasure was or what secrets it held, none of that mattered. Lin Fan didn't hesitate, charging straight into the crowd and targeting the group carrying the map who were trying to escape. Hand over the ancient treasure map. Only Lin Shan stood there dumbfounded. There were over 100 people there, big brother. Are you really going to charge in like that? Chapter 91, Xingtai Zen Master. Amidst the crowd, Lin Fan clasped his hands together, and 2 bolts of lightning, as thick as water barrels, appeared out of thin air, striking the cultivators on both sides and sending them flying. He then pulled out a golden mace, which crackled with electricity as he swung it. Any magical artifacts it touched conducted the electricity into the cultivators' bodies. Everyone present collapsed to the ground, their bodies wrapped in crackling rings of electricity. Within moments, they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. This is bad. Where did this powerful figure come from? Quick, hide. Screams echoed through the crowd, clearly indicating that Lin Fan's charge was unstoppable, and everyone in front of him had been electrocuted. Lin Shan stood where he was, staring ahead, also deeply shocked by Lin Fan's combat prowess. He was like a human-shaped high-voltage electric current. At the Qi cultivation stage, he was slaughtering enemies indiscriminately. The power of that golden mace was likely even more terrifying than his own cold iron sword. However, seeing his fellow clan brother charge forward, Lin Shan couldn't just stand by and watch. He gritted his teeth and charged in as well. Fortunately, he had the Cloud Copper Heart Mirror for defense, and along the way, various magical artifacts kept attacking him. Swords, spears, axes, hooks, small flags, small towers, all sorts of weapons flew toward him. Wherever Lin Shan passed, the clanging sounds of collisions echoed non-stop. There were even various unknown area of effect spells, such as fire rain, water arrows, earth spikes, vines, and golden blades, all flying toward him. Lin Shan used his cold iron sword to clear a path, while sticking healing talismans to his body, and charging forward blindly. After finally breaking through the crowd and catching up to Lin Fan, every organ in his body ached, and the light barrier of his Cloud Copper Heart protecting mirror was reduced to a thin layer. There were even several beetles, presumably summoned by some cultivator, clinging to the mirror, chewing away with a chomping sound. However, Lin Fan's situation was completely different. He was enveloped in a colorful robe that shimmered with spiritual light, and the light barrier he emitted constantly shifted between 5 colors. It could even automatically defend against spells by matching their attributes based on the spells that struck him. In the heavens and earth, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth interacted in a cycle of creation and destruction. This magical artifact possessed the ability to convert between all 5 types of spiritual energy. 5 Elements Robe. This renowned high-grade magical artifact was no stranger to Lin Shan. It was said that each one was extremely difficult to craft, requiring the meticulous carving of a master artifact forger, and the spiritual materials used were incredibly rare, with prices nearly matching half the cost of a treasure used by a golden core cultivator. Even foundation establishment stage cultivators would find it difficult to afford one, with funds stretched thin. Throughout the entire Song Dynasty cultivation world, there are likely fewer than 10 people who possess such an artifact. Of course, the 5 Elements robe is naturally suited for defending against spells, while Lin Shan's Cloud Copper Heart Mirror is naturally suited for defending against physical attacks. It can be said that the two have their own advantages and disadvantages. Physical defense is effective against sneak attacks and instant kills, but in group battles, the 5 Elements robe clearly has the upper hand. In the chaotic battlefield, spells flew everywhere, making it impossible to dodge unless one was extremely confident in their abilities. No one wanted to engage in close combat if they could use ranged attacks. However, Lin Fan doesn't need to worry about any of that. He simply swings his golden mace, and that's all it takes. No cultivator's close combat weapon can withstand his lightning, as most of their weapons contain conductive materials. Cultivators focus on cultivating spiritual energy, and few specialize in physical cultivation. Few could withstand the high-voltage electricity. The cultivators in front saw Lin Fan charging toward them, and scrambled to dodge out of the way, daring not to block his path. Lin Shan followed closely behind. Hand over the secret map and the Buddha statue. The lead cultivator, who possessed the ancient map and the Buddha statue, saw Lin Fan charging toward him. Amidst his panic, a hint of reluctance flickered across his face. However, between the treasure and his life, he chose the latter. He pulled out a scroll and a Buddha statue from his robe, tossing them to the left and right respectively, clearly intending to abandon the treasures to save his life. But just then, a voice echoed from 100 meters away. The sound was like the beating of drums, like the cracking of a jar, each word colliding with everyone's heart, as if it would sweep in the next moment, carried by the wind. I have heard that the joyful Buddha statue has been unearthed here. I have come. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, causing all the cultivators engaged in battle to change their expressions. It wasn't for any other reason, because the words they had just heard were not spoken aloud, but had instead echoed directly in their ears. This was clearly a form of mental transmission. Only one possibility existed: the speaker was a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage or above. However, a small number of people on the field recognized the identity of the arrival, including the leader of the cultivators who had thrown the secret map and the Buddha statue. Xingtai Zen Master. Upon hearing the name Xingtai Zen Master, he recalled the promise that a joyful Buddha statue could be exchanged for 1,000 spirit stones, and hurriedly reached out to retrieve the Buddha statue he had just thrown. However, Lin Fan and Lin Shan had already acted simultaneously. Lin Fan seized the ancient secret map scroll, while Lin Shan securely caught the joyful Buddha statue on the other side. Just as they obtained the items, Xingtai Zen Master had already flown over 100 meters and arrived in an instant. At that moment, all the cultivators present stopped what they were doing and quietly looked toward the incoming figure. A gray-robed old monk, standing on a cloud, holding a golden wheel, with a compassionate expression on his face, came to a stop directly in front of them. I have heard that the joyful Buddha statue has appeared here. I wonder which of you cultivators possesses it? I am willing to exchange a hefty sum for it. As the old monk spoke, his eyes darted toward Lin Shan. After all, under his divine perception, nothing could escape his sight, and he had seen everything clearly. Lin Shan remained composed. He had quickly glanced at the enhanced panel that had just popped up, and it was identical to the one from earlier, both being objects used by the joyful Divine Lord to spread and absorb faith. This Buddha statue had the same ancient charm as the other one, with a full sub-points, which he had instantly absorbed. Now, he had accumulated a total of sub points of ancient charm. The Xingtai Zen Master before him was clearly a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Giving him the joyful Buddha statue would be best, as it would avoid any conflict. But before he could act, the leader of the cultivators who had previously possessed 2 treasures, but was forced to abandon them, stepped forward, bowed to Xingtai Zen Master, and pleaded. Master, the joyful Buddha statue, and the ancient treasure map that I previously possessed were both stolen by these 2 thieves. Please help me recover them. He also made a promise: if you help me retrieve the 2 treasures, I will gladly present the joyful Buddha statue to you. This man's calculations were clear. If Xingtai Zen Master helped him retrieve the 2 treasures, he would then present the Buddha statue to Xingtai Zen Master. This would allow him to regain the ancient Tibetan secret map, while also saving Xingtai Zen Master 1,000 spirit stones, win-win situation for all. However, he did not realize that when he mentioned the ancient Tibetan map, Xingtai Zen Master's expression suddenly changed. Originally, Xingtai Zen Master had only heard rumors that a joyful Buddha statue he needed had been unearthed here, so he hurried over. Upon seeing that Lin Shan had already beaten him to it, he had no intention of competing, but merely planned to purchase it with spirit stones as a demonstration of his wealth, akin to the ancient tale of buying a horse's skeleton for its bones. However, if what the man before him was saying was true, and the ancient hidden map was indeed here, he absolutely could not miss this opportunity. The ancient hidden map was something others didn't know about, but as a Buddhist cultivator, how could he be unaware of it? It was a crucial fragment of a secret map from the Chan sect, and possibly one of the keys to unlocking it. He had to obtain it at all costs. Moreover, it was best not to let word get out. If other cultivators of the same level found out and came to claim their share, it would inevitably lead to trouble. Xingtai Zen Master's expression fluctuated as he weighed the pros and cons. If he were to obtain the ancient hidden map, everyone present must be eliminated, not a single one spared. If even one escaped, not only would his reputation be ruined, but he might also be tracked down by others. Glancing around at the surrounding terrain, the gray-robed old monk began to plan in his mind the most efficient way to act, and how to ensure absolute success. The leader of the cultivators in front of him, having spoken, but received no response from Xingtai Zen Master, couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. What he saw was a grim, murderous face. Chapter 92: Life and Death at Breakneck Speed. All the Qi cultivation stage cultivators present could sense an uneasy atmosphere, and the Lin Shan and Lin Fan brothers naturally noticed the deep-seated killing intent brewing in the old monk in the sky. At that critical moment, Lin Fan stepped forward calmly, living up to his reputation as a disciple of a great sect, his steps steady and composed. This junior disciple of the Purple Shao sect, Lin Fan, pays respects to the senior. After a slight bow, Lin Fan remained composed, pulling out the sect's token from his storage pouch and speaking with neither arrogance nor humility. The ancient hidden map is now in my possession. I trust that you, being of such high standing, would not resort to bullying the weak. The underlying meaning was to reveal his background, implying that bullying the junior would draw the ire of the senior. This was also the confidence that major sects had in allowing their lower-ranked disciples to venture out for training. Xingtai Zen Master, who had just been about to act, found himself in a dilemma. He could kill the other wandering cultivators, but if he killed a direct disciple of the Zixiao sect, he would likely face severe consequences. In that case, there would be no place for him to hide in the entire Song dynasty territory, and the Purple Xiao sect would certainly mobilize all its forces to hunt him down. If he made even a single misstep, it would be a situation where he would lose both his life and his cultivation. However, the ancient hidden map was crucial to the Zen sect's future cultivation. Xingtai Zen Master was already over 100 years old. If he couldn't make a breakthrough before his lifespan ended, he would ultimately return to dust. At that moment, everyone on the field dared not breathe heavily. Those who had previously cursed the leader of the cultivators for speaking out now secretly thanked their luck that a disciple of a major sect was standing in front, causing the Foundation establishment cultivators in the sky to hesitate. At this moment, Lin Shan and Lin Fan exchanged subtle glances, silently communicating their intentions. The two were in perfect harmony, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. If anything unexpected were to happen, they would need to act quickly. About an incense stick's worth of time passed. Everyone saw the gloomy expression on the gray-robed old monk's face slowly fade, as if he had abandoned his murderous intent. They all secretly relaxed their tense nerves and sighed in relief. But in the very next moment, golden light suddenly appeared from behind the crowd, darting back and forth at incredible speed, swiftly reaping one life after another. As these cultivators met their end, they finally recognized the golden will artifact that had been held by Xingtai Zen Master earlier. As a piercing scream echoed from all directions, Lin Shan, who had already prepared himself, felt his vital energy ignite, and a whirlwind swirled around him as he soared into the sky. Lin Fan, standing beside him, acted just as swiftly. A flash of lightning erupted from his body, and his figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a talisman fluttering in the wind at the spot where he had stood. Xingtai Zen Master, who was busy slaughtering everyone below, saw this scene, and was slightly surprised, but he didn't pay much attention to it, as if he wasn't worried that they could escape. He focused solely on slaughtering the scattered cultivators below, making sure not to let a single one escape. The ancient hidden map was something he must obtain today, even if it meant offending the Purple Xiao sect. Even if the Purple Xiao sect traced him back in the future, he would either flee overseas or escape from the Song dynasty. Between the pursuit of the Zen sect's secret teachings and the Zixiao sect's relentless hunt, Xingtai Zen Master ultimately succumbed to his greed. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Shan and Lin Fan, the two brothers, sat aboard a flying vessel. One was hurriedly replenishing his depleted vital energy, while the other sat up front, controlling the joystick to maneuver the vessel and flee. At the same time, a golden light was rapidly approaching from behind. Xingtai Zen Master, with his golden will under his feet, sliced through the clouds like a golden beam, causing a flock of spiritual birds flying overhead to scatter in all directions. Lin Fan maneuvered the flying boat while constantly glancing backward, encouraging Lin Shan, who was replenishing his vital energy. Don't panic. I've already planned our escape route. About 800 li ahead lies the East Sea, and not far from there is an island called Diaobi Island. A senior sister from our sect who is at the Foundation establishment stage is currently visiting the island's master. As he spoke, Lin Fan revealed a confident expression, as if he had everything under control. My senior sister's Taoist name is Lei Yuzi. She possesses dual attributes of thunder and water in her minor divine arts, and has reached the late Foundation establishment stage. With her there, that so-called Xingtai Zen Master and his bunch of worthless followers won't stand a chance. These words were not only directed at Lin Shan inside the boat cabin, but were also amplified by his spiritual energy, clearly audible to the pursuing Xingtai Zen Master behind them. Lin Fan's intentions were clear. He wanted the gray-robed monk behind him to back down. However, Xingtai Zen Master didn't listen, and upon hearing this, he was immediately enraged. A mere chi cultivation stage cultivator dared to call him an old fool? Alright, then today I'll show you who the real, worthless old dog is. Since the golden will artifact had been used as a flying artifact, Xingtai Zen Master quickly pulled out a cylindrical object from his storage pouch. It was surrounded by golden needles, clearly a set of combined artifacts. Xingtai Zen Master tossed the cylinder above his head. Four golden needles unfurled in the wind, transforming into sharp golden spears that shot toward the small boat ahead. Lin Shan and Lin Fan, who had been keeping an eye on the situation behind them, instantly turned pale. They were currently thousands of meters above the ground. If the flying vessel was destroyed, they would plummet to their deaths, reduced to a pile of flesh. After all, they couldn't control the flying artifact. Lin Shan didn't bother to recover his composure. He rushed forward, grabbed Lin Fan, and snatched the flying boat's control stick, muttering angrily under his breath. "Let me take over. Today, I'll show you what true skill looks like. Hold on tight." Before Lin Fan could react, the flying vessel suddenly spun violently, and tables and cushions began flying everywhere inside the cabin. Lin Fan was thrown around the cabin, colliding with walls and seeing stars. Meanwhile, high above the airship, four streaks of light darted through the sky, but they were dodged one by one as the airship swayed left and right, twisting and turning to avoid them. Behind him, Xingtai Zen Master stood speechless, having never seen a flying artifact perform such acrobatics before. He quickly performed hand seals, using his spiritual awareness to control the flying needles to turn back and intercept the boat once more. However, under Lin Shan's masterful control, the flying vessel darted left and right, feinting one direction while moving another, slipping away like an eel, and even managed to create a slight distance between itself and its pursuers during the evasive maneuvers. If one were to look up at the sky from the ground, they would see a greenish-blue flying vessel performing graceful maneuvers, facing the wind as several golden light streaks crisscrossed through the air, a sight of unparalleled elegance. Meanwhile, the monk Xingtai, who was following behind, not only couldn't catch up, but was also sprayed in the face by the exhaust from the flying vessel ahead. Wind element cultivators controlling high-tier wind element flying artifacts were a perfect match. Inside the boat, Lin Fan finally began to adapt to Lin Shan's driving style, and gradually suppressed his urge to vomit. Seeing Xingtai Zen Master's disheveled appearance behind him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Anyway, it seemed like the old monk wasn't going to let them off today, so he decided to mock him aloud. "You're only at the foundation establishment stage, aren't you? You're bullying the weak, aren't you? Go ahead and show off some more. Just wait and see what happens behind us." After saying that, he felt satisfied, but Lin Shan, who was frantically pulling the control stick in front, felt a pang of anxiety. "Brother, it's already this late, and you're still trying to show off? Are you afraid the danger level isn't high enough? Hurry up and make it harder for me." Behind them, Xingtai Zen Master was already annoyed from the exhaust fumes. Upon hearing Lin Fan still bragging arrogantly up front, he couldn't contain his anger. "Fine. You arrogant young upstart. You're forcing my hand." Chapter 93, Blazing Flames Devour the Heavens. Xingtai Zen Master's face twisted into a hideous grimace, no longer the venerable and benevolent figure he once was. He stepped on the golden wheel with one foot, withdrew the cylindrical golden needles, and simultaneously pulled out a silver foil from his storage pouch. It was covered in dense Sanskrit script, which ignited into silver flames under the sunlight. However, the silver foil itself remained untouched by the flames. Instead, the Sanskrit characters engraved on it seemed to vibrate like musical notes, drifting into the surrounding void. Lin Fan on the flying boat fell silent. He too had noticed the unusual nature of the silver foil, suspecting it might be Xingtai Zen Master's secret technique. He immediately went on high alert, staring intently at the rear with a solemn expression. Xingtai Zen Master made no further movements, simply holding the silver foil and murmuring words, as if reciting some scripture. His voice sounded like that of a monk chanting, with nothing unusual or different about it. However, after nearly an incense stick's worth of time of chasing and being chased, the scene began to change gradually. Xingtai Zen Master's recitation grew faster, and his voice evolved from the initial soft murmurs into a high-pitched, passionate, and rhythmically varied tone. Within the flying boat, Lin Shan and Lin Fan also began to feel a sense of oppression in their chests and growing irritability. They were overwhelmed by a pent-up frustration, as if they had something they desperately needed to express. What's happening to me? Both of them sensed something was wrong, but they didn't know what to do. However, the sound of Xingtai Zen Master's chanting grew louder, and their minds began to ache. Lin Shan's vision started to blur, and his hands trembled, making it difficult to control the flying boat. This is bad. This is the secret mantra of the Buddhist sect, targeting the mind. Help me, ya. Lin Fan seemed to want to say something to Lin Shan, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if he had been stabbed with needles. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing and screaming, his hands clutching his head. At that moment, countless Sanskrit characters drifted in from behind, surging Fengquang Ly into the flying vessel. The entire cabin was filled with densely packed Sanskrit characters, swarming like beetles, emitting a buzzing sound that seemed like the whispers of demons. Lin Shan, who was controlling the flying vessel, had already activated the concentration symbol in advance, but it only slightly alleviated the pain. His mind remained hazy, alternating between moments of clarity and confusion. Clearly, Xingtai Zen Master's Buddhist secret incantation was extraordinary. The combination of the spell and the silver foil amplified its power, making it vastly different from Princess Gua's soul-shaking bell earlier. The two were as different as heaven and earth. Lin Shan's concentration symbol, though also crafted by a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, was made from low-grade talisman paper. Under the attack of the Buddhist sect's secret incantation, it was beginning to weaken, with faint flames flickering around it. It was clear it wouldn't last even a stick of incense. Xingtai Zen Master's plan was clear: directly attack their souls. Once they could no longer withstand the assault and fell into an unconscious state, they would lose control of their bodies and plummet from the sky. At that point, there would be no need to intervene. The ancient secret map could simply be taken from their bodies. Lin Fan inside the nearby cabin clearly wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word, only rolling around in agony and screaming in pain. At that moment, the chanting sounds in his ears were like the buzzing of millions of mosquitoes, and he was on the verge of succumbing. Enough, I'll trust you this once. Lin Shan saw that the situation had reached a critical moment. Recalling Lin Fan's expression and words earlier, he knew that he must have some hidden trick up his sleeve. He tore off the half-burned spirit-focusing talisman from his own body and violently pressed it onto Lin Fan's body. Without the talisman's protection, his consciousness began to grow hazy once more, and the flying vessel above them swayed dangerously, on the verge of plummeting. Lin Fan, now protected by the spirit-focusing talisman, regained some of his mobility in an instant. He endured the piercing pain in his head, reached into his storage pouch, pulled out a red incense stick, lit it, and stuck it inside the flying vessel. The smoke drifted upward, seeming to cool his mind momentarily. At the same time, he pulled out a fiery red talisman, his eyes flashing with pain, and muttered under his breath. What a loss! What a loss! This is the key to opening the Flaming Immortal's cave residence. I've had it since I obtained it, but haven't had the chance to explore the treasure yet. Using it here as a minor divine technique spell on a Foundation establishment cultivator is truly a waste of a precious item. But since it's a matter of life and death, I had no choice but to make a sacrifice. He then turned his gaze to the grey-robed monk behind him, who was still muttering incantations over the silver foil. A flash of ruthless determination crossed his eyes as he activated the talisman and threw it behind him. Suddenly, the primordial energy within a mile of the sky erupted violently. Both the flying boat controlled by Lin Shan and the golden will wielded by Xingtai Zen Master began to sway wildly under the chaotic energy, as if they were losing control. Xingtai Zen Master suddenly realized what was happening, lifting his gaze from the silver foil. Seeing the chaotic chi before him, especially the fiery red talisman at the center, his pupils contracted sharply, as if he had recognized something. Lin Shan also snapped back to his senses, sensing that Xingtai Zen Master had interrupted his chanting, and that the control rod in his hands was now intermittently responsive. He quickly turned to look behind him. At that moment, all the fire chi surged wildly around them, pushing out all other forms of chi. The sun in the sky seemed to be drawn toward the talisman, emitting a thread of true fire. Countless fire lines converged at the center, with rings of fire swirling slowly around the perimeter, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene in an instant. Lin Fan's lips curled into a wild, sinister smile, reminiscent of the expression he had worn when he first revealed his true potential at the Lin family estate in Qinghe County. Through various means, he had remotely activated the talisman at the center of the fiery sea. Heaven and earth fire spirits, heed my command. Gather the true fire, let the flames burn the heavens. Hurry, as the law commands. After finishing the incantation, Lin Fan continuously changed his hand seals. Instantly, the sea of fire surged, flames dancing in the wind. Countless sparks filled the sky, and the scorching heat waves penetrated the boat cabin, making the two feel as though their hair was about to catch fire. Lin Shan looked on excitedly. What kind of divine ability is this? It even has such a cool incantation. I made it up on the spot. Lin Fan said expressionlessly, his hands still moving like butterflies, fingers darting and flashing, creating a dizzying display that was hard to follow. This spell feels so profound. Lin Shan said enviously. I made that up too. Lin Fan seemed tired from playing with his fingers, so he stopped pretending, and just stopped altogether. Lin Shan? Outside, the area was now engulfed in flames, and the magical artifact boat had lost control, drifting aimlessly in the fiery sea. The control lever was completely useless. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth was all being controlled by the talisman in the center. This was divine power. The celestial and terrestrial energies within its influence were altered, and human effort was insignificant before the power of nature. Only divine abilities could counter divine abilities. Boom. Finally, the sea of fire seemed to have condensed to a certain extent. A deafening roar echoed from behind, and a visible red explosion ring began to expand from the center. Lin Fan quickly activated the defensive light barrier of his high-tier magical artifact flying vessel, while also activating the 5 elements robe on his body. The 5 elements robe shimmered with waves of light, and a stream of water essence emanated from it. Lin Fan continuously threw water essence stones from his storage pouch to replenish its energy. The 5 elements robe grew increasingly brilliant, with ripples of water shimmering, and layers of ripples forming a barrier in front of Lin Fan and Lin Shan. Lin Fan seemed to feel it was still insufficient, so he grabbed a handful of defensive talismans from his storage pouch: earth shield talismans, golden light talismans, wooden wall talismans, water curtain talismans, ice mirror talismans, wind wall talismans, thunder net talismans. Lin Shan watched Lin Fan frantically tossing talismans out of his storage bag, unable to help but swallow a few times in awe. It was as if his storage bag had no bottom. Who knew how many opportunities this kid had scavenged? As layer upon layer of defenses stacked before him, the small divine talismans in the distant sea of fire finally bloomed completely. Countless fire rings spread out, and red ripples closed in, shattering the defenses before him like paper. Boom. The deafening roar lasted for 5 breaths before gradually fading. The heat waves around them began to dissipate. Inside the boat cabin, the incense stick Lin Fan had lit earlier had burned down to half its length, faintly emitting a cool aura. The 5 elements robe gradually lost its protective properties, and fell onto the deck outside the boat. The 2 brothers finally stepped out of the cabin, gazing at the countless flickering flames retreating into the sky within a radius of thousands of meters. A sense of insignificance welled up in their hearts, as if they had been reborn from a great calamity. Is that old monk Xingtai dead yet? Chapter 96, Brutal Beating of the Foundation Building Stage. Lin Fan stepped out of the ship's cabin, full of vigor and confidence, showing no trace of his earlier disheveled appearance. He let out a loud laugh from hundreds of meters above the ground. You wasted one of my minor divine symbols, the blazing heaven symbol. You monk, are you dead yet? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shaky figure appeared in the distance, seeming unable to stand steady, like a candle in the wind, but it still managed to stand firm, its feet planted on a charred black wheel, and flew off into the distance. Ugh! The 2 brothers stared speechlessly at the distant figure. How could he still be alive? This Xingtai Zen master must have an iron will. That was a small divine ability talisman equivalent to a full power attack from a golden core cultivator. How could Xingtai Zen Master, a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator, withstand that? Lin Shan looked at Lin Fan in confusion. Could it be because of that guy's poisonous flag? The latter scratched his head awkwardly and explained, it's no big deal. Zen cultivators focus on physical training, so their defense is exceptional. However, he must be severely injured now and struggling to escape. He's like meat on a chopping block. Before he could finish, the figure across from him, completely charred black, seemed to sense something. He suddenly halted, then immediately shot backward and fled. Lin Fan fell silent at once. Lin Shan, standing beside him, acted swiftly. He leaped into the cabin, grabbed the scorching control rod, and yanked it hard. The slowly descending flying boat suddenly rose, turned its bow, and charged straight toward the rear. Xingtai Zen Master, who was in front, looked extremely pitiful. His eyebrows and beard were completely burned off, his gray robe was torn to shreds, and the golden will under his feet looked like it had been melted down and reshaped, black as coal, resembling a lump of scrap iron. He frantically extracted mid-grade spirit stones to absorb spiritual energy, swallowed pills, and used healing talismans, doing everything in his power to restore the spiritual energy he had nearly depleted while defending against the divine technique. At the same time, he felt an excruciating pain as if his internal organs were being torn apart, with the fire poison slowly seeping into and corroding his vital organs. His condition was worse than ever before. However, upon seeing the flying boat behind him turning around to give chase, he had no choice but to flee headlong, fearing that the two young men behind him would catch up and deliver the final blow. At that moment, the two brothers of the Lin family on the flying boat were consumed by madness. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn the tables and kill a Foundation establishment cultivator, while they were still in the Qi cultivation stage, was within their grasp. How could they possibly let Xingtai Zen Master escape alive? Lin Shan strained every muscle to drive the flying boat forward, its protective shields buckling inward under the intense wind pressure. The areas powered by the wind spirit stones flickered with faint flashes of light, clearly operating at maximum capacity, on the brink of collapse. However, Lin Fan, the wealthy landowner, didn't care at all. He kept urging, faster. Faster. Clearly, this was a rare opportunity to show off and brag to his fellow disciples back home, and he couldn't contain his excitement, his eyes gleaming with madness. Xingtai Zen Master could no longer endure the strain. He had been severely injured in the explosion of the small divine symbol, and was nearing the end of his strength. Seeing the flying boat chasing him from behind, he knew that if he continued to fly in the sky, he would eventually be intercepted. With a grit of his teeth, he had no choice but to descend to the ground, landing on the grassy slopes of the mountains. He immediately crossed his legs and summoned a defensive light barrier, holding a spirit stone to absorb energy and restore his spiritual power first. Lin Shan controlled his flying vessel to follow closely behind. The two of them also landed on the ground. Seeing Xingtai Zen Master attempting to stall for time to recover, they wasted no time in drawing their magical artifacts and attacked him simultaneously. Whoosh! Sizzle, sizzle. On one side, Lin Shan wielded his cold iron sword, continuously unleashing sword beams, while on the other, Lin Fan brandished his golden mace, constantly discharging electricity. Their attacks were fierce and relentless, but they were all repelled by the light barrier in front of Xingtai Zen Master. The light barrier shimmered with golden light, with Buddhist mantras constantly shifting on its surface. When struck, it only produced a dull, clang sound, clearly indicating that it possessed extraordinary resistance to both physical and magical attacks. As the two fought for a while, the light barrier showed no signs of weakening, while Xingtai Zen Master's breathing grew increasingly steady, and his complexion began to flush slightly. Don't bother trying. This is the renowned high-tier defensive spell of our Buddhist sect, the Golden Bell Shield. Your mid-tier magical artifacts cannot break it. Though the old monk was covered in wounds, his tone remained calm, clearly having regained his composure from the earlier panic. As a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, how could he be killed by two Qi cultivation stage novices? A single defensive spell was all it took to render them helpless. The two of them stopped their futile efforts. Lin Shan hesitated for a moment. Should he use the ancient melody to upgrade his cold iron sword to a high-tier magical artifact? If he allowed the old monk to recover his spiritual energy, the two of them would likely face another chase. However, Lin Fan beside him had already come to his senses and cursed himself for being foolish. For Qi condensation stage cultivators, high-grade magical artifacts were not cost-effective due to their high spiritual energy consumption. They typically used mid-grade magical artifacts like golden maces to deal with cultivators of the same stage. But their current opponent was at the Foundation establishment stage. A single high-tier spell would easily shatter a mid-tier artifact. However, who was Lin Fan? He wasn't without high-tier artifacts, he just rarely bothered to use them. Lin Fan began rummaging through his storage pouch, eventually pulling out a long spear. The spear tip flickered with a cold glow, exuding a sharp aura, clearly a high-grade magical artifact of exceptional quality. The old monk across from him immediately fell silent, his heart racing slightly. But Lin Fan wasn't done yet. He rummaged through his storage bag again, and pulled out a colorful fan. As soon as he held it up, the 5 elements chi in the surrounding area began to stir, and he tossed it to Lin Shan beside him. 5 elements magic fan. This time, not only Lin Fan recognized it, but Lin Shan and Xingtai Zen Master also identified it. This item was part of a set with the 5 elements robe, allowing the user to freely switch between the 5 attributes. It was an exquisite high-tier offensive magical artifact. This left Xingtai Zen Master truly panicked. He frantically rummaged through his storage bag, only to sadly discover that all his defensive artifacts and talismans had been completely depleted by the previous fiery divine technique. However, Lin Shan and Lin Fan weren't going to give him a moment's respite. They struck while the iron was hot. On Lin Shan's side, the 5 elements fan shone with flickering light, unleashing continuous attacks of the 5 attributes. He simply held the fan and swung it wildly. Lin Fan, on the other side, thrust his spear forward. As the saying goes, a single cold gleam arrives first, followed by a spear as swift as a dragon. Xingtai Zen Master could finally no longer endure it. Even at his peak, he could withstand 2 high-grade magical artifacts, but now, with his energy depleted and internal injuries mounting, he couldn't continue to endure. He cursed the Purple Shao sect in his heart, calling them wealthy nobles who wasted resources. Even a Qi cultivation stage disciple was equipped with a minor divine symbol, and high-tier magical artifacts were handed out like cabbages. On one hand, he pitifully struggled to control the black wheel, swaying unsteadily as he flew back into the sky. Staying put meant certain death, he might as well keep running. The 2 behind him quickly retrieved their artifacts, turned, and climbed onto the flying vessel. Lin Shan skillfully pulled the lever and shifted gears. The flying vessel, driven by the wind spirit stones, emitted a deafening roar, accompanied by thrilling gusts of wind. In the blink of an eye, they caught up again. Chapter 95. My brother is the chosen one of destiny. It must be said that Lin Fan's flying vessel is truly the pinnacle of flying artifacts. While it does consume a significant amount of spirit stones, its performance and durability are unmatched. It can accelerate from leng to 100 kilometers per hour in less than 2 breaths. However, thanks to the time he gained underground to recover, Xingtai Zen Master had temporarily suppressed some of his injuries. Now, he was gradually regaining the flight speed of a Foundation establishment cultivator, pushing his potential to the limit and speeding up. Amazingly, he was slowly catching up to the flying vessel's speed. Now, no matter how skilled Lin Shan is at maneuvering, straight-line flight relies on equipment. After all, the opponent is at the Foundation establishment stage, and if they were to risk their lives to escape, catching up would be no easy feat. This is also why, in the cultivation world, the mortality rate of Foundation establishment cultivators is far higher than that of Qi cultivation cultivators, and they also avoid making enemies with cultivators of the same rank. After all, if they can't defeat you, there's no need to fight to the death. They can simply use their flying artifacts to escape and be done with it. Unless you're particularly skilled in teleportation, if you can't catch up in time to eliminate the threat, it will inevitably lead to future troubles. At this moment, Lin Shan and Lin Fan were in exactly this predicament. If they didn't take this opportunity to kill the old monk, they would have to endure being constantly watched by a Foundation establishment cultivator in the cultivation world, feeling like a thorn in their side. Who could endure that? Lin Fan's face once again betrayed his inner conflict. He rummaged through his storage pouch, as if it contained endless treasures, before finally finding and pulling out a flute made entirely of jade green material. Lin Fan looked pained, muttering to himself, "This soul-stirring love flute is a single-use magical artifact. I had planned to use it on the 2 black dragons we keep in the sect to induce them to lay a dragon egg for me. How wonderful that would have been." Lin Fan sighed helplessly. He felt he had paid a hefty price for this ancient hidden map, and could only hope that the return on investment from the treasure would be worth it. Without hesitation, he turned sideways, aimed the flute at the fleeing Xingtai Zen master, and began to play. A series of strange, seductive sounds began to echo through the sky, filling the air with an ambiguous and eerie atmosphere. However, Lin Fan didn't notice that the end of the flute was pointing directly at Lin Shan, who was currently maneuvering the flying boat. At that moment, Lin Shan felt a powerful melody surge directly into his mind, and a primal urge began to fill his brain. His blood pressure skyrocketed instantly. One after another, ethereal maidens with half-veiled veils drifted past his eyes, their sleeves swirling like clouds, their eyes filled with desire. Instantly, he could no longer steady the control stick in his hands, and the flying vessel in the sky began to sway unsteadily. "What the hell are you doing, Lin Fan?" "Oh, sorry, it's my first time using this." I reversed the directions. Lin Fan realized he had accidentally hit his allies, and quickly turned sideways, this time with the flute's mouth facing inward and the tail outward, continuing to play the melody. Fortunately, this time he got it right. The old monk in front, who had been struggling to escape with all his might, suddenly began to sway as well. It seemed as though he was struggling to suppress something, with his lips even beginning to chant sutras to calm his soul. This soul-stirring jade flute resembled the silver foil the old monk had previously summoned, both possessing the ability to directly influence the soul. However, one was a direct attack on the soul, while the other was merely a love-inducing illusion. Lin Shan couldn't help but admire the old monk. He had just endured immense hardship, but Xingtai Zen master was able to continue flying by sheer willpower and Buddhist incantations. Lin Fan in front of him puffed out his cheeks and blew with all his might, clearly confident in the seductive jade flute. This chase continued for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The old monk in front eventually couldn't suppress his internal injuries and coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing his chanting to abruptly stop. Just then, Lin Fan, seizing the opportunity, puffed out his cheeks like a frog and blew with all his might. Lin Shan, standing nearby, couldn't help but wince in pain, fearing that Lin Fan might blow his lips to pieces. The old monk in front began to sway unsteadily, like he had drunk fake wine, and started convulsing. It seemed as though he was trying to control himself through self-harm, but the young monk Lin Fan knew that no matter how much he struggled, it would all be in vain. Xingtai Zen master, with his eyesight failing and legs weak, was consumed by the seductive music. Images of alluring spring beauties flashed before his eyes like slides. Countless beautiful women kept brushing past his cheeks. Emptiness is form, form is emptiness. Sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness are also the same. However, the sound of the sutras gradually fades away, and the beauties in his mind begin to tease him. Their demonic laughter echoes in his ears, their breath fragrant, their teasing relentless. He feels waves of unbearable heat, unsure whether it is due to the poison or his own state. As he struggled to suppress the sensations, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Despite being 150 years old, he had lifted his head. "You shameless young upstart, how dare you humiliate an old monk like this?" Xingtai Zen master let out a sorrowful cry and finally succumbed completely. Unable to control the spiritual energy within him, the magical artifact beneath his feet could no longer sustain his flight, and he plummeted from thousands of meters in the air, crashing toward the ground below. The flying vessel behind him skillfully maneuvered around, following closely behind. At the outskirts of the ruins of the joyful sect, on a hillside, two young men in white robes stood silently, gazing down at the shattered remains of the body on the ground. No wonder he was a foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Buddhist sect. His Vajra body is as hard as iron. Falling from such a height, we would have been reduced to a bloody mess by now. This is something we can brag about. We killed a foundation establishment cultivator at the Qi cultivation stage, and not just any foundation establishment cultivator. Xingtai Zen master was said to possess multiple Buddhist techniques, and was quite renowned among the wandering cultivators in Jiangdong, yet we managed to turn the tables and kill him. You seem to have lost quite a few treasures this time. Why don't you search his body first to see if you can recoup your losses? The two brothers began to sort through the loot. They found over 2,000 spirit stones in Xingtai Zen master's storage bag, but all the talismans and pills were gone, clearly depleted by that small divine technique, the blazing heaven symbol, earlier. However, what surprised Lin Shan was that Xingtai Zen master had been collecting several joyful Buddha statues from the ruins of the joyful sect over the past 6 months, providing him with a whopping 6 points of ancient charm, essentially doing him a favor for free. As for the remaining Buddhist spells and insights, they only glanced at them briefly. They found that all of them required cultivation of Buddhist techniques to unleash their full power, making them useless to them. As for the high-tier magical artifact, the golden wheel, used by the old monk, although it had been severely damaged by a minor divine technique, it was still usable. The high-tier set of magical artifacts, the round needle, was still intact, including the silver foil, but Lin Shan gave them all to Lin Fan, as Lin Fan had made a significant sacrifice this time and deserved to recoup his losses. The two of them also split the remaining 2,000 spirit stones in the storage bag evenly. Lin Shan was overjoyed to receive over 1,000 spirit stones, as this was a substantial sum. For Lin Fan beside him, it was like a drop in the bucket. Compared to the sense of achievement from defeating a Foundation establishment cultivator, these spirit stones were worth little. Lin Fan saw that Lin Shan had only taken over 1,000 spirit stones, and given the rest to him, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, this time he had obtained the ancient treasure map, and the 3 high-grade magical artifacts from Xingtai Zen master had all gone to him. As a good brother, following him had only brought him suffering without any benefits. However, Lin Shan insisted that he didn't need anything else. In truth, his greatest gain was the 6 points of ancient aura, though he couldn't mention that openly. Lin Shan then pulled out the high-grade magical artifact, the 5 elements fan, from his robe, and returned it to Lin Fan, but the latter threw it back at him. Lin Fan looked bold and said, "We 2 brothers worked together to defeat the Foundation establishment cultivator. There's no need to distinguish between us now. Keep the fan for self-defense, I don't need another magical artifact." However, Lin Shan felt that Lin Fan had wasted a small divine technique symbol, which could have been the key to opening a certain cave residence, and that was a huge loss. He couldn't bear to take advantage of him anymore. Lin Fan replied, "Brother, you're too poor. You don't even have a decent high-grade magical artifact to travel with. Once you reach the Foundation establishment stage, won't you be beaten by peers of the same level?" After some back and forth, Lin Shan noticed Lin Fan's stern expression betraying his growing impatience. He knew his brother was too proud to refuse, so he reluctantly accepted the fan. He sighed inwardly, "No wonder we're blood brothers. Blood ties are unbreakable." Lin Fan had already taken the blame for him before, and now they had just fought together against a Foundation establishment cultivator, risking their lives. After everything was settled, he was even sharing his treasure with him. "What is it like to have a chosen one as a brother?" Lin Shan replied, "Thanks for asking. I'm currently in Jiangdong, just off the boat. I have plenty to say about this matter." Chapter 96, The Grand Gathering of the East Sea. After resting for a full day, the 2 of them finally recovered. Over the next few days, they thoroughly explored the ruins of the Joy sect, but aside from discovering a few insignificant trinkets, there was nothing of note worth their attention. After all, the true treasures had already been plundered by the major cultivation clans and sects half a year ago. At that moment, Lin Fan received a spirit bird flying in from the sky. The bird landed obediently on his finger, and opened its beak to speak in human language. "Junior brother, I am aware of your current situation. Senior sister is currently on Turtle Island celebrating the birthday of the Turtle Immortal. If you have finished your tasks, you may come to this location to find me." The spirit bird then flickered with a flash of white light, transforming into a folded paper bird that burned away in the wind. Lin Fan then invited Lin Shan to join him, but Lin Shan hesitated. He felt that while following Lin Fan might bring him opportunities, the ancient energy he had accumulated was already immense, enough to return to Ichwan, and begin cultivating to the peak of the Qi cultivation stage, preparing for the Foundation establishment stage. However, he couldn't resist Lin Fan's enthusiastic invitation. After all, this good brother had just fought side by side with him, and generously given him the 5 elements fan. Leaving him alone like this would be too much to ask. Moreover, Lin Fan had mentioned that this trip was not an expedition, but merely a sightseeing tour to broaden his horizons, tag along with Lin Fan's senior sister for some prestige, and gain some experience. It indeed seemed harmless. "Brother, this is the birthday celebration of a golden core true immortal. The turtle immortal is said to be a renowned late-stage golden core cultivator from the East Sea, renowned for his longevity, having lived over 400 years. This gathering has drawn countless sects and clans to celebrate his birthday, and almost all the island lords of the East Sea have attended. No one dares to cause trouble in such a grand gathering. Plus, the two of us just killed a Foundation establishment cultivator. If we take this opportunity to spread the news in front of all our peers, wouldn't that make us famous throughout the Jiangdong and Donghai regions? Then countless female cultivators would admire us, and countless elders would praise us. Lin Shan looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Are you trying to die faster? By making such a big fuss, you'll attract all the attention, and who knows if another Foundation establishment cultivator will come looking for trouble. Besides, you, Lin Fan, come from a powerful background and aren't afraid of petty criminals, but I'm just a lone cultivator from a small sect. I can't handle that kind of trouble. However, he understood Lin Fan. Cultivators within orthodox sects were generally gentlemen, who preferred to talk rather than fight. Before sparring, they liked to showcase their achievements and rank themselves. The cultivation resources and support provided by the sect were also closely tied to one's reputation. Therefore, righteous cultivators spend their days roaming the land, punishing evildoers, and slaying demons, all to enhance their fame and reputation. That's the way things are done in the major sects. But what business did Lin Shan, a lone cultivator, have getting involved? After Lin Fan repeatedly assured him that he would not mention the incident of killing a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, Lin Shan reluctantly agreed to accompany him to the East Sea. The two once again boarded the jade-green flying boat and sliced through the sky, heading eastward. This flying boat, to be honest, was of exceptional quality. After several instances of overloading, it remained sturdy. As long as there were enough mid-grade wind spirit stones, it still had plenty of power. After flying leisurely for half a day, they left the land and entered the sea. A salty sea breeze greeted them, and flocks of seabirds flew overhead, instantly expanding their horizons. After flying for another 2 days in the azure waters of the East Sea, the outline of an island came into view ahead. This island was the destination of their journey, Turtle Catching Island, ruled by the renowned late-stage golden core turtle immortal of the East Sea. The island spanned over 1,000 kilometers in all directions. The island also had a realm inhabited by ordinary mortals, as well as disciples and descendants of the Golden Dan Turtle Immortal. There was even a precious grove of golden peach wood. Every few decades, the island produces a bountiful harvest of spiritual fruits, and the golden peach wood harvested from the forest is an excellent material for exorcism artifacts. The cultivators of Turtle Island rely on these resources to amass great wealth. The Turtle Immortal is both highly skilled and of a senior generation, with numerous disciples under his tutelage. He has occupied this spiritual land for over a century, and no one dares to speak ill of him. His birthday celebration, held every 20 years, has become one of the most renowned events in the East Sea. This year, his birthday coincided with the event, and he hosted a grand banquet, inviting fellow cultivators from all over. Everyone attended out of respect. In the sky, streaks of light occasionally flashed by, clearly indicating that cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and above had been invited, accompanied by their disciples to pay their respects. Below, the water surface was even more spectacular, with countless ships of all sizes densely packed and sailing toward the island. Many wandering cultivators from the East Sea had come to try their luck at obtaining some golden silk peaches. Although they were not qualified to enter the birthday celebration, the Turtle Immortal had set up a banquet for them at the foot of the central mountain on the island, and the spiritual fruits and wines were more than enough to accommodate them. Lin Shan and the others also flew into the Turtle Catching Island, following Lin Fan's guidance to land directly on the square halfway up the mountain in the island's center. A young female cultivator in a light blue robe had been waiting for them for some time. This woman had features as delicate as a painting, without any makeup, and her natural beauty was enhanced by a masculine aura. Her long hair was tied back, and she carried a basket and 2 purple magical swords. Upon seeing the two arrive, she smiled slightly. "Junior brother, I never expected that after only 3 years of cultivation, you could already defeat a Foundation establishment cultivator of a higher realm. That Xingtai Zen master, I just asked some cultivators from Jiangdong about him, and apparently he's quite renowned. Yet he met such a tragic end at your hands. Lin Fan, brimming with pride, waved his hands dismissively, humbly acknowledging the compliment before introducing Lin Shan. Senior sister, this is my cousin Lin Shan. The two of us killed Xingtai Zen master together. However, he is a wandering cultivator, and we don't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he didn't allow me to publicize his name. He also introduced the heroic woman who had come to receive them to Lin Shan. Cousin, this is my fellow disciple, senior sister Lei Yuji. She has also come down from the mountain to travel, and happened to be passing through the East Sea, when she was invited by the Turtle Immortal to attend this grand gathering. This time, the two of us are here thanks to her. Lin Shan hurriedly greeted Lei Yuji, who exchanged a few words with him. The three then set off together toward the mountain peak. It was said that the grand gathering would last 3 days and 3 nights. Now on the first day, nearly all the distinguished guests had already arrived. Along the way up the mountain, several cultivators from the East Sea came to make connections, clearly having already inquired about Lei Yuji's identity. However, this martial arts-trained female cultivator seemed uninterested in socializing, responding only with a few casual, indifferent remarks. The visitors spoke a few more words before realizing they were wasting their time, and reluctantly departed. Upon reaching the summit, the three found themselves in a much more open space. A wide path led to the center, where an old man with a white beard sat on a high platform, stroking his beard and chatting with the guests. He must be the Turtle Immortal, and those who could converse with him were undoubtedly cultivators at the Golden Core stage. On both sides were countless seats, most of which were already filled with guests. They were clinking cups and discussing interesting stories from their cultivation journeys. From time to time, maidservants would come to add spiritual wine and fruits, creating a grand and festive atmosphere. Lei Yuji led the two of them to seats toward the back, clearly disliking the noise and socializing, which aligned with Lin Shan's preferences. Lin Fan, however, felt a bit lonely, but out of respect for Lei Yuji, he refrained from voicing his opinion. The three of them sat there eating and drinking, occasionally glancing up to admire the performance in the center of the hall. The mermaid girls of the East Sea tribe performed dances they had carefully choreographed, while the clam people and turtle people played musical instruments, creating a unique and charming atmosphere. Lin Shan was seeing these Eastern Sea tribes up close for the first time, and couldn't help but look at them with curiosity. However, according to the guests beside him, these tribes held significant power in the outer seas and, when united, could even rival the Eastern Sea humans. Nevertheless, their internal unity was lacking, leaving them at a disadvantage. Many of these tribes were captured by cultivators from overseas, and enslaved for training and trade. Over time, the various factions in the East Sea, both large and small, all had non-human servants in their dwellings. They guarded the homes, served tea, and performed music and dance. Slave markets have become so commonplace that 2 mermaid, or shark people female servants can be purchased for as little as 100 spirit stones. Lin Shan couldn't help but feel tempted. This was much cheaper than the auctions in Ichwan. He secretly planned to take a look at the market on Diaobi Island when he left. Ding ding. As noon approached, the bells on the high platform rang out, and the crowd gradually fell silent. A master of ceremonies stepped forward to begin the ceremony. Half an hour later, the master of ceremonies finally finished speaking and waved his hand. The Eastern Sea Grand Gathering officially begins. Chapter 97, Competing to Present Treasures. The Eastern Sea Grand Assembly officially begins. As the MC spoke, the entire hall erupted in excitement. Since everyone had come, they had to give face to the Turtle Immortal and show their support. However, Lei Yuji, sitting at the back, clearly had no interest in joining in, and Lin Shan and Lin Fan beside him were also uninterested. At that moment, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, banners fluttered in the wind, and countless water columns shot into the sky around Diaobi Island, blooming into vibrant, colorful water flowers. It turned out that the cultivators of Diaobi Island were using an array formation to create artificial water waves and fireworks to celebrate. Amidst the joyful atmosphere, the first highlight of the grand event began. The treasure offering ceremony officially begins. One after another, young women carried trays covered with red silk scarves, while clerks and accountants began to check and count the gifts one by one. Cultivators seated on both sides of the hall attended the birthday celebration one after another, while disciples announcing the gifts began to showcase the wealth and power of their respective families. Master Kuei of Donghai Liaoyuan Island presents a pair of 1,000-year-old fire corals, wishing Master Goei eternal prosperity. Yan Junren, the senior elder of the Huiji sect of the East Sea, presents a demon beast's inner core from the Golden Dan stage, wishing Master Gu eternal youth and longevity. Xiao Xianzi, the guardian of the Lin Yuzhai in the South Sea, presents a pair of South Sea mermaid tears, wishing Master Goei eternal family harmony. The elderly sage Suicheng from the Jinchuan market in Jiangdong presents a ball of the Qianqing cloud gangs, wishing Master Goei endless blessings and longevity. Those who had come forward earlier were mostly golden core cultivators, and the treasures they offered as birthday gifts naturally matched their respective statuses. The disciples from various sects who stepped forward to speak also stood tall and proud, with a hint of competitive intent in their eyes. The turtle immortal on the stage nodded frequently, exuding the demeanor of an elder, and addressed the crowd below with a few words of greeting. He then thanked the other golden core cultivators beside him, claiming that they had gone to great expense. Everyone naturally waved their hands in refusal, all saying that it was their duty. At this point, the crowd below the stage shifted again, with people taking their places according to their seats. The Lu family of the Eastern Sea Cultivation Clan presents a Lingyuan water weasel pearl, wishing the old ancestor eternal brilliance in his star of longevity. The master of the Yuyan Sea Market in the East Sea presents 10 high-grade magical artifacts, wishing the old ancestor good health and good fortune. The master of the Donghai Xiaosha sect presents 10 dragon spine demon fish, wishing the old ancestor a long and prosperous life. The wandering cultivator Qingyu Hermit of the East Sea presents a jar of blue-orange spirit beetles, wishing the ancestral patriarch a prosperous settlement on Fragrant Mountain. The leader of the Eastern Sea Pirates, Xiong Shangren, presents 10 water lotus tiger whips, wishing the ancestor colorful flags flying high. Next came the birthday celebrations from various smaller factions. Those who came were mostly leaders of sects or clan heads, speaking with great respect, hoping to gain the favor of the turtle immortal. Even the pirate chief had come, clearly aware that bloodshed was forbidden at the birthday celebration, so he came to flatter the turtle immortal despite himself. The turtle immortal, sipping tea on the high platform, saw the people below bowing with utmost respect. Though the gifts they brought were odd and varied, they were all thoughtful, and he smiled, offering words of encouragement to each one. However, when he heard someone mention tiger penis as a gift, wishing him colorful flags flying high, his expression darkened slightly, as if recalling a painful memory. But he did not lose his temper, merely responding indifferently. After this group, there was another batch. This gathering had invited nearly 1/5 of the Eastern Sea Cultivation Realm, with over a dozen Golden Core Realm cultivators and hundreds of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators in attendance. The scale was unprecedented, and the atmosphere was grand and imposing. As he watched one precious treasure after another being presented, Lin Shan, sitting in the back, couldn't help but feel envious. This turtle immortal just stays on turtle-catching island, doing nothing, yet countless cultivators from all over the East Sea come to pay their respects, spending their fortunes just to earn a smile from him. How much treasure must he have amassed by hosting such a grand birthday celebration? The turtle immortal holds such a grand gathering every 20 years, just how wealthy must he be? Lin Shan couldn't help but fantasize about the future. If he had such prestige and power, he could order the entire world to gather ancient treasures for him. How amazing that would be. He turned his head and noticed his clan brother Lin Fan also had a greedy expression, clearly daydreaming about the turtle immortal's wealth. However, Lin Fan's senior sister Lei Yuji had a slightly displeased expression, as if she had something on her mind. Lin Fan noticed something was off with Lei Yuji and asked kindly, "Senior sister, are you feeling unwell?" Lei Yuji frowned, watching the guests in the front rows rise one after another to present their gifts. Seeing that it was almost her turn, she couldn't help but stamp her feet in anxiety. "This is my first time attending such a conference in Donghai. I had no idea there was such a rule about presenting treasures. Now I have nothing of value to offer, which would bring dishonor to the Zixiao sect. What am I to do?" To be honest, she did have something valuable. The 2 blue-purple magical swords strapped to Lei Yuji's back were clearly no ordinary items. However, cultivators would never give away their trusted weapons. It was simply that he hadn't prepared anything in advance, so he didn't have a suitable gift to offer. Lei Yuji considered losing face personally to be a minor matter. However, if the gift he offered was inadequate, it would bring dishonor to the prestigious Zixiao sect, and he would certainly be reprimanded by his senior disciples upon returning. Naturally, he looked distressed. Lin Fan, standing nearby, listened silently. He himself was penniless, and the most valuable thing he possessed was the Yetbat Yisapbat points of ancient charm, on his body his capital for future advancement. He simply couldn't afford to give anything. Moreover, he was just a wandering cultivator tagging along with Lei Yuji and Lin Fan, merely there to eat their leftovers. If he had no treasures to offer, so be it. Whether he lost face or not didn't matter, no one cared about a lowly chi cultivation stage cultivator. At that moment, Lin Fan stepped forward, patted Lei Yuji on the shoulder, and spoke with confidence. As for useless treasures, he, Lin Fan, had plenty in his storage pouch. Senior sister, don't worry. Leave this to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Our senior disciples back at the sect will hear about this and be overjoyed. Lei Yuji looked at Lin Fan with disbelief, fearing that this youngster might cause trouble and make a fool of himself at the Eastern Sea Summit. Although the turtle immortal, out of respect for the Purple Shao sect, dared not do anything to her and her brother, the shame would still fall on the Purple Shao sect. Lin Fan, however, knew a thing or two about Lin Fan. He was well aware that the young man was brimming with treasures and wealth beyond measure. While he couldn't compare to the turtle immortal, who was renowned throughout the Donghai cultivation world, and just a step away from entering the Yuanling realm, he was still far wealthier than the average gold core cultivator. As the rows of cultivators finished presenting their treasures and sat back down, Lin Fan stepped forward and walked to the front of the wide central path. Zixiao sect's true disciple Lei Yuji and Lin Fan present a string of purple silver stone bracelets, wishing Turtle Immortal a joyous celebration and a long life. Upon hearing the name Zixiao sect, everyone present turned to look at them. As one of the three top-tier sects in the Song dynasty's interior, being a direct disciple of such a sect meant one was undoubtedly a prodigy of unparalleled talent, with the potential to become a major figure in the righteous path within a century. This was an opportunity worth cultivating. Many female cultivators present caught sight of Lin Fan, and their eyes sparkled with a special glow. Chapter 98: The Arrival of the Demon Cult. True disciples of the Purple Shao sect of the Song dynasty, Lei Yuji and Lin Fan, present a string of purple silver stone bracelets to celebrate the longevity of the Turtle Immortal, and wish him a long life as long as the arc of the moon. The crowd buzzed with discussion, marveling at how much face the Turtle Immortal had, as even the powerful Purple Shao sect from the interior had sent representatives to celebrate his birthday. On the stage, Master Gui nodded repeatedly, his eyes narrowed into slits with joy, clearly basking in the glory. But in truth, he knew exactly how things stood. The Purple Shao sect was a major cultivation sect with countless experts, including numerous old monsters and several Yuanling true immortals. They would never bother with an overseas wandering cultivator like him. If it weren't for the fact that his subordinates had recently discovered that the Zixiao sect's true disciple, Lei Yuji, was traveling in the East Sea, he would have never thought to send an invitation. Even then, the Zixiao sect had completely ignored him. Originally, he had thought that even if Lei Yuji didn't send any gifts, it wouldn't matter. After all, someone from such a prestigious cultivation sect had come, which was already a great honor. Gifts were just trivial matters, so there was no need to go to the trouble of preparing them. However, he never expected the two disciples of the Purple Shao sect to be so particular, presenting such lavish gifts. At that moment, the old turtle-like immortal hurriedly raised his hand, stroking his beard with a satisfied expression. "My dear nephew, you're being too formal. Years ago, this old man had the honor of discussing matters with Elder Guming of your sect, who was at the Golden Core realm, and we formed an unbreakable bond with the Purple Shao sect. I wonder how Elder Gu is faring these days." Gui Jinren seized the opportunity, smiling kindly, and chatted with Lin Fan as if they were old friends. He was also subtly hinting to the Donghai cultivators below that he had a wide network of connections, even knowing a senior elder of the Zixiao sect. The crowd below naturally praised him endlessly. Lin Fan, however, looked puzzled, as if pondering which peak of the Zixiao sect housed an elder named Guming. After all, such major cultivation sects were different from smaller sects. Only those at the Yuanling Zhenjuan level could be called elders. He hadn't seen the Golden Core cultivator among the guests earlier, who was a Golden Core true immortal named Xiao Xianzi, hailing from the Lin Yuzhai, a major cultivation sect in the inland regions that could rival the three great sects of the mainland. She was already referred to as a guardian. As for the Golden Core realm, within the Purple Xiao sect, if someone could be an elder, it would likely only be in the outer sect. Lin Fan had a vague recollection, but his expression was hesitant. But isn't the elder Guming in charge of the outer sect's menial tasks, responsible for procuring spiritual beast feed? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the guests gaped in disbelief. Could it be that the legendary elder Gu of the Zixiao sect, whom the turtle immortal had boasted about for years in the East Sea, was merely an outer sect menial responsible for purchasing feed for pets? Gui Zhenren was also completely stunned. He had met Elder Guming 100 years ago, in a bustling market in the East Sea, but their encounter had been brief. Upon learning of his status, he had hurried to befriend him. At the time, the elder seemed busy, as if he needed to purchase some large-scale materials, and had only exchanged a few casual words with him. But he had no idea what the other man actually did. He just used it as bragging material to impress the unsophisticated folks of the East Sea. Little did he know that this would backfire on him. Inviting someone from the Zixiao sect only exposed the truth, leaving him utterly humiliated. However, the turtle immortal was the turtle immortal. Having lived for hundreds of years, he was cunning and experienced, with a thick skin. He merely flashed a hint of embarrassment, laughed it off, and said, "Haha, it doesn't matter." The crowd below quickly caught on and chimed in, "Right, it's not important." Lin Fan knew this matter shouldn't be dwelled on, so he changed the subject and spoke again. "The purple silver stone bracelet I just presented was only the first gift. I have a second gift to offer as well." The old man's awkward expression vanished, and he regained his smile, thinking to himself that while the direct disciple of this great sect was straightforward and lacked some social grace, he was indeed meticulous when it came to etiquette. There was no denying that. There's not just one grand gift. My young disciple, please bring it out quickly so that this old man, and the fellow cultivators present may feast their eyes. Lin Fan bowed in response, rummaging through his storage pouch, before pulling out a silver foil inscribed with Sanskrit script. This silver foil is mysterious and extraordinary. Not only is it a high-grade magical artifact itself, but it also records a terrifying secret technique. Oh! Everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they leaned forward eagerly to get a better look. Lin Fan began to explain its origins. The original owner of this item was Xingtai Zen Master, a well-known foundation establishment stage cultivator in Jiangdong. A few days ago, I passed through Jiangdong, and was targeted by this monk, who intended to ambush and kill me. As Lin Fan grew excited, he began to wave his fists. That bald-headed monk had evil intentions. How could I just stand there and wait to be killed? So I fought him. In the end, I managed to turn the tables and kill that terrifying foundation establishment stage expert, with my meager chi cultivation stage strength. Now I'm presenting this unexpected treasure to the true master, as a token of my loyalty. Lin Fan's words were laden with meaning, hinting at something deeper. Many people in the audience nodded in understanding, suddenly realizing the truth. It turned out that this disciple of the Purple Xiao sect had already surpassed his cultivation level to kill a foundation establishment cultivator during the chi cultivation stage. He intended to use the Eastern Sea Gathering to gain fame, boast about his achievements, and use them as capital for future promotions within the sect. Hence, he had found an excuse to present it as a birthday gift. They say that disciples of the righteous path love to seek fame everywhere, using their battle achievements and merits to vie for status within the sect. Today, seeing this, it was indeed true. Lei Yuji and Lin Shan, seated behind him, exchanged glances, and looked at Lin Fan, who was strutting around in the center of the stage with a smug expression. They thought to themselves, no wonder they say you're the one. Gui Zhenren didn't believe for a moment that the monk was the one who killed him, but he couldn't help but force a smile. Oh my! Lin Fan, you are indeed a true disciple of the great sect. You can already kill a foundation establishment cultivator at the chi cultivation stage. Once you reach foundation establishment, who knows what you'll be capable of. You might even be able to stand on equal footing with us golden core cultivators. After speaking, he signaled to those around him. The Golden Core Realm cultivators, who had come to congratulate him, out of respect for the turtle true immortal, forced themselves to smile and offer some half-hearted praise. However, none of them believed that Lin Fan had killed him on his own. After all, the gap between foundation establishment and chi cultivation is enormous. Everyone present had risen from lower-tier cultivators, and they naturally understood the discrepancies involved. Projecting one's divine sense, flying on swords, controlling objects from a distance, and scanning hundreds of meters, the supernatural abilities of the foundation establishment stage were far beyond those of the chi cultivation stage. What? You're talking about minor divine symbols? Don't even mention a chi cultivation stage novice having such a thing. Even we, as Golden Core stage cultivators, don't possess such treasures. Among those present, there were only a handful of Golden Core stage cultivators who could perform minor divine techniques, let alone talismans. Out of respect for the Purple Shao sect and the Turtle True Immortal, everyone praised and flattered him extensively before finally satisfying Lin Fan. He then strolled back leisurely, sitting back down at his seat with an air of triumph. Lin Shan and Lei Yuji, seeing him return and sit beside them, quietly shifted their bodies, fearing that others might recognize them as allies. After the minor incident with Lin Fan, the offerings continued unabated. The Turtle Immortal seemed undeterred, personally responding to each one. This Eastern Sea gathering had been held several times before, and the organizers were well versed in handling such events. However, as the treasure presentation was nearing its conclusion, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 3 streaks of light flew toward the sky from afar. Their momentum and speed were so great that they were clearly cultivators at the Golden Core Realm. Moreover, they arrived simultaneously, as if they had coordinated their timing. Ha! Such a grand gathering, how could we miss it? We hurried here just in time. The guests on the field all put down their cups and looked up at the 3 figures in the sky, sensing that the visitors were not here with good intentions. Gue Jinren furrowed his brows slightly. He was certain he had not invited these 3, but he still stood up and bowed from afar. May I ask who the 3 of you are? If you have come to attend my birthday celebration, please come down and take a seat. A reply came from the sky, accompanied by the unrestrained display of the Golden Core Realm's aura. The tone was filled with mockery. Guardian of the 100 Ghosts sect of the Demon Path, Mo Xiao. Guardian of the Blood River Hall of the Demon sect, Yin Wuming. Guardian of the Black Lotus sect of the Demon Path, Yen Yuan Chun. We offer this meager gift to the Turtle Immortal as a token of our respect. As the words fell, 3 blood-soaked human heads were tossed at the feet of the Turtle Immortal. The entire hall fell silent. Chapter Gao Sup Gao, the Cold Turtle's Divine Form. Does the host find this gift to his liking? 3 cultivators at the Golden Core stage in the sky freely emitted their aura. The one in the center, dressed in blood-red robes, was a middle-aged man. Beside him was a woman in black robes, her face half hidden by a veil, and another was an old man in black robes. The Turtle Immortal trembled as he looked down at the 3 severed heads at his feet, his hands, rough like old tree bark, gently touching them. He stood there in a daze for a long time. Fenger, Xiener, Minger. Some of the guests below recognized them as the 3 heads of Gue Jinren's most beloved disciples, who had even been considered potential successors to his legacy. They had been beheaded without explanation and thrown as a gift at the Turtle Immortal's birthday celebration. The joint visit of the 3 sects of the Demon sect, directly killing the Turtle Immortal's 3 most favored disciples, was a blatant act of humiliation. Even if you're a major cultivation sect, bullying someone like this on their birthday is something no one could tolerate. The old man's wrinkled face was covered in tears as he clutched the 3 heads in grief. After all, at over 400 years old, if it weren't for his special cultivation techniques and the longevity elixirs he had taken, his time would have come long ago. Now, as an elderly man, he had to bid farewell to his disciples, whom he had nurtured for years with endless dedication. To have them killed so easily was enough to make anyone lose control, but he managed to maintain his composure, a testament to his self-discipline and cultivation. You of the Demon Path, why? Why did you do this? I have lived a peaceful life, confined to this island. What have I done to deserve this? Gue Jinren looked up at the 3 demon cultists in the sky, his face filled with grief. His aura began to rise, and a spiritual pressure that overwhelmed the entire square slowly spread out. Everyone felt as though they were seeing a fierce old turtle rising up. The entire mountain peak was instantly shrouded in watery spiritual energy, and everyone felt the air they breathed was heavy with moisture. Your true form is revealed, the cold water turtle of the water element. Have you reached the nascent soul stage? How is that possible? You should still be one step away, still in the late stage of the golden core realm. All the golden core cultivators on the field paled and hurriedly retreated from the turtle immortal's vicinity. The spiritual pressure was too overwhelming, even staying near him felt like being stabbed by needles. However, the 3 golden core cultivators from the demonic sect in the sky remained unfazed. The middle one, dressed in blood-red robes, spoke slowly, and at the same time, a nauseating smell of blood spread out, his aura subtly matching that of the turtle immortal. Old turtle, this isn't directed at you. If anyone is to blame, it's your own bad luck. The 3 demonic sects have been preparing for this battle for a long time. This place, the turtle-catching island, is nothing more than a minor battlefield. The entire East Sea know, the entire Song dynasty is about to unfold. In this age of great strife, you are but a tiny wave. Everyone listened in confusion, feeling both awestruck and bewildered. But in a daze, they sensed that they had unknowingly been drawn into a massive trouble. Meanwhile, some clan leaders and sect elders received urgent messages, all of which had been sent from their clans or sects. Trouble. Our clan's headquarters is under attack by demon sect cultivators. Our sect is surrounded by the Blood River Hall. My island has been completely wiped out. Everyone immediately scattered, and some guests, seeing the dire situation, began to consider making a discreet retreat. This time, the demon sect had simultaneously attacked the entire Eastern Sea cultivation realm, clearly harboring grand ambitions. Getting involved would likely result in being reduced to bones, becoming cannon fodder. Lin Fan and Lin Fan also sensed something was amiss. The 2 of them turned to Lei Yuji, as she was the strongest among the 3, and naturally took the lead. Don't look at me, I'm not entirely sure either. The 3 demonic sects were expelled from the Song dynasty over 1,000 years ago, and fled as far north as the northern regions of the Song dynasty's Yin kingdom. It is said that they now reside in a cultivation realm beyond the borders of over 10 nations. Their sudden return, coupled with their bold claims to devour all of the Eastern Sea's territories, clearly indicates they're playing a grand game. We must prioritize our own safety, and find a way to relay this information back to the sect, giving the sect leaders time to prepare a response. Lei Yuji made a split-second decision, pulling Lin Fan and Lin Fan quietly to the edge. If things took a turn for the worse, they would immediately blend into the crowd and flee together. At that moment, there were many others in the crowd with the same idea as the 3 of them, but no one dared to take the lead. After all, the 3 major demonic sects had been planning this for a long time. They certainly wouldn't have sent only 3 people from the heavens. At that moment, the turtle immortal on the stage had also caught a glimpse of the situation, but remained expressionless, gathering his chi and projecting his spiritual form. I don't care what your plans are, but you killed my beloved disciple without a word. This matter cannot be left unresolved. You 3 are indeed bold, but you didn't come alone, did you? I doubt 3 of you can match me. The turtle immortal shed his elderly demeanor, exuding overwhelming dominance. His voice grew icy, and the cold turtle illusions behind him let out a piercing cry to the heavens. However, a silver bell-like laugh rang out from among the guests. Of course there are more than 3 of us. I am here on orders to assist. All eyes turned to a young female cultivator of unparalleled beauty, her body shrouded in 5 colored light bands, her long hair flowing gracefully, exuding an ethereal aura. She was none other than Xiao Xianzi, the guardian of the Lin Yuzhai, a major cultivation sect of the South Sea. Xiao Xianzi, it's you. No wonder you came uninvited. I thought I didn't have the honor. Before the turtle immortal could finish his words, one after another stepped forward. Count me in for the trip to Dongsha. I, Zhu Mao of Linhai, am also compelled to act. Zhang Qian of Xiaoheng Mountain is ashamed before my fellow cultivators. I too was forced by others. At this, half of the dozen or so golden core cultivators present defected. Not only was the turtle immortal shocked, but all the guests present were also utterly astonished, as several of them were said to be close friends with the turtle immortal. Turtle True Immortal's eyes widened in shock as he looked at his old companions, his eyes filled with disbelief. The few golden core cultivators also knew they had betrayed Turtle True Immortal, so they quickly averted their gazes, dared not meet his eyes. But the cries from below hadn't even subsided when half of the golden core cultivators stepped forward, and even more foundation establishment stage guests defected and turned against him. I am Xiong Shangren, the leader of the water pirates. I am the first to follow the predecessors of the demon sect. We, the Lu family of the Eastern Sea Cultivation Clan, have already pledged allegiance to the 100 Ghost sect. Yuyan Seaside City follows only the Black Lotus sect's elders. The Little Shark sect has come here on orders to serve the Blood River Hall. Everyone else was completely baffled, including Lin Fan and his two companions. They realized that, coincidentally, the guests surrounding them were spies from 3 different factions. These traitors, upon seeing that they were seated side by side, were overjoyed to recognize each other. Now, more than half of the Foundation establishment stage guests had turned against them, and those who were truly in the dark began to panic. Should we flee? Should we flee? Should we flee now? After all, it was the 3 demonic sects who had instigated this great calamity. The fact that they dared to return to the Song dynasty meant they had confidence in their ability to deal with the 3 righteous sects. How could such a powerful force resist them? It would be like a grasshopper trying to stop a cart suicidal. However, the guardian of the Blood River Hall in the heavens did not give them much time, simply waving his hand to suppress them. All present, heed my command. All non-essential personnel are to be killed without mercy. As soon as the words were spoken, the thousands of cultivators on the mountain peak scattered in all directions like fireworks. Lei Yuji, one on each side, dragged Lin Fan and Lin Shan into the crowd and turned to flee. Chapter Yetba, the body of the Electric Mother. As soon as the demonic Golden Fan from the heavens issued the order to slaughter everyone present, all the guests who had been kept in the dark immediately turned and fled without a word. Lei Yuji immediately released a massive water snake, its azure blue body stretching 2 or 3 zhang in length. He pulled Lin Shan and Lin Fan onto the water snake, and their spirit pets immediately shook their heads and wagged their tails, darting toward the mountain peak and diving downward at low altitude. Many of the surrounding guests also displayed their supernatural abilities. Some summoned flying artifacts, gathered their disciples, and broke through the sky and fled. Others enjoyed their magical power into clouds and mist barriers, enveloping themselves as they flew chaotically in all directions. Most of them summoned magical artifacts and flew directly on them, fleeing for their lives. However, those flying in the sky were too easy to target, and nearly half of the Foundation establishment stage guests had turned against them, now tasked with eliminating the stragglers. They naturally wouldn't let them escape, and some guests had already been surrounded by the traitors. At this moment, distant explosions and flashes of light could be seen on the outskirts of the island. A dense crowd of blood-stained and black-clad figures were charging down the mountain, clearly the forces of the 3 demonic sects, who had been lying in ambush for some time. This sent everyone into even greater panic. Flying in the sky made them easy targets for a group of Foundation establishment stage cultivators to surround and attack. Flying close to the ground to descend the mountain risked colliding with the demon sect cultivators and being caught in a pincer movement. Many hesitated and were caught by those behind them, sparking a chaotic melee. On this side, Lei Yuji, accompanied by his 2 brothers, paid no heed to the chaos, riding a water snake as they raced down the mountain at full speed. This water snake was also a Foundation establishment stage spirit beast, winding its way through the landscape with remarkable agility, effortlessly avoiding all obstructions, such as palaces and trees, and moving at an astonishing speed. In no time, they reached the halfway point of the mountain, and encountered the demonic cultivators who had charged up the mountain. This little vixen is so lively. She's perfect. Capture her and bring her back to the Guardian Master. Shut up, this girl isn't weak. A group of demon sect cultivators, both old and young, dressed in red and black, saw Lei Yuji charge down first and immediately rushed forward to block him. Lei Yuji's face was cold and expressionless, her unadorned features showing no emotion. She stood with her hands behind her back on the back of the water snake. Even though it was only a Foundation establishment level spirit beast, the group of Chi cultivation level cultivators below couldn't stop it. One after another, they were knocked flying by the water snake, their bodies broken and bleeding. Lin Shan and Lin Fan on the snake's back didn't idle either, pulling out their magical artifacts to assist from a distance. In the blink of an eye, the three of them and the snake had charged half a li away. However, the demonic cultivators ahead were densely packed, and no one knew how many cultivators had come to ambush the island. Suddenly, the water snake's body halted its rapid charge, hissing and flickering its tongue toward the front. Lin Shan hurriedly looked ahead and saw a middle-aged demon cultivator at the foundation establishment stage blocking the path. This man was shrouded in demonic energy, his face radiating a murderous aura. A demonic head was tattooed on his face, making him look even more ferocious. He was clearly a ruthless killer. Excellent. To have a foundation establishment stage spirit pet, you must not be from a minor sect. Unfortunately, you've met your match. Before the demonic cultivator could finish speaking, Lei Yuji didn't hesitate, letting out a cold snort. The demonic cultivator immediately clutched his head in pain, seemingly struck by some soul-shaking attack. On this side, Lei Yuji clasped his hands together and performed a seal, causing 3 thick bolts of lightning to descend from the sky. It was just like when Lin Shan had once witnessed Lei Zhenzi casting his lightning technique in the ancient tomb of Yelong. Boom! The demonic cultivator across the way was struck by lightning and sent flying several meters away, his body covered in soot. He struggled for a moment but could no longer move. It was unclear whether he was paralyzed and unable to stand, or if he was truly on the brink of death. Everyone around them was stunned. As fellow Foundation establishment cultivators, the middle-aged demon cultivator couldn't even withstand a single strike from this blue-robed woman. Was the gap really that vast? Thank goodness you were just showing off earlier. Turns out you're all talk and no action, just a weakling? But just as they paused, more demonic cultivators gathered ahead, and 3 more demonic cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage arrived. Seeing the middle-aged man on the ground, unconscious and in critical condition, they all exchanged glances in shock, but still gritted their teeth and charged forward. As Lei Yuji pinched his sword seal, 2 blue and purple magical swords shot into the sky from behind him. One was shrouded in misty rain, the other in purple mist, circling in the sky before crossing and descending. Kong! The area ahead was shrouded in lightning and mist. In just a few exchanges, the 3 demon cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage collapsed to the ground, their magical artifacts shattered, and they met their end. This left not only the surrounding demonic cultivators stunned, but even Lin Shan on the snake's back was startled. Are these really disciples of the prestigious Purple Shao sect? Killing peers as easily as slaughtering pigs and dogs? Is it really that absurd? Lin Fan, standing beside him, kindly explained to his good friend. Senior sister Lei Yuji is already at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Among the younger generation of the main branch of the Purple Shao sect, she is one of the top experts. Not only does she possess the innate, Mother of Lightning, physique, but she has also been personally selected by the sect master as a future candidate for the nascent soul stage. That's not even the most impressive part, she hasn't even used her minor divine technique yet. If Lin Fan continued his explanation while gesturing to Lin Shan not to worry. With Lei Yuji, such a powerful expert, no one could stop them. Lin Shan listened with a smile, nodding repeatedly. He never expected Lei Yuji to be the real powerhouse. Following such a formidable figure, anyone would feel safe. But before he could finish speaking, Lei Yuji's domineering aura erupted, and he bellowed coldly, "Get out here." Lin Fan, who was still explaining, jumped in surprise. He quickly crouched down with Lin Shan and turned to look. A young man in blood-stained robes walked out of the forest ahead with a composed demeanor. This person's aura was also at the late Foundation establishment stage. His face was fair and rosy, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and a rugged, masculine features, clearly a young prodigy. He held a precious fan in his hand, and several jade pendants jingled at his waist. He must hold a high position within a major demonic sect, and was likely a direct disciple. I am truly ignorant. You are the fairy from the Purple Shao sect of the inland regions. Your thunder techniques and thunder swords are indeed formidable, seemingly suppressing our blood river hall. I fear I am no match for you. The blood-clad youth before him was honest and straightforward, not only acknowledging his inferiority, but also praising Lei Yuji's techniques, spells, and magical artifacts from start to finish, critiquing them with a know-it-all air. His pretentious manner made Lin Shan and Lin Fan furrow their brows. However, Lei Yuji remained solemn, and did not make a move, clearly sensing that the blood-clad youth was no easy opponent. Just then, the pursuing troops descending from the mountain arrived, and a loud shout interrupted the blood-clad youth's speech. "You little brat from the Purple Shao sect. The leader of the water bandits, Xiong, has arrived. Come and see me capture you and take you back as my wife to guard the mountain fortress." Ugh! A burly man wielding a wolf's tooth club charged toward Lei Yuji, but before he could get close, a flash of purple light suddenly appeared before his eyes. The wolf's tooth club in his hand snapped in half with a loud crack, falling to the ground. Xiong Shangren stopped in his tracks, staring dumbly at the broken piece of high-grade magical artifact in his hand. How could it be so easily shattered? This couldn't really be blamed on him. After all, the prices of high-grade magical artifacts on the market ranged from 2,000 spirit stones to several thousand spirit stones. Some extremely rare high-grade magical artifacts, such as Lin Fan's 5 Elements robe, could fetch over 10,000 spirit stones, and were even more valuable than gold. This clearly demonstrated the vast disparity in quality. Lei Yuji, as a genius of the Purple Shao sect, naturally possessed treasures of the highest quality, with several extraordinary spiritual materials mixed in. On the other hand, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators were worth only a few thousand spirit stones, so they couldn't afford particularly good magical artifacts. Being cut in half by a wealthy cultivator from a major sect wasn't anything unusual. However, while Xiong Shangren was causing a commotion, the blood-clad youth across from him, who had been speaking confidently, immediately spotted a flaw when Lei Yuji's lightning sword appeared. He suddenly flung his fan toward the ground, where a water snake appeared, and simultaneously unfurled a treasure map from his sleeve. The map depicted a blood-red figure standing atop an endless sea of blood, with an overwhelming spiritual energy surging toward them. Lei Yuji hurriedly commanded another water sword to block the fan-shaped magical weapon, preventing it from harming his spirit pet, while simultaneously summoning the Lei Jian back. Just then, the blood-clad youth's treasure map had already activated in an instant, unleashing countless blood seas that surged forth from the scroll, engulfing everything in their path. Within the blood sea, countless hungry ghosts, asuras, yikshas, and blood demons swirled, emitting eerie screams as they charged forward. The Lin Fan and Lin Shan brothers on the snake's back hurriedly hid behind Lei Yuji, summoning their 5 Elements robes and cloud copper heart mirrors to stack their defenses. The blood-clad youth seized the opportunity skillfully, taking advantage of Lei Yuji's distraction, to first use the treasure map to seal off the battlefield, gaining the upper hand. The 3 trapped in the blood sea had no way to escape, and could only submit to his will. Chapter Yet Bat Ling Yet, The Thunder Path Divine Ability. The 3 humans and 1 snake were trapped in the blood sea, with 4 beams of spiritual light separating them from the foul-smelling blood. However, countless asuras, yikshas, and blood demons continued to attack them from all directions. The group continuously used their magical artifacts to slay the demons, but after each one was killed, they would vanish into the blood sea. More demons continued to swarm in, relentless and fearless in the face of death. After fighting for the duration of a stick of incense, they saw that the number of blood demons was not decreasing but increasing. The 3 began to feel increasingly frustrated. The longer they delayed, the more demonic reinforcements would arrive from outside, depleting their spiritual energy further. If this continued, they might truly become trapped in a quagmire from which there was no escape. What should we do? These things are endless. We can't wait any longer. Seeing the dire situation, Lin Fan couldn't sit still anymore, and began asking his senior sister Lei Yuji for advice. Lin Shan, standing nearby, also turned to her. He remembered what Lin Fan had said earlier. Lei Yuji had mastered a minor divine technique at the foundation establishment stage. Lei Yuji furrowed her brows, looking hesitant and torn between choices. My divine technique can indeed break through this sea of blood, but as you can see, we are currently within it. If I use my lightning-based divine technique, the sea of blood will conduct electricity, and the 2 of you might not survive. The meaning was clear. Lei Yuji was a cultivator of both the thunder and water schools, constantly playing with water and electricity. She naturally knew the power of conductivity within the blood sea. If she used her lightning-based divine ability to break through the blood sea, she might accidentally electrocute her 2 subordinates as well. Who would she blame then? After all, if she could have used her divine ability, she would have done so immediately. She didn't wait until now because she was afraid of accidentally harming her allies, so she hesitated. At this moment, Lin Fan's true colors as the multi-treasure boy showed through. He scolded his senior sister for not speaking up sooner, while rummaging through his storage pouch and pulling out a water blue pearl the size of a human head. Whoosh. Beep. This massive pearl was not only transparent, but also emitted the faint sound of a seashell, with countless waves churning inside, resembling a weather bottle that alternated between clouds and mist. Is this a magical artifact? Lin Shan and Lei Yuji, upon seeing the gem, felt the surging spiritual energy within, and its power manifesting in the real world, leaving them speechless with disbelief. The manifestation of supernatural abilities, this is a hallmark of a magical artifact. Lei Yuji looked uncertainly at it. Is this a water-diverting pearl of artifact grade? To be precise, it's called a sea-parting pearl. Lin Fan said with a smug expression. I obtained this during my travels outside the sect, digging it out of a water palace. Unfortunately, we haven't reached the golden core stage yet, so we can't transform our spiritual energy into the magical power required to cultivate to the golden core stage and actively control the magical artifact. However, we can still use it passively. Lin Fan spoke while pointing around him. Lei Yuji and Lin Shan immediately saw the blood sea, which had been blocked by their own spiritual light, retreating out of the 1 zhang radius. Within this circle, it was as if there was absolute vacuum, isolating all liquids. It was indeed a magical artifact-level water-repelling pearl, with manifest supernatural abilities. No, it was a sea-parting pearl. Watching Lin Fan show off arrogantly, Lin Shan and Lei Yuji exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of waste. Which senior cultivator was so idle that they used a large amount of precious 4th-grade spiritual materials, which could be used to forge magical artifacts, to upgrade a useless water-repelling pearl? But as luck would have it, it was picked up by Lin Fan, who had an absurd amount of good fortune, and it just so happened to come in handy today. Lin Shan couldn't help but sigh. Having Lei Yuji, a prodigy from a major sect, by his side was bad enough, but now there was also Lin Fan, this chosen one of fortune. It seemed like he didn't have to lift a finger, just coast along, and reap the rewards. Who could blame him? Though he had activated a golden finger, he had only been cultivating for 3 years, had no major sect to support him, and had taken so many detours along the way. Only by continuously improving his cultivation, and gaining more ancient techniques could he hope to surpass them. At this stage, when he was still weak, he indeed needed such a powerful ally to protect him and catch up from behind. At this point, Lei Yitzi didn't waste any words. He directly recalled the water snake spirit beast at his feet. Seeing that the blood sea around him had been sealed off, he immediately crossed his legs and sat down, chanting incantations while forming hand seals. After all, before cultivating a divine ability seed, divine abilities and spells cannot be cast instantly, they require a certain amount of casting time. Lin Shan's sect defending divine ability, the 7 arrows piercing the head, possesses a divine ability seed, because it was directly bestowed by a divine text, with its source essence infused into it. Otherwise, relying on his own cultivation, it would take decades or even centuries of practice, or cursing hundreds or thousands of people to gain familiarity. It was unimaginable. As Lei Yuzi's incantations grew louder and faster, the butterflies on his hands crossed and uncrossed continuously. Lin Shan watched from the side, feeling increasingly familiar with the technique. This seemed to be the small divine technique talisman, fiery heaven scorching symbol, that Lin Fan had demonstrated earlier. Turning his head, he saw that Lin Fan, the youngster, was indeed excited, dancing around and mimicking the movements, learning as he watched, and doing a surprisingly convincing imitation. Wow! I actually thought you made up that technique earlier. Turns out you learned it here? Lin Fan must have seen Lei Yuji practicing with someone before, found the technique impressive, and secretly memorized it, practicing tirelessly ever since. After all, looking cool is a lifelong pursuit. Lei Yuji might have had insufficient spiritual energy, so he was swallowing pills and holding a spirit stone to recover while preparing the spell. The precast animation took about 4 or 5 breaths, and finally, his aura built up to its peak. Crackle, crackle. At that moment, the surrounding space erupted with thunder and lightning. Countless silver snakes emerged from the void, and hundreds of bloodthirsty demons in the blood sea were instantly struck by lightning and dissipated into mist. Countless lightning elements began to gather, especially the thunderous roar above his head, which shook the heavens and could faintly be heard from the outside. This was a divine ability, manipulating heaven and earth, harnessing the spiritual energy of the cosmos to Yingzhou power. It was 10 times more powerful than a cultivator using their own spiritual energy to cast a spell. Lei Yuzi's body was enveloped in dazzling lightning, resembling the ancient mythical lightning mother goddess, controlling thunder and lightning, and meting out divine punishment. As the thunder and lightning gathered around him, and the blood sea began to thin, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his cold, blue gaze. Lin Fan could even see in his eyes a cold indifference and ruthlessness akin to the heavens, disregard for all living beings. Those 2 bolts of lightning seemed to be a trigger, instantly summoning all the thunder and lightning from the blood sea outside, gathering in ever greater numbers and forming a structured vortex. Moments later, it transformed into a massive lightning vortex, slowly enveloping the 3 of them at its center. As the thunder and lightning swirled, they seemed to create waves, drawing countless water spirits toward the center, where a funnel-shaped opening formed, resembling a gigantic sea eye. The raging thunder and surging waves were like the end of the world. Countless deafening explosions echoed through the sky, and the blood-red hue of the heavens was suddenly engulfed by an endless white light. Boom! Crack! Lin Fan and Lin Fan quickly closed their eyes, fearing they would be blinded by the flashes. Listening to the howling wind and thunder outside, the 2 clung to each other like frightened chicks, trembling uncontrollably. It seemed like an eternity, or perhaps just an instant. The rain had stopped, the thunder had ceased, and there was no sound of chaos around them, as if they had lost their hearing. The 2 opened their eyes, and a faint ringing in their ears trembled briefly, before the sounds of battle resumed. They had returned to the forest clearing halfway up the mountain. Lei Yuji's figure stood before them, exuding a sense of strength and reliability. Looking around, they saw countless corpses lying on the ground, along with shattered walls and charred tree stumps. They couldn't fathom how many demonic cultivators had been killed by the furious thunderstorm unleashed by Lei Yuji's unknown technique. However, seeing that only the blood-clad youth remained on the opposite side, standing alone with a shattered treasure map, while everyone else lay motionless on the ground, they could guess the outcome. The blood-clad youth stood there dumbfounded. Am I the last one left? Chapter Yepatling Yi, Escape to Survival. The atmosphere around him was eerily quiet. The blood-stained youth swallowed hard. Looking at Lei Yuji before him, who was as bold and fearless as any man, he forced a smile. If I say I only trapped you in the sea of blood and didn't intend to kill you, would you believe me? The blood-stained youth cautiously watched the 3 across from him, noticing that they all stared back expressionlessly. His face grew pale, and his calves trembled uncontrollably. Although he was a true disciple of a major demonic sect, the power of that minor divine technique he had just witnessed was still fresh in his mind. The woman before him was only at the foundation establishment stage, yet she could perform a divine technique that only those at the golden core stage were qualified to comprehend. What the hell was she? He immediately backed down and began to introduce himself. I am the disciple of Elder Meng Zhenjuan of the Blood River Hall, the nephew of Eagle Zhenren, the grandson of Iron Zhenren, and the great-grandson of Blue Mountain Elder. Before he could finish listing his lengthy titles and reveal his true identity, a new group of black-clad figures emerged from the dense forest behind him. A young woman in a black robe stepped forward. Enough, Wei brother, there's no need to delay any further. My younger sister has arrived. This black-robed woman looked ordinary, like a common mountain girl from the village, and wouldn't attract a second glance in a crowd. However, judging from her cultivation level and her position as the leader, she was clearly a true disciple of a major sect. She then smiled at Lei Yuji, sister from the Zixiao sect, you must have exhausted your divine abilities. Why bother pretending? Your act is only good enough to fool a coward like Wei. The blood-clad youth called Wei Xiong, upon hearing this, finally realized the truth. He was so terrified by the power of the divine ability, that he had no idea he was stalling for time, while Lei Yuji was also stalling. Lei Yuji's lips twitched slightly. At the same time, Lin Fan and Lin Fan, standing behind him, heard a voice echoing in their ears, clearly a secret transmission. The two of you, take advantage of the fact that there aren't many people around and break out now. I'll hold off the two Foundation establishment disciples across from me. Lin Shan and Lin Fan exchanged glances, and immediately realized that the black-clad woman across from them was likely telling the truth. Lei Yuji's cultivation was indeed not at its peak, and staying here would only become a burden for her. In a chaotic battle, she would be distracted and unable to focus on both sides. It was better to leave early and let Lei Yuji act freely without any constraints. As for Lei Yuji's strength, the two had complete confidence in her. As long as they didn't encounter a golden core cultivator, even facing two true disciples from the same sect at the same cultivation level wouldn't be a problem. They could fight if they wanted to, or retreat if they needed to. No one could stop her. Cultivators of the Wind and Thunder schools are the fastest in the cultivation world. This is a well-known fact. Lin Fan directly raised his hand and threw out the Qingyu flying boat artifact. Lin Shan climbed into the boat, skillfully pulling the controls and shifting gears. The two brothers shot off with a whoosh, flying directly along the ground toward the mountain below. After all, the sky was the battlefield for Foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. As two lowly cultivators, it was safer for them to blend into the crowd on the ground and escape. The blood-clad youth and black-robed woman ahead kept their eyes fixed on Lei Yuji, their spiritual energy locked onto him. As for the two Qi cultivation stage novices who had escaped, they had no interest in pursuing them. Lin Shan piloted the flying boat, charging recklessly through the forest. After all, the material of a high-grade magical artifact was incredibly sturdy. Rather than weaving through the small trees, it was faster to charge straight through. Their targets were small, and during their breakout, they only encountered some stray Qi cultivation stage demon cultivators. Lin Shan drove the flying boat, while Lin Fan cleared the way. Some obstructing cultivators were either picked off one by Lin Fan's high-grade magical artifact spear, or directly rammed aside by Lin Shan Kai's flying vessel, their fates unknown. In the distance behind them, thunderous sounds echoed, but as the distance grew, they gradually faded from their ears. The rest of their journey was uneventful, with no Foundation establishment cultivators in sight. They couldn't tell if the Foundation establishment cultivators had been drawn away by their peers or if Lin Fan's auspicious aura was at work, but the two of them made it down the mountain smoothly. They then flew low over the island, leaving it behind, and looked back at the scene within. In the sky, hundreds of small dots were engaged in fierce combat, while on the ground, countless figures swarmed like ants, intertwining and penetrating one another. It was clear that the subordinates of the Turtle Immortals' forces on Turtle Catching Island were no match for the three demonic sects, and were being gradually overwhelmed. Countless flames shot into the sky, palaces and forests were destroyed, and magical energy spheres flickered everywhere. The island was engulfed in intense battle. Meanwhile, the two had already left the sea, and had nothing to hold them back. They decided to ascend their flying vessel into the sky, shooting toward the distance like a streak of light. At that moment, in the sky above the central peak of Turtle Fishing Island, over a dozen golden core cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing a barrage of magical artifacts and spells that disrupted the surrounding qi, causing the clouds above to shatter into fragments. Behind the Turtle Immortal, the massive cold turtle divine form moved with the might of heaven and earth. Each swing and roar carried the power of a minor divine technique spell. This was the power of a Yuanling stage cultivator's divine form. Every movement was a divine technique. Although the Turtle Immortal had not fully entered the Yuanling stage, the mere projection of his divine form was sufficient to match the golden core cultivators of the three major sects. Meanwhile, several battle groups were fighting fiercely. Some golden core cultivators claimed they did not want to get involved in the fight, and pleaded to be allowed to leave, but these traitorous golden core cultivators all laughed coldly. For them, taking advantage of their numerical superiority, as long as they could kill one or two golden core cultivators, the others would be free to act, and they could gradually overwhelm them 2 against 1, 3 against 1. After all, cultivators of the same rank are highly valued. Which golden core cultivator hasn't spent hundreds of years accumulating their wealth? Killing and looting is the fastest way to get rich. Normally, they dared not confront fellow cultivators of the same rank alone, lest they face retaliation later. But now, they were all in the same boat, and with teammates, they could easily pick off these lone wolves one by one. Where else could one find such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The three major demonic sects at the core of the battle slowly began to exert their full strength. Although the turtle immortal had Yingzhuyeta illusory form, the protectors of the demonic sects facing him were all elite warriors. After a fierce exchange, the turtle immortal began to show signs of weakness. This venerable hermit, renowned throughout the East Sea for centuries, now showed signs of strain. Seeing his life's work being ruined, with the island engulfed in flames and smoke, he couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow welling up inside him. Good. 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 You demons truly have no sense of reason, harming the innocent and killing indiscriminately. One day, you will surely face retribution. The middle-aged guardian of the Blood River Hall in the sky sneered, "These words have been spoken to me countless times, but I am still alive and well." The elderly man from the 100 Ghosts sect beside him also let out a sinister laugh. "We of the demon path act according to our hearts, doing as we please. What retribution? As the saying goes, my fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Old turtle, rest in peace." A beautiful young woman with half her face covered by a veil giggled constantly, saying little else, but her actions were the most ruthless among the three. At that moment, a streak of light flew from the mountain and landed near the battle group. A Black Lotus sect cultivator, at the Foundation establishment stage, transmitted his thoughts to the beautiful woman. "Yen Guardian, in the 4 directions east, south, west, and north some people have escaped. Should we pursue them?" The black-clad beautiful woman continued her battle with the old turtle while her eyes shone with a clear light, clearly activating some sort of eye technique to gaze into the distance. She continuously assigned her subordinates to pursue the fleeing figures in various directions. However, when the northeastern corner of a green flying boat appeared in her vision, she saw Lin Fan operating the controls in the cockpit, and a faint smile flashed in her eyes. She then ordered her subordinates to cease pursuit, while her whispers beneath her veil were barely audible. "I wondered why I hadn't seen that kid lately. So he's here. This is interesting." Chapter 103, The Great Song Dynasty's Strategic Landscape. Lin Fan and the others were speeding across the vast East Sea in their flying boat, heading straight northeast. After fleeing for half a day, they realized there were no pursuers behind them, and they couldn't help but sigh in relief. They switched to autopilot, and the flying boat began to navigate slowly on its own. Lin Fan finally had the chance to lean back and rest a bit. Lin Fan stood up and replaced the wind spirit stone with a new one. This was already the 3rd time he had done so. Lin Fan was starting to feel the strain. The mid-grade wind spirit stones aren't enough anymore. Since we left the capital, we've already used up dozens of them. Seeing Lin Fan's gaze turn toward him, he pretended not to care. "What I mean is, we can drive more slowly in the future." But before he could finish, the flying boat passed by an island in the East Sea. People on the island had also spotted the flying boat in the sky, and a streak of light shot out from the island. Judging by their attire and cultivation techniques, it was clearly another Demon Cultivation Foundation establishment stage cultivator. "Alright, never mind." Lin Fan stepped forward and quickly shifted back to manual mode, and the two resumed their desperate escape. Over the next 2 days, they discovered that most of the large and small islands they passed through in the East Sea had been occupied by the 3 demonic sects. Some Foundation establishment stage cultivators seemed to be tasked with defending the islands. Upon seeing the 2 of them, they gave chase but, unable to catch up in the short term, returned to their posts. The East Sea has fallen completely. This matter concerns the future of the Song Dynasty's cultivation world. I must return immediately to report to the sect leader. Lin Fan began to worry deeply, his concerns turning to the fate of the world. After all, the Zixiao sect was the leading sect in the Song Dynasty's cultivation world, and as a member of that sect, he was also a beneficiary. He naturally needed to make plans early. Lin Fan, however, remained indifferent. After all, as a lone cultivator, the changes above would not affect his meager income. In fact, in times of chaos, he had more opportunities to develop and grow. This trip had been a historic windfall for Ancient Charm, earning him over 100 points, almost enough to burst. Upon returning to Ichwan, he planned to make full use of the Ancient Charm points. He aimed to strengthen himself as much as possible. While he could latch on to powerful figures like Lei Yuji and Lin Fan for now, he couldn't rely on them forever. True strength lay in his own abilities. As they traveled, they chatted idly, and after another 10 days, the capital of the Song dynasty, Liang, came into view. Upon arriving at the palace, the two went straight to the rear hall to find Lei Yunzi, and detailed everything that had happened over the past half-month. However, to their surprise, despite rushing back without stopping along the way, Lei Yunzi had already received the news beforehand. I am already aware that the 3 sects of the demon path have returned from the distant north with great determination. Not only have they gathered the remnants of their followers still in the Song dynasty, but they have also allied themselves with the Lin Yuzhai sect of the South Sea. The East Sea has already fallen completely into enemy hands. Lei Yunzi looked solemn as he relayed the latest intelligence to the two. It turned out that the East Sea, due to its scattered islands and lack of major spiritual veins, had never been home to a major sect like the Zixiao sect. Instead, it was a mix of small factions and wandering cultivators, as scattered as sand. After all, true top-tier sects require not only their sect defending divine abilities, but also the strength to defend an entire nation. However, accumulating such strength requires spiritual veins, spiritual crystals, and spiritual minds to cultivate more talent and build a deeper foundation. Take the Purple Shao sect, for example. Over the generations, its great predecessors have continuously gathered spiritual veins and channeled them into a single location. This is how the Purple Shao sect, now surrounded by dozens of spiritual mountains, was formed united as one. All the nascent soul and golden core cultivators gather there, along with countless lower-tier disciples. This is the true might of a major sect. In places like the East Sea, where islands are scattered here and there, they have long been divided and conquered. True top-tier major powers simply cannot form there. Therefore, the first stop for the 3 demonic sects upon their return was to seize the East Sea as their base and foothold, gaining a strategic vantage point to launch an offensive to reclaim the Song dynasty. The battle half a month ago was likely meticulously planned, with the timing of infiltration and action chosen perfectly, catching the 3 major orthodox sects completely off guard. How should the sect respond now? Lin Fan continued to inquire about the strategic arrangements between the major sects, while Lin Shan, standing nearby, listened intently. Lei Yunzi showed no signs of holding back, making no effort to hide his thoughts from Lin Shan. He also informed Lin Fan that he should avoid traveling overseas for the time being and remain within the sect for a while, as the 3 factions of the demon path had already established a firm foothold in the East Sea. They had no idea how to persuade the Southern Sea's Lin Yuzhai or contain the inland sect, the Beast Control Valley. Meanwhile, the Yellow Springs sect, another native demonic sect from the northern Great Yen, had also moved south, quietly confronting the Qianyin Pavilion. Now, only the Purple Shao sect could take action. While they might be able to defend themselves, defeating the 3 demonic sects and driving them out of the East Sea was clearly beyond their capabilities. The current situation is unclear, and it is unknown how the higher-ups will proceed. It is best not to act rashly. Lin Fan inquired about his senior sister Lei Yuji's whereabouts. Lei Yunzi said he was unaware, but assured Lin Fan not to worry. He heard that a Yuanling stage elder had specially emerged from seclusion to travel to the East Sea to retrieve Lei Yuji, so there should be no issues. As for the capital city of the Song dynasty, Liang, all the arrays have already been secretly prepared. Even if the demon sect attacks, they should be able to withstand the assault of golden core cultivators for a day or 2. Meanwhile, various major and minor righteous sects and clans had begun to deploy 3 lines of defense along the Donghai border, the Luoshan Mountains, and Bianliang to prepare for this demonic calamity. While Lei Yunzi was chatting casually with Lin Fan and Lin Shan, 2 Song dynasty imperial court cultivators at the foundation establishment stage entered the hall from outside. One was the elderly man who had captured Lin Shan that night, and the other was a middle-aged man, likely having just returned from the outside world. The 2 imperial court cultivators had clearly heard the news, and had come to discuss the capital's defenses with Lei Yunzi. They were also deeply concerned about the 3 demonic sects, as they had previously participated in the nationwide campaign to eradicate the Black Lotus cult, effectively serving as pawns for the righteous faction. Naturally, they feared being targeted by the demonic sects. The group discussed matters from daytime until late into the night before parting ways. Upon returning to the side hall, Lin Fan finally had to bid farewell to Lin Shan. He planned to return to the Purple Shao sect as soon as possible, as this training journey would have to be cut short. As he spoke, Lin Fan seemed deeply moved, pulling on Lin Shan's sleeve and chattering endlessly. You and I, as brothers, are united as one. We will surely carve out a legendary tale in the cultivation world. Hearing this, Lin Shan felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly slapped away his hand and exclaimed, "Sorry, I'm not into that. I don't have those kinds of preferences." After exchanging farewells, Lin Fan immediately set off in his flying boat and left the capital that night. Lin Shan, however, looked somewhat reluctant. The palace housed a massive Black Lotus Buddha statue brought back from Zhengke County, a matter that had been weighing heavily on his mind for a long time, like a bone stuck in his throat. However, with 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators stationed at the imperial court, he had no way to act. After some thought, he decided to leave the capital as well. After all, staying there waiting for an opportunity wasn't a viable option. If the 3 demonic sects targeted this place next, he wouldn't have time to escape. Before departing, Lin Shan returned to Nightingale one last time, intending to inquire about Princess Gua's whereabouts and see if there was any opportunity to eliminate her. Chapter 106, Peril Ahead. Upon returning to Nightingale, Lin Shan suddenly noticed that the Bo Wang Hao's mansion had once again been occupied by a cultivator. The Supreme Elder introduced him, revealing that the young man before him, who was at the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, was none other than the Supreme Elder's great-grandson. The matter was actually somewhat connected to Lin Shan. It turned out that the Supreme Elder's great-grandson had also attempted cultivation in the past, but he had been stuck at the first stage of sensing spiritual energy, unable to progress further. He could barely sense it, but he was unable to transcend the mortal realm. Later, the Supreme Elder devised a clever plan, asking Lin Shan to purchase a celestial spirit fruit called the Zhu fruit. By bypassing the step of absorbing spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, the fruit directly infused spiritual energy into the practitioner, forcing a transformation of their spiritual awareness. After his great-grandson consumed it, he finally entered the ranks of cultivators. However, the spiritual energy of a single Zhu Guo was limited, and combined with the energy consumed by the transformation of his Yi Zhuxing, his cultivation only reached the 2nd layer of Qi cultivation before he could no longer progress further. Based on this young man's situation, Lin Shan could roughly guess that his cultivation potential was very poor, likely belonging to the lower ranks. However, being able to become an immortal cultivator and serve as a good luck charm in Nightingale was still considered decent. Clearly, the Supreme Elder shared this view and instructed his great-grandson to remain in Nightingale and not venture into any cultivation markets. The young man was obedient, remembering his great-grandfather's instructions and showing great respect to Lin Shan upon his arrival. Lin Shan exchanged a few polite words with the grandfather and grandson, gave the youngster some guidance on his cultivation, and then asked the Supreme Elder to inquire about the whereabouts of Princess Gua and Prince Qi's heir, the middle-aged man in fine attire. Nightingale's network was indeed well connected, and results came back in less than half an hour. The Crown Prince of Qi had passed away from illness half a month ago. Before his death, it seemed something had gone wrong, and the Qi Prince's mansion suffered a great tragedy, with everyone inside perishing to the last person. It was rumored to be connected to a royal family member, at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation. Lin Shan was also startled by this news. He had no idea how the situation had ultimately unfolded. What happened to that strange man with the large eyes? He dared not ask the imperial family's foundation establishment stage cultivator, or Lei Yunzi. As for Princess Gua, the Supreme Elder also sighed with a hint of regret. It turned out that 10 days prior, Princess Gua, for some unknown reason, had entered the late Qi cultivation stage and joined the Ichwan immortal cultivation sect as an inner disciple. That sect seemed to be called the Zhengshuan sect. Lin Shan could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up, feeling a sense of foreboding. Why had Princess Gua suddenly entered the late Qi cultivation stage? It must have been the royal family's foundation establishment stage elder who had cultivated her. As for why they hadn't cultivated her earlier and waited until now, Lin Shan had no idea. But it was definitely related to him in some way. The princess entering the late Qi cultivation stage wasn't a big deal. Lin Shan didn't take her seriously. But now that Shi joined a cultivation sect, avenging himself would be a bit more challenging. Charge in? That's suicide. Although the Zhongshuan sect isn't one of the 3 top-tier sects, it's still capable of founding its own sect, and even the weakest cultivators within its ranks are at the golden core stage. As for curses? That method carries significant risks. Because he had previously cursed the middle-aged man in brocade robes, if he were to curse Princess Guo again, there was a high chance that this intelligent woman would make the connection. Moreover, the royal family's foundation establishment stage elders could also deduce something, which would ultimately expose his secret ability to curse. Moreover, he doesn't have any personal items, hair, or blood from Princess Guo. On that day by the stream, he could have pursued and collected them, but the red-faced monk from the joyful sect interfered, leaving him with only the middle-aged man in brocade robes, talisman sword. Thinking of the red-faced monk, Lin Fan clenched his teeth in anger. Not only did that scoundrel cause him to lose hundreds of spirit stones at the auction, but he also specifically came to hunt him down. Originally, he had the chance to kill Princess Guo and the middle-aged man in the brocade robe in the Yanyan Mountains and be done with it once and for all. But he was ambushed by him halfway through, and everything went to hell afterward. Very well. I've obtained several more joyful Buddha statues in Jiangdong. If you dare to show your face again. Lin Fan had already devised a plan to lure him into a trap. The Joy sect had been wiped out long ago. Despite the Joy Buddha statues being unearthed at the Jiangdong ruins for half a year, no Joy sect disciples had come to collect them. Instead, a group of wandering cultivators and Xingtai Zen master were collecting them with great enthusiasm. This proved that the Joy sect was nothing but a paper tiger, with only a handful of followers left. Now that he had a high-grade magical artifact and over 1,000 spirit stones, he was no longer the penniless beggar he had been when he first left Ichwan. He was determined to beat that red-faced monk so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. The Supreme Elder, seeing Lin Fan sitting up, then pacing back and forth, and occasionally clenching his teeth, felt hesitant, unsure whether to tell him another matter. Lin Fan, having calmed himself down, naturally noticed this and asked the Supreme Elder if there was anything else he wanted to say. What he heard from the other party was another piece of extremely bad news. Princess Guo not only joined the Zhongshuan sect herself, but also managed to seduce a true disciple of the Qianyun Pavilion, one of the 3 top-tier sects. It was said that this disciple of the Qianyun Pavilion, named Qizhong, had been pursuing Princess Guo since he was still an inner sect disciple, and later, for some unknown reason, he was promoted to a true disciple. Princess Guo had officially agreed to Qizhong half a month ago, and decided to become his dual cultivation partner in the future. Lin Fan was even more astonished. Princess Guo was truly well connected. She had actually caught the eye of a core disciple from the Qianyun Pavilion, one of the top sects. However, considering her icy beauty, fiery figure, seductive red lips, and the relatively rare ice attribute spiritual root, it wasn't entirely impossible. The only question was the exact cultivation level of this disciple named Qizhong, whether he was still at the Qi cultivation stage, or had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Regardless, his status was likely no less than that of Lin Fan and Lei Yunzi of the Zixiao sect. Princess Guo refused his advances before, but suddenly agreed half a month ago. I can guess why. She must have realized she couldn't handle Lin Fan, so she decided to cling to a powerful figure. And the fact that Lin Fan is her sworn enemy must have been revealed to Qizhong. In other words, if given the opportunity, this true disciple of the Qianyun Pavilion, under Princess Guo's instigation, might even take direct action against Lin Fan. They must also know how fast Lin Fan is cultivating, and might have already prepared to strike again on the way to Ichwan. Given Princess Guo's ruthless and decisive nature, after ambushing once or twice, she might very well continue to ambush a 3rd time. Lin Fan knows this woman, Princess Guo, very well. He doesn't think he's overreacting or being overly cautious. After all, better safe than sorry. Now that Lin Fan has left, if he were to encounter a foundation establishment stage cultivator alone again, the outcome would be unpredictable. This is interesting. Lin Fan stood there for a long time, thinking to himself, Princess Guo, it seems I really underestimated this woman. First, she managed to persuade an elderly foundation establishment stage cultivator from the imperial family to invest in her advancement to the late Qi cultivation stage. Then, she had the courage and cunning to infiltrate the Zhongshuan sect. Now, she has even gone so far as to align herself with a disciple of a major sect to use them as a pawn in her schemes. Such cunning, she is indeed a formidable enemy. Lin Fan realized that his top priority was to return to Ichwan as soon as possible. With the protection of the left true man of the Imperial Household Department at the auction house, he needed to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage as quickly as possible before he could even consider dealing with Princess Guo. It seemed that his previous plan to lure the red-faced monk as bait would have to be put on hold for now. If he failed to lure the red-faced monk, and was instead ambushed by the true disciples of the Qianyun Pavilion, who would be stationed around Ichwan, that would be troublesome. After much consideration, Lin Fan decided there was no time to waste and set off immediately for Ichwan. There were definitely spies of Princess Guo in the capital. The news of his appearance in the palace during the day had likely already spread. Additionally, the demonic sects might also launch an attack. This place was no longer safe to linger in. After bidding farewell to the Supreme Elder, Lin Fan couldn't help but sneak a glance at Jiang the Guardian, who had come with him from Zhengke County. No, he should now be addressed as Elder Jiang. He noticed that he was sitting cross-legged in his room, still practicing diligently. His nostrils were constantly expelling white mist, a standard technique for swallowing clouds and exhaling mist, just as he had seen when they first met at the Nightingale branch in Zhengke County. Lin Fan did not disturb him, quietly observing the current state of his old acquaintance. Then, taking advantage of the darkness of the night, he left the capital without delay. Chapter Yet Bat Ling, The Quest of a Lifetime. In the days that followed, Lin Fan concealed his whereabouts and began traveling secretly, all to prevent Princess Guo from discovering his trail. The Princess of Guo was no threat, but her fiancé from the Qianyun Pavilion made Lin Fan dare not take any risks. Upon entering the Yanyan Mountains, Lin Fan had learned his lesson. He no longer took the standard path to Ichwan, especially that small stream. He had been ambushed every time he passed by, and Lin Fan began to suspect that the place was inherently unfriendly toward him. He deliberately took a detour, first heading west in a large loop, then turning northeast again, just as he had done the first time he fled with Huang Xianshi. He made his way to the northern part of the Yanyan Mountains, and took the northern route through the Great Yan Kingdom, to reach the alternate passage leading to Ichwan. Fortunately, this time he didn't encounter any ambushes, and Lin Fan safely reached the outer mist array surrounding Ichwan. He couldn't tell if he had been overly cautious by accident, truly evaded the deadly trap set by Princess Guo, or was simply outwitting thin air. But regardless, as long as he had returned to Ichwan safely, that was all that mattered. Lin Fan sighed in relief. Just as he was about to open the array to enter Ichwan with excitement, he suddenly noticed a group of people had appeared beside him. A beautiful young woman with a seductive charm led the group, followed by a crowd of young female cultivators dressed in flowing robes. These people seemed to have just returned from outside, looking dusty and hurried, also intending to enter Ichwan. Among them, Lin Fan recognized two faces. The Madam of Yanchun Pavilion. Luofeng. Aren't they from the brothel? Why aren't they staying here to run their business? What are they doing outside Ichwan? Lin Fan was initially puzzled, but then he suddenly remembered that this Yanchun Lu madam was the lover of the deceased Huang Xianshi, who was reportedly a high-ranking expert from the demon cult at the Golden Core stage. Could it be that the three major demon sect factions are launching a surprise attack on the East Sea, and they're involved? Lin Fan suddenly thought of a fact that made his mouth go dry. So the entire brothel was filled with demonic sect sorceresses? Thinking about it, Lin Fan suddenly felt that going to the brothel earlier was like a lamb walking into a den of wolves. That old scoundrel Huang Xianshi. However, the girls from the Yanchun brothel in front of him seemed unconcerned with Lin Fan, entering the misty array one after another without paying him any mind. That makes sense. There's more than one Golden Core cultivator stationed at the Ichwan market. They wouldn't dare to act here. Lin Fan watched them all enter Ichwan before suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He couldn't help but worry again. These demonic sorceresses were lurking in Ichwan, wouldn't they cause trouble later? He suddenly realized that nowhere seemed safe. He had finally found a place to settle down, but now there was a time bomb lurking right beside him. Who could stay here? He felt bitter inside, deliberately waiting for a while before secretly estimating that the demonic women had gone far enough. Only then did he enter the mist array. Upon entering Ichwan, he breathed in the familiar concentration of spiritual energy and felt as though he had arrived in paradise. Along the way, he saw vast spiritual fields, with spiritual farmers working in the fields, casting spells to summon wind and rain. The long-lost peace and harmony filled the air. Passing by the flower sea at the central peak, he deliberately glanced at the small pavilion above, and found that there were no longer any aristocratic youths like Gongsun Yu drinking and chatting there. His heart couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, as if he had been transported to another world. Turning right at the intersection ahead, he finally reached the entrance to Ichwan town. After presenting his token to the enforcement officers for inspection, Lin Fan finally returned to the town. A long-lost sense of security filled his heart. Before Lin Fan could savor his joy, a beautiful young woman was already leaning against the city gate, smiling gently at him as he entered. It was none other than the proprietress of the Yanchun Pavilion. It seemed she had been waiting for him inside the city for quite some time. Lin Fan paused for a moment, but then thought to himself, if she intended to harm him, she would have acted outside the district. Now that she had come inside to wait for him, she likely had no such intentions. He thus calmed himself slightly and stepped forward to bow. Senior. 2 years. The beautiful woman in front of him cut him off before he could finish his greeting, simply extending 2 slender fingers. I give you 2 years. In 2 years, I will leave Ichwan. By then, tell me your answer. If you give up the opportunity to join the Black Lotus sect, our agreement will be null and void once I leave, and we will owe each other nothing. The beautiful young woman turned gracefully and walked away, her swaying figure gradually disappearing around the corner. She had no desire to say another word to Lin Fan. He was left standing alone at the city gate, lost in his thoughts. The streets were bustling with cultivators coming and going. The northern part of the city was a commercial district, and Lin Fan stood alone at the northern city gate for a long time. He was contemplating a simple yet courageous decision. 2 years later, at the Black Lotus sect. Should he go, or should he stay? If he went, could he survive the internecine struggles of a major demonic sect? After all, during the incident on Donghai Diaobi Island, when he followed Lei Yuji and Lin Fan to break through the encirclement, he had witnessed firsthand that even Qi cultivation stage disciples of the demonic sect were nothing more than cannon fodder. Along the way, they killed countless demonic sect disciples, mowing them down like grass, and no senior disciples from their sect bothered to intervene. Clearly, such cannon fodder were worthless within the demonic sect, and no one cared about their lives. Now that the demon sect controls the East Sea, once they consolidate their foothold, their next move will be to invade the interior of the Song dynasty. If he joins them, he will inevitably be used as cannon fodder in the battle. Thinking about the future, being dragged into a battle against the righteous path, only to be thrown down by a mysterious AoE attack from a master like Lei Yuji and end up dying alongside countless other demon cult disciples, Lin Fan felt his death would be utterly unjust. However, joining the Black Lotus sect also had its advantages. To put it bluntly, the most direct benefit for him was the Black Lotus Buddha statue. If he could gain access to the Black Lotus Buddha statue, he could continuously obtain a steady stream of ancient energy, which he could use to enhance his abilities and grow rapidly. If he didn't join the Black Lotus sect, and instead stayed in Ichwan to muddle through, carefully climbing the ranks as a lone cultivator, he might eventually have a chance to become a great figure in the immortal path. But he would definitely waste a lot of time that could have been used to rise to power. On the path of cultivation, one step behind means falling behind forever. The greatest enemy of an immortal cultivator is not others, nor oneself, but time. If one's lifespan is nearing its end, no matter how extraordinary one's abilities may be, one cannot escape the laws of heaven and earth, nor the cycle of life and death. After pondering this quietly for a long time, a sudden breeze brushed across his cheek, and Lin Fan suddenly realized a crucial question. What was his greatest reliance? Time traveler? A third-rate wind spirit root? An ordinary lightning spirit root? Or his self-proclaimed superior intellect? Or perhaps his stable job paying 100 spirit stones a month? All of these were nonsense. His true reliance was the confronting ban. In the cultivation world, all cultivators tirelessly pursued opportunities, risking their lives to compete for resources, with countless geniuses and heroes falling every day. Yet he possesses the Confronting, divine blessing that others can only envy, and he should make the most of it instead of cowering in fear and waiting for luck to fall from the sky. The vast heavens and the boundless earth. If one does not strive, how can one become an immortal and attain enlightenment? His life should be spent walking the path of pursuing ancient wisdom. This is the true path to enlightenment. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. When he first entered the ancient tomb of Yelong, the moment he disregarded life and death, that was the mindset of a true strong individual. The path to immortality is fraught with obstacles, and pursuing opportunities is never smooth sailing. Following the status quo will only lead to obscurity. Lin Fan raised his head, gazing at the brilliant sun illuminating all beings in the sky. A sudden beam of light illuminated his heart, dispelling the clouds and mist as rain ceased and a rainbow emerged. 2 years I must do everything in my power to enter the foundation establishment stage. The Black Lotus sect I'm going. Chapter 106, Perfecting Qi Cultivation. Upon returning to Ichwan, Lin Fan first visited the auction house. He dealt with some treasures that the appraisers couldn't identify, and had accumulated over time, then rented a cave residence in the city center for some spirit stones per month, signing a 2-year lease. After all, he now had 1,000 spirit stones obtained from Master Xingtai, so he didn't hesitate to spend them. That's how extravagant he was. Now that he had made a 2-year agreement with the owner of Yanchun Lu, he had to make every moment count in his cultivation, aiming to break through to the foundation establishment stage before heading to the Black Lotus sect, as that was his only chance to escape being cannon fodder. Lin Fan sealed himself away for an entire year. No wonder it's the most expensive cave residence in Ichwan. The spiritual energy concentration here is a full times that of the outside world. In theory, it would take 30 years to reach the late stage of qi cultivation outside, but here it only took a year. Is this the allure of paying to level up? Opening the long-sealed cave residence, he swept away the dust with a flick of his sleeve. Lin Fan felt that his cultivation had reached its limit, realizing that he had truly completed all the paths of the qi cultivation stage, and touched the bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage. Qi cultivation 9th layer, great perfection. However, the bottlenecks of the foundation establishment stage are completely different from those of the qi cultivation stage. The bottleneck of the early qi cultivation stage could be broken through with powerful spiritual energy, which was done to expand the capacity of the dantian. However, the bottleneck of the foundation establishment stage not only required breaking through the acupoints, but also completing the further transformation of the spiritual awareness. The initial transformation of spiritual awareness during the qi cultivation stage merely enhances one's senses, allowing one to perceive and absorb the free-floating spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. However, the spiritual consciousness transformation in the foundation establishment stage involves the initial merging of qi and spirit, laying the foundation for the future true transformation of qi into spirit. Why can practitioners in the foundation establishment stage enter the Qingming realm, fly on swords, and even perform soul attacks and spiritual communication? It is because the spiritual awareness has attained the ability to flexibly control and manipulate energy, reaching a state of complete mastery. Therefore, after reaching the 9th layer of the qi cultivation stage, the challenges faced in advancing to the foundation establishment stage are extremely difficult. If one were to say that 99% of cultivators are stuck at this stage, it would not be an exaggeration. Achieving the union of qi and spirit solely through one's own efforts, or with the assistance of elders, is not reliable. The most effective method recognized in the cultivation world is the foundation establishment pill. The foundation building pill has 3 major benefits. The first benefit is the provision of a vast amount of breakthrough spiritual energy to assist cultivators in breaking through barriers. The second benefit is that it assists and enhances the success rate of cultivators in achieving the union of qi and spirit. The third, and most important, benefit is that even if the breakthrough attempt fails after taking the foundation building pill, no Dao marks will be left behind. Dao marks are a general term used in the cultivation world, and every realm has its own Dao marks. Generally, after a cultivator fails to break through a barrier, Dao marks appear, making the next breakthrough more difficult and the bottleneck deeper. However, during the foundation establishment stage, the first major hurdle on the path to cultivation, these Dao marks are not yet overwhelmingly powerful and can be eliminated by the foundation establishment pill. However, if the bottleneck occurs at later stages like the golden core or nascent soul realms, the Dao marks become virtually impossible to overcome. Therefore, many ancient cultivators who have lived for hundreds of years are stuck at their current cultivation level, because they have failed to break through the bottleneck multiple times, with too many Dao marks accumulating, completely blocking their path forward. However, thinking about the foundation establishment pill, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Not for any other reason, but primarily because he didn't have enough spiritual stones. Last year's major auction saw most of the foundation building pills snapped up by major sects and cultivator clans, leaving only a handful for wandering cultivators to break through. But the problem was that each of those 10 foundation building pills had a minimum price of 5,000 spirit stones. After deducting his rent and adding the salary he had received from the Ichwan auction house over the past year, he only had a total of 15,000 spirit stones, not even half of what was needed. You see, even an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, excluding personal belongings, has a net worth of around 2,000 spirit stones. As a chi cultivation cultivator, he was already considered a wealthy peer. But in this world, there are always those who are wealthier than you. Wealthy individuals are abundant every year, and there are always plenty of them. Hoping for the price of the foundation building pill to drop? That's completely impossible. The materials required to refine foundation establishment pills are all spiritual flowers and herbs that take hundreds of years to cultivate, and only ancient sects and some special heavenly realms can cultivate them. Therefore, each year, aside from internal consumption within major sects, only a limited number of foundation establishment pills circulate in the outside world, far from sufficient to satisfy the demands of various factions across the cultivation world. You can't afford them, but there are plenty of people willing to fight tooth and nail to buy them, just to increase their chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. After all, once you become a foundation establishment cultivator, achieving great heights is no exaggeration. Lin Fan scratched his head in frustration, then stepped out of his cave residence to check if anyone had left him a message over the past year. You wouldn't believe it, but there were indeed quite a few sound transmission talismans accumulated inside the cave residence. Since they hadn't been opened in a year, they were still floating around the living room. Lin Fan picked them up one by one, finding that most were from the appraisers at the auction house. Since the annual auction was about to begin in 2 days, they had accumulated a large number of items they couldn't identify, so they were urgently waiting for Lin Fan, the chief appraiser, to come and oversee things. Others were from a few old friends he knew. For example, Lin Fan had sent him a letter via mail, as the Purple Shao sect was quite far away, and sound transmission talismans couldn't reach there, so he had entrusted some wind messengers from the cultivation world, essentially mail carriers, to deliver it. Lin Fan's letter was mostly filled with complaints, how he felt suffocated and wanted to go out and search for treasures, and how he felt bloated and couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Fan read it for a while, but couldn't quite figure out what he meant. What exactly was stuffing him so much? Could it be fortune? Had he accumulated too much of it and needed to go out and burn some off? So even the chosen one of fortune has troubles? Lin Fan felt a bit better thinking about it. Although Lin Fan, this favorite son, didn't lack opportunities, he had also missed out on many experiences. For example, although he was wealthy, he had never experienced what it was like to be poor. He had all sorts of treasures at his fingertips, but he had lost the joy of striving and struggling. He can lie around and reap rewards without effort, but, well, Lin Fan couldn't console himself anymore. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt, so he decided not to dwell on it further. He flipped through the other letters and found they were from the talisman vendor and spell vendor he had met at the previous stall area, the 2 fake second-generation immortals from those cultivation families. These 2 probably sent the same message to everyone in their contact list, saying things like, "The cultivation world is unstable lately, the demonic path is stirring, don't go out wandering around, and come buy talisman spells from me for a discount." Lin Fan flipped through them casually and lost interest. He had never bothered to reply to mass messages in his previous life, and now the postage for messages in the cultivation world was exorbitant. His spiritual stones weren't even enough to buy a foundational pill, so why bother replying to messages? After glancing through them once, he decided to head straight to the auction house to see what this year's auction was like. Although he didn't have enough spirit stones, if there was a foundation establishment pill up for auction, maybe he'd have a chance. As soon as he stepped through the auction house's entrance, a maid seemed to have been waiting for him for ages, stepping forward with an inviting gesture. Master Lin, the left true immortal of the Great Eastern family, is currently in the 5th floor parlor enjoying tea. He instructed me to inform you that if you arrive, you must go up to meet him. Chapter 107, taking a different path. Upon hearing that the master of the house, Master Zhua, wished to see him, Lin Fan dared not delay and hurriedly followed the maid up to the 5th floor. The scent of sandalwood wafted through the ancient-style reception room. An old man with no eyebrows was playing with an iron egg in his hands, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, while the tea on the table beside him was still steaming. This humble disciple, Lin Fan, greets Master Zhua. Sit. Lin Fan sat down as instructed, noticing that Master Zhua remained seated with his eyes closed, yet he began speaking about the upcoming auction. The Ichwan auction is about to take place, and your timing for emerging from seclusion is just right. In the past, the auctions were always hosted by the former chief appraiser, Master Zhang. Now that you have taken his place, you should be the one to host the auction in 2 days. Lin Fan listened quietly to the rest of the conversation. He believed that Master Zhua would not speak without reason. However, your cultivation has not yet reached the foundation establishment stage, and you may not be able to control the situation. Under the gaze of so many cultivators, you might not be able to withstand the pressure from all sides. Therefore, I have assigned the hosting duties to someone else. What do you think? Master Zhua spoke calmly, but there was no room for negotiation, he was simply stating a fact. I'll leave it entirely up to you, Master. Lin Fan understood the leader's intentions. He had never intended to take on the role of host in the first place. His current cultivation level was indeed insufficient to withstand the pressure from all sides. If the two parties ended up arguing during the auction, he would be caught in the middle, with no one willing to give him face. Master Zhua was also considering the stability of the auction, so it was understandable. The two chatted idly for a while longer. Although Lin Fan's cultivation was low, his appraisal skills were genuine. Since joining the auction house, he had never made any mistakes, proving himself a professional. Master Zhua gave him a brief encouragement. On his end, Lin Fan noticed that Master Zhua was only briefly discussing work-related matters with him, and didn't he mention anything else of importance. He felt slightly relieved, but another thought began to stir in his mind. As a golden core stage old master who had lived for hundreds of years, how could Zhua Jinren fail to notice his subtle thoughts? I see you've reached the 9th layer of qi cultivation. It's time to prepare for foundation establishment, isn't it? Master, your insight is truly sharp. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. If the auction house's patriarch, Master Zhua, was willing to give him a special favor, perhaps there was a way to obtain the foundation establishment pill after all. After all, he was a professional at the auction house. Perhaps. But before he could think too much, reality poured a bucket of cold water on him. The foundation establishment pills for this year's auction have already been reserved by the major clans and sects. There are likely no extra shares available. Even if I wanted to help you, I'm powerless to do so. Although Zhua Jinren had no eyebrows, he made a frown, looking utterly bizarre. However, Lin Fan wasn't paying attention to that. From those words, he had already confirmed that even the auction house's boss had said he was powerless. It seemed like there was truly no hope. Foundation building pills were usually in high demand but scarce in supply, and the only place where lone cultivators could hope to obtain them was through the auction house. If it wasn't available here, then it certainly wasn't available elsewhere. With only a year left until the agreement with the Black Lotus sect, was he really forced to attempt foundation establishment recklessly and leave his fate to chance? Forcing foundation establishment wasn't impossible, but the success rate was shockingly low, especially for newcomers attempting the merging of qi and spirit technique for the first time. They would almost certainly fail, adding another Dao scar to their record. Among the scattered cultivators in the foundation establishment period of the cultivation world, those who can successfully establish their foundation within 3 attempts are extremely rare. Moreover, having too many Dao marks makes it even harder to break through, so forcing the process is simply too risky. Lin Fan felt a chill in his heart, but the senior cultivator sitting above him, Zhuo Junren, wouldn't he let his subordinates feel disheartened. He changed the subject. The Ichwan auction house holds a small auction once a year, and a large auction every 5 years. Foundation building pills are only available in excess for wandering cultivators during the large auctions. The next large auction will be in 4 years. By then, as my disciple, I will personally secure one for you. There is no need to worry. Given Left Jinren's status and influence, such a promise carried immense weight. Moreover, in his eyes, waiting 4 years for a guaranteed foundation establishment pill was something anyone would rejoice over. Back then, when he obtained the previous appraisal master Zhang Lao, it was all thanks to Left Jinren securing the foundation building pill for him. However, Lin Fan looked troubled beside him. 4 years. Another 4 years. From the moment he began cultivating to achieving qi condensation perfection, it had only taken him 4 years. To suddenly halt progress for 4 years, with no advancement in cultivation, would be a complete waste of precious time. By then, the 3 demonic sects would likely have mobilized 100,000 troops and already penetrated deep into the Song dynasty's interior. In this time of chaos, 4 years could bring about earth-shattering changes. Who knows if any foundation establishment pills would even be available within the major sects by then? If there are no foundation establishment pills by then, am I supposed to just waste away and wait? Moreover, if I hadn't followed the mistress of Yanchun Lu into the Black Lotus sect before the great battle between the righteous and demonic factions in the Song dynasty, even if I managed to obtain a foundation establishment pill and luckily enter the foundation establishment stage after 4 years, it would be extremely difficult to join the sect at that point. After all, having someone to guide you is entirely different from going it alone. Having a golden core stage demonic cultivator as a guarantor is far more reliable than trying to infiltrate alone later on. However, Lin Fan could still understand Zhuo Junren's good intentions. He had already gone out of his way to help him, which was more than enough. He immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, true immortal." Zhuo Junren didn't think much of it. He likely assumed that Lin Fan, being so young and already at the peak of qi cultivation, naturally had lofty ambitions and didn't want to waste 4 years. But that was the way of the cultivation world. The strong devoured the weak, and resources were controlled by those above. Having the opportunity 4 years later was already more than most could hope for. He was simply ungrateful for his good fortune. Lin Fan then took his leave. He had no interest in attending the auction 2 days later. After all, the foundation establishment pill had already been pre-assigned, and he didn't have much money either. Sitting there would only make him envious, unable to do anything. However, he had already anticipated that he couldn't obtain the foundation establishment pill through external means. For cultivators at the qi condensation stage, this pill was akin to a life-altering elixir, and for wandering cultivators, obtaining it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But was he an ordinary person? The ancient techniques for enhancing his stats were now well stocked. It was time to put them to use. There are 2 paths before us now. Lin Fan began to present the plan he had been meticulously preparing. First, the formula for the foundation building pill is not a secret. What is scarce are the main ingredients, which require 500 years of cultivation. I just need to find some younger main ingredients, enhance them to the required age, and then prepare to refine the pills. However, the foundation building pill is no ordinary pill. Without advanced alchemy skills, we'll have to rely on others and hire an alchemist. Hiring a pill refiner to refine the pills for me not only lacks guarantees for success rates, but if the refiner embezzles the proceeds, I'll be powerless to do anything. Lin Fan didn't care about being seen as malicious after all. This was the cultivation world governed by the law of the jungle, where everyone prioritized their own interests. Which alchemist doesn't line their pockets? Probably none. The materials for a single batch of foundation establishment pills are worth over 10,000 spirit stones. Once refined, depending on the alchemist's skill, it could yield anywhere from 1 to 10 pills. If I'm unlucky and can't break through with a single foundation building pill, I'll naturally need another one, and then another. Enriching oneself isn't the worst part. What's truly concerning is that they might end up wasting the herbs they've enhanced, and still fail to refine them successfully. Then there would be no place to seek justice, and all your ancient artifacts would be wasted. So what if I refine the pills myself? It's not impossible. But the problem is, can my alchemy skills reach that level in just 1 year? Enhancing the panel focuses on specific spells and abilities, not a mishmash of skills. It's impossible to simply enhance alchemy, one of the 6 arts of cultivation, from a novice to a master alchemist overnight. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Remember, the 6 arts of cultivation include alchemy, weapon forging, beast taming, array formations, puppet control, and talisman crafting. Each discipline is vast and profound, containing an ocean of knowledge. It requires countless hours of theory and practice combined. There is no such thing as a simple skill book that can teach you everything. Currently, all alchemy apprentices in the cultivation world, whether they learn from elders through oral tradition or purchase alchemy manuals from shops, only acquire basic knowledge such as pharmacology, material identification, timing techniques, and fire control methods. Every alchemy master, let alone a grandmaster, has mastered the art through piecing together fragmented knowledge and distilling it from decades of experience. Moreover, each type of elixir and each formula has its own unique success rate, requiring mastery at different levels. Therefore, disciples of major sects typically wait until they have reached the foundation establishment stage and possess sufficient lifespan before considering taking up one of the 6 arts as a secondary discipline. As cultivators advance in their cultivation realm, and their spiritual power grows deeper, they naturally learn faster and more profoundly due to their higher foundation. Lin Fan is currently learning alchemy. After mastering it, he might be able to refine some low to mid-tier elixirs. However, for high-tier elixirs like the Foundation Establishment Elixir, a third-grade magical elixir, the chances of success are extremely slim. Without the profound spiritual energy of the Foundation Establishment stage, and the ability to project one's divine sense to precisely control fire, attempting to refine pills beyond one's current level would almost certainly result in wasting a furnace of herbs that took hundreds of years to gather. Therefore, this method is too risky, leaving only the second option. Enhanced Den pills. The foundation building pill differs from the bottleneck pills of the Qi cultivation stage. Its value lies in its ability to increase the success rate of merging Qi and spirit, and its miraculous effect of eliminating Dao marks. Enhanced pills must also adhere to the principles of pharmacology. If the enhanced pill does not possess the 2 effects he anticipated, the new functions it gains after enhancement are entirely a matter of luck, like opening a blind box. Lin Fan was aiming for foundation establishment, so he wouldn't gamble on other random effects. He only needs the 2 effects of assisting Qi and spirit union, and eliminating Dao marks. However, after searching through all the low to mid-tier Danya available during the Qi cultivation stage, none of them possessed both of these effects. In other words, there was no existing pill that could be enhanced into one with the exact same effects as a foundation establishment pill. However, where there's a will, there's a way. Some things can be adapted. Having possessed the panel enhancement ability for 4 years, Lin Fan, as its master, naturally understood that the functions of this game-changing panel far exceeded its basic applications. Therefore, without a ready-made pill to enhance himself, he had another clever workaround. That is, following the formula and principles of alchemy, first create a low-spec version of the foundation building pill. Chapter 108, Enhancing the Foundation Building Pill. Poria flower. Rootless wood. Rootless fruit. Pure pond water. Bitter paste. Give me 10 pounds of the 10-year-old variety. At the treasure herb shop, Lin Fan began his large-scale purchase. The main ingredients listed in the formula for the foundation building pill all required a 500-year-old quality. However, cultivating herbs for 500 years is a time-consuming process, and aside from ancient sects or some hidden realms, few factions have the resources or patience to do so. Nevertheless, there are still many factions capable of cultivating them in a shorter timeframe, as these herbs aren't exclusively used for foundation establishment pills. Depending on their pharmacological properties and varieties, the same herb can be used to make different pills. Perhaps you are the main ingredient in one formula, but in my formula, it becomes a secondary ingredient. This is a common occurrence. Lin Fan had a clear plan. He would first purchase some low-grade herbs, figure out how to refine a low-grade foundational pill on his own, then enhance it under his own supervision and appraisal to ensure its quality, and that would be that. However, Lin Fan was cautious during his procurement and intentionally mixed in some unnecessary herbs to confuse others. But he didn't expect the pharmacist at the treasure herb shop to be so sharp. While weighing the herbs for him, he suddenly noticed that among them, there seemed to be the renowned foundation building pill formula. But why did all the herbs only require a 10-year maturation period? And why were there so many unrelated ingredients mixed in? Could it be that some cultivating family was planning for the long term and wanted to experiment with grafting and cultivation? Or perhaps some master was trying to upgrade the foundation building pill and had come up with a unique improvement to the formula, so they were using inferior ingredients to practice first. The pharmacy assistant was lost in his own thoughts while giving Lin Fan a 百% sub discount. There was no other reason. This batch had a decent quantity, and according to the rules of the Treasure Herb Pavilion, any transaction exceeding 1,000 spirit stones in a single transaction qualified for a 百% sub discount. Lin Fan spent over 1,000 spirit stones and purchased a full 30 sets of materials. He then headed to the forging workshop, where he spent 50 spirit stones on a low-grade alchemy furnace. He then went to the 100 Treasures Pavilion, where he spent 30 spirit stones on a beginner's manual for alchemy. He didn't expect it to be too advanced. As long as it could help him get started with basic alchemy, that would suffice. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Fan immediately retreated to the alchemy chamber within his cave mansion to study alchemy. After a full month of relentless study, day and night, Lin Fan felt that with his qi cultivation at the great perfection stage, refining a low-grade pill similar to the Xintian Gengdai Xian Tian realm should pose no major issues. With great ambition, he activated the alchemy furnace and tossed in the ingredients for a decade's worth of foundation establishment pills. Following the instructions on the jade slip that came with the alchemy furnace, he channeled his spiritual energy into the furnace. The furnace automatically converted his spiritual energy into energy, absorbing the earth vein fire beneath the alchemy room in the cave. A swirling yellow flame rose from within the furnace. Lin Fan watched this scene with excitement, filled with ambition, thinking that perhaps he could specialize in alchemy in the future, and then high-grade danyu would be as easy to obtain as candy. However, reality quickly dealt him a harsh blow. Boom. Half a day later, a dull thud echoed through the cave. Clang! Gurgle, gurgle. The lid of the alchemy furnace was blown off by the force of the explosion, crashing into the ceiling before falling back to the ground. Black smoke billowed out of the furnace, filling the alchemy room with the acrid smell of burning. Lin Fan flipped the furnace upside down. Ding! A dozen or so black, round, and irregularly shaped pebbles fell to the ground. This was the masterpiece he had created after a month of learning alchemy. Picking up the stones, the enhancement panel appeared before his eyes. Nameless pill, failed pill. Quality, Xintian danyu. Description, contains alchemical toxins. Overconsumption may cause permanent damage to cultivation levels below the foundation establishment stage. Reinforcement requirements, 5 points. What the heck is this? I've turned it into poison? Can even a failed pill be enhanced? Should I start experimenting with poisons? Maybe my skill tree is all messed up? A string of question marks hung over his head as Lin Fan couldn't help but let his mind wander. After a while, he finally snapped back to reality. He had finally realized that he truly had no talent for alchemy. However, building a foundation was the priority. As long as it was passable, it would do. After all, he didn't plan to specialize in this anyway. He opened the cave to let the black smoke out, purified the air inside, and began reflecting on where he had gone wrong in his alchemy. Over the next half-month, the cave occasionally echoed with the sound of exploding furnaces. Fortunately, the energy of low-grade elixirs wasn't very strong, so the alchemy furnace could barely contain the explosions. The soundproofing restrictions of the cave residents were also quite effective, so it didn't disturb the neighboring residents. However, the problem was that Lin Fan kept emitting toxic gases, causing many trees and flowers in the cave residence area to wither. Poisonous leaves fell into the pond, even killing numerous spiritual fish. This prompted the cultivators in charge of the cave residence to take action. Though they couldn't expel Lin Fan due to his connection to the left true immortal of the Internal Affairs Bureau, they repeatedly visited him to issue warnings. If the environment of the cave residence area is polluted again, our cave residence property management department will collaborate with all the residents to hold a public vote to expel you, the environmental destroyer, from the cave residence area. Lin Fan pleaded and apologized, continuously compensating with spiritual stones to express his regret. After half a month of practice, the furnace explosions gradually improved, and the pills produced were mostly round now. By this point, most of the 30 batches of herbs had been consumed, and his notebook was filled with meticulous notes, integrating all the alchemy steps into a coherent system. He had finally managed to gain a basic understanding of the craft. In the subsequent alchemy sessions, he finally found a genuine pill among the dozen or so failed ones. Nameless pill. Quality, Xin Tin Dan Ye. Description: a low-tier version of the foundation building pill, slightly increasing the success rate of merging qi and spirit, and slightly eliminating Dao marks. Requirements for enhancement: 5 points. As expected, Lin Fan excitedly examined the green pill in his hand, no larger than a fingernail, emitting a faint spiritual energy and the fresh scent of herbs. Most importantly, it possessed the special effects of the foundation building pill. Let's see if it can become a foundation building pill after enhancement. Lin Fan rubbed his hands excitedly, silently issuing the command in his mind. Enhance. The pill before him shimmered, growing significantly in size. A refreshing scent of herbs filled the air, and the enhancement interface changed accordingly. Nameless pill. Quality, Jade pill. Description: a basic version of the foundation building pill, moderately increasing the success rate of merging qi and spirit, and moderately eliminating Dao marks. Reinforcement requirements: sublock points. Continue enhancement. Lin Fan saw potential and nearly jumped up in excitement, his lips curling into a faint smile. Foundation pill. Quality, Fa Dan. Description: a special pill for assisting in foundation establishment, significantly increasing the success rate of merging qi and spirit, and capable of eliminating Dao marks from the foundation establishment stage and below. Requirements for enhancement: Sam Subyi points. Excellent. A loud, hearty laugh echoed through the alchemy chamber, but thanks to the soundproofing spell cast in advance, not a single sound escaped to the outside. Foundation building pill. I finally managed to create it myself. Although each pill requires 2 consecutive reinforcements, consuming the subsay points of ancient essence. But it was all worth it. Enhancement panel products are guaranteed to be top-notch, with effects far surpassing other foundation building pills on the market. It seems like this foundation building attempt has a real chance of success. Chapter 109, Wind and Thunder Technique. 3 days later. After burning incense and taking a bath, he adjusted his qi, spirit, and energy to their optimal state. Everything was ready. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. After briefly admiring the foundation building pill, Lin Fan hesitated no longer and swallowed it in one gulp. In a daze, he felt countless streams of spiritual energy emerge from every part of his body, like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea, converging in his dantian to form a massive vortex. As the vortex spun, a surging column of spiritual energy shot upward from its center, faintly heading toward an unknown point in the void of his dantian. There, a mysterious acupoint, a natural barrier spanning the heavens, had blocked countless cultivators seeking immortality throughout the ages. His mind was in a daze as he allowed the dantian to break through the barrier. His consciousness spread throughout his body, gathering and dispersing at will, moving freely as he desired. After an unknown amount of time, his spiritual awareness once again converged into the chi vortex in his dantian, where it was continuously refined by the vast spiritual energy vortex, undergoing an indescribable transformation. 1 day, 3 days, 10 days. During this time, he felt a pang of hunger in his abdomen. He snapped back to his senses, pulled out the fasting pill he had prepared, and used it to temporarily quell his hunger. He then immediately immersed himself once more in the process of spiritual transformation, where his qi and spirit merged. His spiritual awareness gradually synchronized with the wind-attributed spiritual energy, and he felt as though he could command it at will. Not only could he manipulate the spiritual energy vortex in his dantian, but he could also envelop it, and use it to assault the barriers of the foundation establishment stage. 100 days passed in the blink of an eye. This breakthrough clearly demonstrated the immense strength and depth of the foundation establishment stage's spiritual orifice barriers, as well as the arduous and prolonged nature of the transformation of qi and spirit. Lin Fan awoke from a dream, realizing that his perception of the world had changed. Before, he had relied on his eyes to see, his ears to hear, and his innate spiritual perception to vaguely sense the surroundings. But now he discovered that his divine consciousness could freely leave his body, monitoring every movement within 100 meters, and even the flow and changes of the 5 elements, spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. This was the ability to project one's divine consciousness outward. Prominent feature that only appears during the foundation establishment stage. Lin Fan hurriedly turned his attention inward to his dantian, and discovered that not only had its capacity expanded by more than tenfold, but the once stagnant pool of qi had transformed into a stable vortex slowly rotating. This vortex encompassed the entire dantian, resembling the starry sky he had seen in his previous life, breathtakingly beautiful and mysterious, symbolizing the first major milestone on the path to immortality in the immortal civilization. Compared to ordinary people and qi cultivation practitioners, the foundation establishment stage doubles one's lifespan to nearly 200 years. Lin Fan was currently only years old, and his lifespan had only been consumed by 1/10. He had ample time to refine the foundation establishment stage, and even the golden core stage was within reach. Moreover, since he broke through the foundation establishment stage while still in his youth, his appearance began to subtly shift toward that of a teenager despite having only 1/10 of his lifespan. In the cultivation world, one's appearance is directly linked to their lifespan. For example, if you break through the foundation establishment stage at 70 or 80 years old, you would revert to the appearance of a middle-aged person. If one breaks through at nearly 100 years old, just before death, then according to the lifespan ratio, although one appears younger, one is still an elderly person over 50. So I've turned back into a handsome young man again? Lin Fan stepped out of the cultivation room and entered the courtyard of his cave residence. He looked at his reflection in the pond. His face was as fair as jade, his demeanor full of vigor, and his eyebrows and eyes still carried a touch of youthfulness, a true white-clad young gentleman. If I can break through to the golden core before I'm Samsupyi, then, wouldn't that mean I've become a child again? The more he thought about it, the more off it felt. Lin Fan analyzed his current situation based on his personal experience, and concluded that the reversal of aging he had heard about before might very well be true. If there were indeed cultivators whose early progress was slow, but who accumulated strength over time, their later cultivation would be like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. It was highly likely that their appearance would change repeatedly, from old age to middle age, from middle age to youth, and from youth to adolescence, until finally revert to childhood. Whoa! He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the immortality path. The immortal civilization was truly a legendary feat that had shaken the ages. He wondered what the face of the immortal Buddha in the celestial realm looked like. Judging from the golden statues of the Buddhas, it's hard to tell if they're middle-aged or elderly. However, he was well aware that among the bodhisattvas and arhats venerated in temples, some of their divine forms were indeed that of children. This means that these Buddhist deities worshipped in the mortal realm are likely true immortals in the distant immortal realm. Don't provoke them, don't provoke them. Lin Fan has always held the Buddha, this genuine great being, in awe. Though he has progressed tenfold, in their eyes he is still an ant, with no size worth mentioning. If he wanted to hijack someone's faith, it would be better to stick to these Black Lotus Buddha statues, or joyful Buddha statues, in the mortal realm. After all, the beings behind them lacked the power to traverse the void and eliminate him. Only Buddhism is so obsessed with faith. Taoists, Confucians, and demons, all these chaotic cultivators claim their fate is in their own hands. To exploit them, one can only target their sect's sacred artifacts. Rubbing his head, Lin Fan had recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage, with Yepatling Say points remaining in his ancient aura. It was time to update other aspects of himself. First on the list was his cultivation technique. The current cultivation technique he was using, the Luofeng decision, was only suitable for the qi cultivation stage. To advance beyond the foundation establishment stage, he needed to strengthen his cultivation technique further. He specifically went to the marketplace to check out the current market for cultivation techniques. Unlike the diverse array of 5 elements cultivation techniques, wind-attributed techniques were extremely rare. There were only 2 or 3 options for the qi cultivation stage, and none available for the foundation establishment stage. After all, cultivation techniques are a resource that can be monopolized. As long as major sects and aristocratic families monopolize high-tier cultivation techniques, independent cultivators find it difficult to advance, indirectly solidifying the status of capitalists in the cultivation world. 5-element cultivation techniques, being commonplace, might be somewhat more accessible, but yizhong cultivation techniques are virtually impossible to obtain. In fact, they are even rarer than some obscure sects like the Demon Path, Blood Path, Ghost Path, Sword Path, or Confucian Path. After all, those with wind, thunder, or ice spiritual roots are rare exceptions, while techniques like the Demon Path or Blood Path can be cultivated regardless of one's attributes, and they not only offer rapid advancement but also immense power in the early stages. As for Buddhist cultivation techniques, you don't even need to go out of your way to find them, they're everywhere. The Buddhist sect would love for everyone in the cultivation world to convert to Buddhism, but few actually do. Most people can't resist the temptation of beauty, and not everyone has the hope of immortality. When there's no way forward, one can only indulge in sensual pleasures. Now that I'm young, I can still train intensely and give it my all. Who knows if I'll find a cultivation partner in the future and practice Buddhism, which would mean cutting off my lineage. By then, if I want to return to the secular world, I might have to abandon my cultivation due to inner demons and start over from scratch. It's simply not worth the effort. Lin Fan looked through the fragments of wind attribute qigong techniques available in the market and actually found 3. For example, the strong wind decision, the dark wind technique, and the wind and thunder decision, among others. Suddenly, the sun wind decision in his hands seemed less appealing. Strong wind decision clearly increases spiritual power. Dark wind technique clearly adds a cold, icy attribute to spiritual energy. Wind and thunder secret technique didn't even need a second glance at combined wind and thunder, moving as fast as lightning, balancing power and speed, dual attribute technique. However, his own Sun Feng Ju was derived from mortal-level martial arts, and his talent tree had clearly been misguided, focusing solely on increasing speed for escape. Moreover, in the Song Dynasty Imperial Palace, Lin Fan had once tested his spiritual roots, and he possessed thunder spiritual roots. Though his talent was average, the wind and thunder technique was practically tailor-made for him. As for only having the qi cultivation chapter, the techniques beyond the foundation establishment stage have long been lost in the cultivation world. Could this even be considered a problem for him? Chapter Yetbak Yesup, Wind Escape Technique. Even the most precious qi cultivation stage techniques wouldn't exceed 100 spirit stones, let alone a dual element technique like the Wind and Thunder Sutra. Few people can cultivate it, and even if they do, without a follow-up foundation establishment stage cultivation technique, they'll have to switch techniques and start over. The manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion saw that the Wind and Thunder manual had been gathering dust in the shop for so long, and when he heard that a foundation establishment cultivator wanted to buy it, he couldn't help but smile and give him a discount. For some sub-spirit stones, Lin Fan bought it. Lin Fan sighed in admiration, then pulled out a blue-colored magical sword from his storage pouch. It was his former trump card, the mid-tier magical artifact, called Iron Sword, that had saved his life on multiple occasions. Could you take a look at this mid-tier magical artifact for me? I plan to trade it for a mid-tier wind-attributed magical artifact. The manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion perked up, immediately took the cold iron sword, and examined it carefully while praising it endlessly. This sword is truly a top-tier mid-tier magical artifact. It has 3 engraved runes, and is made with rare ice-attributed spiritual materials. Its value is likely no less than 500 spirit stones. Please wait a moment, I'll go check the inventory records in the back. The manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion hurriedly took the sword to the back to check the inventory, leaving Lin Fan to rest and drink tea in the VIP area. In truth, he had already decided to replace the cold iron sword. It wasn't that the sword wasn't powerful, it was the same reason his skill tree was still messed up. The enhancement panel always brought surprises, but the problem was that if you gave him an ice-attributed magical artifact, he couldn't maximize its potential. During previous battles, the ice freezing effect of the cold iron sword was practically negligible. This was because Lin Fan's own spiritual energy couldn't fully unleash the artifact's true potential, a clear mismatch in attributes. If he had a wind-attributed magical sword instead, it would feel like an extension of his own body, moving swiftly and effortlessly. With his own wind spiritual energy channeling through it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. This is also why he has never bothered to upgrade the cold iron sword into a high-tier magical artifact. Another reason is that during his chi cultivation stage, he could only activate high-tier magical artifacts a few times. Now that he has reached the foundation establishment stage, high-tier magical artifacts have become standard equipment for everyone. As for why he came to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to exchange his magical weapon first, it was because when Lin Fan first arrived in Ichwan, he intended to go to the Forging Pavilion to recycle his low-tier magical weapons, the Insect Breeding Tower, and the Refined Iron Sword. However, the shopkeeper at the Forging Pavilion was too dishonest, leaving him with the impression of a dishonest merchant. If he didn't find any suitable artifacts at the 100 Treasures Pavilion, he could always go back there later. After waiting in the VIP area for not too long, the manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion emerged from the back. Not only did he bring Lin Fan's cold iron sword, but he also held a long, rectangular box, placing it on the table in front of Lin Fan with a smile. Wind-attributed premium magical artifacts are quite rare. Our store currently only has this one, which can be exchanged for your ice-attributed magical sword. Why not open it and take a look first? If you're not satisfied, we have other wind-attribute magical artifacts here, though their functions and quality may not meet your standards. The manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion knew exactly what to offer based on who he was dealing with. He automatically filtered out ordinary low and mid-tier magical artifacts. High-tier wind attribute magical artifacts were out of the question, and the only mid-tier premium item they had left was this one. Lin Fan wasn't unwilling to purchase a high-grade wind attribute magical artifact, but he was currently short on funds, with only a few hundred spirit stones to his name. Even if he sold the cold iron sword, he likely wouldn't be able to afford it. With only a year left before he had to head overseas, he had no choice but to make a decision in haste. He would first acquire a mid-tier premium quality magical artifact, take it back to enhance it for his own use. Opening the long box, a spear lay quietly inside. The spear tip gleamed coldly, and the spear shaft was wrapped in a thick layer of green curtains. Lin Fan took it out, and as his hand trembled, the curtains unfolded, revealing a majestic banner fluttering in the hall. Fierce Wind Banner. Quality, intermediate tier magical artifact. Description, a wind-attributed magical artifact, with the flag tip forged from cloud iron, and the flagpole made from cloud wood. It possesses 3 intermediate tier inscriptions: sharpness, magic resistance, and spirit gathering. It is exclusively usable by wind-attributed cultivators. Reinforcement requirements, subplot points. This blazing wind banner is a premium item among our mid-tier magical artifacts. It combines offensive and defensive capabilities, and can gather wind essence from the surrounding environment. During magical battles, it not only enhances the power of wind attribute spells, but also accelerates the recovery of wind attribute spiritual energy. The manager of the 100 Treasures Pavilion explained in detail, and Lin Fan nodded in agreement, handling the large flag with admiration. This blazing wind banner leans toward being a multifunctional support magical artifact. After all, its defense only has 1 magical resistance inscription, which can't compare to the 5 defensive inscriptions on his own cloud copper heart mirror. Its attack inscription is merely 1 sharpness, which cannot compare to the cold iron sword. As for the spirit gathering auxiliary ability, its effect on enhancing spirit energy recovery is only average. However, as a mid-tier magical artifact, having 3 effects is already quite remarkable. Moreover, he planned to enhance it into a high-tier magical artifact upon returning home, which might unlock even more new functions. After all, his high-tier attack artifact is already the 5 elements fan given to him by Lin Fan. What he lacks now are more combat options, so the more artifact effects, the better. Alright, let's go with this one. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. In terms of value and rarity, the two artifacts were different. One was ice attributed, the other wind attributed. One was a pure, extreme attack artifact, while the other balanced attack, defense, and healing. Lin Fan might have slightly lost out, but he had to let the other party gain something, right? Next, Lin Fan went to other shops on the street to take a look. Upon entering the symbol pavilion, Lin Fan immediately set his sights on the high-tier magical symbol, blazing fire symbol. He hadn't forgotten the power of the fiery heaven-scorching symbol, a minor divine symbol inscribed by Lin Fan, when he was chased by Xingtai Zen Master, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. Within a mile, the area was engulfed in flames, resembling an inferno. Xingtai Zen Master, a Buddhist cultivator skilled in defense, was blown away and lost his combat ability. If it had been any other Foundation establishment stage cultivator, they would have been dead beyond recognition. By purchasing a high-grade, blazing fire symbol, and enhancing it into a minor divine technique symbol, it should be more than sufficient. This could very well become one of the decisive trump cards to secure victory. What I need now is a trump card, the stronger, the better. But just as he was about to buy them, he suddenly thought of a problem. Why not buy a high-grade wind attribute talisman, and enhance it instead? Fire-attributed symbols are prone to accidentally harming oneself. Back then, to defend against the blazing heaven fire symbol, Lin Fan had to use countless symbols. With the 5 elements robe, his cloud copper heart mirror, and the inherent defense of his high-grade flying vessel, he managed to withstand the attack. Even at the Foundation establishment stage, he might struggle to hold off an enemy alone. If he ended up blowing up the enemy, but got himself incapacitated in the process, only to be picked off by a third party, that would be a laughingstock. The young clerk in the talisman shop pointed out the wind attribute talismans for him: typhoon talisman, tornado talisman, flight talisman, wind wall talisman, and gale talisman. Since wind attribute talismans are relatively rare, they are twice as expensive as other talismans of the same rank. But what truly astonished him was what came next. When he looked back, he saw a talisman he had only heard of but never seen before, nearly causing him to drool on the spot. Wind escape talisman. When it comes to speed in the cultivation world, the wind and thunder schools are unmatched. Among them, the wind escape technique and thunder escape technique are renowned throughout the cultivation world. Wind escape technique emphasizes leaving no trace, blending into the wind with no trace of its presence, effectively vanishing into thin air, making it nearly impossible to track afterward. Thunder escape technique, on the other hand, is about extreme speed, as fast as lightning, often covering vast distances in the blink of an eye, making it nearly impossible to catch up. Compared to these two escape techniques, which can be used anytime and anywhere, others like earth escape technique, water escape technique, wood escape technique, and blood escape technique all have various environmental restrictions or personal costs. Unless they are legendary techniques like the ethereal wood escape, 10,000-mile earth travel, rainwater divine roam, or demon explosion blood escape, ordinary escape techniques are easily exploited and countered by powerful cultivators with profound magical power. For example, techniques like pointing at the ground to form steel, or condensing water into ice, can all counter them. However, even so, among low-tier cultivators, such escape techniques are essentially unbeatable in specific environments. Ordinary wandering cultivators have no way to learn them, there's nowhere to buy them. To escape, you can only purchase talismans crafted by extremely rare major factions. Moreover, even within major factions, these teleportation techniques are exceptionally difficult to master. Without top-tier Nseng intuition and spiritual root qualities, as well as a special, magical body and Tao embryo, one could spend their entire life and still fail to learn them. They are universally recognized as the most difficult spells to master. Is the wind escape technique available for purchase anywhere? Lin Fan asked again, unwilling to give up. The shop assistant didn't want to bother, but seeing that Lin Fan was a senior practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage, he reluctantly replied, I've never heard of it. With that, Lin Fan had no further hesitation. He directly asked about the price, intending to purchase the wind escape symbol. After all, such an item was rare and hard to come by. He had no idea how this shop had acquired it, but the next moment, the price left him speechless. A wind escape symbol for 1,000 spirit stones? A fire symbol, which is also a high-grade talisman, only costs 200 spirit stones. Esteemed senior, the wind escape symbol is different from offensive talismans. It can be used multiple times and leaves no trace when escaping, making it the safest escape technique. But aside from wind attribute cultivators, who can perfectly hide their traces, cultivators from other schools will still leave traces behind. So earth escape charms and water escape charms from other schools also cost over 1,000 spirit stones. Lin Fan was speechless. Now he finally knew how poor he was. The higher one's cultivation level, the more expensive the various items related to self-improvement become. During the chi cultivation stage, one is a penniless beggar, and even after reaching the foundation establishment stage, one remains a penniless beggar. Without another word, Lin Fan turned and headed straight for the Ichwan auction house. You actually succeeded in foundation establishment? The golden core stage cultivators Wuzhenren on the 5th floor was sipping tea, looking at Lin Fan, who had already reached the early stages of foundation establishment. If he wasn't mistaken, this kid was only years old. Without him providing the foundation establishment pill, he had dared to forcefully attempt foundation establishment on his own and actually succeeded. Should I say he is bold, or that his luck is off the charts? Just a stroke of luck. Lin Fan forced a laugh. Wuzhenren took it seriously, stroking his chin and nodding repeatedly. The path to immortality is long and arduous. While innate talent is important, insight becomes even more crucial as one advances to higher realms. But luck is the decisive factor. Some people waste half their lives, but when their time comes, they soar to the heavens. Fate, opportunity, it's truly mysterious. Wuzhenren sat there, shaking his head and nodding, as if he had thought of countless things in his centuries-long life. The more one experiences, the more one can understand rare events like Lin Fan's. There was nothing to doubt at the moment. After all, the cultivation world was vast, and strange events occurred daily. While it was astonishing that someone could successfully establish their foundation without a foundation pill, it was not entirely unimaginable. Master Zhuo was truly moved by this talent. After all, this young man had an extraordinary talent for appraising, and had always been a valuable assistant in his auction house business. Now, without his help, the young man has broken through the foundation establishment stage at just years old, relying solely on his fortune. Who knows? He might even reach the golden core stage in the future. Unfortunately, I have already married into a cultivator clan, and my own lineage and assets have already been passed down to my descendants. I cannot take on any more disciples. If you have any needs, feel free to ask. The auction house will cultivate you extensively in the future. Lin Fan could sense the true intent behind Wuzhenren's words. He clearly intended to recruit him properly, not just hire him as an employee. He felt a surge of desire and cautiously tested the waters. This junior is currently in need of a wind-based escape technique. Wuzhenren paused, falling silent for a long time. This wind escape technique is extremely rare. In the entire Song Dynasty cultivation world, there are probably only a handful of sects that possess this technique. Neither I nor the clan behind me possess such a technique. However, if you were to marry into a cultivating clan with me, you would have access to any other techniques you desire in the future. As an independent cultivator, the path is arduous. With or without backing, the future prospects are incomparable. If I hadn't joined a clan back then, even with my high aptitude, I wouldn't have been able to reach the golden core realm. Wuzhenren began to persuade Lin Fan earnestly, and many of his words were indeed the wisdom of someone who had been through it all, spoken with genuine sincerity to help Lin Fan avoid taking the wrong path. If it were anyone else, having a golden core cultivator as a sponsor to join a cultivator clan would be something they would beg for. But Lin Fan shook his head in disappointment. Compared to a cultivating family, the Black Lotus sect of the Demon Path was clearly a more promising choice. He had only asked out of curiosity earlier, thinking that if Master Zhuo had the wind escape technique, he might be able to use it to enhance his cultivation and obtain some valuable treasures in exchange. Now that there was no news of the wind escape technique, Master Zhuo could at most bring him into a cultivation family, making him a useless son-in-law like himself. Not only would he be tied down by such a weakness, but he might end up having to work for another family, bound together in a relationship where one's misfortune was everyone's misfortune. How could that compare to venturing alone into the cultivation world, and living freely and unfettered? He politely told Zhuo Jinren that he needed some time to think it over. After all, Lin Fan was currently relying on others for support, and working for someone else he didn't want to embarrass his boss too much. Master Zhuo understood. He had once been a wandering cultivator himself, though his talent was average, his insane intuition was exceptional, and he was a proud and ambitious individual. He had once dreamed of achieving great power through his own efforts, living a carefree life and attaining immortality. However, as he grew older and experienced the harsh realities of life, he had no choice but to bow to the power of capital. In the end, he had become the very capitalist he once despised. The dragon-slaying youth had become the dragon himself. It was an unavoidable fate. He believed Lin Fan would eventually understand his good intentions. Lin Fan listened patiently to Zhuo Jinren's advice, and then revealed the true purpose of his visit after emerging from seclusion. To borrow money. Chapter 111 Overall Enhancement. I'd like to request an advance on this year's salary. Lin Fan mustered up the courage to make this somewhat embarrassing request, but he had no other choice. He was simply too broke. The wind escape fool was a rare item in the talisman shop, and there was only one left. Who knew if it would still be available in a few days? Plus, he needed to buy some other things in advance to prepare for the future. If he waited until then, it might be too late. Zhuo Jinren, however, was surprisingly generous, perhaps because he saw potential in Lin Fan, and was willing to give him some leeway. Or perhaps a mere 1,000 spirit stones were insignificant to the wealthy auction house magnates, so they generously approved it without hesitation. Lin Fan took the approval slip from Zhuo Jinren, and went downstairs, only to find a group of appraisers and auction house cultivators gathered together, discussing Lin Fan's foundation establishment. The dozen or so people hadn't expected the main party to come down so quickly, and were all startled. One by one, they smiled and flattered him, calling him senior non-stop. After all, in the cultivation world, strength is everything. Age doesn't matter, it's all about cultivation level. Whoever is stronger is the senior, and the principle of the capable are the teachers has been deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Watching his former peers change their expressions and address him as a senior, especially many elderly men bowing to him, a young man, Lin Fan felt slightly uneasy for the first time. I hope this won't shorten my lifespan. He muttered to himself, but on the surface, he quickly accepted his new status, exchanged a few polite words with everyone, and directly handed the approval slip from left true immortal to one of the female cultivators in charge of finances. Advance payment for a year's salary. The female cultivator couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, then suddenly realized what she had said and quickly covered her mouth. Seeing the strange glances from those around her, she hurried to the back to process Lin Fan's paperwork. With Yi Bak spirit stones in hand, Lin Fan felt more confident, and returned to the shop district with a sense of purpose. Wind escape symbol, blazing fire symbol, I'll take them. The shop assistant, seeing the spirit stones in the storage pouch, handed over the talismans with a respectful expression. Lin Fan then swept through the entire shop district, purchasing a large assortment of items such as detoxification pills, malaria-repelling pills, water-repelling pearls, spirit-restoring pills, rejuvenation talismans, wound-healing ointment, night pearls, and mind-focusing incense, all manner of essentials for his upcoming journey. After all, heading to the East Sea to join the demon cult was a risky endeavor, and he didn't know what dangers he might encounter. It was better to be prepared. Finally, he went to the Array Pavilion, a shop specializing in arrays, intending to purchase a defensive array to ensure his safety upon arrival. However, he discovered that even the cheapest spirit-gathering array cost 500 spirit stones, while the cheapest array capable of defending against Foundation establishment stage cultivators cost several thousand spirit stones. With no other choice, he settled for 2 sets of restriction jade tablets, 1 set of confusion restriction, and 1 set of warning restriction. Restriction jade tablets are inferior to arrays in terms of stability and power, akin to simplified versions, but they are cheaper. They provide cultivators with some reaction time to deal with trouble. Now Lin Fan was once again penniless, completely broke, and unable to do anything. He had originally planned to buy a few puppets to play with and perhaps a spirit pet to raise, but reality couldn't support his dreams. Returning to his residence, Lin Fan took out the items he had purchased and prepared to upgrade everything that needed strengthening, aiming to ensure his combat power remained competitive among cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. He had just broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment, effectively entering a new realm. However, despite his dominance in the Qi cultivation stage, he was now at the bottom of the foundation establishment stage. Though his cultivation was at the bottom among peers of the same stage, as long as other methods could compensate, he could still play the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Lin Fan first took out his mid-tier magical artifact, the Blazing Wind Banner, and spent subtle points of ancient essence to enhance it. The large banner instantly materialized out of thin air, enveloped in a swirling mist. It trembled with a humming sound, its origins unknown, before finally settling into his hands and transforming into Cloud Descending Banner. Quality: high-tier magical artifact. Description: a wind-attributed magical artifact engraved with 5 advanced runes: sharpness, magic resistance, spirit gathering, stealth, and illusory clouds. Reinforcement requirements: some sub-Yi points. Lin Fan looked at the description. The skill tree after enhancement seemed to lean more towards stealth and illusion. However, this wasn't surprising, as enhancement inherently involved randomness. The Blazing Wind Banner was originally balanced in attack, defense, and healing, so adding 2 unrelated effects after enhancement made sense. The banner head can be used as a spear tip and functions adequately as an offensive magical weapon. The banner body can be used for spell defense, but it's best not to let it come into contact with weapons, as it's easily severed by extreme attack artifacts. The spirit gathering effect is a practical support ability, with no further explanation needed. Stealth is quite useful, as it can conceal one's presence. When combined with the phantom cloud, it can transform into a cloud in the sky, achieving perfect concealment. Multifunctional magical artifact. Compared to the Cloud Copper Heart Mirror's extreme physical defense, and the 5 Elements Fan's multi-attribute attacks, the Cloud Lowering Banner greatly compensates for the other methods. After Lin Fan refined it with his divine consciousness, he felt a sense of freedom and ease. Activating the small banner, he wrapped his body in it, and a gentle white cloud floated through the cave. When passing by the large tree in the courtyard, he could even pass through it directly. It was indistinguishable from the real clouds in the sky. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan satisfiedly put away the descending cloud banner, but after some thought, he decided not to upgrade the artifact further. Because on that day at Donghai Diaobi Island, when Lin Fan had produced his treasure, the Sea-Parting Pearl, he had mentioned that only cultivators at the Golden Core realm could activate a treasure. Cultivation energy is the new energy produced when a Golden Core cultivator condenses their Golden Core and transforms their spiritual energy. Foundation establishment cultivators still possess spiritual energy, which is completely incomparable in quality to cultivation energy. Without the ability to activate it, the magical artifact could only utilize its inherent properties. For example, the sea-parting effect of the sea-parting pearl, or the sharpness of certain magical swords, and the hardness of shields. These are passive physical properties that do not require activation. Therefore, even if one were to enhance it into a magical artifact, it would be useless except for looking at it, and one would also lose a valuable means, clearly not worth the effort. On the other hand, he took out the wind escape symbol and the blazing fire symbol from his storage bag. Enhancing talismans posed no issues, as they could be directly activated without any prerequisites. After some thought, Lin Fan decided to set the wind escape symbol aside for now. After all, at his current foundation establishment stage, using the wind escape symbol would allow him to escape even if he couldn't defeat an opponent, so there was no immediate need to enhance it. Moreover, talismans were consumables. If it were the wind escape technique itself, that would be different. However, the other flame symbol was different. This high-tier symbol was equivalent to a foundation establishment stage cultivator using a high-tier spell, with full force, making it a decent trump card for Qi condensation stage cultivators. But for him, who was already at the foundation establishment stage, it was optional. However, he spent 200 spirit stones to purchase it for a specific purpose, to enhance it into a minor divine technique talisman. The reason he didn't buy a high-tier wind-attributed talisman for enhancement was because he insisted on buying this fire talisman. It wasn't because he had a particular fondness for enhancing the fire-scorching heaven talisman, but because among high-tier talismans, the fire talisman was the cheapest. Compared to the 200 spirit stones for the flame symbol, wind-attributed talismans could fetch 500 spirit stones, a price he, as a penniless cultivator, couldn't afford. He had already depleted his auction house salary for the next year, and before leaving Ichwan, he was in dire straits. Having a high-tier talisman was enough for now. After witnessing the power of the fire seal used by Lin Fan, he had a rough idea of its capabilities. Enhance the fire seal. The high-grade talisman in his hand suddenly emitted a blinding light that filled the entire secret room. The original chaotic symbols on the talisman cracked open, and beams of light shot out in all directions, startling Lin Fan. It seemed as though a small figure was performing a ritual on the talisman paper, drawing intricate patterns with a brush. Strands of energy from the heavens and earth were drawn toward it, eventually coalescing into a fiery red square talisman. Blazing Inferno symbol. Quality: minor divine art talisman. Description: this talisman seals the fire-based divine ability, Blazing Wildfire, equivalent to a full-power attack using a minor divine ability spell by a cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. It deals area of effect damage, and can only be used once. Requirements for enhancement: Loksupse points. This time, upgrading from a high-tier talisman required Samsupgi Ancient Essence, but it yielded an ultimate trump card well worth the investment. The enhanced panel naturally produces top-tier quality and performance. When cast by a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, this minor divine technique spell deals area of effect damage, even if it is not a single target attack. During the foundation establishment stage, if one is caught in the center of its power, survival is highly unlikely. Even early-stage Golden Core cultivators would likely be severely injured. The Blazing Fire Sweeping the Plains talisman, and the Blazing Fire Burning the Heavens talisman should have similar effects, right? They're part of the same series of divine techniques? Lin Fan didn't dwell on the name differences. After all, the enhanced panel description made it clear, and as long as the power was sufficient, there was no need to be too picky. After all, the enhanced results weren't entirely as he had imagined, so as long as they were close enough, it was acceptable. His own small divine technique talisman was definitely far superior to Lin Fan's. Symbols crafted by different Golden Core cultivators naturally had different powers, and he was confident in the enhancement panel. Next, Lin Fan pulled out the Chi cultivation stage cultivation technique he had purchased, Wind and Thunder Sutra. The quality of the cultivation technique directly influenced the quality of the spiritual energy within his body, so he had to choose the most suitable one for enhancement. However, this enhancement was somewhat unexpected. The original Wind and Thunder secret technique apparently already had a pre-existing follow-up technique in the cultivation world, which had been pioneered by previous generations of cultivators. Therefore, after enhancement, it still retained the name Wind and Thunder secret technique. Wind and Thunder technique. Quality: foundation establishment stage cultivation technique. Description: created by Luofeng, disciple expelled from the Zixiao sect 1,000 years ago, this technique combines the Wind and Thunder schools. Upon mastery, the practitioner's spiritual energy transforms into wind and thunder, greatly enhancing its power. Requirements for enhancement: Samsupgi points. Luofeng, the outcast of the Zixiao sect. To create the Wind and Thunder technique, dual school cultivation method, he must have been a prominent figure. 1,000 years ago? That doesn't seem too long ago. We can send an email to Lin Fan. After some thought, Lin Fan decided to take out a sound transmission talisman, and write a reply to Lin Fan's previous barrage of messages, also including his curiosity about Luofeng. With a wave of his hand, the transmission talisman flew toward the mailbox of the External Affairs Hall of Ichwan. Soon, a specialized cultivator mail carrier known as Windflower would deliver it. Since he was completely penniless, he had no choice but to set the delivery fee to be paid upon receipt. There was no other option. It wasn't that he was being stingy. As a wandering cultivator, he was simply in a tight spot and had to ask Lin Fan to cover the costs for now, promising to repay him once he had the means. After wrapping up this minor detour, Lin Fan began working on changing his cultivation techniques. He only had Seisa points of ancient rhythm left, which he planned to keep as a backup option for himself. After all, if he ever faced an unavoidable danger, he would need to enhance a magical artifact, or a small divine technique talisman to resist it, which would require at least some Samsupyi points of ancient charm. If no danger arose, once he reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and needed to break through, he might have to enhance his pills again. At that point, if he still hadn't found additional ancient essence, the remaining ancient essence would be the precious pillar supporting his breakthrough to the next realm. The Black Lotus sect was, after all, a major demonic sect with countless experts. Although he had reached the foundation establishment stage, he wasn't certain whether he would be able to come into contact with the Black Lotus Buddha statue to absorb ancient essence. Keeping some ancient essence as a reserve was essential. Like foreign exchange reserves in his previous life, it would serve as a buffer against external risks. With less than a year remaining, his sole focus is to swiftly switch cultivation techniques. He would replace his current cultivation technique, the Sun Feng Ju, with the Feng Lei Ju. Chapter Yetet Yi, Journey to the East Sea. 9 months later, at the outer entrance of the Ichwan market, over 100 cultivators had gathered. Among them, aside from a white-clad youth, all the others were women. They were of various builds, some plump and some slender, with alluring figures. Though their appearances varied, most of the female cultivators were quite attractive. No wonder it's the only brothel in Ichwan. The quality here is top-notch. The white-clad youth was none other than Lin Fan, who had come to keep his 2-year promise. He had now solidified his cultivation, at the early stage of foundation establishment, and all the spiritual energy within his body had been replaced with wind and thunder elements. However, the wind spiritual energy in his Dantian Shishuan slightly dominated, with only a few flashes of lightning flickering within the green spiritual energy. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Master Zhua, whom he was deeply grateful to for his kindness and care. Master Zhua also felt a touch of regret, as someone with Lin Shan's skills would be a valuable asset to the auction house. But people have their own aspirations, and one cannot force them. Lin Fan sighed to himself amidst the crowd, his eyes dazzled by the vibrant colors around him. The female cultivators from the brothel nearby were all bold and alluring, constantly batting their eyelashes at him. Fortunately, he was now at the foundation establishment stage, so the female cultivators at the Qi cultivation stage dared not be too bold. At that moment, the mist array surrounding Ichwan opened, and the proprietress of Yanchun Lu emerged with 4 women. To Lin Shan's surprise, all 4 were foundation establishment stage female cultivators. He wondered when the owner of the Yanchun pavilion had secretly cultivated them in Ichwan. Among them was none other than Luan Suan, the woman who had entertained him during his first visit to the brothel. This little brat was still at the Qi cultivation stage 2 years ago, and now she's at the foundation establishment stage just like him. Had she been hiding her cultivation all this time? This little demoness is really good at pretending. Greetings, Yen Guardian. The female cultivators, upon seeing the owner of Yanchun Lu emerge, all curtsied gracefully. Lin Fan only learned from someone nearby that Yen Huifa's real name was Yen Yuanchun, a golden core stage guardian of the Black Lotus sect of the Demon Path. It's been 2 years, and you've actually reached the foundation establishment stage 2. The black-clad beauty from Yanchun Lu gracefully pushed through the crowd and approached Lin Fan. Seeing his youthful appearance, she couldn't resist reaching out to pinch his handsome cheeks, giggling softly. Lin Fan stood there awkwardly. After all, she was a senior at the Golden Core stage, and he dared not resist. Besides, he would need her help to go to the Black Lotus sect, so he might as well endure a little teasing. I'll endure it. What's wrong, little guy? Don't you remember what happened on Donghai Diaobi Island? Yen Hufa grinned mischievously, and Lin Fan finally snapped back to reality. It seemed that among the 3 golden core cultivators of the Demon Path, who had surrounded and attacked the turtle true immortal on Turtle Fishing Island, one of them was named Yen Yuanchun. However, at the time, everyone was too busy fleeing for their lives, and knowing his name wouldn't have helped them escape, so no one paid attention to such details. However, it seemed that Yen Hufa wasn't deliberately hiding his identity. Could it be that the Ichwan market, as a neutral faction, was also colluding with the demon cult? It seemed that the righteous faction's control over the Yenyun Mountains was quite weak. This junior was momentarily careless, and failed to recognize the senior. Please forgive me. It's forgiven. Yan Yuanshun waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on such trivial matters. He directly ordered him, and the other 4 Foundation establishment stage female cultivators to follow behind. Then, with a flick of his jade-like hand, a silk handkerchief embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks playing in water was tossed out. The silk handkerchief grew larger and larger, expanding to 100 meters in diameter. The pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on it leaped out. Lakes, lotus flowers, pavilions, fish, dragonflies, and other embroidered designs also emerged from the water, vividly lifelike as if they were real. Yan Yuanshun used her magical artifact as a large flying vehicle, carrying over 100 female cultivators onto the silk handkerchief. Lin Fan followed suit, landing in a pavilion in the middle of the lake on the handkerchief. The silk brocade trembled slightly, then flew steadily into the sky with over 100 people aboard, speeding eastward. Countless mountains and rivers receded into the distance, while Yan Yuanshun sat alone at the front, closing his eyes to rest. Lin Fan stuck his head out of the pavilion, carefully observing the fish, dragonflies, and lotus flowers on the water's surface, accompanied by clouds drifting past in front of him, giving him a dreamlike, otherworldly feeling. He couldn't resist reaching out to catch a couple of dragonflies, wondering if these were truly living creatures. After all, it was his first time witnessing such a miraculous sight, and he couldn't help but be amazed. There's no need to look. These are all illusions, created by the restrictions of my master's magical artifact. Lin Fan turned to look at the source of the voice, and saw that it was the young girl Wanshuan. It had been years since he last saw her, but she still looked like a young girl, with her chest not yet fully developed. Perhaps she was about to mature, but then she broke through the foundation establishment stage, causing her to revert back. Wanshuan gave him a playful smile, giggling as she explained the silk handkerchief that had already flown into the sky beneath his feet, while also admiring the sea of clouds above and the vast landscape below. A magical artifact has its own divine manifestations, but the master can also alter them at will. Just like this silk scarf's illusory realm ability, it can freely transform into any world. If the master wishes, the lake and pavilion before us could instantly transform into a hellish abyss of bones, or even a wine pool, and meat forest. It's not impossible. As she spoke, Wanshuan stuck out her tongue at Lin Fan, adopting a haughty expression that seemed to say, "You country bumpkin knows nothing, come learn from your elder sister." Lin Shan's expression grew peculiar. This Wanshuan was truly a chameleon-like little witch. When she first came to the brothel, she had presented herself as a delicate and vulnerable young woman, even feigning a tragic backstory to deceive him. Now she was acting so arrogant and domineering. "You still owe me 5 spirit stones," Lin Fan said in a hostile tone, intending to tease her. Wanshuan froze for a moment, then seemed to think hard for a long time before remembering. She asked in disbelief, "You remember such a small thing?" "Of course I do. Pay up." Lin Fan was penniless, with nothing in his storage pouch. Having lived a life of hardship, he would have split a spirit stone in 2 if he could. He harbored deep resentment toward Wanshuan, a woman who had used her tragic past to manipulate his sympathy. Of course, there was another reason he really couldn't afford to pay back her. The answer is simple: I don't have the money. Besides, the 3 spirit stones for listening to the song were just for tea. The remaining 2 were also obtained through my own skills. If I got them by my own wits, how can that be called cheating? Wanshuan crossed her arms, her pretty little face lifted high, looking righteous and unyielding. Lin Fan seethed with anger, but couldn't do anything about her. From her previous words, it seemed she had taken Yen Hufa as her master. At such a young age, she had already reached the foundation establishment stage, likely deeply favored by Yen Hufa. However, she didn't let up, and began to casually probe for information she wanted to know. "I think you're just a liar. The lake scene you mentioned earlier was probably just an illusion created by a magical artifact. And all that nonsense about forbidden techniques, you probably don't even know what you're talking about. You're just making it up as you go along, aren't you?" Wanshuan heard the term, chicken sauce spell, and immediately flew into a rage. "What made up nonsense? You're just ignorant and shouldn't speak without knowledge. Every magical artifact has external manifestations of its divine abilities. This is an extension of its functions beyond that of a regular artifact." Lin Fan scoffed again. "What use is manifesting divine abilities? Without the cultivation power of a golden core cultivator to control them, they're useless on their own. Unless they can fight enemies on their own. Wanchuan snorted coldly, lifting her delicate little chin with a mocking expression, clearly seeing through Lin Shan as an ignorant country bumpkin. Autonomously defend against enemies? That kind of treasure must be a legendary spiritual treasure. Only spiritual treasures possess self-aware spirit cores that can control part of the master's power. It's said that each spiritual treasure is extremely rare, even the high-ranking nascent soul cultivators might not possess one. Do you think they're as common as cabbages? Lin Shan's heart stirred. He had never strengthened his high-grade magical artifact into a treasure, because he lacked the cultivation power of a golden core cultivator to control it. However, if the treasure artifact continued to be enhanced and became a spiritual treasure, it could fight enemies on its own. Wouldn't that mean he could use it even at the foundation establishment stage? He pondered this in his mind. Meanwhile, Luan Chun, who was in the same pavilion, started chattering excitedly, talking to herself for a while. She realized she had been talking to herself the whole time the man in front of her, Lin Shan, had completely ignored her. Frustrated, the young girl stomped her feet repeatedly before deciding to leave the pavilion and rest elsewhere, determined not to bother him anymore. Lin Shan didn't think much of it. He had also wanted some peace and quiet, and planned to use the time on his way to the East Sea to think about how to find the ancient charm once he entered the demonic path. With no one to disturb him, it was exactly what he wanted. The journey was long, and time passed quickly. Chapter 113, Joining the Black Lotus sect. A group of 100 people traveled on Yen Yuanshuan's silk scarf, which flew for 5 days and 5 nights before finally reaching the depths of the East Sea. Only those who have crossed it once truly understand how vast the East Sea is. Day and night, the only companion was the endless blue sea, with occasional islands dotted here and there. The vastness and solitude were suffocating. No wonder there were no top-tier sects in the East Sea. Though vast and boundless, the islands were scattered here and there, never forming a cohesive whole. Without a sea chart, one might wander aimlessly for half a month and still not find a single island. During this time, the young girl Wanchuan was quite lively and carefree. She had initially ignored Lin Shan out of a petty quarrel, but the next day, she came running back to tease him again. During their arguments, Lin Shan gradually coaxed some information out of her, finally understanding the current situation of the 3 demonic sects overseas and the background of Yen Yuanchun, the Golden Core Stage Guardian. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, the 3 major orthodox sects of the Song dynasty were at the peak of their power. As their strength grew, they needed to expand their territory. However, the Song dynasty's core territory was already fixed, and the 6 major sects of the orthodox and demonic paths had already divided it among themselves. To continue expanding, they had no choice but to fight for it. Coincidentally, there had been ongoing friction between the righteous and demonic factions. The leaders of the righteous factions assessed their respective strengths and realized that at that time, the demonic sects were in a state of transition, with the older generation of experts gradually passing away and the younger generation not yet fully matured. Such a golden opportunity must not be missed. Thus, they found a pretext and launched a full-scale civil war within the Song dynasty's cultivation world. The outcome was as it is today. After years of fierce battles, the 3 major demonic sects, the 100 Ghosts sect, the Blood River Hall, and the Black Lotus cult, had their mountain gates breached and were forced to flee north to the Great Yen Kingdom. However, the resources of the Yen Kingdom's cultivation world had already been divided among the local factions, leaving no room for them. Thus, they had no choice but to continue their northward journey. After traversing over 10 countries, they finally found a base in the distant Lu Kingdom, where they were reportedly accepted by a super-powerful demonic sect whose influence radiated across multiple nations, providing the 3 exiled demonic sects of the Song dynasty with a place to settle. Meanwhile, in the Song dynasty, there were also some remnants of the demonic sect who had not fled, but instead gone underground. Of course, in the mouth of the Luansuan, they were called remnants of the Holy Sect. The meaning was more or less the same. They had been living in the Song dynasty for centuries, hiding in the shadows like rats, and whenever they were caught by the righteous factions, they were either executed or forced to join their ranks. For example, the Black Lotus messenger that Lin Fan encountered in the ancient tomb of Yelong in the southern frontier was tragically tracked down by Lazenzi, who came directly to capture him and bring him back to the Purple Shao sect for judgment. Yan Yuanshun, as a golden core cultivator of the Black Lotus sect, had been hiding in the brothels of Ichwan market, secretly cultivating her direct descendants, and occasionally receiving international instructions from the distant northern headquarters. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 3 demonic sects of the northern Lu kingdom had undergone unknown trials, but they had restored their former peak strength. They now planned to return to the former lands of the Song dynasty, inherit their ancestors' will, restore their mountain gates, and seek revenge against the righteous path. 2 years ago, after a series of strategic alliances and attacks, they joined forces with the Lin Yuzhai sect from the South Sea and the Huang Quanzong sect from Yan Kingdom, seizing control of the entire East Sea region. Now, reinforcements are arriving in waves from Lu Kingdom. Additionally, they have incorporated wandering cultivators from the East Sea and the remnants of the demonic sect that had been lurking in the Song dynasty for 1,000 years. In recent years, as long as they can consolidate their foothold, they will prepare to launch an attack on the interior. This time, Yan Yuanshun is leading over 100 disciples to the East Sea, effectively seizing the opportunity, before the major war begins, to return to their true lineage and rejoin the Black Lotus sect's orthodox faction. Otherwise, once the war truly erupts, whether they can even escape the continent will be uncertain. As they chatted, the distant horizon gradually revealed the outline of an island. As the silk carpet beneath their feet drew closer, they realized it was a vast archipelago, spanning thousands of miles in all directions. Volcanoes towered over the islands, spewing guan guan yit long. However, some of the peaks, thousands of meters high, were covered in snow, forming a stark contrast with the snow-free slopes below. There were several human settlements on the islands where people lived and worked. The 3 highest peaks had already been built into palaces and temples. Clearly, this place was deep within the heart of the East Sea, with sufficient depth and a vast expanse of land with excellent spiritual veins, making it the temporary headquarters of the 3 demonic sects. Yan Yuanshun led his group to land on a mountain peak on the left. The area was bustling with people coming and going. The cultivators passing by were all in a hurry, each with their own tasks to complete. A rough estimate put the number of cultivators at over 10,000. Most of the Black Lotus sect members were dressed in black robes with hoods, looking like religious fanatics, with a strong religious atmosphere. This is the Black Lotus sect's temporary headquarters. I will take you to the main hall to meet the sect leader and confirm the return of our branch. Everyone followed Yan Yuanshun up the mountain. The surrounding palaces and caves showed signs of recent construction, but there were few signs of habitation. It seemed that with the Eastern Sea recently pacified, most cultivators had been dispatched to secure territories, and the 10,000 at the headquarters were likely reinforcements that had just arrived. After passing through countless caves and climbing thousands of steps, they finally reached the main hall at the summit. Upon entering, they found several groups already waiting inside, each consisting of dozens or even hundreds of people. On the hall, over a dozen golden core cultivators were discussing something. Upon seeing Yan Yuanshun arrive with her main force, they all greeted her, indicating that they were all acquainted. Since Sister Yan has arrived, the local branch is now fully assembled. Let us proceed with the return ceremony together. A middle-aged man in black robes called Yan Yuanshun forward. From the way others addressed him, he was the current patriarch of the Black Lotus sect. Having reached the late-stage peak of the Golden Core realm, he was capable of controlling the situation and leading all the disciples of the sect, even without the presence of an old monster from the nascent soul realm. Master, with just the few of us here, isn't this reunion ceremony a bit too trivial? In times of urgency, one must adapt. The journey from Lu State to the Song dynasty spans thousands of mountains and rivers. Reinforcements from the main headquarters are still arriving in batches. Here in the East Sea, we've already dispatched all available personnel, so we can only make do with what we have for now. The Grand Master expressed his apologies, but the other local Golden Core cultivators, who had been hiding for so long, were finally able to return to their base and stand tall again. They naturally had no objections and all agreed. The 6 local remnants of the Black Lotus sect, accompanied by hundreds of followers, returned to the palace. The other Golden Core cultivators present were a small contingent of sect guardians who had rushed over from Lu State. The sect leader had already made all necessary preparations in advance. Under the guidance of the dozen or so Golden Core cultivators on the stage, the hundreds of people below, including Lin Fan, went through the formalities in a hurry. They recited rituals such as ancestor worship, Buddha worship, and the sect's precepts, and that was considered their official return to the Black Lotus sect as its members. Fortunately, the Black Lotus sect had no such rules as prohibiting drinking alcohol, eating meat, or touching women. It was simply a matter of worshipping the Black Lotus Buddha. That's right, you heard correctly. It's not about faith, it's just about worship. The monks within the sect are responsible for spreading the faith and guiding ordinary people to worship. As for who ultimately reaps the rewards of this faith, that is not something you should inquire about. Just mind your own business. Apart from that, everything else seems pretty normal, no different from other sects. Everyone leans on a big tree for shade, disciples within the sect are as close as family, don't kill each other, live in harmony, and make spreading the teachings your life's mission. Lin Fan, the prince, was completely confused. Is this really the same sect I've heard rumors about, where they sacrifice their own disciples at the slightest provocation? It feels more like a cult organization. The sect leader on the dais wouldn't know what Lin Fan was thinking, so he certainly wouldn't answer him. After going through the motions, they began assigning everyone their roles. Those at the Yuanling stage are honored as Dharma kings, those at the Jindan stage can serve as Dharma protectors, those at the Zhushi stage are messengers, and those at the Lianqi stage are ordinary disciples. Golden Core cultivators serving as Dharma protectors are further divided into Foundation building stage messengers are divided into battle messengers, discipline messengers, protector messengers, and purification messengers. Qi cultivation stage followers are divided into After the Supreme Patriarch on the stage finished his classification, without exception, all 5 Foundation establishment stage disciples under Yen Yuanchun, including Lin Fan, were all appointed as purification envoys. Lin Fan was even more puzzled. He vaguely recalled the term, but it had been too long ago for him to remember clearly. It seemed, in the classical mythological novels of his previous life, the so-called second elder brother, who returned from the western heavens to retrieve the scriptures, was ultimately granted the title of Purifier of the Altar. What on earth is this? Was it just a title for someone who served at a banquet? Chapter 114, The Purifier of the Altar. During the period of the Grand Master's Fengzhe ceremony, he explained the differences between the 4 envoys to everyone present. The battle envoy, the discipline envoy, and the guardian envoy each have their own responsibilities, waging war outside, enforcing punishments, and patrolling territories. In simple terms, their roles are expansion, supervision, and defense. The purifier of the altar is even simpler. It doesn't mean you get to eat at the banquet instead, you're responsible for spreading and collecting. In detail, this involves distributing batches of Black Lotus Buddha statues to the common people, establishing their faith and worship, and ensuring that people of all ages and genders pay their respects. Every 20 years, the statues are collected back, and a new one is distributed, effectively completing a cycle of harvesting. The pure altar messenger does not engage in combat, but has little authority, essentially serving as a tool or support role. The term purifying the altar means ensuring that not a single Black Lotus Buddha statue is left behind, and that not a single drop of the people's incense offerings is wasted. Our motto is clean and pure. However, within this top-tier sect, the distribution of resources and benefits is also tied to contributions and merits. Those who risk their lives to earn contributions will undoubtedly receive far more than those who hide in the rear, preaching and taking advantage of the situation. Yen Yuanchun and the other 5 local faction cultivators at the Golden Core stage turned pale upon hearing that their own disciples at the Foundation establishment stage had been appointed as purification envoys, and couldn't help but protest. Is the headmaster being too lenient? This distribution is unfair. Please reconsider, Master. Of course, there was also a Golden Core cultivator speaking in a hostile tone. Could it be that you have ulterior motives, looking down on us local faction members and favoring the faction from Lu State, intentionally suppressing us? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly tensed up, and all the local faction cultivators began to subtly oppose the Lu Kingdom faction. After all, the position of purifier was utterly powerless, with no real authority or resources allocated to it. It was nothing more than a figurehead role, akin to a tool for others to exploit. Even the foundation establishment cultivators under them had been removed from the power struggle, leaving the few golden core cultivators as guardians without any support. Power represents resources, and resources are the most important thing in the cultivation world. The personal power of a golden core stage guardian was one thing, but the influence of their subordinates was another. Without influence, how could they compete for power and resources within the sect? Moreover, with the upcoming great war between the immortals and demons in the coming years, this is the perfect opportunity to establish oneself. After the mountain gates are rebuilt, the resources within the Song dynasty will be redistributed, and it will undoubtedly be based on one's battle merits. Not only were all the local golden core stage guardians dissatisfied, but even the local foundation stage cultivators in the hall were unhappy. If you assign me a marginal logistics position, how can I advance further in the future? How can I cultivate and attain enlightenment? Since this directly concerns their own interests, everyone spoke out in opposition, and the hall was filled with constant disputes. Of course, there was one exception in the crowd. Though he appeared to blend in, he was secretly delighted. That's right. It was Lin Fan, who had always harbored ulterior motives. The purifier? So that's what it meant. Brilliant. This job is perfect for me, it's tailor-made for me. What a life of sowing and reaping, I truly envy it. Not only do I not have to risk my life searching for the Black Lotus Buddha statue within the sect, but I can just wait for the big harvest every years. Isn't that a surefire way to make a fortune? However, at that moment, all the local cultivators in the hall were filled with anger, so he dared not stand out. He merely raised his fist half-heartedly and muttered a few weak protests before wilting away. But Luofeng was different. The young girl's face was flushed red with excitement. Not only did she loudly protest, but she also found time to sneer at Lin Fan. Our elders are all up there. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and speak out against him too. Do you really want to be the purifier? Lin Fan shrunk his neck timidly, muttering softly. How could that be? It's something the Grand Master decided, so opposing it is clearly pointless. It must be said that Lin Fan's refusal was a clever move. He was indeed a master of diplomacy. The Grand Master on stage refused to accept any objections, and there were over 10 golden core stage guardians from Lu State standing beside him. With their numbers overwhelming the local faction, the decision was made by majority vote. After all, there were only so many positions available, and the sect's resources were limited. As beneficiaries of the status quo, who would willingly give up their own interests to benefit the local faction? In the eyes of the Lu State faction, they were the pillars of the Black Lotus sect. The sect leader himself had no personal agenda, but sitting in his position, he had to consider the bigger picture. From any angle, the Lu Kingdom faction was more trustworthy, and with the war against the Song dynasty's righteous faction looming, the Lu Kingdom faction was naturally the main combat force. Moreover, the Lu State faction is far more than just the dozen or so golden core stage guardians present here. There are even more guardians either on their way to provide support or already stationed across the eastern seas. There are even Yuanling stage elders from various major sects keeping watch. How dare he meddle with the power of a Yuanling stage master? That would be tantamount to destroying one's own defenses. In the end, the remaining golden core cultivators made the decision: the minority must obey the majority. The local faction was outnumbered and outmatched, so they could only accept and comply with the arrangement. The Grand Hall finally grew quiet, and all the foundation establishment stage cultivators below also fell silent. Since the higher-ups had made their decision, their objections were now meaningless. Luofeng glared at Lin Fan with a frown, her eyebrows arched in anger. You jinx. Lin Fan wore a bitter expression, his face full of worry, sighing repeatedly. However, deep down, he was overjoyed. The Black Lotus sect had truly come at the right time. This was too smooth. He had already begun to envision his future, swimming freely among the sea of Black Lotus Buddha statues. Countless ancient energies would flow into his cultivation enhancement panel, allowing him to upgrade all his divine abilities and treasures into immortal techniques and immortal artifacts, and dominate the cultivation world. In the end, he would take control of the Black Lotus sect, spread its teachings across the world, and become the formidable leader of the demonic cult. The entire world would bow before his cult's brainwashing, spreading the Black Lotus faith across the land. He would stand atop a mountain peak and call out to the heavens. Below, countless people shout, "Wallah." The scene is enough to send shivers down your spine. However, this was clearly not the time for him to daydream. In the Grand Hall, the major guardians and the sect master were still making arrangements. Currently, the purification envoys will begin spreading the faith across the islands of the East Sea. The mission will last 1 year, after which the disciplinary envoys will oversee and review the results. Investigate the level of public faith, estimate the incense revenue over 20 years, and establish records. The recovery of the Black Lotus Buddha statues will be handled by different envoys in different regions to prevent embezzlement. Strictly prohibit the unauthorized retention of incense offerings or the malicious destruction of Buddha statues. Offenders will have their cultivation levels revoked, and those with severe offenses will have their souls extracted and refined. The incense offering supervision and management system will be jointly investigated by 38 Golden Core Stage Guardians from the Yuanling Stage ancestral lineage and the disciplinary Dharma King lineage, ensuring the accuracy of incense offerings before handover. It is clear that the Black Lotus sect is a major sect with a history of thousands of years, boasting highly developed systems and regulations. Especially the prosecutorial agencies, which conduct layer upon layer of reviews, meticulous and thorough, leaving no room for loopholes. Lin Fan grew increasingly uneasy as he listened, and by the end, his heart felt utterly chilled. Damn it. Do we really need to be this strict? You're just a pyramid scheme. Is the regulatory oversight really necessary to this extent? Is this really some kind of cult? A string of question marks appeared in his mind, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how he could possibly steal while guarding himself and absorb the ancient charm. If he dared to steal, he would face scrutiny from the entire sect, from the Supreme Patriarch down to the 38 Golden Core Stage Guardians. If he only did this for 20 years as a one-time deal, stealing and then fleeing, he would be deemed a traitor to the sect. He would then face endless pursuit by the entire Black Lotus sect. At that point, it wouldn't just be the disciplined sect, it would be the entire Black Lotus sect, a major demonic sect, with several Yuanling stage cultivators and over 100 Jindan stage cultivators pursuing him, while countless Zhushi stage and Lianqi stage cultivators below them would be searching for him. I'm only at the early foundation establishment stage. This starting point is way too difficult. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that this matter required careful planning. Who knew what the Black Lotus sect was really like? He had already plunged into this mess, and could only take it one step at a time.